Indulge yourself once and get rewarded 100,000 yuan. How much can your little body earn in a day? You're a white-collar worker earning over 10,000 a month. Struggling together with my girlfriend. Dreaming of the future. After enduring years of societal hardships, your girlfriend thinks you're useless. She turned around and latched onto a wealthy bachelor. Because based on your current income, it takes at least 200 years to afford an apartment in Shenzhen. You crushed the cigarette but in utter despair. Then he turned his gaze toward a large foot massage parlor downstairs. With eyes filled with determination, he rose to indulge himself. Detected host's desire to indulge. Send 3 Doge heads immediately. Activate the spendthrift indulgence system. You still haven't figured out what's going on. Then came several more icy voices in succession. Detected host indulging once, reward of 220,000 yuan granted. Reward of 10,000. A series of notifications sounded, followed immediately by. Your phone's notification tones kept ringing one after another. My phone screen lit up with nothing but bank deposit notifications. Wow, the doghead system really activated. From the beginning of reading, you always post the doji emoji under videos year after year. Very familiar with the system. The more you splurge, the richer you get. This system is absolutely mind-blowing. Without hesitation, you took a taxi to Coco Shopping Plaza, the largest in Xinjiang. He casually walked into a Gucci flagship store. The beautiful salesgirl quickly came forward to greet him. Sir, what would you like to order? The sales assistant wore a professional smile on her pretty face. There were none of those cliched TV drama scenes where people look down on others. I've never been exposed to name-brand luxury goods since childhood. Naturally, he understood nothing at all. But with the system in hand, all that's left is to indulge. I took it right away when I saw how handsome it looked. After selecting 10 sets of clothes and pants, you reached the counter to check out. The sales assistant smiled while calculating the price. Sir, your total purchase this time is 320,000. 320,000, your total savings still fall a bit short. Just in case, you first settled the payment for a set of clothes and pants worth over 30,000 yuan. Not long after, a message notification sounded on the phone. Host has successfully completed an act of indulgent spending. Received a reward of 150,000. Seeing the system was truly effective. Your hanging heart finally settled. 10 designer outfits costing over 300,000 yuan. Buy them all in one go. Host has successfully completed an act of indulgent spending. Received a reward of 140,000. Host has successfully completed an act of indulgent spending. Received a reward of 130,000. Another series of reward notifications chimed in. Just this one indulgence in spending. You've just earned millions in rewards, feeling absolutely delighted. Sir, would you like us to deliver it to your home? The sales assistant asked with a smile. You plan to keep spending, so doorstep delivery is definitely the best option. So he left the address. He changed into another set of designer clothes worth over 30,000 yuan. His entire demeanor instantly elevated to a whole new level. You were just about to leave. The sales assistant approached and said, Sir, you've spent 300,000 at our store. You are already considered our VIP customer. I need to add you on WeChat. If there are any issues later on, you can contact me anytime. Although you've never purchased luxury goods, you're still aware. 300,000 yuan is nothing in a luxury store. This saleswoman specifically came to add me on WeChat. It seems there's an ulterior motive. You gave him a once-over. This female sales assistant has both a great figure and good looks. The Roland uniform outlined her curves perfectly. Looks very charming. If it were the old you would have refused without hesitation. When you have a girlfriend, you should still hold on to your principles. But now it's not needed. You added her on WeChat. Left the Gucci flagship store. Headed to the next store. Since we're going all out, let's shop till we drop. The first thing that comes to mind is a suit. The suit isn't the best of the brand, but custom-made. The custom-made suit will be tailored to fit you perfectly. There are also professional master craftsmen overseeing and handling the details. Of course, such a suit is also extremely expensive. Prices range from over 100,000 to more than 200,000. Coco Shopping Plaza houses an exclusive high-end bespoke tailoring shop for custom suits. You gave them what they asked for. Custom-made 4 exclusive suits. 2 sets of winter outfits and 2 sets of summer outfits, with flannel for winter. In summer, fabrics from ink should be used. Each set costs around 150,000 yuan. 4 sets would cost 600,000 yuan. Deposit 300,000 yuan, delivery in 1 week. You paid the deposit. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Host detected completing an indulgent spending spree. Reward of 1 million obtained. Everyday outfits and suits have all been purchased. You then went on to buy leather shoes, belts, and lighters. These are actually quite cheap, totaling around 100,000 or so. The reward amounted to over 300,000. Finally, only the watch remained. However, Coco Shopping Plaza doesn't have any particularly high-end luxury watch stores. It just so happens you have a friend who sells Vacheron Constantine watches. Go find him tomorrow. After leaving Coco Shopping Plaza, your card balance has already exceeded 1 million. This is an astronomical figure you once wouldn't even dare to dream of. After obtaining the system, indeed, it was acquired in less than a few hours. Sitting on the bench at the entrance of Coco Shopping Plaza, you picked up your phone and opened WeChat, getting ready to post on Moments. But before posting on Moments, you first opened the WeChat of your ex-girlfriend Juro. You didn't send a message to Juro, but instead opened her Moments feed. Sure enough, there was only one line left. Juro has blocked you. But you're not the sentimental type either. It's over. Then let it end. Pulled myself together. You posted all the photos you just took in the store on your Moments. In no time, there were numerous likes and comments below. Wow, Brother Cheng's daily outfits are so stylish. Can't tell at all. Just opened my Moments feed. I thought I was looking at some male celebrity. If we were to meet in real life, I'd say you look really handsome. But this is on the internet. I can only say half of it. Most of the messages were from colleagues and friends. Most of them are also ordinary wage earners. You can't tell the true value of today's outfit at all. Only the girl with the ID name Lemon Sauce at the back. I could tell at a glance that your outfit was worth a fortune. The Lemon Sauce is named Chen Xingning, and she's one of your junior schoolmates. Sweet and adorable in appearance. Back in college, I was quite the campus celebrity. Famous socialite. You used to have a pretty good relationship with her. But after you and Juro got together, the relationship is basically over. Counting the time, she hasn't graduated yet. Probably just a junior in college. You didn't take it to heart, but quietly waited instead. Just as you predicted. The system's voice came quickly. The host has completed an act of indulgent show-off. Gained significant attention, reward of 220,000 yuan. It seems this indulgence system is far more than just about indulgence. You must reap rewards after indulging. It makes sense to think that spending so much money, bought so many things. If I don't show it off, what's the point of spending? You smile faintly. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. After being a corporate slave for so many years, it's time to change my ways for good. As you were planning your carefree life ahead, a message came through. Lemon Sauce, Chen Yang, how have you been lately? You came looking for me so soon? Chen Yang smiled slightly, welcoming the visitor, and responded directly. Mu Yang, I'm doing okay. How about you? Lemon Sauce, I'm okay too. I'm about to go abroad for further studies next semester. How's Ro Ro? Is she doing well? Mu Yang, she's okay too, but we broke up. I don't know much about her situation anymore. Lemon Sauce, what? You broke up? I'm really sorry for you. Back in school, everyone said you were a perfect couple. Mu Yang, there's no such thing as a divine couple. We're just ordinary people. Lemon Sauce, so, Chen Yang, are you single now? Mu Yang, yes. At this point, Chen Xingning paused for a moment before sending a message. Lemon Sauce, well, Chen Yang, since you just broke up, you must be feeling down. Tonight, I'm at the Rose Wine Party with a few classmates. Why don't you come over and join us for a while to cheer yourself up? After saying that, Lemon Sauce sent over a photo. In the photo, there were two girls, one dark-skinned and one fair-skinned. The dark-skinned one was naturally Chen Xingling. After not seeing her for several years, she had become even more beautiful. Her delicate and charming face had matured, though she still retained a hint of youthful innocence. However, that alluring aura was already beginning to emerge. She was wearing a black JK outfit, a black blouse paired with a black pleated skirt and a pair of black stockings, looking absolutely stunning. The other girl, Chen Yan, didn't recognize at first glance. She was a much more innocent-looking teenager, probably younger than Chen Xingling. She was also very beautiful, with a face that was even more striking than Chen Xingling's. Her outfit was the opposite of Chen Xingling's. She wore a white JK uniform, a white blouse paired with a white mini skirt, and a pair of white stockings. What catches the eye the most is that she is very well endowed, truly so. Chen Yang looked at the two sisters in black and white, but he didn't feel much desire. After all, he had already tried every trick in the book with Juro. If this had been in the past, Chen Yang would have rejected her outright. But now, the Rose Wine Party was a fairly large and upscale event in Shenzhen. Wouldn't that also meet the criteria for indulgence? Chen Yang was just wondering where to go tonight to earn some rewards. Now it seemed like the perfect opportunity. So, Chen Yang replied. Mu Yang, alright, then wait there. I'll be right over. Lemon Sauce, alright, Chen Yang, we'll wait for you. After ending the call, Chen Yang hailed a taxi and headed toward the Rose Wine Party. He arrived at the Rose Wine Party. This place was different from other bars, with no loud music. Instead, there was the soothing sound of a violin, and a live band was performing, setting the mood perfectly. Chen Yang asked Chen Xingling for her table number and then looked around the Rose Wine Party. Soon, he found the booth where Chen Xingling was sitting. Chapter 004, Rose Wine Party. However, at that moment, besides Chen Xingling and the white-clad JK Beauty, there were two other men at the booth. They looked fairly ordinary, but they were all dressed in suits, holding glasses of red wine, and standing beside them, chatting with Chen Qingling and the white-clad JK girl in a very gentlemanly manner. But after a short while, they left with a look of disappointment. Chen Yang noticed this and asked with a smile, "Guys, did you fail?" The two men didn't seem embarrassed and shook their heads in response. "Yeah, those two beauties are too aloof, they didn't even acknowledge us." "Ah, it's actually pretty normal. Sisters as beautiful as them are rare even in a nightclub. Without some real skills, it's hard to win them over." Both of them looked a bit discouraged. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, "You've misunderstood. These days, women aren't like that anymore. It's the alcohol in your hands that's making them feel distant, so they're rejecting you." The two young men heard this and burst into laughter, saying, "Bro, are you kidding? Which woman doesn't like money these days? You must be a college student, you haven't been through the hardships of life yet." The two naturally didn't believe what Chen Yang said. In this era where everything is about money, saying women don't like money is as fake as saying men don't like black stockings. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Alright, since you don't believe me, let me give it a try." With that, Chen Yang asked the bartender for a drink, a cocktail, and headed toward Chen Qingling and her friends. "Bro, are you really going? We just spent over 1,000 on red wine, and you're going with a cocktail that's not even 100? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Just give it up." The two young men still didn't think much of Chen Yang and continued to him. "Give it a try. What if it works out? Sincerity is the most important thing." Chen Yang ignored them, took the cocktail, and walked toward Chen Qingling and the white-clad JK girl. The two of them exchanged glances, neither confirming nor denying anything, and could only suppress their laughter, waiting for Chen Yang to make a fool of himself. Sincerity? Sincerity is the least valuable thing in the world today. Chen Yang walked up to Chen Qingling and the white-clad JK girl and smiled. "Ladies, would you mind if I joined you for a drink?" "No, thank you," the white-clad JK girl refused outright, her tone still carrying a hint of aloofness. Chen Qingling was about to refuse as well, but upon recognizing Chen Yang, she seemed to realize something, her lips curling slightly into a playful smile. "Young man, everyone else is drinking Hennessy or Remy Martin. Why did you just show up with a cocktail? That's so tacky." Chen Yang smiled and said, "I'm the kind of person who hates spending money. I'm all about sincerity. Do the two of you feel it?" Before Chen Qingling could respond, the white-clad JK girl snorted and said, "We can't feel it. Just leave already." She seemed very displeased with Chen Yang's words. However, Chen Qingling laughed and said, "Tao Tao, don't be so aloof. I think the young man spoke very well. He's very sincere, and I like him." Qingling's sister. The white-clad JK girl named Tao Tao looked surprised. She had no idea why Chen Qingling had suddenly changed her personality and even started believing in sincerity. Chen Qingling ignored him and turned to Chen Yang, smiling, "Come on, little brother, sit next to me." Chen Yang smiled and sat down next to Chen Qingling. "Little brother, why so stiff? Is my waist not slim enough, not pretty enough? Hold your sister's waist." Chen Qingling's delicate, charming face broke into a sweet smile. "Alright, then I'll take you up on that." Chen Yang didn't hesitate, wrapping his arms around Chen Qingling's slender waist. This scene not only left the white-clad JK girl speechless but also caused the two young men nearby to question their existence. Holy crap! What's going on here? They had brought over $1,000 worth of cognac, yet they didn't even get a seat. Chen Yang, with less than $100 worth of cocktails, not only got a seat but also wrapped his arms around the black-clad JK beauty's waist? This is way too much of a gap. Could it really be true, as that guy claimed, that he relies on sincerity? At that moment, the two young men began to question their lives. Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Chen Qingling and whispered with a smile, "Little sister, have you had enough fun?" "Hee, I'm just playing along with you." Chen Qingling smiled sweetly, showing her little fangs, and said, "Chen Yang, aren't you happy?" He was actually quite happy. This little girl knows how to provide emotional value. Chen Yang smiled and said, "It's pretty noisy out here and there are a lot of annoying flies. Let's move to a private room." Chen Yang personally wasn't very comfortable with the bar environment. Even this rose wine party was relatively quiet for a bar. "All right," Chen Qingling said sweetly, "but the private rooms at this rose wine party aren't cheap. The minimum charge for one is 9,999. Chen Qingling blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking innocent and innocent. She knew Chen Yang's family background, which was even worse than hers. Although she had just seen Chen Yang wearing designer clothes on social media, it could very well be fake. So, she was just giving Chen Yang a heads up. Chen Yang, however, laughed casually, "It's nothing. Let's go." Chen Yang didn't say another word and stood up immediately. 9,999 for the Chen Yang of the past, that was indeed a significant number, but for the Chen Yang of the present, it was just a good place to farm rewards. Chen Qingling didn't expect Fang Yuan to actually go. After a moment of surprise, she also smiled lightly and stood up. Only the white-clad JK girl stood there, completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. "Qingling, where are we going?" Chen Qingling replied, "Let us change locations. Hurry up and follow me." The white-clad JK girl followed suit. The three of them left the booth. The two young men saw Chen Yan leaving with two beautiful women and their worldview was shattered. They looked at the bottle of Hennessy worth 1,000 yuan in their hands and almost smashed the glass on the ground. What are you trying to pull? You spent so much money and it's not even as good as a cocktail that costs a few dozen yuan. From now on, they would use sincerity to win over the girls. Sincerity. In the private room of the Rose Wine Party. The environment here is quite elegant. By the window, you can see the night view of Shenzhen, along with some green plants and roses, creating a very romantic atmosphere. After entering the private room and taking a seat, the white-clad JK girl felt a bit nervous and asked, "Qingling, why did we come into the private room? The minimum spend here is 9,999. We don't have that much money." Chapter 005, Porto Winery Premium Edition. Shen Tao and Chen Qingling came from ordinary families and couldn't possibly afford such an expensive bill. Tao, don't worry. My older brother is here. It'll be fine. Chen Qingling smiled happily. Big brother? The white-clad girl looked at Chun Yang with a look of surprise. She didn't have a very good impression of Chun Yang. Just one cocktail and he's already acting so cheap? Why was Chen Qingling so obedient to this guy? Before she could ask her question, Chen Qingling laughed and said, "Yes, let me introduce you. He's the senior I mentioned earlier, Chen Yang." She turned to Chen Yang and smiled. "Chen Yang, this little sister is Shen Tao, my sophomore classmate. She is pretty, isn't she?" Chen Yang took a good look at Shen Tao. He had to admit. Shen Tao was indeed quite pretty. In terms of looks alone, she was even more attractive than Chen Qingling. Moreover, her demeanor was also excellent, the kind of girl who was both innocent and a bit sultry, exactly the current trendy pure desire style. She's pretty. Chen Yang didn't hesitate to compliment her. Shen Tao was a bit confused. After all, Chen Qingling had told her earlier that the handsome, wealthy guy she had arranged for her tonight was supposed to be both rich and good-looking. He was handsome, Shen Tao could see that, he was indeed quite handsome. But Chen Yang didn't seem to have any connection to being wealthy, did he? Although Shen Tao wasn't the type of woman who was purely materialistic, she also didn't like men who were too stingy. Tonight, in this kind of setting, if they were going to drink with them, she thought it would be normal to order a bottle of Hennessy, just like the two young men earlier. A cocktail was too cheap. But since he is Qingling's friend, there's no need to say anything. Tonight's going to be an expensive night. Shen Tao felt a bit down. They had even gone into a private room, which would probably cost a lot. Thinking this to herself, Shen Tao put on a cheerful expression and smiled. "Chen Yang, hello. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Shen Yang nodded and smiled. The two had exchanged greetings. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Qingling suddenly said, "Chen Yang, we haven't ordered yet. Let's order first. I'm a bit thirsty and hungry." Chen Qingling rubbed her little stomach. Chen Yang laughed and said, "I've already ordered. It should be coming soon." "You've already ordered?" Chen Qingling was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to have prepared so quickly. "Chen Yang, you're so thoughtful. This little sister Qingling provides quite a bit of emotional value. Back when Chen Yang was in school, he used to enjoy playing with her because of this very reason." As for Shen Tao, she remained silent. In her opinion, Chen Yang had bypassed them to order on his own, probably to choose cheaper items. "I bet the total for the drinks and food tonight won't even reach 2,000 yuan. What about the minimum spend for tonight?" Shen Tao was a bit worried. Chen Qingling, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. Instead, she continued chatting with Chen Yang and said regretfully, "Chen Yang, you breaking up with Jishuesher was something I never expected. You two were so perfect together. It's such a shame." "It's nothing. People are bound to part ways eventually." Chen Yang smiled indifferently, not caring at all. The past is gone with the wind. What has passed is past, we must look forward. Shen Tao, however, was curious and asked, "Jishuesher? Which Jishuesher? You don't know?" Chen Qingling was a bit surprised, then said, "Oh right, I never told you before. Chen Yang's girlfriend is Yaron, the senior. She was a prominent figure at our school back then, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school." Shen Tao was also a bit surprised upon hearing this. "Wow, it's her? I've seen her photos many times. Senior Zhe is really beautiful." "Chen Yang, Senior Zhe is so beautiful and you broke up with her? That's such a shame." Even Shen Tao felt a bit regretful. Zhero was indeed very famous during her school days. It was precisely because of this that her life afterward turned out to be vastly different from what she had imagined, leading to their eventual breakup. Chen Yang just smiled and didn't say much. At the same time, a waiter dressed in a tuxedo walked in. "Sir, the wine you ordered is ready." The waiter brought out a wine decanter which contained a deep purple red wine. The wine had a nice color and a rich aromatic flavor. Shen Tao and Chen Qingling were both curious about what kind of wine it was. Especially Shen Tao, whose beautiful eyes betrayed her surprise. Could such high-quality wine be found in an inexpensive bottle? However, the waiter's next words nearly made Shen Tao and Chen Qingling drop their jaws in shock. The waiter then brought out a beautifully packaged wooden box and placed it on the table. Inside the box was an empty wine bottle. The waiter then enthusiastically explained. Sir and madam, the wine you purchased today is the premium edition from the Porto winery, priced at $99,999. The entire process of opening the bottle and decanting it into the decanter has been recorded, with video evidence available. If you'd like to view it, you can request access at any time. The distinctive feature of this premium selection from the Port Wine Estate is. After finishing his introduction, the waiter turned to Chen Yang and said, Mr. Chen, you are now a VIP customer of our Rose Wine Club. If you visit us again in the future, please call ahead, and we will arrange the best service for you. Thank you for your support of our rose wine tasting event. The waiter spoke clearly and concisely, with no room for error, demonstrating a high level of professionalism. During the conversation, Chen Yang and the others realized that this wasn't just a waiter, he was actually the manager of the rose wine tasting event, specially assigned to serve them. After the waiter left, the three people in the private room, Chen Yan, Shen Tao, and Chen Xingling, were all left speechless with shock. A 10,000 yuan bottle of wine? Chen Yang just opened it like that? He didn't even mention it to them beforehand, let alone try to impress them, he just went ahead and did it? This is simply too hard to believe. Chen Xingling looked at Chen Yang with an expression of disbelief. She couldn't believe that this was the Chen Yang she knew. Shen Tao's shocked expression was even more evident. Just moments ago, she had thought Chen Yang wasn't very wealthy and that bringing over a cocktail was rather tacky. Now, she felt her face burning with embarrassment. Chen Yang wasn't refusing to use something like Hennessy or Remy Martin. He simply didn't deem it worthy of use. 100,000 yuan for a bottle of wine, just like that, it was hard to believe. After a brief silence, Chen Xingling snapped out of it and exclaimed happily, Yay, that's great. Chapter 006, Slightly Tipsy. Chen Yang, you're so generous. Tonight, little sister will have some good wine to drink. Chen Xingling immediately came over. This little girl wasn't shy at all, she threw herself into Chen Yang's arms and let him hold her. Chen Xingling was always like this. She had never held back with Chen Yang before, but after Chen Yang started dating Zhiro, they had started to keep a little distance. Chen Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Chen Xingling's slender waist and smiled. Are you satisfied now? Chen Yang, you're saying that? Even if you bought Qingdao beer, your little sister would still be very satisfied. Chen Xingling's tone was filled with a playful, spoiled tone. If someone else had said that to Chen Yang, he might not have believed them. But when Chen Xingling said it, Chen Yang believed her. After all, when Chen Yang was down on his luck, Chen Xingling had never held it against him. What a good sister. Watching Chen Xingling and Chen Yang's affectionate interaction, for some reason, Shen Tao felt a pang of envy. Women, after all. A little vanity in the heart is perfectly normal. In addition to the red wine worth 99,999, an 8,999 seafood platter was also served, featuring various expensive seafood such as geoduck, Australian lobster, New Zealand spiny lobster, and more, all arranged neatly on the table. In addition to these, there were also various hot dishes such as abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, matsutake mushrooms, and Iberian ham, among others. The total value of the dishes was also in the tens of thousands of dollars. Fortunately, these high-end dishes are served in small portions, so Chen Yang and his two companions would definitely be able to finish everything without any waste. A table of dishes worth tens of thousands of dollars paired with red wine costing hundreds of thousands of dollars naturally made Shen Tao and Chen Xingling overjoyed. They had no interest in eating and instead began taking photos. Girls, you know, taking photos to post on social media is understandable. After taking photos and posting them on social media, they finally started eating and drinking. They chatted while eating and drinking. They got drunk easily. Chen Xingling lay in Chen Yang's arms, her slender body soft and already slightly tipsy. Chen Yang, do you think I'm pretty? Chen Xingling asked, batting her eyelashes. Chen Yang ate while looking her up and down. Chen Xingling was exceptionally beautiful, and her black school uniform added to her innocence. Her looks were definitely top-notch. I've always thought you're beautiful. Chen Yang smiled. That's good. As long as Chen Yang thinks I'm pretty, then I'm valuable. Then I can stay by Chen Yang's side. Chen Xingling looked very happy, her cheeks flushed red, making her incredibly adorable. Chen Yang smiled and asked, what would you do by my side? You must have plenty of suitors. Why not find a boyfriend? What's so good about them? They're just a bunch of men who are only after my looks. Chen Xingling snorted, sounding a bit annoyed. That's normal. I'm just after your looks too. Chen Yang continued. That's different. Chen Yang, you want to sleep with me, that's called mutual consent. I'm just being hypocritical, Chen Yang. To be honest, I never thought it was fake. It's just that I've been with Zhiro all this time, so I didn't feel anything for other women. Now that we've just broken up, I really don't want to do those things for now. Besides, I haven't recovered yet after being with Zhiro. Chen Yang said bluntly, enough. There are others here. Why are you talking about this? Chen Xingling finally glanced lazily at Shen Tao, who was not far away. Xin Tao was already drunk, drowsy, propping herself up with one hand on the table, unsure whether she was still conscious or completely intoxicated. Tao Tao can't hold her alcohol. She drank so much earlier she's already passed out. Chen Xingling knew her best friend's drinking limit well. She then gave a mischievous smile and said, "Chen Yang, Tao Tao is so pretty, and she is drunk now. Why don't you?" "No way, I'm not taking any chances." Chen Yang refused outright. "Are you kidding me?" He didn't want to end up in jail right after activating the system. Chen Xingling giggled, "Chen Yang, I was just joking with you. I'm not that kind of person, you know." Indeed. Chen Xingling was often just playful, teasing and seductive, but when it came down to it, she would back down. She was just a tease. Chen Yang didn't say much. After finishing the last bit of wine and food, it was time to pay the bill and leave. Chen Yang held a white JK-style dress in his left hand, holding Xin Tao, and a black JK-style dress in his right hand, holding Chen Xingling, and left the rose wine party. Once outside, since tonight's expenses were high, the rose wine party had already arranged a ride for Chen Yang, Chen Xingling, and Xin Tao to take them home. In the Mercedes-Benz shuttle car. "Sir, where would you like to go?" the middle-aged driver asked with a smile. "First, take us to Shenzhen Media University," Chen Yang said. Shenzhen Media University was Chen Yang's alma mater. "All right." The middle-aged driver nodded and then asked, "Which hotel near Shenzhen Media University? Four Seasons, Hilton, or Wanda?" Chen Yang was taken aback, feeling rather confused. What on earth was he talking about? He simply said, "Just take me to the university." "Young man, there's no need to be so secretive with me. I've seen plenty like you before, I know how it goes. I can recommend one for you. With two beauties like these, it's safer to go to a high-end hotel. The Hilton next to the Communication University is excellent." The middle-aged driver was very enthusiastic and started pitching it to Chen Yang. Although the Rose Wine Party was a relatively upscale bar, it was still a bar at its core. Such things were all too common, too numerous to count, and the driver was already a seasoned veteran. Chapter 007, Consumer Rebates. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. "You sure know how to add drama to your own story." Chen Yang ignored the sleazy middle-aged driver. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, the middle-aged driver didn't continue. Boom! The Mercedes-Benz shuttle quickly drove off, heading toward the Communication University. At the same time, several voices echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 330,000. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward, 120,000. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward, 150,000. After a night of spending, the rewards were substantial. 50 to 60,000 in hand. This intense feeling of making money is truly enjoyable. The system's voice just announced a speed reduction. Chen Yang held Chen Xingling in his arms and she slowly opened her eyes, smiling sweetly. Chen Yang, what did the driver say? I want to try it. Shoo, stop talking. Chen Yang tapped her little head. I won't stop. I just want to try. Chen Xingling's eyes wandered, then she said provocatively, Chen Yang, are you afraid? Chen Yang hadn't intended to do anything, but hearing her teasing words, his competitive spirit was stirred, and he whispered. Watch your words. You never know, good fortune might come your way. What are you afraid of? Chen Xingling snorted lightly, her red lips curling slightly as she said, Chen Yang, you're the one who is afraid. I'm not scared at all. This little vixen still had that arrogant, teasing, and mischievous personality, just like before, thinking that Chen Yang wouldn't dare to do anything to her. If it had been in the past, Chen Yang might have truly been too timid to act. But now, things were different. All right. Then today, I'll let you little vixen know that speaking recklessly comes at a price. A playful smile appeared on Chen Yang's lips as he said, stop the car. The Mercedes came to a swift stop. It stopped right in front of a 5-star hotel called Huazhou Fashion. This is where we'll stop. Chen Yang said to the driver. The driver was taken aback for a moment, then also smiled, his eyes filled with meaning, as if to say, I understand. All right. The driver responded, got out of the car, and opened the door. Chen Yang helped Chen Xingling and Xin Tao out of the Mercedes and headed toward Huazhou Fashion. Chen Yang looked at Chen Xingling, who was being supported by him and was already drunk, and asked, Are you scared now? No, not at all. Chen Yang, you're still scared. Chen Xingling continued to tease him arrogantly. Chen Yang didn't argue, instead wrapping his arms around Chen Xingling and Xin Tao as they headed toward Huazhou Fashion. Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, the driver couldn't help but sigh. These young people nowadays. Impressive. Huazhou Fashion Hotel. In the presidential suite. Chen Yang arranged Xin Tao in the side bedroom and carried Chen Xingling into the master bedroom. He tossed Chen Xingling onto the large bed in the master bedroom and asked with a smile. Now, do you believe me? Chen Xingling, though drunk, with her eyes already slightly glassy, stubbornly bit her red lips and cooed, I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Chen Yang, you wouldn't dare do anything to me. The shy yet arrogant little schoolgirl was truly beautiful. Is that so? Chen Yang gazed into her beautiful eyes. Chen Xingling's face flushed scarlet. Chen Yang, I'll take a shower first, I'm dirty. Chen Yang sniffed and indeed detected a strong smell of alcohol. He nodded and said, all right. He let go of Chen Xingling. Chen Xingling finally got out of bed, feeling a bit dizzy, and headed toward the bathroom. Before leaving the bedroom, she said provocatively, Chen Yang, wait for me here. Don't you dare run away, or I'll look down on you. Go ahead. This little vixen is truly alluring. Chen Xingling gave Chen Yang a flirtatious glance before heading straight to the bathroom. Chen Yang lay on the bed, resting for a moment, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, with inappropriate images constantly flashing through his mind. Chen Yang thought to himself and walked straight to the bathroom. However, he saw that the bathroom door wasn't closed but only slightly ajar. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, immediately understanding what was happening, and pushed the door open. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Xin Tao, with a splitting headache, woke up groggily. She pressed her temples and gradually came to her senses. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her body. She seemed to be wearing very little, just a nightgown. That meant her clothes had been changed by someone else. And this seemed to be a hotel. She recalled how drunk she had been last night, and Chen Xingling wasn't much better off. That must mean. What was even more terrifying was that she felt someone pressing down on her. A sense of foreboding welled up inside her, and Xin Tao reached out, feeling both ashamed and angry, and slapped the person on top of her across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. A moment later, a heartbreaking cry of sorrow came from under the blankets. Wah, wah! Chen Yang, why did you hit me again? It was Qingling's voice. Xin Tao immediately pulled back the blankets and looked closely. The person lying on top of her was none other than Xin Tao herself. She had made a mistake. Qingling's sister, I'm sorry. Xin Tao's pretty face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Xingling was suddenly slapped awake, wiped away her tears, and said in confusion, what were you doing so early in the morning? Why did you suddenly hit me? I thought you were. Xin Tao's face turned even redder. Chen Xingling realized what had happened and smiled as she hugged Xin Tao, saying, Tao Tao, you didn't think that last night with Chen Yang. Xin Tao was too shy to speak, but nodded. Chen Xingling, however, giggled, you're thinking too much. At that moment, Chen Xingling suddenly thought of something and looked at Xin Tao, smiling, Tao Tao, do you have any ideas too? What? What ideas? Xingling's sister, I have no idea what you're talking about. Xin Tao was so shy she couldn't speak. Little sister, be braver. Opportunities need to be seized. Chen Xingling smiled sweetly, you're so beautiful, with a better figure than me, pure yet alluring. If you could be more proactive, Chen Yang would definitely love you. Chen Yang is so handsome and wealthy. Don't you want him? Xin Tao bit her red lips and huffed, I don't want to. Xingling, I'm not that kind of woman. Though she said that, Xin Tao's heart was already stirred by a ripple of emotion. Chen Xingling giggled and didn't say much, wrapping her arms around Xin Tao. She suddenly felt uneasy and said, Tao Tao, when we go to school later, can you ask for 2 days off for me? I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. I just want to rest. Xin Tao blinked in confusion and asked, Xingling, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, just rest for a few days. Chen Xingling's face turned red. Next time, I dare not provoke Shen Yang again. Chapter 008, Health Task. When Shen Yang woke up, it was already morning. Early in the morning, he felt extremely tired and sore all over his body. He had stayed up late the previous night and had a few drinks, so he was feeling quite hungover now, with an upset stomach. He went to the bathroom and vomited, and when he came out, he felt dizzy and completely drained. Actually, Chen Yang isn't a light drinker. He never had these symptoms when he drank before. The reason he's become like this is because, over the past few years, he's been working extremely hard to buy a house, which has taken a toll on his health. His current physical condition is very poor sometimes. When he bends down and stands up, he feels unsteady on his feet, as if he might faint. This can't go on. He can't keep drinking like this. He's been too indulgent. Now that he has the godly wealth system and no longer lacks money, he must make some changes. Otherwise, he'll end up with money but no life to enjoy it. Just then, the cold system voice rang out. Detected that the host is currently in low health condition. Recovery task assigned. Restoration task. Task overview. A healthy body is essential to fully enjoy life and wealth. Task requirements. Please raise your health level to over 60%. Task reward. For every 10% increase in health, the host will receive $1 million reward. Just as I was about to go to sleep, the system sent me a pillow. How timely. Immediately, a panel appeared before Chen Yang. Host, Chen Yang. Age, 27. Height, 180. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 19. Stamina, 23. Mental strength, 33. Assets, none. Wealth, 2,153,000. Health, 30%. All the data appeared before Chen Yang. Most of them were extremely poor, whether it was physical strength, stamina, or mental resilience, all were in a very low state. This wasn't surprising. Shen Yang had spent so many years sitting in an office and had little time for exercise. It would be a miracle if his body were in good shape. His health status was even worse, dropping straight to 30%. This is an extremely low figure. If it drops further to around 10%, that's a dangerous health level, with a high risk of sudden death. Change. It's urgent. First, start with the most important thing: no more high-fat, high-salt takeout for breakfast. He decided to cook his own meal, boiling 3 eggs, pairing them with 2 slices of whole grain bread, milk, and a bit of fruit. This can be considered a nutritious breakfast. Speaking of which, those whole grain bread slices were actually bought by Giraud for weight loss. She didn't eat many of them after buying them, and now, here we are. Shen Yang didn't dwell on it. After finishing his meal, he changed into workout clothes and headed out. To improve his physical condition, morning runs were a must. He went downstairs, stepped out the door, and arrived at the nearby park. After some quick stretches, he started running. According to Chen Yang's original plan, running 10 kilometers in the morning should be no problem. However, he had severely underestimated his physical condition. After just 2 or 3 kilometers, he was already out of breath, his heart racing, and his breathing sounded like a fan, making it extremely difficult to continue. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pushed through, forcing himself to complete 5 kilometers. After finishing the 5 kilometers, Shen Yang sat exhausted on a park bench, enjoying the cool morning breeze and watching the people coming and going, feeling a sense of contentment. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had gone out in the morning like this. They say the day's work is done in the morning. Now it seemed that was indeed true. Having completed his morning exercise, today was sure to be a breeze. Host completed morning exercise check-in, health points increased by 1%. One healthy meal and one morning workout can increase health points by 1%. At this rate, it won't be long before Chen Yang's physical condition should be back to normal. Keep it up. Shen Yang stood up from his spot and ran another 2 or 3 kilometers before reaching his limit, finally stopping. After finishing his morning workout, Chen Yang headed back to the residential area. However, his phone rang. He answered the call, only to hear a very displeased voice on the other end. Shen Yang, what time is it now? Why aren't you at work yet? The caller was none other than Shen Yang's immediate superior, team leader Xia Long. This guy wasn't exactly a pleasant person. Shen Yang's miserable life at the company was largely due to him. Xia Long was the classic type of workplace troublemaker. He knew full well that his team couldn't handle so much work, but to impress his superiors, he still took on an overwhelming amount of tasks and ruthlessly exploited his employees. Previously, Shen Yang had no choice but to endure it due to his circumstances. Now. Haha. I'm quitting. Shen Yang replied casually. Quit? Xia Long's voice suddenly rose several notches as he angrily exclaimed, Shen Yang, are you kidding me? The company is in the middle of a busy period, and I don't have time to joke around with you. I'll give you half an hour. Get your butt to the company right now. If I don't see you at the company, you'll be in for it. With that, Xia Long hung up the phone in a rage. He was counting on Shen Yang to rush back to the company, apologize to him, and beg for forgiveness. But Shen Yang merely snorted in derision, not giving the fool a second thought. Now that he had the system in his hands, the sky was the limit. Who would bother going to work? As long as he didn't work, Xia Long would inevitably suffer the consequences. After all, Xia Long's team had 10 members, and Shen Yang was the most capable one. If he walked out, Xia Long wouldn't be able to complete any of the tasks he had taken on. Finding someone to fill in at the last minute was impossible. Therefore, it should be Xia Long who comes begging for help. Thinking of this, Shen Yang couldn't help but feel a bit more cheerful. He left the park and headed back to Xiaowan residential area. Chapter 009, The Landlady. Back at the apartment. Shen Yang first took a shower, then changed into fresh clothes, and headed straight upstairs. This month's utilities hadn't been paid yet, so he needed to find the landlord to settle the bill. Taking the elevator, he arrived on the 8th floor. Shen Yang knocked on the landlord's door. Ding dong ding dong. After knocking on the door, there was no response from inside. What's going on? Could the landlord not be home? That shouldn't be the case. At this time of day, there shouldn't be anything going on. Shen Yang knocked on the door again and called out, Landlady. After a moment, a hurried voice came from inside. Coming. It was a gentle female voice, very pleasant to the ear. After another moment, the door finally opened. There stood a woman who was slightly older but still stunningly beautiful, with a fair complexion and a graceful demeanor. She wore a light blue house dress, her figure was incredibly curvaceous, with an S-shaped silhouette, and her ample bust was a generous E-cup. This mature beauty stood before Chen Yang. Even Chen Yang was momentarily speechless upon seeing the landlady. The landlady was indeed stunningly beautiful, especially her figure, which was almost too good to be true. Although Giraud, as a flight attendant, had an excellent figure, when it came to body alone, she still fell short compared to the landlady. No wonder Giraud had always paid all the bills herself and never let Fang Yuan come up, she always came alone. However, the landlady's face was so red today that something seemed off. Chen Yang? You're here. The landlady saw Chen Yang and forced a smile. Yeah, I'm here to pay the utilities. Chen Yang replied. Noticing something off about the landlady, he couldn't help but ask, Landlady, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. I'm fine. The landlady's face turned even redder and she hurriedly said, It's just a bit hot. That was true, it was summer and the weather was indeed hot. Chen Yang didn't think much of it. The landlady composed herself and smiled, saying, Come in and sit down. The landlady opened the door and invited Chen Yang inside. Chen Yang didn't feel awkward and walked straight into the landlady's apartment. The landlady's apartment was quite nicely decorated, with furniture that had a touch of elegance. The walls were adorned with paintings and the apartment was spotlessly clean, exuding a warm and cozy atmosphere. Come. Have some tea. After sitting down, the landlady began to pour tea for Chen Yang with grace. The landlady had always been this way, gentle, elegant, and poised. If she were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a lady of noble birth. Landlady, there's no need to go to all this trouble. I'm just here to pay the utilities. Chen Yang smiled. I know, the landlady smiled, taking out the bill and placing it on the table. This is last month's water and electricity bill. I've already prepared it. Please take a look and see if there are any issues. Chen Yang took it and looked it over. Everything was in order, and the fees were the same as usual. After confirming everything was in order, he scanned the money over to the landlady. After paying the utilities, Chen Yang was about to leave, but the landlady suddenly asked. I heard that Ro left? Fang Yuan nodded and sighed. Yes, she left yesterday. That's really a shame. The landlady couldn't help but sigh. She had a pretty good relationship with Giraud. After a moment, she continued, but you don't need to be too upset. Ro has her own aspirations and her own future. The two of you, though you had a good relationship, were simply not meant for each other. Breaking up isn't such a bad thing. Chen Yang had actually come to terms with this long ago. Giraud was a woman with dreams and ambitions, she wouldn't be confined to family life. And Chen Yan wasn't the type to force someone to stay with him through a relationship. Since they had parted ways, regardless of the reason, it simply wasn't meant to be. It's better for both of us to be free and enjoy life in our own ways. I understand, landlady. Chen Yang smiled and took a sip of tea. Seeing that Chen Yang wasn't holding a grudge, the landlady smiled happily and said, I'm glad you've come to terms with it. If you ever have the chance, come up for a visit. We should look out for each other. The landlady said politely. The landlady also lived alone. Her husband had passed away many years ago, leaving her several apartments to rent out. She rarely went out and spent most of her days at home. She did indeed have the air of a well-bred lady. Spending time with such a traditional and elegant woman was indeed a pleasant experience. All right. Chen Yang replied and left immediately. Back at the apartment. It was already noon. Chen Yang prepared a nutritious lunch, cooking 2 chicken legs with some lettuce and a bowl of rice. This meal was taken care of for the day. Chen Yang sat at the dining table eating while scrolling through his phone. Just then, a WeChat message came in. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Did you feel tired after coming back last night? Do you miss me? The sender was Chen Qingling. A string of messages followed. This little girl is always full of energy. Chen Yang smiled slightly, eating while replying. Mu Yang, I'm eating. What about you? Lemon sauce, I've already finished eating. I'm swimming with Tao Tao right now. Chen Yang, do you want to take a look? Mu Yang, take a look? How? Chen Yang was a bit confused. To his surprise, Chen Qingning immediately sent the photo over. It was a photo of her and Shen Tao together, both of them in the pool. It seemed to be a private pool with no one else around. Their styles were also in stark contrast. Chapter 010, Invitation. Chen Qingling was wearing a black bikini swimsuit. The fabric was very minimal, revealing a lot of skin, with large patches of snow-white flesh exposed. Especially her most alluring features were completely uncovered, as if they were about to burst forth. This little vixen is truly scorching hot. In contrast, Shen Tao was much more conservative. She was wearing a black and white swimsuit, which was fairly modest, but even so, due to her incredibly hot figure, the modest swimsuit still gave off an inexplicable sensual vibe. These two sisters, one in black and one in white, really do make quite a striking pair. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, what do you think? Are Tao Tao and I pretty? Mu Yang, they are indeed very beautiful. Lemon sauce, am I prettier, or is Tao Tao prettier? Mu Yang, both of you are beautiful. Lemon sauce, don't be so vague. Be specific. Who's prettier? Mu Yang, well, Tao Tao is a bit prettier. Lemon sauce, what? Chen Yang, you're really fickle. Mu Yang, you told me to be honest. She does have a better figure than you. Lemon sauce, humph. You can't tell just by looking. You have to try it to know. Chen Yang, I'll show you someday that I'm way better than Tao Tao. Mu Yang, then I'll just wait and see. Chen Yang smiled slightly. This little vixen is quite interesting. After a moment, Chen Qingling's message came through again. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, tomorrow is the weekend. I've been bored at school lately. Why don't you come over to play with me and Mumu this weekend? We're both really looking forward to it. Chen Yang thought about it. Since he had quit his job, he didn't have much to do anyway. Going out to play seemed fine. Mu Yang, when? Lemon sauce, tomorrow evening? Mu Yang, alright. After making the small plan, the conversation ended. Chen Yang yawned, then felt sleepy and lay down on the sofa in the living room, falling asleep immediately. He couldn't remember the last time he had taken an afternoon nap. Since starting work, it had been nothing but endless tasks. After sleeping for an hour, he woke up. Chen Yang woke up with a splitting headache, his vision blurry, his mouth dry and parched. The weather outside had also turned gloomy, from the previous sunny skies to an overcast sky, as if the world were coming to an end. Cough cough. Chen Yang coughed a few more times, drank a glass of water, and finally felt a bit better. That nap felt like he was about to die. His physical condition was indeed terrible. Chen Yang checked his health status and saw that it had only increased by 1% since the morning way too slow. It was clear that morning exercises alone wouldn't be enough. There should be a gym nearby, and it's pretty big. I should find an opportunity to go and get a card. Chen Yang thought to himself. He wanted to improve his health, and working out was undoubtedly the best option. However, he hadn't gone yet. He had something to do this afternoon, so he'd check his rewards first. So, Chen Yang changed into a different outfit and headed out. Tianfu Square. This is also one of the large shopping malls in Shenzhen. Chen Yang took a taxi to this location. As soon as he arrived at Tianfu Square, he spotted a tall, stunning woman standing there. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a figure reminiscent of a supermodel, a 9 head-to-body ratio and golden proportions, and she had a pair of long, slender legs. She was holding her phone and looking around. This tall beauty was wearing a standard office lady uniform, which perfectly highlighted her curves. Her already beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing high heels, making her legs even more stunning. It truly lived up to the saying. Her legs are like a deadly weapon. And this beauty, Chen Yang naturally recognized her. She was the one he had invited out today. Nana! Chen Yang called out with a smile. The tall, elegant office lady heard Chen Yang's words, glanced in his direction, and her pretty face lit up with joy, but she quickly hid it, crossed her arms, and said unhappily. What Nana? Who is Nana? I don't know her. You should call her sister Na. Do you know? The tall office lady spoke in a serious tone, very earnest. Chen Yang just smiled and said, Isn't that just making you sound younger? I don't need that. I just want you to call me Na Jia. The tall, elegant office lady remained in her arrogant and proud demeanor. Alright, Na Jia. Chen Yang had no choice but to give in. The tall, elegant office lady finally smiled happily and said, Alright, you're such a good little brother for your sister. Then, she walked over to Chen Yang and smiled. Come here. Sister will reward you, you can hug my waist. She directly took Chen Yang's hand and placed it on her waist, not minding at all. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and laughed. Nana, hugging the waist is so boring. Want to? Chen Yang's smile carried a hint of aggression. The tall, elegant office lady hummed, You're just all talk. You have the desire but not the courage. I'm your older sister. Do you think you can get away with this? She wasn't the least bit afraid. This tall, elegant office lady was named Yao Na, and she was indeed Chen Yang's older sister. However, she had no blood relation with Chen Yang. Chen Yang's parents passed away when he was very young, and he was raised by his grandparents. At the time, they lived in an old neighborhood, and Yao Na was his neighbor. Yao Na's parents were frequently away on business trips. So, from childhood to adulthood, Yao Na and Chen Yang basically lived together. Yao Na was the typical older neighbor's sister, taking great care of Chen Yang, helping him with various daily tasks, and even stealing money to buy him spicy snacks. Later, when Chen Yang was in high school, his grandparents also passed away one after the other. Chen Yang had no close relatives left, and Yao Na was the only person he was close to. After they went to college, their interactions became less frequent. Especially after they started working, they hardly had any contact at all. However, their relationship didn't grow distant. Now, when Chen Yang invites Yao Na out, she still interacts with him just like before, still the same beautiful and charming older sister next door. Chapter 011, Jaeger LeCoultre. Chen Yang just smiled it off without saying much. Back then, in front of Yao Na, he was indeed quite timid. At that time, Chen Yang was still a pure-hearted young boy, rather shy, and it was mostly Yao Na teasing him and playing pranks on him. Later, Chen Yang started dating Zhiro, and his opportunities to meet Yao Na became fewer. Over the years, Yao Na hadn't known much about the changes Chen Yang had gone through. The Chen Yang of today was no longer the innocent young boy he had been years ago. Yana paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something, and quickly removed Chen Yang's hand, smiling and saying, I almost forgot you have a flight attendant girlfriend, don't you? We can't be too affectionate if your girlfriend finds out, it won't be good. Yana and Chen Yang kept their distance. Chen Yang shook his head and laughed, I've already broken up with her. I'm single now. What? Why? Yana asked in surprise, weren't your feelings for each other good? There were some issues, I guess. We just weren't compatible. Chen Yang didn't explain further, there wasn't much to say. It was over, and that was that. Alright. Yana could tell that Fang Yuan didn't want to talk about it, so she nodded and gave him a playful smile, saying, Chen Yang, you broke up and came straight to me. Are you treating your older sister like a backup option? Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, Nana, since you're my good sister, you have to take on the responsibility of helping your younger brother solve his problems. I just broke up, I'm feeling down, and I came to you to relax. You won't even do that? Poof. Yana snorted, after all these years, your mouth sure has gotten sharper. Alright. Who made me your good sister? Wherever you want to go today, your sister will accompany you. Whatever you want to do, your sister will accompany you. Forget about that woman. How about it? Yana truly lived up to her reputation as the kind-hearted older sister next door. She took the opportunity to let Chen Yang wrap his arms around her waist and pull her into his embrace. Their behavior was intimate, and they truly looked like a couple. They walked toward Tianfu Square. They entered Tianfu Square. Yana led Chen Yang around the various shops inside, buying a few things, which also helped Chen Yang relax a bit. However, after a while, Chen Yang asked, Nana, don't you have to work today? Yes, I do. Yana said while eating a lollipop, look at my outfit today. Who would wear this if they weren't going to work? Indeed. This kind of office uniform is only worn by office workers. Chen Yang continued, so you can still come out and shop with me even though you're working? Yana laughed, but you're here now. I took half a day off. Besides, there aren't many customers in the store and it's hard to make a sale, so it doesn't matter. Are you still at Jaeger-LeCoultre? Fang Yuan asked. Yes. Yana nodded. She had been working at Jiangshidantong selling watches for some time. This was actually why Qin Yang had come to find her today. Is your workplace inside the square? Fang Yuan asked again. Yes, Yana replied. It's on the second floor. After a moment, she asked with a smile, what? Are you thinking of buying a watch? I just want to take a look. Qin Yang didn't hide it. Take a look? Yana thought for a moment and said, alright. Vacheron Constantin watches are all quite nice. There's no harm in taking a look. Let us go. Yana never even considered that Chen Yang would want to buy it, she had merely assumed that he was just looking. Yana took Chen Yang straight to the second floor of Tianfu Shopping Center. They arrived at the flagship store of Jaeger-LeCoultre. There were only a few sales associates inside, and no customers. For such a high-end brand, customers typically make appointments in advance and have the items delivered to their homes. Very few ever come in person. That's so tacky. The female sales associates inside recognized Yao Na. Seeing her enter with Chen Yang, they couldn't help but smile and gather around. Sister Na, who is this handsome guy? Wow, he's even holding Nana's waist. Is he your boyfriend? What a handsome guy. Sis Na, who is he exactly? Several female sales associates gathered around, chatting excitedly. Yana, with Chen Yang holding her waist, felt a bit awkward under all the stares, but she didn't mind. She smiled gracefully and said, what are you talking about? This is my good younger brother. Chen Yang smiled at them and said, hello. One of the female sales associates covered her mouth and giggled, little brother? I've never seen such a close sister and brother before. They even hold each other's waists when they go out. Yeah, so close, just like a couple. Your sibling bond won't turn sour, will it? The female sales assistants all started teasing them. Yana's face flushed slightly. Indeed. Her actions with Chen Yang were a bit too intimate. But she thought it was perfectly normal. Chen Yang had been her childhood friend, growing up together since they were kids. If they weren't close, then who would be? Yana snorted lightly, what's wrong with holding someone's waist? We're so close as siblings. As long as my little brother is happy, he can hug however he wants and take advantage however he wants. You just don't understand. Yao Na was just that kind of person. She wasn't as shy or reserved as other girls and wouldn't blush at the slightest teasing. This statement left the female sales clerks speechless, each covering their mouths to stifle their laughter while staring at Chen Yang with curious eyes. Chen Yang could only shrug helplessly. This Yao Na was truly a great older sister. How dare she say anything like that? What kind of watch do you want to see? Yao Na turned to Chen Yang and asked. Let's take a look first. Chen Yang and Yao Na walked around for a while, looking at the prices of the luxury watches on the Jaeger-LeCoultre counter. Each one was priced from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. No wonder it's Vacheron Constantin. That's truly extravagant. If it were before, Chen Yang would have never even glanced at such top-tier luxury items. It's just a watch, why make it so expensive? But things are different now. With the indulgence system in place, you have to buy it even if you don't want to. The cashback on purchases is too good to pass up. How about it? They're all beautiful, aren't they? Pick one to try on. Yana asked from beside him. From start to finish, she had assumed Chen Yang was just there to try things out and wouldn't actually buy anything. No, thanks. Chen Yang shook his head. Why not? Yana was puzzled. The female sales assistants nearby all laughed. He's just worried he'll break it. Don't worry. Even if you're not Ms. Na's brother, you can try it out. Chapter 012, Roaming the Seas. That's right. All these watches are insured. As long as you don't break them on purpose, there's no problem. Go ahead and try them. Try it on, handsome. I think it suits you pretty well. These few female sales associates, who usually have nothing to do, are now all gathered around like onlookers, cheering him on. They all believed that Chen Yang dared not try the watches because he was afraid of damaging them. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "It's not that. They're just not very attractive. Are there any nicer ones? And something a bit more expensive?" A bit more expensive? Both Yao Na and the female sales associates were taken aback by Chen Yang's words. These watches, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, were still considered quite expensive even within the Jaeger-LeCoultre collection. Chen Yang wanted to see even more expensive ones, which seemed a bit greedy. However, everyone could understand. In today's society, almost everyone has a little bit of vanity. Chen Yang wanted something more expensive, so he must be planning to buy it later, take a photo, and post it on his social media to show off. It was understandable. Is this enough? Yana furrowed her brows, looking a bit displeased. Others didn't care about Chen Yang's vanity, but Yana definitely did. She truly regarded Chen Yang as her younger brother, and he was being picky while trying things on in the store that wasn't very appropriate. However, the other female sales associates laughed and said, "Several $100,000 is indeed too cheap. Come here, handsome. Let me show you some of the good stuff in our store. Hee, I bet you one dare to try it later. Come on, come on." Several female sales associates led Chen Yang toward the deepest part of the store where the Jaeger-LeCoultre counters were located. Yao Na could only follow behind. This is our store's heritage collection. Ultra-thin perpetual calendar, pink gold, currently priced at 800,000. This is our World Explorer series, made of titanium, currently priced at 770,000. This is our World Explorer high-end jewelry watch, made of white gold, priced at 1.3 million. A tall, elegant female sales associate smiled as she introduced the watches to Chen Yang, then asked, "Handsome gentleman, which one would you like to try on?" Chen Yang glanced around. They were all quite nice. Of course, the best one was the premium jewelry watch from the Zhongheng Sihai series. After all, it's the most expensive one, a whopping 1.3 million yuan. "I'll take this one." Chen Yang selected the Zhongheng Sihai series. "Wow, you're really bold. Over 1 million, and you're willing to try it. No wonder you're not Jie's brother. You're really ambitious. That's great. A man should have confidence and courage. What kind of man is afraid to take risks? Little brother, you're so cool." The female sales associates showered Chen Yang with compliments. Yana initially felt a bit uneasy, but upon further reflection, she realized that Chen Yang had just broken up and was out to clear his head. Having some fun wasn't such a big deal. She felt a bit too harsh. So she walked over to Chen Yang and smiled. "Chen Yang, since you like it so much, let me help you put it on." With that, Yana put on gloves, took a deep breath, and carefully took out the luxury watch worth over 1.3 million yuan from the counter under the watchful eyes of the female sales associates. Chen Yang didn't hesitate, extending his right hand. Yao Na helped Chen Yang put it on. After putting on the $1 million watch, whether it was psychological or not, Chen Yang suddenly felt his head risen a notch, and he seemed like he had truly become much more handsome. What was going on? Could this be what it feels like to be rich? He walked up to the mirror and took a good look at himself. In the mirror, he was dressed in a suit and tie, exuding confidence and elegance. With the Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on his wrist, he had a touch of the domineering CEO vibe. The female sales assistants around them were all starry-eyed, exclaiming, "Wow, he's so handsome. No wonder he's not Jie's brother." The moment he put on the watch, his aura instantly improved so much. "I feel like I'm watching the male lead in a Mary Sue idol drama. Nana, why don't I give him to you as your brother's wife? I have a big butt, I can have kids." The way they looked at Chen Yang was almost like they were starstruck. Even Yao Na, seeing Chen Yang like this, was momentarily speechless. She never imagined that in just a few years, Chen Yang could become this handsome. It made her heart race a little. "Nana, what do you think?" Chen Yang asked Yao Na with a smile. "Handsome, so handsome." Yao Na, who was always good at providing emotional value, smiled and said, "If you went out now, I'd believe you were a celebrity." Chen Yang just smiled it off. Yao Na sighed again, "But he's handsome, but it doesn't mean much. It's too expensive. Strike a few poses, and I'll take some photos of you." Yao Na took out her phone. She knew that Chen Yang had come over to try on the watch just to take photos. She had already prepared herself to take some great photos of Chun Yang. But Chun Yang shook his head and said, "No need, nah. This is fine." "That's enough?" Yao Na was taken aback and asked in confusion, "No photos at all?" "There's no need to rush," Chen Yang replied casually. "Taking photos is definitely necessary. But there's no need to take them in the store. Otherwise, people will think you're just trying to show off by trying things on. After you buy it, find the right opportunity, the right place, the right scenery, and the right angle, then take your time to take the photos. That's the right way to do it." However, the others didn't seem to catch Chen Yang's drift. Especially those few female sales associates, the smiles on their pretty faces all froze slightly. No need to rush? Does that mean they'll come back to try it again later? Although trying on is no problem, the store definitely allows it. But you can't be too excessive, right? If you keep coming back every few days to try on a watch worth over $1 million, that's really pushing it. The female sales associate's impression of Chun Yang dropped significantly. The fantasy of him being a domineering CEO and a Prince Charming was shattered. Alright. Yana didn't think much of it, as she knew Chen Yang wasn't that kind of person. He must have his own reasons for doing so. After carefully packing the $1 million watch, Yana returned it to the counter. "We've seen it and tried it. Shall we go?" Yana linked her arm through Chen Yang's and smiled. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "No, I haven't had enough yet." "You haven't had enough?" Yao Na was taken aback again. A watch worth over $1 million had already been viewed. What else was there to see? Chen Yang smiled and said, "I want to see another one." Chapter 013, Buy it? Another one. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, exchanging glances in disbelief. They hadn't expected Chen Yang, after seeing a watch worth over $1 million, to still be unsatisfied and want to see another one. This was a bit too vain. However, it was within the rules, so no one had much to say. They just felt a little less fond of Chen Yang in their hearts. Yao Na, however, wasn't particularly bothered. Chen Yang had broken up with her. If he wanted to pass the time, that was fine by her. As his older sister, she'd accompany him to the end. "Alright. Which one do you want to see?" Yao Na asked with a smile. Chen Yang glanced at all the luxury watches on the counter and finally pointed to one, saying, "This one. It looks pretty nice." Everyone turned to look. Yao Na hadn't said a word yet. A female sales associate spoke up, looking surprised. "The Yiling Goddess Pink Gold Edition? It's worth over 600,000 yuan, but this is a women's model. Are you sure you want to try it on?" Everyone, including Yao Na, turned to look at Chen Yang with curiosity. Chen Yang laughed and said, "Of course not for me. Nah, you try it on." "Me?" Yao Na was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why should I try it?" She had no idea what Chen Yang meant. Why was he suddenly asking her to try it on? "I think you'd look pretty good in it. Give it a try," Chen Yang continued to persuade her. "Me?" Yao Na was about to say something else, but after thinking it over, she decided against it and smiled. "Alright, I'll give it a try. Come to think of it, I've never tried it on in the store before." Although Jaeger-LeCoultre didn't restrict customers from trying on watches, they were very strict with the sales associates in the store, who were absolutely not allowed to try them on themselves. Therefore, despite having seen countless luxury watches over the years and feeling tempted to try them on, none of them had ever done so. Today, however, Chen Yang's customer's request provided an exception. However, to be safe, Yana glanced at the store manager, who was watching them with interest from a distance, her eyes seeking his approval. The store manager didn't mind and simply nodded with a smile. "Since it's the customer's request, nah, you can try it on. You might look absolutely stunning in it." The store manager thought to herself that Chen Yang was pursuing Yao Na, which was why he made such a request. She was naturally willing to help them out, even if Chen Yang wouldn't buy it. With the store manager's permission, Yao Na was overjoyed. She carefully took out the Yiling Goddess watch worth 6 or 70,000 yuan from the counter and gently slipped it onto her wrist. After putting on the watch, Yao Na hurried to the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt a bit mesmerized. While the Yiling Goddess watch didn't enhance her appearance, it significantly elevated her. If the previous Yao Na, dressed in an office uniform, looked like a typical office worker, wearing the Yiling Goddess watch made her aura soar. Now, she even exuded a hint of the domineering aura of a female CEO. No wonder it's a world-class luxury watch. It really completes the look perfectly. "Wow, Nana, you look so beautiful." "Sis Nana, your beauty and elegance paired with the Yiling Goddess watch are absolutely stunning. Really, I wouldn't have guessed she was the female CEO of a company. I think she looks more like a celebrity. Her aura is just amazing." All the female sales associates were completely captivated by Yao Na. Yao Na's little vanity was greatly satisfied. She ignored everyone else and smiled at Chen Yang, asking, "Chen Yang, what do you think?" Chen Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "It's perfect. This watch was practically made just for you, Nana." Chen Yang's praise made Yao Na even happier. She kept looking at herself in the mirror, admiring her reflection. Beautiful. Indeed, she was stunning. This is the aura of a wealthy socialite, truly unmatched. Unfortunately, Yao Na wasn't destined for such a life. A watch costing $6 or $70,000, she couldn't afford it even if she worked her entire life. Chen Yang, come take a few photos of your sister. This is a rare opportunity. Yana planned to take a few photos, but definitely not to post on her social media. Everyone knew she was a sales associate at Jaeger-LeCoultre, so posting them online wouldn't make much sense. She just wanted to take the photos as a keepsake. But Chen Yang laughed and said, Nana, there's no need. There is plenty of time in the future. It was the same line again. Yana's smile faltered slightly. There's always next time? But next time might not come. However, since Chen Yang had already said that, she couldn't say anything else and could only nod with a hint of regret. All right. I'll listen to you. Yana reluctantly removed the Eiling goddess pendant and placed it back into the box. Let's go. Yana once again linked her arm through Chen Yang's, a smile lighting up her pretty face. After all, today had been quite enjoyable. Chen Yang nodded, linking his arm through Yana's, and smiled, all right, let's go. But he paused for a moment and turned to the female sales associates ahead of them, saying, could you please pack these 2 watches for me? This single sentence left the female sales associates completely speechless. Pack them up? What does Chen Yang mean by that? Does he plan to buy them after all? It wasn't that they looked down on Chen Yang, it was just that the total value of the 2 watches was nearly $2 million. Chen Yang may be handsome, but he doesn't look like someone who's wealthy. How could he possibly afford them? Not to mention them, even Yao Na was taken aback, completely clueless about what Chen Yang was planning to do. After a brief silence, it was the store manager who reacted first, smiling and asking, Mr. Chen, do you mean for us to pack these 2 watches and are you planning to buy them? Although she didn't think Chen Yang was their kind of customer, she still showed him a bit of respect that was the professionalism of a store manager. Everyone else also looked curiously at Chen Yang, wanting to see how he would respond. Just as everyone thought Chen Yang was going to refuse and explain. Chen Yang nodded and smiled, that's right, pack them up. I do intend to purchase both watches. Boom! Those words were like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears. At that moment, whether it was the female sales clerks, the store manager, or Yao Na, their faces were all filled with shock. Is he really going to buy them? Chen Yang really intends to purchase these 2 watches worth a total of $2 million? Are you kidding me? Even Yao Na couldn't believe her ears. She looked at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang. Chapter 014, Little Lover? But Chen Yang just smiled at her, signaling her not to be too surprised. Yao Na could only remain silent, quietly watching what Chen Yang would do next. The store manager, however, still couldn't believe it and asked, Mr. Chen, are you really sure you want to buy it? She confirmed again to make sure Chen Yang wasn't joking. Chen Yang nodded, yes, pack it up. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, the store manager, despite her astonishment and bewilderment, could only respond. All right. Pack it up. 2 female sales associates hurried forward, carefully taking out the Zhong Hung Si Hai and Yiling Goddess watches from the counter, placing them all into the exquisite packaging, and finishing the wrapping. Sir. This way, please. The store manager invited Chen Yang over. Chen Yang, holding the still somewhat flustered Yao Na by the arm, followed the sales associates toward the counter. Once they reached the counter, the store manager immediately took out the POS machine and placed it on the counter. Mr. Chen. May I ask which payment method you would like to use? The store manager stared intently at Chen Yang, as if trying to see if he had any more excuses at this point. Although she didn't mind Chen Yang coming to try on the luxury watch to satisfy his vanity, if he didn't buy it, then putting on such a show would be too much. It was like he was mocking them. If he made an excuse not to buy, even if he was Yao Na's brother, they would never serve him again. The other female sales associates were also watching Chen Yang. Yao Na was both nervous and embarrassed. She was already thinking about how to explain for Chen Yang when he made a fool of himself. She never expected Chen Yang to go this far. However, facing everyone's gaze, Chen Yang remained unfazed. He pulled out a Huaxia Bank Dragon card and smiled calmly. Charge it. The store manager clearly hadn't expected Chen Yang to actually pull out a card. After a moment of surprise, he finally took the dragon card. He began the transaction. It wasn't until the payment successful prompt sounded that all the sales associates present, including the store manager and Yao Na, froze in place. Every pair of eyes was filled with disbelief. Succeeded? Just like that, it worked? A $2 million luxury watch, purchased so effortlessly? All the sales associates felt as though they were dreaming, while Chen Yang remained calm and composed, having already spent 2 million yuan without a second thought. This is just too unreal. Aren't we just here to look around? Aren't we supposed to be talking about Yao Na's brother, who's supposed to be broke? After the initial shock, the store manager was the first to recover, his face breaking into a charming smile as he said, Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your support of our brand, Jaeger-LeCoultre. Your purchase has been successfully processed. From today onward, you are our most esteemed customer at Jiangshidan. Should you ever need anything or require assistance, please feel free to come to us. Outside Tianfu Square. Inside a Luckin coffee shop. Sir, may I assist you with anything? The staff member asked Chen Yang, who was standing in front of him. 1 coconut latte and 1 iced Americano. Chen Yang replied, then successfully completed the payment. After making the purchase, Chen Yang took the coconut latte and iced Americano and returned to a table in the corner. After sitting down, Chen Yang handed the coconut latte to Yao Na, whose pretty face still bore a hint of surprise, then sat down himself and sipped the iced Americano. Do you remember that I like coconut latte? Yao Na said with a smile. How could I forget about Nana? Chen Yang teased her. Stop teasing me. I don't even deserve to be by your side anymore. You have no idea, as soon as we left the store, my WeChat messages were flooding in. Yao Na said half-jokingly. Chen Yang just smiled and said nothing. He knew exactly whose messages they were. Women's curiosity is incredibly strong. Chen Yang had just shown off such extravagant spending at the Jaeger LeCoultre store today, which must have driven Yao Na's colleagues wild. How are you going to respond to them? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Well. Yao Na sipped her coconut latte, her eyes sparkling, then said, tell them all to give up on that idea. How about that? Nana, that's way too heartless. Are you trying to make me single forever after we break up? Chen Yang teased with a smile. Yao Na snorted, how could I introduce those Thai women to you? Then. She paused, then adopted a flirtatious tone and smiled. Chen Yang, see if your older sister can get the upper hand. We're not even biological siblings, I'm just your neighbor's older sister. I've always been so good to you since we were kids. And your sister is also very beautiful. I have a curvy butt, a slim waist, and long legs. But most importantly, I'm big enough. Chen Yang, consider your older sister, will you? Yao Na said this while leaning closer to Chen Yang. Her graceful curves and prominent figure were indeed very impressive. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Chen Yang realized that Yao Na was indeed very beautiful. In the past, she had a touch of innocence, but after a few years of growth and development, she had become very mature, a perfect example of a mature and alluring goddess. Chen Yang naturally felt attracted to Yao Na. After all, who wouldn't be attracted to a neighbor's older sister? But he wasn't thinking about that yet. Chen Yang laughed. Nana, are you trying to turn our sibling bond into something else? If it changes, so be it. I don't want you to give yourself to someone else. Yao Na didn't feel the least bit embarrassed, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination. Chen Yang pretended to think for a moment before saying, alright, then Nana, from now on you can be my little girlfriend, and I'll keep you around. How about that? Die. Yao Na glared at Chen Yang and said angrily, I'm so beautiful, with such good manners, and I've taken such good care of you and been so considerate of you. All I can be is your little mistress? That's too much. Chen Yang smiled and said, if you don't want to, then forget it. I was thinking of giving you 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money, so you can eat and drink whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Yao Na's pretty face instantly lit up with a flattering smile. She said, good brother, I was just joking with you. How could I not be your little girlfriend? Sister serving her little brother is the happiest thing she could do. Just tell me. In the future, whether you want a bunny girl, a maid, a teacher, the school beauty, or any other style, your sister can handle it all. Yao Na was quite skilled at Sichuan opera face-changing. Chapter 015, Top-Tier Restaurant. Chen Yang smiled it off. After chatting for a while longer, Yao Na finally asked. Seriously? Chen Yang, how did you become so wealthy? This was Yao Na's burning question. She had grown up with Chen Yang and was well aware of his circumstances. While his family wasn't exactly wealthy, they were certainly far from affluent. How had he suddenly become so wealthy? Just some opportunities, I guess. Chen Yang didn't explain further, saying, in any case, it was all obtained through legal means. Nah, don't ask so many questions. As long as it's legal. Yao Na nodded. Since Chen Yang didn't want to say more, she wouldn't pry. At that moment, Chen Yang put down his iced Americano and said, Nana, extend your hand. What's wrong? Yao Na looked at him with a puzzled expression but obediently extended her hand. Looking at Yao Na's fair, delicate hands, Chen Yang smiled, then took out a beautifully packaged box. Opening it, he removed the Yiling Goddess watch. This. Yao Na recognized the Yiling Goddess watch immediately and knew what Chen Yang intended to do, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Chen Yang had already taken her hand and gently placed the watch on Yao Na's wrist. After putting it on, Chen Yang smiled. It looked so beautiful. It truly was beautiful. Yao Na also loved the watch, but her expression remained complicated as she said, Chen Yang, this one do. The watch is too expensive. I can't accept it. She said. She took off the watch and returned it to Chen Yang. A watch worth 6 or 70 million, even if she and Chen Yang were very close, she couldn't possibly accept it. Chen Yang didn't stop her, but smiled and said, alright, Nana, if you don't want it, I'll give it to your colleagues. They'll definitely love it. Yao Na, upon hearing this, immediately got upset and huffed, that's not fair. How could I let them have it? Then just wear it properly. Chen Yang's tone carried a hint of command. Yao Na was pleased and nodded obediently. Oh. I understand. The two chatted for a while longer in the cafe before it grew late. What should we do next? Yana wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's arm, leaning affectionately against his shoulder. She no longer had the air of a beautiful older sister, now she truly resembled Chen Yang's little girlfriend, thoughtful and clingy. It's getting late. Let's go eat first. Chen Yang replied. All right. Yana had no objections and obediently agreed. Where should we go? Yana asked again. You'll find out later. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly into a smile, already having an idea in mind. At the same time, a voice echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Detected that the host has successfully engaged in a reckless purchase. Reward granted, 240 million. Detected that the host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase. Reward, 1.6 million. The rewards for the 2 indulgent purchases finally arrived. A total of 4 million. After deducting the 2 million spent earlier, the net profit was over 2 million. This felt amazing. Indulgence can make money, this system is amazing. Chen Yang was overjoyed. He took Yao Na and hailed a taxi, heading toward the target restaurant. Pipette French Restaurant. Located on the top floor of the Jojo International Hotel in Shenzhen. One of the most upscale restaurants in Shenzhen, with an average per person spending of around 5,000, it was quite luxurious. Chen Yang and Yao Na took a taxi to the lobby of the Jojo International Grand Hotel. The Jojo International Grand Hotel, huh? I heard that staying here for one night starts at 4 or 5,000. Yao Na looked at the extremely luxurious Jojo International Grand Hotel in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration. This hotel is quite famous in Shenzhen, especially the Pipette French Restaurant on the top floor, which is a popular spot for many socialites and young ladies. Some fake socialites even gather in groups of 10 or more just to enjoy an afternoon tea there. Such places symbolize high-end luxury. Although Yao Na wasn't the type to be obsessed with material possessions, who doesn't have a little vanity? Want to stay here for a night? Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Yao Na's waist and asked with a smile. What's the matter? You just gave your sister something, and now you want to take her to a hotel? Yao Na gave a light snort. What's wrong with getting a room? Chen Yang didn't seem embarrassed and said, just getting a room to sleep in. Really, just sleeping? Yao Na stared at Chen Yang, her eyes burning. What else? Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. When he said that earlier, he hadn't thought about it that way. After all, their relationship had already reached the point where getting a room was just about sleeping. Just remember what you said. Yao Na gave a playful snort and didn't say anything else. The two headed toward the Jojo International Grand Hotel. At that moment, a well-dressed, handsome young man and a tall, beautiful woman in a professional office uniform had already appeared at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Yao Na, the two approached them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen and Miss Yao? Chen Yang nodded, yes. I'm the manager of Pipette French Restaurant, Chen Lin. You two have a reservation at our restaurant tonight. I'll show you to your table. This way, please. The tall, beautiful woman smiled professionally, inviting Chen Yang and Yao Na to follow her. The young man in the suit beside her made a polite gesture, showing great respect. Chen Yang didn't think much of it, but Yao Na beside him was a bit taken aback. What's going on? Aren't we just here for dinner? Why is the manager even coming out to greet us personally? This was Pipette French Restaurant, one of the top-tier restaurants in Shenzhen. Some socialites would have to pool resources with a dozen people just to secure a table here. Chen Yang and Yao Na followed the tall, elegant woman and the young man in a suit into the Jojo International Grand Hotel. The interior was lavish and opulent, exuding an air of luxury. Even in the center of the lobby, there was a massive aquarium housing rare fish, and the paintings on the walls were all framed and valued at over 10 million each, extremely expensive. Even Yao Na felt a bit inferior in such a place. Chen Yang, however, remained unfazed. With the indulgence system now at his disposal, such luxury hotels would likely become his regular haunts in the future. There was nothing to feel inferior about. He arrived at the hotel lobby elevator. The elevator was extremely spacious, with a luxurious sofa inside where one could sit down at any time. Next to the elevator buttons, there was a dedicated elevator attendant responsible for operating the elevator. No wonder it's one of the top-tier hotels in Shenzhen. The service was impeccable. The elevator went straight up to the top floor, where the Pipette French Restaurant was located. Chapter 016, Indulgent Spending. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a luxurious fragrance greeted them, accompanied by the soothing melodies of classical music echoing throughout the restaurant. The atmosphere was elegant and refined, creating a truly enchanting ambience. A tall, beautiful woman led Chen Yang and Yao Na to their reserved table. It was a window-side table. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling night view of the entire city spread out before them, with skyscrapers towering into the sky, a scene of opulence and indulgence. Outside the window, there was also a small garden. From the garden, one could enjoy the breathtaking night view of the entire city. Wow, what a beautiful and breathtaking view. Yao Na gazed out at the night view of Shenzhen City and couldn't help but exclaim, taking photos here would definitely result in some amazing shots. Women, after all. The first thing they think of is taking photos. That's not surprising. Chen Yang smiled without saying a word. The tall, beautiful woman beside them spoke up, "Sir and madam, if you'd like to order anything, just let us know later. This spot is the best view in our restaurant. And the small garden next to you is exclusively yours. Only you can enter. Please enjoy your dinner tonight. We hope you enjoy your meal at Papet Restaurant." After finishing her words, the tall, elegant woman gracefully walked away. Watching her departing figure, Yana's lips parted slightly, her charming face filled with astonishment. She said, "Shenyang, did I hear that correctly? This garden is exclusively ours?" "Yes." Shenyang nodded and said, "Only we can enter." Yana was completely speechless. Having a private garden at the Papet French restaurant must mean you're a very prestigious guest. At that moment, she was once again amazed by Shenyang's wealth. It wasn't that Shenyang was particularly prestigious, it was simply a matter of money. The reservation fee alone for this location was around 5,000. There were also offsets, totaling 300,000. In other words, their meal alone would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. That could open a restaurant elsewhere. What's so special about a small rooftop garden? "Shenyang, can I go out to take some photos?" Yao Na was already getting a bit impatient. She had just put on her Yiling goddess watch today and was now at the Papet French restaurant, such a high-end place. The urge to take photos was already unbearable. Shenyang smiled and said, "Go ahead, I'll order first." "Alright, but you have to come over later. We need to take some photos together." Yao Na smiled and said before leaving the restaurant and heading to the outdoor sky garden. At the entrance to the sky garden, a waiter saw Yao Na approaching and immediately opened the garden door with great respect to escort her out. Many diners present turned their gaze toward them, their eyes filled with envy, especially some of the women, who were even a bit jealous. This greatly satisfied Yao Na's vanity, making her feel like a wealthy heiress. She finally understood why so many women became gold diggers and why so many women wanted to marry into wealthy families. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Shenyang, however, didn't pay any attention to Yao Na. Instead, he called over the waiter and began ordering. Tonight's order was quite simple. First came the Buddha jumps over the wall dish priced at 8,888 yuan per person, for 2 people. Then he ordered a 6,888 yuan dish of scallion braised sea cucumber, a 6,888 yuan dish of abalone with tofu, a 5,888 yuan dish of Australian lobster in a wind-protected pond, a 12,888 yuan dish of emperor crab, a 6,888 yuan dish of French Gennaro oysters, a 6,888 yuan dish of New Zealand geoduck, and a 5,888 yuan dish of New Zealand lobster platter. Finally, the meal concluded with 28,888 yuan worth of boiled cabbage. The simple meal order was complete. Shenyang roughly calculated that the total cost of the dishes was around 100,000 yuan, which should be about right. However, to meet the offset requirements, ordering dishes alone would be far from sufficient. The bulk of the expense would come from the wine. A 1993 Diamond Global Limited Edition from the British Bordeaux winery. One bottle is worth 330,000 yuan. Shenyang directly asked the waiter to place the order. This single purchase totaled over 400,000 yuan, far exceeding the minimum spending requirement. After ordering the dishes, Shenyang also looked at Yao Na, who was taking selfies in various poses in the garden. It must be said that his older sister was truly beautiful. Mature and sexy, elegant and charming, having worked in luxury stores for years and interacted with many wealthy young ladies, she exuded an indescribable aura of a socialite. Now, as she took photos in the garden, she attracted the attention of many guests at the Papet restaurant. Yao Na also noticed Shenyang watching her and gave him a playful smile. She waved at Shenyang, gesturing for him to come out and take photos together. Shenyang smiled slightly, stood up from his seat, and walked out to the garden. At that moment, the sun was setting, a cool breeze was blowing, and the scenery was perfect. "Shenyang, how do you think these photos turned out?" Yao Na walked over, opened her phone gallery, and asked with a touch of pride. Shenyang took a look and found that they were indeed quite well taken. However, they're still a bit lacking. Shenyang laughed. "What do you mean it's not good enough?" Yao Na blinked, looking confused. "These photos are all very beautiful, but they don't highlight your strengths." Shenyang continued. "My strengths? What are they?" Yao Na was still confused. Shenyang stroked his chin, sizing up Yao Na from head to toe. Her S-shaped curves, with a curvaceous figure, was now dressed in an OL uniform with black stockings and high heels, such a perfect combination. Taking elegant photos alone wouldn't do. Without something sexy and fiery, it would be a waste. "Come on. Nana, let me take a few photos of you." Shenyang took Yao Na's phone. Yao Na didn't object and nodded in agreement. Shenyang then had Yao Na strike various alluring poses, fully showcasing her most perfect and sensual side. Yao Na felt a bit uncomfortable at first, thinking it was a bit too much. But when she saw the finished photos Shenyang had taken, her eyes lit up with delight. Indeed. As Shenyang said, taking more sensual photos really enhances her beauty. After the photos were taken, Shenyang smiled and asked, "Not bad, right?" They do look pretty good." Yana nodded in response, but as she looked at the photos, her face flushed slightly, and she said with a hint of annoyance, "But the photos you took are way too risque." "Chen Yang, I never would have guessed. Have you been harboring feelings for your older sister?" Chen Yang shrugged and said, "It's not that I took them risque, it's just that you're naturally risque, and these photos suit your personality." "Nonsense, I look so proper." Yana rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. Chapter 017, Presidential Suite. However, looking at her own figure, black stockings, long legs, high heels, a body-hugging skirt paired with an OL uniform, and a white blouse underneath that was stretched taut, the sheer allure seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. This figure is indeed quite provocative. Yana accepted this version of herself slightly, then smiled sweetly and whispered, "But Chen Yang, I never would have guessed you're so good at taking photos. If you have time, would you like to take some private photos for your older sister?" Yana batted her eyelashes, her eyes brimming with seduction. Chen Yang smiled slightly, then said seriously, "Sure. But there'll be an extra charge." "What extra money?" Yana smiled mischievously and said, "Your older sister will show you some special favors." With that, she leaned in close to Chen Yang, gently undoing the first button of her white blouse, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and the deep, mysterious curves beneath. It was indeed quite a treat. "This good sister of mine is really something else." Chen Yang was about to say something, but the waiter had already started serving the food. "Let's eat first," Chen Yang said. Yana also covered her mouth and smiled, then followed Chen Yang back into the restaurant. A variety of exquisite dishes were served. Yana was amazed by the dishes, as the value of each one exceeded her imagination. "I really wonder if you robbed a bank," Yana said half-jokingly. Chen Yang, while eating, laughed and said, "So do you think it's unfair for you to be my mistress now?" "Humph. What kind of woman do you think your sister is? Is she the type who can't resist money?" Yana looked serious. She looked as though she couldn't be swayed by power or wealth. However, as she spoke, a waiter dressed in an evening gown, wearing white gloves, and looking extremely elegant quickly approached them. The waiter held a bottle of red wine in his hands and spoke respectfully in a low voice. "Sir, this is what you ordered, the 1993 Diamond Global Limited Edition from British Bordeaux Winery. Priced at 33,000. This wine is one of the world's finest." The waiter continued to recount the history of the 1993 Diamond Global Limited Edition from British Bordeaux Winery, then poured a glass for Chen Yang and Yana. Yana listened to the waiter's words, watching the crimson red wine pour into the glasses, her beautiful face filled with astonishment that was hard to put into words. A single bottle of wine costs over $30,000. This is way too extravagant. Such a top-tier wine, she dared not even taste it. Chen Yang remained utterly composed, smiling faintly. "Nana, is being my little lover enough for you now?" Yana instantly transformed from her previously unyielding and uncorrupted demeanor. She stood up from her seat and sat down beside Chen Yang, looking like a docile little woman, flashing a sweet smile and speaking with a hint of innuendo. "Master, what are you saying? Being your mistress is an honor for me. How could I dare refuse? Please rest assured, master. I will serve you well from now on. As long as my master is happy, I'll do anything you ask." When it comes to changing expressions, our sister Yao is truly the best. Yana threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, letting him hold her tightly, as if she were his little maid at that moment, completely at his mercy. Chen Yang held Yana tightly and smiled. A suggestive atmosphere arose naturally. Their sibling-like relationship seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. The two of them ate and drank red wine. After several rounds of wine and several courses of food, Chen Yang and Yana were both a little tipsy. Yana lay in Chen Yang's arms, murmuring like a dream, "Chen Yang, I'm a little drunk. Will you take me home later?" "No, this is the hotel. We can just stay here for the night," Chen Yang replied bluntly. "Of course, you didn't have good intentions. You invited me out to dinner and gave me gifts just to take me to a hotel room. You dirty man." Yana gave a soft snort, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yang said, Nah, staying in a hotel isn't about doing anything. Can't we just rest?" "I don't believe your lies. What do you mean rest?" Yana rolled her eyes and said, "Rest until tomorrow? By then I won't even be able to stand up. Do you think I don't know you? Then I'll take you home." Chen Yang said directly. "No, what's the point of going home?" Yana looked at Chen Yang with a dazed expression and said, "I'm tired. Take me to the room." The meal was almost finished, and the wine was almost gone. It was indeed time to leave. Chen Yang nodded, settled the bill, and wrapped his arm around Yana, heading straight for the Jojo International Grand Hotel. He booked a luxurious presidential suite. It was spacious and luxurious, with every piece of furniture inside being world-class, extravagant to the extreme. Chanel shower gel, Bulgari shampoo, Versace robes, Valentino perfume, and illy green as top-of-the-line sofa, along with the full set of furniture from the British royal family. As an employee of a top luxury goods store, Yana was well-versed in luxury brands. Upon entering the presidential suite, she was almost blinded by the opulence. "This is truly extravagant. Having all the world's top brands catering to a single suite is simply too impressive. Chun Yang sat on the sofa and smiled. Do you like it? I love it. I absolutely love it. Yana's face lit up with joy as she wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck and laughed. Chen Yang, if it weren't for you, I'd never have the chance to stay in a room like this in my entire life. Nonsense. If it weren't for the system, Chen Yang wouldn't have had this opportunity in his entire life. Then, Nana, how should you thank me? Chen Yang's hands slowly crept up Yao Na's slender waist, and the atmosphere grew a bit intimate. Yao Na seemed to realize something, her face flushing red as she said, Don't rush. I'll go take a shower first. We'll talk later. With that, she kissed Chen Yang on the forehead and then walked gracefully toward the bathroom. Chen Yang watched her graceful S-shaped curves, his heart racing slightly. He and Yao Na had grown up together since childhood. To be honest, saying he had no feelings for this beautiful neighbor was a lie. Yao Na was truly too beautiful and too captivating. The old Chen Yang dared not confess his feelings to Yao Na because he was insecure and felt he wasn't good enough for her. Now things are different. After several years of growth, Chen Yang is no longer the inexperienced young boy he once was. He now has a system at his disposal, and his beautiful and charming older sister is someone he'd rather keep out of the hands of outsiders. Chapter 018, Asleep? Actually, after breaking up with Zhiro, Chen Yang didn't have much of a heart for such things. Even Chen Xingling, his good younger sister, he hadn't made a move on. But Yao Na is different. Yao Na, this good older sister, couldn't be let go. After Yao Na entered the bathroom, Chen Yang entered the spacious bedroom of the presidential suite, lying on the luxurious bed in a relaxed position. Comfortable. It's so comfortable. This feeling of indulging in life to the fullest is amazing. Host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase, reward, 300,000. Host has successfully completed an indulgent consumption, reward, 560,000. Host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase, reward, 420,000. The first two rewards were likely for the restaurant dishes and wine, while the last reward was for the room fee. This presidential suite costs over 200,000 yuan per night. Being rich isn't as simple as it seems. Fortunately, Chen Yang has the system, and after calculating today's returns, he has already earned a total of 3 million. Chen Yang's net worth is now approaching 5 million. This is true financial freedom. Once one's wealth reaches 5 million, it's time to buy something valuable. A mansion for 5 million isn't enough. Property prices in Shenzhen are extremely high. To buy a luxurious villa, one would need at least several tens of millions, or even 1 or 200 million. With this amount of money, you wouldn't even be able to afford a toilet. We'll have to take it slow. Let's put the house plans on hold for now and focus on buying a car first. With 5 million, you should be able to buy a pretty decent luxury car. Chen Yang lay in bed, thinking about his future plans. After half an hour, he suddenly realized, where is Yao Na? Why hasn't she come out of the bathroom yet? But he didn't think much of it. Women take their time in the shower, after all. He waited some more. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Yao Na still hadn't come out. Chen Yang had already had some drinks, and lying in bed, he eventually dozed off. It wasn't until much later that the bathroom door slowly opened, and thick steam filled the room, as if it were about to overwhelm the entire space. Yao Na emerged from the bathroom. She had just finished showering, wrapped only in a bathrobe and a towel, as radiant as a lotus flower emerging from the water. However, because she had been in the shower for so long, her snow-white skin had turned slightly red, and her entire body was enveloped in an intoxicating blush. Yao Na walked into the bedroom barefoot, her face flushed with embarrassment. She opened the bedroom door, leaned against the wall with one hand, and struck a seductive pose. Good brother. Sister used this brand name shower gel and shampoo for the first time, so it took a bit longer. But don't worry, I've washed myself clean. Come on. She gave him a seductive glance, utterly captivating. She had thought that Chen Yang would embrace her and then. But to her surprise, there was no movement in the room. Yao Na looked toward the bed and saw Chen Yang lying there, already fast asleep. Chen Yang? Yao Na called out, but there was no response. Is he really asleep? Yao Na's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She never thought Chen Yang could actually fall asleep. She, such a stunning beauty, had just finished bathing and was about to, yet he could still sleep. Yao Na even began to doubt her own charm. But soon, she smiled softly and murmured to herself, this is my good little brother. Yes. Yao Na's feelings for Chen Yang definitely went beyond the typical sibling bond. Whether he took advantage of her or treated her any other way, she never felt any resentment. Even today, when Chen Yang wanted her, she was willing. Just as she felt about Chen Yang's feelings for her were undoubtedly the same. If it were any other woman, by this point, the man would be desperate, rushing straight into the bathroom. But Chen Yang is in no hurry. Because he knows he doesn't need to rush. Yao Na will always give him the chance. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Yang woke up groggily, feeling a headache. He had another hangover from last night. He couldn't drink anymore, it was too bad for his health. Just as he regained consciousness, he felt a soft touch. Chen Yang looked down and saw Yao Na, wearing only a thin nightgown, lying in his arms, sleeping peacefully. She looked beautiful as she slept, her eyelashes fluttering gently, like a sleeping beauty. Recalling last night's events, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He had prepared so much last night, yet he had ended up falling asleep. He had let his good sister off the hook. Now that he had woken up, Chen Yang didn't know why, but he felt as though he had entered sage mode, with little desire left. But it was also absurd. Who takes a shower for 1 or 2 hours? Chen Yang didn't wake up Yao Na. Instead, he got up alone, stretched a bit, and still felt extremely tired. This was her body's way of warning her. Increasing exercise was now a must. Chen Yang headed to the spacious bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and tidied up his appearance before calling the hotel staff to prepare breakfast. After finishing all that, Chen Yang returned to the bedroom to see if Yao Na had woken up. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yao Na had already gotten out of bed. She was gently removing her thin nightgown, seemingly in the process of changing clothes. Chen Yang was mesmerized by the sight. Yao Na said irritably, "What are you staring at? Never seen it before? I haven't seen you like this before." Chen Yang nodded. This was a side of Yao Na he had never seen before. Pervert. Yao Na shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance before starting to rummage through her clothes. Chen Yang laughed. "Nana, this is called appreciation. How can that be called a pervert? Appreciation?" Yao Na picked something up and snorted. "Don't think I didn't notice. Your eyes were fixed on something just now. What's the use of denying it?" Chapter 019, next time. Cough cough. Chen Yang cleared his throat a couple of times. His gaze had indeed been unable to look away, as it was simply too large and too eye-catching. However, while Yao Na said that, she didn't hurry to cover it up. Instead, she first put on a black bodycon skirt, then glanced at Chen Yang again, her eyes filled with amusement. "Have you had enough? I'm going to get dressed." "Yeah, almost." Chen Yang chuckled. Yao Na gave a soft hum before picking up the black bra beside her and putting it on, then slipping into a white shirt and throwing on a jacket. Finally, she slipped a pair of black stockings over her long, straight legs, completing her outfit and returning to her mature, seductive office lady appearance. Chen Yang watched Yao Na's movements and asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry to change clothes?" "I have to go to work. I'm going to be late." Yao Na tucked her hair behind her ear and replied seriously. Chen Yang laughed. "You're already my little girlfriend. Why do you need to go to work?" Yao Na, however, shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance and said, "A lover is a lover, and work is work, the two don't conflict. Besides, I actually quite like my job at Jaeger LeCoultre." Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much else. A little lover is just flirting. Yao Na still had to work. Although Chen Yang was now wealthy, if he were to give her tens of thousands of dollars every month, she probably wouldn't know how to accept such generosity. Chen Yang didn't press the issue. "Chen Yang, am I pretty?" After getting dressed, Yao Na stood up, looking quite satisfied, and asked Chen Yang with a smile. Yao Na is, of course, beautiful. This outfit truly showcased Yao Na's charm to the fullest. Mature, elegant, sexy, and graceful, these are all words that could describe Yao Na. "You're beautiful. But, it's still not quite right." Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. "Still not quite right?" Yao Na blinked, looking puzzled. Chen Yang nodded and said, "This outfit is nice, but it's still a professional outfit. It's not quite suitable for you. Next time we have the chance, I'll take you shopping for a few outfits to try on. They'll definitely look better than this one." Yao Na smiled upon hearing this and said, "I have my own clothes. I'll wear them out next time and show you. Next time, I'll definitely blow you away. You won't be able to sleep tonight." Yao Na was clearly still upset about last night. She had already prepared everything, but Chen Yang had fallen asleep, which was undoubtedly a challenge to her charm. "All right," Chen Yang replied. Yao Na changed into her clothes, freshened up, and after a quick breakfast, she was ready to leave. As she reached the door, Yao Na put on her high heels while teasingly saying to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, you just wait for your older sister. Wait until your sister has time. I won't let you off the hook." Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. "All right, I'll wait." Yao Na gave a dismissive snort and walked away. It was already around 9 in the morning. Chen Yang also left the hotel and took a taxi back to his apartment. It was still early, so he could go work out. After the health panel appeared, Chen Yang's workout had become urgent. He had to hurry up and train, otherwise, even if he had money to spend later, he wouldn't have the health to enjoy it. Changing into his workout gear, Chen Yang headed to the nearby park and started running. As usual, he started with 5 kilometers. The situation was much the same as yesterday. Running was exhausting. After finishing the 5 kilometers, he was drenched in sweat. However, he couldn't afford to slack off and continued running. Once his strength and glycogen were completely depleted, all that remained was sheer willpower. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and forced himself to run another 5 kilometers. Finally, he sat on the park lawn, too exhausted to breathe. He took small sips of water to ease the physical fatigue. Host successfully completed morning workout check-in, health points increased by 1%. Morning workouts are indeed effective, but the progress is simply too slow. I really need to find a gym. Running is really tough if you want to improve your health quickly. Let's check the time later. If I have time, I'll find a gym. Chen Yang thought to himself. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, a barrage of curses came pouring out. Chen Yang, do you think I've been too lenient with you? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Skipping work for 2 days, do you really think I can't handle you? It was Xia Long again. Chen Yang hadn't gone to work for 2 days, and it seemed like this guy had been driven crazy. Now he was calling, and by the time he arrived, he was already furious. Chen Yang lay on the grass in the park, enjoying the cool breeze, and laughed comfortably. Mr. Xia, I wouldn't dare think you're easy to bully. But I just wanted to ask, since I've been absent for 2 days, how are you going to handle me? Xia Long coldly replied, you've lost your full attendance bonus for this month, and you'll also be fined half a month's salary. If you don't come back, you'll be fired. I'm telling you, I've already contacted the director. Don't think I can't do anything to you. If you get fired, don't come crying to me. Xia Long looked confident, as if he believed that as long as he mentioned firing, Chen Yang would come running back to work for him. But Chen Yang just laughed casually. Oh? Is that all? Half a month as salary? I'm really scared. Half a month as salary is only around 5,000, which isn't even as much as a single crab leg from Imperial Crab. You! Xia Long was clearly furious, gritting his teeth and saying, do you really think I want to deal with you? Go ahead and deal with me. Chen Yang said it casually, not caring at all. Every extra word with is a waste of time. Fine. You just wait. Xia Long hung up the phone directly. Shen Yang didn't even bother to take this guy seriously. How could he deal with him? He didn't even want to work anymore. A team leader dared to act so arrogant here. However, Chen Yang thought it over carefully. Now that he had money, it was his turn to figure out how to deal with Xia Long. This guy had always exploited them, spewing vulgarities and cursing everyone. Back then, they had to endure it for the sake of their jobs, but now that they didn't need the job anymore, how could they not settle the score with him? Chen Yang had this idea in mind, but upon further reflection, he had no idea how to teach this guy a lesson. He couldn't just hire someone to beat him up with a sack over his head, could he? That's too gangster-like. He needed to approach this from the company level. Chen Yang didn't feel like thinking about it anymore. He'd deal with it later if the opportunity arose. Chen Yang left the park and headed straight back to Shaoan residential area. Chapter 020, Breakfast. Upon returning to Shaoan residential area, Chen Yang first took a shower to wash off the sweat, then prepared a nutritious lunch: 2 chicken drumsticks, a serving of rice, and some vegetables, and began eating. After finishing, Chen Yang stood up and walked around for a bit to aid digestion. That should do it. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yang yawned, lay down on the sofa, and prepared to take a nap. While resting, he scrolled through his phone. Just then, a WeChat message came in. It was from Chen Xingling. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, have you eaten yet? Mu Yang, yeah, I just finished eating. I'm about to rest. What about you? Lemon sauce, I'm still eating. Chen Yang, do you want to see? Mu Yang, what's so interesting about eating? Lemon sauce, hee hee, you'll see when you do. After sending this message, Chen Xingning immediately sent a video. In the video, Chen Xingning was alone in her dormitory. She was still dressed beautifully in her black JK uniform, with her hair tied in 2 ponytails. She looked vibrant and full of youthful energy. Chen Yang looked at Chen Xingling in the video and thought she was indeed quite pretty. Lemon sauce, hee hee, deal then. Chen Yang, you have to come to our school at 1 p.m. tonight. Me and Tao Tao are both waiting for you. Mu Yang, okay. I don't know why, but chatting with this shy little sister always gives me a special feeling. It always makes me feel so happy. Maybe that's why guys are so into 18-year-old girls. After the conversation ended, Shen Yang lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Yao Na returned to the Jiangshan Dun flagship store. As soon as she entered the store, several sales associates immediately approached her with excited expressions and asked, wow, Ms. Na, you're really wearing the Yiling Goddess watch? That's so over the top. It's worth hundreds of thousands, and you just gave it away? I'm so jealous, Na. Does your brother really need a girlfriend? I'm available. I can too. Please introduce us. The sales associates stared at the Yiling Goddess watch on Yao Na's wrist, their eyes brimming with envy. Yao Na's vanity was greatly satisfied, but she rejected all requests to add Chen Yangwei's WeChat. Don't get your hopes up. Chen Yang isn't interested in dating right now. You don't stand a chance. The sales associates all looked disappointed. The store manager smiled and said, it's not that he doesn't want to date, it's just that you want to keep him all to yourself, isn't it? That luxurious presidential suite last night must have been pretty expensive. Another sales associate chimed in, exactly, Nana. Last night's hotel was truly luxurious. Just looking at the photos you posted on your social media, all those designer bath products were dazzling. I'm so jealous. What kind of hotel was it? Tell us. Everyone chattered excitedly, causing Yaona's face to flush slightly, but she still said, "It's the presidential suite at the Jojo International Hotel." The moment she said that, there was a collective wow from everyone. The sales associates, including the store manager, were all surprised. The Jojo International Hotel is one of the most upscale hotels even in Shenzhen. I heard that even the most basic suite there costs thousands of dollars per night. The price of the presidential suite is beyond imagination. I'm so jealous. When will I ever have such a great younger brother? The sales associates grew even more envious, even a bit jealous. The store manager smiled again and said, "As far as I know, the presidential suite at the Jojo International Hotel costs 2 or 30,000 yuan per night. If you took someone to stay in such an expensive place, what about last night?" Upon hearing this, the sales associates looked at Yao Na with a hint of amusement in their eyes. Yao Na's face turned bright red, feeling a bit embarrassed. If something like that had actually happened, she wouldn't have felt embarrassed after all. They were adults, and it was normal. But nothing had happened last night, and Chen Yang had fallen asleep. This was too embarrassing, she couldn't even bring herself to say anything. Yao Na huffed, "We just stayed at a hotel and had some fun. There's nothing to it. Don't read too much into it. Just messed around a bit? What did you play?" Everyone's smiles grew even more suggestive. Yao Na didn't explain and just walked away. Anyway, it was just a little fun. Let them interpret it however they want. Yao Na didn't explain either, she just walked away. Anyway, last night was just a little fun. They can interpret it however they want, it's none of her business. "Brother-in-law, open the door." "Brother-in-law, are you there? Why did you lock me out?" "Sniff sniff, uncle. You don't want me anymore." "Brother-in-law, someone is going to kidnap me." "Brother-in-law." Chen Yang, who was asleep, suddenly heard a series of strange voices. First, there was the voice of an ordinary young girl, followed by the voice of a mature woman, then the voice of a sweet young girl, and finally the voice of a cute young girl. Chen Yang was still half asleep, but upon hearing these voices, he felt as though he had seen a ghost and jumped in fright. Upon waking up, he looked around. The sun was blazing, and it was only around 3 o'clock. The apartment was empty except for him, with nothing out of the ordinary. Phew! It was just a dream. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The feeling he had just experienced was terrifying, as if a female ghost had been calling out to him. Just as Chen Yang was about to take a sip of water to calm down. Chapter 021, Jamumu. Chen Yang didn't expect it. A voice sounded again outside the door. "Honey, open the door. I'm outside, I'm so scared." This time, it was Jiro's voice. Chen Yang was puzzled. Jiro wasn't supposed to be on a business trip? And they had broken up, why had she come back? And the way she was talking sounded odd. With Jiro's strong-willed personality, how could she speak like this? However, despite his doubts, Chen Yang walked over and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a stunningly beautiful face came into view. There stood a young girl outside the door, sitting on a suitcase, dressed in a cosplay outfit that resembled Hu Tao from Eternal Return. Her perfect curves were perfectly accentuated by the cosplay outfit, showcasing a slender yet curvaceous figure with a narrow waist and ample bust, estimated to be a D-cup, incredibly alluring. Compared to her figure, her most striking feature was her aura. A pure and sweet charm radiated from her, making her incredibly cute and beautiful. The young woman sat on the suitcase, idly twiddling her fingers, while her voice emitted a seductive, mature tone that didn't match her appearance. "Chen Yang, hurry up and open the door for the queen." At that moment, Chen Yang opened the door. The sweet young beauty froze for a moment, then stuck out her tongue and huffed, "Brother-in-law, you finally know how to open the door." Chen Yang also recognized who the sweet young girl was. Jamumu. Jiro's younger sister, and thus her younger sister-in-law. She was only 19 years old and a first-year university student. Today was the weekend, and she often came to Xiaoan community on weekends to hang out with her sister and brother-in-law. Chen Yang saw Jamumu inside helplessly. "It's broad daylight. What are you shouting about outside? People might think I did something to you. Who told you not to open the door?" Jamumu gave another light snort, then sat on her suitcase and walked straight into the apartment. Chen Yang had wanted to stop her, but decided against it. After she entered, he closed the apartment door. The two of them entered the room. Jiro, your little lover is here. Hurry up and come greet me." Jamumu controlled the self-propelled suitcase, wandering around the living room in search of Jiro. After searching for a while without finding her, she turned to look at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, where's my sister?" Chen Yang sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and said indifferently, "She's already left." "Left? Where did she go?" Jamumu was still confused. Chen Yang glanced at her and then said, "Didn't your sister tell you?" "What did she say?" Jamumu was still completely confused. Chen Yang shrugged and said, "We've broken up. She moved out, and now I'm living here alone." "What?" As soon as those words left her mouth, the sweet-looking girl, Jamumu, jumped up from the luggage, her voice suddenly rising several octaves in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Break up? How could we break up? How could you two break up? Jamumu widened her beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. Breaking up is breaking up. What's so impossible about that? Chen Yang said casually. But. Jamumu didn't know what to say. In her memory, Chen Yang and Jiro had always been very close. How could they just break up like that? Brother-in-law, you're lying to me, aren't you? Chen Yang shook his head and said, you can ask your sister. He had always been curious, had Jiro not even told Jamumu about the breakup? Jamumu said with a bitter expression on her face, last week, I asked my sister for money, but she refused and kept scolding me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I blocked her. Chen Yang was speechless. Jamumu was indeed the kind of person innocent, lively, and, well, not the brightest. Though you couldn't exactly call her brainless, she was just a naive and adorable young girl. Jamumu quickly unblocked Jiro from her blacklist, and a string of messages appeared immediately. First, she scolded her, then criticized her, and finally told her that she had broken up with Chen Yang and not to go to Xiaowan community anymore. Seeing the messages Jiro sent, Jamumu still found it hard to accept and said, What? It's actually true? Brother-in-law, you're so good to her. How could my sister do this? Jamumu and Chen Yang had a pretty good relationship. Whenever she and Jiro argued, Chen Yang usually took her side. Jamumu and Chen Yang shared a common interest, they both loved playing games. Jamumu was a typical teenager on weekends, she could spend the entire day playing games in her room, and Chen Yang often joined her in various games. To be honest, Chen Yang really couldn't beat her. Jamumu has a natural talent for games. If it doesn't work out, just part ways. It's normal. Chen Yang smiled indifferently, not taking it too seriously. It's pretty suitable, what's not suitable about it? Jamumu's little face looked a bit upset. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, pouting her lips, and said, Then, Uncle Chen, what should I do now? What should I do? Chen Yang was taken aback, not understanding what Jamumu meant. Jamumu said, You broke up with my sister, so where should I go on weekends? Where should I stay? What should I do with my things? You'll have to figure that out yourself, Chen Yang said bluntly. What? Jamumu looked pitiful and said, Brother-in-law, how can you be so heartless? Are you just kicking me out? Aren't we family? My sister and I have already broken up. Chen Yang looked serious. But we were family before, weren't we? Jamumu pouted. Chen Yang sighed and spread his hands helplessly, saying, Didn't your sister make arrangements for you? No, she just told me to move back to the dormitory. Jamumu said unhappily. Then just move back to the dormitory. Chen Yang continued. Actually, letting Jamumu stay here wouldn't really affect Chen Yang, but since she was Jiro's sister, and Chen Yang and Jiro had broken up, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to still be living here. No way, the dorm is too noisy. I don't like living in a dorm. Jamumu still refused to move, her beautiful big eyes fixed on Chen Yang, her expression pleading. Are you the one who is noisy, or is the dormitory noisy? Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Jamumu was the one complaining about others being noisy. The noise she made while playing games was unbearable for most people. He. Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue and laughed, Brother-in-law, you know I only come out on weekends to earn some points. The delicate little flowers in my dorm can't stand any noise. What can I do? Chapter 022, Buying a Car. Brother-in-law, just let me stay here. I'll pay you rent. Then you'll be my landlord. Can't you let me stay? Jamumu spoke in a spoiled tone, her voice changing into a cute, sweet girl's voice. Now, when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, incredibly charming, making anyone who heard her feel a surge of tenderness. This was one of Jamumu's special talents. She majored in broadcasting and hosting in college and could switch between several different voice tones. You? Pay me rent? Chen Yang wasn't swayed by the sweet girl's flattery but looked at Jamumu with suspicion. Although Jamumu is quite good at making money, often doing voiceover work or hosting events, her expenses are also quite high. She spends money on gaming gear, cosplay costumes, eating, and drinking, and by the end of the month, she barely saves any money. So she often borrowed money from Jiro. Given her lifestyle, she didn't look like someone who could afford the rent. I'll have money soon. Brother-in-law, believe me, I'll definitely pay the rent. Jamumu's pretty face showed a determined expression. Chen Yang looked at her and couldn't think of anything else to say. Since she wanted to stay, she could stay. The rent didn't matter. All right. Chen Yang nodded and said, then you can stay. Yay. Thanks, brother-in-law. Jamumu showed a victorious smile, but her expression suddenly changed, becoming cold and arrogant. She spoke in a very domineering tone. Brother-in-law. You are so kind, the goddess of luck will surely favor you. These were lines from a character in a game. Imitating the dialogue of game characters is one of Jamumu's specialties. Chen Yang could do nothing but sigh. Speaking of which, the goddess of luck really has favored him, hasn't she? After making a simple agreement, Jamumu successfully moved in. She already had a room in the apartment, a decent-sized side bedroom, which she had turned into a gaming room. It was equipped with all kinds of electronic devices such as a PS5, an Xbox, and more, with the computer being top of the line. All of this was something Jamumu had spent a lot of money on and saved up for years. That was also why she didn't want to move back to the dormitory. There was simply no space for all her belongings in the dormitory, and her roommates wouldn't have accepted it either. After confirming she settled in, Jamumu happily returned to her gaming room and embarked on a 2-day gaming marathon. For the next 2 days, you wouldn't see her except when she went to the bathroom. Chen Yang didn't think much of it. It was currently afternoon, and he needed to go out to buy some things. Shen Chang. Car exhibition. The bustling car exhibition was in full swing. One after another, tall, slender, curvaceous, beautiful, and elegantly dressed car models stood in front of luxury cars, striking various poses for the audience to take photos. The number of attendees at this car show is also extremely large. In the scorching summer heat of over 30 degrees Celsius, the outside was sweltering, and the inside was equally bustling with a constant stream of visitors. Chen Yang took a taxi to the venue and entered the car exhibition center. Looking at the tall, curvaceous car models, he didn't linger for long but walked straight toward the innermost part of the exhibition center. The innermost part of the car show must be the S section. There were only 2 brands here, but the number of people was greater than the combined total of all the other brands outside. Because the 2 brands here were Ferrari and Lamborghini. The bright red of Ferrari and the emerald green of Lamborghini formed 2 stunning vistas at the car show. But what was even more eye-catching than the cars themselves were the car models. Ferrari and Lamborghini car models are all top-notch, with the standard 9 head-to-body ratio and golden proportions, all standing over 1.75 meters tall. Those long legs are enough to make anyone dizzy. Such supermodel-like figures are naturally highly eye-catching. Most of the attendees at the car show were there specifically for them, snapping photo after photo. Upon arriving here, Chen Yang also stopped in his tracks. He looked toward the Ferrari display, where a tall, beautiful, confident, and graceful woman stood, her lips curving into a smile. After a few years, Su Mengyao was indeed much more beautiful than she was in school. This face, this natural talent truly top-notch. Like Shiro, she was the kind of beauty that nature had blessed, unmatched in comparison. Su Mengyao was showcasing her charm from every angle. She noticed Chen Yang standing below the display and gave him a subtle smile, but didn't engage much further, continuing with her performance. Chen Yang waited below for a while, and it wasn't until half an hour later that Su Mengyao finally left the stage. Chen Yang also made his way toward the backstage area. Su Mengyao had someone bring Chen Yang into the backstage area. In the backstage makeup room, Su Mengyao was having her makeup touched up by a makeup artist. "Mengyao, you really look stunning today." Upon entering the backstage makeup room, Chen Yang couldn't help but compliment Su Mengyao, who was applying makeup and looked stunning. "Not bad." Su Mengyao gave a faint smile, looked at herself in the mirror, and was very satisfied. She then said, "I never expected you to come find me. It's been years since we last met, hasn't it?" "Yeah, about that." Chen Yang nodded. After his 3rd-year internship, he hadn't seen Su Mengyao much. They were university classmates, and during their 1st and 2nd years, they had been quite close. Chen Yang had once liked Su Mengyao and even pursued her, but unfortunately, Su Mengyao didn't reciprocate his feelings. Later, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Chen Yang ended up with Jiro, and he and Su Mengyao had little contact afterward. It was only when he saw Su Mengyao posting photos of car shows and various ads on WeChat that he decided to call her. "It's been years since we last saw each other, and you've gotten quite handsome." Su Mengyao finished applying her makeup and turned to look at Chen Yang. Upon seeing his appearance and demeanor, she was slightly taken aback. The Chen Yang of today was vastly different from the shy young man who had once pursued her years ago. Chen Yang was truly handsome now. However, Su Mengyao quickly noticed the Jaeger LeCoultre watch on Chen Yang's wrist, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She definitely recognized the Vacheron Constantine. It must cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Given Chen Yang's family background, he couldn't possibly afford it, so it was almost certainly fake. Wearing a fake Vacheron Constantine is a bit vain, isn't it? But it's understandable. In today's society, who isn't a bit vain? Su Mengyao is no exception. Chapter 023, Jiro's Thoughts. However, her feelings for Chen Yang, which were once innocent, have diminished slightly, replaced by a more worldly sense of social interaction. "You've gotten much prettier too." Chen Yang paid her a casual compliment. Su Mengyao didn't say much. She continued to stare at herself in the mirror and asked, "What brings you here to see me this time?" No time for small talk. Getting straight to the point. Chen Yang smiled and said, "I want to buy a car. Do you have any recommendations for a salesperson I could meet?" Buy a car? Su Mengyao never expected Chen Yang to come to her for this. She wasn't a car salesperson, and if it were a Ferrari, that would be different. She did know some managers through her work. But no matter how she looked at Chen Yang, he didn't seem like someone who could afford a Ferrari. Su Mengyao could only assume that Chen Yang was trying to get close to her through this method. Men are like that. I know a few. They sell BYD, Nissan, Accord, and Ford. Which model do you want? I'll send you their contact info later. You can reach out to them directly. They're in the industrial park behind us. Su Mengyao continued to respond casually. But Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. No. I'm looking for a Ferrari. Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao, who was touching up her makeup, paused slightly. She turned to look at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, and said, You mean you want to buy a Ferrari? Yeah, let's take a look first. Chen Yang nodded. Su Mengyao's gaze toward Chen Yang grew even more complicated. Though they had only met in university and had little interaction over the years. However, she was well aware of his family background. After all, Chen Yang had once pursued her. Chen Yang's family background wasn't exactly poor, but it certainly wasn't wealthy either. A Ferrari. Such a top-of-the-line supercar, even the cheapest model costs several million. Chen Yang. How could he possibly afford that? Chen Yang came here today just to show off, right? Su Mengyao has seen men like this too many times, but the fact that Chen Yang has become this way leaves her feeling a bit disappointed. If you're sure, I can recommend a salesperson to you. Actually, Su Mengyao could have recommended Chen Yang for a manager position. If the sale went through, she'd even get a commission. However, she felt it wasn't necessary. Chen Yang wouldn't buy it anyway, and recommending a manager would be a hassle for someone else. People like Chen Yang, who just come to look around, usually just ask a salesperson to show them around. Chen Yang sensed Su Mengyao's attitude and nodded. Alright, I'll send you the WeChat info later. Su Mengyao continued with her makeup. This was essentially a polite way of asking him to leave. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. As expected. Once you enter society, people change a lot. Su Mengyao used to be pretty old-fashioned, from the countryside, and always cautious in everything she did. Now she's completely transformed, like a different person. Society really is a melting pot. Chen Yang left the makeup room. Su Mengyao watched his back and sighed, muttering to herself. Indeed. People do change. Her impression of Chen Yang had plummeted. Wearing a fake name tag and coming to her to ask for help buying a car, what was he trying to prove? It was obvious. Chen Yang was no longer the same person he once was. Su Mengyao didn't give it a second thought, continuing to apply her makeup as she waited for the next exhibition. On the other side. Australia. Sydney International Airport, inside the airport lounge. A woman in a red flight attendant uniform, wearing black stockings and high heels, tall and slender with a perfect figure, sat exhausted in the airport lounge. After a 10-hour flight, she was physically and mentally exhausted. She had only rested for a few hours when she was notified that her next flight was about to begin. Before the flight began, she still had to handle matters related to Jamumu. Stay with my brother-in-law, Chen Yang, for a while. I'll come back to pick you up when I return. Zhiro rubbed her temples in frustration. All right. Jamumu's sweet voice rang out. Zhiro said seriously again, during this time, don't cause any trouble for Chen Yang. Don't make me clean up your mess again. Oh, come on. Sister, he's not a stranger, and besides, I'm all grown up now. I'm not a child anymore. How could I cause trouble? Jamumu spoke with a hint of annoyance. Chen Yang and I have already broken up. He's no longer your brother-in-law. Don't call him that anymore. Zhiro reminded her. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Jamumu finally said, Sister, are you really being so heartless? Your brother-in-law is a good man. After you left, he couldn't eat or sleep, thinking about you every day. Please give your brother-in-law another chance. Zhiro heard this and lowered her beautiful eyes. She also had deep feelings for Chen Yang. But what use is love? Living in this world, one must face reality. Chen Yang couldn't give her what she wanted, and their separation was inevitable. You're still a child, you don't understand. Zhirong didn't explain anything to Jamumu either. I'm not a child. Jamumu said discontentedly. Forget it, I don't care about you too. I'm going to play games. Play fewer games. Zhiro frowned and said. Got it. Jamumu replied and hung up the phone. After the call ended, Zhiro was lost in thought, seemingly pondering what Jamumu had just said. Just then, a flight attendant of similar height approached her with a smile and asked, Ro, what are you doing? Why are you so spaced out? Zhiro snapped back to reality and smiled, just thinking about something. We're about to board. Where did you go just now? The tall flight attendant was named Su Jing, her colleague and good friend. I just went to buy a bag. Take a look. Is it pretty? Su Jing pulled out a beautifully packaged bag and took out a stylish brown handbag. Zhiro looked at the designer handbag, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise, and said, Prada? That must be expensive. It is a bit pricey, around 10,000 euros. Su Jing said with a smile. Over 10,000 euros? Zhiro's mouth dropped slightly. At the current exchange rate, that was nearly 100,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? In Zhiro's impression, Su Jing was in a similar situation to her, both of them not having much money. Su Jing laughed awkwardly. Zhang Hao has been pursuing me for a while, right? I didn't agree before, but I've thought it through, and Zhang Hao isn't a bad guy. I plan to talk to him about it. He gave me a card I can spend up to 50,000 freely, so I just went shopping. Zhang Hao is a second-generation wealthy individual with family assets exceeding 100 million, and he has been pursuing Su Jing for years without any results. Now Su Jing had finally agreed. At the same time, she had essentially secured her position as a wealthy family's wife. For flight attendants like them, opportunities to meet wealthy second-generation heirs are extremely abundant. Zhao is much more beautiful than Su Jing and has come into contact with countless wealthy second-generation heirs, but she has turned them all down before. Now, watching Su Jing simply nod her head and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars effortlessly. To be honest, how could Zhao not feel envious? After all, every woman has a bit of vanity. Ruo, aren't you already broken up with Chen Yang? You could at least try to get to know some of those good-looking rich second-generation guys you used to know. With your conditions, if you were to lower your standards, you might end up with someone much better than me in the future. Su Jing tried to persuade her. Jerome was very confused inside, but in the end, she only said, "Let us see." Alright, I know you still have feelings for Chen Yang. But time will heal all wounds. People don't need to rely on emotions to survive. Surrendering to reality is the only way to live more freely. I didn't understand before, but now I do. Su Jing held her Prada handbag, her eyes brimming with admiration. This bag, no matter how hard she tried, it would have taken her at least 6 months to afford it before. Now, she could buy it with just a flick of her fingers. Zhao fell completely silent upon hearing this. Inside the Ferrari 4S store, Chen Yang sat on the sofa in the lobby for a while. A female staff member dressed in an office uniform, quite pretty but still somewhat inexperienced, hurried over. "Sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was just busy with some work," the sales associate said respectfully. The staff member's attitude was quite good. However, judging by her nervous demeanor, she seemed to be new. No wonder. In a top-tier luxury car dealership, veteran employees typically have their own regular clients. When those clients decide to purchase a vehicle, they've already spent a lot of time considering their options, so the staff just need to follow up. As for someone like Chen Yang, who showed up without an appointment, having someone specifically assigned to handle him is already a favor done for Su Mangyao's sake. The veteran employees wouldn't bother wasting their time on him. So, it must be a new employee who was assigned. Chen Yang glanced at her and said, "It's fine." The female store clerk smiled and said, "Sir, my name is Song Lin. May I ask what type of vehicle you're interested in? Just take a look around." Chen Yang replied casually. "All right. Sir, please follow me." Song Lin's charming face was always filled with a smile. New employees have their advantages, they are always very polite. Song Lin led Chen Yang into the Ferrari sales center's garage. "This F8 is one of our best models. Whether it's the exterior design, the luxury of the interior, or the acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h. Song Lin enthusiastically introduced the luxury Ferraris in the garage to Chen Yang. Chen Yang followed Song Lin, examining the cars carefully. It must be said that Ferrari truly lives up to its reputation as a world-class luxury car brand. Each model was indeed quite sleek. In the past, when Chen Yang read novels, he often saw the main characters, after becoming wealthy, purchasing a Ferrari, and he couldn't understand why they couldn't buy something else. Now that he saw it in person, he realized that Ferraris truly held a prestigious status among luxury cars. Whether it's brand recognition, design, or sheer swagger, it's all top-notch. This Ferrari F8 is priced at around 3 million yuan, with financing options available for 5 or 10 years. Song Lin continued the introduction. 3 million. This price is already considered quite low for a Ferrari. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "Is there anything around 5 million, and I need a car that's available now? With an available vehicle?" Song Lin was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to say that. What he meant was, if he liked it, he'd buy it right away? Take it home the same day? That's way too extravagant. Normally, when people buy a Ferrari, they take months, even a year or two, to decide. Even wealthy young heirs would place an order weeks in advance. Buying it on the spot was something she had never seen before. And to be honest, even Song Lin didn't think Chen Yang would actually buy it. Her enthusiasm toward Chen Yang was just professional courtesy, she never thought he'd actually buy it. However, Song Lin didn't seem impatient and continued to lead Chen Yang further inside. If there are any cars available, then this is the only one available. Song Lin led Chen Yang into the garage, where they saw another luxurious car parked inside, covered in white cloth. Chapter 024, Signing the Contract. Song Lin lifted the white cloth covering it, revealing a bright red, streamlined, top-of-the-line supercar with an impeccably designed body, which appeared before Chen Yang. This top-of-the-line luxury car was indeed much more stylish than any others they had seen before. Song Lin explained beside him, "This is our Ferrari A12, the flagship model of the Ferrari lineup. The 812's body lines are designed with extreme precision, and the driving experience is both smooth and stable, making it suitable for daily use. It offers an extremely refined driving sensation and experience. Song Lin and Chen Yang discussed the various specifications of the 812. Even though she didn't think Chen Yang would buy it, she still gave a very professional explanation. Chen Yang listened, nodded, and asked, "What's the price?" "Around 5 million, with financing available for 8 to 10 years. Song Lin replied. "Are there any vehicles available?" Chen Yang asked directly. "Yes, we do." Song Lin replied smoothly. Chen Yang asked again, "If I buy it now, can all the necessary procedures be completed? Can I drive it away immediately?" Well, Song Lin was a bit confused. The questions Chen Yang had asked earlier didn't seem unusual to her. But this last question about paperwork and the vehicle being ready, what did he mean by that? Could Chen Yang really be serious about buying it? Song Lin thought for a moment and said, "As long as you sign the purchase contract, all the necessary paperwork can be completed within an hour." "All right." Chen Yang nodded and said directly, "Then this one." "This one?" Song Lin was still a bit confused, unsure of what Chen Yang meant. Could it be that? "Prepare the purchase contract." Chen Yang replied directly. "What?" Song Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected Chen Yang to say that. Preparing a car purchase contract, that means he is going to buy it. Was Chen Yang joking? Are we really buying it? Song Lin still couldn't be sure and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you certain you want me to prepare the contract?" "I'm certain." Chen Yang looked at her in confusion and said, "What? Don't you need a contract when buying a car?" No. Song Lin had no idea what Chen Yang was up to, but since he had already said that, she had no choice but to nod and say, "All right. Mr. Chen. Then come with me." Song Lin spoke, then led Chen Yang toward the hall. Chen Yang followed closely behind. In the lobby, several female store clerks were chatting in small groups. "Zhang Jia, you wouldn't believe it. The client I've been following, Mr. Chen, is finally ready to make a purchase. Although it's an F8 model, it's still a decent deal, and I'll get a commission of several $1,000s. That's great. You've been following Mr. Chen for several months now, right? I didn't expect him to actually go through with it." "Of course. Mr. Chen may just be a small-time boss, but he's worth a couple of thousand, so he definitely has potential. Looks like we'll have to network more with these small business owners in the future." A few veteran employees were chatting when they spotted Song Lin leading Fong Yuan out of the garage. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Fong Yuan. That guy is pretty handsome. He looks like a rich kid. A Jaeger LeCoultre watch? How did this guy end up with Song Lin? He's a high-flying rich guy. Oomph, you're overthinking it. I'm the one who set him up with Song Lin. What? Why did you push him? This guy was introduced by Su Mengyao. She said to just show him around. If he really wants to buy something, Su Mengyao would definitely introduce him to the manager. She wouldn't just give him to us for free. He's probably just here to show off. Oh, I see, I never would have guessed. He is pretty handsome and has a good presence. I didn't expect him to be like that. There are so many of these types. Now that we've seen him, he'll probably leave soon." The store staff were all whispering among themselves, but on the surface, they still maintained their professional smiles, appearing very polite. However, Chen Yang didn't spare them a second glance. He followed Song Lin into the conference room of the 4S store. Wait, aren't they supposed to be leaving? Why are they going to the conference room? What's going on? Are they signing something? Could it be a car purchase contract? No way, how could they be buying a car? Right, if they were going to buy one, they wouldn't just make a decision after one look. Let us go check it out. The female store clerks all gathered around curiously. In the conference room. "Mr. Chen, this is the car purchase contract, which is legally binding. If you sign it, you'll have to pay 5 million to purchase our Ferrari 812. Please consider carefully." Song Lin reminded him one last time. She didn't know what Chen Yang was up to, but she had to make sure he understood. Chen Yang picked up the purchase contract, carefully reviewed it, confirmed there were no issues, and then signed his name directly before handing it back to Song Lin. "All right." Chen Yang smiled. Song Lin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. "Signed? Just like that? Not even a moment's hesitation. Are we buying a Ferrari worth $5 million? This is just like going to the supermarket to buy cabbage. Chen Yang, you're really exaggerating." Song Lin picked up the contract, checked it repeatedly, and finally confirmed that Chen Yang had indeed signed it. She then asked, "May I ask, sir, how you plan to make the payment?" This was the most critical part. Payment is the most important thing. Even the store employees peeking through the door held their breath, feeling tense. Everything done so far would be meaningless if there was an issue with the payment. Chen Yang would still be bluffing. He definitely can't pay. He doesn't have any money. The female store clerk who had earlier pushed Chen Yang towards Song Lin now had cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Swipe the card. Chen Yang directly pulled out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and placed it on the table. All right. Song Lin picked up the Huaxia Bank Dragon card with some trepidation, operated a specially designed laptop for a few moments, and finally completed the last step. She took a deep breath and selected pay. When the payment confirmation screen appeared, she was completely speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. It worked! It really worked? She couldn't believe her eyes. She had just sold her first car so easily? A flagship 812 worth 5 million? That's way too much. After a moment of shock, Song Lin quickly snapped out of it and excitedly rushed toward Chen Yang, saying, Mr. Chen. Thank you for your purchase. From now on, you are a proud Ferrari owner. You can add me on WeChat or log into our app. From now on, our Ferrari team will be at your service. Chapter 025, Su Mengyao's Surprise. Song Lin couldn't hide her excitement, her voice trembling as she spoke. The store staff standing outside were also stunned by Song Lin's words. What? Did you really buy it? This can't be possible? That's way too crazy. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. They had been aggressively selling a car for 1 or 2 months just to make a sale. Song Lin, who has only been on the job for a few days, already sold one? And it's the 812 flagship model worth over 5 million. All the sales staff quickly turned their attention to the female saleswoman who had previously referred Chen Yang to Song Lin. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. 5 million for an 812. That's tens of thousands in commission. He just turned it down. This is almost enough to give someone a heart attack. The female store clerk's lips turned pale, her vision went black, and she nearly fainted on the spot. She felt like she saw $10,000 flying out of her hands. Boom! No test drive, no wasting time on other matters. After completing the paperwork, Chen Yang drove away in the sleek Ferrari 812 from the Ferrari 4S store. It must be said, Ferrari is Ferrari. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier supercar. Whether it's handling or any other aspect, it's far superior to the old clunker Chen Yang had driven before. Chen Yang already had decent driving skills, but after getting behind the wheel of the Ferrari, his skills skyrocketed. As he slowly drove the Ferrari 812 to the entrance of the auto exhibition center and prepared to leave. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Mengyao. At that moment, she was standing at the entrance of the exhibition center, seemingly waiting for a ride. Chen Yang smiled slightly and drove the car over. Su Mengyao was waiting for her assistant to bring her BMW over. Today's exhibition had been very successful, and the official organizers had paid her over 10,000 yuan as an appearance fee, which was a pretty decent income. Su Mengyao thought to herself that she would find a high-end bar to have a drink later. Just then, eye-catching bright red sports car slowly drove toward her. Su Mengyao was taken aback. She knew her fair share of wealthy young men, but those who drove an 812 were few and far between. That car was worth over 5 million yuan, no small sum. Moreover, at an exhibition like this, why would any playboy come looking for her? Who could this be? Could it be that the charm she had exuded at the exhibition had caught the eye of a wealthy playboy? Regardless of who it was, they must be extremely wealthy. Su Mengyao quickly tidied up her makeup and a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face as she greeted the approaching Ferrari 821. The Ferrari 821 drove slowly toward her and eventually came to a stop in front of Su Mengyao. Hello? Su Mengyao stepped forward. However, it didn't take long. Her smile froze completely. Because the window of the Ferrari 821 slowly lowered, and the face that appeared before Su Mengyao was that of a handsome and dashing young man. Chen Yang was holding the steering wheel with one hand, smiling broadly at her. Chen Yang? How could it be Chen Yang? Su Mengyao's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She had thought of many possibilities, but she never imagined that the person in the car would be Chen Yang. What's going on here? How could Chen Yang afford a Ferrari? And it's an 821 model. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Mengyao regained her composure and asked with a grim expression, Chen Yang, this car, is it yours? How did you end up driving such a nice car? She forced a smile that looked anything but genuine. Chen Yang laughed and said, that's all thanks to you. The salesperson you introduced to me was pretty reliable. They were quick and handled all the paperwork in less than 2 hours. Now I can just drive it away. Thanks. You must have gotten a referral fee, right? That's nice. Su Mengyao heard Chen Yang's words and felt her head spin, turning into a blur. Chen Yang was implying that the car was one he had just purchased? He had just come to her, looking for a Ferrari salesperson, to buy a car, and it was this Ferrari 821 worth over 5 million yuan? This is way too much. Su Mengyao couldn't say a word. If this were true, the commission of over 10,000 yuan would have vanished from her hands. But Chen Yang didn't bother with her and said directly, all right. It's about time. I should be going. Let us get together again sometime. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Su Mengyao snapped out of it. She quickly put on a flattering smile, stepped closer, and said, Chen Yang, wait a moment. Can I? Chen Yang naturally knew what Su Mengyao wanted to say, but it was already too late. The car window slowly closed. Then, boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The Ferrari 821 transformed into a sleek silhouette in the night, gradually disappearing from sight. Staring at the receding Ferrari 821, Su Mengyao stood frozen in place, wanting to chase after it, but after taking 2 steps, she realized it was absolutely impossible to catch up. She never could have imagined that the shy young man who once braved the rain to buy her milk tea was now driving a Ferrari with one hand. The contrast was simply too great. At the same time, someone else added insult to injury. Song Lin emerged from the venue and approached Su Mengyao with a delighted expression. "Miss Su, thank you so much for introducing me to that customer." "I can't thank you enough." Song Lin bowed deeply to Su Mengyao. She had only been working for a short while and had already closed a deal, earning over $10,000 in commission. The feeling was indescribably exhilarating. Song Lin's appearance had completely confirmed Chen Yang's words. Su Mengyao felt a sense of disorientation. It seemed like she had truly missed out on a great opportunity. If she had been nicer to Chen Yang earlier, would she have had a chance to restore their previous relationship? At that moment, Su Mengyao was consumed by deep regret. Boom! The Ferrari raced through the streets of Shenzhen, and Chen Yang was enjoying the nearly perfect driving feel and unparalleled comfort of the top-of-the-line supercar. A supercar is a supercar. Whether it was the comfort of the seats, the interior space, or the scent inside the car, everything was exceptional. Once the speed picks up, the feeling of taking off like a fighter jet is something that would make any man unable to resist. Chen Yang had several urges to floor it. However, on the city streets, Chen Yang remained rational and suppressed that desire. Of course, what a top-tier supercar offers is far more than just that. Chapter 026, Communication University. The most important feature of a supercar is, of course, an almost off-the-charts head-turning rate. Chen Yang was driving a Ferrari 812, and no matter which street he drove down, he attracted the attention of countless passers-by, especially women, whose glances were filled with varying degrees of admiration. While waiting at a red light, several provocatively dressed women approached him, apparently wanting to add him on social media. Chen Yang mostly ignored them. However, the feeling was still exhilarating. That's the true value of a supercar. A person can never feel inferior while driving a Ferrari. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari 812 around the streets of Shenzhen for a few laps, enjoying every moment to the fullest. At the same time, the cold system voice rang out. Host successfully completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 8,200,000 yuan. The reward has arrived. A whopping 8,200,000 yuan in rewards. After deducting the 5 million spent on the car, there was still over 2 million in rewards left. This large-scale indulgent spending was truly exhilarating. However, such large-scale purchases like buying a car or a house can only be done once or twice. Doing it more often won't yield much in rewards. Still, being able to use this to make money is quite disappointing. Chen Yang was in a good mood. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up. "Xiao Nana, good little brother, your older sister really loves you so much. You're my older sister's idol." Yao Na's message left Chen Yang feeling puzzled. What was his good sister up to? Why was she suddenly sending such a message? "Mu Yang, what's wrong, Nana? Did you suddenly miss me?" "Xiao Nana, yes, I haven't seen you for a few hours, and I really miss my little brother. I really want to see my good little brother." Chen Yang's words were mostly met with a response from Yao Na that was the charm of an older woman. "Mu Yan, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Little Nana, I don't want later. I want a specific time. Your older sister is already getting a bit impatient." What's wrong with Yao Na? She's suddenly acting so impatient. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it in 2 days. I'll contact you then." "Xiao Nana, alright, sister will be waiting for your favor. Next time, don't fall asleep, or else sister will get angry." Chen Yang saw the message and curved his lips into a smile. Next time? Next time, he'll definitely make Yao Na lean on the wall to get out. How dare she play with fire like that? He ended the call with Yao Na. Chen Yang noticed that Yao Na had posted a new WeChat moment. He clicked on it and saw a photo Yao Na had taken. The sun was setting, and she seemed to be on a balcony. Her outfit was completely different from her work attire. She was wearing a long dress in a sophisticated, mature style, exuding an air of elegance and allure. However, the most eye-catching thing was the watch on Yao Na's wrist of Vacheron Constantine. Although Chen Yang couldn't see the number of likes or comments on the post, he could guess that, as a salesperson at a luxury goods store, there were definitely many people in her circle who recognized the watch as a Vacheron Constantine. Yao Na's post was sure to go viral. No wonder his older sister was so excited earlier. It was because of this. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The feeling of being able to spend money freely was truly exhilarating. Although he and Yao Na had always gotten along well, they had never taken their relationship to the next level. Yao Na had always maintained a certain distance between them. But now, that distance is completely gone. Yao Na seems to be truly becoming his mistress. Just as Yao Na's message ended, Qin Qingling's message came through. "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, you must come find us tonight. We're all waiting for you with Tao Tao. Almost forgot. I have a date tonight." "Perfect, I'll go take a stroll." Xincheng Media University, his alma mater, he hadn't been back in ages. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari A12 straight toward Shenzhen Media University. Shenzhen Media University. In the girls' dormitory. Shen Tao and Chen Xingling were getting dressed and applying makeup. Chen Xingling was almost ready. She still looked the same, wearing a black school uniform jacket, a black pleated skirt, and black stockings. However, her black school uniform jacket today was much better than before, more form-fitting, perfectly highlighting her curvaceous figure. The S-shaped curves were even more perfect. In front of her, Shen Tao was wearing a white JK uniform. She had a more innocent and vibrant look, and the white JK and white stockings suited her well. However, Chen Xingling was not entirely satisfied. She said, "The skirt is too long, it should be shorter. The outfit is also too loose, it needs to be more form-fitting. You're so tall, if you don't show it off, who would notice?" Chen Xingling was giving instructions to Shen Tao. Shen Tao felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "Xingling sister, this should be fine, right? Besides, we're going to meet Chen Yang brother, not someone else. Why do we have to dress so formally? When meeting Chen Yang, we have to be more particular." Chen Xingling said seriously, "Tao Tao, don't you want to have a special relationship with Chen Yang?" Mentioning this, Shen Tao's face flushed slightly. Saying she hadn't thought about it would be a lie. Chen Yang was so handsome, rich, and had such good manners, he was exactly the Prince Charming they had always dreamed of. But Shen Tao looked at Chen Xingling, batting her beautiful big eyes, and said, "Xingling sister, aren't you and Chen Yang planning to develop something?" Chen Xingling flipped her smooth hair and laughed, "Of course I want to develop a relationship with Chen Yang. But I know my place. I'm not as beautiful as your own sister, and I'm not as pure as you. So, by Chen Yang's side, I'm at most just his good sister, a little sycophant. I can't rise above that. But you're different, Tao Tao. You're so beautiful. If you just dress up a bit and improve your Chen Yang would definitely like you." Chen Xingling revealed her snow-white little fangs. Shen Tao listened to Chen Xingling's words, her cheeks flushing red. She whispered, "Xingling sister, what are you saying? Although I do have feelings for Chen Yang, if you like him, I won't compete with you. We're sisters. There's no need to compete." Chen Xingling laughed lightly, "Hurry up and get dressed the way I said. Chen Yang is coming soon." "All right." Since Chen Xingling had said that, Shen Tao couldn't say anything else and could only follow her instructions, changing into a shorter white JK outfit. The two JK-style girls in black and white, like a pair of sisters, were both exceptionally beautiful, naturally stunning to behold. Chen Xingling looked at Shen Tao in front of her, nodded satisfactorily, and said, Tao Tao, you look great. You're much more beautiful than I imagined." After changing into the short JK uniform, Shen Tao immediately exuded a pure yet alluring aura, a feeling that was truly hard to resist. Shen Tao was still a bit uneasy. She looked at herself in the mirror, adjusting her skirt, and asked, "Is it too short?" "No, Chen Yang will definitely love you like this. Tonight, the two of us will definitely keep Chen Yang here. What do you think?" Chen Xingling's face was filled with determination. Shen Tao's face flushed slightly as she said, "Xingling, what are you talking about? We're just going out to have fun together." "All right. Just going out to play. Tonight, we're going to have a good time, okay?" Chen Xingling's charming face broke into a mischievous smile, like that of a little witch. Boom! Chen Yang drove his Ferrari A21 to Shenzhen Media University. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. However, the entrance to the university was still bustling with students coming and going, and street vendors were still hawking their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Yang drove up to the school gate in his Ferrari A21, naturally drawing a crowd of onlookers. Many younger students stopped to take photos. Chen Yang didn't overdo the show-off act. After parking the Ferrari A21 in the parking lot, he got out alone and walked toward the Media University campus. Shenzhen Communication University is a semi-open campus. At this time of night, the security guards didn't check IDs, so people could come and go as they pleased. As Chen Yang entered the campus, he looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Those years, when he and Giro walked through the campus of the Communication University, every little moment they shared was truly beautiful. But now, all of that was just a distant memory. Chen Yang didn't dwell on the sadness for long, as his attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. What caught his eye were the beautiful female students at the media conference and their long, shimmering legs. Yes. The Shenzhen Media Conference could be called the most visually appealing college in the entire city. Most of the famous beauties in Shenzhen are graduates of the Media University. Not only are there many of them, but they are also of the highest quality, making them among the top in Shenzhen. Chapter 027, Zhouhao. Every day, countless students from other schools come to the media conference in hopes of catching a glimpse of the beauty. However, Chen Yang didn't pay much attention. No matter how beautiful these women were, they couldn't compare to Giro or Yao Na. He was mainly heading to the east campus of the university. Chen Xingling and Shen Tao were waiting for him there. A milk tea shop? Chen Yang furrowed his brows. He had no idea where the place was. It must have opened in the past couple of years. Just as Chen Yang was about to ask someone for directions, a cheerful voice rang out from behind him. "Brother Chen? Chen Yang turned to look and saw a young man speaking. He was dressed in a typical school uniform, a white t-shirt, white pants, and a pair of glasses, looking neat and studious, clearly an academically gifted student. Chen Yang recognized the young man but couldn't place him no matter how hard he tried. After confirming it was Chen Yang, the young man ran over excitedly and smiled. "Shingu, it's me, Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao. That name immediately jogged Chen Yang's memory. It seemed like he did indeed have a younger classmate named Zhou Hao back then, who was rather reserved and bookish. He never expected that after all these years, he had changed so much. "Long time no see. You've gotten quite handsome." Chen Yang smiled and complimented him. Zhou Hao scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Shingu is just joking. I'm still the same, nothing has changed. But you, Shingu, you've really gotten so much more handsome. I recognized you right away. I just wasn't sure." Indeed. The Chen Yang of today is quite different from the Chen Yang of a few years ago. A few years ago, Chen Yang was just a rather handsome college student, but now he's completely different. "How many years have you been in college? Haven't you graduated yet?" Chen Yang continued to ask. "I'm in my senior year. I'll be looking for a job next year." Zhou Hao replied. Chen Yang nodded, just like Chen Qingling. Zhou Hao asked again, "Shingu, you must have something to do back at school, right? I just saw you looking for something." Chen Yang was just in need of someone to point him in the right direction, so he asked Zhou Hao, who had just arrived, "Do you know where the milk tea shop is?" "Sure, it's by the lake in the East Campus." Zhou Hao smiled. "By the lake?" Chen Yang thought about it for a moment and roughly knew where it was. He was about to thank Zhou Hao and leave. But to his surprise, Zhou Hao enthusiastically said, "Shingu, I'm free right now. Why don't I take you there?" Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Alright, that's very kind of you." "No problem." Zhou Hao shrugged it off. The two set off together, heading toward the East Campus. Chen Yang and Zhou Hao walked together. Along the way, they chatted with each other. "After graduation, where do you plan to work? Have you made any plans yet?" Chen Yang asked. "I'm going to work at an entertainment company." "I've already made arrangements," Zhou Hao replied. This was the typical career path for most media students, small to medium-sized entertainment companies, which offered decent salaries. Chen Yang's current company was also an entertainment company, with decent benefits, though the guy named Xie Long was really unpleasant. "That's a good idea. It's always better to plan ahead." Chen Yang nodded and was about to say something else. But Zhou Hao's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the message, a smile immediately spreading across his lips, as if something pleasant had happened. After replying to the message, Chen Yang asked with a smile, "Is it from your girlfriend?" Zhou Hao replied awkwardly, "No, it's probably from my goddess." Goddess? This term felt completely foreign to Chen Yang. Since he had been with Giro, he had lost all concept of what a goddess meant. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Yeah, she's a very beautiful girl. She's the one I've always loved. The moment I met her 2 years ago, I knew she was the one for me. I'll marry no one else in this lifetime. She's my goddess, my princess." As Zhou Hao said this, his face lit up with a happy smile. Chen Yang was taken aback. He never expected that even in this day and age, there were still such pure and unabashedly adoring words. This Zhou Hao, he's really, well, devoted. Maybe it's true love after all? That's good. Since you have a goal, go for it. Chen Yang said. "I'll try my best, Chen Gu." Zhou Hao's face was filled with determination as he said, "And I believe I can win her over. She'll eventually be with me." "I hope so," Chen Yang said again. "But you don't need to be too obsessed. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. If the other person really doesn't want it, it's better to move on sooner rather than later. There are no absolute goddesses in this world, and there's certainly no such thing as she's the only one. It's just that you've idealized her in your mind." Chen Yang tried to persuade Zhou Hao once more. After all, he was a junior he had known for several years, so it didn't hurt to say a few more words. But Zhou Hao remained firm. "Chen Gu, you're wrong. My goddess is different from other women. She's pure, cute, and beautiful. No other woman can compare to her. She is the only one in my heart, my eternal white moonlight, and she will never change." Since he had already said it to that extent, there was nothing more to say. Chen Yang nodded and said no more. Inside the milk tea shop. Nighttime. There were still quite a few students coming in to drink milk tea, and the entire milk tea shop was almost completely full. Chen Qingling and Shen Tao were currently sitting at a table near the lake. The two sisters, one in black and one in white, were exceptionally beautiful, drawing the attention of many customers around them. The stares from those around them made Shen Tao feel a bit uncomfortable. She kept thinking her skirt might be too short and risk showing too much. "Qingling, are you sure it's okay for me to wear this?" Shen Tao asked, her face slightly red. "Don't worry, they're just admiring your beauty," Chen Qingling said with a smile. "But Tao Tao, your outfit and makeup today are really stunning. When Chen Yang sees you later, he'll probably be unable to take his eyes off you. You're so beautiful." Shen Tao's delicate face was still flushed, but she was quite pleased inside, looking forward to the upcoming interaction with Chen Yang. However, at that moment, Shintao's phone rang. Shintao picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and then furrowed her brows slightly, seeming displeased. Chen Xingling noticed something was off and asked directly, Tao Tao, what's wrong? Whose message was that? Chapter 028, a dog licking? Who else could it be? Zhou Hao, of course. He's really getting on my nerves. Shintao said with a sigh. Zhou Hao. Chen Xingling was taken aback and said, didn't you block him? How did you get a message from him? I did block him, but this guy is relentless. He even created a new account to contact me. This is ridiculous. Shintao sighed, her pretty face betraying her helplessness. Chen Xingling covered her mouth and laughed, that's not so bad. It just proves how charming our Tao Tao is. This Zhou Hao has been obsessed with you for 2 whole years. He is pretty devoted, isn't he? I don't want his devotion at all. I'm not interested in him at all. This annoying guy. Shintao looked utterly distressed. Chen Xingling laughed so hard she could barely stand, then asked again, so, what did he want when he contacted you this time? He said he wanted to give me something, Shintao said helplessly. Probably just some small gift or local specialty. It's all his heartfelt gesture, Chen Xingling teased. Why don't you give it to Xingling's sister? Do you want it? Shintao asked directly. It's something he gave you out of kindness. Why would I want it? Chen Xingling refused firmly. I knew it, Shintao rolled her eyes and said, Xingling's sister, your husband. Chen Xingling retorted, your husband. Shintao continued to retort, your husband. The 2 women were bantering. Just then, Chen Xingling's phone rang. Chen Xingling looked at the message. It was from Chun Yang, saying he had arrived. Chen Xingling immediately stood up from her seat and looked around outside the cafe. Not long after, she spotted Chun Yang at the entrance of the milk tea shop and waved at him, saying, Chen Yang. Over here. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and she continued waving while calling out to Chen Yang. Chen Yang also spotted his beautiful and charming younger sister and immediately smiled, walking toward her. At that moment, Shintao also looked at Chun Yang. She had been quite happy, but when she saw Zhou Hao standing beside Chen Yang, her smile froze on her face. Zhou Hao. What was he doing here? Encountering the milk tea shop. By the lake. Chen Yang, Shintao, Chen Xingling, and Zhou Hao sat across from each other. Chen Xingling glanced at Chen Yang, then at Zhou Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She asked in confusion. Chen Yang, why are you here with Zhou Hao? Chen Yang smiled and said, I couldn't find the milk tea shop, so I asked him for directions. How about you two? Do you know each other? From the moment he sat down, Chen Yang sensed that the atmosphere was off. It seemed like Chen Xingling and Shintao both disliked this Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, however, hadn't noticed at all and said with a smile, of course we know each other. Chen Gu, Tao Tao is the one I told you about earlier. Zhou Hao didn't finish his sentence. But Chun Yang immediately understood. So that's how it is. Shintao is this Zhou Hao's dream girl, right? She does have good taste. Shintao is indeed beautiful and innocent. But, no matter how Chen Yang looked at it, he absolutely couldn't believe that Shintao would like a man like Zhou Hao. This guy was just a pure clown. As expected. Just as Chen Yang had anticipated, Shintao said directly, Zhou Hao, I've told you so many times not to call me Tao Tao. I have a name. Calling you Tao Tao isn't more intimate? Zhou Hao looked shameless. Shintao was furious and said, shut up. Who wants to be intimate with you? From Shintao's attitude, it was clear that she had no interest in Zhou Hao at all. This Zhou Hao was truly a persistent suitor. Zhou Hao dared not say anything else and shut his mouth. Chen Xingling smiled and said, since we're all here, let us have a cup of milk tea. Chen Yang, what would you like to drink? Chen Xingling asked Chen Yang first. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, a cup of duck-done lemon tea, please. This was right up his alley. He actually quite liked this kind of lemon tea. All right. Chen Xingling nodded. Before he could ask Zhou Hao directly said, pearl milk tea will do, thank you, Senior Xingling. Chen Xingling didn't say anything and looked at the last person, Shintao. Sakura bubble tea. Chen Xingling left to place the order. Chen Yang also stood up and said, I'm going to have a smoke. He headed toward the side, intending to go to the lake for a smoke. Since breaking up with Jiro, he had rarely smoked. Now that he was back at his alma mater and saw the familiar spot where he used to smoke, he couldn't resist the urge to have one. Chen Yang and Chen Xingling had both left. Only Shintao and Zhou Hao remained. Zhou Hao was quite happy, thinking there might be something developing between him and Shintao. But to his surprise, Shintao didn't even glance at him. Instead, she noticed the lighter Chen Yang had left on the table, picked it up, and quickly followed him to where he was standing. So the 3 of them left, leaving Zhou Hao alone, and the scene was a bit awkward. By the lake. Chen Yang sat on a lounge chair, holding a cigarette in his mouth, watching the scenery by the lake and the university couples playing and laughing. He couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Just as he was about to light the cigarette, he reached for it and realized he had forgotten the lighter. Damn! This is so unromantic. Just as Chun Yang was about to go back to get the lighter. Click! The sound of a lighter came from beside him. Shen Yang turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful face appear beside him. Shen Tao had somehow sat down next to him and was using the lighter to light the cigarette. Shen Yang was slightly startled, then let Shen Tao use the lighter to light his cigarette. The smoke drifted away. Shen Yang smiled at Shen Tao and said, "Thank you." "No problem, Shen Yang," Shen Tao replied with a sweet smile, looking absolutely charming. It must be said that Shen Tao truly fit the image of a campus goddess. She had a touch of the nightlife scene, a fiery figure that exuded sensuality, and a hint of innocence from the school grounds. Most importantly, Shen Tao was stunningly beautiful, innocent yet alluring, a perfect combination. "Why didn't you chat with Zhou Hao?" Shen Yang asked with a smile while smoking. "We're not close, Shen Yang." "Don't misunderstand," Shen Tao hurriedly explained. "I can tell." Shen Yang smiled slightly. Shen Tao and Zhou Hao were clearly from different worlds. They were too different to ever end up together. Shen Tao sighed. "Actually, I've rejected him more than once, but he just won't give up. I don't know where he got the idea that being persistent would work." That was indeed a misconception. Being persistent and clingy only works on a small percentage of women. Most women are completely unresponsive to such tactics. Women are emotional beings. Basically, after spending just a week or even a day with someone, she will decide whether there is any potential for a relationship moving forward. Chapter 029, Give it a try. Once you've been labeled as unsuitable for a relationship, no matter how hard you try or how much you cling, it's all in vain. You could tell him to give up, and that would already be pretty good. Shen Yang laughed. "Isn't that what should be done?" Shen Tao blinked in confusion. Shen Yang thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the right thing to do. If it wasn't suitable, one should inform the other party. But in this world today, how many women would actually do that? Even if they weren't suitable, they wouldn't say it outright. Instead, they string you along and squeeze out every last bit of value. This alone showed that Shen Tao's values were still quite sound. Shen Yang didn't speak, and Shen Tao didn't speak either. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkwardly quiet. At that moment, Shen Tao gathered her courage and asked with a blushing face, "Shen Yang, do you think my outfit today looks good?" Shen Yang was startled and finally shifted his gaze to Shen Tao. Her outfit today was indeed quite nice. The JK-style outfit, paired with an ultra-short skirt, perfectly highlighted Shen Tao's innocent yet alluring charm. "It's nice. It suits you very well." Shen Yang complimented her. "Thank you for the compliment, Shen Yang." Shen Tao was very happy and then asked, "Shen Yang, do you think I'm more attractive, or is Qingling more attractive?" This question was quite interesting. Shen Yang thought for a moment and smiled. "If we're talking about looks, you're prettier, but if it's anything else, Qingling is better." "Why?" Shen Tao asked, confused. Shen Yang laughed. "After all, Qingling is wearing black stockings." One sentence made Shen Tao understand immediately. The allure of black stockings is indeed quite powerful. But Shen Tao wasn't about to back down. She huffed, "My white stockings aren't bad either." At the milk tea shop, Shen Qingling returned with 3 cups of milk tea, only to find Shen Yang and Shen Tao were nowhere to be seen. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "Where are they?" Zhou Hao hurriedly replied, "Shen Gu is smoking, and Tao Tao went to get him a lighter." Shen Qingling glanced in the direction Zhou Hao had indicated and indeed saw Shen Yang and Shen Tao in the distance. However, due to the distance, she couldn't make out what they were doing. But she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, as if she had realized something. Her good friend was really on the ball. Zhou Hao continued, "Qingling, do you think Shen Gu has a thing for you?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Shen Qingling replied casually. Zhou Hao laughed. "Shen Gu specifically came to school to find you, sat next to you, and was so affectionate. He must be trying to pursue you." Shen Qingling heard this and couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, it had always been her who had been chasing after Chen Yang, and he had never shown any interest in her. How could he possibly be pursuing her now? However, since she had nothing better to do, she casually replied, "Maybe." Zhou Hao continued, "Shen Gu likes you, Qingling, and I'm pursuing Tao Tao. That makes us a perfect match. If we go out to play later, it should be pretty fun." Shen Qingling smiled mischievously. "I feel like Tao Tao isn't interested in you at all. This is just the beginning. A girl as cute, beautiful, pure, and charming as Tao Tao, I have to be very patient to make her fall for me. Qingling, don't worry. I have all the time in the world. In the future, I'll definitely make Tao Tao fall for me." Zhou Hao was utterly determined. Shen Qingling was speechless. This guy is really exaggerating. They returned to the milk tea shop where they had met. Shen Yang and Shen Tao sat down and chatted for a while. Zhou Hao noticed Shen Tao's unusual behavior and asked directly, "Tao Tao, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" A sycophant is indeed a sycophant. He really does observe things in such detail. Shen Tao's face was indeed very red. She made up an excuse and replied, "It's been pretty hot lately, and it's so stuffy. Should I ask the boss to get a fan? There are fans in the store." Zhou Hao continued to be attentive. "No need, I'll just cool down for a bit." Shen Tao refused directly. "All right." Zhou Hao could only nod. Chen Yang watched Zhou Hao acting like a sycophant and couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, it's still the same old story. A sycophant, in the end, never ends well. Chapter 030, The Insecure Zhou. Thinking back to his interaction with Shen Tao on the bench earlier, Zhou seemed pretty pathetic. But this was all his own doing. The other party had repeatedly made it clear that it wasn't suitable, yet he insisted on pursuing it. Who could blame him? Chen Xingling, standing nearby, leaned over to Chen Yang and whispered. Chen Yang, what did you do to Tao Tao just now? This little witch had clearly figured it out. Nothing much, just pointing out the differences between her and you. Chen Yang laughed. Oh? Chen Xingling perked up with interest and asked, what difference? Chen Yang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, the difference between black stockings and white stockings. What's the result? Chen Xingling was intrigued. The result, of course, is that white stockings seem better, Chen Yang said with a smile. Oomph, that's because you don't understand, Chen Yang. Chen Xingling said stubbornly, black stockings are the best. How can I understand then? Chen Yang's smile held a hint of mischief. Chen Xingling seemed to realize something, smiled sweetly, and showed her cute little fangs, saying, Chen Yang, you'll understand later. The milk tea was finished quickly. The four of them left. Chen Xingling suggested, since there's nothing to do tonight, let's go out for a stroll. Chen Yang and Shen Tao had no objections. Zhou Hao insisted on coming along, so there was no choice but to bring him along. The four walked along the campus avenue at night. Chen Xingling and Shen Tao walked ahead, the two beautiful sisters whispering to each other, their voices soft and indistinct. Every now and then, they would sneak a glance back at Chen Yang, letting out a series of crisp laughs. Chen Yang and Zhou Hao walked behind them. Zhou Hao whispered, Shen Ge, I already know your thoughts. Ha? What plans? Chen Yang looked at him in confusion. Zhou Hao gave him a knowing smile and said, Shen Ge, we're all men, we understand. You have feelings for Senior Qingling, don't you? I've already noticed. Chen Yang heard this and almost burst out laughing. This guy really had good taste. Zhou Hao continued, Shen Ge, Qingling Senior is indeed exceptional. She's attractive, charming, and has a great personality. Her grades are also excellent. I heard that a media company is already in talks with her, and she'll probably get a job right after graduation. But with her looks, even if she can't become a celebrity, she'll definitely be a huge hit as an influencer. Shen Ge, if you manage to win her over now, that would be a huge blessing for you. You'd better work hard on it. This guy must think Chen Yang is Chen Xingling's fanboy. That's way too into it. I'll think about it. Chen Yang replied casually. Zhou Hao continued, there's nothing to think about, Chen Ge. Just go for it like I did. If I can pursue Tao Tao and you can pursue Qingling Senior, that'll be a great story between us. Chen Yang really couldn't hold back anymore. How does this guy manage to be so serious about being a sycophant? Chen Yang couldn't help but say, I think you and Shen Tao aren't really a good match. You should just give up on that idea. Chen Yang tried to persuade him again. But Zhou Hao just laughed and said, with enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Shen Ge, I absolutely won't give up. I will definitely win Tao Tao over. There's no way around it. There's really nothing to be done. Sure enough, most of these clingy guys deserve it. Since you insist on being stubborn until the end, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Chen Yang had already given up on Zhou Hao. Meanwhile, the four of them had already reached the school gate. Shen Ge, I've prepared the car. Zhou Hao smiled and pulled out the car keys, turning them on. A Nissan Sunny parked nearby turned on its headlights. This car is probably worth around 100,000 yuan. When the headlights came on, the students at the school gate didn't even glance at it. Zhou Hao was quite satisfied, thinking he had prepared everything perfectly to impress his crush. However, just at that moment, a small mishap occurred. As Shen Tao and Chen Xingling, who were walking ahead, caught the attention of several male students from other schools due to their striking appearance, one dark-haired and one fair-skinned, like sisters, they were approached as soon as they reached the entrance. Those male students were also quite good-looking, dressed in expensive brands costing 1,000 or two, and likely came from well-off families. Where are you going, ladies? We'll take you. Yeah, ladies, just tell us where to go, and we'll drive you there. The students all pulled out their car keys. One by one, the vehicles parked at the school gate lit up their headlights. There were BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Porsches, all pretty nice cars. These students must have some money to spare. They were probably here to pick up girls at the media college. Chen Xingling and Shen Tao politely declined their offers and turned to look at Chen Yang and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's face was filled with embarrassment. He tried to avoid Chen Xingling and Shen Tao's gaze, and the car keys in his hand were so trembling he couldn't even hold them properly. A sense of inferiority welled up inside him. Chen Yang, however, laughed casually, aren't you trying to impress Tao Tao? This is a great opportunity. Shen Ge, don't say that. I feel so embarrassed. Zhou Hao lowered his head. Chen Yang shook his head. This guy. Not only does he lack ability, but he also lacks courage. No wonder Shen Tao doesn't think much of him. Chen Yang walked over and smiled, guys, no need to trouble you. I've already prepared a car, I can take them there. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Chen Yang. You've prepared a car too? What kind of car? Let us see what you've got. Is it that Nissan X-Trail? Ha ha. Several students spoke with a hint of mockery in their voices. Clearly, they had also noticed the interaction between Chen Yang and Zhou Hao. Shen Tao and Chen Xingling also looked at Chen Yang, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although they didn't care what kind of car Chen Yang drove, which girl wouldn't want someone to step up and help her out when she was in trouble, satisfying her vanity? As for Zhou Hao, he was so ashamed he couldn't show his face. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to bury the keys to the Xianyi. Chen Yang said casually, "There is indeed a Xianyi." At those words, the mocking expressions on everyone's faces grew even more pronounced. Xianyi? How dare you compete with our BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Autos, and Porsches? Chapter 031, The Passenger Seat. However, Chen Yang's next words caused their expressions to change drastically. But besides the Xianyi, there's another one that's a bit better. Chen Yang smiled slightly, then directly pulled out the keys to the Ferrari A12 and turned them on. The Ferrari A12 parked nearby lit up instantly, its dazzling lights outlining the sleek silhouette of the supercar. The stylish scissor doors rose upward, looking absolutely stunning. The futuristic Ferrari A12 made its grand entrance, instantly drawing all eyes at the school gate. Exclamations of awe echoed through the air. Wow! What a beautiful car! This must cost at least 7 or 800,000 yuan. 7 or 800,000 yuan? That's a Ferrari 812. The flagship model of Ferrari, with a base price of at least 5 million yuan. 5 million yuan? That's way too extravagant. Whose rich kid is this? I need to see this for myself. Such a top-tier luxury car, I'd be lucky to even dream of sitting in it. If I could ride in the passenger seat just once in my life, I'd die happy. Exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Passers-by all looked on with envy. Meanwhile, the few students from other schools who had just been looking down on Chen Yang moments ago froze in place upon seeing the sleek, stylish top of the line supercar. They might not recognize the 812, but they definitely recognized a Ferrari. This single Ferrari was enough to outclass all the so-called luxury cars here. Do I have the qualifications to give them a ride now? Chen Yang smiled at the few students from other schools in front of him. The out-of-town students, their faces filled with embarrassment, dared not speak a word and hurriedly left the scene. Meanwhile, Shen Tao and Chen Xingling looked at Chen Yang with eyes that were practically sparkling. Chen Yang, you're so cool. Chen Xingling almost threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, her pretty face brimming with joy. Shen Tao also looked at the Ferrari A12, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, and said, "Chen Yang, this car is so beautiful. Is it really yours?" She couldn't believe it. She had originally thought that Chen Yang's car was probably worth around 100,000. She never imagined that Chen Yang was driving such a $5 million supercar. Yeah, I just bought it. Chen Yang nodded. Shen Tao looked at Chen Yang with anticipation and asked, "Chen Yang, can I sit in the passenger seat? I've never ridden in such a luxurious car in my life." The look in Shen Tao's eyes was filled with pleading. Behind him, Zhou Hao's face turned red. He held his breath for a long time but couldn't utter a single word. He had been fantasizing about inviting Shen Tao into his car. Now, facing Chen Yang's Ferrari worth millions, he didn't have the courage to mention it. "Of course you can, Tao Tao, sit in the passenger seat. I'm sure Chen Yang won't mind." Before Chen Yang could respond, Chen Xingling leaned in and said with a smile. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, "It's okay at other times, but not now." "Why?" Shen Tao and Chen Xingling were both surprised and asked almost in unison. Chen Yang smiled and said, "This car only has 2 seats, so only one person can ride. But I need to take Xingling there. Tao Tao, you'll have to find another way." This was an unavoidable decision. Chen Yang also wanted to take both of these beautiful women with him, but the sports car only had 2 seats, so he had to choose one. Although Shen Tao was indeed very beautiful, pure, and cute, Chen Yang still cared more about his own little sister. Zhou Hao, who was listening from behind, perked up at Chen Yang's words and said, I have. But before he could finish, he forced himself to swallow the words back. Because at that moment, Chen Xingling spoke up, smiling lightly, "Chen Yang, it's okay. I've already prepared a car." She also took out her car keys and pressed the button. A nearby Audi also lit up. It was a car worth around 2 or 30,000, a higher class than Zhou Hao's Xianyi. Chen Xingling's family background wasn't too bad, they were considered a middle-class family, so having a car wasn't unusual. This left Zhou Hao feeling utterly humiliated. "Don't you want to try sitting in the passenger seat?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. Chen Xingling bit her red lips, gazing at the sleek Ferrari A12, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She naturally wanted to sit in the passenger seat. But she still wanted to give the opportunity to her best friend. Shen Tao laughed, "Since Chen Yang has already let you sit there, Xingling, you should go ahead. I'll just take any other car over there." With the words already spoken, Chen Xingling couldn't refuse and sat down in the passenger seat of the Ferrari A12. As soon as she sat down, she felt incredibly comfortable. No wonder it was a top-of-the-line luxury car, the feeling was truly amazing. Chen Yang got into the driver's seat, started the Ferrari A21, and drove away under the envious glances of everyone present. Xin Tao watched the Ferrari A12 grow smaller in the distance, her beautiful eyes unconsciously clouding over with a hint of sadness. She could tell that Chen Yang seemed to care more about Chen Xingling. Toward her, he didn't seem to have as much enthusiasm. She could understand that, after all, Chen Xingling always thought of Chen Yang first and was his good sister. She had only just met Chen Yang, so naturally she couldn't compare. But deep down, she still felt a little disappointed. Tao Tao, let me drive you. Zhou Hao gathered his courage again and tried to ask. However, Xin Tao shook her head and said, no need, I've already called a taxi. At that moment, Zhou Hao could only feel disoriented in the wind. What a loser. Boom. The Ferrari A12 raced down the streets of Shenzhen like a roaring beast on the road, emitting a deafening roar. Chen Xingling sat in the passenger seat, feeling an unprecedented rush of excitement coursing through her body. This is amazing. Is this what it feels like to drive a supercar? So thrilling. She turned her head to look at Chen Yang beside her. Chen Yang, who was driving carefully, was so handsome and charming. He truly was her Prince Charming, the man of her dreams. After speeding for a while, the Ferrari A12 entered the city streets and gradually slowed down. How does it feel? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Perfect. Chen Xingling's pretty face lit up with a smile as she said, Chen Yang, you're so amazing. I admire you so much. Of course. Chen Yang smiled slightly. No matter when, the emotional value his little sister provided was always very high. That was also why Chen Yang enjoyed spending time with her. However, Chen Xingling asked at that moment, Chen Yang, why did you make me sit in the passenger seat? Isn't it okay for Tao Tao to sit there? Chapter 032, Goddess? You're my good little sister. Why can't you sit there? Chen Yang was a bit confused. But Tao Tao is prettier than me, and her figure is better than mine. Chen Xingling looked at her own curves, which were already quite impressive, but compared to Xin Tao, they still fell short. Those things are important, but they're not the most important. Chen Yang replied. I thought Chen Yang liked Tao Tao's type. Chen Xingling blinked her eyes and said earnestly. Well, I still like it. Chen Yang smiled, looked at Chen Xingling, and added, but I like you too. You want it all? Chen Xingling hummed. Chen Yang smiled but didn't respond. Chen Xingling whispered, Chen Yang, if you want it all, you should put more effort into Tao Tao and find a way to win her over. Why? Chen Yang looked puzzled. Chen Xingling, however, didn't lose her smile, revealing her cute little fangs, and said, because I don't need Chen Yang to chase after me. Chen Yang, as long as you're happy, I'll do anything you want. Chen Xingling was as docile as a little kitten. Chen Yang smiled it off. Chen Xingling was always like this, always obedient to Chen Yang, completely at his beck and call. However, Chen Yang had never done anything to her either, just taking advantage of her occasionally. He truly didn't want to hurt Chen Xingling. As for why Chen Xingling was like this, that's a long story. Your mind is filled with nothing but trash. Chen Yang glared at Chen Xingling with a disapproving look. Chen Xingling stuck out her pink tongue, her face full of mischief. The Ferrari A12 continued to cruise down the road. As they drove on, Chen Xingling looked at Chen Yang with a dreamy expression and suddenly said, Chen Yang, do you know? Even after all these years, I still can't forget how majestic you looked back then. Imposing and majestic? Shouldn't that be disheveled and embarrassed? Chen Yang laughed helplessly. How could it be disheveled? In that situation, just standing up was already impressive. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been ruined. Chen Xingling's eyes were still filled with admiration, and she looked at Chen Yang like a little fangirl. Chen Yang's thoughts drifted back to the past. It was his third year of university, and Chen Xingling was just a freshman. One night, Chen Yang and his roommates had gone out for a late-night snack and were returning to their dormitory when they saw Chen Xingling being harassed by several drunken men outside the school gates. The men even tried to drag her into the small grove. At that time, Chen Xingling was only 18 or 19 years old, crying with tears streaming down her face. She begged passers-by to help her, but no one dared to intervene. But no one dared to step forward, everyone pretended not to see. Even Chen Yang's roommates didn't want to get involved, thinking it might just be friends playing around. But anyone with eyes could see that this was no joke. At that time, Chen Yang could be described as inexperienced and frail, but you could never say he lacked courage. From childhood to adulthood, what he never lacked was courage. He simply grabbed a beer bottle and charged forward. Of course. The outcome wasn't like in a novel, where Chen Yang went on a rampage. He only managed to take down one person in a surprise attack, and then the others reacted and started beating him up. At that time, Chen Yang was already frail and couldn't hold them off. So, he could only grab Chen Xingling and keep running. They were caught several times, but Chen Yang always shielded Chen Xingling in front of him and fought back fiercely. They ran for an unknown amount of time before finally shaking off the drunken men. Chen Yang was covered in injuries and bleeding all over his body. Chen Xingling will never forget it for the rest of her life. Chen Yang held her in his arms, barely clinging to life, and smiled at her, saying, it's okay. This scene would stay with Chen Xingling for the rest of her life. Later, those who had been reported to the police were dealt with accordingly, and Shen Yang was commended by the school. This incident actually had a significant impact on Shen Yang's life trajectory. His reputation at school grew considerably, and he indirectly connected with Zhiro, the head of the student council's publicity department, eventually becoming a couple. As for Chen Xingling, she became Chen Yang's devoted fan, frequently bringing him milk tea, fruits, and snacks. Whatever Chen Yang said, she would listen to. After all, at that time, Chen Xingling was just a freshman, a young girl just beginning to experience love. How could she resist such a fairy tale-like plot? However, Chen Xingling was also quite clever. After Chen Yang and Zhiro started dating, she stopped contacting Chen Yang altogether. Now, Chen Yang broke up, and the little fangirl is back. Chen Yang, do you know? Over the years, I've dreamed about that night countless times. Every time I felt so helpless, I could only tremble in fear. I could only think that Chen Yang would come find me, that he definitely would. Every time, you would appear. Every time, you would help me defeat them. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to face the rest of my life. Chen Yang, you saved my life. Chen Xingling's eyes brimmed with deep gratitude. This was also why she was so devoted to Chen Yang. As long as Chen Yang is happy, she is happy. Chen Yang looked at her and couldn't help but sigh deeply before smiling and saying, "You're so silly." Chen Xingling also giggled, her laughter clear and joyful, and said, "I'm happy to be Chen Yang's silly little sister." Boom! The Ferrari 812 continued on its way down the road. Half an hour later. Huatian International Shopping Mall. This is also one of the larger shopping malls in Shenzhen, offering a wide variety of dining, entertainment, and shopping options. The Ferrari 812 arrived here and parked in a spot. Shen Yang and Chen Xingling got out of the car one after the other. They waited outside for a while. Shen Tao and Zhou Hao arrived shortly after, one having taken a taxi and the other driving his own car, a rather unusual arrangement. However, Shen Yang could understand. Although Shen Tao was a bit vain, she wasn't a bad woman. She didn't want to get too close to Zhou Hao. After all, they were completely incompatible. Shen Tao wanted Zhou Hao to give up. But Zhou Hao clearly hadn't realized this and continued to fawn over her. Once everyone had arrived, they headed straight into the shopping mall. Since it was the weekend, the shopping mall was quite crowded, with people coming and going non-stop. They were still in the same group as before, with Shen Tao and Chen Xingling walking in front, and Shen Yang and Zhou Hao following behind. "Chenge, I feel like Tao Tao is being really cold toward me," Zhou Hao said dejectedly. Chapter 033, Starch Intestines. Shen Yang shook his head and smiled. "Cold? She hasn't kicked you out yet, that's already a good thing. When it's time to give up, you have to give up." Shen Yang replied. "Brother Chen, I won't give up. I think Tao Tao is just a bit slow to warm up. She is a cold girl, she is like that with everyone, not just me." Zhou Hao was still trying to convince himself. "Oh? Is that so?" Shen Yang raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of something, a mischievous smile spreading across his lips. He said, "Then I'll give it a try." "Try?" Zhou Hao was confused. "How does one try something like this?" Shen Yang called out to Shen Tao in front of him, "Tao Tao." Shen Tao had been chatting with Chen Xingling, but upon hearing Chen Yang call her, she immediately ran back, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile, and asked, "Chen Yang, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Shen Yang picked up a starch-filled sausage from the side and asked with a smile, "I bought a sausage. Do you want to eat it?" Shen Gu. Zhou Hao was about to say that Shen Tao didn't like this kind of starch sausage, as he had bought some before and Shen Tao hadn't even glanced at it. However, Shen Tao's response left Zhou Hao speechless. She said happily, "Sure, I love starch sausage the most. Thank you, Chen Yang." "What?" Zhou Hao was completely speechless. Seeing Shen Tao, who was completely obedient to Chen Yang, he felt like his heart was shattering. He stood there frozen, his face filled with disbelief. This was still the same person he knew. The cold and aloof goddess. Shen Tao? After this little incident, Zhou Hao fell completely silent, following behind alone. Shen Yang, Shen Tao, and Chen Xingling walked ahead, chatting among themselves. As they walked on, Zhou Hao found an excuse, saying he needed to go back to study, and left directly. Shen Yang didn't bother with Zhou Hao. The reason he brought him along this time was actually to make him give up completely. Such a sycophant needed nothing but harsh reality to bring him back to his senses. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Yang had some prior connection with him, he wouldn't have bothered with this guy at all. After finishing their stroll through the snack street, they arrived at the shopping mall. Inside, there were mostly high-end luxury stores like Chanel, Gucci, Valentino, and more, all available. "Wow, these designer brands are so beautiful." Chen Xingling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shen Tao was more restrained, not showing any overly exaggerated expressions, but she was undoubtedly also deeply fond of these top-tier luxury items. "If you like them, why not go inside and take a look?" Chen Yang smiled. "Isn't that a bit much? They all look so expensive." Chen Xingling felt a bit uneasy after seeing the prices of the luxury items. Shen Tao also said, "Yeah, Chen Yang, it's too expensive. Let's just skip it." Both of them came from ordinary families. Chen Xingling was slightly better off, as her family had some money, but Shintao's family was very poor. They had never even dared to step foot into such high-end luxury stores before. Just looking doesn't tea cost anything? Chen Yang said casually, let's go. He didn't wait for the two girls' response and walked straight into the Chanel flagship store. Shintao and Chen Xingling exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and followed him inside. They entered the Chanel flagship store. The staff greeted Chen Yang and the others warmly. Chen Yang took Shintao and Chen Xingling around the store, looking at some women-esque clothing that might suit them. After finishing their look around, Chen Xingling said, alright, there's nothing we like. We should go now. Yes, sorry. Shintao also gave the staff an apologetic smile. In truth, they had seen many items they liked, but the prices were too high for them to even consider. The sales clerk, who had seen it all before, knew that many female customers came in just to look, so it was perfectly normal not to buy anything. Alright. Please take your time. Shintao and Chen Xingling had both planned to leave. But Chen Yang said, we finally came to take a look around, why leave so soon? You said there were a few things you liked earlier, right? Bring them out for us to try on. At this, Chen Xingling and Shintao's faces turned slightly awkward. The sales clerk also looked awkward. He had thought he could just get rid of the two women, but he didn't expect the man to be so clueless. They weren't buying, yet they insisted on trying them on. This was getting a bit troublesome. However, she still maintained a professional smile and politely said, if you'd like to try it on, you're more than welcome to take it out and try it on. The words had already been spoken. Chen Xingling and Shintao had nothing else to say. Alright, we'll give it a try. Chen Xingling and Shintao reluctantly agreed, then selected a few outfits they were very satisfied with and entered the fitting room. Chen Yang sat on the sofa outside, scrolling through his phone, waiting for them to change. Girls, you know. Changing clothes is always a hassle. After about 10 minutes, Shintao finally finished changing and stepped out of the fitting room. This time, Shintao had chosen a white strapless long dress, a very pure princess-style gown. Once she put it on, her entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. From the shy campus goddess she had been, she now exuded a touch of noble elegance, like a wealthy heiress. The elegance that luxury items can bring is truly remarkable. Chen Yang, what do you think? Shintao held the hem of her white dress and spun around in front of Chen Yang, resembling a beautiful, graceful fairy. Chen Yang stroked his chin, appraised her for a moment, then said, it looks pretty good. But it's too innocent. You should go for something more seductive to suit you better. Shintao, hearing Chen Yang's compliment, felt very happy and sweetly said, then Chen Yang, next time I'll definitely show you my sensual style. Alright. I'll be waiting. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Chapter 034, Shop Till You Drop. At the same time, Chen Xingling also emerged from the fitting room. As soon as she emerged, both Shintao and Chen Yang were momentarily stunned by her beauty. After changing into a designer outfit, Chen Xingling seemed like a completely different person. Her elegant black Chanel evening gown accentuated her tall, perfect figure, with her S-shaped curves flowing gracefully. She looked like a European noblewoman, every movement exuding a strong sense of aristocratic charm. Her demeanor had been elevated to a whole new level, completely different from the shy, obedient little fangirl who had once followed Chen Yang everywhere. Chen Yang, do I look pretty? Chen Xingling smiled sweetly at Chen Yang. She walked toward Chen Yang step by step, like a princess in a movie, exuding an indescribable air of nobility and elegance. Chen Yang nodded approvingly and smiled, you're beautiful. It suits you perfectly. Hee, that's so nice. Chen Xingling felt overjoyed inside. She and Shintao were wearing these two top-of-the-line Chanel outfits, one black and one white, like sisters in flowers, catching everyone's attention. After admiring each other for a while, they finally changed out of their clothes. Alright, Chen Yang, let's go. Chen Xingling said with a smile. The fitting was done. There was no need for them to linger any longer. As for buying the clothes, she dared not even think about it. She had just glanced at the price tag. The entire outfit cost over 100,000 yuan, an astronomical sum for them. Goodbye, sir and miss. Please take your time. The store clerk smiled as he saw Chen Yang and Shintao off. Finally, they're gone. The store clerk also sighed in relief. Although she had no objections to Chen Yang and the others coming to try on clothes, as an employee, having some downtime was always better. After sending off these customers, she could go back to slacking off. But Chen Yang laughed and said, you tried on so many things. Isn't it a pity to leave now? Ha! Shintao and Chen Xingling heard this and were both taken aback, looking at Chen Yang with puzzled expressions in their beautiful eyes. They already tried everything, why wouldn't they leave? The store clerk's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough. Chen Yang smiled and said, the dress Xingling tried on earlier was pretty nice. Could you wrap it up for us? Upon hearing this, both Chen Xingling, Shintao, and the store clerk were all taken aback. Wrap it up? That dress alone cost over 100,000 yuan. Did Chen Yang mean to buy it? Chen Xingling and Shintao were both stunned, unable to believe that Chen Yang would buy such an expensive outfit to give to Chen Xingling. However, the shop assistant's shock was because they thought Chen Yang was just showing off. Trying to be a hero in front of two beauties. In the end, she's the one who'll suffer. This is too cruel. Pack the clothes up. If she doesn't pay later, it'll be a hassle to deal with. The female store clerk was so angry she wanted to explode, but since she had been trained, she could only swallow her anger. The female store clerk maintained her polite smile and said, "Sir, the price for those two dresses is around 10,000. Are you sure you want to purchase them?" She had intended to use the price to dissuade Chen Yang. But to her surprise, Chen Yang didn't even hesitate and said, "Just wrap them up." The female clerk's smile froze on her face and she felt a surge of frustration. Ah! Divine gold. If you're going to show off, just show off. Why are you tormenting me, a lowly worker, in the middle of the night? I'm just a lowly worker, do you think it's easy for me? The female store clerk felt bitter inside, but she maintained her smile and said, "All right. I'll pack it up for you right away." No matter how angry she was, the customer was still the boss. The female clerk went to pack it up. A moment later, the female clerk returned with the order, smiling as she led Chen Yang, Shen Tao, and Chen Xingling toward the counter. "Sir, the total amount you need to pay is 103,500. How would you like to pay?" The female store clerk stared intently at Chen Yang, her smile seeming almost menacing. All right. Torturing me, are you? Let's see how you'll handle this now, and what excuse you'll come up with to get out of this." The female store clerk was very confident. At this point, Chen Yang was definitely in trouble and would surely make a fool of himself in front of the two beautiful women. She had been waiting for this moment. Who told you to torment this lowly servant? But what the female store clerk didn't expect was that Chen Yang directly pulled out a Huaxia Bank Dragon card and smiled, "Swipe the card." He actually has a card? The female store clerk was taken aback, took the card, and examined it carefully. It didn't seem fake. He must not have any money. The excuse later will probably be that the card is frozen or something. The female clerk took out the POS machine and swiped it. Then a beep sounded, and the POS machine displayed a message, "Payment successful." The female store clerk was stunned. What? Payment successful? What? Did you buy it? At that moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. This guy, who she thought was just showing off, wasn't showing off after all, he actually bought it. No. This isn't just to show off anymore. This is a real deal. You see, these luxury goods salespeople all get commissions. Selling something like this for over $10,000 means a commission of over $1,000. Heaven had finally blessed this lowly saleswoman. The sales clerk's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, and with a forced smile, she said to Chen Yang, "Sir, congratulations. Your payment has been processed successfully. Thank you for choosing Chanel. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to contact us. We will do our utmost to serve you." Chen Yang nodded, impressed by Chanel's service. This international luxury brand seems to have excellent customer service. After finishing his shopping, Chen Yang took them to a few more stores, bought some clothes and cosmetics, and today's errands were mostly wrapped up. Host successfully completed a splurge shopping session, earning a reward of 220,000. Host successfully completed an indulgent shopping spree, earning a reward of 200,000. Host successfully completed an indulgent shopping spree, earning a reward of 250,000. After several indulgent shopping sprees, Chen Yang has earned nearly 1 million in rewards, bringing his total savings to nearly 9 million. He is one step closer to breaking the 10 million mark. The rewards from tonight's spending spree were truly delightful. After spending it all, it was already late. The three of them sat at a milk tea shop near the mall entrance, sipping milk tea for a while before leaving. During that time, Shen Tao left for a while, and no one knew where she went. When she returned, she had changed her outfit. The white school uniform she had been wearing was completely replaced with a stylish white coat, which suited her quite well, making her look more mature and giving her the aura of a modern urban woman. Chapter 035, A Happy Johao. Chen Yang and Chen Xingling both felt a bit off. Chen Xingling asked directly, "Tao Tao, why did you suddenly change your clothes?" This seemed to fluster Shen Tao, who blushed and said, I felt a bit cold, so I put on a coat." This excuse was rather flimsy. It was the middle of summer, and while it was indeed a bit cool in the evening, it wasn't cold enough to warrant wearing a coat. However, since Shen Tao had already said that, Chen Xingling didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She nodded and said, "Tao Tao, you're too delicate. You should eat more nutritious food to build up your strength." "I know, Xingling." Shen Tao nodded. However, as she spoke, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chen Yang, her eyes seeming to hold a deeper meaning. A moment later, Chen Xingling went to the restroom. Only Chen Yang and Shen Tao were left. Shen Tao bit her red lips, as if gathering her courage, and said to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, do you want to come with me? I want to show you something." "What?" Chen Yang was a bit confused. "You'll see when you come over." Shen Tao's face had turned red all the way to her ears. After saying that, she stood up from her seat and walked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Chen Yang didn't know what Shen Tao was up to, but he followed her anyway. After leaving the milk tea shop, the two walked forward and arrived at a secluded corner of the square. What are we looking at? Chen Yang still felt puzzled and asked again. Upon arriving here, Shintao finally stopped in her tracks. Her delicate face seemed ready to bleed, and she bit her red lips, saying, Chen Yang, you wanted to see my sensual side, didn't you? I can let you see it now. Ha? How? Chen Yang was confused. At the moment, Shintao was wearing a white coat, looking quite elegant, but what was so pure and sensual about that? But what followed left Chen Yang speechless. On the other side, Zhou Hao, who had already returned to school, lay on his dormitory bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The scene of Chen Yang and Shintao from earlier kept flashing through his mind, their happy expressions etched into his memory. This made him feel incredibly upset. Could it really be true, as Chen Gu had said, that he was just a lapdog? Did Tao Tao not have any feelings for him at all? No. Absolutely not. He had been chasing Tao Tao for so long. Even if she didn't truly like him, she wouldn't treat him like a sycophant. Tao Tao must have feelings for him. Chen Gu's feelings for Tao Tao are definitely those of an older brother for a younger sister. I'm just being too sensitive. Zhou Hao was still trying to comfort himself. Self-comfort wasn't enough. Zhou Hao agonized over it for a while before finally calling Shintao. He had assumed the call would be hung up immediately. But to his surprise, the call went through. Tao Tao. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Hao hurriedly spoke with a joyful tone. On the other end of the line, Shintao's voice was weak, sounding a bit tired. Zhou Hao organized his thoughts and continued, Tao Tao, how is shopping going? Did you buy anything you wanted? It's okay. Shintao replied briefly. However, Zhou Hao noticed that her breathing sounded a bit rushed, which felt off, so he asked. Tao Tao, what's wrong? You sound really tired. I'm just tired from shopping. Shintao replied. But Zhou Hao wouldn't think anything of it. He trusted Shintao implicitly, so he immediately smiled and said, if you're tired, go home right away. Let Chen Ge drive you home. With him there, it'll be very safe. I understand. Thank you. After Shintao finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Upon hearing Shintao actually say thank you to him, Zhou Hao was over the moon. Tao Tao actually said thank you to him. Chapter 036, Intimate Mission. And she even talked to him on the phone for so long. Her voice was still so pleasant. It was all in his head after all. He still had a chance with Tao Tao. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. At that moment, he heard his roommate talking to his crush on voice call. Want to go out for dinner tomorrow night? I'll treat you. I've already arranged everything. You just need to show up. This guy was acting like a total suck-up. In the end, he was still rejected. His roommates mocked him in the group chat. Even Zhou Hao couldn't help but blurt out, you're such a sycophant. A clown. Ha ha. As for himself, would he be a sycophant? Obviously not. When Chen Yang and Shintao returned to the milk tea shop, it was already nearly half an hour later. Shintao no longer looked as neat as before. Her hair was a bit messy, her makeup slightly smudged, and she looked a bit disheveled. She was still wearing the same white coat, but this time it was tightly wrapped around her. Under the coat, to be honest, it was a bit too revealing. Why didn't you use less force? Shintao muttered under her breath. I just got carried away. Chen Yang gave an awkward yet polite smile. You're such a tease. Shintao shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, Chen Xingling had been waiting at the milk tea shop for ages before Chen Yang and Shintao finally returned. She immediately fixed her beautiful eyes on Shintao and Chen Yang, looking puzzled as she asked. Chen Yang, Tao Tao, where did you go? Why did it take you so long to come back? Shintao didn't know what to say and could only look at Chen Yang in silence. Chen Yang, however, laughed and said, Tao Tao just spotted a dress she liked, so I took her to pick it out. It took a bit of time. Oh. Chen Xingling responded with a nod, then turned to Shintao and asked curiously, Tao Tao, why is your face so red? The weather, it's getting a bit hot. Shintao made up an excuse. But you were just saying you were cold a moment ago. Chen Xingling's expression grew even more puzzled. Shintao didn't know how to respond. Chen Yang laughed, she just had a slight cold, so I took her to drink some herbal tea, and she's feeling much better now. Oh, okay. With that explanation, Chen Xingling felt a bit odd but didn't press further. After this little incident, it was almost time. Chen Yang should take Shintao and Chen Xingling back to school. As usual, Chen Yang drove Chen Xingling back, while Shintao took a taxi home alone. It seems like he'll have to buy a 4-seater luxury car in the future. Otherwise, we won't be able to enjoy that feeling of being surrounded by beauty. In the Ferrari A12, Chen Xingling sat in the passenger seat, her pretty face beaming with joy as she smiled and said, Chen Yang, thank you so much today. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, just thank you? Chen Yang, what else do you want to do? Chen Xingling's eyes sparkled with affection. I haven't decided yet. Chen Yang laughed. Chen Xingling covered her mouth and giggled, but Chen Yang, I've already decided. Oh? Tell me about it. Chen Yang was curious. But Chen Xingling said mysteriously, I won't tell you yet. You'll find out later. Chen Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and didn't press further, instead starting the Ferrari 812. Roar! The Ferrari 812 spewed out a dazzling trail of exhaust and vanished into the street. After returning to the communication university, they waited for a while before Shen Tao also came back. Chen Yang drove Chen Xingling and Shen Tao back to their dormitory. By then, night had fallen and the campus was deserted, quiet and serene. Chen Yang, Chen Xingling, and Shen Tao chatted and laughed as they returned. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Shen Tao was about to bid farewell and leave with Chen Xingling, but Chen Xingling smiled and said, Tao Tao, you go back first. Chen Yang and I have something to discuss. Shen Tao was a bit puzzled, unsure of what Chen Xingling intended to do, but she nodded obediently. All right. Shen Tao went upstairs to her dormitory. After Shen Tao left, Chen Yang smiled and asked, what else is there to discuss? Chen Xingling looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with love, and threw herself into his arms, sweetly saying, Chen Yang, didn't I say I've already thought of how to repay you? How will you repay me? Chen Yang hugged Chen Xingling and asked with a smile. Go to your dorm? Chen Yang asked with a smile. No need, there are too many people in the dorm. Chen Xingling leaned close to Chen Yang and whispered softly, the little grove over there would be enough for me. 40 minutes later. Chen Yang left the media conference and got back into the driver's seat of his Ferrari 812. He looked refreshed and invigorated. His little sister was truly amazing. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has successfully engaged in an intimate relationship with a female and successfully bound. Name, Chen Xingling. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 45 waist 89 bust 89 hips. Relationship, lover. Intimacy, 88 loyalty. Chen Xingling's various attribute information appeared before Chen Yang. Immediately afterward, another task was activated. Intimacy task activated. Campus date. Description, a youthful campus romance is always something to aspire to. Requirements, complete a campus date with Chen Xingling. Reward, 1 million, 1 attribute point. This intimate mission is actually pretty decent. Chapter 037, Breakfast. A reward of 1 million right off the bat. Plus 1 attribute point. As for what these attribute points are, Chen Yang isn't quite sure yet, but he's sure they'll come in handy later. The school date task probably isn't as simple as he imagined. This date probably means more than just a date. Chen Yang seemed to have figured something out. He smiled slightly and didn't think about it anymore, getting back in the car and heading back to Xiaowan residential area. After returning to Xiaowan community, Chen Yang parked the car outside the community and then went back to his apartment. Today had been quite exhausting. Chen Yang felt extremely tired. However, as soon as he returned to the apartment, he immediately heard the sound of a beautiful female voice coming from the bedroom. What are you doing? Why aren't you coming up? This is so unfair. Selling me again. You're driving me crazy. This was clearly Jamumu's voice. Her little sister-in-law was really quite the homebody. From noon until now, she has been playing games for the entire afternoon. She is really going all out. Chen Yang couldn't do anything about her. Jamumu was just that kind of person. Even when Jiro was around, she couldn't persuade her either. It was impossible to change her. She is a die-hard esports girl. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Chen Yang went to bed. That night, Chen Yang slept until dawn. Perhaps because she hadn't indulged herself last night, she felt wide awake and full of energy this morning. After getting up, Chen Yang washed up, prepared breakfast, and then went to the side bedroom, knocking on the door. Moo moo. Moo moo? Want breakfast? Chen Yang called out twice. But there was no response from inside. It seemed like she had been gaming all night and had already fallen asleep. Chen Yang was also quite helpless with this esports-obsessed girl. After leaving her a prepared breakfast, he changed into workout clothes and went out for a run. The day's work begins in the morning. He wanted to improve his health metrics. Morning exercise is definitely a must. He still did his usual stretching routine. After finishing the stretches, Chen Yang started running again, this time for 5 kilometers. It was slightly better than before, taking him about 40 minutes to complete. But he was still exhausted. After finishing the 5 kilometers, Chen Yang added another 2 kilometers, pushing himself to the limit before finally stopping to rest. Host successfully increased health index by 1%. Another 1% increase. Though it's not much, it's better than nothing. Take it slow. Chen Yang sat on a park bench, scrolling through his phone while taking small sips of water. At that moment, a message came through. It was from Lemon Sauce. Lemon Sauce, good morning, Chen Yang. This little girl must have just woken up. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, good morning. How did you sleep last night? Lemon Sauce, well, it wasn't great. I thought about Chen Yang all night. Chen Yang, when can you come to our school again? Last night's incident was also the first time for Chen Xingling. A young girl in love can't sleep. Chen Yang thought for a moment before responding. Mu Yang, we'll see when you guys have time. Lemon sauce, tonight is free. Mu Yang, so urgent? Lemon sauce, I can't wait any longer, Chen Yang. The subtle hints in this little witch's words were already quite obvious. Chen Yang had sensed it since last night. Chen Xingling's constitution was still quite sensitive once she had her first experience, she would definitely want it again immediately. However, the next time wouldn't be as simple as last night. He couldn't rush things so quickly. Take it slow, let this little vixen fall deeper step by step. Next time. He had to complete the task. Mu Yang, not today. Let's wait a couple of days. I'll come find you then. Lemon sauce, alright, I'll listen to Qing Yang. Chapter 038, Taking Photos. Soon. Chen Xingling's message came through. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, this milk is so annoying. It spilled all over me. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, I know how to prevent the milk from spilling. Next time we meet, I'll feed it to you. Lemon sauce, that's great. Chen Yang, I'll be waiting. The simple exchange ended. Chen Yang also took an interest in this little vixen. Next time he went to school, he wouldn't just complete his task, he'd also have to teach this little vixen a lesson. Let's see if she dares to act so boldly next time. After chatting with Chen Xingling, it was already time to go. Chen Yang should head back. However, as he was returning, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure by the lake in the park. The figure was voluptuous and alluring, mature and beautiful. Could it be the landlady? What was she doing there? Chen Yang walked closer and saw that the landlady had an easel in front of her she must be painting. Chen Yang had heard before that the landlady was apparently an artist, which is why she spent most of her time at home and rarely went out. Landlady. Chen Yang went over to greet her. The landlady, who was focused on her painting, heard the greeting, turned her head, and upon seeing that it was Chen Yang, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Chen Yang, what are you doing here? How did you end up here? Chen Yang smiled and said, I came over for my morning exercise. What about you, landlady? Are you painting? The scenery in this park is quite nice. I thought I'd paint it and look at it occasionally. The landlady replied with a smile. Chen Yang took a closer look at the landlady's painting and praised her. Landlady, you paint really well. You could rival a professional artist. I am a professional painter. The landlady covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Yang continued, I've always known you're a painter, but I've never seen your work before. Could you share any of your work? The landlady shook her head and said, my work isn't good enough to be shown, and most of it isn't even published domestically. Overseas? Chen Yang took another look at the landlady's painting style and smiled. Is it anime style? Manga style? Yeah, something like that. The landlady nodded. Chen Yang said in surprise, I never would have guessed. Mrs. Landlady, you're such a traditional and elegant woman, yet you're into anime and manga. In his impression, landladies were usually more conservative. She was the type to stay out of the limelight, a proper lady, and had nothing to do with anime or manga. I just like staying at home. I'm not ignorant about everything. The landlady smiled playfully and said, besides, you can't judge a book by its cover. People's outer appearances and inner selves are often very different. Maybe I know more about it than you do. That's true. Chen Yang smiled. The two chatted for a while longer. When Chen Yang was about to leave, the landlady said, Chen Yang, you're just in time. Why don't you take a few photos of me? Photos? Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting the landlady to make such a request. Yes, just to keep a record. The landlady nodded and then took out her camera. Do you know how to use it? Of course. Chen Yang took the camera and nodded. This thing, he uses it all the time. Back when he was with Giraud, she also loved taking photos. So Chen Yang was forced to learn how to use it. Take a few photos of me. Make them a little more sexy. The landlady said with a slight blush on her face. Sure. Chen Yang found it a bit odd but didn't ask any further questions. After fiddling with the camera, he was ready to start filming the landlady. The landlady walked to the lakeside and struck a few poses. However, her poses were quite conservative, mostly just scissors hands, looking very proper. This was completely different from the sexy photos she had requested. Landlady, if you want something sexy, you can't pose like that. Chen Yang said to the landlady. Huh? The landlady looked confused and asked, what should I do then? Just follow my instructions. Chen Yang searched online for a few photos and showed them to the landlady, saying, this pose is better. The landlady took a look and couldn't help but feel her heart race, her face growing even redder. Because the photos Chen Yang showed her featured models and poses that were all about showing off their curves, long legs, and deep V-necks. Just a single glance was enough to be overwhelming. The landlady bit her red lips and said, isn't this a bit too much? If you want something more sensual, this is the only option. Chen Yang said helplessly. All right. I'll give it a try. The landlady tried out a few seductive poses. It must be said that the landlady had a natural talent for this. With her curvy figure and hourglass waist, her sensual movements were incredibly alluring. Several times, even Shen Yang couldn't tear his eyes away. After taking the photos, Shen Yang looked at them and couldn't help but feel regretful. With her figure and looks, it was a real shame that the landlady wasn't a social media influencer. "How's it look?" the landlady asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Yang smiled and said, "Take a look yourself." The landlady took the camera and flipped through the photos carefully. With each photo she looked at, her face grew a little redder. The poses in the photos were so sexy and alluring. They completely transformed her image. However, the photos were indeed taken exceptionally well, and the landlady was very satisfied. She smiled and said, "Shen Yang, your photography skills are on par with some professional photographers." "Not bad." Shen Yang smiled. The landlady hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, "In a few days, I have a photo shoot scheduled at the apartment, and my photographer is currently out of town. If you're free, could you come help me take a few photos? I'll pay you." Shen Yang was taken aback, not expecting the landlady to make such a request, and asked, "What kind of photos?" "This." The landlady's face flushed red, and she whispered, "You'll see when the time comes." "Let's see. Find some time and let me know when you're available." Since there wasn't much else to do, Shen Yang agreed without hesitation. "All right. See you then." The landlady smiled broadly. "All right." Shen Yang nodded. The two parted ways. Shen Yang left the park and headed back toward Shawan residential area. The landlady watched Shen Yang's receding figure, then glanced at the photos on the camera. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. That deep V-neck and curvy hips, these photos. They were truly well captured. Chapter 039, New Mission. Back inside the apartment. Shen Yang took another shower and noticed that the breakfast on the table hadn't been touched at all. Jamumu hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, she must still be asleep. Could something have happened? Shen Yang walked to the door and knocked again. "Moo moo. Moo moo? If you're there, just say something." There was no response. Shen Yang furrowed his brows, intending to take out his key to open the door, but unexpectedly, a lazy voice drifted out from inside. "This queen is sleeping. Don't disturb this queen." It was the voice of a mature woman, extremely mature, just like something out of an anime. Shen Yang was slightly taken aback upon hearing it, but quickly grew annoyed. This little girl, staying home all day, staying up late playing games, and now she's acting like this. This won't do. He had to teach her a lesson someday. Back when Jerome was around, Shen Yang didn't dare to step in, but now that Jerome was gone, he certainly wouldn't spoil his little sister-in-law. But for now, let her rest. Shen Yang was also tired and lay on the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when a sudden ringtone sounded. Shen Yang groggily picked up the phone and answered the call. "Hello?" A cold voice came through the phone. "Shen Yang, today is your final deadline. I've already reported your matter to higher-ups. If you don't come to the company today, you'll be fired." It was Xia Long's voice. After saying that, Xia Long hung up the phone. Shen Yang sat on the sofa, taking a moment to compose himself. This guy is at it again, isn't he? He sure is persistent. But it wasn't surprising. Shen Yang was the backbone of the team, handling most of the work. Shen Yang went on strike. He must be extremely unhappy. Just as Shen Yang was about to ignore it, the system's voice sounded again. Host successfully triggered asset task. Teach Xia Long a lesson. Overview: as a team leader, Xia Long has been abusing his position under the protection of the minister, acting arrogantly and oppressing employees. The host has harbored deep resentment toward him and cannot let him off easily. Requirements: teach Xia Long a lesson, teach Zhang Qing a lesson. Reward: 5% stake in Tianma Entertainment. The sudden task left Shen Yang momentarily stunned. 5% of Tianma Entertainment's shares? That was no small sum. Tianma Entertainment was the company Chen Yang worked for, a large internet firm with a market value of several hundred million. 5% of the shares would be worth over 10 million. This was already extremely high. Moreover, once the shares were obtained, there would be a steady stream of dividends. How delightful. But how should he teach Xia Long and Zhang Qing a lesson? Xia Long is his team leader. Zhang Qing is the department head of the business division. Shen Yang, just a lowly employee, wanted to teach them a lesson, but that wasn't going to be easy. He couldn't really hire someone to beat them up, could he? The system wouldn't do something like that either. Don't even think about it. Since it's a company assignment, let us go to the office first. Shen Yang didn't dwell on it further and simply went downstairs, leaving Shawan community. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped off toward the company. Shenzhen. Central Avenue. This is the heart of Shenzhen's financial district. All the renowned companies in Shenzhen are located here without exception. The headquarters of Tianma Group is also located here. Shen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 to the headquarters of Tianma Group, parked the car, and walked straight toward the headquarters building. However, as soon as he reached the building, someone called out from behind him. "Brother Chen." It was a familiar voice. Chen Yang turned around and saw that the one calling him was a young man dressed in a suit, the standard attire of a white-collar worker. Chen Yang recognized the young man. His name was Li Chang. He was a colleague from his company, and their relationship was fairly good. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Chang hurried over and said, "Chen Gu, you finally arrived. I thought you really didn't want to work anymore. You have no idea how angry Xia Long is right now. He's been yelling at you 4 or 5 times a day in the group." Chen Yang shrugged it off with a laugh. "So what if he yells? What's the big deal?" Li Chang said, "The thing is, Xia Long doesn't just yell. He reported you to the department head. If you didn't come today, you'd be fired. I was actually planning to call you. Good thing you came on your own." "That's great." Chen Yang heard this and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fired? He couldn't care less. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't have come to the company at all. Since he was already here, he might as well see what kind of tricks this Xia Long had up his sleeve today. "Let us go. Let us go upstairs," Chen Yang said directly. "All right." Zhang Cheng nodded and followed Chen Yang upstairs. Inside the department. Although it wasn't yet time for work, the place was already packed with people. The department was the most competitive division within Tianma Group. Many employees didn't leave during their lunch break and some even continued working. Therefore, the department was known for its so-called wolf culture. Chen Yang and Zhang Cheng entered the department and went to Group 4, which was Chen Yang's team. The employees in Group 4 were also mostly present, chatting among themselves. "Ugh. I'm so tired. That Xia Long is like a madman, giving us so much work all day long. You're telling me we can't do anything about him? He's related to Zhang, the department head, so even complaints don't work. It's all Chen Yang's fault. If he hadn't angered Xia, the team leader, we wouldn't be suffering like this." "That's right. Chen Yang is the only one who's happy, but he's ruined us all." Everyone had some grievances toward Chen Yang. It's been a busy time lately, and Chen Yang suddenly quit. Xia Long must be furious, so he is taking it out on the other team members. These people were naturally being tormented beyond endurance. However, they couldn't blame Xia Long, so they took it out on Chen Yang instead. As they were discussing this, Chen Yang and Zhang Cheng returned. Upon seeing Chen Yang return, everyone was initially taken aback, but then they looked at him like he was a savior, their eyes lighting up. They all rushed over. "Chen Yang, you're finally back. That's wonderful. It's so good that you're back. Have you had lunch yet? Want some fruit?" These people were all fawning over him. If Xia Long causes any trouble in the future, he'll have to take it out on Chen Yang. And the most important thing is, before Chen Yang had even sat down, his colleagues started saying again, "Chen Yang, when Xia group leader gets angry later, you must apologize to him properly." "That's right. Although Xia is very angry now, as long as you apologize, everything will be fine. Don't provoke team leader Xia any further. Chen Yang, apologize quickly. We don't want to suffer either." These people naively believed that Chen Yang had come back to apologize and beg for forgiveness from Xia Long. Therefore, they were all eagerly awaiting the moment when Chen Yang would humbly beg for mercy, hoping that their lives would become a little easier afterward. Chen Yang, however, paid them no mind at all. Within this fourth group, Chen Yang only had a decent relationship with Zhang Cheng. The others were either troublemakers or sycophants, and their relationship with him was pretty average, so he didn't feel the need to give them any special treatment. "I know how to handle things. I have my limits. There is no need for you all to teach me," Chen Yang said indifferently. "As long as you know your limits." A few colleagues also smiled, naively thinking that Chen Yang had come to his senses and was ready to compromise. Even Zhang Cheng whispered, "Chen Yang, I know you've been working too hard lately. You probably want to quit, but maybe you should think it over again. The job market is tough these days. So many college graduates can't find work. If I leave now, finding another job will be extremely difficult. Just swallow your pride, bow your head to team leader Xia, and everything will be fine. Don't act impulsively." This guy is also trying to persuade Chen Yang. Chen Yang sneered inwardly. In the past, for money and for work, one did have to swallow one's pride. But now, was it still necessary? Later, he'll give this Xia Long a taste of his own medicine. Does he really think he can use a chicken feather as a banner? If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think he's someone important. Chen Yang remained silent, and the others returned to their workstations. Time ticked by second. Finally, after 2 o'clock, work began, and the entire department bustled with activity. Only Chen Yang remained seated at his desk, motionless, playing with his phone. The other colleagues found it odd but didn't know what Chen Yang was doing and dared not ask. A few more minutes passed. The door to the team leader's office opened. A tall, middle-aged man emerged from the office, holding a thermos cup in his hand, his expression serious. He was none other than the team leader of Group 4, Xia Long. After stepping out, Xia Long first poured himself a cup of water, then glanced around at the busy crowd and nodded. Just as he was about to take a sip from the thermos, his gaze suddenly locked onto Chen Yang, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. "Chen Yang? Finally here?" He actually thought this Chen Yang was so stubborn that he really dare not come to work. Turns out he's just a coward. A single word, and he's already scrambling over here. What a joke. After taking a sip of water, Xia Long barked out. Chen Yang! Xia Long's loud shout instantly caused all the employees in Group 4 to turn and look at Chen Yang. Chapter 040, Promotion to Manager? The employees of Group 4 all had a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. They knew Chen Yang was about to get a dressing down from Xia Long. Zhang Chang also sighed. If Chen Yang didn't back down today, Xia Long wouldn't let him off the hook. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed, gazing coldly at Xia Long and saying indifferently, "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Chen Yang's attitude made Xia Long's face twitch uncontrollably, and the anger in his eyes grew even more intense. In his eyes, Chen Yang had returned to the company to beg for forgiveness, yet he dared to adopt such a hostile attitude. This guy had clearly never been taught a lesson. Chen Yang, these past few days have been the busiest time for the company. You've been absent for 3 days, causing our team to fail to meet its performance targets and be publicly criticized at the department meeting. You better give me a reason, or else I'll make you regret it. Xia Long spoke without mercy, his tone growing colder by the second. Chen Yang looked at Xia Long and sneered, "Does my 3-day absence have a direct connection to the performance targets not being met? Don't you have any idea why the targets weren't met? You were so eager to impress the department head that you didn't care about the workload of our team. You kept taking on more and more tasks, even those that were beyond your capabilities. You keep saying it's for the company, that you can handle any amount of work. What's the reality? You haven't done any real work since you started, and you've dumped everything on us. Now that the work targets aren't met, what face do you have to shift the blame onto us?" "Ha!" Chen Yang spoke calmly and clearly, his words well organized. All the employees in Group 4 were taken aback. They had expected Chen Yang to come back and grovel for mercy, but instead he spoke so boldly and confronted Xia Long head-on. Damn it! That was also the sentiment of many others. Xia Long was nothing but a corporate traitor, prioritizing his own performance metrics over the well-being of his subordinates. The employees of Group 4 had been complaining bitterly for ages. But they dared not speak out, as everyone knew that Zhang Qing, the department head, was Xia Long's relative. Anyone who dares to go against Zhang Qing is sure to be targeted. Chen Yang is probably in for a rough time today. Chen Yang's words had already made Xia Long's face darken. He slammed the thermos cup he was holding onto the table and shouted angrily. "Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? The company is like a big family. Is it wrong to help each other within this family? I know that the tasks I took on for Group 4 were indeed more than others. But I did it to help you grow. Only by meeting performance standards can you have a chance to advance to higher positions in the future. To accomplish even better work. My good intentions have been completely misunderstood by you. Chen Yang, it seems you've completely forgotten our company's fine culture. This guy is directly resorting to value-based manipulation and brainwashing others. Who would believe such rhetoric?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "Since you, team leader Xia, understand the company has fine traditions so well, shouldn't you be doing more work? Compared to us, I should be the one who needs this promotion opportunity more, right? So, I can hand over most of my work to you. Anyway, I don't want a promotion. I'll just stay a lowly employee." Xia Long nearly choked on his words. In the past, when he had been using his position to pressure the employees of Group 4, almost every employee had meekly accepted it without daring to object. But Chen Yang didn't give him any face at all. This kid actually thinks I won't dare to deal with him? But Chen Yang's next words sent Xia Long into a rage. Chen Yang casually said, "By the way, you asked me earlier why I took 3 days off without notice and wanted me to give you a reason, right? Now, I'll give you the reason. Simply because I didn't feel like coming to work. I just wanted to take a break. Is that reason sufficient?" Chen Yang's face was filled with a mocking smile. Xia Long finally lost his temper completely, slamming the table and shouting angrily. "Fine. Chen Yang, you brought this upon yourself. You just wait and see." Xia Long stormed out, heading toward the minister's office. Clearly, he was going to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, couldn't care less. He had just had a good vent, and it felt great. It was like he had released all the pent-up anger he had been holding in since he started working. As for what Xia Long would do to him next, he didn't even bother to worry about it. Xia Long could at most fire him. What else could he do? The employees of Group 4, however, were looking at Chen Yang with a mix of emotions. On one hand, they felt relieved and satisfied that Chen Yang had stood up to Xia Long, but on the other hand, they felt sorry for him. Chen Yang had acted on impulse. His job is probably as good as gone. Zhang Cheng sighed and said to Chen Yang, "Chingu, you shouldn't have said that. For a moment of satisfaction, you provoked Xia Long. It wasn't worth it." Chen Yang just smiled and remained silent. Even if he didn't have the system now, he would probably end up confronting this guy sooner or later. Young people, if you can't endure for a moment, how can you endure for a lifetime? Just then, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host followed their heart and successfully countered workplace manipulation, earning a reward, 5% shares in Tianma Group. The host now holds a 5% stake in Tianma Group, has been promoted to manager of the Tianma Group business division. This unexpected news left Chen Yang momentarily speechless. A 5% equity reward. Plus the division manager position? This is truly a huge blessing. Setting aside the 5% stake, the position of division manager is no small matter. It's Zhang Qing's direct superior. The system delivering this reward at this moment was truly timely. At the same time, Chen Yang's phone also rang shortly after. Picking up the phone, he heard the voice of an unfamiliar woman. Mr. Chen, this is Jiang Xiyu, the Director of Human Resources. Your appointment has been approved by the board. When do you plan to start? Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, I'm currently at the business division. Just come over here. All right. The call ended. Chen Yang looked in the direction of the director's office, his eyes sparking with a hint of mischief. It seems like there's going to be some interesting drama today. Chapter 041, Promotion Documents. Inside the minister's office. Minister, that's the situation. This Chen Yang is undisciplined and completely disregards company rules. The entire atmosphere of Group 4 has been corrupted by him. I request the department head to severely punish Chen Yang. Xia Long clenched his teeth in anger and said to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, a middle-aged man with a bulging belly, heard this and couldn't help but twitch the fat on his face in anger, exclaiming, Is that even possible? In our department, there is actually an employee who dares to act so lawlessly. Every word is true, Minister. Xia Long said solemnly. Let us go check it out. Zhang Cheng stood up from his seat and was about to go find Chen Yang. He wanted to see for himself who this Chen Yang was. However, before he could step out of the office, he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, is there anything wrong with Chen Yang's file? Xia Long heard this and paused for a moment, not immediately understanding what Zhang Qing meant. But he quickly understood and whispered. Nothing unusual. He is just an ordinary employee with no background. All right. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. A mere ordinary employee dares to act so brazenly. It seems like it's time to take decisive action today. Zhang Chang and Xia Long arrived at Group 4. Upon seeing Zhang Qing's arrival, the employees of Group 4 sighed in unison. Chen Yang was truly finished this time. Where is Chen Yang? Come out. Zhang Chang had just arrived at Group 4 and immediately shouted loudly. Chen Yang glanced at him and replied indifferently, I am Chen Yang. Zhang Qing's gaze locked onto him, his expression icy. Chen Yang, you've been absent from work for 3 days, showing no discipline or sense of responsibility. Team leader Xia kindly tried to reason with you. You still show no remorse and dare to insult group leader Xie? Is that true? Chen Yang smiled indifferently and said, if you think speaking reason is also cursing, then there's nothing to be said. Hoof. Chen Yang, even Zhang, the department head, is here, and you still dare to act so brazenly? Do you really think this company is your own home? Xia Long sneered. In his mind, he had already decided that Chen Yang was definitely going to be fired today. Chen Yang remained composed and replied, Aren't you the one who always tells us to treat the company like our own home? You. Xia Long was furious but had no rebuttal. Indeed. He had said such nonsense many times before. Zhang Chang wouldn't bother arguing with Chen Yang over such trivial matters. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a superior, and said, Since you've already admitted it, then according to company regulations, you must be punished. 3 days of unauthorized absence, full deduction of this month's salary, insubordination toward a superior, arrogant and defiant behavior, completely disregarding the company's regulations. I hereby announce that the company will terminate Chen Yang's employment. This outcome did not come as a surprise to anyone. Chen Yang may have felt satisfied today, having berated several supervisors, but such satisfaction always comes at a cost. Company dismissal. This will be recorded in his personnel file, making it difficult for him to find a job in the future. This is the consequence of acting on impulse. The employees of Group 4 looked at Chen Yang and shook their heads in disapproval. This Chen Yang is still too young. Zhang Cheng announced the decision regarding Chen Yang and then asked, Chen Yang, do you have any objections? No. Chen Yang remained unconcerned. Chen Yang's demeanor angered Xia Long. He had assumed that once Chen Yang was fired, he would be terrified and beg for mercy. But to his surprise, Chen Yang remained unchanged. This guy is way too full of himself. Xia Long gritted his teeth and said, Since you have no objections, pack your things and get out of here immediately. Chen Yang heard Xia Long's words and coldly laughed. Well said. But I think the ones who should be leaving today are you guys. Upon hearing this, both Xia Long and Zhang Cheng, as well as the employees of Group 4, were completely baffled, unsure of what Chen Yang meant. Tell Zhang Cheng and Xia Long to get out? Has Chen Yang lost his mind? How could he say such a bold statement? Just as they were trying to make sense of it, a tall, elegant figure appeared at the entrance of the department. Is Zhang the department head here? The tall figure, wearing high heels and holding a file, walked quickly toward them. Zhang Cheng and Xia Long immediately turned their gaze toward the tall, striking figure. They were certain they all recognized this woman. The head of the Human Resources Department. Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Qing hurried over with a forced smile. Director Jiang, thank you for taking the time to visit our department. Is there something you need? Jiang Qing's attitude toward Jiang Shiyu was still quite fawning. Although they were both department heads, their responsibilities were worlds apart. The Human Resources Department held the power to decide the fate of every employee in the company. As the head of that department, Jiang Shiyu's background was no small matter, something far beyond the reach of a mere department head like Jiang Qing. Jiang Shiyu nodded and said, there is indeed something very important. Minister Jiang, please go ahead, Jiang Qing smiled. Jiang Shiyu took out a document from his hand and said, your department has been short of a department manager for quite some time, hasn't it? The personnel arrangements from the board of directors have just been finalized. The manager for your department has already been assigned. Jiang Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. Why would they suddenly assign a manager to come over? As the department head, he hadn't heard a single whisper about this. This parachuted in manager was likely someone with connections. When is he expected to arrive? Jiang Qing asked again. With a timeline, he could prepare to be someone else's lackey. Jiang Qing had gotten his position as director by sucking up to his superiors, so he was no stranger to such tactics. He's already here. He's in the department. Jiang Shiyu replied. What? Where? Jiang Cheng looked around the entire department, looking completely lost. It had been an hour since work started, and he hadn't seen any managers come by. His name is Chen Yang. Here's his information. Jiang Shiyu directly handed over a file. Chen Yang? Upon hearing this name, both Jiang Cheng and Xie Long, who was eavesdropping nearby, paled, but they quickly regained their composure. In their eyes, this Chen Yang was definitely not the Chen Yang they knew. Are you kidding me? That Chen Yang was just a nobody. How could he possibly be a manager? Jiang Qing took the documents Jiang Shiyu handed him, glanced at them carefully, but after finishing, his entire body froze in place, completely stiff. Chen Yang. Employees of Division 4. Chen Yang. Promoted to General Manager of the Business Division. This can't be possible? He stiffly turned his head to look at Chen Yang, who was sitting to the side with a smile on his face, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 042, A Life of Unrestrained Freedom. Xie Long, however, found Jiang Qing's reaction puzzling and asked, Jiang Minister, what's wrong with you? He also glanced at the documents in Jiang Qing's hands. After just one glance, he froze completely. Chen Yang. How could it be? Chen Yang? He turned his head and stared intently at Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang stood up from his seat and smiled at Jiang Shiyu, saying, Minister Jiang, thank you for your trouble. I am the new manager of the business division. Chen Yang. Boom. Those words were like a bombshell, exploding throughout the entire 4th division. All the employees in Group 4 stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Yang in utter shock. Chen Yang was the newly appointed manager of the business division? How could that be? Isn't Chen Yang just an ordinary employee? How could he be the newly appointed manager? Almost no one believed what Chen Yang was saying, but what followed left them utterly speechless. Jiang Shiyu walked over to Chen Yang with a smile on her face and said, Mr. Chen, here's your promotion paperwork. From now on, you're the department manager of the business division. Let us work together to create more value for the company. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. Chen Yang smiled as he took the documents from Jiang Shiyu. After delivering the promotion documents, Jiang Shiyu's task was completed, and she left the department. After Jiang Shiyu left, the entire Division 4 fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Yang, their eyes filled with fear and caution. Jiang Shiyu's attitude. There was no doubt about it, it was confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Chen Yang was now the new manager of the department. This was going to be interesting. Chen Yang held the promotion documents in his hand, smiling as he addressed Jiang Cheng and Xie Long. Now, do you still think I should be fired? Jiang Cheng and Xie Long were so terrified they couldn't move, their legs went weak, and they trembled as they knelt on the ground. Chen Yang, no. Mr. Chen, we were just joking earlier. Please don't hold it against us. Right, you're a big-hearted person. Please don't hold this against us. We'll be your loyal servants, even if it means dying 1,000 deaths. Mr. Chen, we all know we were wrong. The two of them were already terrified. Chen Yang was the newly appointed department manager of the business division, their direct superior, holding their careers in his hands. How could they not be afraid? But how could Chen Yang possibly believe their words? They were just scared, not truly repentant. Evening. When Chen Yang left the company, the matter had been largely resolved. After Chen Yang took charge, he simply convened a department meeting where the team leaders and employees in the department all presented evidence of Jiang Qing and Xie Long's wrongdoings. In the end, he easily got rid of them. As for who to promote, Chen Yang already had someone in mind. Having spent 3 years in the department, he knew who was capable. After promoting a diligent deputy director who handled everything efficiently to the position of director, Chen Yang's work was done. As the department manager, he was essentially just a figurehead. There was no real work to do, and it didn't matter whether he came or not. Shen Yang didn't even bother with work. He had come to the company just to complete tasks. Who would want to work? Now that he had the godly tycoon system. Living life to the fullest, indulging in every pleasure, was the true meaning of existence. Shen Yang was driving a Ferrari A12 on the streets of Shenzhen, with the top down, enjoying the cool night breeze and the envious glances of passersby. The feeling was indescribably good. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Host has successfully completed the asset task, successfully taught Zhang Qing and Xia Long a lesson, and received a reward, 5% shares in Tianma Group and $1 million. Another 1 million had been deposited. Shen Yang's total savings had finally broken through the 10 million mark. Now, Shen Yang could finally call himself a millionaire. Something he had never dared to dream of in the past. But with the system, it was effortless to achieve. This life is like starting on easy mode. Plus, he now holds a 5% stake in Tianma Group. Calculating it out, he now holds a 10% stake in Tianma Group, making him a significant shareholder. Just the dividends alone will be a substantial sum. This is absolutely amazing. It feels systematic, absolutely brilliant. Shen Yang felt so happy that he couldn't help but sing out loud. Today is filled with brilliant glory. Welcoming glorious days. Boom! The Ferrari A12 sped through the city, heading back toward Shawan residential area. United States. New York International Airport. Inside the hotel. Jerome had just finished a flight mission and entered rest mode. She took a shower, changed into a bathrobe covering her perfect figure, and while drying her smooth long hair, she made a phone call. Xinjia, I should be returning to China next week. Can you help me arrange a few more interviews with entertainment companies? I want to give it another try. On the other end of the call was Qin Lan, an agent from an entertainment company in Shenzhen. She had originally planned to bring Giraud into the entertainment industry, but due to various reasons, Giraud was unable to break into the industry, so she gave up. Giraud, you should just give up. Let me be blunt, you have no connections, and you refuse to play by the rules. In the entertainment industry, you'll find it extremely difficult to make it. Even if you manage to get into a company, it won't amount to anything. Qin Lan tried to persuade Jerome. But Jerome stubbornly replied, I still want to try one more time, just this last time. Actually, with Giroux's qualifications, getting into an entertainment company wouldn't be a problem. However, she had previously rejected a wealthy second-generation heir from Shenzhen, who held significant influence in the local entertainment industry. This decision had effectively ended her chances. Seeing Giroux's determination, Qin Lan sighed and said, Alright, I'll try to connect you with a few mid-sized companies. Like Tianma, don't look down on them. As long as there's an opportunity, I won't look down on it. Giroux's eyes lit up. Qin Lan sighed again, I just don't understand you. With your qualifications, even if you refuse to play by the rules, finding a second-generation entertainment industry connection would still allow you to thrive. Why go through all this trouble? Jerome bit her red lips and said, I'll give it another try. That's it. Qin Lan hung up the phone. After the call ended, Giraud looked at the WeChat contacts list, specifically the group labeled Rich Second-Generation Men, where one after another of these wealthy young men had sent her enthusiastic messages. She sighed deeply. This is the last time. If it doesn't work. Giraud felt she could no longer hold on to her principles. Perhaps, as Su Jing had said, surrendering to reality would make life easier. But she really didn't want to do that. She must still have a chance. No. There must be. Evening. Shawan community. Inside the apartment. Shen Yang sat on the sofa looking seriously at Jamumu in front of him. At that moment, Jamumu had messy hair, disheveled clothes, and a cute bear-themed pajama set that was askew, with the pink bra peeking out from the edges. However, she didn't seem to care at all. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, her delicate, charming face adorned with a naturally dazed expression, her beautiful eyes looking blank and confused. This esports girl was clearly still asleep. Yes. Shen Yang, upon returning home, saw the breakfast he had prepared for her that morning still untouched. In a fit of anger, he immediately pulled Jamumu out of bed. Put your clothes on. Shen Yang scolded her with a stern expression. Oh. Jamumu clearly hadn't processed what was happening yet. She obediently complied, tugging at her clothes. However, her clothes had originally been askew to the left, and when she tugged them, they shifted to the right, exposing her snow-white shoulder, completely disheveled. Shen Yang sighed in exasperation and had to take matters into his own hands to tidy her clothes properly. Then, Shen Yang asked seriously, Do you know you were wrong? Wrong? Jamumu looked innocent and confused, stammering, What did I do wrong? I was just sleeping. Jamumu, half asleep, spoke in her true voice. Her true voice was very pleasant, not the kind of nasal tone or mature voice, but a crisp, sweet voice that felt refreshing to the ears. Shen Yang was truly at a loss with her and said, When your sister was here, she told you 1,000 times not to stay up all night, not to stay up all night. Staying up all night is bad for your skin and can really damage your appearance. You didn't listen to a single word of that. Shenyang didn't know why he felt the need to scold his younger sister-in-law, but he just couldn't bear to let her continue acting so recklessly. When it came time to speak up, he had to say his piece. Chapter 043, The School Beauty? Jamumu was scolded by Shenyang and snapped back to her senses. She pouted and huffed, "What does my sister know? She doesn't play games, so she doesn't know how much fun it is to level up online. Especially at midnight when everyone is super tired, I just go all out." Jamumu waved her little fists excitedly. But Shenyang's one sentence doused her enthusiasm. "When others are so tired they can't stay awake at midnight, does that mean you're wide awake?" I. Jamumu lowered her head, thinking for a long time before finally blurting out, "I'm different, I'm the champion of staying up late." Shenyang rolled his eyes. He sighed and spread his hands, saying, "Then go get some sleep first. Sleep until you're well rested, then get up at midnight and give them a good beating. Won't that help you level up faster?" Shenyang's offhand remark caused Jamumu's eyes to light up with excitement as she exclaimed. "Right. Brother-in-law, why didn't I think of that? Brother-in-law. You're a genius." Jamumu's face was filled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Shenyang couldn't help but roll his eyes at his own sister-in-law, who was tall and curvy but a bit dim-witted. How could she not figure out something so simple? She still had the nerve to call herself a top student and a genius girl. He didn't bother to say anything else to Jamumu and casually asked, "Did you tell your sister about coming to stay with me?" "I did." Jamumu nodded and said, "I already told her last night." "What did your sister say?" Shenyang asked. Lumumu leaned back, lying down on the sofa, stretching out her long legs, and adopted a very comfortable position, saying, "She said I should stay here for now. She said she'll come pick me up after she finishes her business trip and returns to the country." Shenyang nodded in response. "That's fine. Jiro's business trip should only be about 10 days or so. By then, she'll come back and take Jamumu with her, saving me the trouble." Jamumu seemed to have thought of something and continued, "Brother-in-law, I actually think you and my sister still have a chance." "What chance?" Shenyang smiled indifferently and said, "Once they're separated, it's basically over." This was Shenyang's long-held view on love. Once they're apart, a crack forms, and once that crack exists, it can never be repaired. Although he now had the system and was wealthy, what was the point of bringing Jiro back? It would just be forcing them back together for money. Moreover, Shenyang believed that even if Jiro knew he was wealthy now, she probably wouldn't want to get back together with him, because he understood Jiro, she was just like him. "I just don't understand you guys. Why break up when things were going well?" Jamumu said discontentedly, "Especially my sister. I really misjudged her. I never thought she'd be such a gold digger. That's just too much. Compared to my noble character, who views money as worthless, there's no comparison." Jamumu felt a little smug. Shenyang truly believed that Jamumu's desire for money wasn't as strong as it once was. After all, she was still a college student, full of innocence and vitality, believing her future was limitless. But once she enters society, everything will likely change gradually. Jiro was the same. Their personalities were quite similar. All right, you're so virtuous. Don't stay up late tonight, okay?" Shenyang said seriously. "All right, brother-in-law, I understand." Jamumu switched to a cute, girly voice and pouted at Shenyang. "To be honest, this little sister-in-law of mine is pretty adorable when she acts cute." After a moment, Jamumu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh no! Oh no! Something bad has happened to my brother-in-law. What's wrong?" Shenyang was completely confused. Jamumu ruffled her smooth long hair and said with a pale face, "I forgot that my classmates were coming over to play today. I need to prepare food and toys for them." "Come over to play? Here?" Shenyang was taken aback. "Yes, they should be here around 8 o'clock. Brother-in-law, what should I do?" Jamumu said anxiously, "With such short notice, what should I prepare to entertain them?" Shenyang joked casually, "Just prepare 2 packets of instant noodles. They know you're a homebody anyway." "Wait, an esports girl? Stop it, I'm a goddess at school. There are so many handsome guys chasing after me. I'm even the school flower on the forum. I can't let my image collapse." Jamumu looked utterly distressed. "Goddess? School flower?" Shenyang really didn't notice anything. But it seemed to be true. Jiro had mentioned before that Jamumu was always well behaved at school, no all-nighters playing games or anything like that. Jamumu was always focused on her studies at school, participating in various activities, and had a very good reputation. That's why she refers to herself as a genius girl. Uncle, what should I do?" Jamumu looked at Shenyang with a pitiful expression, pleading for help. Shenyang listened to her and could only say, "What else can we do? There's still time, let's get ready quickly." Right, let's start preparing." Jamumu finally calmed down, but soon asked innocently, "How should we prepare?" Shenyang rolled his eyes. He sighed helplessly and asked again, "What kind of image do you have at school?" "Ha?" When the topic turned to this, Jamumu's face flushed red. She lowered her head and said, "Well, I guess I'm the type who can handle both socializing and household chores, well-read and polite, hardworking and efficient, and I have a basic understanding of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chen Yang was speechless once again. Is this really the same Jamumu he knew? She can even handle both the kitchen and the parlor? Jamumu's cooking skills were limited to boiling a packet of instant noodles and knowing to press it with her phone. Then let's start with cooking. Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh at his little sister-in-law and said, go buy some groceries first. Alright, thanks, brother-in-law. Jamumu gave a sweet smile, revealing 2 dimples. Outside Shawan residential area. All Premium Supermarket, a high-end chain supermarket, sold mostly luxurious ingredients. Wah! Jamumu pushed the shopping cart, looking like a little girl happily gliding through the supermarket, her pretty face filled with joyful smiles. Chen Yang followed behind, shopping and occasionally reminding her, be careful, don't knock over the shelves. Chapter 044, Cooking. Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue but continued to play happily. This little sister-in-law really doesn't make things easy for anyone. However, once the supermarket got busier, Mumu became much more well-behaved. In front of others, she seemed like a different person, becoming much more quiet and quietly pushing the shopping cart beside Chen Yang. You're pretty good at adapting on the spot. Chen Yang chuckled. Jamumu hummed lightly, my sister said that in front of strangers, you have to act aloof. I'm not an outsider? Chen Yang asked with interest. You're my sister's husband, of course you're not an outsider. Jamumu replied. I'm no longer your brother-in-law. Chen Yang continued. I don't care, Jamumu said, biting her red lips. You're my brother-in-law, and you always will be. Chen Yang couldn't do anything about it, he just let her think whatever she wanted. The 2 of them browsed the supermarket. Chen Yang first bought a fish, a pound of pork ribs, 2 boxes of beef, some vegetables and fruits, and then some seafood. That should be enough. These ingredients should be enough for 4 or 5 dishes, more than enough to eat. When it came time to pay, Jamumu insisted on paying. Brother-in-law, let me pay, let me pay. You. Chen Yang wanted to say something else, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jamumu. Brother-in-law, I'm treating my classmates to dinner, so I'll definitely pay. Jamumu finished speaking and didn't wait for Chen Yang's response. She walked up to the counter and politely asked, how much is the total, please? When speaking to strangers, she slightly lowered her voice, just enough to sound pleasant and melodious. The sales clerk smiled and said, Miss, your total comes to 7,150. What? Upon hearing the price, Jamumu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Over 7,000? Is this even a supermarket? That's way too expensive. This must be a rip-off shop. Of course not. It's just that Chen Yang bought some high-end ingredients. The fish is grouper, which costs over 1,000 yuan per piece, the beef is wagyu, which costs 1,000 or 2 per box, and when you add all the other seafood ingredients, 7,000 is still reasonable. Let me handle it. Chen Yang pulled Jamumu behind him. This time, Jamumu dared not show off and could only stand weakly behind Chen Yang, looking like a well-behaved little girlfriend. Chen Yang completed the payment. The sales clerk, noticing the beautiful and charming Jamumu, smiled and said, Sir, your girlfriend is truly both beautiful and adorable. This single sentence made Jamumu's face flush red. Chen Yang simply smiled and said, thank you. The 2 left the old premium supermarket. Once outside, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed a reckless purchase. Reward, 50,000. Even buying groceries earns tens of thousands of rewards. Happy. It's truly joyful. Returned to Shawan residential area. Jamumu was leaning against the kitchen door, looking at the array of ingredients inside, and asked nervously. Brother-in-law, with so many ingredients, can you really handle it all by yourself? Don't worry, it's no big deal. Chen Yang replied with a smile. He wasn't bragging. Cooking was something he was quite skilled at, something he could do effortlessly. Oh. Jamumu replied with a long sigh, watching Chen Yang's busy figure. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, but she didn't just stand there. While Chen Yang was cooking, she picked up a broom and mop and began cleaning the room. Once the cleaning was done, Chen Yang had already prepared several dishes. Looking at the dishes that were fragrant and appetizing, Jamumu turned into a little glutton, her eyes fixed on the braised pork ribs, and asked pitifully, Brother-in-law, I want a piece of pork ribs. She switched to her cute little sister voice. Her soft, sweet voice, combined with her adorable, pleading expression, was utterly irresistible. Chen Yang could only sigh and say, go ahead and eat. It's a good chance to try the flavor. Yay! Jamumu was overjoyed, extending her slender, snow-white fingers, apparently intending to reach out and take it. Chen Yang quickly slapped her little hand and said seriously, Goddess, be elegant. Got it? Oh. Jamumu responded with a long aha before picking up the chopsticks on the table, picking up a piece of pork rib with great composure, and putting it into her mouth. Jamumu's small mouth moved slightly as she chewed, then she revealed a happy expression and said contentedly, Delicious. So delicious. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Flattered by his younger sister-in-law's praise, Chen Yang was quite pleased and was about to say something when he saw Jamumu had already picked up another piece of pork rib and put it into her mouth. What a little glutton. Stop eating, or you'll eat it all. Chen Yang reminded her. Got it, brother-in-law. Jamumu finally put down her chopsticks, but her beautiful big eyes were still fixed on the plate of braised ribs. Chen Yang planned to return to the kitchen to continue cooking. But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly turned around. Sure enough, Jamumu was just picking up her chopsticks to grab another piece of ribs. Upon seeing Chen Yang turn around, she immediately stopped her movement and gave an awkward yet polite smile. Brother-in-law hee. Dumb and dazed. Her stunning looks are completely out of proportion. Stop sneaking food. Chen Yang warned her again. Jamumu stuck out her pink little tongue, looking adorable. However, when Chen Yang returned to the kitchen, she picked up another piece and started eating again. Oomph. I'm going to eat it anyway. Although Jamumu was a bit spoiled, she knew her limits. After eating 2 or 3 pieces of ribs, she stood up and left to wash up and put on makeup. Jamumu rarely wore makeup because she didn't need it. She was naturally beautiful and had an incredibly high level of physical attractiveness. Every time she applied makeup, it was just a light touch, which was more than enough to captivate many men. By the time Jamumu finished applying her makeup, Chen Yang had already prepared most of the dishes. The table was filled with a variety of dishes, all looking delicious and appetizing. There was only one dish of small fish, which was a bit too salty from the salt added during stir-frying. I'll remind her later. Chen Yang finished cooking, gave himself a quick wash to remove the grease and smoke from his body, then returned to the dining table to continue waiting. Meanwhile, Lu Mumu had finished her makeup and emerged from the bedroom. Chen Yang glanced at her and was speechless. Beautiful. She was truly stunning. After putting on makeup, Lu Mumu's face was absolutely stunning, with delicate features and skin that had become even fairer. Any minor imperfections on her face were completely covered, leaving her with a charming face that was even more beautiful than a female celebrity. Combined with her nearly perfect figure and her pure and vibrant outfit, she wasn't exactly a beauty who could captivate a nation, but she was certainly an absolutely stunning beauty. No wonder she could become the school beauty queen. Her looks were truly stunning. Chapter 045 Classmate Visits. Feeling Chen Yang's admiring gaze, Jamumu was delighted, secretly rejoicing inside, but on the surface, she adopted a completely different demeanor, speaking coldly. Man. Am I pretty? This time, she spoke in the domineering tone of a female CEO, sounding very mature and confident, without any sense of incongruity. Not bad. Chen Yang gave her the highest praise a man could offer. Oof man. Jamumu maintained her aloof, elegant tone as she sat down gracefully and glanced at the dishes on the table. Everything is excellent. I'm very satisfied. This little girl is really putting on an act. Chen Yang smiled slightly, suddenly thinking of something, and said, among all these dishes, the one I like best is this fried small fish. It's excellent. Would you like to try some? Jamumu looked at the plate of fried small fish, golden and crispy, indeed very tempting. Her greedy little cat nature was once again aroused. Since you made this with so much care, I'll give it a try. She still maintained her aloof demeanor as she picked up her chopsticks, picked up a small fish, and put it into her mouth. She had expected it to be delicious, but to her surprise, it was incredibly salty. Put. Jamumu completely lost her composure, her aloof image gone, and she kept spitting into the trash can. Brother-in-law, what on earth did you make? Jamumu was so angry that her little mouth puckered up, looking incredibly cute. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. The atmosphere was actually quite harmonious. However, at that moment, the doorbell rang. Moo. Are you there? A pleasant female voice came from outside the door. It must be Jamumu's classmate. Chen Yang and Jamumu stood up and went to open the door together. Chen Yang opened the door. As soon as the door opened, they saw 3 people standing at the entrance. 2 women and 1 man. Both women were very beautiful. One wore glasses, dressed in a white long dress, and looked elegant and scholarly, a true campus beauty. The other was heavily made up but not in a garish way, wearing a bright red long dress, with a touch of allure. One had an academic style, the other a nightclub style quite distinctive. The remaining man was also quite handsome, with a slick-back hairstyle, dressed in a Gucci outfit, and wearing an Apple Watch, the quintessential wealthy student. When the 3 of them saw that the one opening the door was a man, they all froze in surprise. What's going on? Isn't this Mumu's house? Why is there a guy here? And more importantly, Chen Yang was actually pretty handsome. Could Mumu be living with a boyfriend? The one who reacted the strongest was the man. His expression changed, and his eyes betrayed a flash of anger. However, their suspicions were quickly dispelled. Jamumu leaned out from the side and smiled. Xin, Lu Jia, Li Shuashan, you're here? Come in and sit down. The 3 were ushered inside by Lu Mumu. Chen Yang also closed the door. Once inside the apartment, Jamumu immediately introduced, "This is my brother-in-law, Chen Yang." Brother-in-law, they're my classmates. Zhou Qin, she is in the same class as me and my roommate. Lu Shu is an older female classmate of mine who often looks out for me at school. Li Zhangyang, he's an upperclassman of mine. Jamumu introduced them one by one. In front of her classmates, she was completely different from the clumsy and cute persona she showed in front of Chen Yang. Now, she seemed a bit more confident and composed. Hello. Chen Yang also smiled and greeted them. So he was just her sister's husband. Everyone sighed in relief. If Jamumu had really found a boyfriend and moved in together, there would be countless heartbroken men at school. The atmosphere relaxed. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Chen Gu. Hello, Chen Gu. Everyone smiled and greeted Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and said, you all arrived just in time. Mumu has been busy all morning and has prepared a feast. Let's sit down and eat. As Chen Yang said this, he glanced at Jamumu. Jamumu's delicate face flushed slightly, but her acting was quite good, and she quickly regained her composure, smiling and saying, that's right. Sit down and eat. Try, my cooking. That was a bit bold of her. Meanwhile, Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, and Li Zhangyang all noticed the array of dishes on the table and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, these dishes look amazing. They're so colorful and fragrant. That's right, Mumu's cooking is truly unmatched. Without years of practice, one couldn't possibly cook such delicious dishes. Mumu truly lives up to her reputation as the campus beauty of Shenzhen University. Not only is she stunningly beautiful and graceful, but her cooking skills are also top-notch. She is simply perfect. The three of them continued to praise her, making Mumu feel a bit embarrassed. However, Chen Yang didn't say anything, gesturing for her to sit down as well. The five of them sat down. Each of them served themselves a bowl of rice, glancing at the dishes on the table, their appetites stirring. The intelligent beauty Zhou Qinqin spoke first. Well, Mumu, I won't be polite then. Go ahead and eat. Mumu smiled. Zhou Qinqin picked up a piece of pork rib, put it into her mouth, savored it for a moment, and her face lit up with satisfaction. It's so delicious. It's truly delicious. Mumu, I'll call you the best cook in our school. The flattery came pouring out. This time, Jamumu didn't feel too embarrassed and gladly accepted the flattery. Although she hadn't cooked the dish herself. But her sister's boyfriend made it, and since he is her sister's boyfriend, they're practically family. Her brother-in-law is an excellent cook, rounding it up, he's as good as she is. No complaints. Really? I'll try too. The charming beauty Lu Shu also picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of the grouper, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face as she said, Mumu, this dish is indeed delicious, on par with a restaurant. Jamumu was overjoyed inside, but on the surface she smiled shyly and said, Senior, you're too kind. The last person left was Li Zhangyang. I'll give it a try too. Li Zhangyang also picked up his chopsticks. Unfortunately, he accidentally picked up a piece of the crispy fried fish with his chopsticks. These little fish look absolutely delicious. This. Chen Yang and Jamumu both wanted to say something, but it was already too late. Li Zhangyang had already put the fish into his mouth. He chewed it a few times, savoring the flavor, but his expression suddenly changed, turning as ugly as if he were being slaughtered. Senior Li, what's wrong? Is it not tasty? Zhou Qinqin asked. Really? It looked pretty good, Lu Shu said doubtfully. Jamumu, on the other hand, stared at Li Zhangyang with her big eyes, her gaze filled with a hint of anticipation. Feeling Jamumu's gaze, Li Zhangyang's mouth was already salty and bitter, but he gritted his teeth, chewed again, and swallowed it down. Chapter 046, Welcome Party. Li Zhangyang forced down the salty little fish and smiled contentedly, delicious, really delicious. Chen Yang and Jamumu exchanged glances and couldn't help but giggle. This guy was really good at enduring. Chen Yang could tell that this Li Zhangyang was clearly Jamumu's suitor, and he had come here with ulterior motives. Sure enough. Before they had even finished eating, Li Zhangyang spoke up. Mumu, actually, we came here to see you because we have something to discuss. Jamumu was focused on eating her meal. Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, What's the matter? Next week's welcome party, we want you to represent the student council and perform on stage for everyone. Li Zhangyang smiled. Me? Perform on stage? Jamumu was taken aback. She was just an esports enthusiast, what could she possibly perform? Lu Shuwan smiled and said, Yes, Mumu, you've been in the student council for so long, yet you've never participated in any school activities. You're always so aloof and elusive, everyone is very curious about you. This welcome party is your chance to show off a bit and let the freshmen know what kind of talent our Shenzhen University campus beauty has. Jamumu hesitated, that's not a good idea. I don't have any talents. If she had to walk down the center aisle and be the center of attention, she could handle it. Going to the welcome party? That's just too much for her to handle. Zhou Qinqin laughed, Mumu, who says you don't have any talents? When you were telling stories on the radio station, your voice made so many people fall head over heels for you. Just perform that on stage, and the freshmen will all be at your feet. Your position as the school flower will be even more secure. Voice acting counts as a talent? Jamumu looked a bit confused. Li Zhangyang said, Of course it counts. But the main point isn't the talent, it's just to get you some exposure. You're the president of the broadcasting department of the student union. You can't stay behind the scenes forever. You're so pretty you should get out and socialize more. After some persistent persuasion from the others, Jamumu didn't know how to argue back. In truth, she was more eager to rush over to her brother-in-law's place on Friday to play video games. The welcome party was just too much hassle. Jamumu looked at Chen Yang, who was busy eating his food. Chen Yang was confused. Why are you looking at me? I'm not even from your school. Brother-in-law, give us your opinion. Jamumu asked in a low voice. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, you could give it a try. There's a saying that goes, you can't possess youth or the feeling of youth. If Jamumu attends this welcome party, it will definitely be a beautiful memory in the future. But if she keeps staying up all night playing games, she'll only feel regret when she looks back on it later. Alright. Since Chen Yang had said that, Jamumu could only nod and say, alright, I'll attend. Li Zhengyang and the others heard this and all smiled. After a moment, Li Zhengyang continued, after the welcome party, we have another gathering in the form of a banquet, organized by the student union. We hope you'll honor us with your presence. The true intentions were revealed. The welcome party wasn't the real purpose. This so-called banquet was the real reason Li Zhengyang had come this time. Chen Yang heard this and curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. These college students were still too inexperienced. Let's skip the banquet. Jamumu rejected it outright. She hated such so-called banquets the most. Because every time there was a gathering, as long as she was there, she would become the center of attention and then all sorts of troubles would follow, making her feel extremely insecure. However, Zhou Qinqin and Lu Shu kept urging her to go. Lu Shu said, Mumu, this banquet organized by Zhang Yang is quite large scale. Many freshmen, including student council members, will attend, and even counselors and teachers will be there. It's being held at the Jasmine Wine Club, which is a fairly upscale place. The expenses aren't small, so why not come and have some fun? Let everyone get to know you better. Zhou Qinqin chimed in, that's right, Mumu Sr. Don't be so aloof. Maybe there are some handsome guys among the new students. These two were brought over by Li Zhengyang, clearly being used as pawns. This left Jamumu with no choice but to refuse, so she turned to look at Chen Yang again, her expression a bit pitiful. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, since it's a school-organized gathering, attending is fine. Jamumu could only obediently say, alright. The matter was settled. After eating for a while longer, Chen Yang got up to go to the restroom. After Chen Yang left, Zhou Qinqin asked curiously, Mumu Sr., your brother-in-law is so handsome. He really looks like a TV star. Yeah, he is pretty handsome, and he has a great aura. Lu Shu also agreed. She had been secretly observing Chen Yang for a while, and he gave her the impression of being both handsome and mature, exactly the type of man she had always dreamed of. Li Zhengyang, however, was a bit unhappy. Handsome my ass. Besides, what good is being handsome? In today's society, money is everything. He had already been annoyed with Chen Yang because during dinner, Jamumu and Chen Yang had interacted in a way that seemed too intimate, making him feel uneasy. When the topic turned to Chen Yang, Jamumu couldn't help but feel a little pleased, saying proudly, he's handsome, isn't he? My brother-in-law may not be the best at everything, but his looks are definitely top-notch. If I ever get the chance, I'll make him a celebrity. Then I'll be the little sister-in-law of a big star. Jamumu was quite proud, completely forgetting that Chen Yang and Jiro had already broken up. At that moment, Lu Shu also curiously asked, Mumu, you've been talking about your brother-in-law the whole time. Where is your sister? Where is she? Zhou Qinqin also asked in confusion, right, Mumu, according to logic, shouldn't your sister and your brother-in-law be living together? Li Zhengyang also found the question rather odd. With the sister not around, the brother-in-law and sister-in-law being together, how odd is that? What Jamumu said next left them all speechless. Jamumu, while eating, casually said, my sister and my brother-in-law broke up. She's already moved out. Now it's just me and my brother-in-law living here. This statement left everyone present speechless. What the heck? Her sister had already broken up with her brother-in-law. The younger sister-in-law has moved in instead. What on earth is going on here? Lu Shu asked in utter astonishment, Mumu, so you're saying you're living together with your sister's husband now? Chapter 049, the battle continues. I guess so, Mumu nodded. This left the three of them speechless once again. It turned out their previous guesses were spot on. This top campus beauty from Shenzhen University was really living with a man. This was too crazy. Li Zhengyang's reaction was the most intense. He widened his eyes and said, Mumu, how could you do this? A man and a woman living together alone, what if something happens? That's none of your business. Jamumu smiled and said, my brother-in-law treats me very well. We're like a family, so nothing will happen. But, although Li Zhengyang knew that Jamumu and Chen Yang wouldn't do anything, but the idea of them living together still made him feel like his heart was about to stop, as if his goddess had been taken away from him, leaving him with a vast expanse of green grass above his head. Just then, Chen Yang returned. The topic was finally put to rest. The meal ended quickly, and Li Zhangyang, Lu Shu, and Zhou Qinchin left shortly after. After they left, Jamumu finally collapsed onto the sofa, her slender white legs propped up on the couch, her face showing nothing but exhaustion. I'm so tired. Dealing with these people is such a hassle. Her lazy demeanor was a stark contrast to the goddess-like image she projected in front of her classmates. Chen Yang sat on the side of the sofa and said, "Don't lie down yet. Go wash the dishes." What? Me wash the dishes? Jamumu was first surprised, then said unwillingly, "No way, brother-in-law. My hands are so delicate, so beautiful, so pretty. How could I wash the dishes? My sister doesn't even make me wash the dishes." Jiro often spoiled Jamumu and rarely made her do chores. But Chen Yang wasn't one to spoil her. He said, "Washing dishes has nothing to do with your hands being delicate, beautiful, or pretty. Washing dishes won't make your hands look any worse. I'll cook for you, and you wash the dishes. That's only fair. Go on, hurry up." Jamumu pouted and said unhappily, but I just want to lie around lazily and not do any work." "Brother-in-law, don't be like that." She switched to her cute little sister voice and started to pout. Fortunately, Chen Yang had developed some resistance to her cute, whiny voice. He kept a straight face and said, "Go wash them now, or you'll have to move out tomorrow." In the end, Jamumu succumbed to Chen Yang's authority. "Fine, I'll wash." Jamumu could only respond with a sulky fine, then entered the kitchen to start washing the dishes. "La la la, I'm a happy little cook. Scrub, scrub, scrub." While washing, the little girl was singing along. To be honest, she sang pretty well. Halfway through, Jamumu suddenly remembered something and called out to Chen Yang outside, "Oh, right, brother-in-law, the welcome party on Wednesday, are you coming with me?" "Why would I go with you? That's your school's welcome party." Chen Yang was a bit confused. Jamumu's face turned red, and she whispered, I get a bit socially anxious when I'm on stage. Without anyone I know watching from below, I'm too nervous to perform. My sister always went with me before. Now that she's not here, can you accompany me?" Chen Yang couldn't believe it. His school beauty stepsister actually had social anxiety. But upon further thought, Wednesday didn't have much going on, so going over to hang out didn't seem like a bad idea. "I'll think about it," Chen Yang replied. Jamumu huffed, "No thinking about it. You just asked me to join the welcome party, so if you asked me to go, you have to come with me." Chen Yang was speechless. It turned out that when Jamumu had asked for his opinion earlier, she was just setting him up. All right, I'll go with you," Chen Yang replied helplessly. "Yay, that's great." Jamumu was overjoyed. After a moment, she suddenly added, "Oh, right, brother-in-law, there's also the gathering tonight." "Yeah, I know. I'll go with you." Chen Yang nodded. The welcome party was something Chen Yang still needed to consider attending. But this gathering was definitely something he had to attend. What Li Zhangyang had just said made Chen Yang feel that the guy had ulterior motives. The banquet was a mix of people, and Jamumu going alone was indeed quite dangerous. Going to the banquet to accompany Jamumu wouldn't be a problem. After all, Jamumu was his sister-in-law, and as her brother-in-law, it was only natural to take care of her. "You're such a great brother-in-law." Jamumu was so excited she switched to her cute little sister voice and said in a sweet, girly tone, I love my brother-in-law the most." Her voice was actually quite pleasant. She is truly a genius. However, Chen Yang asked seriously, "Li Zhangyang, that guy has feelings for you, you must have noticed, right?" "I've noticed," Jamumu said after finishing washing a bowl and putting it away in the cabinet. "He's been pursuing me, but I don't like him. His family has a bit of money, and he's always showing off. This gathering was probably just an excuse for him to show off and invite me over. It's so annoying. If he weren't the vice president of the student council, I wouldn't even bother with him." Although Jamumu was lively and innocent, she wasn't completely naive. She understood exactly what Li Zhangyang was thinking. Yeah, this guy is definitely a bit off. We should try to stay away from him in the future, Chen Yang advised. "Got it, brother-in-law. Thanks for your concern. I'm so happy." Jamumu responded in her natural voice, a sweet, girly tone. Her voice sounded even sweeter. After washing the dishes, it was already late. Chen Yang and Jamumu both brushed their teeth and got ready for bed. After taking a shower, Jamumu put on her pink cartoon pajamas, sat on the sofa in the room, and closed her eyes to meditate. "It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. Don't stay up all night tonight," Chen Yang said. "All right, brother-in-law, don't disturb me. I'm meditating. I'll go to bed soon." Jamumu kept her eyes closed, appearing deep in thought. Chen Yang saw this and didn't say anything else, returning to his own bedroom. Once Chen Yang had entered his bedroom, Jamumu quietly opened one eye, gave a little smile, and slowly closed her bedroom door, hanging up a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside. Immediately afterward, she dived headfirst into the gaming room. Today was Saturday, after all. Stay up all night? That's impossible. Life goes on, the fight never stops. Charge. Chapter 050, Video Call. Chen Yang returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and scrolled through his phone. Yao Na's message arrived at that moment. Xiao Nana, Chen Yang, do you still know Song Sinyu? Song Sinyu? It was a very familiar name. But Chen Yang couldn't quite recall him, so he asked. Mu Yang, who is he? Xiao Nana, you really forgot? Song Sinyu was our childhood friend. We used to live in the same neighborhood and play together all the time. But then he moved away and we lost touch. Upon being reminded, Chen Yang remembered. Among their friends back then, there was indeed someone named Song Sinyu, and they had a pretty good relationship. All these years, he really had forgotten. Mu Yang, I remember now. What's he up to? Xiao Nana, he went abroad for his studies and just returned recently. He said he plans to invite us, the few of us who used to play together, to get together the day after tomorrow. He also invited you, Chen Yang. Are you coming? Mu Yang, sure, it's been so long since we last saw each other. It'd be nice to catch up. Xiao Nana, alright, I'll reply to him. We'll all go together then. The last sentence was sent by Yao Na as a voice message. Chen Yang heard her voice message, along with the sound of running water. Chen Yang asked. Mu Yang, Nana, where are you right now? Why is there water running in the middle of the night? Xiao Nana, taking a shower. Taking a shower while playing with her phone. That's pretty typical of people nowadays. Chen Yang suddenly thought of something, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he directly clicked on the video call. Ding dong ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. The phone rang for a while before finally being answered. However, the camera on Yao Na's end was completely black, showing nothing, while her voice, tinged with shyness, could be heard. Good little brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly call me on video? What are you up to? Chen Yang laughed, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Then hang up, Yao Na said bluntly. Don't hang up, nah. We've already called, so we should at least chat and take a look. Chen Yang said with a smile, we've been apart for 2 days. I've been missing you a bit. Why not turn on the video? You little pervert, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Yao Na said in a playful voice. However, despite her words, she still turned on the camera. The scene in the bathroom appeared on the video. In the thick steam, Yao Na's stunning face, flushed with a hint of red, appeared before the lens. Following that, her incredibly curvaceous S-shaped figure was faintly visible, extremely alluring. However, Yao Na was wrapped in a bathrobe, so nothing could be seen. Satisfied now? Yao Na shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance. Chen Yang laughed and said, Nana, so you always wear such conservative clothes when you shower? Of course. It's to prevent others from peeking. After all, I'm so beautiful. If someone were to peek or take photos of me, what would I do afterward? Don't you agree, good brother? Yao Na giggled, her smile tinged with seduction. You're right, it's better to be cautious. Chen Yang nodded, yawned, and said, let us not talk anymore. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. Already tired? Yao Na suddenly batted her beautiful eyes, moved her delicate hands, and pulled her bathrobe down slightly, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin, and asked with a smile. Are you still tired now? Chen Yang's gaze fixated on the snow-white skin, smiling and said, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel more awake, but I'm still a bit tired. Yao Na's red lips curved slightly as she gently pulled her bathrobe down a little more and laughed. What about now? Still sleepy? Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he laughed. I'm almost completely awake now, just a tiny bit sleepy. The bathrobe slid down further. That entire snow-white, alluring area was about to be exposed. Yao Na's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of moisture. She tugged at her bathrobe, bit her red lips, and said seductively. Then, her small hand gently moved downward. The bathrobe slipped down. Just as the irresistible sight was about to be revealed. But just then, Yao Na suddenly turned off the camera and smiled sweetly, saying, if you want to see more, you'll have to come find me yourself to unlock it. Yao Na chuckled softly before hanging up the video call. Chen Yang was startled for a moment, but quickly smiled. His good sister really knew how to tease. Now, he couldn't wait to see Yao Na. She really knows how to play. Yao Na's message came through quickly. Xiao Nana, good brother, see you in 2 days. Mu Yang, see you in 2 days. After the chat ended, Chen Yang lay on the bed and scrolled through his phone for a while. Unbeknownst to him, while scrolling through Douyin, he stumbled upon a familiar live stream. The streamer was named Sad and Melancholic Pork Rib Soup. She was live streaming a game, not showing her face, only the game screen. However, her voice sounded incredibly familiar to Chen Yang. You've angered this lady. Let's see how I deal with you. Here I come, everyone step aside. Oh no. How did I get solo killed? It's all the network's fault. Sniff sniff. I'm so sad. I have 2 guns, one called shoot and the other called ah. This queen is giving you all one chance to surrender. If you don't surrender, then die. This streamer switches between various voice tones while playing games. Sweet girl, mature woman, queen, cute girl, you name it, she has got it. And every single one sounds amazing and incredibly authentic. Who else could have such voice acting skills besides her own younger sister, Jamumu? And the games she plays are exactly the same as Jamumu's. No need to look. This must be my school beauty stepsister. This guy has been talking all day for nothing, and he's still pulling an all-nighter, and he's even streaming live. Shen Yang felt a bit helpless. But there was nothing he could do about it. Jamumu is still young, after all. She likes to do things her own way. Restricting her all the time wouldn't make much sense. Jamumu's livestream only had a few dozen viewers. After all, without showing her face, relying solely on her voice to gain attention in this highly competitive live streaming environment is extremely difficult. Shen Yang watched for a while and didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to go to sleep, a comment suddenly appeared in the chat section of the livestream. How much does it cost to call me husband in your livestream? The person who sent the comment was named Shengshi Wanga, a level 60 plus account who had already spent over $1 million on Douyin livestreams. Jamumu completely ignored him and continued playing the game seriously. Unbeknownst to her, the guy wouldn't give up, directly sending a Porsche and another comment. Host, call me husband and let me hear it. A Porsche costs over $100. If it were another streamer, they might have given in. But Jamumu didn't care at all and bluntly said, I won't call you that. My livestream doesn't offer that service. Her personality is naturally quite arrogant, and she's clearly upset. Why is this person ruining my game? So annoying. Chapter 051, The Arrogant Wang Gu. Jamumu wanted to kick him out of the livestream, but this guy was over level 60, a high-level VIP. As a small streamer, she had no authority to ban him, let alone mute him. He wouldn't let it go and kept sending messages. Shengshi Wang Gu, you're pretty tough, but you'll be begging me to call you soon. Shengshi Wang Gu sent out Douyin number 1x1. Douyin number 1, worth over 1,000 yuan. This guy actually has a bit of money. Shengshi Wang Gu, will you call me? Just say husband once, and I'll send you one. The better you say it, the more I'll send. In his mind, giving away his Douyin number 1, this little female streamer would definitely submit willingly. But he didn't expect Jamumu to get even angrier. She switched to an angry tone and said, I said there's no such service. Get out of here. This statement made Shengshi Wang Gu a bit angry as well. He had been in so many female streamers' rooms, and who wouldn't be meek and submissive in front of his level 60 plus account? Even the top-tier female streamers would give him some face and call him Brother Wang. Jamumu, a small streamer with only a few dozen followers, dared to challenge him? Shengshi Wang Gu, you just want money, right? I'll just get rid of you today. Shengshi Wang Gu sent out Douyin's top-tier X5. 5,000 yuan. He just gives it away. Shengshi Wang Gu, call me husband, and I'll give you 5,000. Hurry up and call. Jamumu was furious, I don't need your money. Get out of my livestream. Shengshi Wanga gives away Douyin number 1x10. 10,000 yuan. He sent it directly. Shengshi Wanga, call me husband, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. This is the absolute limit. Don't be ungrateful. As Shengshi Wanga sent out 10 Douyin number 1 gifts, hundreds of people flooded into Jamumu's livestream. Seeing Shengshi Wang Ji's generous gesture, they left comments in the comments section. Wow, Wang Gu is so generous. 10 Douyin number 1 gifts. I'm so jealous. Call me husband and get 10,000 yuan? My goodness, is there such a good deal? Husband, look at me. I can do a seductive voice too, and I'm cute too. Ha, this female streamer used to be pretty arrogant, always refusing to give Wang Gu face. Now she's asking for 10,000 yuan for one call. She'll probably have to kneel down and beg. These people think Jamumu is definitely going to give in. That's normal. After all, most female streamers these days are like that, they'll do anything for money, with no moral boundaries. Unfortunately, Jamumu is still an innocent college student who hasn't been exposed to the real world yet, so her desire for money isn't as strong as they imagined. Jamumu's sweet-sounding voice grew even angrier as she said, I said no. Stop bothering me. She was clearly very upset. Today was Sunday. She had a pleasant meal with her brother-in-law, then played games happily. She had planned to stream live to show her viewers her exceptional skills. But then this annoying person showed up. Not only is this guy annoying, but he also brought a bunch of people along. This is so frustrating. Shengshi Wanga, who had spent 10,000 yuan, was clearly angry at her attitude. Shengshi Wanga, what are you trying to act so high and mighty for? I gave you a couple of dollars, and you think you're someone important? You're just a streamer, what are you trying to pull? This guy actually lost his cool. Even if he lost his cool, he's still bringing a bunch of henchmen into the livestream to talk trash. Acting all high and mighty? Wanga letting you call him husband is giving you face. You're a whore trying to build a reputation. 10,000 yuan for one call? Wanga is really giving this woman face. If it were me, I think 100 yuan was too much. Ha, Wanga went to a top female streamer's room and probably got her to call him by name just by sending some gifts. What a shameless face. Her voice is indeed nice, but I bet she has just another fake online persona in real life. Various sarcastic remarks followed one after another. In the eyes of many, Jamumu's behavior was just an act. In today's society, who wouldn't want to call someone husband for 10,000 yuan? They'd even eat for it. You guys? Jamumu looked at the comments, not knowing how to respond, feeling so wrong she was about to cry. Chen Yang watched this scene and couldn't help but frown. This so-called king brother is truly shameless. Since he's acting so arrogant, Chen Yang would play along with him. Chen Yang directly posted a comment. Mu Yang, she doesn't want to, so why are you all barking like dogs? Do you really think that having a few $1,000s makes you better than everyone else and allows you to do whatever you want? As expected, Chen Yang's comment was quickly buried under a flood of others. No one even bothered to pay attention to what this no-name account was saying. But Chen Yang wasn't afraid of spending money. It's just money, right? Just spend it. Chen Yang directly posted a comment worth 1,000 dubi 100 renminbi. Mu Yang, they don't want to, so why are you barking like dogs here? Do you really think that having a few thousand yuan makes you someone special, that you can do whatever you want? The comment was immediately highlighted in red and appeared in a very prominent location. As expected, the comment sparked a massive uproar in the comments section. Countless people began to fiercely criticize Chen Yang. Who are you to talk? Wang Gu wants to do whatever he wants, and you have no say in it. Exactly, Wang Gu has a level 60 plus account and has spent over 1 million. Isn't that enough to be considered someone important? You're talking about 10,000 yuan? You're just a character that spent 100 yuan. Can you even afford 10,000 yuan? What a joke. Even if you're trying to be a bodyguard, you should at least assess your own capabilities first. A clown. These people are all fawning over this so-called prosperous Wang Gu. That's normal. Although they haven't gained any benefits from this king, many people, especially those in live streaming platforms, just love to suck up to the wealthy. As for why, it's just their nature. They're born to be sycophants, admiring the strong and believing that money equals power. And this prosperous king isn't holding back either. He just dropped 100 bucks. Shengshi Wang Gu, get out of here. Just when everyone thought Chen Yang would calm down, the prominent chat message appeared again. Mu Yang, so that means as long as you have money, you can be our dad, right? If I spend some money, will you all kneel down and lick me? Ha! Chapter 052, Splurging Thousands. Chen Yang's provocative response completely enraged the live stream viewers, who began responding one after another. You? Ha, a account that's been around for years and is only level 7 or 8, and you dare to say that? You want us to lick your boots? Do you even have the capital for that? Forget about 10,000, you can't even afford 1,000, can you? Ha, you sure talk big. A poor guy trying to play the hero, now you're getting your face slapped. You're desperate, aren't you? Please spend your money and let us see how much you're really worth. These people didn't believe Chen Yang had any real money. He was just a pretentious show-off. Shengshi Wanga once again blocked Chen Yang's comments and confronted him directly. Shengshi Wanga, who can't talk big? If you really have the money, then show everyone. Don't try to show off in front of me. If you can transfer 100,000 right now, I'll call you dad. Are you brave enough? This guy is probably just a small-time boss in real life, talking big and not giving Chen Yang the time of day. However, the viewers in the live stream shared the same opinion. None of them believed Chen Yang could afford to transfer 100,000 yuan. Jamumu, already tearful from being provoked, saw this and was about to speak up for Chen Yang. After all, he was defending her, and she couldn't just stand by and let him be mocked by the live stream viewers. But before Jamumu could speak, suddenly, one after another, Douyin number 1 messages were sent out in the live stream. Mu Yang in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup live stream sent Douyin number 1x1. Mu Yang sent Douyin number 1x10 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup live stream. First, 10 were sent, but it wasn't over yet. Soon, another 10 were sent out in quick succession. Mu Yang is in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup live stream, giving away Douyin number 1x50. Mu Yang is in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup live stream, giving away Douyin number 1x100. Finally, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the live stream, Mu Yang continued to send out 100 Douyin number 1 gifts before finally stopping. Each Douyin number 1 gift costs 1,000 yuan. 10 units are worth 10,000 yuan. 100 gifts amount to 10,000. This Mu Yang, a novice account not even at level 10, had actually spent 100,000 yuan in the live stream. At that moment, all the viewers in the live stream were completely speechless. The mocking words they had just spoken were now stuck in their throats. That so-called Shengshi Wang Gu fell completely silent. But while he remained silent, Chen Yang was far from quiet. Chen Yang continued to taunt him. Mu Yang, what's the matter? No one's saying a word? You were so arrogant just now. $10,000 has left you speechless? Oh, right, I bet you're still not convinced. You're probably thinking, it's only $10,000. It's not that much money. To stop you from barking like dogs, I'll add a little more. This prominent comment had just ended. Immediately. Boom. 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 Another round of Douyin number 1 was suddenly sent out. Mu Yang is in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream, sending Douyin number 1x100. Another 100 shots. Another 100,000 yuan. This is absolutely insane. The viewers in the live stream were utterly speechless. And it's not over yet. Mu Yang's chat messages appeared again. Mu Yang, is that enough to shut you all up? If not, I can give you more. Boom. 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 Douyin number 1 was activated once more. Mu Yang is in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream, sending out Douyin number 1 x 100. Another 10,000. It's already a full 300,000. At this very moment, the number of viewers in Jamumu's live stream had surpassed 1,000. Many new viewers, seeing Chen Yang's generous gesture, began sending comments. 6,666. 30,000. He just spent it like that. So strong. Holy crap, Mu Yang is the real deal. He's way better than that so-called Wangu. Ha, where are all the people who were bragging earlier? Why are they all silent now? Didn't you say that whoever has money deserves to be worshipped? And that so-called Shangshi Wangu, come out and call him dad. 30,000, you have to say it 3 times. There were many people who enjoyed watching the chaos unfold. Now they're all jumping out to pressure this so-called Shangshi Wangu. This Shangshi Wangu has spent over 1 million yuan and has some fame on Douyin live streaming. If he runs away now, he'll probably become a laughingstock for others in the future. He was cornered and finally posted a prominent comment. Shangshi Wangu, dad. 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 Then, he left the live stream in disgrace. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Those who had previously mocked Jamumu felt their faces burning with embarrassment, having been completely humiliated. Jamumu was originally very angry, but upon seeing this scene, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. This was truly satisfying. This was such a satisfying comeuppance. At the same time, she quietly noted down the ID Mu Yang. Shen Yan lay on the bed. After dealing with this so-called Wangu, he could finally relax and wait for the system's reward. Logically speaking, this kind of live streaming consumption should also count as indulgence, so there should definitely be a reward. Sure enough, the reward arrived quickly. Host successfully completed an indulgent consumption, earning a reward of 600,000. After spending 300,000, he received a direct cashback of 600,000. This is truly a great deal. I can sleep soundly tonight. Shen Yang left the live stream and was about to go to sleep when he saw a message come in. It was from Jamumu. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup, are you there? Chen Yang saw Jamumu's message and couldn't help but furrow his brows. What's wrong with this little sister-in-law of mine? Being so proactive and reaching out like this, does she really want to hook up with a rich guy like the other female streamers? That shouldn't be the case. Jamumu doesn't seem like that kind of person. Chen Yang replied to her. Mu Yang, here. Heartbroken and depressed pork rib soup, thank you so much just now. Would it be okay to add you on WeChat? Add WeChat? What's going on? Is there a private account? Chen Yang, with a skeptical attitude, sent his WeChat account to Jamumu. Jamumu didn't have a personal account. She added him using her main WeChat account. As for why she added him on WeChat, Chen Yang quickly figured it out. Heartbroken and depressed pork rib soup, big brother, thank you so much for today. You helped me, and I don't know how to repay you. The money you spent today, after deducting the platform's commission, I will refund it to you in full via WeChat. You don't need to spend money on me anymore. Just come watch my live stream, and I'll be happy. She actually wants to refund the money. Shen Yang truly didn't know whether his little sister-in-law was naive or just plain naive. In today's society, girls as kind-hearted as her were few and far between. What a kind-hearted younger sister-in-law. Chapter 053, Fitness Beauty. However, since the money had already been spent, Chen Yang didn't plan to ask for it back. It would be nice to help Jamumu improve her living conditions. Jamumu's living conditions weren't great. She mostly relied on money earned from voice acting to get by and had to borrow money from Giro every year. With this money, she'll have a bit more breathing room. A girl should have some money in her pocket. Especially for a college student like her, there are so many temptations. Mu Yang, forget about returning the money. Maybe you think it's a lot, but to me, it's just pocket change. You're a streamer, and I send you gifts, it's no big deal. If you really want to thank me, then, use your sassy older sister voice to say something thank you. Jamumu remained silent for a long time before sending a voice message. You stinky man, thank you for helping your older sister today. I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. But don't think you can get close to your older sister using such tactics. You'll always be the unattainable goddess in my eyes. Thank you. She was indeed arrogant and indeed at Sundara. Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction after hearing that. That's really good. Tonight's events have finally come to an end. Chen Yang lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, it was already 8 o'clock. Chen Yang went through his usual routine of washing up and having breakfast. As for Jamumu, she had rested all night and was probably still asleep. Chen Yang didn't disturb her. She would be returning to school that evening, so he let her rest properly. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yang set out for his morning exercise. As usual, he went for a 5-kilometer jog in the park. As usual, after finishing the run, Chen Yang was out of breath and exhausted, but he pushed himself to run an extra 2 kilometers before finally stopping. Sitting on a bench in the park drinking water, the system message appeared again. The host's health index has successfully increased by 1%. Another 1%. Too slow. Way too slow. Chen Yang checked his current attributes. Host, Chen Yang. Age, 27. Height, 180. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 21. Stamina, 25. Mental strength, 38. Assets, none. Wealth, 1,153,000. Health, 35%. Health has improved from 30% to 35%. This is a modest improvement. However, his physical condition is still far from the healthy benchmark of 60%, and his current state leaves him highly susceptible to illness. I can't put off going to the gym any longer. I need to make arrangements right away. Chen Yang plans to visit the nearby gym tonight and make arrangements as soon as possible. As Chen Yang was thinking about these things, a sleek figure suddenly ran over from a distance. Chen Yang looked over and was slightly taken aback. It was a very beautiful woman. Her beauty was different from that of Zhamumu and Yao Na. Hers was a kind of athletic beauty. Her figure was impeccable, with delicate collarbones, an A4 waist, and a defined six-pack. Her body was toned and lean, with not an ounce of excess fat. Her legs were long and straight, incredibly beautiful. The most striking feature, however, was her. She was wearing a sports outfit that seemed unable to contain her curves, which were about to burst out, at least a D-cup. Her firm, round buttocks were also perfectly shaped. Her skin has a healthy, sun-kissed glow, perfectly complementing her athletic style. Chen Yang couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Seeing such a vibrant beauty so early in the morning was indeed a beautiful sight. Anyway, it's still early. I'll just sit here and rest for a while. Chen Yang sat down at his spot, enjoying the cool morning breeze while admiring the athletic beauty's graceful jog. However, after running a few laps, the athletic beauty seemed to notice Chen Yang's gaze. As she ran past him again, she stopped with a smile and walked toward him. "Handsome guy, have you had enough of looking?" Chen Yang didn't expect the athletic beauty to be so bold, but he wasn't shy and smiled. "Yeah, it's okay. I haven't had enough yet." The athletic beauty didn't seem upset. Her smile grew wider as she asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" "You're pretty," Chen Yang complimented her. The athletic beauty nodded, seeming very happy, and laughed. "I'm glad you like it." After a pause, she continued, "Want to add me on WeChat?" "Huh?" Chen Yang was taken aback. What's going on? Are beautiful women this proactive nowadays? They're already taking the initiative to add WeChat? Chen Yang knew he was pretty handsome, but he didn't think it had come to this. But as the saying goes, never turn down a good thing. Add her then. He's a guy, what's there to be afraid of? Alright, Chen Yang smiled slightly and opened his phone. After scanning the QR code successfully, they added each other on WeChat. The fitness beauty gave a charming smile and waved her hand, saying, "Alright, I'll go first. If there's anything, we can chat on WeChat." The fitness beauty finished speaking, waved her hand, and then ran off. Watching her beautiful figure fade into the distance, Chen Yang felt a bit puzzled. Was that all it took to add her on WeChat? Was it that simple? Chen Yang looked at the fitness beauty's WeChat ID, which was Miss Anan, and her profile picture was of herself, quite pretty, without excessive photo editing. He opened her profile page. All the videos were of her working out and showing off her figure. Things like leg workouts, chest workouts, and butt workouts. She already had a great figure, and the videos made her even more alluring. What's going on? Could she be one of those fitness influencers? Chen Yang, combining the other person's quick addition of WeChat, made a hasty judgment. But soon, he was wrong. Because not long after, a message came through. "Hey there, I'm Chen Anan, a fitness trainer at Spartan Fitness nearby. I specialize in fitness and nutrition and have been doing this for 5 years. I've trained quite a few students. If you're interested in fitness training, feel free to contact me. Spartacus is the largest gym in the area, equipped with all kinds of exercise machines, a 24-hour temperature-controlled swimming pool, and high-end shower facilities." The beautiful woman sent a long message about Spartacus, ending with, "Check out our swimming and fitness programs." Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No wonder. No wonder she was so proactive. Turns out she's a fitness instructor. However, her taste was indeed quite good. She immediately noticed that Chen Yang needed to work out. So, Chen Yang asked, "How much does a membership card cost?" Chen Anan replied quickly. "Miss Anan, a quarterly pass is 2,300 and an annual pass is 4,200. Our prices are on the higher side compared to the rest of Shenzhen, as we are a more upscale gym." Chapter 064, Miss Anan. If you sign up now, there's a special offer. You can participate in the Smash the Golden Egg activity, with the chance to win a free membership. A yearly membership for 4,200 yuan. The price is indeed very high. When Chen Yang was in school, he only paid a few hundred yuan a year for the gym. However, if the environment is good, it's actually acceptable. This is just a small amount of money. What Chen Yang is most concerned about isn't that, but Mu Yang, how much does a private training session cost per class? Although Chen Yang doesn't know much about fitness, he is well aware that it can be quite dangerous. Incorrect form can lead to injuries. Moreover, hiring a professional personal trainer or nutritionist can greatly enhance the effectiveness of training. This Ms. Anan seems like a good choice. At least she has a pleasure to look at. Miss Anan, my private training fees are a bit higher at 888 per session, but I only serve one member per session, for at least 2 hours, with full attention. I guarantee you won't encounter any issues during training. I'm also a nationally certified level 2 nutritionist and can create a customized diet plan for you. Chen Anan listed a whole bunch of selling points about herself, and finally, she revealed the biggest one. Miss Anan, the most important thing is that I'm beautiful enough and have a great figure, which can greatly improve your mood during training. There's no doubt that Chen Anan is beautiful. Her looks and figure are definitely top-notch. Even Chen Yan couldn't take his eyes off her for a moment. Chen Anan continued her sales pitch. I used to only serve female members, but now my financial situation isn't great, and there aren't many female members. Plus, you're so handsome, so I'm making an exception for you. If you purchase my private training sessions, you'll be my first male member. Don't worry, I'll provide you with comprehensive, no-holds-barred personal service that will leave you completely satisfied. Chen Anan's enthusiasm for selling was almost overflowing the screen. Chen Yang read the string of messages and couldn't help but smile. He then asked, if I purchase 10 private lessons from you all at once, will there be any special services? Miss Anan, you'll get 3 special massage sessions to help with stretching and relaxation after your workouts. Mu Yang, what about 100 sessions? Miss Anan paused for a moment before responding, if you purchase 100 private lessons at once, you'll become my ultimate VIP. You'll have unlimited massage sessions, and I'll provide even more dedicated guidance to ensure there are no issues. Mu Yang, what about 500 sessions? Miss Anan remained silent for even longer before responding, with 500 sessions, you'd be everything to me. You can arrange anything you want, and I'll serve you like a personal assistant, preparing pre- and post-workout meals, and anything else you need. As long as you're happy, I'll do anything. That's indeed quite sincere. But it's also understandable. 500 private lessons. At 888 per lesson, that adds up to 440,000, which is no small sum for a fitness trainer. If someone were to buy 500 private lessons, they would definitely be the biggest client. Chen Yang smiled without saying a word and replied. Mu Yang, that's good. Pretty sincere. Miss Anan, since that's the case, then young man, I'll be waiting for you tonight to sign up for a membership. The private lessons aren't important, just come over to sign up for a membership so I can get a little commission. Chen Anan clearly thought that Chen Yang's earlier words were just teasing her and that he would never actually buy private training sessions. Getting a membership card was already the highest expectation. Mu Yang, alright, I'll come by tonight to check it out. Chen Yang responded. The call ended. Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was getting late, and it was time to leave the park. He jogged back toward Shawan residential area. When he returned to the entrance of the residential area, Chen Yang suddenly spotted a familiar figure. She was stunningly beautiful, with a curvy figure and a waist that seemed to disappear into her hips. She had her hair tied in a ponytail that fell down to her chest, wearing a blue and white housewife's dress, and she was holding a grocery basket. Who else could it be but the landlady? At that moment, the landlady seemed to have just returned from buying groceries. However, instead of heading back into the complex, she was outside the entrance, posing for a photo with a sports car. The sports car was stunning, with a bright red body and futuristic lines, exuding the luxury of a supercar. This was, of course, Chen Yang's Ferrari 812. It had been parked here since he left earlier and hadn't moved since. Chen Yang walked over and smiled. Landlady, taking photos? His greeting clearly startled the landlady, who turned around and, upon seeing it was Chen Yang, sighed in relief and smiled awkwardly but politely. Yes, I haven't seen such a beautiful sports car around here before, so I wanted to take a photo with it. A little vanity is a common trait among women, and men are no exception. That's just how society is today, so it's not surprising. Chen Yang didn't mind and smiled. Shall I take a photo for you? Huh? The landlady's face flushed red, unsure as she asked, is that okay? Of course. Chen Yang nodded and smiled. The landlady is so beautiful, with such a nice car, it's such a great scene. Of course we should take a photo. What's so beautiful about me? I'm already 30. The landlady protested, but she was secretly delighted. 30 is the most mature and perfect age for a woman. Chen Yang said with a smile, then took the landlady's phone and said, let's go. Landlady, let us start. The landlady complied and began posing in various positions next to the Ferrari 812, starting to take photos. The first few photos were decent, but as they continued, Chen Yang began to feel they were rather ordinary. Landlady, you're still too conservative. You should be more relaxed. With such a beautiful car, you need to fully showcase your beauty and sensuality. Otherwise, everyone will only look at the car and not at you. When it came to photography, Chen Yang had a lot of experience. Ha! The landlady, hearing this, asked with a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes, "What should I do to attract everyone's attention?" Chen Yang laughed and said, "Use the same method as last time. Mrs. Landlady, your figure is unbeatable. You should showcase your body from every angle. Your poses shouldn't be too conservative. For example, you could rest one hand on the car and then." Chen Yang demonstrated, striking an incredibly seductive pose, lifting his hips high in the air. Chapter 065, Breakfast Video. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but giggle, then blushed and asked, "Is that really okay?" She was a conservative and traditional woman, seemingly unused to taking such explicit photos. "It's fine." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Everyone takes photos like this nowadays." "All right." Although the landlady felt nervous inside, she eventually agreed and blushed as she did what Chen Yang had instructed. The landlady's figure was already flawless. A wasp waist and a slim butt. Making such an alluring pose only highlighted her curves, making her look incredibly sexy. Chen Yang quickly snapped a few photos, then guided the landlady to pose again, taking several more shots. "Mrs. Landlord, get into the car." Chen Yang directed enthusiastically as he got into the shooting groove. "In the car?" The landlady felt uneasy and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sitting in someone else's car for photos. Especially such an expensive car." She was still quite worried. Chen Yang laughed, "It's okay. The car won't break from sitting in it for a moment, and besides, Mrs. Landlady, you're so beautiful. If the car owner sees you taking photos in the car, they'll be very happy." "Really?" The landlady was still a bit worried. "Don't worry." Chen Yang encouraged her directly. He was just joking. He was the car owner himself. Not only would he not mind the landlady sitting in the car taking photos, but even if she sneaked inside and took photos secretly, he wouldn't have any objections. "All right." In the end, the landlady came around and sat directly on the hood of the Ferrari 812. It must be said that the landlady's aura truly complemented the 812 perfectly. Once she sat down, she exuded both a sensual and alluring charm, as well as the luxurious elegance of a high society lady. This was far more impressive than Su Mengyao, the car model. Chen Yang quickly pressed the shutter button to capture this stunning moment of the beautiful woman and the luxurious car. After half an hour of fussing around, finally, they were done. The landlady took the camera, flipped through the photos, and her face grew increasingly red as she looked at them. She scolded with a sour expression. "You've made me look like a borderline adult streamer again. Just make me look pretty and sexy." The landlady doesn't need to worry about such things. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The landlady could accept it. After all, she had never taken such revealing photos before meeting Chen Yang. Before that, she had always considered such things taboo. Now that she saw it, it did look good. Her charm was fully unleashed. "Thank you very much." The landlady smiled. "No problem." The two chatted as they made their way back to the apartment. Chen Yang returned to the apartment and it was already noon. Time to start cooking. As usual, it was a nutritious lunch: 2 chicken drumsticks with some vegetables and rice, which was quite satisfying. As for Jimumu, Chen Yang didn't prepare anything for her. That little girl is probably still asleep. Preparing something for her would just be a waste. After finishing his meal, it was the usual routine. Sleepiness crept in. Chen Yang yawned and collapsed onto the sofa, ready for a nap. This wealthy life is truly dull and uneventful. Since binding the system, Chen Yang often felt like he had lost something. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like he had lost worries. Every day was so carefree and joyful. It's really nice. Before going to bed, he had to play with his phone for a while, a habit that contemporary people simply couldn't change. Just as he was scrolling through his feed, a message popped up. It's from my good friend, Chen Xingling. "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, I overslept and just woke up now. #feeling wrong #." Chen Yang saw the message and couldn't help but smile, replying with a message. "Mu Yang, if you overslept, just oversleep. You don't have to go to work anyway. Lemon sauce, but I was going to send you a breakfast video. I wanted Chen Yang brother to give me some guidance on how to eat breakfast properly." Breakfast video? Are those breakfast videos serious breakfast videos? Chen Yang was thinking about how to respond when Chen Xingning spoke again. "Lemon sauce, but there's no breakfast video, there's a lunch video instead, hee." "Chen Yang, take a look." Soon, another video was sent over. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, wondering what this little devil was up to. He tapped on the video Chen Xingling had sent. In the video, Chen Xingling was still alone in the dormitory, wearing a loose black nightgown, her hair disheveled, and her eyes still carrying a hint of drowsiness as she sat in front of the camera. She always filmed her breakfast videos without makeup, and her looks were still incredibly striking. "Chen Yang, here's another breakfast video from Xingling. Wait, something's off. It's lunch now." Chen Xingling's cute face is adorned with a sweet smile, revealing her adorable little dimples. "But even though it's lunch, I'm still eating the same thing as breakfast. Chen Yang, I'm about to start eating." Chapter 066, Catching Jerry. After Chen Yang finished chatting with the little fairy, Chen Yang's drowsiness also swept over him. He lay on the sofa and gradually fell asleep. This time, he didn't sleep for long. Chen Yang woke up because he heard a knock on the door, as if someone was looking for him. Chen Yang yawned, stood up from the sofa, and walked to the door. He opened the door. What he saw was a stunning figure. She was stunningly beautiful, with a curvy figure, a mature charm, and an air of elegance. She wore a simple White House dress, with a braid hanging down over her ample, proud chest. With such a perfect figure, who else could it be but the landlady? At that moment, the landlady stood at the door, her face slightly flushed, as if she had encountered something terrifying, with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Landlady, what's wrong?" Chen Yang, seeing her shaken state, couldn't help but ask. The landlady bit her red lips and said in a trembling voice, There's a mouse." Chen Yang followed the landlady into the apartment. The usually elegant and dignified landlady was now trembling in fear, her delicate body shaking as she huddled behind Chen Yang. She pointed to a pile of in the distance and said, "It's over there." Her face was deathly pale, clearly terrified. Chen Yang wasn't afraid of mice, so he picked up a broom from the side and walked over slowly. When he reached the pile of junk, Chen Yang gave it a few swipes with the broom, but found no sign of the mouse. "There's nothing there." Chen Yang asked in confusion. "What? That's impossible. It was just there a moment ago." The landlady's face turned even paler. At this point, it wasn't about the mouse running around, it was about not being able to find it. If they couldn't find it, she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. "Chen Yang, please help me look for it." The landlady's pretty face bore a pleading expression, clearly showing her helplessness. Chen Yang held the broom and searched the room, but found nothing. He turned to look at the landlady, about to ask something. But he saw the landlady trembling as she pointed to a spot not far away and said, Chen Yang, over there." Chen Yang looked over. Sure enough, beneath the cabinet, there was a large, black rat, its head lowered, seemingly searching for something on the ground. Chen Yang slowly walked forward, raising the stick in his hand high above his head. Then, he swung it suddenly, striking it down with force. Thud! As expected, it missed. The mouse, clearly startled, darted out at lightning speed. And the direction it darted in was toward the landlady's location. "Ah!" The landlady screamed in terror and immediately threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, trembling and stammering, "Chen Yang, quick, hit it! Quick, hit it!" A beauty in his arms. The scent of her perfume filled the air. Chen Yang had been full of determination to help the landlady get rid of the mouse, but now he smiled slightly, wrapped his arms around the landlady's slender waist, and held her tightly in his embrace, saying, "Mrs. Chen, don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine." Yes. The landlady's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Thus, Chen Yang embraced the landlady and began to exterminate the mice. As expected, Jerry, incredibly agile, managed to escape from Chen Yang's grasp several times, causing the landlady to scream in terror. Her slender, delicate body immediately shrunk into Chen Yang's embrace, too frightened to move. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly realized the true meaning of the idiom, nurturing an enemy within. Jerry was eventually killed. The landlady, still shaken, brewed some tea for Chen Yang. The two sat across from each other and began to drink. "Chen Yang, thank you so much for everything." The landlady's face flushed as she expressed her gratitude to Chen Yang while tidying up her disheveled clothes. Just moments ago, it was Chen Yang who had been fighting the rat, yet somehow her clothes had become disheveled. And most importantly, her small jacket, which was draped over her shoulders, had been knocked off. That jacket had been covering her upper body. The simple white dress she was now wearing was actually very revealing, with two thin straps that exposed her fair, smooth collarbone, and the straps were also deep V-shaped. The landlady's figure was already quite impressive to begin with. So, precisely because it was so revealing, she always had to wear a little jacket over it whenever she wore this kind of dress. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "It's no trouble at all." At that moment, the landlady also caught on, thinking of something, and smiled. "Chen Yang, your aim was so off just now. You should have hit the mouse several times already. Why did it go off target at the crucial moment?" The landlady, after all, was a mature woman, not a little girl, and wasn't so easily fooled. Chen Yang didn't feel embarrassed and laughed. Who knows? Maybe the little mouse was running too fast. Was it the mouse that was too fast, or your hand that was too slow? The landlady's eyes sparkled with a smile. This remark also carried a deeper meaning. Earlier, Chen Yang's hand had been resting on her slender waist the entire time. Chapter 067, The Landlady's Dilemma. At the time, she was too scared to notice, but now that she thought about it, her tenants seemed a bit improper. Chen Yang remained smiling and said, "I have them all." The landlady gave him a disapproving look, her eyes full of flirtation. The two chatted for a while longer. At that moment, the landlady picked up the coat that had fallen to the side and intended to put it on to cover her alluring figure. Chen Yang noticed the landlady's actions and suddenly asked with a smile, "Landlady, you have such a great figure. Why do you always cover it up? There's absolutely no need." This was indeed the truth. In today's society, a woman's greatest asset is nothing more than a beautiful face and a stunning figure. The landlady had both, yet she covered up her perfect figure, which was undoubtedly a huge loss. The landlady laughed upon hearing this and asked, "What? Do you think I have a good figure?" "Very good." Chen Yang didn't hesitate to praise her. The landlady's figure was indeed the sexiest and most provocative he had ever seen on any woman. Flattered by Chen Yang's compliments, the landlady felt a sweet warmth in her heart and smiled, "Thank you." Then, she gently flipped her smooth long hair and said with a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes, "As for why I cover it up, it's because it's too revealing. If I didn't cover it up, a lot of people would notice me. And their gazes aren't very kind, so it's better to be more conservative." When the landlady mentioned this, it seemed to stir up some painful memories, and a hint of sadness flashed across her pretty face. Chen Yang observed her expressions and noticed the landlady's change in mood, roughly understanding her meaning. He smiled and said, "Landlady, you're just overthinking things. People notice you because you're so attractive, they're just jealous. Why let those glances make you shut yourself off?" The landlady shook her head and smiled bitterly, "You don't understand. When I was in school, they would always talk about me. Especially when I was in college, they spread rumors about me, saying I was an immoral woman. At that time, many people in school thought I was really promiscuous, and some even posted on forums about how many men I had slept with. So, by this point, Chen Yang had a general idea of why the landlady was so conservative and traditional. The landlady's beauty and figure were indeed a perfect natural gift, something many people dreamed of. But this gift also brought her troubles. Her overly sexy figure always attracted unwanted attention. Chen Yang laughed, "These people are just jealous and want to destroy what they can't have. Mrs. Landlady, do you think if you dress more conservatively, they'll leave you alone? They'll still criticize you and spread rumors about you. Because you're giving in. As long as you give in, they feel they've gained something, and they'll become even more demanding. That's human nature. For example, when you're playing a game, if someone insults you, you get upset. The more upset you get, the happier they become. But if you ignore them and let them keep barking, they'll eventually lose interest and stop talking. But when you focus on improving your skills and pull off a few impressive moves, then say to them, 'Keep barking?' They'll be completely deflated. Once they're out of their shell, you say, 'Getting desperate?' They'll go red hot." The landlady listened to Chen Yang's words, feeling a bit moved. Her red lips parted slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Chen Yang continued, "When dealing with such people, you can ignore them at first. Keep doing your own thing, slowly letting your charm shine through. Once you gradually become a campus celebrity, like the school beauty, and are adored by countless people, they'll truly be completely defeated. At that point, those idle rumors won't mean much to you." This statement struck the landlady even deeper. Especially the school beauty. It was the regret of her life. Indeed, as Chen Yang had said, she had the qualifications to compete for the title of school beauty queen. At the time, the student council had organized a competition with a beauty pageant-style format, where participants wore revealing outfits. The landlady had wanted to participate very badly. But she hesitated, thinking that if she participated, everyone would notice her figure, and the gossip in the school would only intensify. So, the landlady backed out. This decision changed the course of her life. The winner of that competition eventually became the school's most beautiful girl, a prominent figure, and was approached by a professional influencer agency for training. Now, she's not only a major influencer but also a second-tier female celebrity. She became someone the landlady could only admire from afar. And all of this was something she could have fought for. She was far more attractive and had a better figure than the other woman. Chen Yang quickly added another sentence. "When you're being criticized, don't rush to find your own faults. You should think about the other person's issues. Maybe she's not very smart, maybe she's jealous, maybe she's envious. There's no need to let yourself be wronged." The landlady, upon hearing the last words, bit her red lips tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly. Yes. All these years, she had been hiding. What was the result? The rumors still swirled. And she had become increasingly withdrawn, buying only conservative clothes and daring not to show off her figure. She seemed to have grown accustomed to this life. She never even considered that she could have a different life. A life filled with beauty, grace, confidence, and even the admiration of everyone around her. The landlady whispered, "Chen Yang, thank you for sharing this with me. I will think it over carefully." Chen Yang knew that the landlady's personality wasn't something that could change overnight. He thought for a moment and smiled, "Why don't we try this, Mrs. Landlady? Go to the park tomorrow morning, and I'll meet you there. We'll give it a try and see if we can completely change your perspective." "Try?" The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion as she asked, "How do we try?" "You'll see when the time comes." Chen Yang smiled mysteriously, leaving her hanging. "All right." The landlady nodded, hoping she could make a bold change as well. As they chatted, the tea was almost finished. Chen Yang suddenly asked, "By the way, Mrs. Landlady, you asked me to take some photos earlier, right? I happen to have some free time now. Why don't we just take them now?" Chen Yang was pretty free in the afternoon and thought he could just get it done. However, the landlady thought for a moment and shook her head. "Let's do it another time. I'm not ready yet." All right. Chen Yang didn't say much more and then took his leave. After sending Chen Yang off, the landlady's eyes sparkled as she walked back to her bedroom closet. She opened the wardrobe. Inside were a variety of clothing, but most of them were quite conservative. However, after the landlady moved the conservative clothes aside, the clothes on the inner layer were all stunningly beautiful. Black stocking office uniforms, bikini swimwear, bodycon skirts, black stocking school uniforms, backless sweaters. Chapter 068, The Landlady's Dilemma. There were even t-shirts featuring Jigglypuff over Pikachu. They're incredibly beautiful and incredibly sexy. These sexy outfits were all bought by the landlady over the years, but she's never dared to wear them outside. She only dares to wear them at home, secretly admiring her own sexy figure. She once mustered the courage to wear a full-fledged office lady outfit out in public. But it was just too flashy. The stares from passers-by made her feel uneasy, reminding her of the first time she wore a skirt in school and felt targeted by other girls. So she backed down. Since then, she has hardly ever worn them out. But after hearing Chen Yang's words today, her mental block began to ease. Perhaps these things were just the shadows of her subconscious mind playing tricks on her. Perhaps the more she retreated, the more afraid she became? The landlady took down the black bodycon dress. This black bodycon dress comes with a matching set, a black bodycon skirt paired with a white strapless off-the-shoulder top. What is a one-shoulder top? It's a style that exposes the shoulders and collarbone, very sexy. However, the most alluring part is the lower half of the outfit, the black bodycon skirt paired with black stockings, which accentuate her already long, straight legs. The most striking detail is the pair of high heels. This outfit, though not overly revealing, manages to showcase the landlady's perfect figure in its entirety, with undeniable allure. This is also the landlady's favorite outfit, though she dares not wear it out in public. Why don't you try wearing it out tonight? The landlady simply held the outfit in front of the mirror, casually admiring herself, and her heart began to race wildly, overwhelmed by shyness. In the end, she couldn't muster the courage to wear it out. Maybe when Chen Yang takes my photo. Maybe I can give it a try then. The landlady hung the black bodycon dress back in the closet. Originally, she had asked Chen Yang to take photos of her, but only very conservative ones, like wearing housewife-style clothes or outfits that didn't reveal much of her figure. But now, she might be able to try something bolder. Showing herself to Chen Yang alone shouldn't be that embarrassing, right? The landlady's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile with a touch of allure. Chen Yang returned to the landlady's apartment. After all the commotion, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chen Yang was about to call Jamumu to wake her up, but upon returning to the apartment, he found Jamumu's room empty. She was already gone, apparently having returned to school. Didn't even bother to say goodbye. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. His little sister-in-law was really a handful. It was about time to start preparing dinner. After dinner, Chen Yang planned to go to the gym to meet the miss he had met this morning and discuss his fitness and diet plans for the coming days. Just as Chen Yang was about to arrange dinner, a call came in. The number displayed was Zhou Shu. Zhou Man was someone Chen Yang recognized. She was the deputy director of the business division, whom he had recently promoted. What could she be calling for? Chen Yang answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Zhou Man's voice came through the phone, sounding quite pleasant and intelligent. Zhou Man was also a sophisticated and capable woman. She usually wore a white office uniform, wore glasses, and had a reserved demeanor. She was meticulous in her work and had a good reputation in the department. Chen Yang replied, yes, what's the matter? Zhou Man said, Mr. Chen, most of the new online influencers for this month have already arrived. As per usual, we need you and the department head to select a few with potential to be the company's future trainees. Do you happen to have time to come to the office soon? Zhou Man's tone was gentle and polite, the epitome of a professional woman. Moreover, the way she asked was very tactful. After all, selecting influencers for the department is something that doesn't require the manager's involvement at all. The department head can handle it on their own. But then again, this is about selecting influencers. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. Someone like Chen Yang, a newly appointed manager with connections, naturally has a particular fondness for such things. That's why Zhou Man called this call. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Such a sensible female subordinate is indeed rare. However, Chen Yang wasn't really interested in selecting influencers. How could anyone be more beautiful than his own older sister? Or more beautiful than Jamumu? Of course not. But he still wanted to go take a look. Because he wanted to try to reactivate the asset task and earn more shares in the company. That was the right path. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, how about the day after tomorrow at noon? I'll come by then. Alright, I'll let the director know. Zhou Man's call had just ended. Suddenly, another call came in. Chen Yang looked at the caller ID, which displayed Miss Mumu. This was the nickname Mumu had changed on Chen Yang's phone. Back when Chen Yang and Jiro first started dating, he changed it. At that time, Mumu was lively and cute, very playful. But she's still not bad now. She's grown into a beautiful young woman. I wonder what this little girl is calling for. Chen Yang answered Mumu's call. Jumumu spoke in a cute, sweet voice on the other end of the line. Brother-in-law. Chun Yang asked directly, what's wrong? Have you arrived at school yet? What do you mean, school? Jumumu was a bit confused. Chen Yang was also confused and asked, aren't you back at school? No way, I'm not going back that early. I'll go back in the evening, Jumumu replied. Then what were you doing? Chen Yang continued to ask. I'm not telling you, Jumumu gave a playful smile and then said, brother-in-law, don't eat dinner yet tonight. I have a big surprise for you. No, just don't scare me, Chen Yang said helplessly. This little sister-in-law of his was cute, but she was also impulsive and prone to getting into trouble. Oomph. You dare to look down on this lady? Jumumu said arrogantly, wait and see, this lady will make you regret it. You just wait and see. After saying that, Jumumu hung up the phone. Chen Yang felt his younger sister-in-law was acting out of the blue and had no idea what she was up to. However, since she had already said that, he decided to wait and see. Let us see what kind of trouble Jumumu can get into. Chen Yang decided not to cook and instead flopped onto the sofa. Taking advantage of the downtime, he sent a message to Miss Anan. Chapter 069, The Thoughtful Younger Sister-in-Law. Coach Anan, I'll be coming over to your gym tonight around 8 o'clock. Miss Anan took about 10 minutes to respond. Miss Anan, sure, are you coming to sign up for a membership? I'll be waiting for you. Mu Yang, yeah, I'll get a membership first, then buy a private lesson to see how good your teaching is. If it's good, I might even buy 100 sessions. Miss Anan, #HappyKitten #that's wonderful. As a valued member, you can rest assured that I'll make sure you have a great workout. Although Chen Anan said this on the surface, she probably still felt that Chen Yang was just talking big. 100 private lessons. 880,000. Most people couldn't afford that easily. Chen Yang didn't bother to explain he wasn't one for jokes. If Chen Anan's teaching quality and attitude were really that good, he wouldn't mind taking 500 lessons, let alone 100. After all, he was being rewarded. After finishing his conversation with Chen Anan, Chen Yang waited for a while longer, but Jumumu still hadn't returned. Where on earth is that little girl? Chen Yang considered calling to her, but decided against it. After all, there wasn't much to do, so he did just wait a bit longer. Another half hour passed and it was 6 o'clock in the evening. A clear, pleasant voice finally rang out from outside. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Open the door quickly. You're the most adorable, beautiful, sexy, and pure little sister-in-law ever. The irresistible beauty is back. Jumumu's sweet voice was truly enchanting. But the words she spoke were a bit over the top. Chen Yang went over and opened the door. Don't you have a key? He furrowed his brows and looked toward the door, only to see Jumumu carrying a lot of things. One hand was holding what appeared to be food, and the other was carrying several large takeout boxes. On the other side, she was holding a small box and it was unclear what was inside. Jumumu was already exhausted from carrying so much, sweating profusely, and hurriedly said to Chen Yang, Brother-in-law, please help your cute little sister-in-law carry these. Chen Yang took the takeout boxes from her hands and asked curiously, why did you buy so much food? Why didn't you just order takeout? You can't get delivery here. After handing the takeout boxes to Chen Yang, Jumumu kept the small box for herself, hugging it tightly as she entered the apartment. What else couldn't you buy? Chen Yang carried the takeout boxes, closed the door, and returned to the living room, placing them on the dining table. Upon opening the takeout boxes, a fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. The dishes in the box were all meticulously prepared beef tang stir-fried crab, braised abalone, imperial bird's nest, and crab meat stew with shark's fin. Each dish must have been quite expensive. Chen Yang looked at the dishes, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place them, and asked, what is this? Jumumu smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, and said, these are dishes from the Guangdong Hong Kong restaurant. I left at 3 o'clock and went out specifically to queue up and buy them. The Canton Hong Kong restaurant is a famous trendy spot in Shenzhen and also a high-end establishment. The average price per person is around several $1,000s. Just these few dishes alone would probably cost 5 or 6,000. Plus, if you want to dine there, you have to wait in line, which is quite a hassle. Chen Yang didn't expect Jumumu to skip school and go out to buy food instead. Jumumu continued, brother-in-law, look down. Her tone was a bit proud, as if there was something else good coming up. Chen Yang opened the last takeout box, revealing a fragrant steamed Eastern Star grouper. Steamed Dongxing grouper. This was one of Chen Yang's favorite dishes, though it was quite expensive and rarely eaten. Mumu, what's this? Chen Yang looked at Jumumu with a mix of emotions. Jumumu sat cross-legged on the sofa, her pretty face radiating sweetness as she smiled. Brother-in-law, a few years ago when I first came to Shenzhen to find my sister, the first time we met was at the Guangdong Hong Kong restaurant. Don't you remember? At the time, I had just come from the countryside, and after eating it, I felt it was so delicious, so delicious. I remembered it right away. Also, I remembered that you loved Dongxing grouper. I thought to myself, one day I'll invite you and my sister to eat there too. I've been thinking about it for so long, and now it's finally happened. Jamumu seemed to have accomplished something remarkable, and her smile grew even sweeter and more enchanting. Chen Yang listened to Jamumu's words and recalled the events of the past. His heart felt complicated, and he sighed helplessly. After all these years, you still remember. These dishes must have been pretty expensive, right? Where did you get the money? Chen Yang had already formed a stereotypical impression of Jamumu, believing her to be poor and always borrowing money from her sister, so he asked instinctively. Jamumu replied happily, brother-in-law, I made some money. Yesterday, I streamed live, and a big spender gave me a lot of tips. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll never be short of money again. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that he had given Jamumu 30,000 himself yesterday. Even after deducting the platform fees, there was still over 150,000 yuan left. No wonder this little girl dares to spend money so freely. However, Chen Yang was actually quite happy. Now that his little sister-in-law had money, she wasn't just thinking about herself but also remembered what he liked. Those 30,000 were well spent. What big brother? Who gave you so much money? The top donor? Chen Yang asked knowingly. Yes, the top donor, but brother-in-law, it feels a bit odd that you're asking. Jamumu blinked her beautiful big eyes. Chen Yang continued, I just wanted to tell you that being a streamer is fine, but don't ever do something you shouldn't just for money. Jamumu was innocent and adorable, with a natural air of innocence. She hadn't been corrupted by society's vanity yet. Therefore, Chen Yang was still quite afraid she might fall into a bad path, which is why he gave her a reminder. Brother-in-law, you don't trust your smart, kind, cute, and invincible little sister-in-law? I'm not really interested in money. Of course, having it is definitely better. And if I really did something I shouldn't for money, I would have done it at school. Jamumu snorted, brother-in-law, you have no idea how many guys are after me at school. Even the sons of wealthy business tycoons don't impress me. You underestimate me. This was indeed the truth. She was the campus beauty of Shenzhen University. What kind of place is Shenzhen University? It's one of the most prestigious and luxurious universities in all of Shenzhen, and even the entire Pearl River Delta region. The second-generation rich kids there are everywhere. With Jamumu's looks, finding a rich second-generation heir would be as easy as picking flowers. She wouldn't even need to rely on live streaming to fish for them. Chapter 070, Freshman Welcome Party. Jamumu simply enjoyed live streaming for the attention and praise it brought her. Chen Yang nodded and looked at the box Jamumu had been holding all along, asking curiously. What's that? Jamumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she said, it's something very precious. I won't tell you now, I'll tell you later. Chen Yang didn't press the matter and said, let's eat. He was indeed a bit hungry. Jamumu had bought so many dishes, making the meal incredibly abundant, including his favorite grouper, which was quite tempting to Chen Yang. Let us eat. Jamumu gave a sweet smile, her dimples charmingly visible. Once all the dishes were set on the table, Chen Yang and Jamumu each served themselves some rice and were about to start eating. However, at that moment, Jamumu quietly pulled out a bottle of red wine and giggled. Brother-in-law, this is a 2,000 yuan bottle of red wine. Want to try some? You've learned to drink too? Chen Yang smiled slightly. As far as he knew, Jamumu wasn't particularly fond of alcohol. Plus, Jiro had always kept a tight leash on her, rarely letting her touch alcohol. Jamumu pouted and said, I'm not a child anymore. My sister isn't here, so having a drink is perfectly normal. But I don't usually drink. I made some money today, so I'm happy. Let's have a drink with my brother-in-law. Come on. Chen Yang also smiled and said. Jamumu opened the red wine, poured herself a glass, and then poured one for Chen Yang. Cheers. Jamumu laughed happily. After clinking glasses, Chen Yang downed his glass in one go. The red wine was quite good, though not as exquisite as a top-tier bottle worth tens of thousands of dollars, but it was still smooth and aromatic. Jamumu, however, had a much stronger reaction. After taking a sip, she started coughing, cough, cough, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing as she said with a frown. Brother-in-law, this red wine is so bitter. It's terrible. In her understanding, wine made from grapes should be sweet, shouldn't it? Why is it bitter and astringent? Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh at his younger sister-in-law, saying, wine is like that after fermentation. He walked over to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Sprite, opened it, and poured it into Jamumu's glass, mixing it with the red wine. Try it this way. Chen Yang said with a smile. Jamumu picked up the red wine again and tasted it carefully. The red wine mixed with Sprite was indeed much better. It's really delicious. I never thought wine could taste this good. Brother-in-law, you're a genius. Jamumu seemed to have discovered a new world, looking at Chen Yang with a touch of admiration in her eyes. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. His younger sister-in-law, who had always lived a sheltered life, was an esports enthusiast who had rarely been to bars or parties and knew little about cocktails. The wine was delicious, but one shouldn't overindulge. Chen Yang and Jamumu didn't drink much. When Jamumu was slightly tipsy and her cheeks were flushed, Chen Yang told her to stop. They still had to go to school later, and if she got drunk, it would be a hassle. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Jamumu said with a hint of frustration. Brother-in-law, what should I perform at the freshman orientation on Wednesday? You work in an entertainment company. Can you help me plan something? I've been racking my brain and can't think of anything. She took this freshman orientation seriously. After all, it was organized by the student council and the school leaders were paying close attention. She couldn't just go through the motions. Chen Yang, while eating stonefish, said, what talents do you have? Singing, dancing? Just perform something simple. I can sing a little, but I can't dance at all. Jamumu frowned, thought for a moment, then suddenly lit up and smiled. Brother-in-law, I've got it. I actually do have a talent. What? Chen Yang had just put a piece of grouper into his mouth and looked up to ask. I'll just bring my laptop up there and perform a show. Jinx blasts 5 with one shot, killing them all in a frenzy. What do you think? Jamumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed like she really thought this was a good idea. Chen Yang sighed, you're a goddess. Remember your image. Keep your little hobbies to yourself. Besides, if you really do that, the school administrators will be knocking on your door tomorrow. You're right. Jamumu was doused with a bucket of cold water and felt pretty down. Then, what should I perform? Jamumu looked at Chen Yang, feeling lost, and used her cute voice to plead, Big brother, I can only rely on you. Please help me think of something. Chen Yang stroked his chin, scrutinizing Jamumu from head to toe. Hearing her cute voice, he suddenly had an idea and laughed. Why don't you go up and do a cosplay? This suggestion didn't sit well with Jamumu. She pouted and said, what? Cosplay is too ordinary. There will probably be a lot of cosplayers that night. College talent shows are either singing, dancing, or cosplay. Although Jamumu was beautiful, her cosplay would definitely stand out, but it wasn't enough to blow the crowd away. She needed that campus goddess vibe. Chen Yang smiled and continued, ordinary cosplay 1T cut it. You're so good at voice acting, you're beautiful, and you have a great figure. You could put on a versatile cosplay stage show. From sweet girls, cute girls, to mature women, and then pair it with quick costume changes that should be fantastic. Just kidding. Chen Yang was the planning type at the company. Many influencers were launched by him. Of course, the credit always went to Xiaolong. Organizing a freshman welcome party is a piece of cake for Chen Yang. Jamumu listened to Chen Yang's words, feeling a bit confused, unable to imagine what the scene would look like, and could only ask. Brother-in-law, are you really that impressive? Yeah, I should be fine. Chen Yang smiled confidently. Alright, even though I have no idea what you're planning, I'll follow your lead. Don't let me down, okay? Jamumu's eyes sparkled with a smile, looking incredibly charming. Chen Yang nodded. The decision for the freshman orientation on Wednesday was made simply, with Chen Yang helping her with the planning. And soon, dinner was almost finished. After taking another sip of red wine, Jamumu gathered her courage and said to Chen Yang, Brother-in-law. Is there something else? Chen Yang looked at her. Jamumu's expression was unusually serious. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yang, filled with gratitude, she spoke in her true voice, solemnly. Brother-in-law. Thank you. All these years, you've always been there to help my sister take care of me. I know I've been selfish and spoiled, and I've caused you a lot of trouble, but you've never once looked down on me. So, I prepared a gift for you. Jamumu bit her red lips and took out the mysterious box. Chapter 071, Jamumu's Gift. Chen Yang also put down his chopsticks, curious to see what gift his younger sister-in-law had prepared for him. Brother-in-law. Actually, I don't really understand what men like. I can only give you what I think is the best and most suitable gift for you, my brother-in-law. Jamumu spoke while trying to open the box in her hands, but soon, she looked at Chen Yang with a pitiful expression, pouting her lips. Brother-in-law, I can't open it. Chen Yang sighed helplessly, took the box from her hands, and said, let me try. Chen Yang took out a small knife from the side, made a small cut, and then opened the outer box. Inside the outer box was a beautifully wrapped large box, with an alien emblem on top, very eye-catching. What is this? Chen Yang had already recognized what it was and his expression froze slightly. Jamumu's cute face lit up with a sweet smile as she said, Dell Alienware, the top-of-the-line laptop, and it's the highest spec model i9 plus 4090. Brother-in-law, this is so expensive. Jamumu paused for a moment, then asked nervously, I noticed you've been wanting to upgrade your computer, so I bought this for you. Brother-in-law, do you like it? Jamumu wasn't entirely sure. As an esports enthusiast, she was certain he would love it. It was even her dream. But after all, Chen Yang was different from her. Chen Yang was still stunned, staring at the Alienware in front of him, his expression complex beyond words. Of course he liked it. Back in school, he played games every day on a laptop that cost a couple thousand yuan, which was always lagging. Back then, all he wanted was to buy a better one in Alienware once he had the money. But unfortunately, that dream had never been realized, and after being bound to the indulgence system, he had long since forgotten his once burning desire. Over the years, the harsh realities of life had already made him forget many of his initial dreams. But now, Jamumu had actually given him an Alienware laptop, fulfilling that long-held dream. In today's society, for a young girl to spend so much money to give you an Alienware laptop, how magical does that have to be? Jamumu, his innocent and adorable younger sister-in-law, had actually done it. An Alienware laptop is very expensive. This top-of-the-line model probably costs around 50,000 yuan. Yesterday, he tipped Jamumu 300,000 yuan, but after deducting platform fees and taxes, he only received around 100,000 yuan, and most of it was spent on the laptop. Jamumu stared at Chen Yang in a daze, not responding to her, feeling even more anxious inside. She cautiously asked, "Brother-in-law, don't you like it? If you don't like it, I can return it." Her voice betrayed a hint of panic. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course I like it. What man could resist an alien?" Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Jamumu finally burst into laughter, happily exclaiming, "Yay, that is great. As long as you like it, that is fine. What a sweet and adorable little sister-in-law." After Chen Yang took the alien computer, he asked directly, "What about you, Mumu? Aren't you planning to get a new computer?" Jamumu was an esports enthusiast. When it comes to gaming, she must be very particular about the specs. Logically speaking, she should have upgraded her computer already. "Me?" Jamumu gave a faint smile and said, "I don't need a new one. My computer still works fine. I'm not that picky." On the surface, she said that, but deep down, she was still very eager for a new computer. Her old computer was still usable, but it couldn't keep up with the latest standards, especially her monitor, which only had 60 frames per second, while good monitors now had hundreds of frames per second. When she played games, the low frame rate made her reactions slow, and she had been ambushed multiple times, getting her defenses broken repeatedly. So, she really wanted a new computer. But after calculating the costs, she decided against it. The tens of thousands of dollars she had earned from tips, the expensive meal at the restaurant, and the money she had given her brother-in-law for a computer had all been spent, leaving her with only a few $1,000s. There are also school fees and other expenses coming up soon, with a lot of places that need money. She decided to save the remaining money for now. For emergencies. She didn't want to keep asking Giro for money every few days. Chen Yang could tell that Jamumu was just being stubborn, so he smiled to himself and didn't say anything else. He had already bought a computer earlier, hadn't he? Now that Jamumu had given him the Alienware laptop, that computer wasn't very useful anymore. It was top of the line, so he could take it apart and upgrade this little girl's computer. Chen Yang had already made up his mind. After chatting for a while longer and tidying up the dishes, it was time for Jamumu to leave. Pulling her adorable pink suitcase, Jamumu was about to leave. Before she went, she turned to Chen Yang and said, "Brother-in-law. See you on Wednesday. Everything depends on you. I hope you can make me shine brightly in front of the entire school and not let me down." Jamumu was still full of anticipation for Chen Yang. "My brother-in-law is invincible. He can do anything." Poof. Chen Yang laughed, "Don't worry, it's no problem. He's even planned concerts for tens of thousands of people, let alone a small freshman welcome party. My brother-in-law is the best," Jamumu said in a cute, adoring tone. With such a versatile younger sister-in-law, emotional value was directly maxed out. Chen Yang asked, "Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need. My brother-in-law doesn't have a car, and my tutor is coming to pick me up. Let us go." Jamumu waved her hand and left Chen Yang's apartment. After his sister-in-law left, the apartment was left with only Chen Yang, returning to its quiet atmosphere with a touch of loneliness. Chen Yang didn't think much of it. He carried the alien computer back to his bedroom and didn't turn it on right away. He simply didn't have the time right now. It was already nearly 8 o'clock, time to head out. Chen Yang was a punctual person. Once he made a commitment, he wouldn't stand anyone up. After changing into his workout gear, Chen Yang left the apartment and headed downstairs. Spartacus Gym is not far from Shawan residential area. Chen Yang drove there and arrived in just a few minutes. Spartacus Fitness is one of the high-end gyms in Shenzhen, with a large scale and a wide range of equipment. The interior decoration is also very stylish, and as soon as you walk in, you can feel the strong sense of fitness. The fitness instructors inside were mostly good-looking men and women, all with well-defined physiques, and there were no unqualified instructors. Chen Yang approached the front desk. The front desk attendant was a tall, attractive young woman who smiled and asked, "Sir, would you like to sign up for a membership?" Chapter 072, Fitness Training. "Yes, Coach Anan asked me to come here." Chen Yang replied. "Alright, please wait a moment while I contact him for you." The front desk attendant was about to go make the call. But suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "Mr. Chen." Chen Yang turned his head and couldn't help but be struck by her beauty. The one calling him was none other than Chen Anan. In the evening, Chen Anan was much more beautiful than during the day. She was wearing a very short white strapless top that was extremely form-fitting. Her lower body was covered by gray yoga pants that completely hugged her hips and long legs, creating a perfect silhouette. It must be said that the physiques of these fitness instructors were truly exceptional. Chen Anan walked over to Chen Yang and smiled. "Mr. Chen, are you here to sign up for a membership?" Chen Yang nodded. His current physical condition was still quite poor, so getting a gym membership and starting to work out was urgent. However, to Chen Yang's surprise, Chen Anan didn't immediately arrange for him to sign up. Instead, she smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, wouldn't you like to take a look first?" "Indeed. It would be better to check it out first before signing up. Otherwise, if there are any issues, it'll be too late to regret it." Chen Anan's reminder was quite thoughtful. However, Chen Yang didn't really mind. A few $1,000s for a card wasn't a big deal. "Let's just take a look then." Chen Yang laughed. "Come on, follow me." Chen Anan led Chen Yang into the gym. Since it was a high-end facility, there weren't many people inside. Even during the prime evening hours, there were only around 20 people working out. The equipment was more than sufficient. Chen Anan introduced each area in turn. At Spartan, whether it's the strength training zone or the cardio zone, we have a full range of equipment. Any piece of equipment that is well known domestically or internationally, we have it here. Additionally, our showers are very clean and hygienic, with no privacy issues at all. We also have a swimming pool, sauna, and a dedicated stretching room. Under Chen Anan's introduction, Chen Yang gained a general understanding of Spartanex. It was indeed a high-end gym with all the necessary facilities, far superior to any gym he had been to before. Our coaching services are also top-notch. As long as you come to class, I guarantee you'll receive 100% personalized guidance. Chen Anan said with a smile. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Can I try a private lesson today to get a feel for it?" "A private lesson?" Chen Anan was taken aback. She had never tried that before. Private lessons usually start at 10 sessions, with a minimum of 5, and few people would buy just one. This morning, Chen Yang had clearly said he wanted to buy 100 sessions, even 500. Had he already changed his mind so quickly? However, Chen Anan was a professional coach after all, and her professional ethics were high. She smiled and said, "Sure, you can try one session first." "Alright, let us not buy a session just yet. If the experience is good, I'll buy 100 sessions right away." Chen Yang said half-jokingly. "Alright, thank you very much, Mr. Chen." Chen Anan didn't take Chen Yang's joke seriously either. So, Chen Yang didn't bother getting a membership card. He simply paid 888 yuan and purchased one private lesson from Chen Anan. The lesson began. Chen Anan led Chen Yang to the private area. "Before starting the workout, you need to do some stretching first. Watch my movements." Chen Anan demonstrated a few stretching exercises. Chen Anan already had a stunning figure, and when she performed these stretching exercises, she looked incredibly sexy. Every movement showcased her figure to perfection. However, Chen Yang wasn't just staring at the distracting sights. He made sure to memorize the movements. He also began stretching. Since he was just starting out, his movements weren't very standard. Fortunately, Chen Anan kept her word and provided thoughtful guidance, correcting each of his movements carefully. Moreover, Chen Anan was quite gentle, speaking slowly and calmly, making people feel very at ease. This female coach made a pretty good first impression on Chen Yang. After the stretching was finished, the actual workout began. For someone with a weaker constitution but not overweight, who doesn't need to lose weight, there is no need for excessive aerobic exercise. Let's start directly with strength training. Chen Anan used a notebook to arrange a training plan for Chen Yang. 5 training sessions per week, divided into 3 phases. Day 1, chest and shoulders. Day 2, back and arms. Day 3, legs. Day 4, chest and shoulders. Day 5, back and arms. Weekends off, repeating the cycle. This is a fairly efficient training plan. In addition to the training plan, Chen Anan also devised a diet plan for Chen Yang. All 3 meals for each day of the week were meticulously planned out for Chen Yang. When she handed all the plans to Chen Yang, he couldn't help but laugh. "I only bought one class, and you've already planned everything for me?" Chen Anan smiled and said, "As long as you're my member, I'll arrange everything. It's my job." Chen Anan's work attitude is indeed commendable. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much. Chen Anan continued, "During training, you'll also need to prepare your protective gear." She took out wrist guards, gloves, elbow pads, and a waist belt and placed them on the table. Only by wearing the protective gear properly can you prevent injuries. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Coach Anan, you're really thoughtful. You even thought of this." Chen Anan rolled her eyes at him and laughed. "If I'm not considerate, how can I charge 888? That's true." Chen Yang put on his protective gear. Training officially began. The two approached the bench press rack. Chen Anan helped Chen Yang remove the weights from the bench press bar and said, "Let's try it with an empty bar first." "Empty bar?" Chen Yang was taken aback. Who did he think he was looking down on? Chen Yang had worked out before, though he hadn't done any bodybuilding, but he wasn't exactly weak, was he? Handling this weight should be a piece of cake, right? Chen Yang lay down on the bench press, looked at the bar in front of him, and, under Chen Anan's guidance, performed the proper form before suddenly exerting force and lowering the bar. After the bar came down, Chen Anan said, "Lower the bar to the lowest point, touch your chest, then push it back up." Chen Yang followed Chen Anan's instructions. However, after the bar came down, Chen Yang couldn't push it up no matter how hard he tried. Even with his face flushed red and using all his strength, he couldn't lift the barbell. The scene became extremely awkward for a moment. Coach Anan, help me. Chen Yang could only speak awkwardly in the end. Chapter 073, Get a membership card? Chen Anan, however, smiled as she walked behind Chen Yang and helped him lift the pole. Then, she placed both hands on the frame, lowered her head, and said to Chen Yang, "The weight of an empty barbell for bench press is 20 kilograms. It's pretty normal for beginners to struggle with it. Don't get discouraged." Chen Anan smiled and said, "Come on, keep going." Chen Yang shifted his focus back to the task at hand. Since he was already at the gym, training was the most important thing. After completing several more sets of exercises, Chen Yang had basically finished his first day of chest training and was extremely exhausted. Chen Yang was drenched in sweat. He had never worked this hard in his life. However, after finishing the chest workout, there was still shoulder training left. Chen Yang gave it his all and finally completed the workout. After the workout, Chen Yang was completely exhausted and gasping for breath. He lay on the yoga mat, not wanting to move a muscle. "Can't go on?" Chen Anan walked over with a smile and handed Chen Yang a bottle of Maidong. "I can't go on, I can't take it anymore." Chen Yang took several deep breaths, took the bottle of energy drink, and drank a few sips before finally catching his breath. Today, he finally realized how weak his physical strength was. No wonder the system's rating was so low. Chen Anan looked down at Chen Yang lying on the ground, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. She bit her red lips and suddenly said, "Seeing how badly you're training, I'll give you a free stretching session." "A stretching session? What's that?" Chen Yang furrowed his brows in confusion. Chen Anan smiled slightly and said, "You'll see soon enough. Lie down." Chen Yang followed Chen Anan's instructions and lay down on the yoga mat. After the stretching session ended, Chen Yang felt completely relaxed and laughed. "I didn't expect Coach Anan to offer this kind of service. This is a special service, only available once. I usually only stretch female members. You're the first male member I've ever done this for." Chen Anan said with a smile. "First time?" In Chen Yang's dictionary, there was no such thing as a first time. If there's a first time, there will be a second. Chen Yang smiled slightly. After the workout, Chen Yang also bid farewell to Chen Anan. "Coach Anan, today's experience was great," Chen Yang said with a smile. "So, how about getting a membership?" Chen Anan hadn't even considered that Chen Yang would keep his promise of 100 fitness classes. She just wanted him to get a membership card. "Don't worry, it'll happen. I'll also arrange your private lessons." Chen Yang smiled it off. Chen Anan politely replied, "Alright, I'll wait." Chen Yang left and headed toward the gym entrance. When he reached the entrance of the gym, Chen Yang stopped and approached the front desk. He smiled at the front desk attendant and said, "Help me get a membership card." "Would you like a monthly, quarterly, or annual membership?" the front desk attendant asked with a smile. No. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, "Just a regular gym membership card that can be recharged." The front desk attendant furrowed her brows. She had never seen anyone sign up for a rechargeable gym membership before. However, they do indeed have such cards. "All right." The front desk clerk took Chen Yang's ID card and began processing the card. After finishing the process quickly, she smiled and said, "It's all set, Mr. Chen. You can now top up your card. Would you like to top up the card?" He assumed Chen Yang probably wouldn't top up the card. After all, if he really wanted to spend money, he could just sign up for a gym membership directly. Why go through all this trouble? However, Chen Yang's next words left the front desk clerk completely speechless. "Top up. Let's start with 200,000. Chen Yang smiled indifferently and pulled out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card. 20,000? The front desk clerk was completely stunned. In a gym, topping up 20,000? What is he planning to do? Is he trying to buy out the gym? However, she reacted quickly and took Chen Yang's Huaxia Bank Dragon card, processing the transaction. When she saw that the top-up was complete, the shock in her eyes was even harder to hide. It really worked. Chen Yang actually spent 200,000 yuan to recharge his gym membership card? That's way too extravagant. The front desk attendant, coming to her senses, excitedly asked, "Sir, how would you like to use the 200,000 yuan? Would you like to purchase private training sessions or something else?" Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "Just keep it for now. As for when to use it, that will depend on how your coaches perform. Who knows? I might just take it all back at any time." He wanted to have some fun with this and coach. This 200,000 yuan was just bait, waiting for the fish to take the hook. After saying that, Chen Yang left immediately. No sooner had he left than a call came in. What's going on? How did 20,000 suddenly appear in the company account? It was the gym owner's voice. After the front desk clerk explained the entire situation, the gym owner exclaimed excitedly, "Quick! Gather all the trainers in the gym immediately. We need an emergency meeting tonight." Chen Yang's 20,000 yuan, he had to keep it. Inside the gym. Shortly after Chen Yang left, a female trainer approached Chen Anan and smiled. "Anan, why didn't he even sign up for a membership card? Who knows? Maybe he has some issues." Chen Anan didn't think much of it. As fitness instructors, they encountered people who didn't sign up all the time. Most people who want to work out just have a fleeting interest. The female trainer, however, said, "He doesn't look like he's here to work out. He's just here to take advantage of you because you're pretty. You're taking him so seriously. If it were me, I'd just brush him off." Chen Anan sighed helplessly, at least he paid for the class. He only bought one session. I've never seen someone so cheap before. The female trainer couldn't help but snort in disdain. Chapter 074, Attribute Panel. I just heard him say he wants to buy 100 private lessons from you? The female coach continued to ask. Chen Anan nodded and said, "He did mention that." Oof. This guy is clearly broke but trying to act cool. The female coach sneered, "Delete him from your contacts right away. He'll probably start harassing you next." Really? Chen Anan shook her head. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. How isn't he? He is just good at pretending. I've seen too many men like him. The female coach seemed to have Chen Yang figured out. However, Chen Anan didn't respond and changed the subject, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late and there's no class tonight. Let's go grab a late-night snack together." "Alright, whatever you say." Seeing that Chen Anan was stubborn, the female coach could only sigh and agree half-heartedly. The two headed toward the exit. However, at that moment, the front desk clerk rushed over. "Coach Anan, Coach Lee Xin, please don't leave the gym yet. The boss needs to come over for a meeting," the front desk clerk said. Something important? Both Chen Anan and the female coach named Lee Xin looked puzzled. What could the boss possibly want at this late hour? Meetings should be held in the morning, shouldn't they? Why is it so urgent? Lee Xin asked with a smile, "Did the boss mention what it's about?" The front desk clerk replied, "There's a member who topped up their gym membership with 200,000 yuan and wants to use it at our gym to assess the performance of several coaches, so the boss rushed back in the middle of the night." Upon hearing this, both Lee Xin and Chen Anan were completely stunned. 20,000 yuan? 20,000 yuan on a gym membership card? This is way too extravagant. What are they planning to buy? 200 or 300 fitness classes? Who is this wealthy individual? Lee Xin couldn't contain her curiosity anymore and hurriedly asked, "Which member is it? Do I know them? If not, send me their WeChat so I can get to know them." The front desk attendant looked at Chen Anan and said, "He's Chen Yan, the one Coach Anan just brought in." "Mr. Chen." Chen Anan and Lee Xin heard this, and the shock on their faces grew even more intense. "What? It's Chen Yang? The same Chen Yang who only bought one class? How is that possible?" The most shocked person was Lee Xin, who blurted out, "Are you sure?" She couldn't believe it. It was that guy who just charged 200,000 yuan in one go. That's way too excessive. Absolutely certain. The front desk attendant said firmly. At that moment, Lee Xin fell silent, looking at Chen Anan, unable to utter a word. Chen Anan, however, trembled violently. Thinking back to what Chen Yang had just said, her heart was filled with endless ripples. Could Chen Yang really be planning to buy 100 fitness classes? Outside the door. Inside the Ferrari 812. Chen Yang sat exhausted in the driver's seat, intending to rest for a moment. He was so tired, absolutely exhausted. Not only that, but his muscles ached all over, and he feared he might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Just as Chen Yang was thinking about whether to spend the entire next day in bed, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host completed an indulgent purchase at the gym. Reward, 500,000. Spend 200,000, receive a reward of 500,000. One word. Awesome. However, besides the reward, another system voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed the daily fitness check-in, rewarding 1 attribute point. Fitness can reward attribute points? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. But what use are these attribute points? As Chen Yang was puzzled, the system's voice sounded again. Attribute panel activated. Stamina, endurance, intelligence. There are only 3 options, and you can add points to any of them. Chen Yang didn't hesitate and directly added points to his stamina. Point allocation successful, stamina +1. Immediately after the system's voice faded, a warm current quickly surged through his entire body. He felt a wave of pleasure throughout his body, and the fatigue and soreness he had been feeling vanished without a trace. Now, Chen Yang was full of energy again, as if he could train for another 2 hours without any issues. Moreover, after gaining the stamina points, his physical strength seemed to have significantly increased. He now felt that he could easily push an empty barbell, and even lifting a 40 kilograms weight would be a breeze. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Yang. Age, 27. Height, 180. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 30. Stamina, 35. Mental strength, 38. Assets, none. Wealth, 1,241,000. Health, 40%. After increasing his physical strength by 1 point, Chen Yang's physical attributes saw significant improvements across the board. Both strength and physical endurance saw notable increases, making these attribute points highly valuable. After completing the workout, his health finally broke through the 40% mark. He has finally escaped the possibility of sudden death at any moment. Now, Chen Yang can finally get down to business. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. He opened his WeChat app. Could it be a case of minds being in sync? His beloved older sister, Yao Na, had sent him a message. Xiao Nana, Chen Yang, the night is long and I can't sleep. Your older sister really misses you and feels so lonely. Mu Yang, should I help you fall asleep? Yao Na's message came back quickly. Little Nana, good brother, if you help me fall asleep, I might not be able to sleep at all tonight. Don't rush. Your older sister has to work tonight and is too tired. Tomorrow is my day off, so I'll prepare properly. Tomorrow night, don't be shy, okay? Yao Na's words were filled with a teasing tone. Chen Yang smiled slightly. After all these years, it was indeed about time to take things further with this good sister of his. Mu Yang, alright, tomorrow night, don't be late. Xiao Nana, don't be late. Your older sister is waiting. The conversation ended. Chen Yang was just about to start his Ferrari A21 and leave when he unexpectedly received another message from Yao Na. It was a photo. Chen Yang clicked on it and saw that it was a stunning photo of Yao Na. In the photo, Yao Na was wearing a deep V-neck black strapless dress, heels, and her already tall figure looked even more elegant and sophisticated in this outfit, giving her a touch of a female celebrity. Below the photo was a message from Yao Na. Xiao Nana, this is what I'll be wearing tomorrow night. If you don't like it, let your sister know in advance, and I'll change into something else until you do. Tomorrow, you'd better bring your A game. Chapter 075, Beautiful Shyness. This statement was also full of subtle hints, carrying a unique undertone. Chen Yang wasn't too picky. This black evening gown was quite nice, looking elegant and noble. Later, if they were in bed, it would create a strong contrast. After a brief exchange, the two ended the call. Boom! The Ferrari A12 sped down the streets of Shenzhen, heading back toward Shaowan residential area. Upon returning to the community, Chen Yang finished his hygiene routine, briefly scrolled through his phone, and then went straight to bed. As for the alien laptop, he didn't have time to play games now, so he'd just leave it to gather dust for now. He slept straight through until morning. Morning exercise was definitely a must. After getting up and freshening up, Chen Yang headed out immediately. Upon arriving at the park, he started with a run. 5 kilometers a day, rain or shine. After gaining the attribute boost from yesterday, Chen Yang felt much more at ease when he started running. Compared to the first day when he was out of breath after finishing, he now felt like he was in his element. After 5 kilometers, Chen Yang didn't feel too tired. After resting for a while, Chen Yang ran a few more kilometers, pushing his body to its limits before finally stopping. That should be enough. Time to head back. Chen Yang wiped the sweat off his face, ended his morning workout, and returned to his apartment. After taking a quick shower, Chen Yang ate his nutritious breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Yang got up to open the door and saw the landlady standing outside. The landlady was still as conservative and traditional as ever, wearing a long housewife-style dress with a coat over it, completely covering her perfect figure. She had her hair braided into the standard housewife's braids, which hung down to her ample bosom, looking very elegant and beautiful. The landlady's figure was undeniably striking, but unfortunately, her outfit did nothing to highlight any of her best features. Chen Yang was startled upon seeing the landlady, momentarily unsure why she had come to find him. However, he quickly remembered that he had mentioned to the landlady yesterday that she should come find him in the morning. He didn't expect her to come so obediently. Good morning, Mrs. Landlord. You look stunning today. Chen Yang smiled and complimented her. Good morning. The landlady also smiled faintly. Chen Yang laughed, come in and sit down. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat together? I've already eaten. The landlady walked into the apartment, looked around Chen Yang's place, and smiled, you've kept it pretty tidy. Yeah, it's okay. Chen Yang replied with a smile. The two sat facing each other. The landlady got straight to the point and asked about the reason for her visit today, smiling, Chen Yang, you mentioned yesterday that you wanted me to make some changes. I'm not sure how to go about it. After Chen Yang had said those words to her yesterday, she hadn't slept well all night, thinking about them constantly. After all these years of following the rules, she truly wanted to make a positive change. After all, which woman doesn't want to look more beautiful? Chen Yang smiled and said, landlady, since you want to change, then don't be so conservative. Chen Yang walked over to her side and directly removed the coat she was wearing. The landlady's face flushed red, but she didn't resist, letting Chen Yang take off her coat. As the coat came off, the landlady's perfect figure was revealed. The housewife was wearing a casual house dress, designed with spaghetti straps and a deep V-neck for ease of movement, which was already quite revealing and bold, though the coat had been covering it. Now that the coat was off, large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, revealing much of the landlady's perfect upper body. Her delicate collarbones, snow-white neck, and the deep, mysterious cleavage, along with the tempting curves that seemed ready to burst through the fabric at any moment, any man who caught a glimpse would find it impossible to look away. Is this really okay? The landlady's face turned even redder, filled with shyness. Chen Yang laughed. What's the big deal? Mrs. Landlady, just look around on the street. Any woman with a good figure dresses like this. I'm different, the landlady still resisted. What's different about you? Chen Yang asked with a smile. I. The landlady bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm too old. Indeed. She was right. She was indeed too big. Much larger than the average woman. Chen Yang continued with an unabated smile. Landlady, isn't that an advantage? This single sentence left the landlady speechless. Indeed. It's too big. Isn't that an advantage? When did it become a source of shame? But. The landlady was still reluctant. Chen Yang smiled and said, no more buts, Mrs. Landlady. Alright, let's try it this morning. You'll wear this outfit and then we'll go out for a walk. What do you think, Mrs. Landlady? Chen Yang's suggestion made the landlady's cheeks flush even more, and she said, wear this dress. No coat? What coat? This is enough. Chen Yang laughed. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The landlady found it hard to accept. She could already imagine herself walking out in such revealing attire and the scene that would unfold. There's nothing wrong with it, Mrs. Landlady. Since you want to change, you might as well give it a try. If you're not willing to try, then there's nothing I can do. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. In truth, he had already figured out the landlady's true feelings. Although the landlady was indeed a traditional and conservative woman, her true feelings were clearly different. After all, there were more conservative styles available for this type of housewife dress. However, the landlady had chosen a deep V-neck, off-the-shoulder strapless dress. This indicated that, deep down, the landlady was actually very confident about her figure and wanted to look more sensual. But for various reasons, she had never dared to act on it. Today, Chen Yang decided to help the landlady give it a try. Sure enough. After hesitating for a long time, the landlady finally bit her red lips and nodded, saying, alright, I'll give it a try. After tidying up a bit, Chen Yang and the landlady's wife went downstairs. The two walked side by side through the neighborhood. Sure enough. Just as the landlady had said, when she came out wearing such a revealing dress, many people in the neighborhood turned their gaze toward her. Some whispered among themselves, some looked at her with envy, some pointed and gawked, and some even stopped to admire her. There were all sorts of people. This made the landlady feel extremely uncomfortable. She stopped in her tracks, lowered her head, and said to Chen Yang with a dejected expression. Chen Yang, let's just forget it. I can't do this. I feel like the whole world is watching me. My heart is racing. The landlady wasn't socially anxious, she was actually experiencing what's known as beauty shame syndrome. She didn't want to be the center of attention and dared not wear nice clothes. Chapter 076, Dongmen Pedestrian Street. Over the years, the landlady has grown accustomed to it. Don't be afraid. Mrs. Landlord, it's okay to get used to it. Chen Yang gave her a warm smile and comforted her. But I feel like their eyes are all so strange. The landlady remained uneasy. Chen Yang smiled and said, it's just that you're too sensitive, Mrs. Landlady. You're projecting your own inner thoughts onto others. The malice you see in others is just a reflection of your own thoughts. This is a psychological issue. Many people with social anxiety tend to think that after they do something, others will judge them or mock them. In reality, none of that actually happens. Others don't even notice you. These are merely projections of your own thoughts. That saying is actually quite accurate, life doesn't have that many spectators. After hearing Chen Yang's words, the landlady finally said uncertainly, really? Yes. Chen Yang nodded. The landlady's mood eased slightly, though she still felt awkward, but she no longer felt the urge to retreat. The two walked side by side, continuing toward the exit of the residential area. Along the way, they encountered several people, most of whom cast glances at the landlady. There was nothing they could do about it. The landlady's figure was truly eye-catching, it was impossible not to look. When they reached the entrance of the residential complex, they encountered two young girls. The two girls waved and greeted the landlady. The landlady's face flushed slightly. While she could remain composed in front of strangers, what should she do now that she had encountered someone she knew? She was dressed so revealingly, what would they think of her? What should she do? The landlady didn't know how to respond and could only manage a forced reply, hello. Just as the landlady thought the girls might make some harsh comments about her outfit, the two girls burst into laughter, their voices as clear as silver bells, and said, Mrs. Landlord, you look so beautiful today. Wow, Mrs. Landlady, I had no idea you were so beautiful. Your figure is amazing, I'm so jealous. Hee, Mrs. Landlord, are you going on a date? We won't bother you. Goodbye, Mrs. Landlady. The two girls giggled as they left. Upon seeing Chen Yang standing beside the landlady, their faces flushed slightly, and their bright eyes brimmed with envy. Clearly, they were extremely envious that the landlady had a boyfriend like Chen Yang. The landlady heard the two girls' words and couldn't help but freeze in place. The girls' attitude toward her was completely unexpected. Shouldn't they just give a superficial greeting, roll their eyes, and gossip behind her back? She had always believed that was how it would be. Chen Yang, standing beside her, smiled and asked, "Mrs. Landlady, do you feel better now?" "Better, a little better." The landlady's mind was in turmoil, and her thoughts quietly shifted at that moment. Outside, Chen Yang had originally planned to take the landlady for a spin in his Ferrari. However, the landlady pulled out her Mercedes-Benz GLC and invited Chen Yang to get in. Chen Yang didn't want to force the issue, so he got into the landlady's Mercedes-Benz GLC and drove off toward the nearby area. "Chen Yang, where are we going?" the landlady asked while driving. Her mood had improved significantly. Indeed. As Chen Yang had said, as long as one gradually gets used to it, it feels like one can slowly move on and not care so much about others' gazes. It's midday, the sun is so strong, and there's nowhere good to go. "Let's go to the East Gate, Mrs. Landlord. I'll take you for a walk," Chen Yang said with a smile. East Gate? The landlady's face turned slightly pale upon hearing this. The East Gate pedestrian street is the largest pedestrian street in Deep City. Every day, there are an enormous number of tourists coming and going, and for the landlady to go to the East Gate dressed like that, she'd probably become the center of attention. At this thought, the landlady's hands trembled slightly as she bit her red lips and said, "Chen Yang, this isn't good, is it? I don't think I should go to the East Gate like this." Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, "What's inappropriate about it? There are so many beautiful women at the East Gate, and lots of influencers too. Many of them dress much more revealingly than you. You're just wearing something normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm different." The landlady was still reluctant. Chen Yang looked at the landlady's deep cleavage, stroked his chin, and smiled slightly. "You're definitely different. Landlady, with your figure, this outfit is too conservative." The landlady's face turned as red as a peach, and she snapped, "I'm talking to you seriously." "I'm being serious too." Chen Yang shrugged and smiled. "Come on, Mrs. Landlady, you're already here." No Chinese person could resist the phrase, "since we're already here." Moreover, although the landlady seemed to be resisting on the surface, deep down, she still had a little bit of anticipation. Daring to dress like that and go shopping on the pedestrian street was something she had never experienced before. She actually wanted to know if her charm was strong enough. The landlady's question. The answer is undeniable. When Chen Yang and the landlady appeared on Dongmen Pedestrian Street, they instantly became the center of attention. Whether it was pedestrians walking by or street vendors, everyone kept glancing over at the landlady. The landlady wasn't a celebrity, but she was as good as one. At that moment, Chen Yang finally understood why the landlady dared not wear revealing clothes in public. This feeling was indeed quite exaggerated. "Chen Yang, let us find a cafe to sit down for a while." Mrs. Dong's eyes darted around, and she instinctively reached up to cover her most prominent feature. The feeling of being the center of everyone else's attention made her feel a bit uneasy. Chen Yang gently held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, landlady. Just imagine yourself as a celebrity or even a social media influencer. Look over there, those people singing live streams are also surrounded by a crowd, aren't they? They're not even paying attention to anyone else. What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Yang's words did comfort the landlady. Yes. Others are celebrities or influencers, and they're all the center of attention. There's no need to worry at all. The landlady didn't even bother to shake off Chen Yang's hand, letting him hold it, and her heart felt much calmer. She bit her red lips, gathered her courage, and no longer felt so afraid. Chapter 077, Encountering a Female Influencer. Chen Yang walked hand in hand with the landlady's wife along the East Gate pedestrian street, occasionally entering shops to look around and occasionally stopping by street stalls. The two of them really looked like a young couple. Their good looks drew envious glances from many passers-by. The landlady gradually overcame her social anxiety and began to enjoy the attention and being the center of attention. This feeling seemed pretty good after all. As the landlady's wife was lost in her thoughts, an electric scooter sped toward them. Chen Yang whispered, "Watch out." Then, Chen Yang gently pulled her toward him, pulling her into his arms. The landlady leaned into Chen Yang's embrace, her face flushed red. "Don't get distracted, landlady," Chen Yang said with a smile. "I did get a bit distracted," the landlady said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Yang no longer held her hand but instead wrapped his arms around her slender waist, holding her close. "That's a bit too much," Mrs. Landlady gave Chen Yang a disapproving look. Holding hands was one thing, but now he was hugging her. Chen Yang laughed. "It's for your safety, Mrs. Landlady. You're such a smooth talker." The landlady gave a playful huff and said, "You can do this to me, but if you did this to other girls, they'd probably call the police." "So the landlady doesn't mind, then?" Chen Yang held her tighter, his smile growing wider. "Whatever. Since you've made me happy, I'll make you happy too." The landlady batted her eyelashes, looking as though she were flirting. To be honest, once she let go of her conservative and traditional ways, the landlady seemed quite open-minded. Chen Yang smiled it off, hugging the landlady tightly, and continued strolling along Dongmen Pedestrian Street. They strolled leisurely along the street. They arrived at an arcade. They noticed a crowd gathered inside, so Chen Yang and the landlady joined the crowd out of curiosity. They found out it was a social media influencer dancing on a dance machine. The influencer was about an 85 out of 100 in looks, with a very good figure, tall and slender, the type suited for dancing, with excellent flexibility. Unfortunately, she had no curves, and compared to the landlady, they were like two extremes. Wow, it's Xiaomoli. The landlady's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the influencer. Chen Yang naturally recognized the influencer, as he worked for an influencer management company and knew many influencers in Shenzhen. Xiaomoli. She was also a famous influencer in Shenzhen, with over 2 million followers. She mostly danced on dance machines in Shenzhen's arcades, and each of her live streams attracted thousands of viewers, making her quite well known in the city. However, Chen Yang didn't expect the landlady to recognize little Jasmine. Have you watched her live streams? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Of course. I watch her live streams when I'm bored at home. There was a time when I really liked her. The landlady smiled and said, I thought she was just pretty because of the beauty filters, but she's actually that good looking in person. Chen Yang laughed, she is nowhere near as pretty as you. Nonsense, she is way prettier than me. The landlady gave Chen Yang a disapproving look. Chen Yang smiled and didn't respond. That's not just idle talk. Xiaomoli, a typical influencer, with her flat figure, had nothing in common with the landlady. At most, she's just better at dancing. As the two were discussing, Xiaomoli's dance had already ended. She stepped off the dance machine, panting, and addressed the viewers in the live stream. Family and friends. Molly is feeling a bit overwhelmed and needs to take a break. Next up is the random passerby segment. I wonder which passerby would like to give it a try. If you dance well, there's a prize. As soon as he said that, the surrounding audience responded enthusiastically. I'll go. I'll give it a shot. Jasmine, I'm your biggest fan, let me go. The landlady's eyes also betrayed a hint of longing. Landlady, I remember you mentioned before that you used to dance when you were young. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Yang noticed the landlady's thoughts and asked with a smile. No, I haven't danced in ages. The landlady hesitated. She had indeed practiced dancing in the past. However, that was before her body had developed. Now that she has matured, she doesn't dare to jump anymore. When she jumps, her body shakes uncontrollably. How embarrassing. Give it a try. You'll be fine. Chen Yang continued to persuade her. I can't do it. There are so many people here. The landlady was still a bit timid. But Chen Yang ignored her and gently took the landlady's hand, lifting it high. Let us give it a try. Xiaomoli had already noticed the landlady's sexy figure in the crowd. She hadn't chosen anyone else because she was waiting for the landlady. Now that the landlady had stepped forward, Xiaomoli naturally smiled and hurriedly said, All right. This young lady, why don't you give it a try? Xiaomoli pointed at the landlady, and everyone's gaze immediately turned toward her. What? Me? The landlady never expected that, with so many people eager to try, Xiaomoli would choose her right away. Was this luck? She was a bit dazed as Xiaomoli led her to the camera. When the landlady appeared on the live stream, the chat exploded with comments. Wow! This is way too much. My goodness, standing next to little Jasmine, she looks like a small pond compared to Poyan Lake. And not only is she big, but she is also beautiful, with an S-shaped figure, curves in all the right places. This is way too sexy. Curvy hips, a slim waist, and so much charm. This is definitely a top-notch beauty. The real host has arrived. Who is that assistant beside her? Get out of the way. All the viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. Xiaomoli, who they had previously found decent looking, now paled in comparison to the landlady. The difference was too stark. The live stream's viewership also broke the 10,000 mark for the first time. That's ridiculous. The brothers in the live stream were so enthusiastic. Xiaomoli smiled at the landlady and said, Miss, why don't you introduce yourself to the viewers in the live stream and get to know them? No. I don't think so. Being the center of so much attention, the landlady was already feeling awkward and flustered, looking nervously toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang gave her an encouraging look, which helped calm her nerves slightly. All right then. Since the young lady doesn't want to reveal her name, we won't insist. Miss, which dance do you plan to perform? Xiaomoli continued to ask. Chapter 078, Breaking Free from the Heart. The landlady looked at the dance options on the tablet beside her, picking and choosing for a long time before finally selecting one that wasn't too revealing or sexy. This one. The landlady stepped onto the dance machine. Even before she had fully stepped onto the dance machine, the number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 15,000 and was still rising rapidly. Xiaomoli watched the surge in popularity and felt a pang of envy. She had been streaming for so long, working herself to the bone, and had only managed to attract a few thousand viewers. And others? They didn't even have to do anything, just show their faces, and the live stream audience had already surpassed 15,000. Comparing people to each other is truly infuriating. However, it was true that the landlady had a figure that was extremely rare these days. Once everything was ready, the landlady took a deep breath and started dancing. This dance was much more conservative than the Korean-style dance Xiao had done, just simple body movements without any exaggerated jumps or moves. But even so, the number of viewers in the live stream immediately broke through 20,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Holy crap, she dances so well, so sexy. Just twisting around like that is probably better than any so-called pure desire idol. This is amazing. Jasmine, where did you find this streamer? What's her Douyin account number? I need to check it out right now. The audience's reaction was enthusiastic. Not just the viewers in the live stream, even the passers-by in the arcade were amazed, filled with envy over the landlady's perfect figure. After a simple dance routine ended, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, praising her enthusiastically. Great! You danced so well. Not only is she beautiful, but she can dance so well too. It's so beautiful. The landlady felt a bit awkward and quickly got off the dance machine, saying to little Jasmine with a blush, I'm sorry, I didn't dance very well and ruined your performance. Xiao laughed, it did, and it had a huge impact. My live stream has already surpassed 25,000 viewers and it's almost reaching 30,000. If you dance 2 more songs, you might even hit 50,000. Xiao was genuinely amazed. The landlady was practically a natural-born internet celebrity. What? The landlady was taken aback and said with a touch of innocence, is it because I dance so badly? Whether you dance well or badly doesn't matter anymore. Xiao smiled sweetly, you have the looks, that's enough. I'm not pretty. I'm much worse than you. The landlady wasn't being modest, she truly meant it. She truly believed that Xiao was beautiful. She was confident, generous, and had a high level of beauty, daring to show herself in front of so many people. Xiao however, said, Miss, if you say that, I'll get upset. I'm only a 6 or 7 out of 10, while you're a 10. You're complimenting me while criticizing me. The landlady was speechless. She never expected the influencer she admired would say such a thing. And it didn't seem like flattery, the other person seemed to mean it sincerely. Could she really think that? Glancing around at the stunned expressions of passers-by and the flood of comments in the livestream, she stood there dumbfounded. In that moment, she gained a new understanding of her own charm. Eastgate Pedestrian Street. Inside Shalaxi Restaurant. This was one of the more upscale Western restaurants in Dongmen. Chen Yang and the landlady were sitting across from each other. I just finished dancing. How was it? Give me an honest opinion. The landlady had just sat down and immediately asked Chen Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation. She didn't care what others thought, she only cared about Chen Yang's opinion. It was okay, Chen Yang replied casually, then hesitated, it was. What's that? The landlady asked nervously. Chen Yang laughed and said, it's just too conservative. Who dances like that? They don't even twist their waists much. Look at little Jasmine, she does all kinds of Korean dances. The landlady was taken aback, then snorted lightly. Being conservative is better. There are so many people. Besides, I can do Korean dances too, I just didn't feel comfortable doing them yet. Chen Yang crossed his arms and smiled, so, Mrs. Landlady, are you saying that next time when there are fewer people, you can dance? I can give it a try. The landlady still couldn't relax. She had just begun to overcome her long-standing emotional barrier, but the idea of performing such a revealing Korean dance in public was still too much for her to accept. After all, she could already imagine herself dancing the Korean dance, it would definitely be quite revealing. Well, next time, Mrs. Landlady, I'll rent out the arcade and let you dance alone. How about that? Chen Yang's smile carried a hint of something else. The landlady seemed to have figured out Chen Yang's little scheme and replied with a hint of annoyance, you want me to dance for you alone, don't you? Someone has to appreciate it, right? Chen Yang didn't seem embarrassed. We'll see. The landlady neither agreed nor refused. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she had already come up with a bold idea. Since she had already decided to change into something for Chen Yang to take photos of, what would it be like after changing, wearing the sexiest outfit and dancing a bit? Just thinking about it made the landlady's face flush. For someone as conservative as her, this was an enormous challenge. And Chen Yang was getting off easy. The two ordered steak, ate while chatting. Just then, a surprising voice rang out from the side. Shuya? Chen Yang and the landlady's eyes immediately turned toward the sound. It was a woman who was quite attractive, tall and slender, with a delicate face, but heavily made up, exuding a strong air of vulgarity. Her appearance and age seemed to be about the same as the landlady's. However, she appeared significantly older than the landlady. Tang Hua? The landlady, upon seeing the heavily made up woman, was also slightly startled, her expression complex. Shu Yang, is it really you? The heavily made up woman named Tang Hua quickly walked over, sat down beside the landlady, and said with a smile. It's been years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? The landlady nodded and said, "It's been 6 or 7 years since we graduated from university. I really have missed you." Tang Hua glanced at the landlady's perfect figure, her eyes betraying a hint of jealousy, but she smiled sweetly and said, "Shuya, I never expected that after all these years, your figure is still as stunning as ever." Chapter 079, Tang Hua's sarcasm. As Tang Hua spoke, her gaze fell directly on the landlady's cleavage, her tone tinged with sarcasm. "Not bad." Facing Tang Hua's slightly mocking gaze, the landlady's delicate face felt a bit uncomfortable. Such sarcastic words made her feel as though she had returned to her university days. Chun Yang could tell that Tang Hua and the landlady probably didn't get along well. Chun Yang immediately laughed. "Shu Yang has a great figure, she doesn't need heavy makeup. A light touch is enough to make her look stunning, and she'll always be the center of attention wherever she goes." Earlier, while we were out shopping, even an influencer with 1 million followers approached Shuya and asked her to be in the photo. Such treatment is something women with slightly lower looks or those with tech faces wouldn't even get. When Chen Yang mentioned tech-enhanced faces, he emphasized the words, and it was clear who he was referring to. Tang Hua wasn't just heavily made up, her face was so tech-enhanced it looked stiff and unnatural. Originally, Tang Hua didn't care about Chun Yang at all. After all, in her eyes, a woman like the landlady's wife would never find a good boyfriend. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Tang Hua's expression changed slightly. She looked directly at Chun Yang and said, "Who are you?" Chen Yang didn't feel awkward and replied directly, "I'm Shu Yang's boyfriend, Chun Yang." The landlady blushed slightly upon hearing this but didn't argue. She knew Chen Yang was sticking up for her. Boyfriend? Tang Hua looked at Chun Yang's handsome face, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She said with a hint of sarcasm, "I never thought you'd go for someone so young, Shuya. You actually have such a young boyfriend. With such a good figure, no wonder you can do whatever you want." Those words seemed to imply that the landlady had climbed the social ladder using her body. This woman really had a sharp tongue. The landlady tried to retort, but Chun Yang spoke first, laughing, "Old cow eating young grass? I don't see it. Shuya is beautiful and well maintained, she looks like she is in her early 20s. She's got a great figure and smooth skin." As he spoke, Chen Yang casually wrapped his arms around the landlady's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The landlady didn't resist, her face flushing slightly as she let Chen Yang hold her. Chen Yang continued. "She doesn't look like someone who hasn't taken care of herself and has gone overboard with plastic surgery, making her face look stiff. She looks like she's in her 40s even though she's only in her 30s. Such women aren't just old men chasing young girls. Even if they find an old man, no one else would look at them." "You." This remark left Tang Huazhuang speechless, seething with anger but unable to respond. "Just kidding. Chun Yang works at an entertainment company where he deals with all sorts of oddballs every day. A woman like Tang Hua is just too low level." However, Tang Hua wasn't one to back down easily. She continued. "Funny, my boyfriend is also a handsome guy, and not only is he good looking, but he is also very wealthy. Some people can't compare." Just as Tang Hua finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 30s, slightly overweight and with a receding hairline, walked over. "Hua Hua, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere," the slightly overweight middle-aged man asked. Chen Yang and the landlady's gaze also fell on the slightly overweight middle-aged man. The landlady's pretty face also revealed a slightly mocking smile as she said, "Tang Hua, is this your boyfriend?" Tang Hua's smile froze instantly, her face burning with embarrassment. However, upon seeing the landlady, the slightly overweight middle-aged man's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled, "Yes, I'm Hua Hua's boyfriend, Zhanghua. May I ask how this beautiful lady should be addressed?" "Xiao Shuya," the landlady replied briefly. "Great. What a beautiful name, it sounds wonderful." Zhanghua adopted a fawning expression, the quintessential oily middle-aged man. Tang Hua couldn't help but speak up, "Enough, Zhanghua. Why so much talk? Isn't she your friend? What's wrong with me complimenting her?" Zhanghua completely ignored Tang Hua's question. Tang Hua was a bit angry, but she thought about it and suddenly smiled, saying, "Dear, dinner is almost ready. Should we go? Did you bring your cayenne?" This woman had switched tactics. Since she couldn't compete with the landlady in terms of figure or looks, she was now trying to outdo her in wealth. When the topic came up, Zhang Guo was quite proud and laughed, "Of course, it's parked downstairs." Immediately, he looked at the landlady and Chun Yang and said with a smile, "I see you've also finished eating. Since you're all friends of Hua Hua, why don't I give you a ride?" The landlady's wife refused outright, saying, "No need, we have our own car." Tang Hua, however, mocked, "Shu Yang, don't be so polite. Our Cayenne has plenty of space, multiple seats, and the interior is absolutely stunning. It's a completely different level of luxury. Don't you want to try it?" The landlady frowned, looking a bit unhappy, about to refuse. Chen Yang, standing beside her, smiled and added, "Sure, Shuya. A luxury car like a Cayenne is something I've never ridden in my life. Now that we have the chance, let's go give it a try." The landlady wanted to say something else, but Chen Yang gave her a look, and she didn't say anything more, just nodded silently. Tang Hua and Zhang Guo's mocking glances grew even more intense. Young people are just young people. 3 sentences and they're hooked. Once we get down there, we're going to lose all face. The 4 of them left the Western restaurant together. They arrived at the parking lot outside. A brand new Cayenne was parked there. This Cayenne is indeed quite beautiful, with its bright yellow body, elegant design, and exquisite interior. Every detail exudes luxury, and at first glance, it's clear this is a $1 million luxury vehicle. Xu Yang, our Cayenne is pretty nice, isn't it? This is just one of the cars owned by Zhanghua from our family. We also have a G-Class and an X6, among others. I have to switch cars every day, and I can't keep track of them all. It's pretty annoying. Tang Hua seized the opportunity and started showing off to the landlady. The landlady frowned, clearly annoyed, but she couldn't argue after all. Tang Hua did have a bit of money. Brother, a Cayenne isn't that expensive. If you work harder, you can afford it. Don't give up. Zhanghua, that guy, was even more pretentious. He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Both of them thought Chen Yang would either be speechless or look up to them with admiration. Chapter 080, The Happy Landlady. But to their surprise, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Is that a Cayenne? I thought it was some kind of luxury car. It just looks average." A Cayenne is just average? Chen Yang's words left Zhanghua and Tang Hua speechless. However, they didn't get angry. Instead, they became even happier. Tang Hua laughed. "Xu Yang, your little boyfriend doesn't know much, does he? A Cayenne is already considered average." "Ha, that's normal. You're young." Zhanghua took it a step further and said, "A Cayenne isn't really that expensive. Mine only cost around 1.8 million. You're still young. Work hard, and maybe in 10 or 20 years, you could even take out a loan to buy one. Keep working hard." Their words were filled with mockery. Chen Yang laughed. "That's true. Someone like me, if I don't work hard, I'll probably end up driving a Ferrari. Can't afford a Cayenne, huh?" Zhanghua and Tang Hua were taken aback. A Ferrari? What did he mean? Was this guy out of his mind? Just as they were about to mock Chen Yang again, Chen Yang pulled out his car keys and pressed them lightly. Moments later, the headlights of the Ferrari A12 parked nearby suddenly lit up, and the sleek scissor doors slowly opened to the sides, looking incredibly stylish and attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. The Ferrari A12 was arranged by Qin Yang through Song Lin to be driven over, specifically for emergencies, and now it had proven its worth. Tang Hua and Zhanghua were also instantly stunned by the Ferrari A12. What's going on with this Ferrari? Did Chen Yang light it up? How is that possible? After all, they were familiar with the A12, a top-of-the-line supercar worth over 5 million yuan. Chen Yang, a greenhorn? How could he possibly afford it? But the most shocked person wasn't them, it was the landlady. The landlady was covering her mouth, staring at the Ferrari A12, her eyes filled with disbelief. She remembered that 812 very clearly. She had seen it outside the neighborhood before, even taken a few photos, and Chen Yang had helped her take some, letting her sit inside the car. This top-of-the-line supercar, how could it possibly be here? She also recalled that it was Chen Yang who had ordered the car. In an instant, the landlady had a terrifying suspicion. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained calm and composed, wrapping his arm around the landlady, who was still in shock, and walked straight toward the Ferrari A12. "Shuya. Let's go. People like us can only afford to drive an A12. It's a sacrifice for you." Chen Yang got into the Ferrari A12 with the landlady. Roar! The Ferrari A12 started and slowly drove forward. When they arrived in front of Zhanghua and Tang Hua, Chen Yang deliberately lowered the window and smiled, saying, "Mr. Zhang, your Cayenne is indeed quite nice. I'll have to work harder from now on. Don't end up like you, in your 30s, still clinging to a tech-obsessed lifestyle, driving a Cayenne, and showing off everywhere." Chen Yang laughed heartily, closed the window, and stepped on the gas pedal. Roar! The Ferrari A12 emitted a thunderous roar characteristic of a supercar, spewing a trail of exhaust fumes as it vanished into the streets of Shenzhen. Behind him, Zhanghua and Tang Hua looked as though they had swallowed a mouthful of dirt. Especially Tang Hua. Her jealousy was about to boil over. Why? Why could Xiao Shuya find a young, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend like Chen Yang? And she only has this greasy middle-aged man who doesn't have much money. Today, after maintaining her pride in front of Xiao Shuya for years, she was humiliated and trampled underfoot. It's so shameful. Boom! A futuristic Ferrari A12 roared down the streets of Shenzhen. Inside the car, the landlady's beautiful eyes were still filled with shock as she stared at Chen Yang. "Mrs. Landlady, is there something you want to ask?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "Of course. Is this car yours?" the landlady asked directly. "Yes." Chen Yang nodded. "Is it rented or company-owned?" the landlady continued. In her mind, these were the two most likely possibilities. After all, Chen Yang had been renting a place from her for over a year, and she knew him well enough to know he couldn't afford a luxury car worth several million. Chen Yang laughed. "Can it be bought?" "It could be, but..." The landlady still couldn't quite believe it. Chen Yang laughed. "Landlady, I'm actually a hidden rich kid. I've been pretending all along. Do you believe me?" "I believe you. The landlady nodded seriously. So straightforward? Chen Yang was a bit surprised. The landlady sighed helplessly. Since you don't want to say it, I'll just believe you. Indeed. The landlady was pretty smart. After a moment, the landlady continued, Chen Yang, thank you so much for today. Just thanks? Chen Yang asked with interest. What else do you want? The landlady rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said, today you got to hug me and touch me. Are you asking for more? Not impossible, Chen Yang replied with a casual smile. You really have ulterior motives, the landlady snorted, but then she added seriously, but to be honest, I really do need to thank you today. It's not just because of manhwa. You took me shopping and gave me all these new experiences. Indeed. I finally realized that all those years, I was just overthinking things. This world isn't as dark as I thought. The landlady's pretty face once again broke into a genuine smile. She seemed extremely happy. By the end of the day, she had finally resolved the long-standing emotional knot in her heart. She felt as though the air wasn't as oppressive anymore, and the entire world had become much lighter. Chen Yang smiled and said, does that mean I'll get to see the sexy landlady more often now? Well, not necessarily. The landlady's face flushed slightly as she said, it won't change that quickly, it'll take some time. After a pause, she bit her red lips and said, in front of others, I still need to be more reserved. But, Chen Yang, it's okay in front of you from now on. If you want to see me in any outfit, just tell me, and I'll give it a try. By the end, the landlady's face had turned as red as a peach. The implication in those words was clear. Chen Yang smiled slightly. It seemed that his guess was correct. Despite her traditional and conservative exterior, the landlady was still a woman with a burning desire deep down. Just imagining the elegant and traditional landlady in front of him, wearing a professional office lady outfit, black stockings and a body-hugging skirt, or even a high-slit cheongsam, or even black stockings and a school uniform, or white stockings and a school uniform. That image, that state of the landlady, was utterly intoxicating. There was a sense of guilt for tempting a virtuous woman into sin. I must admit, I'm actually looking forward to it. Chapter 081, The Landlady's Thoughts. Boom! The Ferrari A12 sped down the streets of Shenzhen, heading back toward Shawan Community. Back at Shawan Community, Chen Yang and the landlady parted ways in the hallway. The landlady smiled sweetly and said, Chen Yang, don't forget to take some photos for me when you have time. This time, I'll make sure you have a different experience. The landlady's heart had been completely opened, and she was fully prepared. Next time Chen Yang comes to take photos, she must capture her most sensual and alluring appearance. All right. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. The two parted ways. Chen Yang returned to the apartment. At this point, it was afternoon, and there was still some time left before her evening appointment with Yao Na. He decided to rest for a while. He had been out for a while and was feeling a bit tired. Chen Yang lay down on the sofa and took a short nap. The landlady returned to her apartment. After today's events, she felt a confidence she had never experienced before. Especially after watching videos, seeing the dance video from the arcade today, and reading the likes and comments below, the landlady's confidence grew even stronger. That girl is so beautiful. She could easily be a social media influencer. Influencer? I think she could be a celebrity. Yeah, with that face and body, she could easily be a prop in a music video. I need all her contact information within a minute. Wow. 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 Sister, you're so beautiful. I love you so much. The landlady couldn't help but smile more and more as she watched. She realized for the first time today just how much charm she possessed. And this was just a slightly revealing housewife dress. What if she wore something even sexier? The landlady walked over to her wardrobe, her eyes sweeping over the various sexy outfits inside. Her gaze finally landed on a black high-slit jumpsuit. What was a high-slit one-piece dress? It's like a one-piece bikini with a V-shaped strapless top that hugs the curves of the upper body, and a skirt that barely covers the private areas, leaving the legs completely exposed. The back is also smooth and bare, making it incredibly sexy. Just one glance was enough to spark endless imagination. Moreover, a one-piece high-slit outfit is a rather risque garment, something most people wouldn't dare to wear in public. Of course, even now, the landlady would never dare to wear it. She even bought it but dared not wear it at home because it was simply too revealing. However, after today, she gained the confidence to try it at home. When the landlady took the one-piece high-slit dress out of the wardrobe, her face was already slightly flushed. She could already imagine how incredibly sexy and provocative she would look wearing it. Never mind. I'll wait. I'll try it when Chen Yang comes up later. The landlady's red lips curled slightly, like a mature, seductive woman teasing her younger boyfriend. She could already imagine how Chen Yang would react if she appeared in front of him wearing that one-piece high-slit dress. Maybe. In a private setting, Chen Yang might not be able to resist tackling her to the ground. The landlady's thoughts grew bolder, and her legs clenched together slightly. Her face flushed, she hurried back to her room and closed the door gently. When she woke up, Chen Yang was wide awake and full of energy. Recalling how he had felt when he woke up from his nap earlier, he had been parched and uncomfortable. Now, however, he felt light and energetic, with endless strength at his disposal. It seems that improving one's health really is quite important. Stick to a disciplined diet and keep up the good work. Chen Yang quickly prepared a simple dinner and began eating. He had plans to meet up with Yana later that evening, so he decided to eat a little less, but of course, he couldn't skip a meal. Before meeting up with Yana, Chen Yang also planned to go to the gym. He couldn't miss his daily workout. Fortunately, the time he had agreed with Yana was around 8 p.m., so he should have enough time. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang changed into his workout gear and headed out to the gym. Arrived at Spartacus Gym. Since it was still early, there weren't many people inside yet. When Chen Yang entered the gym, he could feel that almost everyone's gaze was fixed on him. One by one, the fitness trainers stopped what they were doing and looked at him, their eyes gleaming with intensity. No wonder they were staring. $20,000, after all. That's no small sum. Soon, a female trainer wearing yoga pants, with a curvy figure and a peach-shaped butt, walked up to him quickly. Mr. Chen, you're here early today? Would you like me to take you through a set? But before she could finish speaking, another female trainer with equally sexy curves immediately joined in, smiling. Mr. Chen, come to me. I've been a professional fitness trainer for 10 years. Mr. Chen, choose me. I specialize in yoga. I have long legs, a slim waist, and a flexible body. One after another, the female trainers were desperately showing off their figures in front of Chen Yang. Even some male trainers joined in. Mr. Chen, what's the point of training with women? You should train with us. Men will definitely make you huge. That's right, Mr. Chen. Women will only slow you down. Come train with us, tough guys. All the fitness instructors in the gym were pulling out all the stops. Chen Yang wasn't surprised at all. This was the power of money, too simple and brutal. However, Chen Yang wasn't paying any attention to the coaches. He immediately spotted Chen Anan, who was lagging behind the others. Today, Chen Anan wasn't wearing yoga pants or a tank top. She was wearing a tight-fitting black jacket with long sleeves and black shorts on the bottom. She looked much more conservative than yesterday. But it was only an appearance. Her black jacket had a zipper. The zipper on the upper part was completely open, revealing the inner layer beneath. The inner layer was extremely revealing, resembling a bikini, with her ample curves pressed together, exposing a deep cleavage. This outfit, while appearing conservative, was actually very revealing and sexy. This is what gives her that unique appeal. Like a woman playing the pipa, half hidden and half revealed. Chen Yang gave Chen Anan a slight smile and greeted her. Good evening, Coach Anan. Good evening. Chen Anan also smiled faintly, feeling a bit relieved inside. She was actually still quite nervous, afraid that Chen Yang might be taken away by someone else. Now it seemed okay. The effort she had put into her outfit today had indeed paid off. Chapter 082, Significant Results. Let us get started. Chen Yang said with a smile. All right. Chen Anan nodded and led Chen Yang toward the training area. The coaches watching the scene felt both disappointed and envious. It seemed they had little chance of competing with Chen Anan, who had both stunning looks and an impeccable figure. It's just too hard. They arrived at the training area. Chen Yang put away today's belongings and couldn't help but glance at Chen Anan's outfit again, smiling and saying, Coach Anan, you look stunning today. Chen Anan didn't blush. She flipped her hair, straightened her posture, and let her curves shine, smiling. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Yang smiled again and continued, but with this outfit, you're not wearing a bikini underneath, are you? Coach Anan must have a deep understanding of this. If you don't wear a bikini, you'd lose me to someone else, wouldn't you? Chen Anan replied bluntly with a laugh. What are you saying? Coach Anan gave me such thoughtful service last time. I would definitely choose Coach Anan. It has nothing to do with other reasons. Chen An looked unfazed by her beauty. Unfortunately, he quickly lost his composure. Chen Anan smiled and said, should I zip it up? Let's just skip it. Since it's already out, there's no need to be so shy. Chen Yang hurriedly stopped her. Just kidding. If the zipper was zipped up, the upcoming training would be so boring. Typical man. Chen Anan covered her mouth and giggled, then added, but since you're my boss and a VIP member, my service will definitely be top-notch. You can rest assured. With that, Chen Anan directly pulled down the zipper of her black jacket, revealing her deep V neckline. Not bad. Very, very good. Chen Yang gave a satisfied smile. And that wasn't all. Chen Anan reached into her bag and pulled out a bunch of things. Today, besides preparing the necessary protective gear for your workout, I also brought some protein powder, nitric oxide supplements, and creatine for you. You should still focus on muscle gain, and I've also prepared a post-workout meal for you. I hope you don't mind. Chen Anan carefully took everything out and placed it in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but stare in surprise. Aren't these things supposed to be prepared by him himself? Why did the coach prepare them first? It seems it was the 200,000 yuan that made the difference. Thank you very much, Coach Anan. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Chen Ainen also smiled and said, let us get started then. Let's start with muscle stretching first. During previous stretches, Chen Ainen had maintained a distance from Chun Yang. But today, things were completely different. After a wonderful stretch, they moved on to the official training session for the day. Since yesterday was just a preliminary attempt, we didn't push too hard. We'll continue with chest exercises today. Today's intensity might be a bit higher, you know. Chen Ainen mixed protein powder for Chen Yang while speaking playfully. No intensity yesterday? Chen Yang was taken aback. He had already been worked to the point of exhaustion yesterday, and they hadn't even ramped up the intensity yet. Today is going to be brutal. However, he didn't really need to worry, as his physical condition today was already far beyond what it had been yesterday. After gaining those few stamina points, all his physical metrics had improved significantly. Now that he was well rested, he could train intensely without any issues. Chen Yang followed Chen Ainen to the strength training area and stood before the bench press rack. Let us start with an empty bar. Let us try adding two 2.5 kilograms plates today. Chen Ainen stood behind the bench press rack, observing Chen Yang's physical condition and said, Coach Ainen, you're underestimating me. Two 2.5 kilograms plates are a piece of cake. Chen Yang said with a smile. After his strength had improved, two 2.5 kilograms weights were no problem, even two 10 kilograms weights wouldn't be an issue. Don't talk big. Chen Ainen rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said, training takes time, you can't rush it. Being able to lift two 2.5 kilograms weights today is already quite impressive. Let's go. Chen Yang shrugged it off and didn't bother discussing it further with Chen Ainen. Only through results could he truly convince his beautiful coach. Chen Yang lay down on the bench press again, looking up from below. His entire field of vision was almost completely filled by Chen Ainen's curvaceous, towering figure. They're so big. This thing was indeed the best mental performance enhancer. Just one glance, and Chen Yang felt his entire body brimming with strength. Let us begin. Chen Ainen positioned herself to assist Chen Yang. She had originally thought that Chen Yang would be just like yesterday, struggling to even lift the bar. But to her surprise, after Chen Yang lowered the bar, he moved with incredible ease, not even letting Chen Ainen exert any force, and effortlessly completed 12 consecutive empty bar bench presses. Phew! After finishing, Chen Yang exhaled deeply and smiled. That was pretty easy, Coach Ainen. Chen Ainen, however, was completely stunned. What was going on? Chen Yang was now doing sets with an empty bar without any pressure at all? After all, yesterday Chen Yang was still struggling with the empty bar. Such a huge improvement in just one day? Chen Ainen's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion, but she quickly smiled and said, you have such natural talent. After just one day of practice, your strength has improved so much. Not bad. Chen Yang replied casually. What talent could he possibly have? It's all thanks to the system. I thought you were joking when you said 2.5 kilograms was easy, but now I see I underestimated you. We need to increase the intensity. Chen Ainen directly grabbed two 5 kilogram weights and placed them on both sides of the bench press rack. He added 10 kilograms at once. Now 30 kilograms. That's already quite heavy for a beginner. Give it a try. Chen Ainen was even more focused this time, staring at the bench press bar, ready for action. The 30 kilograms weight was no joke, and she worried that Chen Yang might not be able to push it up after lowering the bar, risking injury that would be bad. Chen Yang took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and finally gripped the bench press bar. Chapter 083, Chen Ainen's Tenderness. Lower the bar. Originally, Chen Yang thought that 30 kilograms would be extremely heavy. However, to his surprise, after lowering the bar, although it was still a bit strenuous, it was actually quite manageable. With Chen Yang's current strength, he could handle it. Another set of 12. He finished quickly. This weight is starting to feel a bit challenging. Sweat beads were already forming on Chen Yang's forehead. Chen Ainen, who had already prepared to assist Chen Yang, was completely stunned. 30 kilograms. He could do a group lift like that so easily? This progress is a bit too fast, isn't it? This is a bit exaggerated. Chen Ainen had been working out for so long, had trained many students, and had never seen anyone who could lift 30 kilograms in sets on the second day after failing on the first day. Chen Yang. Could he be a natural-born fitness prodigy? Try adding more weight. Chen Ainen couldn't believe it. Could Chen Yang really not train today? She added another 2.5 kilograms on each side, bringing the total to 35 kilograms. That's no light weight. Chen Yang lay down again, lowered the barbell, and completed the bench press in one smooth motion. This time, it was indeed a bit more challenging. Chen Yang managed only about 10 reps before completely exhausting himself. 35 kilograms was already close to his limit. But there was still no limit. Chen Ainen added another 2.5 kilograms on each side. Now it's up to 40 kilograms. If this were any other trainee, even the most talented one would need at least half a month, or even a month or more, to reach this weight. If Chen Yang can manage to lift this, he truly has extraordinary talent. Come on. Chen Ainen focused intently on assisting Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, took a deep breath, and went straight for the bar. 40 kilograms. That's quite a lot. This time, Chen Yang was already struggling greatly, and by the end, he could only push 4 more before reaching his limit. As he returned the rod, the astonishment in Chen Ainen's beautiful eyes grew even more intense. 40 kilograms and he managed 4. This progress is simply too impressive. Yesterday he couldn't even lift an empty barbell weighing 20 kilograms. Chen Yang, did you take steroids or use performance-enhancing drugs? Chen Ainen couldn't believe it. Chen Yang laughed, Coach Ainen, what do you mean by that? I'm working out for my health. Why would I do something that harms my body? With the system in place, why would I need those random things? Just kidding. This time, even Chen Ainen gave Chen Yang a meaningful look and said, impressive. The subsequent training was indeed not as easy as before. After learning about Chen Yang's physical strength, Coach Chen Ainen adjusted his training plan and assigned him some high-intensity exercises. After over an hour of training, Chen Yang felt like every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, lying on the ground panting heavily. However, despite the exhaustion, the results were still excellent. Chen Yang could feel that every muscle in his body was engorged with blood, and his muscle mass was growing rapidly. Chen Ainen was indeed quite professional, not just a pretty face. After the training session, Chen Ainen wiped the sweat off Chen Yang and smiled. To be able to train like this on the second day, you must have a natural talent. She leaned in close, and the scent of her perfume wafted toward him. Chen Yang smiled and said, Coach Ainen, the massage class last time was quite enjoyable. After today's practice, my whole body is sore. Should we schedule another massage class in the future? This remark made Chen Ainen's face flush slightly. The massage class was quite intimate, requiring a lot of close physical contact, and it was something Chen Ainen had prepared specifically for female members. Yesterday was the first time she had ever given such a massage to a male member like Chen Yang. She had originally thought it would be the only time, and she would never do it again. But now. Then let's do it again today. It won't work in the future. Chen Ainen was a bit resistant. Chen Yang smiled, alright, I respect Coach Ainen's choice. But the other female coaches at the gym should also know how to give massages. I think they'd be happy to help out with the class. Chen Yang's tone was teasing, but his meaning was clear. What Chen Ainen feared most was that Chen Yang might be lured away by other female instructors. Hearing this, she could only sigh helplessly and say in a soft voice, all right. There will be more in the future. Who told you to be my esteemed member? Lie down. I'll massage you. In the end, Coach Ainen succumbed to Chen Yang's tempting financial offer. Chen Yang smiled slightly and also lay down on the yoga mat. And it wasn't just a simple massage, it was much deeper. For example, hugging Chen Yang from behind to help him relax his muscles. Or gently kneading Chen Yang's hands, letting him feel the tender touch. The massage lasted a full half hour. After the massage, Chen Yang felt completely relaxed. The final step was the post-massage meal. This was personally prepared by Chen Ainen. It was a good opportunity to taste her cooking skills. After all, Chen Ainen is a professional nutritionist, and the fitness meal she prepared was indeed delicious. Chen Yang finished it all in one go. With that, today's fitness plan was finally completed. Today's experience was truly amazing. This beautiful coach had truly shared all her knowledge. Coach Ainen, today's experience was great. Chen Yang said with a smile. As long as you're satisfied. After massaging Chen Yang, Chen Ainen was quite tired, sweating profusely. I'll head out first. Chen Yang left directly. Hey! Chen Ainen called out to Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned around, looked at her, and asked with a puzzled expression, what's wrong? Chen Ainen's red lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but the words stopped at her lips. She forced a smile and said, nothing. Chen Yang probably understood Chen Ainen's meaning and smiled it off, leaving directly. Since his coach, Ainen, had already made an effort, Chen Yang was certain she would be rewarded in return. There was no doubt about that. Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, Chen Ainen felt a bit down. She had been busy all day, yet Chen Yang hadn't mentioned anything about buying the course. Was Chen Yang just stringing him along? At the same time, female coach Li Xian walked over and smiled, Ainen, you really worked hard today. You did massages, stretches, and even arranged a fitness meal. I couldn't even imagine doing that. What were the results? How many sessions did he buy? Chapter 084, did he buy them? How many lessons did he buy? Li Xian asked Chen Ainen with a hint of anticipation. Chen Ainen, however, looked grim and shook her head. He hasn't bought any yet. Not even one lesson? Li Xian widened her eyes, her expression filled with disbelief. Chen Ainen sighed wryly, maybe he's still observing. What's there to observe? Li Xian said bluntly. You've already done so well. If he really wanted to buy, he would have done it by now. That guy probably put the money into his gym membership. Maybe he's just here to fish for money. Thinking about it, who would spend tens of thousands on a gym membership? And then, don't get fooled. Don't be so enthusiastic next time. Li Xian felt she had figured out Chen Yang. At least she hadn't acted like the other female trainers and tried to get close to him, otherwise it would have been so awkward. Chen Anan remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Could Chen Yang really be the kind of person Li Xin described? Li Xin continued, Anan, your performance has been poor lately. Don't waste too much time on Chen Yang. You should find a few more clients and focus on improving your performance first. Chen Anan's recent performance had indeed been poor. Most of the older members had already finished their training and stopped coming, which was why she had made an exception to recruit male members. If things continued this way, Chen Anan's performance would likely end up at the bottom of the gym's rankings. Her performance was already average, and if she ends up at the bottom, she might lose all her benefits and bonuses. Additionally, she recently encountered some issues and urgently needs money. This has made things extremely awkward. Chen Anan sighed, unsure of what to do next. Just as the two were discussing Chen Yang, suddenly, the front desk clerk rushed over. Coach Anan! Coach Anan! She ran while shouting, drawing the attention of many coaches present. Li Xian and Chen Anan also looked over, looking puzzled. Chen Anan asked directly, what's going on? Did something happen? The front desk clerk ran up to Chen Anan, out of breath, and said, He bought it. He bought it. This statement left the two even more baffled. Bought? What did he buy? Who is he? Li Xian vaguely sensed something and hurriedly asked, who bought it? After catching her breath, the front desk clerk said directly, it's Chen Yang. He directly bought 200 lessons from Coach Anan. And he's already paid in full. As the front desk clerk said this, she looked at Chen Anan with a look of intense envy. Boom! The front desk clerk's words were like a bombshell, exploding throughout the entire Spartacus Fitness Center. All the fitness instructors, whether it was Chen Anan or Li Xian, had expressions of sheer shock on their faces. What? 200 private training sessions? All of them? This is impossible. You have to know that Chen Anan's private training sessions are already among the most expensive at Spartacus, at 888 per session. 200 sessions amount to 17,000, nearly 18,000. Such a huge sum of money spent all at once on private lessons? That's way too excessive. After a brief moment of silence, all the trainers in the gym turned their gaze toward Chen Anan. Their expressions were a mix of envy and jealousy. Chen Anan is so lucky to have met such a young, handsome, and wealthy second-generation heir. That's so awesome. Especially some of the female trainers, who were already feeling bitter inside. They regretted not being more flirtatious in trying to lure Chen Yang over. But the one reacting the most was Li Xian. She covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. 200 sessions. 200 private lessons, all bought? That's a whopping $17,000. That's way too crazy. Just moments ago, she had been thinking, at least I didn't go over there to suck up to Chen Yang. I thought Chen Anan was just being a suck up and getting played by Chen Yang. Now she wanted to slap herself silly. Why didn't she go suck up to Chen Yang? She had the chance too. Now it's too late to say anything. Chen Anan was also frozen in place, her beautiful eyes first filled with confusion and shock, then quickly turning to excitement and joy. This is great. Chen Yang hadn't lied to her after all. 200 private lessons, over $10,000 in income. This could be said to have solved her immediate problem. And with these 200 private training sessions, she was likely to become the top salesperson at the gym. She has been at this gym for years, but because the private lessons were too expensive, she has never been the top salesperson before. She never expected that Chen Yang alone could fulfill her dream. It seems that all her previous efforts have finally paid off. Although she was taken advantage of by Chen Yang, the rewards were still very generous. She'll have to work even harder from now on. Chen Anan's lips curled into a joyful smile. Exiting the Spartacus gym, Chen Yang sat in his Ferrari A12 and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has completed today's fitness check-in, earning 1 attribute point. Not bad. Another attribute point. Chen Yang did the same as before and directly selected stamina. Attribute point successfully added. Stamina +1. The next second, a warm current spread throughout Chen Yang's entire body. Chen Yang, who had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion, was now fully rejuvenated and his physical strength had undergone a significant transformation. His physical strength had once again increased. Based on his current condition, lifting 50 kilograms should be no problem. This improvement was simply too rapid. Chen Anan might even start questioning her own existence. A smile flickered at the corner of Chen Yang's lips. Moreover, another piece of news followed shortly after. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase, gaining a large amount of attention. Reward, 330,000. Another generous reward. What a delightful feeling. The more one indulges, the more wealth accumulates. This is the true meaning of enjoying life. Chen Yang felt refreshed and invigorated, gripping the steering wheel of his Ferrari A12 with one hand as he sped down the streets of Shenzhen. He returned to Xiaowan community. Chen Yang took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and lay down on the sofa. There was still about half an hour left until the agreed time with Yana, so it was the perfect time to take a short break. After checking her phone, Chen Anan had already sent a message. Coach Anan, Chen Yang, thank you so much for your business. From now on, you're my top VIP customer. Chen Yang saw the message and smiled slightly before replying directly. Chapter 085, Song Sinyu. Mu Yang, besides all the nice words, does Coach Anan have anything else to say? Coach Anan, don't worry. The service I provide for you in the future will definitely make you very, very satisfied. Mu Yang, what about the massage lessons? Coach Anan, unlimited sessions. As long as you're happy, you can come whenever and however you like. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. As expected. Money talks. After a brief exchange with Coach Anan, it was almost time. Yana had already sent a message. Xiaonana, Chen Yang, I'm about to leave. You better hurry up too. Yana sent the message while also sending a photo of herself getting ready to leave. It was the same outfit she had sent last time, a black deep V strapless evening gown, paired with high heels, which highlighted her figure and elegance perfectly. At first glance, she exuded the refined elegance of a high society lady. Xiaonana, how about it? Does this outfit make me look elegant? Mu Yang, it's nice, but it's too elegant. It's not sexy enough and doesn't match your personality. Xiaonana, elegance is for others to see. Seductive charm is for you to see in private. If I wore something revealing to a party, would you be happy? Chen Yang just laughed it off. Indeed. When it comes to others, it's better to be elegant and refined. Women, you know. The stronger the contrast, the more intriguing it is. After chatting casually for a while, Chen Yang also changed into his clothes and went out. The venue they had chosen for today was the Swan Ballroom located in Nanshan, Shenzhen. It was also a fairly upscale venue with a high per-person cost. It wasn't too far from where Chen Yang was staying. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari A12 all the way there and arrived at the Swan Hotel quickly. After parking the Ferrari in the parking lot, he got out and walked toward the Swan Hotel. After exiting the parking lot, he arrived at the entrance of the Swan Wine Club. From a distance, Chen Yang spotted a tall, slender figure in black. She was wearing a black deep V evening gown that perfectly highlighted her stunning S-shaped curves. She looked elegant and graceful, with a delicate face adorned with subtle makeup, avoiding any trace of vulgarity. She held a handbag in her hand and stood with impeccable posture, embodying the essence of a modern urban woman. No need to look. This must be his good sister, Yao Na. However, standing beside Yao Na at that moment was another person. Dressed in a white suit, tall and imposing, young and handsome, with a touch of British charm. Chen Yang recognized him. His childhood playmate, Song Sinyu. The two were standing side by side, chatting away. Upon seeing Chen Yang approach, Yao Na immediately stopped paying attention to Song Sinyu and walked over with a smile, greeting him. Chen Yang, over here. Chen Yang walked over and smiled. Nana, you look absolutely stunning today. This evening gown really complements your elegance. They had already exchanged messages online earlier. Now Chen Yang was creating that first impression of being stunning again. His acting was pretty good. Yana smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. Their interaction was polite and very elegant. There was no trace of the heated exchange they had had online earlier, which gave Yana a sense of contrast and excitement. Meanwhile, Song Sinyu, standing nearby, was oblivious to everything and smiled. Chen Yang, it's been a long time. Chen Yang glanced at Song Sinyu and nodded in response. It's been a long time indeed. Over a decade, right? Yeah, after high school, I went to Beijing to attend university, then studied abroad, and worked overseas for a few years. It's been over a decade since we last met. This guy was just bragging off the top of his head. Beijing again, and studying abroad. Chen Yang could already sense something was off. The Song Sinyu he knew back then wasn't like this. After all these years, he must have changed a lot. Impressive. I'm not as lucky. I'm just stuck in Shenzhen. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Xinjiang isn't bad either. It's a big city with plenty of opportunities. But it's still best to go abroad for some experience and broaden your horizons. Song Sinyu laughed. I'll consider it if the opportunity arises. Chen Yang replied casually. Song Sinyu turned to Yao Na beside him and said, Nana, you too. There aren't many opportunities in China. If you get the chance in the future, you can come abroad to find me. I have some connections in the United States. I can help arrange things for you. In response to Song Sinyu's words, Yao Na smiled and said, No need. I'm not interested in the United States. I'd rather stay in China. With those words, she effectively shut him down. Song Sinyu had nothing to say and could only laugh. Alright, it's about time. Let's go in. Don't make them wait too long. Song Sinyu led the way and walked toward the Swan Ball. Chen Yang and Yao Na followed behind. This guy has changed so much. Chen Yang and Yao Na walked side by side, exchanging glances. Normal. Overseas students are mostly like that. They develop a strong sense of superiority after returning home. Yao Na laughed, but what's interesting is that this guy seems to have a thing for me. He was just staring at me and showing off in front of me. Yana looked at Chen Yang with a smile, seemingly trying to make him feel threatened. To her surprise, Chen Yang remained calm and said, "That's not so bad. He's an American exchange student, high class, sophisticated, and good looking. He'd be perfect for you, Nana. I'm all for it. Get lost." Yana rolled her eyes and huffed, "You're not a good man. I was almost going to give myself to you, and you're pushing me toward someone else?" Chen Yang smiled slightly, gently wrapping his arms around Yana's waist, and laughed. "How could I ever push you away? That kind of guy is just putting on a show. There's no need to take him seriously." Yana, wrapped in Chen Yang's arms, felt quite happy inside. The two followed Song Sinyu and entered the Swan Ballroom together. Swan Wine Party. The environment was quite pleasant. One private room after another, with elegant music echoing through the air. Song Sinyu had already reserved a private room. The three of them arrived quickly. Upon entering the private room, there were already two men and a woman inside. When Chen Yang and Yana walked in, their gazes immediately turned toward them. Of course. They mostly looked at Yana. As for Chen Yang, he was largely ignored. "Wow. Nana, it's been so long since we last saw you, you've become even more beautiful. Sister Na, your looks and poise are so stunning you could easily be a star. No wonder you're the flower of our trio. You've only gotten more beautiful over the years." Chapter 086, Washing Dishes? The compliments poured in from everyone. They were all childhood friends of Chen Yang and Yana. The two men were Zhou Yu and Sun Changkuan, and the woman was Qin Jieyu. They hadn't seen each other in a very long time. "Thank you for the compliment." In front of these people, Yana remained relatively elegant, smiling gracefully and behaving with poise. After complimenting Yana, everyone's gaze shifted to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang? I didn't expect you to be here either. You've gotten so much more handsome, and your demeanor has changed a lot. Indeed, you're different from before." The three were clearly surprised by Chen Yang's appearance. As a child, Chen Yang had always been a rather inconspicuous figure, with only a slightly closer relationship with Yana and average connections with others. Few paid him much attention. After growing up, Chen Yang rarely attended their gatherings. Even when he did show up occasionally, he was just a shy, timid young man with little presence. But when Chen Yang appeared today, everyone immediately felt his powerful aura. Some even felt that his aura surpassed that of Chen Sinyu. That's why everyone was a bit surprised. Chen Yang sat down and smiled. "It's been over a decade, some changes are normal." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After everyone had taken their seats, there was no need to order, as Song Sinyu was treating everyone, and he had already made all the arrangements. Everyone chatted among themselves. The focus of the conversation, of course, was on Song Sinyu and Yao Na. In their eyes, these two were the most outstanding among them, while Chen Yang remained an outsider. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Sinyu, I hear you're doing very well in the United States. You earn $1,000 or $2,000 a month and have built a vast network of connections. You're really going to strike it rich." When someone praised him, Song Sinyu quickly took the opportunity to respond. Song Sinyu laughed, "It's okay. The monthly salary isn't that important. What matters most is resources. I'm still in the accumulation phase, waiting for a breakthrough opportunity. When I decide to start a company in the United States, I might need your help." This guy was really straightforward. Everyone was more than happy to accept, responding enthusiastically. "Great, thanks for looking out for us, Sinyu. From now on, Sinyu is our boss. I've never been abroad in my life. If I could work in the United States, that would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate." That's how adult gatherings go. There was no real emotion, only interests and flattery. That's why Chen Yang usually doesn't like attending such gatherings. Song Sinyu, however, turned to Yao Na and smiled, "Nana, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. Once my company is up and running, I'll definitely hire you as a model. Don't forget to give me the honor." "No need. I don't like being a model. I've said it before, I prefer staying in China." Yao Na replied directly. Zhou Yu said, "Nana, your vision is a bit narrow. Going to the United States to develop your career would definitely be better. The environment here in China can't compare to the United States. The United States is where the big money is and where the future lies." Zhou Yu had always been someone who admired foreign cultures. Yao Na, with her elegant smile, ignored him. Chen Yang, however, laughed and said, "If you have the ability, you can make money anywhere. If you don't have the ability, it doesn't matter where you are. One sentence. No holds barred." There was no need to be polite with such a person. Zhou Yu's smile froze, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't react. Instead, he asked, "So, Chen Yang, you're doing well in China, right? Have you made some money?" Chen Yang nodded and said, "It's okay. At least it's enough to live comfortably." "Poof." Zhou Yu snorted derisively, saying nothing more. In his opinion, Chen Yang probably didn't have much money, just enough to get by. Song Sinyu added, "Chen Yang, Zhou Yu is right. America is indeed a civilized place, much better than back home. Only in such a place can wealth be created." Chen Yang asked casually, "So, have you made any money?" Song Sinyu replied with a touch of pride, "I've already told you. I'm currently in the initial stage of development, accumulating resources. Besides, my monthly salary is between $1,000 and $2,000, which is a decent income. This guy spoke with such conviction, as if he had truly achieved something. But Chen Yang had already seen through him. He was all talk and no action. Who was Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend? Jiro, a flight attendant who flies all over the world. Although Chen Yang had never been abroad, Jiro had told him a lot about various places around the world. Among them, the most were about the United States. The United States has access to the global market and is indeed a place with immense opportunities. However, due to the changes in the global environment in recent years and the various restrictions imposed by countries around the world, the situation in the United States isn't much better either. Someone like Song Sinyu, an Asian who studied in China and spent a few years abroad, can earn $1,000 or $2,000 upon returning to work. That is almost impossible. Unless Song Sinyu comes from a powerful family background. According to Chen Yang's knowledge, Song Sinyu's family is just an ordinary middle-class family in China and cannot provide any assistance. Therefore, what this guy is saying is mostly false. Even if it were true, so what? A few $1,000s, is that a lot? Chen Yang responded with a smile, you're indeed quite capable. Unlike us, if we went to the United States, we'd probably end up washing dishes. Chen Yang emphasized the words washing dishes. It was obvious. He could see Song Sinyu's face change slightly, as if he had hit a nerve. Ha ha. I was right after all. His job, though not exactly dishwashing, couldn't be much better. At that moment, Joyu interjected, going to America to wash dishes isn't so bad. It's better than many jobs back home. Chen Yang nearly threw a plate at him upon hearing this. This guy is so obsessed with foreign things that he has no bottom line. After this little incident, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. However, at that moment, the dishes began to arrive one after another. The dishes Song Sinyu ordered were mostly seafood, such as salmon sashimi, tuna sashimi, caviar, sea urchin, and lobster, along with a seafood platter. The hot dishes were mostly Western style, like borscht, roasted pork knuckle, and steak. Chapter 087, The Pretentious Song Sinyu. This guy doesn't have a single Chinese dish on his order. Not to mention Yao Na and Chen Yang, even Chen Jieyu couldn't help but speak up. Sinyu, why didn't you order some vegetarian dishes? Eating so much meat in the middle of the night isn't good for digestion. Song Sinyu laughed, vegetables? Then I'll order a salad. No, salad is so bland. Chen Jieyu frowned and said, order some cold dishes instead. I see there are plenty of cold dishes here, and they should taste good. Or you could stir-fry some greens. Song Sinyu, upon hearing this, grew a bit annoyed and said, those cold dishes are greasy, salty, and spicy. What's so good about them? Joyu agreed, yeah, salad is so good and nutritious. Let's just order a salad. Since both of them had spoken, Chen Jieyu couldn't argue. Song Sinyu was about to order the salad when Chen Yang spoke up, if you two want to eat grass, then go ahead and eat it yourselves. I still want to eat some vegetables. With that, he snapped his fingers. Waiter. The waiter came over quickly. Chen Yang directly ordered a stir-fried green vegetable dish and 2 cold dishes, completely ignoring Song Sinyu. Song Sinyu's expression changed slightly. He clearly hadn't expected the once timid Chen Yang to dare challenge him, but given the current situation, he couldn't afford to make a scene, so he forced himself to suppress his anger. Since you've ordered, let's skip the salad. After that, the tension at the table grew even more intense. Song Sinyu and Joyu both had little regard for Chen Yang. Of course, Chen Yang didn't think much of these two either. The dishes were soon served. Everyone began to eat. The dishes like steak and pork knuckle were indeed tasty, but eating them late at night just didn't feel right, especially the raw and cold seafood, which was downright unpleasant. In the end, the most eaten items were the vegetables and cold dishes. Only Song Sinyu and Joyu didn't touch a single piece of green vegetable or cold dish, instead forcing themselves to chew on the steak and pork knuckle. Most of the food had been eaten. Song Sinyu was about to start showing off. Song Sinyu took out a jar of caviar and smiled. Everyone has tried caviar, but in fact, no one really knows the proper way to eat it. Caviar used to be a luxury item. It's very particular how you eat it. You have to do it like this. Song Sinyu spoke while using a small spoon to scoop out a spoonful of caviar and place it on his palm, continuing, caviar is slightly cold, so you need to warm it up on your palm first. After warming it with your body heat, you gently take a small bite. Song Sinyu took a bite of the caviar and placed it in his mouth, then looked utterly enchanted and exclaimed, this is truly a delicacy of the gods. Chen Yang listened to this guy and almost burst out laughing. Caviar is salty, fishy, and pungent no matter how you prepare it, it's never particularly delicious. Using body heat to warm caviar? This is pure pretentiousness, just trying to fool oneself. And there's even a little cutie falling for it. This little cutie. Of course, it was Joyu. Joyu seemed to have discovered a new world, laughing, so there's this way to eat it? I'll try it. He also took a spoonful of caviar, placed it on his thumb, and then swallowed it in one bite. Immediately, his face lit up with a look of ecstasy, and he said, wow. Sinyu was right after all. This is truly delicious. Song Sinyu was very pleased and said with a sense of pride, of course. This was the secret eating method of the nobility back in the day. You should all try it. He gave Yao Na a special glance and smiled. Nah, you should try it too. Me? No, thanks. Yao Na shook her head with a smile. She didn't like caviar at all. Meanwhile, Chen Yang picked up some caviar, then took a small cookie, placed the caviar on top of it, and added a slice of beef jerky on top of the caviar. He smiled and said, Nana, try this combination. Song Sinyu also looked over. Seeing Chen Yang's combination, he couldn't help but snort in disdain. What a tacky way to eat cookies and braised beef. No class at all. Just as he thought, Yao Na would definitely refuse. Yao Na smiled and said, sure, but you have to feed it to me. Yao Na even opened her little mouth. Chen Yang smiled and placed the caviar cookie into her mouth. Yao Na savored it for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She laughed. This combination is indeed excellent. The biscuit and braised beef balance out the salty and umami flavors of the caviar, making it much better than eating caviar alone. The others, hearing this, followed suit. It does look pretty good. Let's try it too. After tasting it, they all praised it. It's definitely much better than eating caviar on its own. I used to think caviar was hard to eat, but now I see I just didn't know the right way to enjoy it. As for Song Sinyu's noble way of eating with the hot dish from the tiger's mouth, no one even bothered to notice. Wait. There was one person who did notice, and that was Zhou. At that moment, both Zhou Sinyu and Zhou had very grim expressions. A bunch of hicks. Zhou muttered under his breath. Just then, Chen Jieyu approached Yao Na and asked with a smile, Nana, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure and impeccable manners. Have you ever considered finding a boyfriend after all these years? The conversation finally turned to Yao Na. Yao Na smiled politely and replied, I've been very busy with work and haven't had the chance. Since someone had brought up the topic, Song Sinyu naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. He immediately laughed and said, Nana, work is work, and life is life, they should be kept separate. A woman as elegant and beautiful as you should have found a boyfriend long ago. If you really don't want to, I can help you. I know many outstanding young professionals and some handsome foreigners as well, who I can introduce you to. Song Sinyu was just using this as an excuse to get closer to Yao Na. In truth, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Yao Na was already tinged with desire. Such a beautiful woman like Yao Na, how could anyone not be tempted? With Sinyu introducing you, Na, it's definitely no problem. Zhou, the henchman, also chimed in. Yao Na still refused, saying, no, thank you. I already have my own plans. There's no need to trouble you. Chen Jieyu laughed. Nana must have very high standards. A goddess-level beauty like her must have countless suitors. That's right. Nana is the dream goddess of many men. It's fine to wait a bit longer to find a boyfriend. Even Sun Changkuan, who hadn't said much, spoke up. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yao Na was filled with admiration. This guy had been Yao Na's loyal admirer for a long time. Yao Na just smiled without saying a word, her gaze fixed on Chen Yang, who was still eating, with a hint of pride, as if to say, see? I'm amazing. Everyone is captivated by me. At that moment, Chen Jieyu teased again, I think Chen Yang is pretty good. Nana, you and Chen Yang have been childhood friends since you were little. Why don't you give it a try? At this, everyone's expressions varied. Song Sinyu snorted in disdain. Chen Yang? What qualifies him to be with Yao Na? Yao Na would never even consider him. Sun Changkuan's expression was also filled with sarcasm. Yao Na was his goddess. Such a high and mighty goddess, he wouldn't even dare to pursue her. What does Chen Yang have the qualifications for? Everyone believed that Yao Na and Chen Yang were completely incompatible, even Chen Jieyu had mentioned it casually without taking it seriously. But Yao Na was smiling at Chen Yang and said, why not give it a try? Chen Yang also smiled slightly. The cocktail party and dinner were nearing their end. The remaining time was spent in another venue within the Swan Banquet Hall, where there were entertainment rooms with a variety of facilities, singing, tea drinking, and games quite well equipped. Yao Na went up and sang a song called Red Bean. Her voice was naturally beautiful, and she had a high musical talent. The song Red Bean she sang was extremely melodious and pleasing to the ear. Everyone clapped enthusiastically. No wonder she's Nana. She's beautiful and has such a sweet voice. Goddess. Nana. You're truly my goddess. Nana, with your looks and voice, you'd be ashamed not to become a star. Compliments flew thick and fast. Song Sinyu said with a passionate look in his eyes, Nana, come with me to the United States to develop your career. You're wasting your talent in China. He was truly obsessed with Yao Na and had already begun to pursue her. But Yao Na shook her head and said, I don't have any plans for that right now. Song Sinyu was a bit disappointed, but he didn't give up. He thought to himself, Yao Na's personality is a bit aloof, but I can't rush it. I'll take my time and spend the money. Eventually, I'll win her over. Song Sinyu was brimming with confidence. With the image of a young prodigy he had crafted for himself, he was certain he could win Yao Na over. He could already imagine the scene when he and Yao Na appeared at a gathering together, that Yao Na groupies like Sun Changkuan and Chen Yang would have expressions of envy and admiration. just as Song Sinyu was lost in his fantasies. Yana stood up from her seat with an elegant smile and said, "You guys go ahead and have fun. I'm going to the restroom." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, as she reached the door, Yana suddenly stopped, turned to look at Chen Yang, and smiled sweetly. "Chen Yang." This sudden outburst left everyone present confused. Chen Yang also looked at Yana. Yana didn't say anything else, she just gave Chen Yang a quick wink before leaving. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what Yana was up to, but they didn't think much of it. What could be so important that she would seek out Chen Yang? However, Chen Yang and Yana had been in sync for over 2 decades, so he immediately understood what Yana meant. He curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. This good sister of his was truly bold. Immediately, he also stood up from his seat and headed toward the exit. Chapter 088, Earning Millions a Year? Inside the restroom. The bathrooms at the Swan Ball were all private to each private room, with a clean and elegant environment. Yana was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, touching up her makeup. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she wore a black evening gown, tall and slender, with a delicate face, elegant and graceful, the very picture of a high society lady. Yana couldn't help but flash a beautiful smile. Yana, you're truly beautiful. No wonder so many people think you're a goddess." She felt overjoyed and extremely confident in her appearance. At that moment, a pair of strong hands reached out from behind and wrapped around her waist. "Ah, who is it?" Yana jumped like a startled little rabbit, letting out a startled cry. Chen Yang's handsome face appeared in the mirror. He was holding Yana in his arms, smiling and said, "Nana, you're truly beautiful." Yana, of course, already knew it was Chen Yang, and she huffed, "You dare to enter the women's restroom? You're so bold. Didn't you ask me to come?" Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. Yana's face flushed red, and she snapped, "Who told you to come? Don't make things up. Should I leave now?" Chen Yang's smile grew wider. "You've already hugged me, and you still want to leave? Is it because my charm isn't enough?" Yana looked at Chen Yang in the mirror, her eyes filled with desire. Chen Yang laughed, "All right, big sister. What was the reason you called me here today?" Yana's red lips curled slightly as she laughed. "Seeing you being ignored made me unhappy. Sister is a goddess in front of them, but here, sister is yours." Half an hour later, everyone in the private room was a bit puzzled. What's going on with Nana? She's been gone for over half an hour and hasn't come back yet. I don't know. I hope nothing happened. That shouldn't be possible. What could happen at the Swan Ball? Let's give her a call and check. I just called her. She said she is fine and will be back soon, but her tone sounded a bit off. Maybe she's not feeling well. Everyone started discussing it. However, their attention was entirely focused on Yana. As for Chen Yang, he was completely ignored. After waiting a while longer, the private room door finally opened, and Yana walked in from outside. At that moment, although Yana was still as elegant and beautiful as ever, there was an odd feeling about her. As soon as Yana returned, everyone rushed forward to ask her, "Nana, where did you go? Why did you take so long? Nana, are you okay?" Among them, the most concerned was Song Sinyu. He asked directly, "Nana, are you feeling okay? Should I call a doctor for you? I know a few chief doctors at the nearby central hospital." But the more they asked, the redder Yana's face became. She said, "No, I'm just feeling a little unwell. I'll rest for a while and be fine." At that moment, Chen Yang also returned from outside, unnoticed by most. None of them could have imagined that Yana had just been with Chen Yang. After the incident was resolved, everyone had a few more drinks. They entered a slightly tipsy state. The gathering was nearing its end. The final segment was the pretentious show-off before everyone dispersed. "Zhou, where are you working these days? How's it going?" Song Sinyu was the first to ask, addressing his subordinate Zhou. Zhou replied awkwardly, "I'm currently delivering food. I only make a few thousand a month. I really need you to help me out, Sinyu. Take me to the United States to make some big money." Zhou, this guy, has always been academically poor since he was a child. He dropped out after junior high school and ended up in this situation, so it's understandable. Song Sinyu listened to his words, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes. Although Zhou had been fawning over him at the gathering, praising the United States in every way, Song Sinyu still looked down on him. However, he couldn't say that outright. He smiled slightly and said, "All right, I'll definitely look out for you in the future. What about the others?" Song Sinyu's gaze swept over the remaining few people. Sun Changkuan was in a slightly better situation than Zhou, working at a small company with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Chen Jiayu had also graduated from a prestigious university, so her post-graduation job was decent, with a monthly salary between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan. The remaining two were Yao Na and Chen Yang. Yao Na, of course, was wearing a Jaeger LeCoultre watch, which everyone was familiar with. Chen Yang. Everyone, except Yao Na, turned to look at Chen Yang. What does Chen Yang do? They really had no idea. Especially Song Sinyu, whose gaze toward Chen Yang carried a hint of contempt. This Chen Yang isn't the type to show off, is he? He wanted to see what Chen Yang had to brag about. Facing everyone's gaze, Chen Yang remained calm and said directly, "I'm doing fine. I hold a 10% stake in Tianma and hold the title of general manager. My monthly salary plus dividends comes to around $1 million, just a little money, nothing to write home about." In fact, Chen Yang was being very conservative. $1 million? He could earn that in a single day. But saying it out loud was indeed a bit intimidating. Better to play it safe. Indeed, even though Chen Yang had already been very conservative, it still left everyone present speechless. What? Own 10% of Tianma's shares? And holding a nominal position as general manager? A monthly salary of around $1 million with an annual income of $10 million? This is impossible. Chen Yang is just a recent college graduate. Moreover, everyone knows Chen Yang's family background. He has no connections whatsoever. This is absolutely impossible. At that moment, whether it was Zhou Yusen, Song Xinyu, Sun Changkuan, or Qin Jieyu, everyone was speechless with disbelief, refusing to believe Chen Yang's words. A moment later, Song Xinyu snapped out of it and gave a rather unfriendly smile, saying, "Chen Yang, we've known each other since we were kids. Saying that is just not funny." Sun Changkuan chimed in, "That's right, Chen Yang. We all know you inside out. Why lie to us at a gathering?" Zhou Yu laughed sarcastically, "Chen Yang, I know it's probably because your job isn't very respectable, but there's really nothing to be ashamed of. I even dare to say I deliver takeout. What's there to be ashamed of? There's no need to lie just to look cool." No one believed Chen Yang. Chen Yang could only shrug helplessly. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, that's fine." Everyone heard this, but while they didn't say anything on the surface, they looked down on Chen Yang deeply in their hearts, thinking he was just trying to impress others and that they couldn't stand him. After drinking a bit more, it was time to wrap things up. Chapter 089, Ferrari 812. "Chen Yang, help me up." Yana seemed to be drunk, her face flushed, and her long legs stumbled as she walked. Others were eager to help, but Yana only allowed Chen Yang to assist her. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around Yana's waist, steadied her, and led her toward the exit. Song Xinyu, Zhou Yu, and Sun Changkuan watched their backs, filled with envy and resentment. Chen Yang, that guy, has no real talent yet loves to show off, but his luck is truly unmatched. He's been close with Yao Na since childhood and has remained so even as adults. However, none of them believed that Chen Yang could ever have anything with Yao Na. After all, a goddess like Yao Na wouldn't possibly look down on Chen Yang. The group left the Swan Ball and headed outside. Song Xinyu pulled out his car keys and started the Audi A8 parked outside. Before he could say a word, Zhou Yu spoke up. "Holy crap, Xinyu, an Audi A8. You can actually afford such a luxurious car?" Zhou Yu was completely stunned. An Audi A8, worth nearly $1 million, he, a delivery guy, couldn't even dream of owning one. "I just bought it for commuting." Song Xinyu looked a bit proud. Although the car wasn't his, it belonged to the company, but who cared? In public, you had to put on a show. He glanced at Yao Na beside him, hoping she would give him an admiring look. But to his surprise, Yao Na didn't give him a single admiring glance, not even a glance. She was busy chatting with Chen Yang. This made Song Xinyu extremely angry. What was so great about Chen Yang? Was Yao Na really that into him? He couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out, "Chen Yang, didn't you just say you own 10% of Tianma and make millions a year? Your car must be pretty nice, right?" Song Xinyu had thrown down the gauntlet, and the others naturally followed suit. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Earning 10 million a year? That should at least get you a Porsche 911 or a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, right? Chen Yang, what kind of car do you have? Bring it out so we can take a look." Sun Changkuan added, "Yeah, let everyone take a look." Everyone wanted to see Chen Yang make a fool of himself. Chen Yang just smiled and said, "It's not that great of a car. Since everyone wants to see it, fine." Chen Yang helped the slightly intoxicated Yao Na over to Qin Jieyu, then headed straight to the parking lot. "Now you know why you said it wasn't a good car to save face?" Song Xinyu sneered inwardly. He had actually thought Chen Yang must be driving something cheap. Maybe it was a BYD. When Chen Yang finally drove out, he could mock him thoroughly, maybe even make Yao Na see the truth and realize Chen Yang wasn't all that. If he could get Yao Na into his car, that would be absolutely brilliant. Song Xinyu was lost in his own little fantasy. At that moment, boom! A deafening roar of an engine echoed through the air. Everyone's gaze turned toward the parking lot. A bright red, ultra-modern supercar roared out of the parking lot and sped away. Upon seeing the stunning supercar, everyone was immediately captivated. That supercar is way too beautiful. It must belong to some wealthy playboy or a socialite. But what they never expected was that after exiting the parking lot, the red supercar continued straight ahead and came directly to the crowd. The red supercar came to a stop. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the window slowly rolled down, revealing Chen Yang's handsome face. Chen Yang smiled and said, "This is my car, a Ferrari 812. It's nothing special, just over 5 million. Though it's pretty luxurious, the space is limited, only fitting 2 people. It's quite a hassle." Chen Yang's words were like a thunderclap to Song Sinyu and the others. They were all stunned, standing there speechless. Not a Ferrari 812 worth over 5 million yuan. It's actually Chen Yang's car? This can't be possible. Chen Yang is just an ordinary office worker. How could he be so wealthy? Could it be that Chen Yang wasn't just bragging? Was what he just said true? Is he really a shareholder of a listed company? Earning millions a year? At this very moment, even if everyone had doubts, the undeniable facts before their eyes were enough to make them believe completely. Only Qin Jieyu was left speechless, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow! Chen Yang, this car is so beautiful. I've never seen such a luxurious car in my life. Can I sit in the passenger seat and give it a try? Chen Jieyu looked at him with eager anticipation. However, Chen Yang laughed and said, sure, but not today. I have to take Nana home today. With that, he helped Yao Na into the passenger seat. Before leaving, he glanced at Zhou Yu and smiled. Zhou Yu, I wonder if this counts as making a fortune? Zhou Yu was nearly frozen in place, staring at the dreamlike Ferrari 812 in front of him, his lips pale, unable to utter a single word. He was just a delivery guy. Even if he were given 300 years, he couldn't earn enough to buy this car. Shen Yang didn't bother to argue further with him, got back into the passenger seat and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari 812 roared away down the streets of Shenzhen. Chen Yang hadn't drunk any alcohol tonight because he had to drive. After the Ferrari 812 departed, Sun Changkuan, Zhou Yu, and Song Sinyu remained frozen in place, their faces still filled with disbelief. Especially Song Sinyu, who looked at the Audi A8 keys in his hand and began to question the meaning of life. Compared to Chen Yang's Ferrari A12, his Audi A8 was nothing. And to make matters worse, this worthless Audi A8 wasn't even his, it belonged to the company. In that moment, he suddenly realized that the three of them were nothing but a laughingstock in Chen Yang's eyes. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped through the streets of Shenzhen. After getting into the car, Yao Na regained her composure slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. Chen Yang, this car, is it really yours? She couldn't believe it either. A Ferrari. It was a dream beyond the reach of so many people. Chen Yang just went ahead and bought it? Although she had already known that Chen Yang had become quite wealthy for some reason, seeing him driving a Ferrari 812 worth over 5 million yuan still felt too surreal for her. At that moment, it felt like a scene from a TV drama had come to life. The younger brother who had once followed her everywhere had grown up and become a true heartthrob. Chapter 090, Overseas Chinese International Sky Garden Hotel. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari with one hand, smiling slightly and saying, yeah, isn't it beautiful? It's so beautiful. I never imagined in my life that I could sit in the passenger seat of such a top-of-the-line luxury car. Yao Na was still tipsy, but her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, you're amazing. Being praised by Yao Na made Chen Yang feel quite pleased inside. After all, Yao Na was his good sister, his former goddess. Yao Na, her eyes half closed from drunkenness, leaned closer to Chen Yang and said softly, I'm tired. Let's rest for a while. Brother, can you take me to the hotel? Sure. Chen Yang replied. Yao Na's pretty face lit up with a sweet smile before she drifted off to sleep. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped down the streets of Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Overseas Chinese International Sky Garden Hotel. This is the most luxurious and upscale hotel in all of Shenzhen. Even the most basic rooms here cost 5,000 yuan per night, offering unparalleled luxury and opulence. And the most luxurious of all is the presidential suite with an aerial garden at the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Hotel. A whopping 880,000 yuan per night. As the name suggests, the Sky Garden Presidential Suite is an entire floor of the hotel transformed into a private sky garden, complete with a private cinema, gym, a spa, bathhouse, restaurant, and more, everything you could possibly desire. Additionally, the suite is staffed with a dedicated butler, and chefs from around the world prepare a variety of cuisines, offering an array of culinary delights. It can be said that the Sky Garden Presidential Suite at the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel is one of the most luxurious and top-tier presidential suites in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yang arrived tonight with Yao Na and checked into this suite. Along the way, they were attended by a dedicated butler, riding in a luxurious elevator to the presidential suite. What greeted their eyes were various rare green plants, very soothing to the eyes, with walls adorned with valuable paintings, exuding an artistic ambience. Upon entering the bedroom area, the 180-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the bustling nightscape of the city below. The bedding, sourced from the world's finest brands, exudes unparalleled luxury. Even the fragrance in the air was from the world's most prestigious perfume brands. The luxury was beyond imagination. As he arrived here, Chen Yang looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms, Yao Na. To his surprise, Yao Na had already woken up and was looking at him, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of intoxication and a dreamy expression. Na Jia. Chen Yang finally managed to call her Na Jia today, and he was about to say something else. But Yao Na placed her slender jade-like finger across Chen Yang's lips, preventing him from continuing. Yana's face flushed red, and she spoke with a dazed expression. Good little brother. Don't speak. Come here. Chen Yang also felt a surge of heat and whispered, all right. The next morning, when the sunlight streamed into the presidential suite, it was already in complete disarray. Chen Yang woke up groggily, and the first thing he saw was the breathtaking view of the city at dawn, along with the rising sun. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt as though the sky was clear and bright, and all the gloom in his heart vanished. Is this what it feels like to be rich? It was truly wonderful. However, soon a sense of emptiness crept in. He had indulged himself too much yesterday. Today he felt a bit drained. As Chen Yang was admiring the early morning scenery of Shin City, Yana, soft and delicate, slipped into his arms like a beautiful snake. Good brother, you're up early. Yana's hair was still a bit messy, and her pretty face was filled with fatigue. Even without makeup, her beauty was still striking and captivating. Chen Yang looked at his beautiful neighbor, his white moonlight, and smiled, still calling me little brother? What else should I call you? Yana blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking confused. Call me husband and let me hear it. Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. Yana's face flushed slightly. Calling Chen Yang husband? This was something she had never even dared to imagine before. In her eyes, Chen Yang had always been just an innocent younger brother, but now. However, she eventually complied with a shy smile. All right. Husband. She even used a playful, delicate tone, sounding like a gentle, submissive woman. That single word, husband, had penetrated Chen Yang's heart. Chen Yang smiled slightly, his heart racing, and immediately hugged Yana tightly again. And so, until 10 o'clock in the morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Yana finally lay back in Chen Yang's arms, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Husband. I'm tired. I need to rest for a while. Yana said weakly. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, rest. This presidential suite is available until tonight, so there's plenty of time. No rush. All right, honey. You're so kind, honey. After saying that, Yana fell into a deep sleep, her posture graceful, once again resembling a sleeping beauty. It must be said. Yana is truly beautiful. If given the opportunity in the future, she might even enter the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment industry is chaotic, with Chen Yang by her side and the system supporting her, he is confident that Yana will not be harmed. But all that is for the future. As the night came to an end, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 160,000. This consumption was truly indulgent. Spend 880,000, got 1,600,000 back, a difference of about 800,000. That's pretty sweet. Detected that the host has engaged in an intimate relationship and successfully bound. Name, Yao Na. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 48 waist 92 chest 90 hips. Relationship, lover. Loyalty, 75. Binding successful. Coming soon. Intimate tasks have also been posted. Indulgent spending. Description: when life is good, one should enjoy it to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup stand empty before the moon. Now that you have brought the beauty home, it is only natural to enjoy life with her. Requirements: complete an indulgent spending activity with Yao Na, with a total amount exceeding 5 million. Reward, 2 million, 2 attribute points. Date cost, 10 million. This is a consumption task. Pretty decent. There's a 10 million dating budget, and you only need to spend 5 million. Plus 2 million in rewards and 2 attribute points, not bad at all. However, spending 5 million is actually quite challenging, as you can't buy a house or a car. After all, it's about enjoying life and sharing experiences, so you need to think carefully about where to spend the money. Thinking about this, Chen Yang suddenly remembered that the intimate task between him and Chen Xingling hadn't been completed yet. Chapter 091, Beautiful Scenery. Opening WeChat, he immediately received Chen Xingling's daily greeting. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, good morning. I've been thinking about you so much today. What an energetic young lady. She is always full of energy every day. At the same time, she sent a photo of herself on campus, wearing a black school uniform, looking youthful and adorable. Chen Yang smiled slightly. His little sister was indeed a great source of emotional support. Before Chen Yang could reply, Yao Na, who was in his arms, opened her eyes dazedly and saw Chen Xingling's beautiful photo on the phone screen, unable to help but laugh. What a beautiful younger sister. Did you spend money to hire a student to be your younger sister? Yao Na said with a smile, but there was little anger in her tone. Chen Yang laughed it off casually, just a younger classmate. We've known each other for years. Just a junior? Yao Na's smile carried a hint of something else. Yes, just a junior. Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. She was indeed just a junior. Just a junior who was close to him. Chen Yang replied to Chen Xingling's message. Mu Yang, since you think of me so much, I'll come to school to find you tonight. Make sure you're ready. Lemon sauce, #cats happy, sure. Chen Yang, I've been waiting for you all along. Chen Xingling's tone was clearly excited. Chen Yang smiled slightly. He decided to go visit Chen Xingling tonight. It had been a few days since he last saw his good younger sister, and he did miss her a bit. Yana in his arms snorted lightly, "You're just deceiving that innocent and cute little freshman." Chen Yang froze for a moment before laughing, "She's pure and cute? Nana, are you sure?" "Of course. She's such a cute little sister." Yana seemed to genuinely like Chen Xingling. Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, "You'll see how cute she is later." "What about me? Am I cute?" Yana's breath was fragrant, and her eyes were full of charm. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "You're not cute." "Why?" Yana widened her eyes in surprise and said with a hint of resentment, "You start disliking her once you get her?" "No." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Because only the little ones are cute." "Nana, you're not small at all." Yana blushed deeply, shot Chen Yang a sultry glance, and looked utterly captivating. Chen Yang and Yana slept until 4 in the afternoon before getting up. When Chen Yang got up, Yana was already awake. She had finished her morning routine and was wearing a black nightgown, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire city, taking photos. The evening sunlight streamed into the bedroom, casting a warm glow over Yana's sensual, curvaceous body. She was already extremely beautiful, and now, with the light enhancing her features, she was breathtakingly stunning. Chen Yang, who had just gotten out of bed, was momentarily speechless at the sight of such beauty. After lying in bed and admiring the view for a while, Yana finally noticed Chen Yang and gave him a charming smile, saying, "Awake?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "Keep taking photos. You look so beautiful." Yana's face flushed slightly. She wasn't wearing any shoes, her bare white feet glistening, as she quickly walked over and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, laughing. "Good little brother, your older sister is your little lover. When you're sleeping, sister can be a little vain. But when you wake up, how can your sister just ignore you? Sister's only purpose is to provide you with emotional value." Yana's tone was half joking. But deep down, she truly believed it. Chen Yang was not only young and handsome but also wealthy, something she could never possess alone. She was a smart woman who knew what she should do and where she belonged. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "Being able to lie on the hotel bed and admire your beautiful figure is already more than enough emotional value for me." Yana smiled in response, then suddenly batted her beautiful eyes and said with a mischievous grin, "Well, do you want to see me in an even more beautiful state? How do you want to admire it?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "You'll see soon enough." Yana smiled sweetly, then gracefully walked toward the large floor-to-ceiling window. She gently tugged at the silk ribbon of her nightgown, which slowly slipped off her body. The setting sun and the beauty. Truly the most beautiful sight. However, Chen Yang didn't linger to admire the view for long. He quickly freshened up and then took Yana to dine in the aerial garden. The dining experience here was undoubtedly top-notch. Chefs from all over the world provide one-on-one service, offering a variety of top-notch dishes to delight the palate. Beauty, fine cuisine, and breathtaking views. At that moment, Chen Yang truly felt like he was living life to the fullest. It turns out that with money, the world can be so wonderful. Ah. Damn rich people. Thankfully. I'm damned too. Dinner was over, and it was time to leave the Overseas Chinese International Sky Garden Hotel. Chen Yang and Yao now were riding in a spacious and luxurious elevator, accompanied by the female manager of the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. At that moment, she was carefully attending to Chen Yang and Yana, afraid to show the slightest sign of disrespect. As the three of them approached the lobby entrance, Yana realized she had forgotten something and went back up with the female manager to retrieve it. Chen Yang waited briefly at the entrance. However, while waiting, he spotted a familiar figure walking in from outside. "Mr. John. Rest assured, the hotel I've booked for you this time is definitely the most luxurious in Manhwa. Whether it's the environment, service, or any other aspect, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The words were filled with flattery, and his attitude was subservient. This man was none other than Chen Yang's old classmate, Song Sinyu. I never expected to run into him here. How interesting. He was hovering around a foreigner, acting so fawning he looked like a grandson. The foreigner, on the other hand, was arrogant and looked at him as if he were a servant. Song Sinyu and the foreigner walked in and happened to see Chen Yang standing at the door. Chen Yang? Song Sinyu couldn't help but freeze, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected to encounter Chen Yang here. After all, this was the Overseas Chinese International Sky Garden Hotel, one of the most prestigious hotels in Shenzhen. As for the incident last night where Chen Yang drove an 812, he had reviewed it thoroughly yesterday and today, and ultimately concluded that Chen Yang must have rented the car from somewhere to forcefully save face. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how Chen Yang could possibly afford an 812. Damn it! Last night, that kid Chen Yang got away with it, not only showing off but also sending Yana home. Now that we've met again, it's truly a case of enemies meeting by chance. He wouldn't have thought that Yao Na and Chen Yang had anything going on. After all, in his eyes, Yao Na would never look at Chen Yang that way. She just sees him as a younger brother. Chapter 092, The Arrogant John. As for why Chen Yang is here. Waiter? Valet? Right. This guy must be the valet at the Overseas Chinese International Sky Garden Hotel. No wonder he can drive such a top-of-the-line luxury car like the A12. Thinking this, Song Sinyu arrogantly believed he had uncovered the truth. Chen Yang also noticed Song Sinyu but ignored him, his expression indifferent. But the guy walked right up to him, carrying 2 suitcases, and said, "Chen Yang, I'm calling you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me take Mr. John's things upstairs." He pretended to hand the luggage to Chen Yang. Chen Yang furrowed his brows, confused and unsure of the man's intentions. However, he quickly realized that the man was mistaking him for hotel staff, as his all-black attire bore a resemblance to the hotel's uniform. This guy must have mistaken him for hotel staff. Chen Yang said indifferently, "I'm not his servant. Why should I help him carry his luggage?" This statement was blunt and unapologetic. Someone like Song Sinyu, who was so pretentious and obsessed with foreign things, didn't deserve any courtesy. "You." Song Sinyu never expected Chen Yang to speak so bluntly. His face flushed red, and he wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. At that moment, he truly resembled John's servant. John noticed the exchange between Song Sinyu and Chen Yang, furrowed his brows, and spoke in broken Chinese. "You just want more tips, don't you? Chinese people are indeed so greedy." As he spoke, he pulled out several bright red bills and tossed them toward Chen Yang. "Pick them up. This is your tip. Serve me well, and there will be more." John was an American, a very traditional white man, born with a sense of superiority, believing that white skin made him superior to others. He looked down on anyone of a different skin color. Before Chen Yang could react, Song Sinyu, standing beside him, smiled broadly and said, "Mr. John is indeed generous. But someone like him only needs to give a few dozen, why give so much? It's a waste." He then turned to Chen Yang and coldly said, "Chen Yang, hurry up and thank Mr. John. This guy is truly a loyal dog. No wonder this foreigner dares to be so arrogant." Chen Yang looked at the two of them with a cold smile and said directly, "A few $100 to get someone to do your bidding? That wouldn't even be enough to tip a beggar. I'll give 1,000, no, 2,000. Chen Yang pulled out a thick stack of bills from his designer wallet and placed them on the table, his smile growing colder as he said, "I don't need your help. All you have to do is kneel on the ground and bark like a dog." Chen Yang's words were even more arrogant, completely trampling Song Sinyu and John's faces into the ground. John and Song Sinyu's faces turned ugly in an instant. The worst of them all was Song Sinyu. He never imagined that Chen Yang would dare to insult him, and even worse, dare to insult Mr. John. What a ignorant fool. Chen Yang, you really don't know anything. Mr. John gave you money because he recognizes your potential and is giving you an opportunity. All you need to do now is work hard for Mr. John, and you'll never be short of money in the future. Song Sinyu lectured Chen Yang in a condescending tone. Chen Yang crossed his legs and laughed, "Sorry, I don't need to work for others to make money." "You." Song Sinyu was nearly driven to madness. "Stupid Easterners." John also muttered an insult. "Mr. John, let's go. Don't bother with this guy." Song Sinyu continued to speak to John with a fawning expression. Just as the two were about to leave, a stunning figure emerged from inside the hotel. Yana had already finished getting her things from the female manager and was heading toward Chen Yang. Song Sinyu spotted Yao Na immediately, pausing for a moment in surprise, wondering why she was here. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face lighting up with a smile. He was currently with Mr. John, and this was the perfect opportunity to impress Yao Na. This was a perfect opportunity. "Nah." Song Sinyu was about to wave to Yao Na. But unexpectedly, a scene that left him speechless was about to unfold. Yao Na slowly walked up to Chen Yang, then threw herself into his arms, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile, and said, "Honey, did you have to wait long?" Chen Yang held the beautiful Yao Na in his arms and smiled slightly, "Not too long." Meanwhile, Song Sinyu, who was watching this scene, was completely speechless. What was going on here? Why would Yao Na take the initiative to throw herself into Chen Yang's arms, and why would she call him husband? What's going on here? However, he soon came up with a terrifying theory. Chen Yang and Yao Na had appeared at the same hotel. Last night, it was Chen Yang who drove Yao Na home. Could it be that? At this thought, Song Sinyu nearly lost his composure. He stared intently at Chen Yang and Yao Na, his eyes filled with anger. Yao Na was the goddess he had fantasized about for so many years. After holding back for a while, Song Sinyu finally asked, "Nana, what are you doing here?" Yao Na finally noticed Song Sinyu, but she didn't think much of it. She continued hugging Chen Yang and smiled. "Song Sinyu? You're here too? I came here with Chen Yang to have some fun. We stayed overnight. The place is pretty nice." Yao Na's words completely shattered Song Sinyu's resolve. "Come to play. Stayed for one night. That must have been last night, right?" Song Sinyu naturally couldn't believe that Chen Yang was some kind of saint who could remain completely composed after sharing a bed with a top-tier beauty like Yao Na. Last night, Yao Na and Chen Yang must have. Seeing Yao Na walk with a slight stumble, Song Sinyu felt his anger boiling over. She was his goddess. Chen Yang's next words dealt another blow to Song Sinyu. The hotel is indeed nice, but I've been pretty busy lately and don't have much time. Nah, next time we have time, let's stay here for a week. I'll spend every day with you and have a great time. How about it? Chen Yang said with a smile. Yao Na, of course, knew that play had a different meaning. Her face flushed and she laughed. Sure, we'll definitely have a good time next time. Song Sinyu was about to burst a blood vessel. Damn it! Those two are so disgusting. She's definitely a dog woman. Song Sinyu had no words to respond. Meanwhile, John, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but notice the stunningly beautiful Yao Na. His eyes lit up with a fiery gaze and he smiled broadly, saying, "Beautiful lady. Why stay with such useless Chinese men? Come with me." Chapter 093, Don't Let the Dog Stay. Today, I came to this hotel to stay in their Sky Garden suite, which costs tens of thousands of dollars per night. It's a very beautiful and luxurious presidential suite. I'd like to invite this beautiful lady to dine with me. This American is truly arrogant beyond belief, not even bothering to acknowledge Chen Yang, and instead directly inviting Yao Na in front of him. Before Yao Na could speak, the sycophant Song Sinyu interjected. Nana, you're so lucky to have been noticed by Mr. John. You should thank Mr. John properly. This guy's spine was already bent, completely turning him into a spineless creature. He actually believed that John taking an interest in Yao Na was a stroke of luck for her. Even if Yao Na were his goddess, he'd hand her over himself. Sorry, I'm not interested in foreigners. Yao Na rejected him outright. Chen Yang also sneered, Mr. John, if you don't mind, please give me the contact information for your sister, older sister, or wife girlfriend. I can stay in the presidential suite at the Sky Garden, and I can take them to enjoy the scenery. John's face darkened upon hearing Chen Yang's words. He had been in Longwei for so long and had never encountered a Longwei person who dared to speak to him like that. He could provoke these dragon country women. But for a dragon country man to try to flirt with his women was an act of defilement and desecration. John shot Chen Yang a mocking glance before saying, You? A man from the lowest strata of Longwei, do you even have a horse? You want to stay in an aerial garden suite? That's tens of thousands of dollars, can you even afford it? Song Sinyu also sneered, Mr. John, this guy is just putting on airs. He is just a poor man from the lowest class. Forget about the Sky Garden presidential suite, he probably can't even afford the most ordinary room. Their words were filled with scorn, dragging Chen Yang down to the lowest level. Chen Yang didn't get angry, he just smiled slightly and looked at the female manager who had been standing beside him all along. At this time, our room should still be available, right? The female manager finally responded, nodding and saying, yes, checkout isn't official until 6 o'clock in the evening. Great, then please extend it for 2 more days. Chen Yang took out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and handed it to the female manager. The female manager was taken aback and asked in confusion, extend it for 2 more days? Mr. Chen, are you planning to stay longer? No. Chen Yang shook his head, yawned, and said, I'm not staying, but I don't want the dog to stay either. As he spoke, he glared coldly at John and Song Sinyu in front of him. John and Song Sinyu didn't even bat an eyelid. They had no idea what Chen Yang was doing. Extend the stay for 2 days? What was he extending? The storage room? Ha. However, what the female manager said next left them speechless. The female manager pulled out a POS machine and swiped the card directly. After the transaction was successful, she looked at Chen Yang with utmost respect and said, Esteemed Mr. Chen, you have spent 176,000 yuan and successfully extended your stay for 2 days in the presidential suite of our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. You are now a Black Gold VIP at our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. From now on, you will be able to enjoy the services of our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel throughout the entire city of Shenzhen. We wish you a pleasant stay. This statement left John and Song Sinyu speechless. Chen Yang had extended his stay in the Sky Garden Presidential Suite? A Sky Garden Presidential Suite costing tens of thousands of US dollars, or hundreds of thousands of RMB, for just 1 night? This is way too extravagant. And it was an extension, which means he and Yao Na had already checked in last night. Add the 2 days of the extended stay, and the total expenditure has already exceeded $2 million, enough to buy a Porsche 911. Song Sinyu was so shocked he couldn't say a word. John, however, had regained his composure and said angrily, This is impossible. You're just a lowly Chinese person. How could you afford such a luxurious presidential suite? It must be fake. Where are the staff? I need to check in for the presidential suite with the Sky Garden. Come here and process my check-in. This arrogant man's true nature was revealed as he shouted in broken Chinese throughout the lobby. The female manager approached him, showed her ID badge, and said, Mr. John, hello. I am the general manager of the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel, Lin Yun. I was the one who contacted you earlier. You were indeed eligible to stay in the Sky Garden Presidential Suite, but unfortunately, Mr. Chen has already checked in. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and hope you can consider another room. The female manager spoke in a polite yet firm tone. John listened to the female manager's words and finally understood that this wasn't a scam. This Chinese national had indeed extended his stay for 2 days in the Sky Garden presidential suite. He stared intently at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, didn't care about his gaze at all. He wrapped his arm around Yao Na and headed toward the entrance of the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. Before leaving, he delivered one final blow. Manager Lin. The presidential suite has been extended for 2 days, but I might not come to stay. But you must keep an eye on it. Just make sure no dogs come in to stay. It was clear who he was referring to. The female manager smiled faintly and said, Mr. Chen, please rest assured. Chen Yang laughed heartily and left the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel with Yao Na. Behind them, John's impotent rage echoed. FCK. Song Sinyu, however, was struck speechless, frozen in place. He watched Chen Yang leave with Yao Na in his arms. At that moment, he finally realized. Chen Yang hadn't been lying earlier. Chen Yang's wealth was likely far beyond his imagination. In front of Chen Yang, he was probably just a clown. The gap between Chen Yang and him was now as vast as heaven and earth. Boom! The Ferrari 812 departed from the overseas Chinese International Garden Hotel. It was just evening. The fiery clouds on the horizon were breathtakingly beautiful, and a cool breeze blew gently, making the atmosphere incredibly pleasant. Chen Yang opened the convertible top of the Ferrari 812 and, alongside Yao Na, enjoyed the cool night breeze, feeling relaxed and joyful. Yao Na was very happy, her beautiful face radiating joy. Honey, that was absolutely amazing. Look at that smug foreigner getting humiliated. That's so funny. These despicable foreigners deserve to be taught a lesson. Yao Na was a woman with a strong sense of morality. She wasn't extremely xenophobic. She welcomed and gladly hosted friendly foreigners. However, she found foreigners like John, who were arrogant and greedy, the most repulsive. Chapter 094, Yao Na's Family Affairs. In the past, she had to put on a smile for work. Today, Chen Yang had finally given her a chance to vent her anger, and it felt so satisfying. Chen Yang smiled and asked with a touch of arrogance. Is your husband good? Yao Na instantly transformed into a delicate woman, using a soft, girly voice to say, Husband, you're amazing. I really like it. Chen Yang laughed heartily, driving the Ferrari with one hand, carrying Yao Na, his former goddess, as they sped through the evening streets of Shenzhen. At that moment, the system's voice sounded once more. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 220 million. The reward for the indulgent spending had also arrived. Spent over 1.7 million, rewarded with over 2 million. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Luxury cars and beautiful women. A life of luxury and excess. At this moment, Chen Yang felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Happy community. This was the old neighborhood where Chen Yang and Yao Na used to live. Unlike Chen Yang's family had previously rented an apartment in Happy Community, but they moved out during his middle school years. Yao Na and Song Sinyu, on the other hand, had always owned homes within the community. So they have always lived here. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari to Happy Community. Sitting in the car, looking out at the old, dilapidated neighborhood with peeling walls, Chen Yang felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling the memories of the past. So many years have passed, yet this place hasn't changed a bit. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Yao Na sighed, how could it change? Happy Community isn't in the city center, it's in the suburbs. The demolition plan won't even come around for at least 100 years. This place will always stay the same, it won't change. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Happy Community was an old urban area in Shenzhen, a village within the city, and it was virtually impossible for it to be demolished. Chen Yang parked his Ferrari 812 in front of Yao Na's apartment building and got out with her. Want to come up for a visit? Yao Na asked with a smile. Of course. It's been years since I've been here, and I haven't seen uncle and auntie in ages. Chen Yang replied with a smile. He had always had a good relationship with Yao Na's parents and often visited them. All right. Yao Na was also quite happy, suddenly feeling a strange sense of meeting the parents. The two walked side by side into the apartment building and headed upstairs. How have uncle and aunt been these past few years? Are they in good health? Chen Yang asked as they walked. My dad is doing okay. Mentioning this, Yao Na's beautiful eyes grew slightly somber as she said, my mother's health isn't very good. She fell ill 2 years ago and has been undergoing treatment ever since. Is it serious? Chen Yang furrowed his brows and asked. It's not too bad. She's had several surgeries, but we've been spending a lot on imported medications. Otherwise, she's doing okay. Yao Na sighed. It was clear that the medical expenses must not be a small sum. No wonder Yao Na had been working at Jiangshidentong all these years, never leaving or considering other jobs, and never pursuing her dreams. It turns out there was that kind of pressure behind it. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much more. The two quickly arrived at the apartment. Upon opening the door, Chen Yang immediately detected a strong, pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Looking around the apartment, though it was clean and tidy, it was clearly quite old. The living conditions were far from comparable to a hotel, and even when compared to the Shawan community, they were significantly inferior. It's a bit messy, don't mind it. Yao Na turned on the light. The apartment finally became a bit brighter. Chen Yang nodded, sat down on the sofa, and looked around the apartment, unable to help but smile. This place is full of memories. Yeah, we used to play here all the time when we were kids, watching TV here. Yana also reminisced about the past, her lips curving into a smile as she said, back then, you were always trying to take the remote control from me, but you could never beat me, I always had the upper hand. Who would have thought that after all these years, now you're the one dominating me? When Yana said the word dominate, the smile on her lips grew even wider, clearly implying something more. Chen Yang also fell into his own memories. Yes. Everything back then was so warm and happy. Unfortunately, over a decade had passed in the blink of an eye, and those beautiful memories could only exist in their recollections. Just as the two were chatting, a voice echoed from within the room. Nah. Nana, is that you back? It was the voice of a woman. Chen Yang recognized the voice immediately. It was Yao Na's mother, Zhang Hua, also known as his Aunt Zhang. Yes, Mom, I brought a friend back with me. Yao Na replied. A friend? Zhang Hua seemed a bit surprised, and then the sound of a door opening followed. The side bedroom door opened, and Zhang Hua emerged from inside, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Is it your boyfriend? Chen Yang also saw Zhang Hua. The Zhang Hua of the present was completely different from before. She had once been quite beautiful, which was why she could have given birth to a daughter as stunningly beautiful as Yao Na. Now, however, she was extremely thin, with gray hair, and looked very old. Clearly, she had been severely tormented by illness. Aunt Zhang, it's been a long time. Chen Yang greeted her with a smile. Zhang Hua looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, she seemed to recognize him and said, You're Chen Yang? Yes, that's me. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Upon realizing it was Chen Yang, Zhang Hua's expression brightened with delight. She smiled and said, It really is Chen Yang. I never expected you'd grown so much. And you're quite handsome too. Chen Yang also smiled and said, Aunt Zhang still looks as radiant as ever. Zhang Hua sighed sadly, Don't flatter me. You know what I'm like now. I'm old, sick, and not in good shape anymore. Mom, what are you talking about? Your illness is almost completely healed. Yao Na hurriedly said. Zhang Hua coughed twice and said, My illness probably won't get better. I'll probably have to take medicine for the rest of my life. Nah. Mom is counting on you. You must find a boyfriend soon. Otherwise, how will I afford my medical expenses in the future? Zhang Hua's two sentences brought up a very sensitive issue. Marriage pressure. Yes. This is currently Yao Na's top priority. After all, Yao Na is already in her late 20s, considered an older single woman, and it's definitely time for her to get married. Chapter 095, Zhang Hua's thoughts. Being pressured to marry in person, Yao Na's expression wasn't very pleasant. Clearly, the pressure from her family was overwhelming. Mom, Chen Yang is coming over today. Please don't bring this up yet. Yao Na tried to stop Zhang Hua from bringing up the marriage topic. But Zhang Hua went on her own, saying, What's the big deal? Chen Yang isn't an outsider. What's the problem? Nana, your Aunt Sue has recently introduced you to a Mr. Wang who runs a catering company. He's very wealthy. He is very interested in you. You should arrange to meet him someday. Zhang Hua kept nagging Yao Na about these things. Chen Yang, who was listening nearby, furrowed his brows. The Zhang Hua of the past wasn't like this. The Zhang Hua of the past was gentle, kind, and very respectful of Yao Na. Now, perhaps it was because she had been tormented by her illness for several years that her personality had changed. Chen Yang wasn't lacking in emotional intelligence either. He knew that Zhang Hua was also trying to get rid of them, so he smiled and said, Well, Aunt Zhang, Nana, you two go ahead and chat. I'll go first. Chen Yang, sensing the situation, stood up and left. Yao Na saw Chen Yang about to leave, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively called out, Old. But she stopped herself before she could say husband. Yao Na changed her words and said, Chen Yang, why not stay for dinner before you go? No, I have something to do. Let us meet another time. Chen Yang smiled. All right. Yao Na nodded. Zhang Hua also spoke up, Come visit again when you have time. Chen Yang nodded and left. After Chen Yang left, Yao Na said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, they came to our house as guests. Why did you say all those random things? What do you mean nonsense? Isn't this the most important thing right now? Zhang Hua retorted bluntly. This is something we should discuss privately. I don't know what you're thinking when we're in front of others. Yao Na was a bit annoyed. Zhang Hua, however, spoke bluntly, Do you think Mom doesn't know? Mom is just afraid that Chen Yang is getting too close to you, so she deliberately did this to make him give up. What's wrong with Chen Yang? He is young and handsome. Yao Na continued. Can youth and good looks put food on the table? Zhang Hua snorted and said, Nana, you're so old, yet your thoughts are still so naive. If you want to live a good life in your later years, relying on youth and good looks is completely useless. You still need money. Without money, you're nothing. Yao Na smiled and said, Mom, how can you be so sure Chen Yang doesn't have money? Don't I know Chen Yang? Zhang Hua said confidently, we used to live in the same neighborhood. We saw each other every day. Chen Yang's family is so poor they're renting a house in the neighborhood. Now that he has graduated and been working for a few years, how much money could he possibly have? Zhang Hua wasn't looking down on Chen Yang, she was just being realistic. Chen Yang, a college graduate with no family background and only a few years of work experience, not having money was quite normal. Yao Na's smile grew even wider as she said, but what if Chen Yang is rich? Impossible, Zhang Hua shook her head firmly. I'm just saying if. Yao Na repeated. If Chen Yang had money, then everything would be fine. Zhang Hua's tone softened slightly. Yao Na smiled sweetly and said, as long as Chen Yang has money, I'll be his mistress and let him support me. How about that? You're saying that? You're so beautiful and have such a great figure, why would you want to be someone else's mistress? Zhang Hua said discontentedly. You said we should bow to reality. I'm bowing to reality now. Yao Na said with a playful smile. Just say yes or no. Mom. Zhang Hua thought it over carefully, then smiled and said, it's not impossible. Outside happy community. Chen Yang got into his Ferrari A12. He had barely sat down when the car hadn't even started yet. A WeChat message sounded. It was a WeChat message from Yao Na. Xiao Nana, husband, I'm sorry. My mom is just like that. She's been sick these past few years, and since I haven't found a boyfriend yet, she's gotten a bit too anxious. This kind-hearted sister was very considerate, knowing that the recent incident must have upset Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and replied directly. Mu Yang, it's okay, I understand. But I wonder if you should go meet that Mr. Wang in a couple of days? Xiao Nana, what kind of Mr. Wang is that? Compared to my husband, he's nothing. I don't want to meet him. I belong to you for the rest of my life, husband. The sweet, girly words made Yao Na sound like a little woman. This directly boosted Chen Yang's emotional value. And she was afraid Chen Yang might overthink it, so she added another sentence. Xiao Nana, and honey, I'm very understanding. No matter how many women you have outside, I won't mind. I'm just your little mistress. Whenever you're lonely, come find me, and I'll make you very, very happy. Yao Na was a very smart woman. She knew that Chen Yang was now extremely wealthy. She absolutely cannot control Chen Yang or make him love only her. After all, even though she was Chen Yang's goddess, she wasn't his true love. His true love, Jerome, had already left him. She had no right to demand anything more. Chen Yang looked at Yao Na's words as if he had thought of something, his expression complex. He sent a message. This message, however, was not words, but a transfer. 30,000. Transfers made with the Dragon card from Huaxia Bank have no limits, so there would be no issues. After Chen Yang sent the 30,000 yuan, Yao Na remained silent for a while before replying. Xiao Nana, honey, what's this? Mu Yang, aren't you supposed to be my mistress? Since I'm already supporting you, how can I not give you money? 30,000, is that enough? 30,000 yuan wasn't much for Chen Yang. He had actually thought it through. Originally, he had planned to occasionally give Yao Na some bags or jewelry. After all, Yao Na was her good sister, had helped him so much over the years, and now they had finally gotten together. She deserved some benefits. However, after seeing Yao Na's family situation, Chen Yang still felt that giving her money directly might be the best option. Though it was a bit blunt, it was the most efficient way to help Yao Na. Yao Na's response came quickly. Xiao Nana, husband, this is too much money. You don't need to give me so much. Just give me a few thousand, or even a couple of thousand, that's enough. I'm not worth that much. Yao Na said this, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed to accept it. Mu Yang, what can a few thousand do? Since you're willing to be my mistress, there should be appropriate compensation. From now on, 30,000 a month, is that enough for you, Nana? Chapter 096, 30,000. Xiao Nana, what? 30,000 a month? That's way too much. No way, absolutely not. 30,000 a month was an astronomical figure for someone like her, a mere office worker. Chen Yang remained silent for a moment before responding. Mu Yang, Nana, this 300,000 yuan isn't much to me, but it will be very useful to you. Take it. Use this money to improve your life, move to a better place. You've been living in such a dangerous area, and I'm worried about you. Also, make sure to take good care of Aunt Zhang's health. Uncle Yao should still be working, right? I remember he works in a factory with a very demanding schedule. Don't let him work so hard. You helped me so much back then, and you've continued to support me all these years. This money is my way of showing my gratitude. Chen Yang's words came straight from the heart. In this world, he had few remaining relatives. Someone like Yao Na, a childhood friend who was both close and deeply trusted, had become like family to him. Yao Na had given everything for him, so helping her was only natural. Yana fell silent for a moment before responding. Xiao Nana, thank you, husband. I understand. I will accept this money. From now on, I will serve you with all my heart and soul. I will be a good little lover for you. Please rest assured, husband. Finally, Yana sent a voice message. Husband, I love you. 4 words, and the emotional value was immediately maxed out. Chen Yang's sense of fulfillment also reached its peak. He felt joyful and refreshed, as if the air on the road was crisp and clean. Moreover, despite having indulged himself all night last night, Chen Yang didn't feel overly tired, indicating that his physical condition had improved significantly compared to before. Everything was moving in the right direction. This kind of life. This is the true meaning of living life to the fullest. It was truly comfortable. However, at that moment, another message came through. It was from Lemon Sauce, also known as Chun Xingling. Lemon Sauce, Chen Yang, tonight, Tao Tao and I are all ready and waiting for you. Don't stand us up, okay? Chen Xingling also sent a selfie of herself and Xin Tao. In the photo, Xin Tao and Chen Xingling weren't wearing their usual black and white JK uniforms, but instead black and white strappy princess dresses. As pure and adorable college students, wearing these black and white princess dresses made them look even more youthful and adorable. Sisters are sisters, after all. That's really nice. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, don't worry, we'll definitely meet up then. Lemon Sauce, alright, Chen Yang, me and Tao Tao are waiting for you. Please don't stand us up, or I'll be really heartbroken. Chen Xingling added one more reminder. She wasn't joking. If Chen Yang really didn't show up, she would probably be very upset. Because today is no ordinary day. Today is actually Chen Xingling's birthday, but she didn't tell Chen Yang. But Chen Yang knows he has known for years and he has already prepared a birthday banquet for his dear younger sister. Things were almost in place. Chen Yang started his Ferrari A12 and sped through the streets of Shenzhen, heading back to Xiaowan Community. New York International Airport. Inside the hotel, Giraud had already changed into her flight attendant uniform and stood in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection, lost in thought. Giraud had always known she was beautiful. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the center of attention, the goddess everyone adored. Whether in elementary school, middle school, high school, or university, she had always been exceptionally outstanding. She had many admirers. Originally, she should have been able to stand on stage, bathed in the spotlight. Unfortunately, she had yet to fulfill her dreams. But she doesn't blame Chen Yang for it, she can only attribute it to her own lack of ability and the fact that she doesn't have the strength to pursue her ultimate dream. At the same time, a phone call came in. It was from Qin Lan. Qin Lan is an agent at an entertainment company in Shenzhen and had previously managed Giraud for a period of time. Qin Lan, how's the matter from last time? After picking up the phone, Giraud asked directly. The matter from last time was that she had asked Qin Lan to help her contact some entertainment companies in Shenzhen to see if there were any potential candidates worth nurturing. Qin Lan's response came quickly. I've already made some contacts, but due to your age, many entertainment companies in Shenzhen don't hold much hope for you. Only a few companies think your appearance meets the standards and are willing to give you a try. These companies are all medium-sized entertainment companies. I've selected a few for you, and in the end, Tianma seems to be the best fit. Qin Lan was very professional and quickly made the arrangements. Tianma? Giraud also had some knowledge of these entertainment companies and knew that Tianma was neither too large nor too small in terms of scale and size in Shenzhen. They primarily focus on the influencer market. However, they have also launched a couple of second or third tier celebrities, showing some potential for growth. Qin Lan continued, Tianma is already quite good. You've been out of the scene for so long, why not give it a try? Alright, when is the interview? Giraud eventually nodded in agreement. Qin Lan said, next week. Next week. It just so happened to be the time when Giraud was returning to Longhua, so it worked out perfectly. Qin Lan added, there's been some recent changes at Tianma. I heard that the department manager in charge of interviews is a newly transferred insider, probably some rich kid. You should be careful. A playboy, huh? Giraud's beautiful eyes darkened. If that's the case, then our chances are probably very slim. As everyone knows, these kind of newly transferred playboys are the ones who love to play by the unwritten rules. In their hands, there's probably already a pre-selected list of candidates. Sigh. Giraud sighed. Even getting into a mid-sized entertainment company was now a distant dream. Speaking of which, Chen Yang is still an employee at Tianma, but he's just a low-level staff member and probably doesn't have any contact with these people. Giraud, though her fame has faded, still possesses remarkable looks, figure, and poise. If she were to sign with Tianma, she'd likely be paired with a manager-level supervisor. Qin Lan said, Giraud, back when you just graduated from university, so many companies were after you, but you insisted on announcing your relationship and staying in Shenzhen. Now, years have passed, and things are completely different. Giraud, do you regret it? Back then, Giraud was the brightest rising star at the communication university. She was the dream girl of countless men and had quite a reputation in Shenzhen. Unfortunately, one wrong step ruined her entire entertainment career. Chapter 097, The Mysterious Landlady. Jerome shook her head and smiled, saying, "What's there to regret? Life is all about trying new things. I was with Chen Yang and enjoyed so much sweetness. Though the outcome wasn't what we hoped for. But at least we had it. That's enough." Jerome gave a faint smile, looking at herself in the mirror, confident, graceful, and elegant. In Xiaowan residential area. There was still some time before her appointment with Chen Qingling. Chen Yang returned to his apartment and rested for a while. He was also on the phone. "Mr. Chen, the group of influencers coming this time are of a slightly lower caliber. Another batch of influencers will arrive in a week and they will be of a much higher caliber. If you'd like to see them, I can arrange it for you." Zhou Man, the deputy director of the business division. A very capable female subordinate. She reminded Chen Yang again whether he wanted to come and take a look at the female influencers. If it were someone else with connections or a playboy, she would definitely be very professional. Unfortunately, she was dealing with Chen Yang. That's pretty savvy too. Tomorrow, Chen Yang does indeed plan to go to the company. The company has recently hired a batch of new influencers, and as the manager, he needs to go take a look. Of course, he wasn't going to check out the pretty female influencers. He just wanted to try doing some work at the company to see if he could activate the asset task and increase his stake in Tianma. Tianma is a listed entertainment company and its shares are still quite valuable. If he can secure another 5% stake, bringing it to around 15%, he would then have absolute authority within the Tianma group, which would be highly advantageous for Chen Yang's future career development. "Alright. I'll go there tomorrow." Chen Yang agreed. Zhou Man also hung up the phone. It was about time. Chen Yang had changed into his clothes and was ready to leave. Just as he stepped out of the apartment and was about to go downstairs, he suddenly felt something soft bump into him from behind, as if someone had collided with him, followed by a crisp "ah" sound. Chen Yang quickly turned around. What caught his eye was a voluptuous figure, curvy and sensual. The woman with such an exquisite figure was none other than the landlady. Chen Yang hurried over, helped the landlady to her feet, and asked with concern, "Landlady, are you okay?" I'm fine." The landlady's face flushed red, then she blinked and asked in confusion, "Chen Yang, do you recognize me?" Chen Yang was at a loss for words. How could he not recognize her? Yes. The landlady was wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and glasses, looking completely wrapped up, but her figure was impossible to hide, and he recognized her at a glance. "Landlady, this isn't a TV show. You can't expect us to not recognize you just because you're wearing a mask." Chen Yang smiled helplessly. The landlady's pretty face turned even redder, as if she had done something wrong and been caught. "Landlady, what are you doing out so late at night dressed like that?" Chen Yang asked while helping the landlady pick up the items she had dropped on the ground. The landlady had dropped a few packages. Chen Yang picked them up. The packages were all well sealed, and he couldn't tell what was inside. Upon seeing Chen Yang pick up her packages, the landlady's face flushed even more deeply, and she hurriedly said, Nothing. I was just picking up a package." She quickly took the packages from Chen Yang's hands and hugged them to her chest, as if they were something valuable, afraid that Chen Yang would discover them. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "So nervous? It must be something good." "No, it's just some daily necessities." "Never mind. I'll go now." The landlady fled in a hurry. Chen Yang watched her S-shaped figure disappear and laughed. "Landlady, take your time, don't bump into anyone else." "Got it." The landlady replied, but then she stopped in her tracks, turned to Chen Yang, and said, "By the way, Chen Yang, when will you have time to come over and take some photos for me?" As she spoke, a hint of anticipation flashed across her charming face. She was truly looking forward to it. Although Chen Yang had taken her out that day, showing her around and helping her let go of her emotional baggage, the shadows of those years were still too deep to be erased. Only in Chen Yang's presence did the landlady dare to be a little braver. That's why she had prepared so many beautiful outfits and couldn't wait to wear them. She would wear them and take photos whenever Chen Yang arrived. She couldn't wait to see how sexy and alluring she looked. Take photos? Chen Yang thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any time these past few days. Tonight he has to attend Chen Qingling's birthday party, tomorrow he has to go to the office, and then attend his younger sister's freshman orientation. How about the night after tomorrow? That should work. Chen Yang gave a time. "Alright. I'll be waiting, so don't stand me up." The landlady's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. "Don't worry, getting to take photos of the landlady is such a perk, I'm thrilled to do it. I wouldn't dare stand you up." Chen Yang teased her half-jokingly. "Poof." The landlady gave him a playful scold and playfully spit at Chen Yang. "You're such a tease." Then she left. Chen Yang followed suit and went downstairs, quickly leaving Xiaowan community. Upon reaching the parking lot outside, he got into his Ferrari and drove off, heading toward the location he had agreed upon with Chen Qingling. Meanwhile, Yao Na's home. "Na, come and eat." Yao-na's father, Yao-hai, had already prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Coming. Yao-na responded and came out with Zhenghua, sitting on opposite sides of the table. The three began to eat. During the meal, Yao-hai smiled and asked, Nana, I heard from your mother that Shenyang came over today? Yes, he did. Yao-na held her bowl and nodded, but glanced at Zhenghua and said unhappily, but mom chased him away. What? Yao-hai was puzzled and looked at Zhenghua, saying, why did you send Shenyang away? He hasn't been here for so many years. Why not let him stay for dinner? Zhenghua replied bluntly, what's there to keep him here? Do you think Shenyang and Nana's relationship is that simple? They've never gotten along well before. Today was even worse. The way Nana looks at Shenyang, it's almost like she's about to pull a thread. I can feel it too. Make him leave immediately. It's for Nana's protection. Don't let that guy fool you. Chapter 098, Yao-na's Small Victory. Zhenghua, after all, was Yao-na's biological mother and she was quite perceptive. She immediately noticed the issue between Yao-na and Shenyang. Is that true? Yao-hai, upon hearing this, was also taken aback and looked at Yao-na in surprise. Nana, is what your mother said true? Don't listen to her nonsense. Yao-na immediately rebutted, Shenyang and I are just pure siblings. There's nothing between us. As she spoke, Yao-na's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She and Shenyang were indeed quite pure. So pure that they did it several times a night. Stop pretending. I can see right through you. Zhenghua remained confident and continued, besides, even if nothing happened, I'm just being cautious. There's nothing wrong with that. Yao-hai interjected, you're exaggerating. Shenyang isn't that bad, is he? He's not as terrible as you make him sound. It's not that I look down on Shenyang. Zhenghua said bluntly, Shenyang is with Nana. It's not good for him or for us. You know Shenyang's family background. It's even worse than ours. And our family is in such a bad situation now. I'm sick, and when you're old, only Nana can earn money to take care of me. If Shenyang is with Nana, we'll just be a burden to him, and he won't be able to help us either. So, doing this isn't good for either of our families. Zhenghua, though her temperament had changed significantly over the years, wasn't the kind of person who completely disregarded reason. After rationally analyzing the situation, she continued to speak to Yao-na. Nana, given our family's current situation, we have no choice but to find a wealthy man. It's not that your mother doesn't support you, we just have to face reality. In a place like Shenzhen, marrying a wealthy person will greatly benefit your future life. And with your looks and figure, you can definitely find someone. Given our family's circumstances, we shouldn't go causing trouble for others. Zhenghua tried to persuade Yao-na. Yao-hai, standing nearby, sighed, Nana, your mom's words may be harsh, but she does have a point. Shenyang really isn't suitable. Yao-na's family situation in recent years has been very poor. Zhenghua's medical expenses alone amount to over 10,000 yuan each month. After deducting some daily expenses, Yao-na and Yao-hai's salaries are barely enough to get by, let alone improve their quality of life. Living in such a dark, run-down neighborhood was indeed frustrating. Therefore, their thoughts were quite pragmatic. However, when Yao-na heard this, she remained outwardly calm, but inside, she felt a surge of sweetness. Earlier, she had found it rather abrupt and odd when Shenyang offered her 30,000 yuan a month, as if their sibling-like relationship had changed. After all, she had only spent one night with her good younger brother. Why use money to shower her like that? How vulgar. Yao-na was just being genuine, right? But at this moment, Yao-na could only sigh that her good younger brother was truly wise. In this world, watches and handbags don't matter, only real money is important. 30,000. That's so tempting. Yao-na curled the corners of her mouth into a playful smile and said, Mom and Dad, what you're saying is that as long as I have money, I can marry anyone I want? What are you talking about? Yao-hai said directly, at least it should look decent. Zhenghua added, as long as he's not an old man, of course. If he's very wealthy, that could also be considered. Alright, with you two saying that, I can rest easy. Yao-na directly took out a bank card and placed it on the table, saying, there's 200,000 yuan in this card, enough to cover your medical expenses and our family's expenses for a year. Take this money for now. I'll continue to send more every month. I have one request. That is, you must not interfere in my love life. No matter who I choose as a boyfriend, whether I become someone's mistress or lover, you must not interfere. You said it yourselves. Yao-na's smile carried a hint of amusement, as if she had achieved her scheme. 20,000? Zhenghua and Yao-hai were both taken aback, exchanging glances in disbelief. Where did Yao-na get that much money? They wanted to ask Yao-na more questions, but she had already left and returned to her room. Only Zhenghua and Yao-hai remained in the living room, staring blankly at the bank card. Meanwhile, after returning to her bedroom, Yao-na's smile grew even broader. She immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Shenyang. Husband, thank you. Shenzhen. Dapeng New District. By the seaside. At this moment, night had already fallen, but the beach was still bustling with tourists coming to play and have fun. Meanwhile, on the nearby road, a bright red Ferrari A12 with a futuristic design was parked. Chen Yang was looking at his phone inside the car. "Xiao Nana, husband, thank you." Chen Yang glanced at the message, smiled slightly, and roughly guessed what his good sister was thanking him for, then replied immediately. "Mu Yang, just a thank you? Xiao Nana, what else? Do you want me to come find you? Or are you coming to my place? I can warm the bed for you, honey." Yao Na had completely succumbed. She had just finished speaking a moment ago and was already saying such tempting words again. In truth, this was also Yao Na's true nature. Yao Na had never been a particularly proper woman from a young age. She was a naughty older sister next door who had never had a boyfriend before, so she hadn't unlocked that aspect of herself. Now, she had finally been unlocked by Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, "Mu Yang, I have something to do tonight, so I'll let you off for now. I'll definitely come by in person another day." "Xiao Nana, alright, honey, I'll be waiting." The conversation with Yao Na ended. Immediately afterward, another message came in. It was from Miss Anan, also known as Chen Anan. "Miss Anan, esteemed member, aren't you coming to the gym today?" Chen Anan's message had a teasing tone. "Mu Yang, I have something to do today and can't make it for now." "Miss Anan, alright, I prepared everything, private training sessions, massage sessions, stretching sessions all ready and waiting for the boss to arrive." Chen Anan's attitude had changed significantly. Anan, who was already very considerate, now had a hint of flattery in her tone. The results of spending money were clearly evident. "Mu Yang, alright, I hope Coach Anan can give me a different experience. Maybe I'll even spend more." "Miss Anan, of course I will. Next time, I'll make sure the VIP member gets to experience a new training session." Chapter 099, Birthday Banquet. Chen Yang is quite looking forward to it. Chen Anan is the best looking woman he knows, with a six-pack, and a four-waist, a peach-shaped butt, and 36D breasts. She has it all. What would Coach Anan's new experience be like? After finishing the conversation with Coach Anan, there was another piece of news. This time, the news was the main event of the day. It's from Chen Qingling. "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, it's so late. Why aren't you here yet? I'm getting a bit anxious. Hashtag little cat feeling wronged. Hashtag Shen Chang." Inside a high-end KTV near the Communication University. At that moment, the sounds of music, dice rolling, and drinking games filled the air. The KTV was packed with people, roughly 20 or 30 in number, all handsome men and beautiful women, and almost all of them were students. Among them, the most stunning were Chen Qingling and Xin Tao. Dressed in princess-style dresses, one in black and the other in white, their features complemented their perfect figures, making them stand out among the crowd of students. Their beauty was truly remarkable. Among the girls, Chen Qingling and Xin Tao were the most beautiful. Among the boys, there were also a few good-looking ones, all with handsome features and straight postures. However, without exception, they all kept glancing at Chen Qingling and Xin Tao, their eyes filled with a hint of passion. "Is Chen Yang coming or not?" Xin Tao asked anxiously. "I'm asking him right now." Chen Qingling replied, then glanced at Xin Tao. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she teased, "Tao Tao, why do you seem more concerned than I am?" "No way." Xin Tao's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Today is your birthday, Qingling. I'm just asking for you." "Are you really just asking for me?" Chen Qingling smiled mischievously, her eyes full of teasing as she looked at the younger Xin Tao in front of her. "Qingling, stop asking. It's so embarrassing." Xin Tao's face turned even redder. Ever since the incident last time, she had indeed been spacing out a lot lately, often reminiscing about the times she spent with Chen Yang. So, tonight she was still filled with anticipation. Chen Qingling giggled softly, running her fingers through Xin Tao's smooth, long hair, and said, "A young girl in love is so cute. It seems my plan is almost successful. My sister will soon be able to be with Chen Yang." "Qingling, don't say that." Xin Tao's heart was racing. She wasn't like Xin Tao, a little vixen. She was still a pure young woman and dared not respond to Chen Qingling's words. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Qingling sister, it's almost 10 o'clock now. Chen Yang hasn't come yet. Did he forget?" Mentioning this, Chen Qingling's beautiful eyes grew somber as she sighed, "I don't know. Actually, I didn't tell Chen Yang either that today is my birthday." "What?" Xin Tao was quite surprised and said, "Qingling, if you didn't tell Chen Yang, how would he know? He probably just sees it as an ordinary gathering today and probably isn't thinking much of it." Chen Qingling, however, propped her chin up with both hands, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and said, "If I told Chen Yang, that would be a bit like moral blackmailing him. Forcing him to come help me celebrate my birthday. I don't like that. Even if I'm unhappy, I won't make Chen Yang unhappy." Chen Yang wasn't speaking like a manipulative person, she was being completely sincere. Her feelings for Chen Yang were indeed very deep. Xin Tao couldn't help but say enviously, "Qingling, you're so good to Chen Yang." "Of course. Without Chen Yang, I wouldn't know what I'd be doing right now." Chen Qingling smiled sweetly, unconcerned. Just then, the phone rang. Chen Qingling and Yao Na both perked up. This must be a message from Chen Yang. The two opened WeChat. Sure enough, it was Chen Yang's reply. Mu Yang, I won't be coming over today. Come over here instead. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Having said that, Chen Yang directly sent over an address. Dapang New District. Deep Midnight Spicy Hot Pot. Chen Xingling and Yao Na saw the message and were both taken aback. They hadn't expected Chen Yang to not come and instead ask them to go there. Shintao's face fell instantly and she said gloomily, it seems like Chen Yang really forgot. Chen Xingling and Shintao had actually prepared some surprises for tonight, waiting for Chen Yang to arrive. Now that Chen Yang wasn't coming and had sent the location of a spicy hot pot place, telling them to come over for a late-night snack, he probably hadn't even thought about today being Chen Xingling's birthday. Although Chen Xingling was completely obedient to Chen Yang, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she replied directly. Lemon sauce, okay, Chen Yang, we'll be right there. Mu Yang, alright, we'll wait for you. The message was sent. Chen Xingling put down her phone and smiled at Shintao, saying, Tao Tao, get ready, let's go? Ha? Shintao said nervously, Xingling's sister, isn't that inappropriate? This KTV gathering was specially arranged by Zhou Senior for you. It's specifically for your birthday celebration. If you leave now, it won't be good. This gathering was organized by a senior named Zhou Rui, who was a member of the student council and had some influence on campus. He had specially arranged this gathering to celebrate Chen Xingling's birthday. Of course, he was also one of Chen Xingling's admirers. It's just a pretext to show loyalty. Chen Xingling glanced around but wasn't really interested. She shook her head and said, since Chen Yang isn't coming, there's no point in staying. Let's go get some late-night snacks. All right. Shintao could only nod obediently in agreement. While the two were packing their things. At another booth. A few boys were chatting among themselves. Zhou Gui, you really planned this well today. You remembered Chen Xingling's birthday so early and specially arranged this gathering to celebrate her birthday. She'll be very, very touched. That's for sure. Zhou Ji's skills with girls are top-notch. A goddess-level beauty like Chen Xingling is someone we can only dream of. Zhou Gu is almost there. I'm so jealous. We're all in the same dorm, yet Zhou Gu is so outstanding. From now on, we'll have to call Chen Xingling's sister-in-law. These guys were all buttering up Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was a few years older than them, came from a moderately well-off family, and was part of the student council, so he naturally became the most respected among their group. In their eyes, he was a bona fide success story. Zhou Rui, dressed in a white suit with a slick-back hairstyle, listened to their flattery and smiled smugly. It's just some small tricks. There's nothing to boast about. Chapter 100, Because of Love. If you want to date someone like Chen Xingling, who's like a goddess, the most important thing is to be sincere and get to know the other person first. You guys have a lot to learn. This guy was really bragging as if he had already won Chen Xingling over. The other roommates chimed in. Zhou Gu is so cool. We'll definitely follow Zhou Gu's lead in the future. Let us aim to get out of the single life soon. Zhou Rui, feeling elated from the praise, continued, just going out to celebrate isn't enough. To truly win over a goddess's heart, you need some real skills. Watch me. After speaking, Zhou Rui stood up from his seat and walked to the karaoke stage under the admiring glances of his roommates. He then selected the song Because of Love. Then, holding the microphone, he asked. Everyone, please quiet down. Today is Xingling's birthday, and this gathering is a special birthday party I organized just for her. I hope everyone has a good time. Of course, what I hope most is that Xingling has a good time. Here, I also plan to sing a song for Xingling called Because of Love. Would Xingling be willing to sing it with me? Zhou Rui finished speaking in front of everyone. Everyone gasped in unison. Wow, he went out of his way to prepare a birthday party for Xingling. Zhou Rui is so romantic. Zhou Rui is young, handsome, and comes from a wealthy family. He's so thoughtful toward Xingling. I'm so jealous of her. Because of Love, the song is already so obvious. Zhou Rui is definitely going to confess his feelings to Xingling. That's so romantic. I wonder if Xingling will accept. She probably will. Who could resist Zhou Rui? Everyone in the KTV turned their gaze toward Chen Xingling. At that moment, Chen Xingling had just finished packing her things with Shintao and was looking for an excuse to leave. Being the center of everyone's attention, Shintao's face turned bright red, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Shintao's longtime admirer, Zhou Hao, was also in the crowd. Seeing Shintao's flustered state, his eyes were filled with a protective urge. Tao Tao must be really looking forward to such a romantic confession, right? If I had been more proactive, maybe I'd have a chance too. He fantasized in his mind. But the moment he thought about being the center of everyone's attention, he immediately backed down, lacking the courage to act. Chen Xingling, however, remained calm and unfazed. Xingling, I'm so jealous of you. After 4 years of university, your love must finally be here. One of Chen Xingling's roommates, also a senior, slightly older than her, named Gao Yao, was also looking at Chen Xingling with envy. Everyone assumed that Chen Xingling would definitely agree to sing duet. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Xingling merely gave an awkward yet polite smile and said directly, "Sorry, I'm tone deaf. I have some things to do with Tao Tao. I have to leave first." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone in the KTV was left speechless. She refused. Chen Xingling actually refused. And the reason was so lame she can't sing? Everyone knew that Chen Xingling had become famous at school because, during her first year, she served as a publicity officer for the Cultural Affairs Department and often sang there. She had a beautiful voice, and many people on campus were aware of it. This was clearly just a refusal for the sake of refusing. What surprised them the most was that Chen Xingling not only refused but also insisted on leaving. What's going on here? This gathering today was entirely prepared for Chen Xingling. Zhou Rui had even already ordered a birthday cake and planned how to celebrate Chen Xingling's birthday later. Now she's actually leaving? What's the point of this gathering now? Zhou Rui's expression darkened and he said directly, "Xingling, this isn't right. I went out of my way to prepare this gathering just for you." Chen Xingling replied, "I know, and I really appreciate it, but I truly have something important to do today. I'm sorry." In truth, she wasn't trying to play games with Zhou Rui. She had no idea about today's gathering at all. It was Zhou Rui who had organized it on his own, and it was only through her roommate, Gao Yao, that she had been invited. It was just a regular gathering, and no one mentioned it was Chen Xingling's birthday party. Zhou Rui wanted to surprise Chen Xingling, but he should have considered whether she would like it or not. Zhou Rui couldn't say a word. He had really embarrassed himself today. Zhou Yao quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling and asking, "Xingling, the gathering is already this late. Why are you leaving? Do you have other plans?" Chen Xingling nodded and replied, I already have plans." The moment she spoke, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. An appointment? To stand up so many people and go to someone else's appointment instead? Who could it be? Is it that important? Ha? Gao Yao was also slightly surprised and asked in confusion, "Xingling, whose appointment is it? Why do you value it so much?" "A friend's." Chen Xingling smiled faintly and said, "I'm going out for a late night snack with Tao Tao. You guys can take your time." With that, she gave Shen Tao a meaningful glance. Shen Tao quickly stood up and followed Chen Xingling. Just as they were about to leave, Gao Yao smiled and said, "Xingling, wait up. I'm a bit hungry too. Can I join you for a late night snack?" This woman was quite nosy. She really wanted to see who could possibly capture Chen Xingling's heart. After all, during her 4 years at university, Chen Xingling had never dated anyone. Upon hearing this, several female university students who were close to Chen Xingling chimed in. "Senior Xingling, we also want to have a late night snack." Yeah, if he is the one treating her, the late night snack must be delicious. "Senior Chen Xingling, let us join you for midnight snacks too." They were all quite excited. In their eyes, if Chen Xingling could reject Zhou Rui, she must have found someone better. Even Zhou Rui looked a bit displeased and said, "Xingling, since it's your birthday celebration, why don't we all celebrate together? Let's go over there." Chen Xingling heard this and didn't know how to refuse. After all, these people had come to celebrate her birthday. If she left now, it would indeed be inappropriate. But if everyone went, what about Chen Yang's side? Let me ask him. Chen Xingling took out her phone and began to ask Chen Yang. The reply came quickly. "Sure, the more the merrier. I don't mind." Upon receiving this reply, Chen Xingling was also very happy and smiled. "Alright, if you wanna come, then come together." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Their curiosity was piqued, and they all wanted to know who this mysterious person was who could make Chen Xingling so obedient. Chapter 101, Spicy Hot Pot? The group left the KTV, some hailing taxis or driving their own cars, heading toward Dapeng New Village. Chen Xingling, Shen Tao, and Gao Yao were in the same car. Gao Yao asked with a smile, "Xingling, the guy who can make you so smitten must be a rich, handsome guy, right? Since it's your birthday tonight, the celebration must be pretty grand. Are we going to some Michelin-starred restaurant?" Gao Yao was full of anticipation. When the topic came up, Chen Xingling couldn't help but pause. A Michelin-starred restaurant? It seemed a bit out of reach. Because the address Chen Yang gave her was for a place called Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot. Chen Xingling had been there before, and quite a few times at that, mostly when Chen Yang took her. The restaurant was located by a pier in Dapeng New Village, with a simple environment and average conditions. While it might not be a complete contrast to a Michelin-starred restaurant, it was certainly worlds apart. Chen Xingling didn't mind at all as long as she was with Chen Yang, she'd eat anything. However, now that so many people were going together, Chen Xingling couldn't help but feel a little awkward. "I'm not really sure either. What we eat doesn't matter. A Michelin-starred restaurant might not even be as good as a street stall." Chen Xingling responded with a faint smile. Gao Yao also covered her mouth and laughed. "That's what you say, but on a birthday like this, we should at least make an effort. We can't really go to a street stall, can we? At least a Western restaurant." Chen Xingling smiled but didn't respond, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Shen Tao, standing beside her, clenched her little feet tightly, feeling extremely awkward. She knew where Chen Yang had made the reservation. She could already imagine the scene, a large group of them arriving at a spicy hot pot street stall, a sight that would leave everyone speechless. However, Xin Tao didn't have any better ideas, so she could only wait quietly. 5 or 6 cars drove off together, following the streets of Shenzhen, heading straight for Dapeng New Village. About half an hour later, they arrived at Dapeng New Village, and everyone got out of the cars one after another. They looked around, taking in the somewhat desolate surroundings, and one by one, their eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. This place is pretty desolate. It doesn't look like there are any upscale restaurants around here. Yeah, I've been to Dapeng Port before, and there's no upscale restaurants here at all. What is going on? Someone who is so important to Qingling Sr. must be able to afford a high-end restaurant, right? Who knows? Maybe they arranged a high-end farm stay. Everyone was chatting and speculating. Gao Yao asked with a smile, Qingling, where is he? Let's go there quickly. Yeah, we're all so excited. One of Chen Qingling's close friends chimed in. Even Zhou Rui and the others looked at Chen Qingling with complicated expressions. They all wanted to see what kind of person would make Chen Qingling cancel her gathering and come all the way here to keep the appointment. Chen Qingling didn't hesitate but smiled and said, if I remember correctly, it should be over here. Everyone, follow me. Chen Qingling led the group deeper into the harbor. The further they went, the more desolate it became, and the fewer people there were. Everyone felt increasingly uneasy. What was going on here? After walking for a short while, they spotted a street stall selling spicy hot pot by the seaside pier. The stall was run by a couple, who were busy preparing food. The stall was named Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot. However, there weren't many customers at Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot, with only 1 or 2 tables occupied. This was understandable. Typically, street stalls near the pier cater to sailors working late at night or early in the morning. Since it wasn't yet that time, there weren't many people around. When the others saw the hot pot stall, they didn't give it a second thought. In their eyes, the simple hot pot stall had nothing to do with tonight's gathering. But what followed left them speechless. Chen Qingling led the group to the hot pot stall and immediately waved excitedly, shouting, Chen Yang! A handsome young man who had been sitting at a hot pot stall playing with his phone turned to look. Upon seeing that it was Chen Qingling calling out to him, the handsome young man also smiled and said, Qingling, you're here. The handsome young man was none other than Chen Yang. He had been waiting for quite some time. Chen Qingling happily ran over and greeted Chen Yang enthusiastically. The other students, upon seeing this scene, were all completely speechless. What's going on here? Why is Chen Qingling greeting someone who's eating spicy hot pot by the roadside? Could it be that Chen Qingling was looking for him today? That can't be possible. You have to know that Chen Qingling even cancelled the gathering Zhou Rui specially prepared just to come here and eat some spicy hot pot? It can't be. There must be someone else. Everyone was still holding on to a sliver of hope. Even Zhou Rui couldn't believe it. How could this guy eating spicy hot pot possibly be his love rival? Chen Yang wasn't his love rival because Chen Yang had never even noticed him. Chen Yang also noticed the large group of people following Chen Qingling and couldn't help but furrow his brows in confusion, asking, so many people? Chen Qingling said awkwardly, today is a special day, so there are a few more people. Special day? What is so special about today? Isn't a Tuesday? Chen Yang feigned ignorance, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. Chen Qingling heard this and, though she didn't have any expectations of Chen Yang, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chen Yang, you've forgotten. Xin Tao hurriedly interjected, Chen Yang, today is actually Qingling's. She was about to say more. Tao. However, Chen Qingling stopped her and smiled, Chen Yang, don't say so much. Let's have a late-night snack. I'm a bit hungry. Shen Yang nodded, looked at the number of people, and said, there are so many of us. I wonder if the store can fit us all. Then he called out to the owner. Sun Ge, I've brought you a big order. Make some arrangements. Sun Ge was the owner of this deep emotion spicy hot pot restaurant. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Sun Ge looked at the large group of over a dozen people and his face turned red with excitement. He smiled and said, Chen Yang, this is indeed a big business. I'll make sure to arrange everything properly for you. He brought out several tables and chairs, set up a few more tables, and then addressed the crowd. Everyone, please take a seat first. If there aren't enough seats, let me know, and I'll go get more chairs. Seeing Sun Ji's face glowing with enthusiasm, everyone was once again speechless. Chapter 102, Zhou Rui's Breakdown. What's going on here? The tables, chairs, and stools were all arranged. Are we really going to sit down and eat spicy hot pot? This is nothing like the gathering they had imagined. It's not just a little different, it's completely unrelated. Gao Yao couldn't help but ask with a smile, Qingling, are we really going to sit down and eat spicy hot pot? Her tone betrayed her disbelief. Chen Qingling nodded and smiled, yes, I told you, come over for a late night snack. Spicy hot pot is pretty good. But. Gao Yao hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Eating spicy hot pot is fine. But who would come to such a place to eat spicy hot pot on their birthday? What on earth is going on here? It wasn't just Gao Yao who reacted this way. All the students present were looking at each other in confusion, their expressions varied. Such an abstract situation was something they had never encountered before. Even Shintao was lowering her head, her face turning as red as an apple. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. How could Chun Yang forget Qingling's birthday? Now Qingling will never be able to hold her head up in school again. Among them, the one with the worst expression was Zhou Rui. What's that? Eating spicy hot pot? The gathering he had meticulously prepared ended up being no better than a bowl of spicy hot pot? Has Chun Qingling lost her mind? Everyone sat down in a confused state of mind. After they sat down, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Everyone, order whatever you like. I'll pick up the tab today." If this had been any other time, everyone would have responded with a polite "Thank you, boss. You're so generous." But today, everyone just found it amusing. Even if they ordered as much as they could, a meal at a roadside hot pot stall would only cost a few hundred yuan at most, with each person spending just a few dozen yuan to fill up. Using this for a birthday celebration felt a bit meager. However, as the saying goes, since we're already here, might as well eat a little. The students all started ordering. Chen Yang, Gao Yao, Chun Qingling, and Shen Tao sat at a table together. Chen Yang looked at Chun Qingling and Shen Tao and smiled. "Qingling, Tao Tao, what do you want to eat? Just go and order yourselves." "Sure." Chen Qingling obediently replied and got up to order her meal. After Chen Qingling stood up, Shen Tao hurriedly whispered, "Chen Yang, did you forget something?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. "Forgot what?" It's. Shen Tao gathered her thoughts and said, "It's something very important." "No, I don't think so. I have a good memory." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Shen Tao had nothing to say. Gao Yao, standing nearby, looked at Chen Yang with a complex expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Meanwhile, everyone had already ordered their dishes. Sun Gu and his wife were also working full steam ahead, starting to cook various dishes. Sun Ji's hands and feet moved swiftly, and before long, the dishes ordered by each table began to arrive one after another. This place, Deep Emotion Spicy Hot Pot, was a very old establishment with unmatched culinary skills. The dishes were visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious. Everyone couldn't help but praise them repeatedly after tasting the food. The flavor is truly excellent. It's been ages since I had such flavorful hot pot. This is perfect for a late-night snack. It's way better than any Western food. I'd come here for a meal anytime else, but today. Everyone chatted, but their words carried hidden meanings. After all, no matter how delicious it is, it's just a bowl of spicy hot pot. How could it be used for a birthday banquet? Chen Qingling didn't pay much attention to this. She continued eating the spicy hot pot while flashing a sweet smile. "Chen Yang, I never thought that after all these years, this spicy hot pot would still be so delicious." Chen Yang laughed. "Otherwise, why do you think I invited you here? Deeply spicy hot pot." Back in university, Chen Yang and Chen Qingling had visited this place many times. After graduation, Chen Yang had also brought Jarod here a few times, and he remained confident in the place's flavor. Chen Qingling heard Chen Yang's words and her smile grew even broader as she said, "Chen Yang, you're so kind." Gao Yao, who was standing nearby, was completely flustered. What was going on with Chun Qingling? Was this really the same Qingling she had known for 4 years, who had never dated anyone? Why was she acting like a naive, love-struck teenager in front of this man, getting so excited over a bowl of spicy hot pot? Gao Yao couldn't help but ask, "Qingling, after we finish our late-night snack, do you have any plans afterward? If not, let's go back. The KTV room is still available." As soon as she spoke, Zhou Rui, sitting at the next table, chimed in, "Yeah, Qingling, once we finish the late-night snack, we should head back. I've prepared lots of entertainment for you." Zhou Rui was so angry his nose was about to twist. He couldn't figure out what magic the spicy hot pot that Chen Yang had invited them to had, that it could make Chen Qingling give up the gathering and come all the way here. However, Chen Qingling didn't agree immediately. Instead, she looked at Chen Yang and asked, "Chen Yang, are you going?" Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, "I don't think I'll go. After we finish the late-night snack, I have other plans. There's no need to go all the way back." As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Chen Qingling smiled and replied, "All right, I'll follow Chen Yang's arrangements." Gao Yao and Zhou Rui's expressions grew complicated once more. Chen Yang has other plans? What kind of plans? After finishing the spicy hot pot, take a stroll around the pier? That was indeed very likely. Zhou Rui finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, "Qingling, today is your birthday. How could you spend it so frugally? Coming to eat spicy hot pot? I couldn't even imagine it. If you continue to stay with us at the KTV, I've already arranged everything for you. Not only will there be a grand birthday party, but there will also be someone to celebrate with you, sing you a birthday song, and you'll not only be able to take videos but also enjoy everyone's blessings. And now, eating street food at a roadside stall? That's so embarrassing." Zhou Rui spoke up. The students around them all looked over, some more than others. Gao Yao also looked at Chen Yang, wanting to know how he would respond. Before Chen Yang could say anything, Chen Xingling spoke up angrily. Zhou Rui, what are you talking about? I just want to eat spicy hot pot, what's wrong with that? Besides, Chen Yang didn't even know today was my birthday. He just wanted to have a simple late-night snack with me. It was you guys who insisted on coming along. Besides, what's wrong with eating spicy hot pot? Can't you celebrate your birthday by eating spicy hot pot? Chen Xingling stood firmly in front of Chen Yang, defending him. Although she also felt that today's birthday wasn't very well spent. But it wasn't Chen Yang's fault, he just didn't know. Chapter 103, The Merry Princess. If Chen Yang had known, he would have made arrangements for her. Everyone present was taken aback by Chen Xingling's words. They never imagined that Chen Xingling would go to such lengths to defend Chen Yang. The relationship between Chen Xingling and this Chen Yang must be more than meets the eye. Zhou Rui grew even angrier and said directly, Xingling, don't you understand? If you don't know, it's because you don't care. You don't even think about you. Someone like me, who thinks about you every moment, helps you plan gatherings and various activities, is the one who truly cares about you. He can't even remember your birthday, what qualifies him to pursue you? He naively believed that Chen Yang was pursuing Chen Xingling. Chen Xingling said she would keep speaking up for Chen Yang, but at that moment, Chen Yang had already spoken up. Chen Yang sat in his chair and laughed. Who said I forgot Xingling's birthday? This statement left everyone speechless. What Chen Yang meant was that he hadn't forgotten Chen Xingling's birthday at all? That's even worse. If he had forgotten, inviting Chen Xingling out for a spicy hot pot would have been understandable. But now that he hadn't forgotten, inviting Chen Xingling over for spicy hot pot was even more abstract, wasn't it? At this point, not only the others, but even Chen Xingling was left speechless, unsure of what Chen Yang was up to. You didn't forget, yet you arranged this? Are you really planning to let Xingling spend her birthday eating spicy hot pot? Gao Yao couldn't help but ask. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile as he said, Xingling and I aren't related by blood, but we've known each other for so many years. She is like my sister, so I wouldn't let her suffer any injustice. As for what I've arranged, I don't feel obligated to tell you all, do I? Chen Yang retorted without hesitation. Zhou Rui couldn't stand Chen Yang's arrogant attitude and blurted out, what could you possibly have planned? After the spicy hot pot, are we going out for barbecue? The group of university students all smiled. This was exactly what they had imagined. Chen Yang didn't bother to acknowledge them. He looked at his phone, where a message had already appeared. Mr. Chen. We've arrived. Upon seeing those words, Chen Yang's lips curled slightly into a mocking smile as he said, since you all want to see, then today I'll let you have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, beep beep beep, a series of honking sounds echoed from the distant coastline. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn in that direction. There, on the pitch-black sea, a massive white luxury cruise ship was slowly making its way toward them. The cruise ship was incredibly beautiful, adorned with colorful lights that shimmered like a rainbow. It was also extremely luxurious, with 8 floors in total, each one adorned with golden splendor, exuding an air of grandeur. Moreover, this luxury cruise ship was also very famous in Shenzhen. It was a favorite gathering spot for some of the city's top tycoons and socialites, often seen near Shenzhen Bay. Everyone was amazed as the luxury cruise ship slowly approached. Wow! It's the Merry Princess. It's so beautiful. I've only seen it in short videos before, but seeing it in real life is so breathtaking. The Merry Princess usually operates in Shenzhen Bay, right? Why is it here in Dapeng? Who knows? Maybe there's some rich kid from Dapeng looking for a hookup. It seems to be heading this way. Could it be? The crowd grew increasingly uneasy as they chatted. Because they noticed that the Princess Mary was heading straight toward them. It seemed like they were the destination. Recalling Chen Yang's incredibly confident tone earlier, they began to form a terrifying suspicion. Could it be? Zhou Rui's expression also changed slightly, and he thought to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. The Merry Princess, such a luxurious cruise ship, is something even the average rich kid couldn't afford. This Chen Yang couldn't possibly. He simply refused to believe it. But reality soon slapped him in the face. Because after a series of muffled horn blasts, the Merry Princess cut through the waves and actually arrived at the pier where Chen Yang and the others were waiting. As the Merry Princess drew closer, everyone could see the scene on board. There were several banners hanging from the ship, fluttering in the wind. The Merry Princess is here to welcome today's true princess, Miss Chen Xingling. Today, all the crew members of the Merry Princess ship wish Miss Chen Xingling a happy birthday. The Merry Princess welcomes Princess Xingling. We will do our utmost to serve the princess and ensure her 100% satisfaction. Please board the ship, princess. The appearance of these banners left all the students present completely speechless. Do these banners mean that the Merry Princess is really here for Chen Xingling? Has the Merry Princess truly been chartered exclusively for Chen Xingling's birthday celebration? At that moment, they felt like their entire worldview had been turned upside down. Even wealthy young men would typically only charter a floor of the Merry Princess for events, rarely going so far as to charter the entire ship. The Merry Princess is extremely expensive. Renting a single deck could cost tens of thousands of dollars. If you were to charter the entire luxury cruise ship, it would start at least 1 or 2 million. This price was truly extravagant. But today, it was actually chartered. This Chen Yang, who was eating spicy hot pot with Chen Xingling, has actually chartered the entire Merry Princess cruise ship. That's just too crazy. The most shocked individuals were Zhou Rui, Gao Yao, and others. Gao Yao's beautiful eyes couldn't hide her astonishment. Chen Yang's gesture had completely changed her previous impression of him. How rich is he? She had previously thought Chen Xingling was a naive young girl, but now she felt like she was the most naive one. It turned out that Chen Xingling was far smarter than her. Zhou Rui felt like his worldview was crumbling. He had always thought that going to a high-end KTV to sing a song was enough to prove he was wealthy and superior. But now, his sense of superiority has been completely shattered by Chen Yang. Chartering a luxury cruise ship to celebrate a birthday was something he had never even dared to imagine. At that moment, he felt his hands and feet go cold, finally realizing that Chen Yang wasn't his rival because he wasn't even worthy of being Chen Yang's rival. Chapter 104, Selection. The Merry Princess slowly approached the shore. Watching the Merry Princess draw closer, Chen Xingling covered her mouth, her body trembling with excitement. Her original thought was the same as everyone else's. She assumed Chen Yang had forgotten her birthday. That's why she chose to come here for spicy hot pot. But now it seems she had underestimated Chen Yang. Chen Yang hadn't forgotten her birthday at all. Instead, he had prepared such a grand birthday surprise for her, something she would remember for the rest of her life. Chen Yang. Chen Xingling's eyes welled up with tears, and she threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang held Chen Xingling close and smiled. Why are you crying? Don't you like it? Sniff, no. It's not that. I just love it too much and I'm too excited. Chen Yang, you're so kind to me. Sniff sniff. Chen Xingling cried like a little girl, her tears streaming down her face, touching everyone's heart. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Chen Xingling had been so obedient to him all these years, providing him with a great deal of emotional value. She was his good little sister. Now, it was time for her to receive some reward. Chen Yang wouldn't shortchange his good sister. At the same time, the Merry Princess had docked at the pier. The massive gangplank lowered, and one by one, tall, elegantly dressed hostesses in tailored cheongsam gowns stepped out, standing on either side of the gangplank with expressions of deep respect. After they had taken their positions, a stunningly beautiful foreign woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, an elegant demeanor, and an air of nobility, dressed in a professional OL uniform, a body-hugging skirt, black stockings, and high heels, slowly descended from the deck. With a smile on her face, she bowed deeply to Chen Yang and Chen Xingling and said, "Mr. Chen. Miss Chen. I am Catherine, the stewardess of the Merry Princess. Tonight, I will do my utmost to serve you. If you have any requests or questions, please feel free to let me know. Now, on behalf of the Merry Princess, I welcome everyone aboard. Welcome aboard the Qingning Princess." Catherine delivered this speech in flawless Mandarin. Following her words, the attendants behind her echoed in unison. "Welcome aboard, Qingning Princess. Welcome aboard, Princess Qingning. Welcome Princess Qingling aboard." Though this welcome was rather cliché, it certainly made Chen Xingling feel like a princess, with all the pomp and circumstance. Chen Xingling's face flushed red. She had never experienced such treatment in her entire life. The other students, however, were filled with envy toward Chen Xingling, especially the girls, who were green with jealousy. Wow, renting an entire luxury cruise ship for a birthday celebration? This is something you'd only see in TV dramas or novels. It's so dreamy. I'm so jealous of senior Chen Xingling. Before, when Xingling rejected Zhou Rui, I thought she was a bit silly. Now it turns out we were the ones who were silly. Yeah, compared to this Chen Yang guy, Zhou Rui doesn't even stand a chance. Chen Yang is so handsome. I want to be his little fangirl too. Me too. A group of female college students all had dreamy looks in their eyes. Shen Tao was no exception. She looked at Chen Xingling, who was the center of everyone's attention, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. If she became Chen Yang's woman, would she also receive such treatment? At this thought, Shen Tao blushed shyly. The male college students, on the other hand, looked increasingly grim. They could say they had been completely outclassed by Chen Yang in his presence. They had no advantage at all. Especially Zhou Rui, who now wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He had no right to oppose Chen Yang anymore. After tonight, Chen Xingling would likely become even more famous within the media academy. This was exactly what Chen Yang wanted. Since he was going to show off and act superior, he needed people to see it. Bringing everyone here was the only way to achieve that, to satisfy his vanity to the fullest. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Shen Yang led Chen Xingling onto the boat, followed closely by Shen Tao. Others also tried to board. However, they were stopped by Catherine. "Sorry. Tonight, the Merry Princess is exclusively for Princess Qingling. Therefore, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, we can only allow women to board. Additionally, only those designated by Princess Qingling are permitted to board. Catherine smiled and addressed the crowd. The male college students heard this and felt a bit annoyed. This was clearly targeting them. Chen Yang is also a man, isn't he? Why is he allowed to board? However, they only vented their frustration. What kind of status does Chen Yang have? What about them? Blame it on Zhou Ruwei for being so arrogant earlier. Men aren't allowed on the boat and women have to be specifically chosen. Chen Qingling is definitely getting princess treatment here. If it were any other matter, the other girls would definitely be furious and might even hold a grudge against Chen Qingling. But in this case, they dare not hold a grudge. Because that's the Merry Princess, and for ordinary college girls like them, they might never get the chance to board it in their entire lives. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chartering the Merry Princess for a sea voyage is such a dream come true. Even just taking photos to post on social media would satisfy their vanity immensely. Qingling Senior, pick me. Senior Qingling, I've always liked you and supported you. Senior Qingling, I can take photos. I can go on board and take photos for you all. Senior Qingling. All the female college students looked at her with eyes full of longing. It seemed as though being chosen to go on the boat would be a tremendous blessing for them. Chen Qingling hadn't expected such an arrangement. After a moment of surprise, she turned to look at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, she didn't know how to decide. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, "Today, whatever happens is up to you. Anyone you don't get along with or don't like, there's no need to give them a chance. They didn't give you face before, so you don't need to be so polite either." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Qingling nodded. "Chen Yang, I understand." Immediately, Chen Qingling glanced at the female students below. She eventually selected a few who were on good terms with her and hadn't slandered her before. The selected girls were thrilled beyond belief, while the remaining female students were filled with envy and resentment. They now regretted not having cultivated a good relationship with Chen Qingling earlier. And whether it was intentional or not, the girls chosen to board the boat were mostly those with higher physical attractiveness, which left the remaining male students feeling quite displeased. Chapter 105, Boarding the Ship. Someone said, "Xiao Xin, this ship doesn't allow men on board. It doesn't look right. You shouldn't go either. Let's go to the restaurant to eat together." "No way, I'm going up to check it out." "What's so shady about it?" "Ha, this is the Merry Princess ship. If we miss this opportunity, we might never get another chance in our lives. How could we not go? We're going on board." One after another, the pretty, innocent female college students boarded the ship. Only a group of lonely male college students were left standing in the wind, looking disheveled. At that moment, they finally witnessed the power of money. It truly lived up to the saying, "Money can buy anything." Beep beep beep. The Merry Princess was slowly making its way through the waters near Deep City, cutting through the waves. Although it was already late at night, the beaches of Deep City were still crowded with tourists. They gazed at the luxurious Princess Mary, filled with envy and longing. They were crammed together on the crowded beach, while others sat on the cruise ship, watching them like monkeys. The world of the wealthy is truly different. This sense of superiority over others gave the female college students standing on the deck, watching the beach, a huge boost to their vanity. Many of them had little concept of money before, but now they finally realized just how powerful money can be. No wonder so many women become materialistic. This shift in mindset caused them to look at Chen Yang with a mix of admiration and passion. However, Chen Yang didn't even bother to acknowledge the college students. Along with Chen Qingling and Shen Tao, he was touring the ship, which was said to be the most luxurious in Shenzhen, under the guidance of Catherine, the Merry Princess, with 8 floors in total. Each floor has its own dedicated areas, including pools, saunas, baths, dining, guest rooms, entertainment, private cinemas, and KTV. Anything you can think of is available. And wherever you go, there are always staff members ready to assist you. On the Merry Princess, you could do whatever you wanted, for as long as you wanted, without any issues. The Merry Princess is undoubtedly a paradise for indulgence. This is amazing, Chen Yang. I never dared to dream that I could ever board such a luxurious cruise ship. Chen Qingling stood at the bow of the Merry Princess, gazing at the ship cutting through the waves, her face flushed with excitement, suddenly feeling a sense of romance reminiscent of the Titanic. This atmosphere was simply perfect. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind and smiled. "There will be many more opportunities like this in the future." "Chen Yang, you're so kind." Chen Qingling was radiant with happiness. She turned around, her eyes brimming with tears, her beautiful eyes hazy. Suddenly, she took a step forward and pressed her red lips against his. Chen Yang also lowered his head and kissed her red lips. The two of them kissed on the luxurious cruise ship, the scene resembling that of the Titanic. Shen Tao was still standing nearby, mesmerized by the scene. She quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. After taking the photo, Shen Tao felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Qingling was filled with envy. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to experience such treatment from Qingling. After the kiss ended, The two parted. Chen Xingling suddenly turned to Shen Tao beside her, gave her a sweet smile, and showed her little fangs. Tao Tao, come here. Ha! Shen Tao didn't expect Chen Xingling to call her suddenly. Her face flushed slightly as she took a few steps forward and asked, Xingling, what's wrong? Chen Xingling smiled and said, taking secret photos from the side comes at a price, you know. Then she turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to use the restroom. Can you let Tao Tao stay with you for a moment? All right. Chen Yang's lips also curled into a smile. Xingling's sister. Shen Tao's face turned even redder. She knew why Chen Xingling was doing this. They had been trained in the dormitory. Tao Tao, you must make Chen Yang happy, okay? Chen Xingling finished speaking, waved her hand, and said, I'll go first. See you later, Chen Yang brother. You and Tao Tao, have fun. Chen Xingling walked away with light steps, looking happy, showing no signs of discomfort. Only Chen Yang and Shen Tao were left behind. Chen Yang looked at Shen Tao, who was wearing a white princess dress, pure yet exuding a sensual allure, and smiled. Tao Tao, you look pretty today too. Really? Flattered by Chen Yang's compliment, Shen Tao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and said, Chen Yang, the outfit I'm wearing today was specially picked out for me by Senior Xingling. She said you'd like it. Xingling really understands me. Chen Yang smiled and asked, did she say anything else? Xingling also said. Shen Tao hesitated for a moment, gathered her courage, gently took Chen Yang's small hand, and let him wrap his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Then, with her face blushing, she said. Xingling also said. Chen Yang, you're such a pervert. A pure and beautiful girl like me falling into your hands, Chen Yang. There's no way I can escape. Chen Yang brother, Xingling's sister, is that really true? Shen Tao spoke while batting her beautiful big eyes, seeming innocent and pure at that moment. Chen Yang smiled slightly, hugging Shen Tao's waist even tighter, and whispered. Xingling. You really understand me. Half an hour later. Chen Yang and Shen Tao returned to the luxurious cabin. At this point, Shen Tao was in a battered state, with much of her clothing torn off, her stockings ripped in several places, and her knees bruised and purple. Fortunately, the luxurious cabin was filled with innocent young women, who didn't notice anything amiss between Chen Yang and Shen Tao. Tao Tao, what happened to you? How did you end up looking so disheveled? A pure-hearted young woman asked in confusion. Shen Tao's delicate face was flushed with embarrassment as she casually replied, I accidentally tripped and fell outside. Chen Yang helped me up. You fell? The innocent young woman looked even more puzzled. Could a fall really tear her clothes like that? However, Chen Xingling appeared at that moment, speaking in a delicate voice, Oh. Tao Tao fell so badly, should we take you to see a doctor? No need, it's just a small tear in my clothes. Shen Tao was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had never done anything so bold in her entire life. Then go change your clothes quickly. Chen Xingling hurriedly ushered Shen Tao away. All right. Shen Tao replied. At the same time, Gao Yao, who had boarded the boat with them, said, By the way, we should also go change into something else. Chapter 106, Chen Xingling's Little Thoughts. Why? The innocent young women were all puzzled. Gao Yao smiled sweetly and said, Since we're on a luxury cruise ship, how can we not wear swimwear? I already saw that there's a special changing room on board, and it's filled with all kinds of swimsuits. Bikinis, swimsuits, you name it, they've got it. When the topic turned to this, the innocent young women blushed and looked shy. They were all college students, and their thoughts were still relatively conservative, not as open as women in society. Bikinis, for example. Most of them dared not wear them. If there were only women on the boat, that would be fine, but there's Chen Yang here, isn't there? Senior Gao Yao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A pure-hearted female college student said nervously. Another innocent young woman glanced at Chen Yang, her heart filled with shyness, and said, Chen Yang is still here. It wouldn't be good if he saw us later. Chen Yang was sitting on the sofa in the cabin and laughed. I wouldn't think it's bad at all. Taking a cruise and wearing swimwear is perfectly normal. Chen Yang was all about taking what came his way with such a chance to feast his eyes, how could he pass it up? Gao Yao chimed in, it's just a swimsuit. It's nothing. It's just for better photos. Besides, Chen Yang is the big spender tonight. Even if there is something, I wouldn't mind. Chen Yang, since they don't want to change, I'll be the first to change. Does Chen Yang prefer bikinis, sailor suits, or something even more revealing? Gao Yao's eyes sparkled with a seductive glint. This woman was more mature than the other college girls and knew how to have fun. And she was indeed quite pretty, tall and slender with fair skin and beautiful features. Chen Yang took a quick look at her and smiled, with a figure like yours, of course you should wear a bikini. All right. Chen Yang, I'll be right back. Gao Yao left. The remaining few innocent young women hesitated for a moment before following suit, all heading off to change into their swimwear. Only Chen Xingling and Chen Yang were left. Chen Yang, tonight is going to be full of perks. Chen Xingling lay in Chen Yang's arms, as cute as a little kitten. Chen Yang glanced at her and said irritably, Did you arrange this on purpose? No way, I wouldn't arrange something like that. Although Chun Xingling said this, her mischievous smile had already given her away. Shen Yang had already figured it out. Earlier, Chen Xingling hadn't invited any of her close university friends. Instead, she had invited someone with a great figure and high looks, even bringing along Gao Yao. As her older brother, he could easily guess her intentions. Today is your birthday, not mine. Shen Yang pinched her little cheek. As long as Chun Yang is happy, I'm content. Chen Xingling's smile carried a hint of infatuation. What a good little sister. Chen Yang stroked her hair, feeling his love for Chen Xingling grow even deeper. Chun Yang, I'm going to change clothes too. Today, Tao Tao and I both prepared swimsuits. Later, you can tell us who looks the prettiest. Chen Xingling also stood up from Chen Yang's embrace. Go ahead. Chen Yang nodded. To be honest, he hadn't seen Chen Xingling and Shen Tao in swimwear yet. He really wanted to see them. Chen Xingling gave a faint smile and turned to leave. The innocent young women had left, and Chen Xingling and Shen Tao were gone too. In the luxurious cabin, only Chen Yang remained. Chen Yan leaned back on the world-renowned luxury sofa and snapped his fingers. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Catherine immediately approached him with a smile and asked, Mr. Chen, is there anything I can get for you? It's almost midnight. Prepare the birthday cake, the dishes, and the red wine. Later, I want a grand birthday banquet. Don't let me down. Shen Yang said indifferently. Mr. Chen, please rest assured. Tonight's birthday banquet will definitely meet your expectations. Catherine's delicate, charming face lit up with a confident smile. Shen Yang nodded in satisfaction. After a moment, Catherine asked again, should we prepare red wine, or mix it into a cocktail? The question seemed harmless. But Chun Yang understood immediately. Ordinary red wine is bitter and astringent, with a high alcohol content. If these college students were to drink red wine, they probably wouldn't be able to drink much. However, if it were a cocktail, the alcohol content would be similar, but the taste would be much better, sweet and smooth. If one wasn't careful, they could easily drink too much. Catherine was the butler on The Merry Princess, having served many wealthy young men and women, so she naturally understood the dynamics. She must have mistaken Chen Yang for one of those wealthy second-generation heirs. If Chen Yang wanted to, he could certainly do so in this situation. But Chun Yang wouldn't do such a thing, and he didn't need to. Chen Xingling and Shen Tao are more than enough for him. These two young women are completely devoted to him, and he doesn't need to resort to such underhanded tactics. Red wine will do. Something of higher quality. Chen Yang replied. All right. Catherine nodded and continued, what kind of quality are you looking for? What is the highest grade you have here? Chen Yang asked. Catherine gave a professional smile and said, on The Merry Princess, we have a prestigious winery with a wide range of wines, all available in various grades. The highest end option is the 1983 vintage Lafite Rothschild, priced at $135,000. This bottle of red wine has been carefully stored on our cruise ship for years and has never been opened. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, Chen Yang immediately said, that's the one. Ha! Catherine was taken aback. This one? Was Qin Yang referring to this 135,000 yuan bottle of rare Lafite? Before Catherine could react, Chen Yang had already pulled out a Huaxia Bank Dragon card and said casually, charge it. Catherine took the Huaxia Bank Dragon card with a look of shock in her eyes and left. When she returned, her delicate, almond-shaped face was filled with joy as she smiled and said, Mr. Chen, congratulations on your successful purchase. You have now become the most prestigious member of the Merry Princess. From now on, all staff members on board the Merry Princess will dedicate themselves to serving you. We will ensure your satisfaction. Catherine's gaze toward Chen Yang had also changed, becoming even more intense. She now had a completely new understanding of Chen Yang's wealth. Got it. Chen Yang waved his hand. Catherine left. Chen Yang waited a little longer. Finally, the first innocent young woman returned. The first one, of course, was Gao Yao. This woman was quite cunning. Going first and returning first was all to make an impression on Chen Yang. Chapter 107, The Beautiful Peach. It must be said that Gao Yao is quite pretty. Her facial features might only score around 85, but her figure is well over 90. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, with a fully developed figure, curves in all the right places, a 9 head-to-body ratio, a wasp waist, and long, slender legs, every inch of her exudes confidence and beauty. The most alluring part was that she was wearing a black bikini, which was incredibly sexy. Chen Yang, am I pretty? Gao Yao stood confidently and boldly in front of Chen Yang, allowing him to admire her perfect figure. Chen Yang glanced at her but didn't react much. Although Gao Yao's figure was decent, it paled in comparison to Zhiro, Chen Anan, and the landlady. Not bad. Chen Yang gave his evaluation. Receiving the not bad evaluation, Gao Yao didn't get upset. Instead, she sat down next to Chen Yang and smiled, I couldn't satisfy Chen Yang brother. It's my fault. I'll keep trying harder in the future. Once I develop a bit more, I'll make sure Chen Yang brother is fully satisfied. As she spoke, Gao Yao leaned in closer, her curvaceous figure pressing against him. Her ample bust, which was clearly a D cup, was almost fully exposed to Chen Yang. This woman was indeed much more mature than other college students, and she knew how to provide emotional value. She was also very uninhibited. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much. After Gao Yao returned, several innocent female college students also came back one after another. These innocent female college students weren't as bold as Gao Yao. Though they were all beautiful and had great figures, they were shy and hesitant. Wearing bikinis that revealed their bodies, they weren't very willing to let Chen Yang admire them, and some even covered themselves with their hands. These were the true innocent beauties. It was precisely this teasing allure of half-hidden, half-revealed that made these college students more charming than women in society. The luxurious cabin was filled with young, vibrant, and adorable college students in swimwear, creating a beautiful sight. However, among the female college students, only two could truly be called the pinnacle of beauty. Only two. Naturally, it was Shen Tao and Chen Xingling. The first to change and return was Chen Xingling. Surprisingly, Chen Xingling wasn't wearing a bikini or anything like that. She was wearing a black strapless halter top that was very short, revealing her long, straight legs completely. It was also backless, showcasing her fair, alluring back, which was absolutely stunning. After changing into her swimsuit, Chen Xingling showcased her nearly perfect figure to the fullest. This little vixen really has an amazing figure and is so beautiful. Chen Yang, what do you think? Chen Xingling smiled sweetly as she walked toward Chen Yang, spinning around once to showcase her stunning figure. Very nice. I've never seen you dressed like this before. Chen Yang said with a smile. Wearing something like this in front of others would just be giving them a treat, right? I wouldn't want that. Now that it's just Chen Yang and me, only Chen Yang can see me, so I can wear whatever I want. Chen Xingling gave a sweet smile, revealing her cute little fangs. Actually, she had one more thing to say. I actually wanted to go without it, but I couldn't say it out loud. After all, there are so many classmates around. Chen Yang smiled slightly and embraced Chen Xingling in his arms. Their relationship didn't need to be hidden anymore, everyone already knew. The other female college students had no ulterior motives. They looked at Chen Xingling with envy in their eyes, each fantasizing. If only they were the ones lying in Chen Yang's arms. Especially Gao Yao, who felt a bit inferior. Compared to Chen Xingling, she was still far behind. Chen Xingling lay in Chen Yang's arms, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and said, Chen Yang, this isn't anything yet. Wait until Tao Tao comes back, and you'll see how high the standards of female college students really are. Oh? Is Tao Tao pretty? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Of course. I helped her get all dressed up. She'll definitely make Chen Yang very, very happy. Chen Xingling's face flushed with pride. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, felt quite excited. Shen Tao was already very beautiful, and now that she had been carefully dressed up and was wearing a swimsuit, how stunning would she look? Soon, a shy, delicate figure appeared outside the luxurious cabin. Shen Tao was back. Everyone turned to look. Upon seeing Shen Tao's appearance, they were all left speechless. Just as Chen Xingling had said, after dressing up carefully, Shen Tao, wearing a swimsuit, was truly breathtakingly beautiful. She wasn't wearing a traditional swimsuit, but a pink V-neck halter top that was extremely revealing. The V-neck barely covered her sensitive areas, and the swimsuit was very form-fitting. With her figure being the best among college students, wearing such a tight and revealing swimsuit naturally exuded a sense of temptation. Her toned legs were adorned with leg bindings, accentuating a hint of flesh, giving off a subtle allure. Most importantly, she had tied her hair into two cute pigtails, perfectly embodying the youthful and vibrant image of a college student. The pink swimsuit, fair skin, and cute double ponytails, all these elements were perfectly coordinated on Shen Tao. Shen Tao's natural beauty was fully unleashed, making her absolutely stunning. However, Shen Tao was probably wearing such revealing clothing for the first time. Her delicate face was filled with shyness and embarrassment, and she dared not look at the other female college students, only blushing as she gazed at Chen Yang. She asked nervously, Chen Yang, is it okay for me to wear this? Chen Yang smiled and said, you look beautiful. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile finally appeared on Shen Tao's face. As long as Chen Yang was satisfied, that was all that mattered. Thus, Shen Tao also entered his embrace. With one Shen Tao and one Chen Xingling, the other pure-hearted female college students on the boat could be said to pale in comparison. After Shen Tao and Chen Xingling returned, the grand birthday banquet finally began. A variety of exquisite dishes were served one after another. The top-tier abalone from Cantonese cuisine, the top-tier Buddha jumps over the wall from Fujian cuisine, the top-tier boiled cabbage from Sichuan cuisine, the top-tier scallops with scallions from Shandong cuisine, and so on. In addition to these Chinese dishes, there were also many Western dishes, including the highest-grade Wagyu beef, top-tier imperial crab, top-tier abalone, and top-tier caviar. The portions were small, emphasizing quality over quantity. The innocent young women were utterly amazed by the luxurious dishes. As ordinary college students, they had never seen such high-end cuisine in their lives. Chapter 108, How Daring! Each dish here is worth enough to cover the entire gathering that Zhou Rui had recently arranged. Therefore, it was only natural that once the dishes were served, the first thing everyone did was take photos. Everyone went crazy taking photos. Even Shintao and Chen Xingling couldn't resist, pulling out their phones to take photos and post them on their social media. Chen Yang was also dragged along by the group of innocent female college students, posing for photos from every angle. One after another, the posts on WeChat moments left the male college students who had just arrived and the female college students who hadn't made it onto the boat completely envious and jealous. My goodness, each of these dishes must be worth thousands of dollars. That's way too extravagant. Wow. I'm so jealous. I should have insisted on getting on the boat no matter what. And the environment on the boat is amazing. Such a luxurious and extravagant cabin, it's like a dream come true. What a pity. The female college students were all anxious because they couldn't get on the boat. The male college students, on the other hand, were grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it, such beautiful swimwear, so many beautiful girls, all just serving one man named Chen Yang. That's so damn awesome. How revealing are their swimsuits? They even need to be censored before they can be posted. I really want to see them. Ah. Xiao Xian hasn't even worn such revealing swimwear in front of me. Chen Yang, you're such a bastard. The male college students were all screaming and wailing. Although Shintao and the others had blurred out the photos they posted on their social media, the male college students could already imagine how daring the swimsuits were. Chen Yang could see everything clearly. Half of the beautiful women in the traditional university had given Chen Yang a special treat. How could they not be anxious? But what good would getting anxious do? The merry princess was still sailing, and the party in the luxurious cabin was still in full swing, with no one able to stop it. After the dishes were served, the red wine was brought out. Catherine, with her golden hair, wearing white gloves, and holding a beautifully wrapped box, appeared in the luxurious cabin. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign beauty had, at some point, also donned a swimsuit. As a blonde beauty, her swimsuit was naturally a bikini. Her mature sensuality stood in stark contrast to the innocent young women in the cabin. Good evening, everyone. The bottle of red wine I'm holding is from. Catherine began explaining the origins of the red wine in her hand, tracing its history from ancient times to the present day, sharing every detail about the wine. The innocent young women listened in awe, finding it all very sophisticated but not particularly moving. However, Catherine's final remark left them all speechless. This bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1983 Global Limited Edition. It's worth $1,300,000. Tonight, Mr. Chen specially opened it for Princess Qingju to celebrate her birthday. Enjoy your meal. Boom! Catherine's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of the innocent young women. $130,000 for a bottle of red wine? This number was completely beyond their comprehension. It was an astronomical figure. Over $1 million could buy a house in the county. It could buy a luxury car. And now, it's been spent on a single bottle of red wine. That's just crazy. The pure-hearted young women were completely blown away by Chen Yang's wealth, and they even began to wonder if Chen Yang's life was some kind of hack version. Chen Yang, my brother. Chen Xingling's eyes were dreamy, her voice soft and seductive, as if she were about to melt away. She wasn't a vain woman. But which woman doesn't have a little princess dream deep down inside? Today, Chen Yang finally made it happen for her. Chen Yang smiled and said, I told you, on your birthday, I'll make sure you never feel wronged and that you're never treated worse than anyone else. Chen Yang. Chen Xingling's tears fell as she threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, crying like a little girl, her tears streaming down her face, a sight that moved everyone deeply. She was truly overwhelmed with emotion. Once all the dishes and drinks were served, the birthday banquet finally began. The spacious luxury cabin had transformed into their entertainment hub, with some drinking, others singing, some dancing, and even a few bopping to the beat. Originally, the group of innocent young women were quite shy and hesitant to reveal too much. But after drinking some red wine, they gradually loosened up, dancing and even doing the Korean dance, looking incredibly sexy. Now they were wearing more revealing swimwear, truly a feast for Chen Yang's eyes. It was now midnight. The birthday cake arrived. This was, of course, custom-made and quite expensive. The social media feeds of the innocent college girls were flooded with posts, with everyone sharing the photos non-stop. The merry princess was docked in Shenzhen Bay. Within Shenzhen Bay, a spectacular fireworks display erupted, all prepared for Chen Xingling. Chen Xingling was so excited she acted like a little girl, and under the dazzling fireworks, she took the initiative to kiss Chen Yang. The scene was filled with tender affection. After the fireworks display ended, everyone continued to enjoy themselves on the luxury cruise ship for another 2 or 3 hours. Finally, they were all exhausted. One by one, they lay on the luxurious sofas on the deck, waiting for the sunrise. Chen Yang was definitely with Chen Xingling on his left and Chen Tao on his right, and even had Gao Yao lying on top of him from behind. She had approached him voluntarily, offering to give him a massage. The other innocent young women were mostly drunk, lying around haphazardly, their clothes disheveled. This kind of environment is truly conducive to temptation. No wonder rich second-generation kids love throwing parties on yachts. When the clock struck 6 in the morning and a blazing sun broke through the horizon, all the innocent female college students woke up and immediately pulled out their phones to take photos. It was truly breathtaking. Watching the sunrise from a luxury cruise ship, this might be the only chance they'll ever have in their lives. Gao Yao was also taking photos when she suddenly noticed that Chen Yang and Chen Qingling were missing. She asked Shen Tao in confusion, Tao Tao, where are Qingling and Chen Yang? They were just here a moment ago. Shen Tao hadn't fully woken up yet, looking a bit dazed and cute, and said, I'll go look for them. Alright, such a beautiful sunrise, we can't miss it. Gao Yao laughed. Shen Tao nodded and returned to the luxurious cabin to start searching. A moment later, Shen Tao returned. However, her face was bright red, and no one knew what she had discovered. Tao Tao, what's wrong? Where are they? Gao Yao asked curiously. Shen Tao bit her red lips, thought for a moment, then said, They changed the place to watch the sunrise. Huh? Gao Yao was even more puzzled. Isn't the deck the best spot? However, she didn't ask any further and continued taking photos. Meanwhile, Shen Tao's face grew even redder. Chen Yang, my brother. Qingling's sister. You two are really so bold. Chapter 109, Mission Reward. Time passed. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the merry princess had already docked at the pier. All the pure-hearted young ladies had already changed into their outfits and were disembarking one after another. Chen Yang and Chen Qingling still hadn't shown up. According to Catherine, they seemed to have disembarked and left shortly after the merry princess docked, and no one knew where they had gone. The others didn't seem to mind and began taking photos in front of the merry princess, commemorating this unforgettable night. Where could Chen Yang and Qingling be? Shen Tao murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. By the time everyone returned to school, it was already past 10 o'clock. Although the night had been enjoyable, Shen Tao was still feeling tired. She had taken the day off from school, so she decided to rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, no one was there. Her roommates were either in class or out having fun. Shen Tao washed up, changed into her pajamas, applied a face mask, and went to bed. Just as she lay down on the bed, she felt a soft touch. There was someone on the bed. Ah! Shen Tao screamed in fright and instinctively slapped the person on the bed across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Oh! Chen Yang, I'm begging you. A familiar voice came from under the blankets. Chen Qingling, still drowsy, peeked out from under the blankets, looking disoriented, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Seeing that the person on the bed was Chen Qingling, Shen Tao snapped back to reality and said with a blank expression, Qingling's sister, why are you here? Tao Tao. Are you coming too? Chen Qingling asked dazedly. Join what? How did you end up on my bed? Shen Tao was completely confused. We're already on your bed. Chen Qingling said dazedly, I remember I was supposed to be on my bed with Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Shen Tao froze for a moment, but she quickly understood what Chen Qingling meant. Qingling's sister, did you and Chen Yang brother come back last night? Chen Qingling didn't seem shy at all. She nodded and said, yes, we came back. Chen Yang said he liked our dorm room because it reminded him of his youth, so he brought me back to relive those feelings. So, you too. Shen Tao's face turned red, and she couldn't continue. Chen Qingling yawned and said, Tao Tao, don't talk about that. Come sleep with me. I'm so tired. No, it still smells. Shen Tao's face showed some resistance. Chen Qingling smiled sweetly, revealing her little fangs, and said, what smell could there be? Later. You'll get used to it. Chen Qingling finished speaking and immediately pulled Shen Tao into the blankets, hugging her tightly. Shen Yang had already returned to Shaoan community. After finishing his hygiene routine, he sat on the sofa and the system's voice soon sounded. Host followed their heart and completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 5 million. This was indeed a massive expenditure. Yesterday's expenses, including chartering a boat, buying alcohol, fireworks, and various other items, totaled over 3 million. The reward amount was a full 5 million. 200,000 more. This is what true indulgent spending is all about. That's way too extravagant. And not only that, another system voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed Chen Qingling's intimacy task. Reward, 1 million, 1 attribute point. This task is finally done. Shen Yang allocated the attribute points to his stamina, and his physical strength underwent another transformation. Now I wonder how much I can bench press. I'll have to try it out when I have time. Soon. Another task has been assigned. Chen Qingling's intimate task begins. Family love. Overview, after the innocence of campus romance, family love inevitably follows. Requirements, investigate Chen Qingling's family background and complete a date at her home. Reward, 3 million, 3 attribute points. A family date? This shouldn't be too difficult. But upon closer consideration, Chen Qingling's family background is something he knows very little about. Over the years, Chen Qingling has rarely mentioned her family circumstances, and he wonders why. I should find an opportunity to ask her about it someday. Chen Yang thought to himself. With the final task completed, the events of the evening finally came to an end. He felt he had gained a lot. Just the task rewards alone amounted to over 7 million, and such extravagant spending was truly exhilarating. Chen Yang's savings were about to break through the 20 million mark. Once he surpassed 2 million, he could engage in even larger scale spending and earn even more rewards. The pinnacle of life is within reach. Plus, he's added several new WeChat contacts, all of them pure-hearted young women, and even one named Catherine. This foreign beauty was quite proactive last night. She kept drinking with Chen Yang and even leaned against him. Chen Yang even felt that if he had the intention, getting her into bed would be a piece of cake. Foreign beauties are really quite open-minded. Chen Yang was thinking about these things. Soon, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Although the night had been enjoyable, it had also been exhausting. It was time to rest. He woke up. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yang had a quick lunch and then headed out immediately. He had matters to attend to today. He needed to go to the company first to check on the so-called influencer selection and see if he could activate the asset task. Additionally, he also needed to visit Shenzhen University. His kind-hearted younger sister was eagerly waiting for Chen Yang to come and arrange a stage show for her. The Ferrari A12 was speeding down the streets of Shenzhen. While waiting at the traffic light, a message came through. It's from Xiao Nana. Xiao Nana, husband, I'm so bored at work. I miss you so much. What are you doing? After fully embracing her femininity, Yaona's personality had undergone some changes. While she still appeared to be the sexy, intelligent next-door older sister on the surface, she had developed a more clingy, girly side in private. This contrast was quite appealing. Mu Yang, you love your job so much? 30,000 a month, and you still go to work? Xiao Nana, I don't have much to do at work, it's very easy. Plus, if I don't go to work, I don't know what to do. Husband, you can't come find me every minute of the day, and besides. Husband, even though I'm just your little mistress, I still need to help you prevent any future problems. What if something happens to your career one day and you go bankrupt? I can work to support you, right? Husband. Chapter 110, Female Subordinate Joman. Xiao Nana is indeed a qualified mistress. She thinks things through quite thoroughly. Emotional value is maxed out. Chen Yang felt happy and replied with a smile. Mu Yang, Xiao Nana, you're so thoughtful. Do you want a reward? Xiao Nana, what kind of reward? Are you coming to see me tonight? Honey, I've been waiting all day. Today it's not going to work. Chen Yang's physical strength had improved significantly, but he wasn't yet at his peak. Last night, he had just spent several hours with Chun Qingling, that little vixen, and if he went to see Yao Na, that mature seductress, tonight, he wouldn't even be able to walk straight. Let's reschedule for another day. Mu Yang, another reward? Were you working at the store all day today? Xiao Nana, yes, honey. Mu Yang, alright, I'll come by later. Xiao Nana, alright, I'll be waiting for you. The call ended. Chun Yang thought about it carefully. The company wasn't too far from where Yao Na worked. After finishing up at the office, he decided to pay his good sister a visit. A day without seeing her was enough to make him miss her dearly. Yao Na's countless charms were truly captivating. Boom! The Ferrari A12 was speeding down the streets of Shenzhen, heading toward the headquarters of Tenma Entertainment. Australia. Melbourne Airport. In the rest area. Ruoro, I've already arranged everything regarding Tianma. Once you return to the country next week, you can go straight to the interview. Xin Lan's phone rang again. Jerome, dressed in a red flight attendant uniform, sipping coffee, sitting upright, tall and graceful, heard Xin Lan's words and finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Xin Lan. It's no big deal." Xin Lan replied, then added seriously, "But Rong, there's something I need to discuss with you." "Go ahead." Jerome listened attentively. Xin Lan continued, "At Tianma, although the manager from the business division that Playboy is officially in charge of interviewing you this time, he doesn't really care much about company matters. So, he might not be the one deciding whether to hire you. The person who will actually have an impact on you is Tianma's operations manager, Zhang Shang. This guy has quite a reputation in the industry. His father is one of Tianma's board members and holds significant power. To get into Tianma, you have to get past him first. He contacted me yesterday and wants to have dinner with you. Are you interested?" Xin Lan's words were already quite blunt. Have dinner? Have a drink. Go to a hotel. Just the usual unwritten rules of the entertainment industry. Jiro was well aware of this. She sighed deeply, never expecting that a mid-sized company like Tianma Group would have such people. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. However, Jiro decided this was her last attempt. If it doesn't work, then so be it. She was only pursuing her dreams and would never accept such underhanded tactics. If it doesn't work out, she'll just settle for being a flight attendant. I've been very busy lately, flying all over the world. I don't have much time. I'm sorry. Jiro rejected him outright. Xin Lan remained silent for a while before responding. Alright, Roru, this is your own choice, and I respect it. I hope you have good luck. At this point, things had essentially come to an end. No matter how well Zhiro performed, since she hadn't given Zhang Sheng face, her chances of being selected were virtually non-existent. Zhiro's dream was about to shatter completely. Zhiro sat in the restroom, her stunningly beautiful face filled with suffocating despair. Within Tianma Group, Chen Yang and his female subordinate Zhou Man walked side by side through the department. Zhang Sheng? Chen Yang furrowed his brows. He had heard of this person before. Zhang Sheng, the operations manager at Tianma. He wasn't someone to be trusted, and his reputation within the company was quite poor. Isn't he from the operations department? Why is he meddling in the business division? Earlier, Zhou Man had told him that Zhang Sheng would also be attending the interview. And he was even in charge of the interview and recruitment process. This puzzled Chen Yang. As an operations manager, Zhang Sheng should be responsible for promotion and traffic, not interviews. When did he ever get involved in such matters? This is a special assignment given to Zhang Sheng by senior management. It's been going on for quite some time now. And, as for Zhang Sheng's background, Chen manager, you should understand. Zhou Man answered seriously. Zhou Man was a typical career woman, dressed in a black business suit and black trousers, wearing black framed glasses, intelligent and beautiful. Chen Yang nodded in response. He knew a bit about Zhang Sheng's background. There was a director at Tianma Group named Zhang Dong, who was his father. However, Chen Yang didn't bother to get involved in such internal factional politics within the group. He just wanted to see if he could activate the task. As for going to work? Forget it. Let them do whatever they wanted. Besides, to be honest, Chen Yang didn't even bother to take Zhang Dong, Zhang Sheng, or Zhang Dongxing seriously. He now held a 10% stake in Tianma Entertainment, making him one of the major shareholders. If these people dared to act tough in front of him, Chen Yang wouldn't mind letting them taste the iron fist of capital. The two continued chatting as they made their way toward the conference hall, which was the main location for the interviews. As they walked, Chen Yang suddenly noticed that Zhou Man's figure was truly stunning, with a perfect S-curve that was incredibly graceful. With Zhou Man's figure, if she dressed a bit more revealingly and put some effort into her appearance, she could easily be a stunning career woman. But with her black-framed glasses and conservative demeanor, you'd never guess she had such a great figure. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Man, you're pretty low-key. Manager, what do you mean by that? Zhou Man asked in confusion. Chen Yang smiled and said, with your figure, if you wore a black stocking-clad bodycon skirt, you'd definitely make a name for yourself in the company. Your outfit is a bit too conservative. Your looks and figure aren't much different from those influencers. Zhou Man, upon hearing this, didn't feel embarrassed and smiled lightly. After all, the office is a workplace. There's no need to dress provocatively. It's good that you have that mindset. Chen Yang smiled and said, but does that mean you're not like this in private? Zhou Man smiled mysteriously and teased, if we ever meet privately, then Manager Chen will find out. Chen Yang laughed it off, as he had only been joking around and didn't intend to say more. The two continued on their way. Chapter 111, Li Wei. Zhou Man said again, this interview is just for influencers, so it's not very important. The celebrity interview next week will be more important. Will you be there, Chen Manager? I should be able to. Chen Yang replied calmly. Whether he comes or not depends on whether the asset task is triggered. If the task isn't triggered, coming to the company wouldn't make much sense. Alright, I'll send you the resumes of the celebrity interview candidates in a few days. Apparently, there's a real rising star among them. She had a good chance of becoming a top-tier star, but she gave it up for some reason. She's incredibly beautiful and has great poise. Zhou Man specifically mentioned this. This female subordinate really believed that Chen Yang came to the interview just to see these internet celebrities and star beauties. Okay. Chen Yang replied. The two quickly arrived at the conference hall. They pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, there were already 5 people inside the conference hall. 3 of them were teachers responsible for the review, while the remaining 2 were a middle-aged man, Zhu Kai, the department head, and another young man. The other was a young man with a tall, straight posture, dressed in a suit and tie, with a slicked-back hairstyle and a handsome appearance. This man was none other than Zhang Sheng. Chen Yang had seen him a few times at the company. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, everyone in the conference hall respectfully called out, Manager Chen! Manager Chen! Manager Chen! Even Zhang Sheng greeted Chen Yang. Clearly, although Zhang Sheng was a second-generation heir, he wasn't the kind of person without any brains. Chen Yang nodded and then went to his own seat and sat down. As the overall coordinator for this interview, his seat was naturally at the head of the table, while Zhou Man stood behind him like a secretary. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Kai from the business department immediately handed him several documents. Manager. These are the personal profiles of the candidates being interviewed today. Take a look. Zhu Kai was the department head, promoted by Chen Yang, and naturally loyal to him. Chen Yang took the documents from Zhu Kai and flipped through a few pages casually. Most of the interviewees were influencers, aged between 18 and 24. They all had a certain number of followers, some with hundreds of thousands, others with millions, but they were all stuck in a rut and had come to seek collaboration with an entertainment company. Looking at the photos, they were all pretty much the same, all sweet-looking girls. The last one, a woman named Li Wei, was the most attractive, but she was also the oldest at 24 years old. Chen Yang glanced at them casually and then ignored them, saying, "Let's get started." "All right." Zhu Kai responded. The interview began. This interview process, how to describe it, was somewhat like a fantasy world, with one beautiful woman after another entering the room wearing various stylish and revealing outfits, showcasing their talents, some dancing, some singing, and some even pushing the boundaries. First, 3 judges would score them. Once the scores were in, Zhu Kai and Zhang Shang would review them, and finally, Chen Yang would make the final decision. Once signed, the influencers would be contracted for 3 years and receive the company's traffic support, which was quite favorable. However, Chen Yang only glanced at the selection process and didn't pay much attention to it. While he understood the influencer business, he was far from as knowledgeable as the teachers. With them handling the selection, there shouldn't be any issues. What Chen Yang was thinking about most now was when he could activate the task. Xiao Tianjiang. Teacher Zhang, 5 points. Mr. Zhou, 4 points. Mr. Li, 5 points. Passed. By the 3rd round, Chen Yang could clearly sense something was off. This little sweetheart was a true vixen, not particularly attractive, but heavily made up, and she couldn't even sing in tune. Yet, despite this, she completely outscored the 2 other contestants, who were both talented and good-looking, and was selected with a high score. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed that the little sweetheart was occasionally sending flirtatious glances at Zhang Shang. The answer. It was already very obvious. This guy must have used some underhanded tactics. Even the interviewer is on his side. What's the point of this interview then? Chen Yang snorted derisively. The entertainment industry is the entertainment industry, it's definitely not a good place. However, Chen Yang didn't bother with such unnecessary trouble. The entertainment industry had been operating for so many years, and these were the rules. It wasn't just Tianma Group. As long as it didn't affect him, he didn't care. After all, in his eyes, Tianma Group was just another asset to be divided up. Several more rounds of selection followed. Zhang Sheng didn't go overboard. He didn't place too many people through back channels, just 1 or 2, while the rest followed the normal process. Finally, they arrived at Li Wei, who had initially stood out for her striking appearance. Li Wei was indeed very beautiful, with a face score of over 90, a stunning figure, a standard A4 waist, a narrow waist, and a curvy butt, measuring 36D, with an elegant demeanor and a graceful, sophisticated aura. She resembled a mature, sophisticated beauty. However, her fashion style leaned toward the sweet, girly girl aesthetic, which didn't quite suit her. Everyone, hello. Hello everyone, my name is Li Wei, and I am a female trainee from the 09 3rd batch. I am here for this audition in the hope of renewing my contract with the company. I have prepared a song and dance performance of Sweetheart Cute for all of you. I hope you all enjoy it. Li Wei bowed deeply to everyone. Chen Yang had already looked into Li Wei's background. She is already 24 years old. Unlike the other internet celebrities who came for the interview, she is here to seek a contract renewal. She had been with the company for 6 years. Since she was 18, she had been with Tianma, trying various things, but none of them had gained much traction. 2 years ago, when things were starting to look up, for some reason, she was put on hold by the company. Now her contract has expired. She has no choice but to seek a contract renewal. As a female influencer who joined the company at 18 with no education or work experience, even if she were to apply to other entertainment companies, her age would be a significant drawback and few would consider her. Renewing her contract with the company is her only way out. Actually, when Chen Yang saw Li Wei's resume, he was quite surprised. Li Wei has such good qualifications, she shouldn't have been unable to break through all this time. Could it be that his taste is off? Or was it that this Li Wei couldn't sing in tune and even tripped over herself while dancing? Chen Yang watched Li Wei's performance with this doubt in mind. The result was beyond Chen Yang's expectations. Li Wei's performance was flawless, both in singing and dancing, with no mistakes at all. Clearly, she had practiced countless times, far surpassing those amateur female influencers. Her only issue was that her sweet girl style no longer suited her. Chapter 112, Zhang Sheng's Little Moves. Li Wei, both in terms of looks and figure, had already developed into a mature young woman. Although she was still sweet, she was far, far behind others her age of 18 or 19. However, this flaw does not overshadow her other qualities. By normal standards, Li Wei's score should have been a perfect 5. However, to Chen Yang's surprise, the scores given by the 3 teachers were: Zhang teacher, 2 points. Mr. Zhou, 2 points. Mr. Li, 3 points. When combined, the total scores were lower than those of Xiao Tianjiang, who was graded by a single teacher. Chen Yang realized what was going on and turned to look at Zhang Sheng beside him. The latter was staring at Li Wei, his eyes seeming to carry a hint of mockery and anger. Clearly, it was this guy who had tampered with the scores. Upon seeing the score, Li Wei's face turned as white as snow. She tugged at the hem of her shirt, bit her lips, and lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. Chen Yang furrowed his brows. The other influencers being eliminated didn't bother him much. To be honest, those influencers weren't very talented, hadn't trained seriously, weren't particularly attractive, and were still young. They had plenty of opportunities ahead of them. Li Wei was different. Whether it was singing or dancing, it was clear that Li Wei had trained diligently, with few mistakes. Moreover, Li Wei isn't exactly young anymore, and these past few years were her last chance. If she were to leave the company, she might never have another chance to make it big. Most importantly, based on Chen Yang's years of experience in the entertainment industry, Li Wei has tremendous potential. Sure enough. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, the system's voice rang out. S-Class talent detected. Asset task triggered. Rising Fame Part 1. Overview: the host aims to fully control Tianma Entertainment, and fame and prestige are essential. Requirements: create a viral short video and launch a top-tier influencer. Reward: 5% stake in the Tianma Group. The system's voice had barely finished speaking. Information about Li Wei immediately appeared before Chen Yang. Name: Li Wei. Rank: S. Exclusive occupation: internet celebrity, star. Special attributes: mature woman, pure desire. When Li Wei's information appeared before Chen Yang couldn't help but smile, feeling suddenly enlightened. The moment he laid eyes on Li Wei, he sensed her potential, but he couldn't quite pinpoint her specific direction. A sweet girl wouldn't work no matter how beautiful Li Wei was. She couldn't compete with those 18 or 19-year-old sweet girls. A dominant woman could work, but it still felt lacking. Li Wei had been at Tianma for so many years and had probably tried the dominant style before, but it probably didn't catch on. The mature woman with pure desire style was completely unexpected for Chen Yang. Because the mature woman style is a niche category in today's short video platform, there hasn't been a true breakout hit yet. Plus, Li Wei hasn't even dated anyone yet. Who would have thought she'd be suited for the mature woman style? However, after being recommended by the system, Chen Yang found her increasingly suitable. Yeah. Only the pure desire style can fully showcase Li Wei's charm. Moreover, while the young married woman style is currently a niche, it is already showing signs of becoming a major trend. As an S-tier talent, Li Wei might just become the top star of this niche. Chen Yang was already mapping out Li Wei's future path in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Wei's delicate body trembled as she bit her red lips, almost pleading. Everyone. I might have made a mistake just now. Can I have another chance? Please, I beg you. Please give me another chance. I really need this contract. Li Wei's tone was extremely humble, bowing repeatedly to everyone, her voice filled with sorrow. However, the three teachers remained silent, all turning their heads to look at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng said solemnly, the company has its own rules and regulations. Selecting influencers also follows our procedures. Once an opportunity is gone, it's gone. Playing the victim won't help. Let's go. Come back next time and try harder. His words sounded noble and righteous, as if he were truly speaking on behalf of the company. Li Wei was completely despairing. The look in her eyes as she stared at Zhang Sheng was filled with fear, as if she had also realized something. Finally, she lowered her head dejectedly and prepared to leave. Chen Yang, however, snorted derisively and said casually, wait. Everyone's attention immediately turned to Chen Yang. Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered with a complex expression, as if he sensed something was amiss. Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Zhu Kai asked. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei below and smiled, I really like this contestant. I'd like to talk to her alone. Is that okay? Everyone was taken aback. They never expected that Chen Yang, whom they had assumed was just there as a good luck charm, would actually make such a request. Zhang Sheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly composed himself and smiled apologetically. Mr. Chen, company policy states that there is only one opportunity. If we make an exception this time, it wouldn't be fair to the other contestants. This guy was pretty clever, using the company's regulations to pressure Chen Yang. But would Chen Yang be afraid? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and casually said, I know that. I don't think I ever said I wanted to break the rules, did I? I just wanted to chat with her. Why are you guys reacting so strongly? This statement completely shut Zhang Sheng up. Zhang Sheng's expression changed, but he eventually replied, alright, then Chen manager, you talk to her. Chen Yang ignored him and turned to Li Wei, asking, want to chat together? Li Wei looked at Chen Yang, but she didn't feel very happy. Her eyes still held a trace of fear, clearly she had categorized Chen Yang as the same type as Zhang Sheng. However, she eventually nodded and said, alright. Chen Yang and Li Wei left and entered the private meeting room. Watching their backs, Zhang Sheng's expression fluctuated between anger and calculation. What is this guy up to? In the private meeting room, Chen Yang and Li Wei sat across from each other. Chen Yang stared at Li Wei with a sharp gaze, while Li Wei seemed a bit nervous, unable to meet Chen Yang's eyes, and kept her head down. After a long silence, Chen Yang finally spoke. Do you know why you were eliminated today? Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to ask such a question. She replied, I know. It's because my performance wasn't good enough and I didn't try hard enough. You're lying. Chen Yang laughed. Although Li Wei had entered the entertainment industry at 18 and was still an innocent young woman, she wasn't naive. She knew there must be a reason behind it. Chapter 113, Zhang Sheng's reaction. Li Wei lowered her head, biting her red lips, hesitating for a moment before saying, Mr. Chen, if you're just here to talk about this, then I think maybe we shouldn't continue. I do cherish this opportunity. But if I can't get it, I'll have to give it up. Li Wei thought Chen Yang was trying to take advantage of her and was about to leave. Chen Yang just smiled, remained silent for a moment, then spoke seriously. Li Wei. Let me rephrase the question. Do you want to become famous? Upon hearing this, Li Wei didn't hesitate for a moment and replied immediately, yes, I want it so badly I dream about it every night. Her expression was unwavering, her face radiating determination. Fame and fortune were the ultimate goal for every influencer. I can give you the opportunity. But I have one condition. Chen Yang said calmly. Li Wei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to say that. She knew she had crossed Zhang Shang, whose company had deep connections, and no one dared to oppose him. As a result, she had been kept on the sidelines at the company for years. Yet here was Chen Yang, daring to offer her an opportunity. Did he not fear Zhang Shang? After a moment of silence, Li Wei finally spoke up, what is the condition? Chen Yang smiled faintly, it's simple. I just need you to obey me. Obey? Li Wei immediately thought of some unpleasant things. Obey? That meant she'd have to submit to all kinds of abuse, didn't it? She had already fallen into this situation because she refused to comply with Zhang Shang's unwritten rules. How could she possibly submit to Chen Yang? She was about to speak. But Chen Yang had already seen through her thoughts and said, what I mean by be obedient is regarding your career. You decide what style you want to pursue, what path you want to take, what clothes you want to wear, and what kind of short videos you want to film. I will personally handle all of that. You have no say in any of it. Do you understand? This statement left Li Wei speechless once again. If that was all he was asking, it was indeed acceptable. After all, her career was already in shambles and had nowhere to go but down. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I'll follow your arrangements no matter what. Li Wei bit her red lips tightly, her delicate face showing determination. All right. Chen Yang nodded. With Li Wei's words, he felt reassured. Why had he chosen to discuss these matters with Li Wei alone? It was simple. He just wanted to test Li Wei's personality. As an influencer, one's personality must not be too unpredictable, they must be obedient. Otherwise, who knows what trouble they might cause one day. If their reputation is ruined, she'll be the one getting criticized, but you'll suffer the consequences too. So Chen Yang wanted to see if Li Wei was the kind of person who acted on a whim. From what we can see now, she isn't. Li Wei seems to be under immense pressure, on the brink of breaking down. Chen Yang is her last hope. Let us go. After finishing their conversation, Chen Yang said directly to her. Go? Li Wei was taken aback. She had thought they were going to have a deeper conversation, but it turned out to be so simple. But now the real problem arose. Does Chen Yang really have a way to deal with Zhang Shang? Li Wei was filled with doubts. The two emerged from the private meeting room. The crowd outside had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Chen, how did the discussion go? Zhang Shang stepped forward and asked with a smile. Chen Yang returned to his seat and smiled, it's okay. What about the issue regarding Li Wei? Zhang Shang asked cautiously. Chen Yang maintained his smile and continued, I think Li Wei is quite capable. I plan to sign her on and train her personally. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire conference hall fell into complete silence. Li Wei has already been clearly eliminated. Chen Yang is now being forced to sign. This is clearly an abuse of privilege. Using special privileges isn't unusual in a company, but what surprised everyone was that Chen Yang didn't give Zhang Shang the slightest bit of face. Many people present knew that Li Wei had a grudge against Zhang Shang, and Li Wei's being sidelined over the years was also related to Zhang Shang. As a result, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang's smile froze slightly, and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and continued to smile. Manager Chen. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Several teachers have already expressed that they believe Li Wei is not suitable for the company. If you sign her now, it might be hard to explain to the others. Zhang Shang was no fool. No one confronted Chen Yang directly, instead, they brought in those so-called teachers. Upon hearing this, the teachers also spoke up one after another. That's right, Manager Chen. While Li Wei is attractive, she's average in every other aspect. Forcing her to stay in the company won't benefit anyone. Mr. Chen, Li Wei is already 24 years old. Her prime years are already more than halfway gone. There's no need to keep her around. Mr. Chen, keeping Li Wei will only waste the company's resources. These teachers spoke with such certainty, swearing that Li Wei wouldn't amount to anything, constantly mentioning the company, as if they were truly acting in its best interest. But Chen Yang knew these people were just taking sides. They didn't know Chen Yang's background. But they were well aware of Zhang Sheng's background. He was the son of a board member. They knew exactly who to side with. Li Wei listened to everyone's words, his face growing bitter, and sighed. Zhang Sheng had already gone this far. She felt she had no chance either. But Chen Yang's next words left her completely speechless. Chen Yang spoke calmly, "This influencer audition is being handled by our department. I'm the department manager and have the authority to select influencers for the department. You think Li Wei won't make it big, but I don't agree. I think Li Wei has a lot of potential. She's definitely going to make it big. Therefore, for the future development of the company, I plan to sign her. Do you have any other questions?" Chen Yang glanced at the three so-called teachers, his expression indifferent and devoid of emotion. It seemed as though he didn't even bother to acknowledge the three of them. The three teachers, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They were well aware that Chen Yang had connections. He was a newly appointed manager, and they dared not provoke him. Therefore, they could only turn their gaze toward Zhang Sheng once more. Zhang Sheng's expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. In the end, he forced a smile and said, "All right. Since Manager Chen is so eager to sign Li Wei, I have no objections. I hope Manager Chen can nurture Li Wei and help her become a top-tier star in the future." Chapter 114, Successful Signing. Zhang Sheng had conceded. This came as a surprise to many. At the same time, they also felt a sense of dread. This man with a board member as his father had conceded to Chen Yang. Could the connections behind Chen Yang be even more terrifying? "All right, I will make sure she works harder." Chen Yang smiled and then turned to the three teachers, asking, "Do any of you have any objections now?" The three teachers dared not voice any objections at that moment and quickly smiled apologetically. "No, since Manager Chen has such high hopes for her, how dare we have any objections?" "That's right. I've always known that Li Wei isn't ordinary. Once Mr. Chen signs her, she'll definitely become a top star. Li Wei, the future is bright for you." The Sichuan opera face-changing act was indeed quick. Even Li Wei couldn't believe what was happening. Just like that? She had worked so hard for so long, training relentlessly for half a year just to prepare for today's interview. She never expected that her training would be completely useless. Instead, Chen Yang's single remark effortlessly resolved all the issues. Reality was truly brutal and unforgiving. The interview was over. Arrangements for Li Wei will be made in the coming days. Everyone else also left the conference hall. As he left, Zhang Sheng smiled and shook hands with Chen Yang, saying, "Manager Chen really has a keen eye. After thinking it over, Li Wei is indeed very promising. A company like ours absolutely cannot afford to let such talent slip away." This guy was flattering Chen Yang. Chen Yang's gaze was sharp. This Zhang Sheng is far more cunning than he had imagined. He had originally thought this guy was just a spoiled rich kid from novels or TV shows, but now it seemed he wasn't that simple after all. Since the other party was being so friendly, Chen Yang had nothing more to say. "Manager Zhang, you're too kind," Chen Yang replied. The two parted ways. Chen Yang and Zhou Man left. Zhang Sheng watched Chen Yang's departing figure, his smile gradually fading into a cold expression. A teacher approached and asked, "Mr. Zhang, why didn't you force Li Wei to leave just now?" The teacher was still puzzled, as Zhang Sheng was one of the board members. He didn't want to give Chen Yang face, but that wasn't an easy thing to do. He also didn't want Chen Yang's background to be deeper than his own. Therefore, Zhang Sheng's decision to bow to Chen Yang left him baffled. Zhang Sheng, however, laughed and said, "Chen Yang's background is mysterious. Even I don't know the specifics. Though he might not be too powerful, there's no need to confront him head-on. He's just a minor figure. If he wants it, let him have it. I don't care." Zhang Sheng appeared magnanimous, capable of both flexibility and resilience. Of course, he wasn't exactly a magnanimous person. Chen Yang had taken Li Wei away from him, which truly angered him. If it had been in the past, he might have refused to give Chen Yang any face. After all, he had coveted Li Wei for so many years and had never been able to get her. How could he just let her go so easily? But now, he no longer had much interest in Li Wei. Because he had a new target. The interview next week is the top priority. Make sure everything is arranged properly and no unexpected issues arise. Zhang Sheng said indifferently. Manager Zhang, rest assured. I've already spoken with the other judges about next week's interview. It'll be fine. We'll follow your instructions to the letter. The teacher looked utterly fawning. All right. Zhang Sheng nodded satisfactorily, then turned to look in the direction Chen Yang had left, muttering to himself. I'm giving you face this time. Hopefully, you'll know your place from now on. Next week's interview. Chen Yang remained one of the main responsible parties. If this guy dares to show off again, he won't have much face left. I've chosen Li Wei. Today's tasks are almost complete. After that, we'll wait for Li Wei to get ready, sign all the contracts, and then arrange the filming. No rush. Take your time. It was already afternoon, and Chen Yang was about to leave the company. Before leaving, Zhou Man reminded him, Mr. Chen, next week's celebrity interview is a cross-departmental review. The management teams from several departments will conduct the interviews together. You'll be in the second round. The first round will be conducted by Zhang's supervisor and 2 other department supervisors. Zhou Man briefly explained the process of the star interview to Chen Yang. This was something Chen Yang had asked about proactively. Participating in this influencer interview had already activated the asset task. If he participates in the celebrity interview next time, it might also activate it. The rewards would likely be higher as well. Therefore, Chen Yang was quite concerned about it. So, first let Zhang Shang and the others screen them out in the first round, and then I'll handle the second round? Chen Yang roughly understood the meaning. Yeah, that's about right. Zhou Man nodded. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. This was going to be interesting. Given Zhang Shang's personality, he'd even rig an influencer interview. A celebrity interview? There's no way he'd let that slip by. Chen Yang was curious to see what tricks he could pull out of his sleeve. Remember to give me the celebrity interview files in a few days. I'll take a look at their profiles. Chen Yang gave a brief instruction. From the profiles, he should be able to get a rough idea of who Zhang Shang is targeting. Plus, I heard that this celebrity audition has someone with an incredibly high level of physical attractiveness, someone who once had the chance to become a top-tier star. He really wants to see just how good-looking they are. All right. Zhou Man replied. The company matter was temporarily resolved. Chen Yang left the company, driving his Ferrari A12 toward the shopping mall where Yao Na worked. On the way, someone sent a message. Heartbroken pork rib soup, brother-in-law, it's already 4 o'clock. Where are you? Don't you dare stand me up. Brother-in-law, I'm counting on you to save the day. And there were more messages. Just a few seconds later, another message came through. Heartbroken pork rib soup, brother-in-law. If you don't come soon, I'm doomed. My mind is completely blank. What am I going to do when I have to go on stage? Soon, another message arrived. Heartbroken pork rib soup, you jerk. How dare you ignore me and stand me up? You're so mean. And more. Heartbroken pork rib soup, wah wah wah. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Wah wah. Brother-in-law, don't abandon me, please. No need to ask, this was naturally his school beauty younger sister-in-law. This barrage of messages, alternating between a domineering older sister tone and a cute younger sister tone, clearly showed that his little sister-in-law was pretty desperate. However, Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry. As an employee of an entertainment company, he had handled countless performances. This kind of freshman welcome party was a piece of cake for him. As long as he prepared the right clothes and props, he could wrap it up in an hour, no problem. Chapter 115, Emotional Value. Mu Yang, I remember. I'll be there shortly. Heartbroken pork rib soup, later? Brother-in-law, it's already 4 o'clock. The welcome party starts at 8 tonight. Brother-in-law, I'm not rushing you, but please have mercy on the child. The child really has no other options. Jamumu was worried that there wasn't enough time to prepare properly, so she wanted Chen Yang to come over early. After all, the others who are performing on stage have already started preparing. Mu Yang, don't worry, there's enough time. Trust your brother-in-law. Heartbroken pork rib soup, alright. Since Chen Yang had said that, Jamumu couldn't say anything else and could only wait patiently. After a moment, Jamumu sent another message. Heartbroken pork rib soup, my sister is coming back to the country in a few days. She wants to pick me up and take me with her. She also wants to invite us all out for a meal. I was wondering what you think. Chen Yang was taken aback by Jamumu's words. Jiro is coming back? Calculating the time, it did seem about right. Chen Yang wasn't opposed to meeting her. A peaceful breakup was better than letting things get so tense. Mu Yang, alright, let your sister choose the location. Heartbroken pork rib soup, There was a moment of silence. Heartbroken pork rib soup sent another message. Heartbroken pork rib soup, brother-in-law, actually, I think you and my sister have a chance. Mu Yang, let's just go with the flow. Chen Yang replied casually without saying much more. He didn't have much attachment to Jiro. Jiro probably didn't have much attachment to him either. Everything was left to fate. The call ended. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari A12 to the shopping mall where Yao Na worked. Inside the Jaeger-LeCoultre flagship store. As usual, there was no business and no customers. Several sales associates were gathered around the counter, seemingly looking at something intriguing. Yao Na was standing in the center of the group of female sales associates, holding a mysterious box in her hands. The box was elegantly packaged, with a large logo on it, Huawei. It was a smartphone box. Nana, is this the latest Huawei foldable screen made X5? Wow, the box looks pretty high-end. Of course it is. This phone isn't cheap, the base model starts at over 10,000. What price did you get it for, Nana? The female sales associates were chattering away, discussing the phone. Yana laughed and said, the top-of-the-line 16 gigabytes plus 1 terabyte collector's edition, including all insurance, comes to around 20,000 yuan. $2,000 for a phone. That's no small sum. Upon hearing this, all the female sales associates were slightly taken aback. Nah, you're being so generous. Spending 20,000 on a phone, you just go ahead and buy it? Yeah, I couldn't even imagine spending that much. Nana is going to become a rich woman. The female sales associates were filled with envy, as if they believed the phone was a gift from Yao Na to herself. Yao Na responded, who said I'm buying it for myself? It's for Chen Yang. His phone hasn't been replaced yet. Yao Na was quite observant. Chen Yang had already bound the system and changed his outfit, but he hadn't replaced his phone because he had overlooked it. In his view, a phone was just a daily necessity, so it shouldn't be too expensive, and there was no need to splurge. Plus, changing phones was a hassle, so he had never bothered. Upon hearing that it was for Chen Yang, the female sales associates were equally surprised. Are you giving it to Chen Yang? A female sales assistant asked in confusion. Yes. Yao Na nodded. Another female sales associate laughed. Nana, I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful woman. Usually, men give gifts to women, not the other way around. That's right, Nana. Chen Yang is so wealthy he doesn't need your gift. You really don't need to. Just enjoy it. Another female sales clerk responded. These women, to varying degrees, had been poisoned by toxic positivity and rarely thought about mutual giving. They believed that as long as they were beautiful, they didn't need anything else. Yao Na replied, you don't understand. Chen Yang is indeed wealthy and doesn't need me to give him gifts. But providing emotional value, you don't understand that. As long as the details are taken care of, the relationship will grow deeper. Yao Na didn't care what they said. No one knew her good younger brother better than she did. She knew that as long as she gave this gift to Chen Yang, he would definitely be very happy. As long as that's the case, she feels completely satisfied. After all, she was Chen Yang's little girlfriend. All she needed to do was provide her husband with emotional support. The female sales associates listened to Yao Na's words and couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle, responding. Alright, our Nana really thinks of everything. That's right. No wonder our Najia could find a young, handsome rich second-generation guy. We couldn't. We should humbly learn from Sister Na. The female sales associates didn't take it seriously at all and started teasing Yao Na. Go away. Yao Na's face turned red, still a bit shy. At the same time, Chen Yang, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in from outside and smiled, pretty lively here. What's going on? Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Chen Yang. Compared to before, Chen Yang now looked even more handsome, with less of the frail aura and more of a rugged vibe. Some of the younger female sales associates dared not meet Chen Yang's eyes, feeling shy. An older female sales clerk smiled and said, we're discussing what gift to give you for Nana. Chen Yang, you're so lucky to have won over our Nana. All the female sales associates looked at Chen Yang with smiles on their faces. Gift? Chen Yang was taken aback, a bit surprised, and looked at Yao Na, asking, did you prepare a gift? Yao Na's face turned red, and she nodded, yes. She looked around and said, there are too many people here. Let's go over there to talk. Yao Na took Chen Yang's hand and led him toward a cafe on the side of the mall. The female sales associates behind them smiled warmly, as if they had witnessed something joyful. Inside the cafe. A corner booth. Honey, I've missed you so much. Here, Yao Na, who had maintained a cool and dignified demeanor in public, completely transformed into a clinging and adorable woman. She didn't sit across from Chen Yang but instead squeezed into the same seat with him. Her delicate, fragrant body was close by. Chen Yang naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and smiled, how much did you miss me? Chapter 116, Giving Gifts. Yao Na blinked her eyes, then gave a mischievous smile and said, like the yellow river, flowing endlessly. The meaning of those words was a bit suggestive. This is the difference between a mature woman and a young girl. If it were Xin Tao or Chen Xingling, they definitely wouldn't be able to say something so bold off the cuff. Yao Na, as a mature woman, was both alluring and generous, with no inhibitions. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, there are so many people here, and you really dare to say anything. Yao Na hummed, flirting with my husband? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just letting them see that even a beauty like me is completely devoted to my husband. You're the most capable one here. Yao Na looked utterly blissful, as if she were truly swept off her feet by love. Chen Yang held her even tighter. It must be said that being with this wonderful sister of his, the sense of joy and fulfillment was something few others could match. After a moment, Chen Yang asked, aren't you going to give me a gift? What is it? Yao Na finally pulled out the Huawei Mate X5 from her bag and said, look, you're still using an old phone. So I bought you a new one. I wonder if you'll like it. Yao Na was also feeling a bit nervous inside, unsure whether Chen Yang actually wanted to upgrade his phone. Chen Yang saw the phone box on the table and couldn't help but pause for a moment. He never would have imagined that Yao Na would know him so well that she would know he had indeed been planning to replace his phone. He had just never really thought about it and hadn't he gotten around to replacing it. After all, his current phone was still the one he bought for 2,000 yuan a few years ago. It was starting to slow down. Seeing the phone box on the table, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a warm wave of emotion welling up inside him. He curved his lips into a smile and said, "A good sister is truly a good sister. You're really thoughtful. Do you like it?" Yana blinked her eyes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling a little happy. "Of course I do. How could I not like something my good sister gave me?" Chen Yang's smile grew wider, clearly delighted. "That's wonderful. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Yana kissed Chen Yang on the cheek, feeling completely happy. Next, Chen Yang opened the box. He took out the Huawei Mate X5 from the box. The build quality was excellent, and the craftsmanship was top-notch. It truly lived up to its reputation as Huawei's premium flagship model. I was originally planning to buy an Apple, but after thinking it over, I realized that Apple is everywhere these days. It wouldn't showcase your status as my husband. So I chose this one. Yao Na continued. It must be said that Yao Na is very good at reading Chen Yang's mindset. Indeed. Although switching to an Apple phone would work, when it comes to sophistication, a foldable screen and a high-end phone are still more sophisticated. People can tell just at a glance. Chen Yang was quite interested, picked it up to play with for a while, and really liked it. "Xiao Nana, thank you so much." "No problem." Yana smiled, but soon she said seriously, "Actually, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do about the situation at home." "Husband, thank you." These words were sincere. The weight of family responsibilities had been crushing her for far too long. Every day, she worked tirelessly to cover her mother's medical expenses, bending over backwards for clients. She was exhausted. It wasn't until Chen Yang's money arrived that she finally felt a sense of relief she had never experienced before. She no longer had to worry about money. She could finally improve her living conditions a little. Therefore, she felt even more grateful to Chen Yang. No matter what, as long as Chen Yang was happy, it was enough. Chen Yang just smiled it off. In this world, money really can solve so many problems. However, Yana added, "But there's one thing that's been bothering me." "Tell me about it," Chen Yang asked. Yana frowned slightly and said, "After I gave the money to my family, they kept asking me where it came from and if I had done something wrong. They've been pestering me so much I'm about to lose my mind. They've also been insisting on meeting my boyfriend. I refused. I'm sure they'll keep bothering me in various ways. Honey, help me come up with an excuse to brush them off." Yao Na was deeply troubled. Suddenly having this much money was indeed hard not to arouse suspicion. Chen Yang, however, smiled indifferently. "Why brush it off? Just say it's from your boyfriend." "Huh?" Yao Na was taken aback for a moment before saying, "That's not really appropriate. If I say it's from my boyfriend, then they'll keep asking questions, like who my boyfriend is. Just say it then." Chen Yang shrugged indifferently. "But, can we really say that?" Yao Na felt a bit uneasy. "Why can't we say it? We're not doing anything wrong." Chen Yang was very straightforward. "Just kidding." Chen Yang was being serious. He was basically admitting he was keeping Yao Na as a mistress. Yao Na wasn't really bothered by it. She said, "I'm not afraid, but if I say it, they'll definitely come looking for you, asking me to set up a meeting or something. It'll just cause you unnecessary trouble, honey." Yao Na was still thinking about Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and said, "What's the big deal? It's just meeting up and having a meal. There's no need to hide it. Just say it boldly." "Just kidding. Money is meant to be flaunted, isn't it? Being low-key isn't Chen Yang's style." "Alright, then if anything happens in the future, don't blame me. I'm innocent." Yao Na was covering her bases. "I won't blame you. How could I blame my good sister?" Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile. "That's good." Yao Na's pretty face also lit up with a happy expression. In truth, she had wanted to say it all along, but had been worried that Chen Yang wouldn't be happy. Since he had agreed, she naturally felt she could be open about it. "Honey, you're the best." Yao Na walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek. She gave him a quick peck, then quickly stepped back. But Chen Yang wasn't going to let her go. He immediately embraced her. Trying to escape? The next second, Chen Yan leaned in and kissed her soft, pink lips. Yao Na was caught off guard, her face flushing red, her body going limp in Chen Yang's arms. This feeling was truly wonderful. Moments later, the two parted. It was about time. "Honey, shall we have dinner together later?" Yao Na wiped her lips with a tissue and asked. "No, I have something to do later." Chen Yang replied. It was already getting late, and if they had another meal, his kind-hearted younger sister-in-law would probably lose her mind. Chapter 117, Music Valentine's Day? Alright, let us go then. Yao Na was also about to head back to work. Chen Yang nodded. As the two stood up to leave, they suddenly heard an argument coming from the next room. "Don't you know what today is?" Today is Music Valentine's Day, and you didn't even prepare a gift for me. Let us break up. This statement immediately caught Yao Na and Chen Yang's attention. Music Valentine's Day? What is that? They exchanged glances and then looked over. The speaker was an average-looking woman. She wasn't particularly attractive, nor was she well-built, but she was dressed up elaborately, resembling a socialite. Standing before her was a nervous-looking man. The man timidly said, "Honey, Music Valentine's Day? I've never heard of it before." "That's because you're uncultured. This is a very important holiday in the West. Don't you know you're wrong? Get down on your knees." The woman shouted angrily. The man, after being scolded like that, actually knelt down. The people in the cafe were all stunned. How humiliating. He is kneeling for such a ridiculous reason. Yeah, she has no boundaries. The woman isn't even attractive. I have no idea what he sees in her. Ha ha. It's normal. There are plenty of couples like that nowadays. Sigh. You're right. I'm scared of the tiger at home too. Everyone was chatting about it, as if this kind of thing was already the norm. Meanwhile, Yana smiled sweetly as she snuggled into Chen Yang's arms and said in a delicate voice, "Honey, I've already taken care of the kids at home, mopped the floor, washed the clothes, and finished all the housework. Everything you asked me to do is done. I even prepared a candlelit dinner. Tonight, I've prepared all your favorite outfits: bunny girl, maid, nurse, flight attendant uniform. Husband, you can tell me what you want me to wear, anything is okay. I'm more than happy to serve you." When Yao Na said this, she deliberately raised her voice so that everyone in the cafe could hear. At that moment, everyone's gaze, including that of the couple, turned toward them. Upon seeing Yao Na's stunning beauty, everyone was left in awe. Wow, such a beautiful woman, and she's so obedient to her husband? My goodness, this guy must be really something. There's such a stark contrast. This is what a normal relationship should be like. All you do is either kneel or yell at each other. Are you raising a dog? I'm so jealous. Her wife is not only beautiful but also so understanding. Look at my wife, she doesn't even have a fraction of her beauty, and her temper is even worse. How tragic. Everyone envied Chen Yang so much their eyes turned purple. Did this guy save the galaxy in his past life? How did he deserve such treatment? Feeling the stares of everyone, Chen Yang felt much more at ease. He smiled, hugged Yao Na's slender waist even tighter, and left the place. This good sister of mine really knows how to have fun. After they left, the man kneeling on the ground finally gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and stood up, saying, "If you want to break up, then break up." With that, he walked away. The woman's face turned pale, and she screamed, "How dare you say that to me? Stop right there." Unfortunately, the other person didn't look back. After leaving the cafe, Yao Na saw Chen Yang off at the shopping mall. The two walked and chatted along the way. When they reached the central atrium of the shopping mall, they saw an event in full swing. What caught Chen Yang's attention was that the event was being hosted by over a dozen security guards in black suits, looking intimidating as if they were protecting something valuable. Chen Yang asked curiously, "What kind of event is this? Such a big deal?" Yao Na replied, "It's an event organized by a top-tier luxury clothing brand from Jiangsu Zhejiang region to promote their own clothing line." There's a top-tier luxury clothing brand in Jiangsu Zhejiang? Chen Yang was a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard of it before. Yao Na smiled and said, "Of course. These domestic top-tier luxury brands are very niche. They're usually only accessible to the upper class, wealthy second-generation elites, and socialites. For example, the one organizing this event is from Jiangshan Yunjin. Jiangshan Yunjin specializes in high-end cheongsam, with an annual production of only 12 pieces, one per month. Each piece is valued between 300,000 and 880,000 yuan. The dress for this event is the like smoke cheongsam, valued at 560,000 yuan. I just went to see it with my colleagues. It's absolutely stunning, so beautiful." Yao Na's expression grew wistful as she spoke. This kind of niche luxury item has a far greater impact on women than big-name brands like Prada or Louis Vuitton. Owning such a piece would make one feel extremely confident walking down the street. Chen Yang took a quick glance from the periphery. Indeed. The cheongsam on display were exquisite. The vibrant red color exuded elegance, the craftsmanship was meticulous, and the design of the cheongsam was also superb. At first glance, one could sense elegance, nobility, and dignity. Most importantly, this cheongsam is absolutely perfect for Yao Na. Yao Na's sexy figure, paired with this cheongsam. Chen Yang can't help but think it's wonderful. Especially in the evening, if Yao Na were to wear the cheongsam, and then, it would be a whole different experience. However, Chen Yang didn't show it, just smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Let's go." The two didn't linger and left immediately. After seeing Chen Yang off, Yao Na returned to the Jaeger LeCoultre flagship store. Upon seeing Yao Na return, the sales associates gathered around her. "You're back so soon?" After giving him the phone, "Shouldn't you have invited him out for dinner or something?" "Yeah, I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Nana, I was already preparing to ask the store manager for a day off for you, but I didn't expect you two to be back so soon." Several female sales associates started teasing her. Yana sighed helplessly, he has something else to do. Besides, what are you all thinking about all day? You're so inappropriate. In front of her colleagues, Yana remained the reserved, mature woman she always was. You're the one being proper. You gave him a phone worth nearly 20,000 yuan, and Chen Yang hasn't given you anything in return? That's too much. We're being so proactive, and Chen Yang just doesn't get it. That's right, Na Jia. At least take her to a fancy restaurant for a meal. That's not sincere. The female sales associates continue to tease her. Chapter 118 Yunchang Jiangjin. Yana didn't care at all. She snorted, he said he had work to do. He'll definitely make it up to us later. Besides, even if he doesn't so what? Chen Yang is my good brother. I gave him a gift and licked him a little. What's wrong with that? Stop spreading rumors and ruining our relationship. Yana's words left the female sales associates speechless. They never expected the usually aloof Yana to utter such sycophantic remarks. However, they soon responded with a touch of envy. Alright, we were just being nosy. I'm so jealous of Chen Yang. He has such a great sister like you. I wish I had a good older sister too. All the female sales associates spoke with a hint of sarcasm in their voices. Yana couldn't do anything about it, so she decided not to continue. Just then, several tall women dressed in cheongsam walked over from a distance. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. Are they from Yunchang Jiangjin? What are they doing here? I don't know. They look pretty formal. Are they here to shop? Regardless of their purpose, everyone should get moving and return to their respective positions. The female sales associates were all quite surprised, unsure of what the people from Yunchang Jiangjin were up to, but they all returned to their positions, their pretty faces adorned with smiles. The people from Yunchang Jiangjin soon arrived. The female sales associates approached them with smiles on their faces. May I assist you with anything? Among the Yunchang Jiangjin group, a tall, elegant woman wearing a blue and white porcelain pattern cheongsam stepped forward, curtsied gracefully, and smiled. We are employees of the Yunchang Jiangjin team. We are here to find Miss Yana. May we ask where she is? The woman in the blue and white porcelain pattern cheongsam spoke in a soft, gentle voice, exuding an air of refinement and elegance. Looking for Yana? The female sales associates all turned their gaze toward Yana, their eyes filled with confusion. What could the people from Yunchang Jiangjin be looking for Yana for? Yana herself was also confused. She stepped out of the crowd and asked uncertainly. I'm Yana. May I ask if you're looking for me? The beautiful woman in the blue and white porcelain pattern cheongsam smiled upon seeing Yana, gave her a quick once-over, and said, You're indeed a very beautiful woman. After the compliment, the woman in the blue and white porcelain pattern cheongsam smiled and said, Miss Yao, we've come here today to invite you to try on some clothes. Try on clothes? Yao Na was even more confused. Does Yunchang Jiangjin not have its own models? Why come here to use her as a model? That was her first thought. It was also the most likely possibility. But the next sentence from the other party left her speechless. The woman in the blue and white porcelain pattern cheongsam smiled and said, Yes, there's a Mr. Chen who spent 560,000 at Yunchang Jiangjin and purchased the like smoke cheongsam we're currently exhibiting. And he specifically requested that it be given to Miss Yao. So, we would like to invite Miss Yao to come try it on. Would Miss Yao be available? Upon hearing this, the entire Jiangshidantong flagship store was left in complete shock. Mr. Chen spent 560,000 yuan to purchase the renowned like smoke cheongsam and gift it to Yao Na. Who this so-called Mr. Chen was now obvious to everyone. This must be Chen Yang. Goodness gracious, he just casually spent 560,000 yuan on a single piece of Yunchang Jiangjin silk. They couldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. The female sales associates were all nearly speechless with astonishment. Just moments ago, they thought Yana giving Chen Yang a phone was a bit of a sycophantic move, but now it's clear they're the real fools. Yana, meanwhile, stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She never imagined that just a casual remark would lead Chen Yang to buy it for her. This was like a fairy tale plot straight out of a dream. At that moment, a wave of warmth flooded Yana's heart, and her feelings for Chen Yang were about to overflow. Good brother. From now on, no matter what you say, no matter what you ask your sister to do, your sister will always obey you. Xincheng University. Chen Yang parked his Ferrari A12 outside Shenzhen University in Guimiao New Village and then walked toward the university campus. Xincheng University is an open university. As long as you don't exceed 10 p.m., you can come and go as you please. Walking along the paths of the Shenzhen University campus, one could see posters for the welcome party everywhere, along with students bustling about. Many were cosplaying, getting makeup done, or practicing. The scene was bustling with activity. Jamumu was heading toward the Shenzhen University sports field. However, Chen Yang did not head toward the sports field but instead went to the security office of Shenzhen University, as he needed to arrange some matters first. At the same time, inside the Shenzhen University sports field, The area was already crowded with people busy setting up stages, arranging sound systems, and adjusting lighting. A group of men and women were standing on one side of the sports field. Among them, standing at the very center, was a stunningly beautiful young woman with flawless features and a perfect figure, Jamumu. She was extremely anxious, her face filled with worry. Beside her, her classmate Jo Chinchin asked, "Mumu, how's it going? Has your brother-in-law arrived yet?" "He said he's on his way, but..." Jamumu said with a disappointed expression, "But he also said he has to handle some matters at school before he can come over." "What? It's almost 6 o'clock. What else could he possibly need to handle? It's about to start." A younger classmate nearby looked surprised. Li Zhangyang was also there and spoke up directly, "Your brother-in-law doesn't seem very reliable. Mumu, you should just stop waiting for him. I'll organize some people to help you arrange things." Everyone else agreed that was a good idea. "It's already 6 o'clock. We still need to get ready, practice, and handle various other tasks. If we keep waiting like this, we'll never make it in time." But Jamumu shook her head and said, "Thank you all. It's just my brother-in-law said we make it in time, so it should be fine. I'll wait a little longer." But Li Zhangyang wanted to say something else, but the words stuck in his throat. Jamumu trusted Chun Yang so much, what else could he say? However, he felt a bit annoyed inside. He wanted to see for himself what kind of abilities this so-called brother-in-law of Jamumu had. With only a few hours left, he didn't believe Chun Yang could handle everything without the help of the student council. He'd just wait and see the show. Maybe Jamumu would even ask him for help later. Li Zhangyang was confident. Everyone waited a little longer. Finally, they saw Chun Yang, dressed in a white casual outfit, walking over from a distance. Chapter 119, Century Fashion. Brother-in-law. The moment she saw Chun Yang, Jamumu felt as though she had seen a savior and immediately called out. Everyone's gaze turned toward Chun Yang. Chun Yang remained calm, smiling and asking, "Everyone's been waiting?" "Of course we're waiting." Jamumu was so anxious her face turned red. She blurted out, "Brother-in-law, it's almost 6:30 already. What on earth were you doing? You've got me so worried." In front of Chun Yang, Jamumu acted like a spoiled little girl, her tone filled with complaint. Chun Yang brushed it off lightly, saying, "Don't worry, we'll make it." Hearing Chun Yang say that, Jamumu finally felt a little reassured. If her brother-in-law said it was okay, then it must be okay. Li Zhangyang laughed, "I estimate that Mumu will go on stage around 9 o'clock. It's only 6:30 now. We have just over 2 hours left. Time is really tight. 2.5 hours. How could they possibly finish makeup, costumes, and rehearsals in time? After all, the other contestants who are going on stage have already started preparing a day earlier. Now Mumu only has 2.5 hours, it's an impossible task." So, Li Zhangyang is just waiting to see Chun Yang make a fool of himself. However, while this is an impossible task for the students, what is it to Chun Yang? There is still time, it's not too tight. Chun Yang said casually. Everyone smiled without speaking, eager to see how Chun Yang would handle it. Jo Chinchin spoke directly, "Chun Yang, tonight's freshman welcome party is very important for Mumu. Many first-year students are very interested in her and want to see the charm of the campus beauty queen of Shenzhen University. If you mess this up, Mumu won't be able to hold her head up in school anymore." Jo Chinchin and Jamumu were quite close, and she cared deeply for Jamumu. The alluring beauty Lu Shu also spoke up directly. "Yes. This freshman gala isn't just any ordinary event. There will be a live broadcast on site, and various leaders will be in attendance. If the performance goes well, it will significantly boost Mumu's popularity at Shenzhen University, and even throughout the entire city of Shenzhen. This welcome party is indeed extremely important for Mumu." Both of their words were reminding Chun Yang of the importance of this freshman welcome party. Mumu looked at Chun Yang with a pitiful expression. Although she had complete faith in her brother-in-law, the situation now felt off no matter how she looked at it. How could they possibly prepare everything in just 2.5 hours? Chun Yang didn't say much, instead keeping an eye on the time. A few minutes passed. Chun Yang smiled and said, "All right, they're here. Let us begin." "They're here? Who came?" Everyone was filled with confusion. But soon, they understood. They saw. Boom! 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 A series of loud booms echoed through the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. 3 white Mercedes-Benz trucks slowly drove in from outside and came to a stop on one side of the sports field. "Let's go over there." Chun Yang smiled. Though still puzzled, everyone followed Chun Yang over. They arrived in front of the 3 Mercedes-Benz trucks. Several good-looking men and women, dressed fashionably, stepped out of the passenger side of the trucks and walked directly toward Chun Yang. One of the fashionably dressed women in a suit smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, everything you requested has already been prepared. Let me introduce you. This one is our clothing truck." The woman in the suit led Chun Yang and the others to the first truck. In an instant, the rear compartment of the Mercedes-Benz truck opened, revealing an interior that resembled a spacious clothing warehouse. Inside were various types of clothing, neatly arranged and in abundance, numbering hundreds of pieces. Moreover, there are professional costume designers waiting inside the carriage at all times, demonstrating a high level of professionalism. These students had never seen such a scene before. They were all stunned in their tracks, unable to believe their eyes. What's going on? Is this the outfit Chen Yang arranged for Jamumu? A whole truckload? That's way too excessive. You know, the outfits arranged by others probably had to be rented from outside, and getting 1 or 2 sets would already be considered decent. A whole truckload? That's unimaginable. But what came next was even more shocking. The elegantly dressed woman continued toward the next Mercedes-Benz truck and said, "And this one is our makeup truck. All our cosmetics are in this vehicle." The rear compartment of the Mercedes-Benz truck opened once again. This rear compartment wasn't the type that opens from the back. Instead, it opened like a door, sliding open from the middle toward both sides. There was even a staircase leading down, and inside the compartment was a beautifully decorated room filled with every kind of cosmetic product imaginable. Every single item was a high-end brand, exuding luxury. Several makeup artists were already inside the compartment, ready for action. Everyone was once again speechless with astonishment. The elegantly dressed woman walked toward the last Mercedes-Benz truck and introduced it. "This last one is our broadcast rehearsal vehicle." The rear compartment of the last Mercedes-Benz truck also opened. Inside were various broadcasting equipment, including sound mixing, rehearsal, and post-production tools, all fully equipped. After all 3 Mercedes-Benz trucks had been fully displayed, the elegantly dressed woman smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Our Century Fashion staff have been waiting inside for quite some time. Mr. Chen, shall we begin now?" Chen Yang turned to Jamumu and smiled. "Mumu, are you ready?" Jamumu was still in a state of speechless astonishment. She had originally thought that when Chen Yang said he would help her with her makeup and get her on stage, he meant he would do it all by himself. Now, the difference was too great. However, her face quickly turned rosy, and she excitedly said, "All right. I'm ready." She couldn't wait any longer. Women, after all. Who wouldn't want to experience the feeling of being a star? Go on up. Chen Yang had the elegantly dressed woman take Jamumu to the car. Jamumu first went to the rehearsal car for the broadcast. Although it was just a freshman welcome party, they still needed to rehearse to avoid any mistakes. As for makeup, there was no rush. They could do it in the last hour. After Jamumu got into the car, Chen Yang smiled at Li Zhangyang and the others and asked, "Now, do you think 2.5 hours is enough?" Li Zhangyang, Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, and the other students were all speechless at that moment. 2.5 hours isn't enough. That as for ordinary students. Compared to someone like Chen Yang, who doesn't hesitate to bring 3 trucks, 2.5 hours seemed more than enough. Chapter 120, Xin Tao's Invitation. Especially Li Zhangyang, who now felt as though he had swallowed something disgusting. This guy really made Chen Yan look good. Lu Shu spoke up, "Century Fashion, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the top-tier entertainment logistics team in all of Shenzhen, right? Many celebrities who come to Shenzhen for performances are served by this team. Their rates must not be too low, right?" Lu Shu, who was quite knowledgeable in the field, looked at Chen Yang with a keen gaze. Chen Yang smiled, "Yeah, you're right. Century Fashion has indeed served many celebrities, including top-tier ones like Zhang Shishir and Chen Shiron. The price? Around 50 million per event, I think. That's not too high." Chen Yang's offhand remark was enough to leave the students speechless once again. A team that has worked with Zhang Qishir and Chen Shirua. You know, these two are top-tier celebrities in Longhua. Their songs are often played in schools. Jamumu actually gets the same treatment as a top-tier celebrity. And 50,000 yuan per service isn't considered high? For the students, that's an astronomical figure. This is too much. At that moment, they gained a whole new perspective on Chen Yang's brother-in-law. He is truly powerful. With a professional team backing her up, Jamumu no longer needed Chen Yang to worry about the details. All he had to do was wait for the welcome party to begin. Jamumu had already arranged a seat for Chen Yang. Chen Yang sat in his seat, scrolling through his phone. Just then, a message came in. It was from Xiao Nana. "Xiao Nana, honey, do I look pretty?" In addition to the message, Yaona also sent a photo. In the photo, Yaona was already wearing the top tier like smoke chongsam from Jiangshang Yunjin. As expected. Just as Chen Yang had anticipated, after putting on the like smoke chongsam, Yaona's personal charm was fully unleashed. Firstly, her beauty is undeniable. She is extremely tall. Her demeanor is also impeccable, befitting a socialite princess. Her body proportions are simply stunning, with a perfect S-curve. Even in a black silk bodycon dress, she was already irresistible, let alone this form-fitting high-slit chongsam. Her snow-white legs, adorned with high heels, peek out from beneath the high-slit chongsam, creating a tantalizing allure. This is the real deal, a mature, sophisticated woman. Xiao Nana, honey, do you think this outfit is pretty enough? Mu Yang, it's not bad, but it's missing something. Xiao Nana, huh? What's missing? Mu Yang, well, it's hard to say. Maybe another time we can go to a hotel and I'll give you some personal guidance. Xiao Nana, oh. Honey, that's wonderful. But you can only give me guidance, nothing else, okay? Mu Yang, don't worry, I'm a proper gentleman. Xiao Nana, alright, then Nana will be waiting for you. It must be said that Yao Na calling him husband every other word really hit Chen Yang right in the heart. This feeling was actually quite pleasant. Besides Yao Na, another message came in at that moment. Xinjia Xiaodao, Chen Yang, are you there? Hashtag cat waiting hashtag. Chen Yang looked at the ID and avatar, finding it rather odd, and couldn't recall who it was at first. But he quickly realized who it was. Xinjia Xiaotao was naturally Xin Tao. Interestingly, this little girl had never sent him a message before all the previous messages had come from Chen Qingling. Mu Yang, Tao Tao, what's up? Xinjia Xiaotao remained silent for a moment before responding. Xinjia Xiaotao, Chen Yang, do you have time the day after tomorrow evening? I'd like to have dinner with you. It's rare for Xin Tao to make such an invitation. Xin Tao and Chen Qingling are best friends, always sticking together, but she is still a typical college student, quite shy, and rarely takes the initiative. Chen Yang smiled and said, sure, the day after tomorrow is Friday, right? You and Qingling pick a time first. Xinjia Xiaodao, no, there's no Qingling, just me and Chen Yang. Is that okay? Hashtag shykitten hashtag. This delicate and fragile Xin Tao actually dared to ask Chen Yang out alone. How interesting. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. In truth, he was quite interested in Xin Tao as well. Whether it was her looks or her figure, Xin Tao was definitely school beauty material. But what really caught his attention was her personality. She gave off an air of being delicate and easy to approach. For a man, that's pretty tempting. Mu Yang, alright, you handle it. Xinjia Xiaodao, alright, then we'll go out for dinner first and then watch a movie. Having received Chen Yang's promise, Xin Tao made a simple plan and eventually decided on it. First, have dinner, then watch a movie, and stroll around the streets. As for after shopping, it would probably be around 10 or 11 p.m. What to do then? That was still unclear. After ending the call with Xin Tao, Chen Yang sent another message to Chen Qingling. Mu Yang, Tao Tao invited me out. Did you arrange that? Lemon sauce, no, it wasn't me. Don't make things up, Chen Yang. I didn't do it. Mu Yang, it wasn't you? Lemon sauce, of course not. I was out with my classmates. Tao Tao wasn't with me. She seemed like her family was looking for her today. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. It was actually Xin Tao who approached him. That was indeed a bit unexpected. Lemon sauce, wow, Tao Tao was so scheming. She actually went behind my back to steal my Chen Yang. That's so mean. I'll give her a spanking when we get back. Mu Yang, alright, as long as it wasn't you. Shen Yang paused for a moment as if he had thought of something and continued asking. Mu Yang, by the way, Qingning, we've known each other for so many years, but I don't know much about your family. Where are you from? Lemon sauce, I'm a local from Shenzhen, Chen Yang. A local from Shenzhen? This made Chen Yang pause in surprise. Xincheng was a place where every inch of land was valuable, and being a native of Xincheng basically meant you were wealthy. For example, Chen Yang once had a colleague who was from a village in Shenzhen. Though it was called a village, the entire area was filled with skyscrapers, and they received dividends of over 100 million yuan every year. He didn't even need to work and could still receive several million yuan, just lying around doing nothing. Chen Qingling is a local from Shenzhen, so her family background must be pretty decent. Mu Yang, locals are all wealthy, Qingling. You're hiding your true wealth well. Lemon sauce, who says that? That's just prejudice. My family isn't poor, but we're not exactly rich either. Mu Yang, I don't believe you. Lemon sauce, I'll take Chen Yang to your house someday. Chen Yang had been waiting for Chen Qingling to say that. He needed to complete the system task, which meant he had to visit Chen Qingling's house and then, well. Chapter 121, Zheng Qi. Mu Yang, alright. Chen Qingling continued shopping. Their brief conversation ended quickly. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 880,000. Another system reward arrived. Spend 500,000, receive over 800,000 in rewards. That's absolutely amazing. Shen Yang's current savings have already surpassed 20 million, so it's time to start considering some ultra-high-end purchases. A single purchase of over 10 million will earn a reward of several tens of millions. That's what I call truly amazing. Chen Yang was thinking about these things. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Wow, she's so beautiful. Yeah, no wonder she's one of our school's top contenders for Miss Campus. She's stunning. Even after all that effort, Zhang Qi doesn't look much different from Jamumu. Miss Qi tonight is truly going to shine brightly at the event. Chen Yang also followed the direction of the commotion and looked over. What caught his eye was a tall, slender young woman with a delicate face and stunning beauty. She was exceptionally beautiful, with a delicate oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a small, delicate nose, and cherry red lips. Her makeup was flawlessly applied, and her long, smooth, jet black hair cascaded down her fragrant shoulders, exuding an air of sophistication and maturity beyond her years. Her figure was also stunning, with a perfect 9 head-to-body ratio, legs that seemed to go on forever, and a well-developed figure. However, compared to Jamumu's E-cup figure, she was still a bit lacking, probably only managing a D-cup at best. Her outfits are undoubtedly carefully curated. She wears an all-white princess-style dress in a European style, looking elegant, graceful, and absolutely stunning. It perfectly complements her model-like figure, making her aura truly stand out. This young woman is indeed very beautiful. However, after spending so much time with top-tier beauties like Shenyang, Jiro, Yana, and Jamumu, his feelings toward her are just average, with little attention given. Nevertheless, she walked straight toward him without hesitation. The girl in the plain white princess dress walked to Shenyang and the others under the gaze of everyone present and asked directly, "Where's Mumu? Where is she?" Her voice was also very pleasant, sweet, and soothing to the soul. She was here to find Jamumu. Zhou Qin, sitting beside her, replied, "Mumu is still rehearsing." "Rehearsing?" The girl in the white princess dress heard this and couldn't help but pause. "It's almost time to start. Why aren't you getting ready? You're still rehearsing? Cramming at the last minute?" It seems the rumors on the school forum were true after all. Jamumu really wasn't prepared. At that moment, a delighted expression appeared on the young girl in the pure white princess dress, and she smiled. "That's great. Let Mumu practice properly. I'll go on stage first to warm up the crowd for her." After saying that, the girl in the white princess dress smiled faintly and turned to leave. Watching her beautiful figure fade away, Zhou Qin muttered discontentedly, "I'm the one warming up for Mumu. What a tea ceremony master I am." Chen Yang caught the implication this young girl seemed a bit off. So he asked directly, "Who is she? Is she close to Mumu?" Zhou Qin explained, "Her name is Zhang Qi. She's a senior in the finance department. Before Mumu came, she was the campus beauty queen at Shenzhen University. After Mumu arrived, she was pushed out. So, she's always been at odds with Mumu, senior. She loves to oppose her in every activity. This time, for the freshman welcome party, she must have prepared thoroughly to showcase herself in front of the new students, aiming to surpass Mumu and reclaim her title as campus beauty." After hearing Zhou Qin's explanation, Chen Yang finally understood the situation. No wonder Chen Yang thought Zhang Qi's makeup didn't look like something a student could do. She must have spent some money and hired a professional makeup team. Such open and covert rivalry is quite common on campus. Unfortunately, Zhang Qi might have miscalculated. Tonight's Shamumu was unmatched. Time passed. It was soon 8 o'clock in the evening. The grand welcome party at Shenzhen University has officially begun. First, of course, were the opening remarks by the two hosts, followed by the passionate speeches from the school leaders. This segment lasted approximately 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, it was time for the students' performances. These university students' performances were truly impressive, showcasing their exceptional creativity. There were those who rapped off key, others who nearly fell off the stage while dancing, and even some who cosplayed as former shameless fashion icons, performing a rendition of Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. It was a real laugh riot. This also brought back memories of Chen Yang's university days, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the beauty of youth. However, besides the entertaining acts, there were also some excellent performances. A chorus of "You Were So Far Away" moved the audience deeply, and a Korean dance routine by the dance department also ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. As the atmosphere warmed up, it was already 9 o'clock. According to the schedule, it should have been Jamumu's turn to perform at 9 o'clock. However, due to the previous acts running over time, Jamumu's performance had to be postponed to 9:30 p.m. And the person who took the stage at 9 p.m. was someone else. That's right. It was this person, Zhang Qi. Next, we proudly welcome one of our campus goddesses from Shenzhen University. She has topped the campus bulletin board's goddess rankings multiple times. Zhang Qi from the finance department. Miss Zhang. She will now perform a song by Wang Fei, "Those Fleeting Years, for All of Us." As the host's voice echoed through the hall, the audience below erupted into cheers and applause. "Chi-Chi goddess. Chi-Chi goddess, I will love you forever. Chi-Chi goddess, I want to be your dog. Chi-Chi goddess." A chorus of wolf-like howls erupted from the crowd of male college students. It was clear how famous Zhang Qi was at Shenzhen University. Amidst the howls of the crowd, boom! The spotlight on the stage suddenly went out, plunging the scene into complete silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage. Soon, the spotlights flashed back on, all the light focused on the very center of the stage. Zhang Qi, dressed in a simple white princess dress, appeared under the spotlight, looking as though she had stepped out of an anime. At the same time, her melodious voice echoed throughout the entire stadium. "In those fleeting years, how many times did we say it? After saying goodbye, we kept delaying. Unfortunately, who knows if we ever truly loved each other?" The eloquence of 7 emotions. Zhang Qi is the kind of sweet-looking beauty with a very sweet voice. Though her vocal style doesn't quite match Wang Fei's singing this song, those fleeting years in her own voice adds a unique flavor. Chapter 122, The Sweetness Queen. A sweet-looking girl singing such a heartfelt song. This contrast was enough to make all the male college students in the audience go wild. Almost everyone was completely captivated by Zhang Qi's singing. Until the final note faded away. Who would willingly let it end like this, with no ties or obligations between us? We must owe each other, we must remain connected. The scene fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Zhang Qi, under the spotlight, bowed to the crowd. I am Zhang Qi from the Finance Department, class of 2024. Thank you all for your support. Zhang Qi's words completely shattered the silence in the hall. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted. Unbeatable. Qiqi goddess, that was amazing. She's legendary. Qiqi, the goddess, truly lives up to her title as the Sweetness Queen. Tonight was truly legendary. I always thought that Jamumu was the only campus beauty at our university, but now I see that I was completely wrong. Qiqi goddess's talent is unmatched. In the upcoming school beauty pageant, I'll definitely vote for Qiqi goddess. Exactly, me too. Kiki goddess, I want to be your dog. The scene erupted into chaos. The countless students present were all completely captivated by Zhang Qi's performance of those fleeting years. Tonight's performance is unlikely to be surpassed by those fleeting years. That was amazing. Enjoying the praise from everyone, Zhang Qi couldn't help but feel proud. Oomph. Jamumu, just wait and see how you compare to me now. Her competitive spirit had always been extremely strong. Since Jamumu had enrolled, she had always been one step ahead of her, leaving her deeply unhappy. Today, she finally had the chance to outdo this annoying person. How could she possibly be unhappy? Meanwhile, the crowd around Chen Yang was buzzing with speculation. Zhang Qi's performance was outstanding tonight. She'll probably become famous at Shenzhen University after this. She's probably the most dazzling person at this welcome party. Don't speak too soon, Jamumu hasn't even taken the stage yet. Jamumu? She's still lacking something. Although she's beautiful, Zhang Qi came prepared this time. How could Jamumu possibly compare? That's right. I heard Zhang Qi spent over 10,000 yuan on makeup alone, and she had special rehearsal training for 3 whole days to achieve this effect. I saw Jamumu just now, and she didn't seem to have prepared anything. She's probably in trouble. The title of campus goddess is going to be handed over. All the students around them believed that no matter what, Jamumu couldn't possibly surpass Zhang Qi. But Chen Yang wasn't impressed. Zhang Qi's performance was indeed highly polished. But students are still students, they don't know how to play to their strengths. Zhang Qi is a sweet-looking beauty, and singing such emotional songs while creating a contrast isn't really suitable for her. Therefore, her performance lacked the necessary emotional intensity. Additionally, Zhang Qi didn't prepare anything else besides singing, which also lacked impact. While her singing was good, it didn't achieve the kind of effect that would completely astonish the audience. College students are still college students, they're too inexperienced. Chen Yang is confident the program he arranged for Jamumu is more than enough to outshine Zhang Qi. Time passed. Another performance has passed. It was almost Jamumu's turn. However, at that moment, a staff member from Century Fashion rushed over to Chen Yang and whispered, Mr. Chen. Miss Xu is asking for you. What's the matter? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and asked directly. The performance was about to begin. What does Jamumu want him there for? The staff member replied, she didn't say, she just wants you to come over. Chen Yang nodded and followed the staff toward the several white Mercedes-Benz trucks. Chen Yang entered the makeup room set up by the Mercedes-Benz trucks. Upon entering the makeup room, Chen Yang saw 4 makeup artists busy at work, making final touches and touch-ups. Jamumu was sitting in her seat, letting the makeup artists do as they pleased. Jamumu has already changed her clothes. However, from the back, it's impossible to tell what she's wearing. Moo. Chen Yang walked in and called out directly. Jamumu immediately turned around and, upon seeing Chen Yang, excitedly shouted, brother-in-law. When Jamumu turned around, her makeup and appearance left Chen Yang completely speechless. Jamumu's delicate face was adorned with exquisitely applied makeup, pink eyeshadow, pink foundation, and even pale pink eyebrows. This makeup only accentuated her already youthful and innocent charm. Besides the makeup, Jamumu also wore a very fluffy pink wig. This combination completely amplified her youthful aura, giving off a fresh and vibrant vibe. Chen Yang, who had played games frequently before, recognized it immediately. Jamumu's makeup was cosplaying a character from the game, Salarfini. This is the all-powerful, internet-famous beauty. Jamumu was truly perfect for it. Jamumu had already changed into her outfit, stood up from her seat, held the hem of her pink dress, and spun around in front of Chen Yang with a sweet smile. Brother-in-law, how do you like it? Is it pretty? Chen Yang nodded and said, beautiful, very beautiful. Salfini suits you perfectly. To be honest, the moment Chen Yang saw Jamumu, he felt like she was the real Salfini. Her beauty and charm were perfectly matched. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jamumu's lips curled upward, and her smile grew even sweeter. Chen Yang asked with a smile, what did you need me to come over for? Jumumu lowered her head, tugging at her skirt hem, her beautiful eyes cast downward as she said, brother-in-law, I'm a bit nervous. I'm afraid I won't perform well. What should I do? So that's why. This little sister-in-law's personality is really quite different from Jiro's. Jiro would never feel nervous in front of a large audience. Jumumu, on the other hand, had a bit of social anxiety, which was why she rarely attended events. Chen Yang laughed, that's normal. That's called speech anxiety, and many people experience it. But it's easy to overcome. Just imagine the audience below as yourself, or imagine them as a group of pigs. Don't think of them as people and the fear will diminish significantly. Chen Yang had actually studied this topic before. After all, he came from an entertainment company and there were many artists like Jumumu. Imagine them as myself. Imagine them as a group of pigs? Jumumu tried to put herself in that situation, and sure enough, her sense of tension had indeed diminished considerably. Much better, thank you, brother-in-law. Jumumu once again broke into a sweet smile. Chapter 123, Exploding the Entire Venue. Chen Yang gently held her small hand and smiled, don't be nervous. I've already checked it for you. The performances tonight are all pretty average. If you go on stage, they won't stand a chance. Tonight. You're the real star of the show. Do you understand? Jumumu was taken by the hand by Chen Yang. Though she felt shy inside, hearing Chen Yang say that, she nodded firmly. Brother-in-law. I understand. Finally, it was 9:30 p.m. It was finally time for Jumumu to take the stage. The crowd in the venue was already buzzing with excitement. Jumumu was finally about to take the stage. Yeah, Mumu was still pretty mysterious. Even though she was photographed during her freshman year and the photos went viral on the campus forum, earning her the title of Campus Beauty Queen, she hasn't participated in many activities or made many public appearances in over a year. I wonder what her performance will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe she'll be even better than Chi-Chi, the goddess. That's unlikely. Chi-Chi the goddess has been participating in various activities for 4 years, spent money, and prepared thoroughly to achieve this level of success. It's going to be tough for Jumumu to surpass Chi-Chi goddess. We'll see. Most people don't think Jumumu can really surpass Zhang-Chi. But after all, Jumumu is the school's top beauty, so they're still quite excited. Zhang-Chi, on the other hand, crossed her arms across her chest, her eyes burning with intensity, her pretty face radiating arrogance. She was determined to see how Jumumu could possibly compare to her, given how flawless her performance had been this time. Meanwhile, the host appeared on stage and announced loudly. After everyone's heartfelt performances, our welcome ceremony is about to come to a close. As we are about to conclude, the student union has arranged a special surprise for everyone. Jumumu from the School of Information Science and the sophomore class will now take the stage. Please give her a warm round of applause as we welcome our campus goddess, Jumumu, to the stage. As the host's voice faded away, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Mumu goddess. You're finally here. Mumu, the goddess. You're the best. Mumu, I want to be your dog too. Mumu goddess. A variety of cheers echoed continuously. Amidst the cheers of the crowd. Boom! The dazzling spotlights also faded out. The entire venue fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze focused on the stage. The stage was pitch black. The first thing to appear was not Jumumu. It was her voice. I want to open my heart to you. I truly want a future with you. I've never dared to think that I would be willing to wait for someone. Once again, the song began. But this time, it was a sweet, irresistible voice, as if the entire venue was filled with sweetness. I think I've heard this song before, but I can't quite place it. It's so familiar. What is this? Many of the male gamers present had already noticed. Just then, the singing suddenly stopped. Soon after, the sweet voice continued to play. The meaning of life isn't about avoiding storms, but dancing in the rain. Hello everyone. I am Xinglai, the songstress Salarfini. As the cheerful voice faded away, the spotlights once again illuminated the stage, all focused on the center. In the center of the stage stood Jumumu, dressed in a Salfini cosplay outfit, wearing pink long hair, with a delicate face and stunning beauty, appearing before the crowd. Her charming face adorned with a confident smile, she truly resembled a superstar, standing on the stage and gazing down at the audience below. The aura of an unparalleled beauty was fully unleashed at that moment. Boom! The atmosphere at the venue erupted completely. Everyone watching the stage, where Jumumu seemed to perfectly embody Salfini, felt as though the dimensional barrier had been shattered, as if the real Salfini had appeared on stage. Too similar. It's really too much like her. Jumumu's makeup, appearance, clothing, and even her demeanor and posture all share an 80% similarity with Salfini. She's so beautiful. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted from the crowd. Wow! She's so beautiful. I've scrolled through so many cosplayers of Salfini on Douyin, but I've never seen anyone this similar. Not only does she look like her, but she's also stunningly beautiful. Is this really the first campus beauty of our university? She's truly goddess level. The resemblance is secondary. Did you notice that Mumu's voice is exactly the same as Salfini's? There's no mismatch at all. I thought it was voice acting. If that is her real voice, she is unbeatable. Mumu goddess. Perfect. The audience was buzzing with excitement. During university, there were already plenty of gaming enthusiasts, with most male students spending their days in the dorm playing games. Now, seeing Mumu cosplaying as Salfini appear before them, they were completely overwhelmed, cheering excitedly. This level of immersion was something Zhang Qi could never match. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi's face was filled with astonishment, finding it hard to believe what she was seeing. What was going on? Mumu hadn't prepared anything at all. How could she suddenly have such high-quality costumes and such beautiful makeup? After all, she had hired a professional makeup team to work on her makeup for half a day, making countless adjustments to achieve near perfection. And when she saw Mumu earlier, Mumu was just wearing a light makeup she did herself. It's only been a few hours. Zhang Qi felt like she had seen a ghost. At the same time, on stage, Mumu moved again. She seemed like a joyful singing fairy, holding the microphone and walking across the stage, her pretty face radiating a sweet smile, and continued. Every city has its own unique music. The music of Zhuan and Piqing is a captivating duet. And our city of Shenzhen is the grand chorus for everyone. Come on, friends. Dance to the music. Mumu, using Salfini's voice, immediately stirred the emotions of everyone in the venue. At the same time, she began to sing once more. Always on the outside through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Chapter 124, Iconic Scene. The lines begin to show when we feel broken. This time it's directly in English. This is Salfini's theme song. Mumu's English is also top-notch, with authentic British pronunciation, perfectly complementing Salfini's flawless vocals, making it truly a pleasure to listen to. The atmosphere in the entire venue was ignited. Every single audience member was completely captivated, swaying their bodies to the rhythm of the music. It felt as though this was no longer just a welcome party. Instead, it felt like a personal concert for Mumu. Amazing. The effect was absolutely perfect. Wow, Chunyang, you've dressed Mumu so beautifully. You're truly amazing. Even Zhou Qinchin, sitting next to Chunyang, cast an admiring glance at him. Lu Shu was no exception, staring at Chunyang with a strange gleam in her beautiful eyes. They had all originally believed that with only a couple of hours left, tonight's welcome party would definitely be a disaster for Mumu. But Chen Yang stepped in and effortlessly turned everything around. Mumu stunned the entire audience. Chen Yang, however, remained calm, showing no particular expression. After all, he hadn't done anything, he had merely spent some money. As the saying goes, money can make the devil grind the mill. Soon, Mumu finished her song. Loud applause erupted once more. After the applause died down, Mumu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you all for your support. Salfini. We'll always love you." The cheers from the audience grew even louder, like a tidal wave, surging forward wildly. The stage lights gradually dimmed, plunging the venue back into complete darkness. In the darkness, only the whispers of the crowd could be heard. Mumu's performance was perfect. She was truly Salfini herself, so sweet. I might even dream about her tonight. She's truly a goddess in my dreams. So, who do you think was better between Mumu and Zhang Qi? Mumu, of course. She's the sweet goddess who could possibly beat her. I think Zhang Qi was pretty good too. Yeah, although Mumu is strong, Zhang Qi isn't bad either. Both goddesses are outstanding. Tonight's show, they're tied for first place. Although the male college students all loved Mumu's performance, at the end of the day, Mumu was just an ordinary cosplayer. She was stunning, but she lacked that explosive factor. Therefore, everyone believed that Zhang Qi and Mumu's performances were quite similar. Mumu was just a notch above. Zhang Qi listened to the discussions and sighed in relief. At least she wasn't overshadowed by Mumu. That was enough. But soon, she sensed something was off. Because the spotlight on the stage had been on for too long, and the next performance hadn't started yet. It seemed like Mumu's performance hadn't ended. Just as everyone was puzzled and surprised, a cold, aloof voice suddenly rang out. Determination, courage, admiration, hatred. All will be corrupted and twisted by the passage of time. Are you going to be my enemy? The cold, aloof voice of the older woman shattered the silence in the room. Everyone present immediately refocused their attention on the stage, their eyes betraying a mix of shock and excitement. Those lines were. Boom! The stage lights suddenly flashed, casting a purple glow. All the spotlights focused on Mumu at the center of the stage. At that moment, Mumu had completely transformed her appearance. She had gone from the sweet-looking Salfini to the cold and aloof lightning general. Even her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, shifting from sweetness to an arrogant, aloof aura that kept others at arm's length. Her purple contact lenses shimmered under the spotlight. It seemed as though Jamumu had truly transformed into the unstoppable Thunder General, gazing down at the crowd below with disdain. The audience below fell into a brief silence before erupting into cheers. Wow, wow, wow. It's the Thunder General. My goodness, she's so beautiful. Those eyes, that aura, it's perfect. There's not a single thing out of place. Mumu Goddess, I want to be your dog. Step on me. All the guys have turned into Mumu's devoted fans. If Mumu's cosplay of Salfini was merely stunning, then her transformation into the Thunder General has completely set them ablaze. She effortlessly switches between sweetness and coldness. Jamumu truly deserves the title of the school's top beauty. At that moment, Mumu spoke again. I am your past. I am the unchanging law of the universe. Jamumu's tone had completely lost the innocence and naivety of a college student, leaving only the bone-chilling coldness of a dominant woman. As she spoke her final words, she slowly reached into her chest with her small hand and drew out a purple single-handed sword. Holding the sword in one hand, she stood on the stage, bathed in the spotlight. She uttered her final line. I am the Eternal Guardian. Though the line was utterly cheesy. But paired with Jamumu's cold and arrogant attire, her emotionless, domineering voice, and the thunderous music exclusive to the Thunder General, it completely ignited the atmosphere on stage. So beautiful. A milk-scented blade. Unstoppable. Holy crap, is this really the freshman orientation? I feel like I'm watching a top-tier anime convention performance. Mumu, you're our eternal goddess. The iconic moment of milky scent in one slice undoubtedly elevated Mumu's elegance to new heights. At that moment, not only the audience present, but even Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, and Li Zhangyang were left speechless. Jamumu's cosplay of Salfini was already enough to shock them. Now, this Thunder General has completely overturned their perceptions. It turned out that Jamumu, who had always been quiet and demure, actually had such a domineering side. And the most surprised of all was Zhang Qi. Just moments ago, she had been relieved that she hadn't been crushed by Jamumu, but now, she feared she would be so overwhelmed she couldn't even lift her head. What's so great about her? Zhang Qi still tried to be tough, but as she looked at Jamumu on stage, bathed in the spotlight and radiating brilliance, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, but she is indeed very beautiful. Tonight's performance was a huge success. Whether it was the campus forum, the campus bulletin board, or even Douyin, there were already plenty of clips of Jamumu's cosplay circulating. Chapter 125, Opportunity? Many people had a completely new understanding of this stunningly beautiful campus beauty queen. Jamumu's fame has now spread throughout Shenzhen University, or even the entire city of Shenzhen. School administrators have taken notice of her. Representatives from major entertainment companies have also taken notice of her. Jamumu's future is set to undergo significant changes due to this welcome party. After the welcome party, the student union organized a banquet. Many students attended, along with some school officials and representatives from entertainment companies. At the banquet, Jamumu was naturally the brightest star, attracting everyone's attention. Various wealthy second-generation individuals gathered around her, eager to establish connections with her. However, Jamumu rejected them all without exception. She simply stayed by Chen Yang's side, sipping some wine, and chatting with him about everything under the sun, looking very happy. Their interactions made the students very unhappy, and they all became curious about Chen Yang's identity. Who is this guy? Why is he so favored by Jamumu? Jamumu and Chen Yang, however, paid no attention to the stares and continued chatting in the corner. Brother-in-law. Tonight was amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how outstanding I am. I feel like I'm a big star. Hee hee, this is so much fun. Jamumu had had a few drinks and was slightly tipsy, her cute and innocent personality beginning to show, a stark contrast to her previous goddess-like demeanor. Since he had to drive, Chen Yang didn't drink and laughed, "Be careful, there are a lot of people watching you." Oh. Jamumu snapped back to reality and quickly resumed her campus goddess persona. Her pretentious demeanor was actually quite charming. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother-in-law, did I do something wrong just now?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, confused. "What did you say?" "Those people from the entertainment companies wanted to talk to me and invite me out for drinks, but I turned them all down." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Jamumu said nervously. "Why do you say that?" Chen Yang said indifferently, "If you don't like it, there's no need to accommodate them. Most of those people have ulterior motives. You did the right thing." Chen Yang's words made Jamumu feel a little reassured, and she smiled sweetly. "Brother-in-law, you're so kind. My sister wouldn't say something like that. She'll only blame me for not seizing the opportunity. She'd say I don't understand human nature." Jamumu pouted her little lips, her pretty face looking a bit wronged. Chen Yang heard this and paused for a moment before saying, "Did your sister tell you that?" Jamumu flicked her smooth long hair and nodded, "Yes, Uncle Chen. My sister already knows about my performance. She said tonight is very important to me. It's an extremely important opportunity in my life. I must seize it. I need to network with the entertainment company representatives and the school administrators. Of course, I have to ensure my own safety. Such opportunities are extremely rare, and I absolutely cannot miss this chance. Jumumu spoke these words to Chen Yang with a complex expression. Chen Yang heard this and fell silent. He naturally understood why Giraud had said that. Giraud had had many opportunities in the past. Though she wasn't as close to becoming a top-tier celebrity, she was still very close to being a second or third-tier celebrity. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, she had never been able to seize them. Of course, among those reasons was Chen Yang. It was precisely because of this previous experience that Giraud would say such things to Jumumu. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before saying, "What your sister said is indeed correct. Opportunity is crucial. But don't worry, with your brother-in-law around, you'll never lack opportunities. If you truly want to become a star, your brother-in-law will definitely support you wholeheartedly. I will definitely make you shine brightly." Chen Yang's tone was unwavering. He wasn't bragging either. With the unleashed system at his disposal, he was confident he could propel Jumumu to stardom. He was also confident that he could protect Jumumu from any harm in the entertainment industry, helping her rise to the top tier, and even become a top-tier star. As always, money talks. This could also be seen as a form of compensation for Giraud. Jumumu was already drunk, and upon hearing Chen Yang's words, her little face was filled with emotion as she said, "Uncle Chen, sniff sniff. You're so kind." Jumumu actually cried out of emotion. She's truly a girl made of water. It was almost time. The banquet was about to end. Chen Yang supported Jumumu, who was already a bit tipsy, and prepared to leave the banquet. A few wealthy second-generation students immediately gathered around. "Let me escort Mumu. I'll take Mumu home. I have a nice car, let me take her. My big G is here, it's spacious. Mumu Senior, get in my car." Typical college guys. They're still pretty full of themselves, especially when they have a little money and have had a few drinks. They really think they're something special. They all followed Chen Yang and Jumumu to the entrance of the banquet hall. Immediately, the group of male college students all pulled out their car keys. Mercedes-Benz, Audi, BMW, Porsche, everything was there. The most expensive one was a Lamborghini worth over 2 million. When the Lamborghini lit up, the female university students couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Wow, Qianxiao is so impressive. A Lamborghini? I've only seen one on TV. Is that really Mr. Qin? He can just drive off in a Lamborghini worth over 2 million yuan. And Qianxiao is so handsome. Which woman could resist him?" All the university girls were completely smitten. The owner of the Lamborghini was a young man with a handsome face, a tall, slender build, and a neatly tailored suit. He ignored the infatuated university students and walked straight up to Jumumu, smiling as he said, "Mumu, you've had too much to drink. Can I take you home?" This guy spoke elegantly and casually, looking like a charming young gentleman. The university girls around them gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy. To be personally invited by Qianxiao, how lucky could one person be? But Jumumu merely glanced at him before responding in a cold, authoritative tone. "Man, even though I've had too much to drink, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Get out of the way. I, Jumumu, would rather sit on a bicycle and laugh than cry in a Lamborghini." Jumumu's dramatic persona was back in full force. Chapter 126, Driving a Ferrari with One Hand. Everyone was taken aback by Jumumu's words. They all thought it was just a joke, laughing on a bicycle and crying in a BMW. They never expected Jumumu to actually do it in real life. And she said it to Qianxiao. "Jumumu, truly the campus goddess, she is so cool." As for Qianxiao, his expression was also not very good. It was the first time he had been rejected by a woman like this, and there was even talk of laughing while sitting on a bicycle. This Jumumu must be drunk. Naive. Qianxiao coldly remarked, but he didn't insist or hassle her further. He'd seen plenty of university girls like this before, those who looked down on money and acted superior. After graduating and getting a taste of the real world, they'd become completely docile. By then, manipulating such women would be a piece of cake. There was no need to rush. Most of the people present also thought that Jumumu was a bit too naive. However, what they soon discovered was that the naive ones were actually themselves. Chen Yang helped Jumumu to her feet and said calmly, "Mumu, I won't let you cry in a BMW, nor will I let you laugh on a bicycle. If you want to laugh, do it in a Lamborghini." Chen Yang finished speaking and immediately pulled out the car keys, turning them on. The Ferrari A12 parked nearby suddenly lit up, its streamlined supercar body resembling a meteor in the night sky, with its beautiful butterfly doors resembling wings, exuding a sense of technology and luxury. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the Ferrari A12, and they all exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! Did I see that right? That's a Ferrari 812? 812? How much does it cost? How does it compare to Qianxiao's Lamborghini? It's a game changer." Qianxiao's Lamborghini is only worth a couple of million, but the Ferrari A12 is the flagship model. It costs a whopping 5 or 6 million. My goodness, $5 or $6 million? That's terrifying. Yeah, it's a genuine luxury supercar. Everyone was completely blown away by the Ferrari A12. They were completely blown away by Chen Yang's wealth. No wonder Jamumu has been following Chen Yang around all this time. Earlier, they had thought Jamumu was too young and naive, but now it was clear she was far smarter than them. As for Qin Xiao, his face was ashen, and he couldn't say a word. This time, he had been completely outclassed by Chen Yang. As for Li Zhangyang, there's no need to mention him. He now wishes he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Earlier, he had been trying to show off in front of Chen Yang. Back then, Chen Yang probably looked at him like he was a clown. Lu Shu, however, kept her eyes on Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mysterious glow, as if lost in thought. Boom! The Ferrari A12 roared to life and quickly drove away. The Ferrari A12 continued along the coastal highway of Shenzhen. It was already late at night. Chen Yang opened the Ferrari 812's convertible top, letting the sea breeze blow in. The breeze was gentle and very pleasant. The sea breeze sobered Jamumu up considerably. Jamumu's face turned rosy. She stared at Chen Yang, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, completely captivated, her eyes filled with admiration, like a little fangirl. Chen Yang glanced at her in confusion and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you, Uncle Chen," Jamumu replied without a trace of embarrassment, smiling sweetly. "Uncle Chen, you look so cool driving the Ferrari with one hand." Chen Yang smiled. Any man driving a Ferrari with one hand is bound to look cool, right? Jamumu continued, "Brother-in-law, did you buy this Ferrari?" "Yeah, I just bought it." Shen Yang didn't hide it. "Wow! You're so cool, brother-in-law." Jamumu's little face was filled with admiration as she excitedly said. Chen Yang laughed, "What happened to valuing money like dirt? Why are you so excited now?" "I don't care about others. It's not mine anyway." Jamumu smiled sweetly, "But Uncle Chen, you're different. You bought a nice car, so of course I'm happy. We're family, after all. Let's chop wood." "Are you a family?" Chen Yang couldn't help but shake his head and give a self-deprecating smile. He and Jiro had already broken up long ago, and now his relationship with Jamumu was rather complicated. At that moment, Jamumu asked cautiously, "Brother-in-law, can I stand up?" Chen Yang nodded, "Of course you can, but be careful." "Got it." Jamumu stood up from her seat with light steps, spreading her arms wide to feel the sea breeze blowing against her. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation. "Wow! So happy. Brother-in-law. You're amazing. Don't worry, once my sister comes back, no matter what it takes, I'll make sure you two get back together." "I definitely will." Wah! Jamumu's screams echoed throughout the entire coastal boulevard. After an hour of turmoil, Chen Yang brought Jamumu back to Shaoan community. Jamumu had no classes tomorrow, so she could come back and rest. Jamumu had been drinking and had been through so much, she was already very tired. She had already fallen asleep in the car. When they returned to the community and went upstairs, Chen Yang carried her all the way up. "Brother-in-law, I'll help you trick my sister back." Jamumu was still mumbling to herself in Chen Yang's arms, speaking in her sleep. Looking at Jamumu lying in his arms, as beautiful as a sleeping beauty, Chen Yang's eyes were filled with tenderness, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. This little sister-in-law of his was truly a sight for sore eyes. She had a lively personality but was generally quite cheerful. She was also quite considerate toward him. What a kind little sister-in-law she was. Chen Yang didn't want her innocence to be tarnished. No matter what happened in the future, he would never allow Jamumu to be harmed. Even if he has no relationship with Jamumu. Chen Yang escorted Jamumu back to her room. After freshening up, he lay on the sofa in the living room and exhaled deeply. Today, at last, was over. There was quite a lot to do today. First, he managed to save over 2,000, which was a small breakthrough. He also recruited Li Wei, a talented individual, activating the asset task, which will make it easier to pursue the asset route in the future. Though compared to the male protagonists in novels and TV shows who have cheat codes, this progress is still quite slow. But Chen Yang is already satisfied. He doesn't need to rush. He has plenty of time. Take it slow. Taking steady steps one at a time is the truth. Time to sleep. Chen Yang stood up and headed back to his room. However, when he reached Jamumu's room, he heard some noise coming from inside. Chapter 127, The Blushing Face of a Young Girl. His kind-hearted younger sister-in-law must have woken up again. Time to start playing games. Shen Yang felt a bit helpless. A gaming addict is a gaming addict, after all. Just a moment ago, when Shen Yang was holding her, she was still drowsy, but as soon as she returned to her room, she immediately got up to play games. It's almost like it's ingrained in her bones. Never mind. Jamumu had performed so well today. Let her play a bit, it's a reward for her. Chen Yang stretched lazily and went back to his room to sleep. On the other side, in Jamumu's room, she had already changed into a cute pink bear pajama set, her pretty face still slightly flushed from the alcohol. With her snow-white feet bare, she had already put on her headphones, her expression excited, ready to begin her training. She turned on her computer, entered the training ground, and began some recovery exercises. Ha! Why is this so smooth? Jamumu was dominating the training ground when she suddenly felt something was off. This was an old computer she had been using for years. It had been a real struggle to get it, and back then it had cost around 4 or 5,000 yuan. Now, after several years, the specs were long outdated. However, today, she suddenly noticed that the computer was running unusually smoothly. Not only the computer, but even the monitor had become incredibly clear. What was going on? Jamumu rubbed her eyes and looked again, only to find that her monitor had been replaced. It had been replaced with the top-of-the-line Alienware monitor. Jamumu quickly opened her system specifications and took a glance. Her breathing immediately became heavy. i9 14900K. 4090. Corsair Blizzard Edition 32GB X2. Samsung 4TB SSD. And a complete overhaul of all the hardware, including the keyboard and headphones, all upgraded to models costing over $4,000. This entire setup will cost at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Remove the cloth covering the case. Inside, various high-end components shimmer with vibrant lights. Synchronized lighting. What others might see as light pollution, to Jamumu was pure bliss. Jamumu's face instantly turned rosy. These specs were something she had never even dared to dream of before. It was truly magical. A blushing face speaks volumes. For Jamumu, giving her a Prada or an LV might not make her happy. But if you give her a top-of-the-line computer, she'd be so thrilled she'd want to jump into your arms. Of course, Jamumu definitely knows who gave it to her. It's naturally her kind and handsome brother-in-law. The warmth in Jamumu's heart overflowed even more, and her beautiful eyes grew dreamy as she smiled dreamily. Brother-in-law, you're so warm and kind. I'm so happy. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll definitely help you and my sister get back together. If my sister doesn't reconcile with you, then I. Jamumu's face flushed red, she bit her red lips tightly, and waved her little pink fists, saying sweetly that I'll deal with her. Oomph. After making the vow, Jamumu put on her headphones. Tonight is definitely going to be another sleepless night. She's going to take this top-of-the-line computer worth tens of thousands of dollars and dominate everyone. Keyboard warriors. Your boss is here. She's going to make all those who used to show off in front of her see just how powerful she is with her top-of-the-line equipment, as if she's cheating. Tonight, another storm is brewing. Chen Yang, however, slept quite comfortably that night. Very pleasant. When he woke up, it was just past 8 in the morning. His biological clock was spot on. It was likely the result of improved health. After escaping the life-threatening condition, his body's various discomfort symptoms were gradually disappearing. Previously, upon waking up, he felt parched and dizzy. Now, he feels refreshed and invigorated. It feels amazing. Shen Yang got out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to Jamumu's room. He could still hear sounds coming from inside. Clearly, Jamumu hadn't gone to sleep yet. She sure can stay up late. No wonder she's an esports girl. Shen Yang didn't interrupt her. Let her keep playing. Anyway, there's no class today, and she has a new computer. It's a bit of a treat after the party. Chen Yang changed into workout clothes and went out. The day's work begins in the morning. Morning exercise is pretty important. He arrived at the nearby park, did some simple stretches, and then started running. The cool morning breeze, the sound of birds chirping, and the fragrance of flowers made it very pleasant. This time, Shin Yang completed his 5 kilometers in just half an hour. With his physical fitness significantly improved, his athletic performance has also seen a notable boost, making the 5 kilometers a breeze. During a mid-run break, Shen Yang was taking small sips of water when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Her mature, beautiful face and wheat-colored skin radiated the vitality of exercise. However, what stood out the most was her figure. Ultimate perfection. She was tall and slender, with not an ounce of excess fat on her body, a standard 9 head-to-body ratio, a model's figure, curves in all the right places, and a 4 waist, and defined abs. She was wearing a tight-fitting workout outfit. Her fiery figure is perfectly accentuated. Especially those large, sinful curves that moved with every step she took. It was simply breathtaking. Only one person could possess such an unbeatable figure. That person is our very own Coach Anan. Chen Anan. Coach Anan is also very disciplined. Her morning run is a must every day. Chen Anan seemed to notice Chen Yang's gaze, smiled slightly, and said to Chen Yang with a smile, "Handsome guy, what's the use of just looking? Want to run with me?" Coach Anan said this on purpose, as her figure was a bit too revealing, and many people around were staring at her, their eyes burning with desire. Everyone was trying their best to find a way to strike up a conversation with this top-tier athletic beauty. Now she was actively inviting Chen Yang, which was a huge boost to his status. Sure enough, after Anan said that, everyone around looked at Chen Yang with envy and jealousy. What does he have that they don't? Is it just because he's a bit better looking? All right. Chen Yang smiled slightly, took a sip of water, stood up from his seat, and followed Chen Anan as they began running together. In truth, after running 5 kilometers, Chen Yang was already feeling a bit tired. But now that he had been invited by Coach Anan to run together, that feeling of fatigue vanished instantly. Having such a stunningly beautiful coach running alongside him, especially since the coach had a perfect figure running alongside her, it was truly a blessing. This was undoubtedly the strongest mental boost one could ask for. There's no doubt about it. Chapter 128, Morning Run. Chen Anan led Chen Yang on a run from bustling areas to the depths of the park where few people ventured. Upon arriving here, Chen Anan seemed to be doing this on purpose, increasing the intensity of her movements and maximizing the benefits. They finally reached the artificial lake in the depths of the park. Chen Yang and Chen Anan had run 10 kilometers and finally came to a stop. After 10 kilometers, Chen Anan was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through and clinging to her body. Chen Yang was also panting heavily, feeling quite tired. 15 kilometers was indeed quite intense. However, at that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted over and Chen Anan picked up a towel and came over to wipe the sweat off Chen Yang. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You managed to run 10 kilometers. You can keep up with my pace. Chen Anan wiped the sweat off Chen Yang while speaking with a hint of surprise. She wasn't just flattering Chen Yang. She was speaking the truth. After all, Chen Yang used to be someone who would be out of breath after just a few minutes of exercise, and now he could run 10 kilometers. He probably ran a few kilometers earlier as well, bringing the total to over 10 kilometers. This improvement was already enormous. Maybe I just have a natural talent for sports. Chen Yang smiled slightly. He was joking. With the system, how could his athletic ability be anything but good? Before meeting Chen Yang, Chen Anan actually didn't believe that anyone could be naturally gifted at sports. Sports require years of hard training. But after meeting Chen Yang, Chen Anan's beliefs were completely shattered. Chen Yang's progress was simply too fast. This was starting to exceed her understanding. Perhaps athleticism really does require natural talent after all. As Chen Anan was lost in her thoughts, Chen Yang suddenly took the towel from her hands. Chen Anan was startled, unsure of what Chen Yang intended to do. Chen Yang smiled and said, Coach Anan, let me help you wipe off too. Chen Anan was still dazed. However, she soon understood. Chen Yang's towel gently wiped her forehead and cheeks, continuing downward. Just wipe my face, that's enough. Chen Anan's face flushed red and she tried to stop Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and said, that won't do. We should wipe everything clean, otherwise you'll sweat again. Alright. Chen Anan was helpless. After all, Chen Yang was her major financial backer. The sweat was wiped away. Chen Yang and Chen Anan sat by the lake, admiring the scenery. Chen Yang lay on the grass, gazing up at the sky, and murmured to himself, the weather is really nice. No need to go to work. No need to work. Just exercise and relax every day. Occasionally stopping to take in the scenery by the roadside, with beautiful women by his side. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chen Yang suddenly added, the only thing missing is a pillow. This grass is really uncomfortable. That really is quite uncomfortable. Chen Anan, the young woman sitting next to him, hesitated for a moment, bit her red lips, and then said, lie here. She gently patted her own pair of slender, beautiful legs, gesturing to Chen Yang. After speaking, her face flushed slightly, seeming both embarrassed and shy. Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting Chen Anan to say such a thing. But he could only comply. Chen Yang lay down directly on Chen Anan's slender legs, which were soft, smooth, and extremely comfortable. Chen Anan felt a bit uneasy at first, but she soon grew accustomed to it, even going so far as to use both hands to massage Chen Yang's shoulders, helping him relax both his body and mind. Coach Anan's service was truly top-notch. Do you have time to go to the gym tonight? Chen Anan asked while massaging Chen Yang's shoulders. Chen Yang thought for a moment. He had to go to the office in the afternoon and then meet with the landlady. In the evening, he should still have some time. Sure. Chen Anan smiled sweetly, that's great. I'll get everything ready and wait for you. I've got some special preparations too. Chen Anan's tone carried a hint of mystery. What kind of special preparations? Chen Yang was curious. You'll find out when you come tonight. Chen Anan didn't elaborate, leaving him in suspense. Chen Yang nodded. He knew Coach Anan wouldn't be making empty promises. Coach Anan's service was top-notch. She must have made special preparations, so it was sure to be excellent. But it's just to work out what could Coach Anan possibly prepare. Chen Yang was quite curious. On the other side. Xiaowan Community Apartment. Jimumu's room. The Eternal Demon. When the 4 characters and the icon appeared on the screen, Jimumu, who had been exhausted all day, felt as though her soul had been ripped out of her body. The super cute girl collapsed into the chair, her beautiful eyes filled with exhaustion. All night long. She had been playing all night. Finally, she had managed to climb the ranks that had been stalling her for months. It was both joyful and exhausting. Jimumu, you're so strong, so amazing. Jimumu clenched her little fists tightly, her cute face brimming with joy, and said, of course, there's a little bit of equipment boost involved, but it's not that much. Ultimately, it's still because you're so strong, Mumu. Jamumu basked in her own glory, talking to herself. However, by this point, she was indeed exhausted. Jamumu yawned, stretched her arms, and her perfect curves were outlined in the midday sunlight. Even after fighting all night, she remained the same super cute girl. Naturally beautiful, there's just no competing with that. Jamumu tidied up the trash in the room and gave it a quick clean. She was a very neat person even after staying up all night playing games, she couldn't stand the mess. After tidying up, she stepped out of the room and looked for her brother-in-law, but he was already gone, probably out. She didn't mind. After happily washing up, she returned to her bedroom, turned on the air conditioner, stripped naked, and lay down in the bed, her beautiful body shivering with pleasure. The bed after an all-nighter was so comfortable. Jamumu's charming face was filled with bliss as she took out her phone, intending to watch some videos before going back to sleep. But she shouldn't have done that. As soon as she started scrolling through the videos, they were all from last night's welcome party. And they were all of her. The milky sweet voice of Lei Dian Jianjun. Salafini's enchanting vocals. Last night, it completely took over the entire university campus circle in Shenzhen. Some videos taken with phones had tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes, and it was super popular. The comments below were also flooded. Wow! This is so beautiful. This is exactly how I imagined Sailor Finey and the Thunder General. The attention to detail is incredible. Yeah, other cosplayers might look similar on the surface, but Mumu Goddess nailed it in every aspect: appearance, demeanor, expressions, and even the voice. This is a flawless, all-around recreation. Chapter 129, The Reluctant Jerome. Even without cosplaying, Mumu Goddess is stunningly beautiful. Her looks and aura are top-notch, easily outshining so-called school beauties and even reaching celebrity status. Mumu Goddess, I'll be your loyal fan for 10 years. 10 years isn't enough. Mumu Goddess, I want to be your loyal fan. I will always be Mumu Goddess's dog. The comments section is buzzing with excitement. Everyone regarded Jamumu as their dream goddess. Jamumu looked at these comments, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. The praise was making her a bit embarrassed. They were calling her an ethereal goddess who doesn't touch earthly things, a noble princess of the heavens, and so on. Come on, give me a break. Jamumu admits she's pretty, but it's not that exaggerated, okay? If these people knew that their dream goddess had just pulled an all-nighter playing games, would their filters shatter? Oomph. I'm not telling you. Only my brother-in-law knows my true self. In front of you all, I'm the goddess Jamumu. Jamumu's pretty face flushed with pride. In front of others, she still enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. After scrolling through for a while longer, Jamumu yawned, feeling a bit sleepy, and was about to go to sleep. However, just at that moment, a message came through. Under the cherry blossom tree, did you rest well last night? Under the cherry blossom tree was naturally Jiro's ID. Jiro was still very concerned about Jamumu's safety. Although she had allowed Jamumu to go out socializing yesterday, she had been keeping a close eye on her, instructing Jamumu to send her a message every hour to ensure her safety. This continued until Jamumu returned to Xiaowan community. Sad rib soup, I slept so well, I slept straight through until dawn, sister. This beautiful young woman and Jiro are lying, and they don't even blush or feel guilty. Under the cherry blossom tree, that's good. Did you meet any high-ranking entertainment industry figures last night, or develop any connections? Jiro was still more concerned about this. After all, this concerns Jamumu's future. But Jamumu's response was simple and straightforward. Heartbroken rib soup, no, I turned them all down. Under the cherry blossom tree. After a long silence, she finally sent another message. Under the cherry blossom tree, you really don't know how to seize an opportunity. Why didn't you listen to me? Jiro's tone was already a bit angry. This wasn't surprising. Jiro had been burned before. Back then, she had been too arrogant to connect with people in the entertainment industry, missing out on many opportunities, which ultimately led to her current situation. She naturally didn't want Jamumu to repeat her mistakes. Jamumu shrugged it off and said, I don't like that kind of socializing anyway. It's tiring, troublesome, and disgusting. Besides, my brother-in-law told me not to pay too much attention to those people. He said he'll find a way to get me into the entertainment industry and make sure I won't get hurt. Jamumu fully trusted Chen Yang's words. Jiro remained silent for a while before responding. Under the cherry blossom tree, did Chen Yang really say that? Heartbroken pork rib soup, yes, my brother-in-law promised me solemnly last night. Jiro saw the message and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She couldn't understand it. How could Chen Yang make such a promise? After all, to make such a guarantee, one must have the corresponding ability. But as far as Jiro knew, Chen Yang definitely didn't have it, and she was certain of it. After all, Chen Yang was her man, her former man. Under the cherry blossom tree, I don't really know why Chen Yang said that, but don't put too much stock in his words. You should rely on yourself, understand? Heartbroken pork rib soup, I believe my brother-in-law. Under the cherry blossom tree. Speechless. Heartbroken pork rib soup, sister, you don't know. My brother-in-law has changed so much lately. He's completely different from before. Under the cherry blossom tree, what has he changed? Sad pork rib soup, I won't tell you now. You're leaving the country in 2 days, right? I'll tell you then. Jamumu teased her. Deep down, she still had some playful thoughts. She wanted to see what expression her aloof older sister would have if she saw Chen Yang driving a Ferrari with one hand now. After all, Jiro had left Chen Yang back then because she felt there was no future with him. Now, her brother-in-law was so full of potential. Under the cherry blossom tree, alright, I'll see for myself then. You silly girl, I wonder what kind of magic potion Chen Yang fed you to make you trust him so much. Jiro couldn't help but feel exasperated with Jamumu. Her younger sister was good in every way, but she was just too headstrong, which had affected her judgment. Jamumu's next reply only confirmed Jiro's suspicions. Heartbroken pork rib soup, my brother-in-law is the best. Jiro was speechless for a moment before sending the message. Under the cherry blossom tree, stop always calling him brother-in-law. We've already broken up, he's not your brother-in-law anymore. Heartbroken pork rib soup, I don't care. He is. You two broke up, but I don't acknowledge it. Jamumu's spoiled and stubborn personality came out. Under the cherry blossom tree, fine, do whatever you want. The call ended. Jamumu finally lay comfortably on the soft bed, patted her pillow, and drifted off to sleep. The rest by the lake ended quickly. Chen Yang and Chen Anan parted ways. Chen Yang was planning to return to Xiaowan community, prepare breakfast, rest for a while, and then head to the office in the afternoon. However, at that moment, a message came through. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, good morning. The cute younger sister Chen Xingling had woken up. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, it's already past noon. It's not early anymore. Lemon sauce, I've been so tired lately, that's why I just woke up. Mu Yang, you didn't have class yesterday, what could you possibly be tired from? Lemon sauce, I didn't have class, but I needed to rest. Chen Yang, what if I can't handle it next time you come over? Chen Yang naturally understood what lemon sauce meant. The reason it ended so early yesterday. It was actually because Chen Xingling couldn't handle it anymore. Chen Xingling may seem like a little witch on the surface, but she is still a pure college student with a low tolerance for such things. At the same time, Chen Xingling sent a photo. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, this is my morning photo. Upon opening the photo, Chen Xingling was indeed just waking up, completely makeup-free, but her natural beauty was still striking, with a delicate and charming appearance. Chapter 130, The Good Girl. What stood out even more was her outfit. Since she had just woken up, she was only wearing a loose pink nightgown, revealing her snow-white skin and hinting at her perfect figure, which was truly eye-catching. This little vixen really knows how to tease. Mu Yang, no breakfast today? Lemon sauce, no, I'm not. I'd be breaking the rules if I ate anymore. Chen Yang smiled. The breakfast videos this little vixen had posted earlier were indeed quite inappropriate. However, as Chen Yang looked at the photo of Chen Xingling, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his heart and wanted to go find this little vixen. Mu Yang, you don't have class this morning, do you? Lemon sauce, no, Chen Yang, what's up? Mu Yang, wait for me at school. I'll come find you. Lemon sauce, okay, Chen Yang, come quickly. After a moment, Chen Xingling seemed to think of something and timidly said. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, you're not coming to find me to have breakfast together, are you? Mu Yang, you'll see when you get there. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, then ended the call and drove his Ferrari 812 straight to Shenzhen Media University. Shenzhen Media University. Chen Yang arrived there quickly. Chen Xingling had already come out of her dormitory and was waiting for him at the same milk tea shop where they had met before. Chen Yang headed toward the milk tea shop. From a distance, Chen Yang spotted Chen Xingling. The current Chen Xingling had applied light makeup, was not wearing a black JK uniform, but instead a black mini skirt and a strapless off-the-shoulder t-shirt, looking both sweet and sexy. She was currently chatting with someone else. Sitting across from her was a stunningly beautiful woman in a white office lady uniform, exuding an aloof and confident aura. Judging by her age, she was around 27 or 28, fitting the mature, sophisticated type. She didn't look like a student, she looked more like a teacher at a school. Chen Yang walked over. However, he didn't approach Chen Xingling directly. Chen Xingling was engrossed in her conversation with the OL beauty, so he didn't want to interrupt. He sat beside her, waiting quietly. He moved closer. Chen Yang could hear Chen Xingling's conversation with the other person. Xingling, the companies I've connected you with are all quite reputable. You're already in your senior year, it's time to start planning for your future. This OL-style uniformed beauty must be Chen Xingling's academic advisor. Arranging an internship for Chen Xingling was a pretty decent thing for an advisor to do. Chen Xingling smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher. I'll give it some serious thought." The OL uniformed beauty nodded satisfactorily and smiled. "Xingling, you're the most obedient student I've had in all these years. You're so well behaved and obedient, and your grades are excellent. You always get the scholarship every year. Having a student like you is truly a blessing for me." The OL uniformed beauty looked at Chen Xingling with a hint of indulgence in her eyes, clearly showing her fondness for her. Chen Xingling smiled sweetly, revealing her little dimples. Having a teacher like you is truly my good fortune. The two exchanged compliments. The OL uniformed beauty smiled and continued, however, besides your internship, I'm more concerned about another issue. Chen Xingling replied obediently, teacher, please tell me. The OL uniformed beauty giggled, during your 4 years of university, have you dated any boys? When the topic turned to this, Chen Xingling seemed quite shy, her face turning slightly red as she said, teacher, you know, my focus has always been on my studies. The OL uniformed beauty said with a hint of disappointment, you should balance your studies and your personal life. Xingling, you're just too good. You don't know how to make the most of your strengths. You're so beautiful you should have been the center of attention during your university years. Being single for so long isn't right. After a pause, the OL uniformed beauty added, boys who are too honest aren't good, and girls who are too obedient aren't good either. Chen Yang, who was eavesdropping nearby, nearly spit out the water he was drinking upon hearing this. Is Chen Xingling really that well behaved? This was the first time he had ever heard such a statement. After all, in his eyes, Chen Xingling was a real little vixen. Chen Xingling tucked her bangs behind her ear and said softly, feeling a bit embarrassed, I don't know how to interact with boys. The OL uniformed beauty laughed, that's easy. I can give you some lessons in my free time so you can learn about these things. With such a beautiful woman like you, it's a shame no one has noticed you yet. I'm really worried about you. Chen Xingling nodded obediently, yes, thank you, teacher. The OL uniformed beauty had said enough. She picked up her bag and smiled, alright, I should go now. You can take a look at your work first. And, remember, once you're out in the real world, you can't be so innocent. Chen Xingling replied, teacher, I understand. The OL uniformed beauty left. As she passed by Chen Yang, she noticed how handsome he was and gave him a smile. It seemed that, as she had said, she was indeed quite skilled at socializing. After the OL uniformed beauty left, Chen Yang finally smiled, picked up his cup of milk tea, walked over to Chen Xingling, and said with a smile, beautiful lady, may I ask if I can sit here? Chen Xingling looked up at Chen Yang and smiled faintly, if I say no, would you sit down? I respect your decision. But I still want to sit here. Chen Yang smiled and sat down next to Chen Xingling, his hand naturally wrapping around her slender waist. Chen Xingling's face flushed, glancing in the direction the OL uniformed beauty had left, and she pouted, don't be so forward. If the teacher comes back and sees, it won't be good. What's so bad about that? Your teacher has been encouraging you to date, hasn't she? Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. Chen Xingling shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance and said, that's different. In the teacher's eyes, I'm still the good girl, the little cutie. If she finds out I'm being hugged by you, my image in her eyes will be ruined. You're pretty good at pretending. Chen Yang laughed, you really can't tell, you have this good girl side to you. Chen Xingling blinked her beautiful big eyes and said seriously, Chen Yang, is it possible that being a good girl is my true personality? I'm just letting loose in front of you to make you happy. Chen Yang studied the little witch Chen Xingling closely. On the surface, she did indeed look like a pure and adorable good girl. But thinking back to all the years he had known her, Chen Xingling's various seductive tactics made the image of the good girl vanish instantly. Chapter 131, Mr. Zhao. Chen Yang smiled and said, I can believe that my good little sister is indeed a good girl. As Chen Yang spoke, his hands began to roam up Chen Xingling's slender waist. Although Chen Xingling's face was flushed with embarrassment, she did not stop Chen Yang. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him and giggled. Chen Yang, I'm an even better little sister at home. Do you want to unlock this side of me? This remark piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. He truly wanted to see just how much of a contrast his good little sister could be. All right. I'll pay a visit to uncle and auntie another day. A smile played at the corners of Chen Yang's lips. All right, Chen Yang, I'll be waiting. Chen Xingling's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and she then said seductively, Chen Yang, what about now? You came out so early in the morning to find me, you must have something to do, right? Nothing much. Chen Yang laughed, it's just boring early in the morning, so I came to see you. Just to see me? Chen Xingling batted her beautiful big eyes. What else? I'm such a pretty little sister, can't you come visit anytime? Chen Yang smiled and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. No, of course Chen Yang can come see me anytime. But I thought, Chen Yang, did you come over to play some different games with me? Chen Xingling smiled sweetly, her expression full of meaning. What kind of different game? Chen Yang asked knowingly. Like forest adventures or climbing mountains? Chen Xingling spoke with an innocent expression, looking like a naive little rabbit who knew nothing. Is this the good girl? Indeed, very obedient. Chen Yang said with a smile. These games sound pretty interesting. We should try them someday. But right now, there's something more important. What else more important? Chen Xingling blinked her beautiful big eyes. Chen Yang's smile grew wider. You used to really like the breakfast videos I sent you, right? Did you want me to give you some tips on how to eat breakfast? Now I have some time. Breakfast? Chen Xingling heard this, paused for a moment, realized something, and her face grew even redder. She shot Chen Yang a glance. Chen Yang, it's daytime now. That's not appropriate. If you don't want to, then I'll leave. Chen Yang said with a smile. Don't go. Chen Xingling quickly spoke up to stop Chen Yang, then moved closer to him and gave him a mischievous smile, saying, Chen Yang, big brother. I just like daytime. Let us go back to the dorm. I have a way to get us past auntie. Chen Xingling's voice was sweet and charming, but her words were utterly captivating. She's truly a little vixen. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, wrapped his arms around Chen Xingling, and stood up, heading toward the girls' dormitory. Over an hour later. School cafeteria. Having taken a shower and feeling refreshed, Chen Yang appeared here. By his side was Chen Xingling, her face slightly flushed and her eyes still a bit dazed. It's all your fault. It's already noon, and we missed breakfast. Chen Xingling shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance, looking all coy and charming. We can have brunch together. Chen Yang smiled slightly, then said meaningfully, besides, haven't you already had breakfast? Chen Xingling had already caught on to Chen Yang's meaning, and the blush on her face grew even more intense. She couldn't help but snap, shut up. Chen Yang laughed it off. The two entered the school cafeteria. By this time, it was nearly noon, and the cafeteria had already prepared lunch. Chen Yang didn't order any fancy dishes, he simply chose a few simple dishes paired with rice, which served as both lunch and dinner. It feels just like before. Chen Yang felt the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he used to eat in the cafeteria with Giraud, chatting and laughing, and it was very happy. Time had passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed, and he and Giraud had both changed beyond recognition. But then again, judging by the time, Giraud should be returning soon. Jamumu mentioned that after Giraud returns, she plans to treat him to a meal. We'll see each other then. Though the meeting itself doesn't hold much significance, since she's extended the invitation, Chen Yang wouldn't be so heartless. The two of them had already ordered their meals, sat down, and just started eating. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out. Xingling? Chen Yang and Chen Xingling immediately looked over. It was none other than the OL-uniformed female teacher who had just been there. At that moment, she was also holding a tray, seemingly about to start eating as well. Ms. Zhao. Chen Xingling, upon seeing her, seemed a bit nervous, her fair face flushing slightly as she asked, Are you having dinner too? Yes, I just finished work. The OL-uniformed beauty named Ms. Zhao smiled, then sat directly across from Chen Yang and Chen Xingling, her gaze fixated on Chen Yang as she asked with a puzzled expression, Who is this student? He? Chen Xingling couldn't think of how to introduce Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, smiled broadly and said, Hello, Ms. Zhao. My name is Chen Yang. I'm Xingling's friend. I came here today specifically to hang out with her. Friend? The OL-uniformed beauty appraised Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes, her smile holding a hint of meaning. However, she didn't say much and simply introduced herself, My name is Zhaoing. I'm Xingling's tutor. Nice to meet you. Hello. The two exchanged greetings and were now acquainted. Next, the three of them had lunch together. Zhaoing and Chen Xingling chatted about academic matters, while Chen Yan listened quietly from the side. As it turned out, just as Chen Xingling had said, when she was with Zhaoing, Chen Xingling seemed to have completely transformed into a different person, from the playful, teasing young woman she had been, into a docile, obedient girl. The stark contrast between her two personas was so striking that Chen Yang couldn't help but wonder if she was even the same person. As they talked, Zhaoing glanced at Chen Yang, then at Chen Xingling, and smiled, Xingling, it seems you really took what I said this morning to heart. This statement, in Zhao Ying's eyes, was something only she and Chen Xingling could understand. Because she had told Chen Xingling earlier that morning to consider the matter of dating. She never expected Chen Xingling to act so quickly. Teacher, you're overthinking it. Chen Xingling's face turned red, looking like a shy young girl. Zhao Ying's smile grew even wider as she turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, I have something I'd like to ask you about. Let us talk about it together? Chapter 132, Matchmaker? Just after finishing his meal and sipping some mung bean soup, Chen Yang heard this and paused for a moment, unsure of Zhao Ying's intentions. However, he didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. Sure. Chen Yang and Zhaoing stood up together and sat down at a table nearby. Ms. Zhao, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Chen Yang had roughly guessed Zhaoing's intentions, but he still pretended to know nothing. Zhaoing smiled and looked at Chen Yang for a moment before saying, Chen Yang, are you planning to pursue Xingling? Sure enough. This beautiful teacher had indeed come here for this matter. Chen Yang gave an awkward yet polite smile and said, Ms. Zhao, you figured it out. You young people are still so naive. These are all things your teachers used to do back in the day. Zhaoing spoke with the air of someone who had been there before. Let's be reasonable. Zhaoing might not even be older than Chen Yang. It's just that Chen Yang is more handsome and looks younger, like a college student. The teacher is amazing. Chen Yang paid her a compliment. Zhaoing was quite pleased and said, Chen Yang, I'm Xingling's advisor. I often check in on her personal matters. Don't mind me. I have a good impression of you. You're young and handsome, speak with tact, and have high emotional intelligence. You and Xingling make a good-looking couple. Put in some effort and win Xingling's heart. Your teacher will bless you both. Zhao Ying was encouraging Chen Yang. In her eyes, Chen Yang was probably just another guy chasing after Xingling. Chen Yang didn't mind, pretending to be a pure-hearted young man, scratching his head and saying, "Alright, teacher, I'll try my best, but I'm not sure if I can succeed." Well. Zhao Ying thought for a moment and said, "It's indeed not easy to succeed. Xingling is quite aloof. But as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that as long as you keep trying, you'll definitely succeed." Zhao Ying encouraged Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded and said, "Alright, teacher, I'll definitely try my best and strive to win Xingling over as soon as possible." Zhao Ying nodded, seeming quite pleased. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she said seriously, "But Chen Yang, I must remind you that Xingling is a very innocent girl. She's never been in a relationship and has always been well-behaved and sensible. If you dare to hurt her, I won't let you off the hook." Innocent. Well-behaved and cute. Chen Yang listened to these descriptions and felt a bit confused. Is this the same Chen Xingling he knew? However, he didn't say much, just nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry. I'll be very, very good to Xingling." Zhao Ying was quite satisfied and added, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go back and talk to Xingling and put in a good word for you." "All right." Chen Yang nodded. Zhao Ying returned to Chen Xingling's side. "Xingling, I just had a brief conversation with Chen Yang, and he seems like a pretty decent person. He's young and handsome, and he speaks confidently. He's quite suitable. This time, don't resist him too much. You're already a senior, and you'll be entering society soon. It's time to give this some serious thought. Do you understand?" Zhao Ying looked serious and pleaded earnestly. "Don't be too resistant to Chen Yang, okay?" Chen Xingling blushed fiercely upon hearing this. She was already on the verge of letting herself go with Chen Yang. Just a moment ago in the dormitory. If she didn't resist anymore, they might end up going to the classroom tonight. However, Chen Xingling wouldn't dare to show her true thoughts. On the surface, she remained the obedient, studious girl she always was, blushing as she replied, "Teacher, I actually still think that academics are more important." Chen Xingling was saying one thing but meaning another, pretending to be reserved. Zhao Ying looked disappointed, saying, "Your studies are already excellent. People need a life too. Besides, you're young and beautiful, don't waste your youth. Listen to your teacher. Go out on a date. Be bold. It won't affect your studies at all." Chen Xingling hesitantly replied, "Well, teacher, I'll give it a try." "Alright, give it a try." Zhao Ying was very happy. "Alright." Chen Xingling looked resigned. "Teacher. This is what you told me to try. Tell me to be bold. If Chen Yang and I come up with any tricks in the future, don't blame us." Zhao Ying reminded her seriously again, "But when it comes to dating, you should still be reserved. Don't let someone trick you with a few words, especially don't go out drinking at night or watch movies at night, understand?" Zhao Ying was still very concerned about such matters. Chen Xingling was too innocent. What if she gets deceived later? Chen Xingling's face grew even redder. Chen Yang, her older brother, didn't seem to need such tactics to get what he wanted from her. A single word would suffice. But Chen Xingling obediently nodded and said, "Yes, teacher, I understand." Hearing this, Zhao Ying's charming face broke into an even broader smile. She felt like she was about to be matched successfully. A sweet campus romance seemed about to unfold. At this point, who could tell the difference between Zhao Ying and the matchmaker? After playing matchmaker, Zhao Ying quickly left. Chen Yang and Chen Xingling sat back together again. "Xingling, can I pursue you?" Chen Yang looked at Chen Xingling with a playful expression. "Chen Yang, I'll have to think about it." Chen Xingling's delicate, charming face broke into a sweet smile, revealing her tiny dimples. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around her slender waist and laughed, "What if I don't let you consider it?" "Chen Yang, you're being too bossy. Be careful, or I'll tell the teacher." Chen Xingling pouted. "Your teacher is very supportive of me pursuing you." Chen Yang spoke confidently. "What?" Chen Xingling feigned surprise, looking like a startled little rabbit, and said, "Then, what should I do?" She looked so pitiful and helpless, evoking sympathy. Chen Yang smiled even more broadly, "From now on, you have to be a good girl. I want to experience what it's like to have a obedient girlfriend." "Alright, Chen Yang, I understand." Chen Xingling opened her big, sparkling eyes and said, "Chen Yang, even though I'm not as beautiful as other women in front of you, I'll be much more obedient than they are." She picked up a piece of pork rib and brought it to Chen Yang's lips. "Chen Yang, open your mouth." Chen Xingling looked like a little maid, her face full of earnestness. Chen Yang was in a good mood and opened his mouth. Chapter 133, The Interview. The pork rib entered Chen Yang's mouth. This feeling was truly quite happy. "Would you like another piece, Chen Yang, or would you prefer something else?" Chen Xingling asked thoughtfully. Having such a beautiful woman feed him in public felt pretty good, but Chen Yang noticed something off. Many people around them were giving them hostile glances. There are so many people watching. Aren't you afraid your school goddess filter will shatter? Chen Yang said with a smile. What is there to be afraid of? Serving brother Chen Yang is what I should do. Besides, the teacher isn't here. What do they matter? Chen Xingling remained unfazed, picking up another piece of spare rib and bringing it to Chen Yang's lips, her smile tinged with a hint of mischief. The little witch is truly a little witch. At times, she could truly give Chen Yang a sense of immense pleasure. Chen Xingling wasn't afraid. Chen Yang had nothing to worry about either. He smiled and accepted Chen Xingling as feeding. Their intimate interaction made the male college students around them seethe with envy. Chen Xingling was their goddess. Back then, they couldn't even speak to Chen Xingling without stuttering, and now she's actually feeding someone else? Who is this guy? How could he be so amazing? However, this feeling of envy and jealousy was actually quite enjoyable for Chen Yang. After all, isn't life all about satisfying that little bit of vanity? Chen Xingling. She has fulfilled all of this for her. Chen Yang had already arrived at the gates of Shenzhen Media University. Chen Yang sat in the Ferrari A12, feeling completely relaxed. This good little sister of mine is really something. Just spending the morning with her made me feel much better, and all the fatigue from the day seemed to vanish. Glancing at the time, it was already noon. It was about time. It was time to head to the office. However, just then, a call came in. The caller ID showed it was the landlady, probably regarding the filming. Chen Yang answered the phone. Landlady, what's the matter? The landlady's gentle voice came through the phone, saying, Chen Yang, I've already set up all the equipment for the afternoon shoot. Please don't stand me up. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Chen Yang assured her with a smile. That's good. The landlady paused for a moment, then spoke with a touch of shyness. Chen Yang, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in advance. Go ahead. Chen Yang replied promptly. The landlady hesitated for a while before finally saying with some reluctance, today's shoot will be a bit special. The clothes I'll be wearing might be a bit daring. Chen Yang, please don't take it the wrong way. Daring? Chen Yang heard this and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. The bolder, the better. However, since the landlady had always been so conservative, Chen Yang didn't think she would wear anything too daring. So, he didn't give it much thought. Don't worry, Mrs. Landlord. I'll just focus on filming. I won't interfere with anything else. Chen Yang assured her. That's good. The landlady ended the call happily. After finishing the call with the landlady, Chen Yang drove to the company. Tianma Group. When Chen Yang arrived, it was already time to start work. Today, Chen Yang had come here mainly. It was still for Li Wei. Today was the day Li Wei officially joined the department. Li Wei was scheduled to undergo a costume change for filming and complete her first video. This was still very important to Chen Yang. As long as he could promote Li Wei, his shares would reach 15%, making him the undisputed largest shareholder of Tianma. At that point, his authority within Tianma will be immense. This is exactly what he needs right now. After all, if he wants to fulfill his promise and help Jimumu break into the entertainment industry, he'll need at least a few entertainment companies under his control. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Yang was greeted by his usual understanding female subordinate, the deputy minister. Zhou Man. Zhou Man's outfit today was as always, strict and formal, a black suit and black trousers, her graceful S-shaped curves completely concealed. It seemed intentional, as she didn't want to dress too revealingly at the office. Mr. Chen. Li Wei is already waiting in the H3 live streaming room. Zhou Man got straight to the point. The live streaming studio was a specialized space for influencers to get ready, featuring a makeup room, live streaming hall, recording studio, wardrobe room, and various other state-of-the-art facilities. Chen Yang nodded and followed Zhou Man into the live streaming room. As they walked, Zhou Man continued. There's also the file for the celebrity audition coming up in a few days. I've already organized them. It should be ready by the day after tomorrow. If you'd like to take a look in advance, Mr. Chen, I can pull them up now. Zhou Man said. It's about the celebrity audition again. It seems like this celebrity interview is pretty important for the company. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry and said, we'll see when the time comes. All right. Zhou Man replied, then smiled slightly and added, however, Mr. Chen, among the selected celebrities this time, only the one we mentioned earlier has better looks, physique, or overall qualifications. The others are actually quite average. If you're interested, I can arrange a meeting with them in advance. This Zhou Man is pretty good at reading her superiors' minds. Arranging a meeting in advance is pretty considerate. However, Chen Yang wasn't the type like Zhang Sheng. He wasn't interested in such unwritten rules. You're quite good at alleviating the leader's concerns. Chen Yang said with a playful smile. I'm just doing my job. Zhou Man replied with a smile. As a seasoned office veteran, she naturally wouldn't let herself be caught off guard with her words. There's no need to worry about such matters. For celebrity interviews, just follow the standard procedure. Chen Yang said indifferently. Got it. Zhou Man nodded in agreement. However, she immediately thought of something and said, Mr. Chen, if you want to follow the procedure, it might not work. Oh? Why? Chen Yang furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. Does it have to be done according to the unwritten rules? Joe-man said directly, Manager, you can follow the procedure yourself, but others can't. As far as I know, Zhang Sheng has already started contacting the contestants. So, even if you want to follow the procedure, it will be very difficult to implement. Chen Yang nodded slightly upon hearing Joe-man's words. That was indeed the case. With someone like Zhang Sheng around, insisting on following the proper procedures wouldn't make much sense. Chapter 134, Style. Dealing with someone like Zhang Sheng isn't exactly a walk in the park, is it? This is the perfect opportunity to get rid of all these parasites. After all, Tianma is his company in the future and it's meant to make money for him. It can't be ruined by these people. Shen Yang thought this to himself but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he walked toward the live streaming room alongside Joe-man. H3 Live Studio. Li Wei had already arrived here early. She stood in front of the mirror in the live streaming room, looking at her reflection, her expression both nervous and tense. The Li Wei in the mirror was very beautiful. Since being selected yesterday, she had meticulously prepared her style. Today, she had already spent over 4 hours on her makeup alone. Her outfit today was a pink JK uniform paired with white stockings, giving her an overall youthful and vibrant look. This was also her favorite style. Even though she was no longer a teenager, she had little experience in the real world, and her youthful spirit remained strong. Li Wei, you can do it. Li Wei encouraged herself in the mirror. Just then, the door to the live streaming room was pushed open, and several men and women walked in from outside. Today's shooting schedule is quite important, and we need you to assist on set. Even though it's just a supporting role, if the video goes viral, you'll also benefit greatly. No problem. I don't have any shooting assignments lately, so I'll do my best for the company. The men and women were discussing among themselves. Upon entering the live streaming studio, everyone's gaze immediately fixated on Li Wei. Among them, the one leading the way was a beauty with a face score of over 85, tall and slender, with a mature figure, an E-cup bust, and a dominant, confident aura. Upon seeing Li Wei, she exclaimed in surprise. Li Wei, what are you doing here? Li Wei recognized this tall beauty. Her name was Zhang Ruoruo, one of the top influencers at Tianma Group, with over 5 million followers and significant influence. In the past, Li Wei had worked for her as an assistant. Sister Ruo. Li Wei hurriedly greeted her, her expression a bit awkward as she said, I was also sent here by the company. Zhang Ruoruo was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Assigned by the company? What was she being sent here for? After all, Zhang Ruoruo had been assigned here merely as an assistant. If Li Wei was also assigned here, was she also just an assistant? It probably wasn't. Probably just an extra. Zhang Ruoruo thought to herself, but on the surface, she didn't react much, just smiling faintly. Since it's the company's arrangement, we'll definitely be working together later. Li Wei, let us work together smoothly. Okay. Li Wei felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Zhang Ruoruo didn't pay much attention to Li Wei and his people, instead starting to apply makeup and get ready. Li Wei didn't know what to do either, so she sat quietly in a corner, sipping her coffee, waiting for what would happen next. After a while, Chen Yang and Joe-man finally appeared at the entrance of the live streaming studio. Everyone in the live streaming room, including Zhang Ruoruo and Li Wei, stood up upon seeing Chen Yang and shouted, Manager Chen! Manager Chen! Manager Chen! Chen Yang merely nodded and didn't say much, walking straight into the live streaming room. Zhang Ruoruo immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, Manager Chen, I've already prepared everything for this shoot. You? She had intended to flatter Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang ignored her and instead turned his gaze to Li Wei on the side, saying indifferently, Li Wei, come with me. With that, Chen Yang walked straight toward the private wardrobe room. All right. Li Wei followed closely behind. After the two left, Zhang Ruoruo stood there in shock. What's going on? Why did Manager Chen take Zhang Ruoruo away alone? Zhang Ruoruo asked with a puzzled expression, Director Zhou, what's the deal with this Li Wei? What's she here for? She had already sensed something was off. Zhou-man smiled and said, the main focus of today's shoot is Li Wei. She's one of the influencers Chen manager is focusing on cultivating next. What? Zhang Ruoruo's face turned pale in an instant. Li Wei is the main focus of today's training? Was she here to be her supporting actress? What's going on here? In the costume room, Chen Yang sat in his seat, scrutinizing the pink-clad Li Wei in front of him. Li Wei stood there nervously, tugging at her skirt, clearly very tense. After a while, Chen Yang finally asked, how long have you been going for the sweet girl style? Li Wei paused for a moment before responding, about 2 or 3 years. Have you been successful? Chen Yang continued to ask. Yes, I've been successful. Once I reached over 500,000 followers, but later, due to some issues, most of my followers left. Li Wei continued. Over 500,000 followers and you call that successful? Chen Yang shook his head. He was a veteran employee at Tianma and had a deep understanding of the influencer industry. Over 500,000 followers. To put it bluntly, it's practically nothing. Especially for female streamers like them. Their monthly income would be very, very low. Li Wei grew even more anxious, lowering her head and saying dejectedly, "Manager Chen, this is my best performance. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this industry. Why don't you try someone else?" Li Wei had been working at the company for so many years and had certainly experienced numerous failures. These setbacks had already made her feel insecure and extremely sensitive. "No, you have a lot of potential," Chen Yang said directly, then continued, "but as I said before, you need to follow instructions." "How exactly should I listen?" Li Wei blinked in confusion. Chen Yang said, "First, the sweet girl style doesn't suit you, and the mature woman style doesn't suit you either. Your style needs a complete overhaul." Chen Yang opened the wardrobe behind him. Inside the wardrobe were a variety of clothing items, including school uniforms, bodycon skirts, and other styles, all neatly arranged. Chen Yang selected a few outfits from the wardrobe and placed them on the table. "Try these outfits first." "These outfits?" Li Wei stared at the outfits on the table, dumbfounded. A black OL uniform paired with a bodycon skirt, a white S-shaped stepmother dress, a sexy off-the-shoulder backless outfit, and a light blue floral print housewife dress. Each piece was incredibly figure-flattering, revealing, and designed for a mature, sexy woman. Chapter 135, Li Wei's Charm. Would it really be appropriate for Li Wei, an innocent young girl, to wear such clothes? Li Wei's face flushed red as she said, "Mr. Chen, wearing this style of clothing might not be appropriate, right? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just try it on first," Chen Yang replied directly. "But Mr. Chen, I feel like I'm more suited to a sweeter, more innocent and lively style." Li Wei remained reluctant. Chen Yang didn't feel like arguing with her anymore and said directly, "Do you remember what you promised me earlier?" Li Wei paused for a moment, naturally remembering that she had promised Chen Yang to obey him. She bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand, Mr. Chen." She then glanced at the few outfits on the table and finally chose one that wasn't too revealing. A white fitted top and blue skinny jeans. This outfit looked perfectly normal, with no hint of anything suggestive. Li Wei took the outfit into the fitting room. Chen Yang saw the outfit Li Wei had chosen and raised the corners of his mouth, flashing a playful smile. This outfit could be considered a trap he had set for Li Wei. Though it appeared modest, a white top and blue jeans, the entire ensemble was form-fitting and flattering. And Li Wei's figure was that of a curvy, voluptuous, slightly plump young woman with an S-shaped silhouette. Wearing such a form-fitting outfit, the mature allure she exuded was undoubtedly at its peak. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. However, Chen Yang didn't choose this outfit just to see Li Wei's figure. Li Wei truly needed to try this type of outfit to see how it looked. It's all for work. Li Wei's fitting session was unusually lengthy. Chen Yang waited for half an hour but didn't see Li Wei come out and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Trying on clothes isn't the same as taking a shower or putting on makeup. How could changing an outfit take so long? Chen Yang asked directly, "Li Wei, is there something wrong with the clothes? Why is it taking so long?" Li Wei's nervous voice came from inside the fitting room. No, Mr. Chen. I'll be out soon." Her tone was clearly shy. Chen Yang seemed to sense something and smiled slightly, waiting patiently. A few more moments passed. The door to the fitting room opened. Li Wei emerged from inside. When Chen Yang looked up and saw Li Wei, he was completely speechless. At that moment, Li Wei had tied her long, black, lustrous hair into a standard braided bun, with the long braids hanging down to her chest. Her upper body was dressed in a tight-fitting white top, so tight that it clung to her body, outlining every curve of her perfect, voluptuous figure, drawing all eyes to her. Even more eye-catching was Li Wei's lower body attire. A pair of blue jeans clung tightly to her slightly curvy long legs, accentuating her full hips. The already exaggerated S-shaped curves were highlighted to perfection. Her figure was already stunning enough. The faint blush on Li Wei's delicate, charming face added a touch of vulnerability, giving her the allure of a delicate young woman next door. It's perfect. She's absolutely stunning. No wonder she was chosen by the system as an S-class influencer. After switching to this influencer-style outfit, her charm skyrocketed from 85 to 95. It truly proves the saying, "Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse." People need to have a style that suits them. However, Li Wei was extremely resistant to her outfit. She stood nervously in front of Chen Yang, her face as red as a peach, her hands fidgeting, and she looked at Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, do I look ugly in this outfit?" Li Wei had never tried this style before. She had always been a sweet, girly type, so she had no idea how it looked on her. Chen Yang snapped back to reality and laughed, "I guarantee you, no one in the entire Tianma company looks better in this mature woman style than you." "What?" Li Wei was taken aback. No one suits the mature woman style better than her? How was that possible? She hadn't even been on a date before. How could she be so suited to the mature woman style? "No way, Mr. Chen. I think." Li Wei wanted to say more. Chen Yang, however, said calmly, "If you think it's useless, then just do as I say. Try the next one." "Oh." Li Wei dared not argue with Chen Yang. He was her only hope now, so she could only obey. Li Wei picked another one from the table. A white stepmother's dress. A stepmother's dress. This was a classic outfit for young married women. Any young married woman with a good figure and a bit of a fire in her would practically never leave the house without one. Although Li Wei was a reserved girl, she thought others looked pretty in stepmother dresses, so she wanted to try one herself. Li Wei took the stepmother dress and entered the fitting room. This time, she didn't take long to come out. Li Wei, wearing the stepmother dress, caught Chen Yang's attention. The stepmother dress is inherently figure-hugging, and Li Wei, with her long legs, curvy hips, and voluptuous, curvy figure, looked absolutely stunning in it. Even Chen Yang, who had seen many beautiful women, was mesmerized by Li Wei's fiery figure and the full-on mature woman vibe she exuded. Li Wei truly perfectly suited this mature woman style. Her dignified and elegant demeanor was a stark contrast to the timid and meek Li Wei of before, making her almost unrecognizable. Yet her shy, girlish charm prevents her from looking like just another ordinary online celebrity woman. A woman with an incredibly hot figure yet brimming with youthful charm is undoubtedly a killer for countless men. Li Wei is truly a rare gem. Meanwhile, as Chen Yang was reviewing Li Wei's outfit. On the other side. In Xiaowan residential area. In the apartment of the landlady. At that moment, the landlady had also put on a milk-white, form-fitting dress. She was also standing in front of the mirror, admiring her figure. The landlady's figure was extremely exaggerated, even more so than Li Wei's, to the point of being illegal. Now, wearing this tight-fitting dress, it showcased her already breathtaking figure to the fullest. Xu Yang, how can you be so beautiful? With a figure like mine, which man could resist? The landlady looked at her own curves, which resembled those of a manga protagonist, and felt a slight sense of joy. And it wasn't even the kind of proper manga. However, she dared only admire herself in the mirror. Though her emotional scars had healed somewhat after the previous incident, she remained timid. Chapter 136, The Bold Landlady. If Chen Yang wasn't around, she wouldn't dress too revealingly. But today Chen Yang was coming over and was going to take her photos. Is the stepmother dress too conservative? Chen Yang isn't exactly a proper guy, maybe I should wear something more tempting. The landlady blushed at the thought. Xiao Shuyan, what are you thinking about? Chen Yang isn't proper, and you want to wear such revealing clothes? What if he... However, despite her thoughts, the landlady's small hand reached toward a set of clothes inside the cabinet. That outfit, though called a dress, was nothing more than 3 pieces of fabric. 3 thin white pieces of fabric, barely covering the essential areas, and offering little else in the way of modesty. If I wear this, Chen Yang might just eat me alive. The landlady held the so-called clothes in her hands, her heart pounding wildly, and the flush on her face grew even more pronounced. However, although she had feelings for Chen Yang, she certainly wouldn't dare to wear such clothes, it was just a fantasy. Try it on first. The landlady, as if possessed, slipped into the garment in her hands. After she finished putting it on, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was as red as a ripe peach, so flushed that it seemed like it could burst with a single squeeze. This was way too revealing. The landlady's figure, which was clearly out of line, was now fully exposed. If she were to wear this for Chen Yang to see, she'd probably be unable to walk the next day. Shuya, what are you thinking? The landlady scolded herself, but her mind continued to wander uncontrollably. Her pair of long, slightly plump legs gradually closed together. Chen Yang was very satisfied with Li Wei and had her try on a few more outfits, all of which looked great. Then Chen Yang finalized the outfit for the short video shoot. It was the same outfit from the beginning, a tight white top paired with tight jeans. Although the outfit was simple and plain, it was the most flattering for her figure. Shooting with this outfit would definitely send the online crowd into a frenzy. Once the outfit was chosen, the next steps were makeup and filming. This wasn't something Chen Yang needed to worry about much. Zhou Man would handle it. Chen Yang and Li Wei emerged from the private live streaming room. Zhou Man had been waiting outside for quite some time. As soon as Chen Yang stepped out, she greeted him. Manager. Chen Yang nodded, glanced at her, and then said, "Take Li Wei to get ready." Got it. Zhou Man nodded and led Li Wei and the makeup artist into the makeup room. The rest of the matters were no longer Chen Yang's concern. All he had to do was wait for Li Wei to become popular. The video filming was handled by Tianma's dedicated team. Chen Yang sat in his seat, played with his phone for a while, and checked the time. It was 3:30 p.m. He had been working for an hour and a half and was feeling pretty tired. It was time to go home. Chen Yang yawned and stretched. If any other employees heard Chen Yang say that, they'd kill him. Starting work at 2 p.m. and leaving at 3:30 p.m.? You're way too much. Just then, the phone rang. It was the landlady. Chen Yang answered the phone and asked directly, "What's wrong, landlady?" Soon, the landlord's wife's mature and alluring voice came through the phone. "Chen Yang, why haven't you come yet? I've been waiting until I'm tired." The landlady sounded very lazy, with a hint of fatigue, making her voice sound a bit off. Chen Yang laughed, "I'm busy with some things. I'll be there around 4 o'clock. Landlady, make sure you're ready. Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything." We're just waiting for you. The landlady continued to respond. All right. Chen Yang nodded. The landlady paused for a moment before speaking again to remind him, Chen Yang, as I said before, tonight's shoot might be a bit daring. Make sure you're prepared. Don't back out at the last minute. Daring? How daring could it be? The landlady's conservative style couldn't get much bolder than this. Besides, even if it is bold, what does Chen Yang have to fear? He's a man, he doesn't worry at all. Got it, Mrs. Landlord. I'll wait for you. I'm getting tired. I need to rest for a bit. When you come back, just go inside on your own. The password for my apartment is 65231. All right. After ending the call, Chen Yang rested for a while, checked that there wasn't much left to do at the office, and decided to leave. However, at that moment, a woman's voice called out to him. Mr. Chen. Wait a moment. Chen Yang furrowed his brows and turned to look. It was none other than the female influencer he had just seen earlier, Zhang Ruoruo. Is there something you need? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Zhang Ruoruo also gave Chen Yang a flirtatious wink and smiled seductively. Mr. Chen, I do have something to discuss with you. Can we talk privately? Chen Yang felt that something was off about Zhang Ruoruo. He sensed that the matter they wanted to discuss was likely not something proper. But Chen Yang was curious to know what kind of inappropriate matter it was. He needed to investigate further. So, Chen Yang nodded and walked toward the private fitting room with Zhang Ruoruo. As soon as they entered the dressing room, before Chen Yang could speak, Zhang Ruoruo turned around and closed the door to the fitting room, giving him a seductive smile. Chen Yang, knowing full well what she was up to, asked, Why did you close the door? Nothing, I just don't want anyone else to disturb us. Zhang Ruoruo's smile grew even wider as she walked over to Chen Yang and said, Mr. Chen, please sit down first. Chen Yang sat down on a chair nearby. Zhang Ruoruo also sat down beside him. Zhang Ruoruo was a million-follower influencer. Though her beauty couldn't compare to that of Li Wei Zhemumu and others, she was certainly still considered a beauty. Now, sitting beside Chen Yang, her fragrance wafted through the air, and her delicate, soft beauty truly exuded a certain charm. Mr. Chen, would you like some tea? Zhang Ruoruo was practically leaning against Chen Yang, her delicate hands gently caressing his shoulders, exuding a seductive aura. This woman is also very cunning. Her outfit today consists of a black and red coat over a white shirt. Her figure was quite impressive, causing the white shirt to bulge slightly, and it seemed as though she had deliberately undone a few buttons. She was truly enigmatic. As she leaned in closer, Chen Yang could just catch a glimpse of the scene, causing his heart to race slightly. However, Chen Yang wasn't particularly interested in this kind of woman. He quickly regained his composure and asked directly. No, thanks. I have something to do later. Why did you call me? What do you want? Zhang Ruoruo's charming smile grew even more alluring as she leaned closer to Chen Yang, her breath fragrant as she said. Mr. Chen. What Li Wei can do, I can do too. Chapter 137, Zhang Ruoruo's flattery. Mr. Chen, why do you favor Li Wei so much? Whatever you want me to do, however you want me to do it, I can do it. Zhang Ruoruo spoke while undoing the buttons of her white blouse, revealing a flash of snow-white skin that was hard to miss. Chen Yang smiled slightly upon hearing this. This woman was indeed a pure influencer. She would use any means necessary to climb the social ladder. Really, anything goes? Chen Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhang Ruoruo's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Of course. As long as Mr. Chen is happy, and you can give me a little reward afterward, how we play and for how long is entirely up to you. Zhang Ruoruo's beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Yang, her gaze was mesmerizing. Shall we start now? Chen Yang's smile grew wider, and his hands began to wander. Don't. Zhang Ruoruo gently pushed Chen Yang away, smiling seductively. Mr. Chen, don't be in such a hurry. Wait until tonight, and I'll come find you myself. But Mr. Chen, you have to help me fulfill a small wish first. I don't want to be the supporting role. Zhang Ruoruo looked delicate and vulnerable, as if Chen Yang could easily overpower her at any moment. But Chen Yang was well aware. Zhang Ruoruo was the classic type of woman who would use every trick in the book to seduce you and reel you in, but she wouldn't give anything in return. Such a woman might have worked on the naive Chen Yang of the past. But for the current Chen Yang, she was simply too low level. Moreover, this woman wasn't even particularly attractive, and she didn't arouse any interest in Chen Yang at all. Chen Yang pushed Zhang Ruoruo away forcefully and said indifferently, each person has their own place. You should stay where you belong based on your abilities. Chen Yang was unapologetic. Zhang Ruoruo's smile froze on her pretty face. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to change his expression so quickly, but she still gave him a seductive smile and moved closer to him again. Mr. Chen, what are you saying? But Chen Yang didn't let her get close, coldly saying, sorry, I'm not interested in you. Zhang Ruoruo was once again at a loss for words, her voice tinged with anger. Mr. Chen, if you say each person has their place, then what makes Li Wei better than me? Well, she's good looking, but what good does that do? The market doesn't buy into her act. I have over 2 million followers, while she only has a few 100,000. Is that what you mean by 1 carrot, 1 hole? Zhang Ruoruo must be feeling really unfair. After all these years, Li Wei has always been timid and cautious in front of her. Now that her status has suddenly risen and she is stepping on her head, how could she possibly accept it? Chen Yang, however, remained calm. The company values Li Wei's potential. Though she hasn't been recognized by the market yet, her future holds great promise. Oof. What future could she possibly have? Zhang Ruoruo sneered, then added, besides, does that mean I have no future? I have over 2 million followers. Isn't my future brighter than Li Wei's? Shen Yang remained calm and continued, you do have over 2 million followers and were popular for a while, but what about now? This single sentence completely shattered Zhang Ruoruo's arrogance. Indeed. Back then, Zhang Ruoruo was quite popular, one of the company's key cultivated influencers, showered with endless resources. Back then, Zhang Ruoruo was brimming with confidence, believing she would eventually become a million-follower influencer and the face of Tianma. Little did she know that just 1 month later, her follower count had already stopped growing. No matter how much resources the company invests, there is no movement. The rate of fan attrition is also quite rapid, and by now, there are only around 200,000 or 300,000 loyal fans remaining. This is why she is going to such lengths to please even Chen Yang, a mere manager. However, despite this, Zhang Ruoruo continued, so what? Li Wei's performance isn't much better than mine. Chen Yang didn't bother explaining and said directly, having you collaborate with Li Wei is giving you an opportunity, a chance to turn things around. If Li Wei becomes a sensation, you could also ride her coattails and gain some attention. If you really don't want to, I can find someone else. Shen Yang couldn't care less about the love-hate dynamics between these influencers. All he cared about was when he could go home. Zhang Ruoruo desperately wanted to refuse firmly, wanting to say, why does Li Wei deserve to become famous? But the words were stuck in her throat. Judging by Chen Yang's attitude, whether it was an unwritten rule or not, he was definitely going to protect Li Wei no matter what. Saying anything else would be pointless. Alright, I understand. I'll be the supporting role. I hope Mr. Chen won't be disappointed then. After Zhang Ruoruo finished speaking, she didn't say another word, quickly buttoned up her white shirt, grabbed her coat, and left the place in a huff. As Zhang Ruoruo left, today's matters were finally settled. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair and yawned. It was about time. Time to clock out. Boom! The Ferrari A12 sped down the streets of Shenzhen. Soon, the Ferrari A12 returned to Xiaowan community. Chen Yang first returned to his own apartment, put his things away, and then went upstairs to the landlady's apartment. The landlady's apartment had a password lock. Chen Yang entered the password directly. The door opened. Upon entering the apartment, he immediately noticed a pleasant fragrance in the air. It was the landlady's signature scent. The living room of the landlady's apartment was bright, spacious, and tidy. However, the landlady was not there. She must have gone to rest. Shen Yang didn't rush to disturb the landlady and instead sat in the living room for a while. Soon, he spotted the camera equipment placed on the coffee table. A Sony Scam Z200. Over $3,000. The landlady sure is living in luxury. Not surprising, though the landlady collects rent every month, so she has no slouch when it comes to saving. Chen Yang picked up the Scam Z200 and fiddled with it for a moment. This high-end camera was indeed quite user-friendly, and the photos it took were very clear. However, Chen Yang was curious, what does the landlady do with all those photos she takes every day? She doesn't even go out every day. What could she possibly need them for? Chen Yan didn't quite understand. Perhaps it was just the landlady's little hobby. Who doesn't like having their best moments captured? Chen Yang took a brief stroll around the living room and discovered several of the landlady's paintings. To his surprise, they were quite well done. There were portraits, landscapes, and animal paintings, all very lifelike. The landlady is indeed quite dignified and virtuous. Chapter 138, The Landlady in Her Dreams. As Chen Yang admired the landlady's paintings, he suddenly noticed that the door to the adjacent bedroom was not closed, but only ajar. The landlady must be resting inside. Chen Yang had no intention of disturbing her and was about to continue sitting in the living room for a while, waiting. To his surprise, however, he heard the landlady's voice coming from inside the bedroom. Yang, no. We can't do this. The voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to the ear. Chen Yang was puzzled. Yang? Who was that? Could it be him? It probably isn't. Or could it be the landlady's son? I haven't heard of him either. Chen Yang whispered, Landlady, are you awake? There was no response from the bedroom. Chen Yang hadn't intended to enter the bedroom, but now his curiosity was piqued, and he had a valid reason. Besides, the landlady had given him the apartment password, and the bedroom door was ajar, clearly indicating she didn't mind. Chen Yang decided to push open the bedroom door. As soon as the bedroom door opened, the scene before him immediately made Chen Yang's heart race. There was only the landlady in the bedroom, no one else. At that moment, the landlady was lying on the soft bed, wearing only a thin lace nightgown. Since it was summer and the weather was hot, she hadn't covered herself with a thick blanket. Perhaps because she had been working too hard while sleeping, the black lace nightgown was loose and sagging, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Her graceful, delicate figure was mostly exposed before Chen Yang's eyes. It was no secret that the landlady had an incredibly curvaceous figure. Now, dressed so lightly and lying on the bed, the allure she exuded was simply irresistible. She was too beautiful. This figure is simply too risque. As Chen Yang marveled at the landlady's figure, which was enough to drive anyone mad, the landlady spoke up. "Do you like it?" Chen Yang was slightly startled, thinking the landlady had woken up. He was about to speak but realized she was still asleep, just talking in her sleep. "Beautiful, you can look more, admire it more. I like being looked at by you." The landlady even turned her body, giving Chen Yang a better angle. Chen Yang felt a sudden surge of heat in his heart. Such a dignified and elegant landlady, what could she possibly be dreaming about to react this way? However, Chen Yang was a proper gentleman. After standing at the door and admiring her for 20 minutes, he left the bedroom directly. Before leaving, he even took the trouble to close the bedroom door for the landlady. She has no sense of safety at all. What if someone bad sees her? Chen Yang sat back on the sofa and continued waiting. Another half hour passed, and by the time it was past 5 o'clock, there was finally some movement inside the bedroom. "Chen Yang, are you there?" The landlady's pleasant voice rang out. "Yes, I'm here." Chen Yang responded. Chen Yang had assumed that the landlady would get up, tidy up, and change into something else, but to his surprise, the bedroom door opened directly. Wearing only a thin lace nightgown and looking a bit sleepy, the landlady emerged from the bedroom. "I'm sorry, I was just so tired. I made you wait for so long," the landlady said, yawning and stretching. The perfect curves of her body were fully outlined by the stretch. It was a truly standard S shape. Chen Yang stared at the landlady, momentarily speechless. Feeling Chen Yang's gaze, the landlady looked a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing, I just think you look very beautiful today, Mrs. Landlady," Chen Yang said with a smile. The landlady snapped out of her daze from just waking up, realizing what Chen Yang was looking at. Her face flushed slightly, and she replied with a hint of irritation. "You think I'm pretty because I'm wearing less, right?" The landlady didn't seem too self-conscious or shy, after all, she was a mature woman. "No, you're always very beautiful." Sweet talk was something Chen Yang was quite skilled at. The landlady shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance before grabbing a jacket to cover herself, concealing her alluring curves. She sat across from Chen Yang, thought for a moment, then asked directly. "While I was sleeping just now, did you go into the bedroom?" "No, why would I go into the bedroom?" Chen Yang had a thick skin. "I didn't, it wasn't me, don't make things up. As long as I don't admit it, the blame won't fall on me." "Really?" The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she looked at Chen Yang with a hint of scrutiny. "No." Chen Yang remained unfazed, repeating the same words. "Then who closed the door? And who was leaning against the door the whole time?" The landlady's lips curled slightly as she watched Chen Yang with interest. Well, Chen Yang pretended to think deeply for a moment before saying, "It must have been the wind that accidentally closed the door." As for who was at the door. "Landlady, you must be dreaming." Chen Yang remained unfazed, not even flinching at being called out. "A man's mouth is a liar's tool," the landlady said softly. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and said, "Landlady, since you already know, why ask?" "Poof. You've taken all the advantages, and you won't even let me ask?" The landlady spoke with a touch of youthful arrogance. "Landlady, you're accusing me falsely. I only came in just now and saw the door was open, so I wanted to help you close it. It just took a little longer than usual." Chen Yang was still talking nonsense. "A bit longer? Almost half an hour. This Chen Yang is really dishonest." But this also gave the landlady a strange sense of excitement, similar to the thrill of catching someone doing something naughty. Actually, the landlady didn't intentionally let Chen Yang come in. At heart, she was still a very conservative and reserved woman. She had originally planned to lie down for a while after finishing, but she was too tired on the bed and too lazy to get up and close the door, so she dozed off without noticing. As for why she didn't get up when Chen Yang came in, it was because she thought it was just a dream. Those words she spoke in her sleep were also because she thought she was still dreaming. Now that she is awake and thinking about it carefully, it just feels more and more off. It seems like this wasn't a dream after all. That means she just let Chen Yang take advantage of her for nothing. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, her face turning red. However, the landlady was still quite mature. After a moment of embarrassment, she smiled and said, "You sure know how to defend yourself." Chapter 139, Changing Clothes. "All right. Now you've seen everything you should and shouldn't have seen. You've taken advantage of everything. Today, you'd better work hard." The landlady batted her beautiful eyes at Chen Yang, exuding irresistible charm. "Of course." Chen Yang smiled slightly. He picked up the camera on the table and asked with a hint of confusion, "By the way, Mrs. Landlady, what are you using these photos for?" "Ha? Caught off guard by the question, the landlady seemed slightly startled, as if trying to hide something. She said, I just take them to record my life. Besides, all those years ago, I was so conservative and never wore anything nice. After what happened last time, I've come to terms with it. I want to capture my best looks and figure for posterity. When I'm old, I'll look back and reminisce. The landlady's words made sense. Yeah. If you don't document it during your most perfect years, it might truly be a regret later on. And right now, the landlady is indeed at her most perfect age. A woman in her 30s is undoubtedly the most alluring. She has completely shed the innocence and naivety of youth, replaced by the maturity of a young woman and the unique charm that comes with being in her 30s. This charm is undeniably irresistible to men. Moreover, after 30, it is also the age when one is physically at their peak. The term curvy no longer suffices to describe the landlady's figure. She is voluptuous and alluring, fiery and explosive. Like a perfectly ripe peach, she is so alluring that one glance is enough to make one lose control. Moreover, the landlady possesses a unique aura that she has cultivated over time, the dignified and elegant demeanor of a full-time housewife. On the surface, she is dignified, but inside, she is fiery. This is what makes the landlady so irresistible. Chen Yang nodded and smiled. Alright, I'll help the landlady document everything properly and make sure to capture your most beautiful moments. Alright, I trust you. The landlady smiled sweetly, clearly delighted. Next. It was time for the photo session. At first, the landlady was quite conservative. Even though she changed into some sexy outfits, they were all traditional Chinese dresses and evening gowns, which were relatively modest. Nevertheless, the results were still amazing. With her impeccable elegance, the landlady truly looked like a socialite. After taking some normal outfits, it was time for something a bit more revealing. First up was the black stocking office lady outfit. Was the black stocking office lady bodycon skirt, a uniform outfit that many men find very appealing. Chen Yang, do you think this is too revealing? The landlady was still a bit nervous. Landlady, with your figure, this uniform is the perfect fit for you. Chen Yang wasn't just saying that. Uniform sets are the most figure-flattering outfits, and someone with a flat figure simply couldn't pull them off. But the landlady's S-shaped curves were perfectly suited for the uniform. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the landlady felt a surge of joy and smiled. Alright, I'll go change then. The landlady went to change her clothes. Chen Yang waited there for a moment. Soon, the landlady emerged from the bedroom. The moment Chen Yang caught sight of the landlady, he felt as though he had stepped into an anime. The landlady's figure was truly incredible, a perfect manga waist, manga legs, and manga breasts, now topped off with a professional office lady outfit. The pencil skirt hugged her curves tightly. The white blouse was so tight it seemed ready to burst at any moment. And those long legs in black stockings are really eye-catching. The landlady's outfit was absolutely perfect. What do you think, Chen Yang? The landlady's face flushed with a touch of shyness. This office lady uniform is either too small or something. It's extremely tight and uncomfortable. And it's so tight that it practically outlines every curve of her body, leaving nothing to the imagination. Chen Yang couldn't help but stare, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Perfect. Chen Yang only said 2 words before laughing. Landlady, start moving. I'm going to take photos. All right. The landlady began striking various poses. Click, click, click. Chen Yang took many photos. Finally, Chen Yang asked the landlady to strike a more seductive pose. The landlady hesitated and asked, Chen Yang, are you sure this pose is suitable for me? This is way too revealing. Chen Yang laughed and said, from a man's perspective, I would really love to see the landlady in this pose. The landlady rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said sarcastically, in other words, you just want to look, don't you? Chen Yang didn't seem embarrassed and laughed generously. You could say that. The landlady huffed and said, alright, since you're here to help me today, I'll grant your wish. Little pervert. The words little pervert were drawn out, with a hint of playful teasing. So, the landlady actually did the pose Chen Yang wanted. Click, click, click. Another photo was taken. The clothes the landlady changed into next were even more daring. She wore a stepmother dress, a body-hugging dress, high-heeled mini skirt, and a crop top, everything imaginable. The landlady's mature and fiery figure was fully showcased. Moreover, by this point, the landlady's original shyness had faded significantly. The landlady now exuded confidence and openness. After the last set of photos, a deep V-neck bodycon black stocking mini skirt was taken. Chen Yang said with satisfaction, landlady, if you post these photos online, I wonder how many men would come to admire you. Why would I let them lick me? The landlady snorted. Just for private viewing. I don't need them to lick me. Then can I look, Mrs. Landlady? Chen Yang asked with a smile. The landlady said softly, you took the photos, so how can I stop you from looking? She paused for a moment. The landlady smiled and said, do you want me to make a copy and send it to you so you can enjoy them slowly? The landlady would never have said such a thing before. But now, as she kept taking photos, a hint of intimacy had begun to emerge. The landlady's heart, which had been dormant for years, was stirred by a ripple of emotion. After all, having lived alone for so many years, it would be a lie to say she wasn't lonely. It's not impossible. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it too much. Although the landlady was indeed tempting, he was well aware that she was still a fairly conservative woman at heart. If he really wanted to do something with the landlady, the timing wasn't right yet. Mrs. Landlord, you mentioned earlier that tonight's shoot might be a bit daring. Chapter 140, a record. These kinds of bodycon skirts, stepmother skirts, and black stocking mini skirts are actually considered normal attire for others. But for the landlady, they were definitely a bit of a challenge. But it's not really daring, is it? When the topic came up, the landlady felt a bit shy and said directly, I do have even bolder outfits. But Chen Yang, if you see them, don't say I'm not proper. I just want to document myself. The landlady gave Chen Yang a heads up. Don't worry. Chen Yang didn't seem to mind at all. Just kidding. Someone like Chen Yang, who is so proper, loves being improper the most. Alright. The landlady bit her red lips before finally opening the second layer of her wardrobe. The moment the second layer of the wardrobe opened, Chen Yang finally understood what the landlady meant by bold. First and foremost were a pile of strapless tops, black strapless, white strapless, pink strapless, lace strapless, and more, all of them extremely short. They were paired with various short skirts. If the landlady were to wear them, a large expanse of snow-white skin would undoubtedly be exposed. Additionally, there were other items such as high-neck backless sweaters with a horizontal slit in the middle, perfectly revealing a deep V-neck. And there are all sorts of maid outfits. There are also tight-fitting shirts featuring characters like Pikachu and Jigglypuff. Bunny girls, black JK uniforms, and white JK uniforms, everything is available. There are also plenty of swimwear options, including bikinis, dead fish swimsuits, and deep V-neck one-piece dresses. The most outrageous ones are extremely sheer, barely covering the essential areas with just a few pieces of fabric. The clothes here can no longer be called clothes. This is just an adult novelty shop. Chen Yang knew that the landlady wasn't as proper and traditional as she appeared on the surface, but he never imagined she would go this far behind his back. Chen Yang stared in shock. The landlady's face flushed red with embarrassment. She pretended to cover the wardrobe and said, maybe we should just stop? Let us not take these photos. At this point, the landlady was still feeling a bit uneasy. Chen Yang laughed and said, Landlady, if you really didn't want me to take these photos, you wouldn't have asked me to come over in the first place. The landlady, though her face flushed, couldn't help but smile wryly. You really do know me well. All right. Then I won't be shy. I called you over mainly to take photos of these clothes. You're getting a good deal. The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Chen Yang shrugged his hands and said, Landlady, how can you say it's a bargain for me? I'm here to help you take photos. If you keep saying that, I'll leave. The landlady said impatiently, then I'm begging you to help me take the photos. Chen Yang, just help her take the photos. She likes having you take her photos. The landlady acted like a young girl, her tone tinged with a hint of coquetry, even taking Chen Yang's hand. You wouldn't believe it. A mature woman like the landlady, when she acts spoiled, is different from other women. All right. Then I'll reluctantly accept. Chen Yang said with a smile. What a hypocrite. The landlady shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance before turning her attention to the wardrobe. Which one should I start with? It seemed like every single one was incredibly embarrassing. After a series of mental preparations, the landlady finally decided to start with the spaghetti strap top. The landlady in a strapless dress was an absolutely stunning sight. The strapless top was already very popular, and it perfectly showcased the landlady's figure, which was a bit on the curvy side, leaving Chen Yang unable to resist taking a good look and exclaiming in admiration. The straps are finished. Next came all sorts of QQ outfits. Maid outfits, bunny girl costumes, they all make an appearance. The landlady's allure was truly on full display. This is a complete contrast to the landlady we usually see. Who would have thought that the landlady who used to always wear a coat when going out would be like this behind closed doors? After the maid outfit and bunny girl costume, the landlady changed into a high-neck sweater. This high-neck sweater is actually part of the QQ clothing line. Why is it part of the QQ clothing line? Because it's a one-piece outfit. From the front, it looks very conservative, with a high neckline and only a deep V-neck that's a bit risque. But the back is different. It's backless, and even the T-back is exposed. You can't look at the back of this dress. The landlady blushed and gave Chen Yang a heads up. The back was indeed a bit too revealing. It was practically the same as not wearing anything at all. All right. Chen Yang agreed, of course. However, as they continued taking photos, Chen Yang used various excuses to get the landlady to turn around. Although the landlady was very resistant, she couldn't resist Chen Yang's words, "You've already put it on. If we don't take these photos, there's no point in wearing it. This way looks better." Thus, the landlady gradually fell into Chen Yang's trap. This high-neck, backless sweater. It could be said that it was almost the best shot of the day. It not only highlights the landlady's elegance and grace but also reveals the passion and desire hidden within her, making it absolutely perfect. Mrs. Landlord, isn't it great? Shen Yang said with a smile to the landlady. It is quite nice, but it's a bit too revealing. The landlady couldn't bring herself to look. The photo of this high-neck sweater was indeed a bit too revealing. She didn't know how she had ended up agreeing to Chen Yang's request to turn around, allowing him to see everything. Well, that's just because you're too conservative, Mrs. Landlady. You've probably heard of private photos, right? The ones they take are even more explicit than this. Chen Yang said confidently. He wasn't lying. Indeed. Many women take private photos that are extremely explicit, including full nude shots. The landlady's photos are nothing compared to those. Alright, you say it. You're such a smooth talker. If I let you keep talking, today might not just end with taking photos. The landlady said with a hint of resentment in her voice. What else can we do if we're not taking photos? Chen Yang smiled and reached out to touch the landlady's waist. Behave yourself. The landlady slapped away Chen Yang's wandering hand, then flipped her smooth long hair and said, I'll go change clothes. We'll continue taking photos later. All right. Chen Yang nodded. The landlady turned to go back to the bedroom, but as soon as she turned around, she immediately sensed something and her pretty face flushed red. She was still wearing that backless sweater. This turnaround wasn't she just giving Chen Yang another chance? Chapter 141, It's already been filmed. The landlady seemed to feel Chen Yang's gaze on her back, feeling shy, but she bit her red lips and didn't react much. Anyway, he'd already seen it. Let him have his way. Thus, the landlady swayed her graceful waist, her face flushed, and headed toward the bedroom. The landlady's thoughts were, however, a misunderstanding of Chen Yang. Chen Yang was a proper gentleman. How could he be looking? He directly picked up the camera and snapped several photos of the landlady's stunning S-shaped silhouette. That's more like it. A beautiful scene. It had to be documented. After that, Chen Yang continued to take several more sets of photos of the landlady in different outfits, finally wrapping up the session. In the final scene, the landlady, wearing an extremely figure-hugging bikini, stood in front of the wardrobe with Chen Yang. That's enough. Let's stop for today. The landlady's stunningly beautiful face was flushed red, clearly still feeling a bit shy. Today could be considered the boldest thing she had ever done in her 30 years. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, looked at the few remaining outfits in the wardrobe and said, there are still a few more sets left. These ones are pretty nice too. The landlady's gaze fell on those outfits. Those were the most revealing outfits, with only a few pieces of fabric covering the crucial areas. They were no longer considered modest attire. These were battle attire. The landlady could imagine that once she put on those outfits, not only would Chen Yang struggle to control himself, but she might not be able to control herself either. Forget it. These don't need to be photographed. The landlady was still quite resistant. Landlady, we've already taken the photos. Why not? Chen Yang wanted to use the old method. But the landlady just snorted, talking about this is pointless. Next time, I'll let you take the photos. Is that okay? Chen Yang heard this and didn't say anything else. Dealing with the landlady required patience. There was no need to rush things, otherwise it might backfire. All right. Let us call it a day then. Chen Yang stretched lazily, finally done. After the photos were taken, the landlady invited Chen Yang to stay for dinner. She cooked the meal herself. She had changed back into her casual housewife dress, regaining her dignified and graceful appearance. Chen Yang leaned against the kitchen door, chewing on an apple while watching the landlady bustling around in the kitchen. He smiled and said, Landlady, you look completely different now compared to just a moment ago. The landlady, who was cooking, turned around and gave Chen Yang a disapproving look. What do you mean, completely different? I'm just me. Chen Yang laughed. The way you were just now, well, you look like a more open-minded celebrity influencer. Now you look more like a conservative full-time housewife. The landlady didn't blush, smiling sweetly and said, which one do you prefer? I like both. Chen Yang wanted both. You're such a man, always sweet-talking. You can only choose one. The landlady huffed. Chen Yang took a bite of an apple, thought carefully, and laughed. Then it's definitely the more open celebrity influencer. The landlady, busy with the ingredients, wasn't surprised by the result. She pouted, of course, all men are the same. The less you wear, the more you like it. The hotter you cook, the more you like it. Once you marry into the family, you'll look down on him. The landlady's tone carried a hint of resentment. This is something unique to young married women. Other women don't really feel that way. Chen Yang laughed, it's different. Landlady, you must also prefer being able to wear many beautiful clothes, right? What I like is the most beautiful version of you. This statement hit the landlady right where it mattered. Women, after all. How could they not love sweet words? Though she felt a sweetness in her heart, the landlady hummed dismissively, you're just making excuses. Chen Yang smiled it off and continued leaning against the door, watching the landlady cook. As he watched, he suddenly had a little idea and smiled. Landlady, I feel like the clothes you're wearing while cooking aren't really appropriate. The landlady looked surprised and asked, what's inappropriate about it? I don't know, it just feels a bit off. Chen Yang smiled. The landlady seemed to catch on, her smile blooming like a flower. Then what do you think I should wear instead? Chen Yang flashed through the clothes the landlady had worn earlier in his mind and finally settled on a maid's outfit. Why not try a maid outfit? The black and white maid outfit looked absolutely stunning on the landlady. What? Do you want me to be your maid? The landlady said with a hint of annoyance. Chen Yang laughed. Landlady, I helped you so much today without asking for any money. This is just a small request. Can't you grant that? I'd rather just pay you. The landlady remained firmly resistant. It's all up to you. I'm not forcing you. Chen Yang smiled. The landlady shot Chen Yang another sidelong glance, full of allure. They chatted for a while longer. Chen Yang returned to the living room, playing with his phone while waiting for the food to be served. Dinner's ready. Just as Chen Yang was engrossed in his phone, the landlady's enchanting voice rang out. Chen Yang looked up. Just one glance left him speechless. There stood the landlady, who had somehow changed into a black and white maid's uniform. The landlady already had the air of a full-time housewife, and now in the maid outfit, that aura was even more pronounced. Especially since the landlady had an incredibly curvaceous figure, and in the maid outfit, she looked anything but a proper maid. What are you looking at? Your eyes are wide open. You've seen it before. The landlady still had a touch of shyness, placing the dishes on the table. When I saw it in the photos, it didn't feel like this. Chen Yang laughed. Taking photos was just going through the motions, but now that she was actually wearing a maid outfit and serving, it was truly irresistible. Want to feel it? The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she suddenly smiled mischievously. Then do you want to experience a better feeling? Chen Yang was still confused, unsure of what the landlady meant. To his surprise, the landlady sat down next to him and said in a soft voice, Master, these are all dishes I prepared specially for you. Try them and see. If you don't like it, you can scold me as much as you want. The landlady, a dignified and virtuous full-time housewife, had suddenly revealed this side of herself, which truly delighted Chen Yang to the utmost. The landlady really knows how to play the game. Chapter 142, Excited Moo. Chen Yang smiled. Satisfied. As long as you did it, I'll always be satisfied. The landlady's face turned red. Had dinner at the landlady's place. They ate until 8 o'clock in the evening. After bidding farewell to the landlady, Chen Yang returned to his apartment contentedly. As soon as he opened the apartment door, he saw a stunning figure lying on the sofa, her snow-white legs kicking gently. This figure was none other than Jamumu. Although she was lying down, her stunning figure was still clearly visible. She was wearing a pink cartoon print pajama set, looking incredibly cute. Finally awake. Chen Yang said with a stern expression, sounding a bit annoyed. Jamumu didn't even turn her head, continuing to play with her phone while lying there, her sweet voice sounding a bit tired. Chen Yang walked over and slapped her beautiful leg with a loud smack. Sit up straight. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Ah. Jamumu, who was playing with her phone, suddenly let out a startled cry, quickly sat up, and said pitifully, Chen Yang, what's wrong? You hit me as soon as you came back. Her voice seamlessly switched to a sweet, innocent tone, sounding both aggrieved and charming. Pitiable. Chen Yang looked at Jamumu and said helplessly, staying up all night playing games and sleeping all day, your days and nights are upside down. You won't grow tall if you keep this up. I'm already 1.7 meters tall, Chen Yang brother. That's tall enough. I don't need to grow any taller. Jamumu retorted. But it's not good for your development. Chen Yang continued. Jamumu then puffed out her chest proudly and said, Chen Yang, my development is already perfect. This left him speechless. Chen Yang had no words to respond. Indeed. Jamumu's development was truly in a league of its own. Just as Chen Yang was feeling a bit flustered, Jamumu giggled and said, Chen Yang, I know what you're doing. You're just worried about me. I'm very happy too. Chen Yang, don't worry. I promise I'll go to bed on time from now on. Early to bed, early to rise, and grow up to be a beautiful young lady. Jamumu made a solemn promise. Chen Yang chose to believe her, though he couldn't really do anything about it. After speaking, Jamumu added earnestly, Chen Yang, thank you so much for giving me the new computer. Thank you so much. This is the best gift I've ever received in my life. When Jamumu said this, she returned to her true voice. It was evident. She was truly moved. Chen Yang smiled and said, it's nothing. You gave me a gift too, didn't you? Jamumu gave a sweet smile. A mutual pursuit. That's truly the best. Chen Yang looked at Jamumu, who was smiling, and asked, have you eaten yet? At the mention of this, Jamumu finally felt her stomach growl, and she said with a pout, no, I haven't. Chen Yang, I'm starving. She's starting to act spoiled again. Can't you just order takeout? Chen Yang sighed helplessly. Takeout is so unclean. Look at the news, it's all about pre-packaged meals and recycled cooking oil. I wouldn't dare eat that. I'm a health-conscious young lady. Jamumu sounded pretty convincing. She takes this kind of thing seriously. Why didn't you say anything when we were staying up late? Chen Yang sighed helplessly, alright, I'll take you out to eat. You're impossible. Chen Yang, you're the best. Jamumu's charming face lit up with an even sweeter smile. After tidying up a bit and changing into a different outfit, Chen Yang took Jamumu downstairs, left the apartment, exited Shawan Community, and arrived at the parking lot outside, where they got into the Ferrari 812. Roar! The Ferrari 812 sped out of the parking lot. Shenzhen. Binhai Avenue. Roar! The Ferrari 812 sped through the streets of Shenzhen. Wow! Riding in a supercar is so awesome. Jamumu felt the sea breeze of Shenzhen's night, feeling refreshed and extremely happy. Chen Yang was also quite happy. He slightly increased the speed, making the young girl's joy even more fulfilling. Jamumu was overjoyed. She had never experienced such a thrilling ride in a supercar before. It was simply wonderful. As they entered the city streets, the Ferrari 812 gradually slowed down. Jamumu also calmed down from her excessive excitement. However, she still exclaimed excitedly, "Chen Yang, you're so amazing. I could never even dream of owning such a supercar, and you actually bought one. You're so amazing." Jamumu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Yang. "It's not bad." Chen Yang replied casually, though he was actually quite pleased inside. Jamumu continued, "Chen Yang, if my sister finds out how successful you are now, she'll definitely regret it." "Did you tell her?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at Jamumu beside him. Though he wasn't the type to show off in front of Giraud, he still had a basic sense of pride. He really wanted to know if Giraud was aware of his achievements. Of course not. Jamumu blinked her big, beautiful eyes and smiled. "I want her to find out on her own when she comes back. I want to see the look on her face when she is speechless." Oomph. Damn materialistic woman. Jamumu waved her little pink fists, seeming very much looking forward to that moment. Although Jamumu was Giraud's younger sister, she was naturally rebellious and had never sided with Giraud, preferring Chen Yang instead. Seeing her sister in this state, Chen Yang merely smiled. This was fine too. Your sister isn't really a gold digger either. The choices she made weren't that bad. Chen Yang said calmly. What's not wrong? You and my sister are so in love, and she just says she wants to break up, and that is fine? Jamumu spoke up for Chen Yang. Love isn't enough to determine whether a relationship can last. Ultimately, it comes down to reality. Chen Yang looked complicated inside. If love could control everything, then this world wouldn't have so many divorce dramas. I don't believe that. I believe love is the truth. Jamumu disagreed with Chen Yang's words. Was she just naive, or was she truly innocent? But Chen Yang didn't think Jamumu was an ignorant little girl. Who was Jamumu? The campus beauty queen of Shenzhen University. Though she is a bit of a homebody, there is no shortage of handsome rich second-generation guys around her. It's highly unlikely she'd have such a naive idea. Jamumu said that simply because it was a beautiful aspiration deep within her heart. Chapter 143, Little Joys. Thinking about this, Chen Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Perhaps he might have the opportunity to make all of this come true for Jamumu, so she wouldn't have to submit to reality. With Jamumu's looks, her various advantages, and her versatile voice, even if she couldn't become a top-tier celebrity shining brightly in the spotlight, becoming a social media influencer with millions of followers and a comfortable life should be no problem at all. After all, even without any marketing efforts, Jamumu had already gained significant online attention simply through her appearance at the freshman gala. This demonstrates that Jamumu has tremendous potential. If she were to be properly packaged and given the right exposure, she would definitely have the opportunity to become an overnight sensation. However, all of that is still in the future. What Chen Yang needs to focus on right now is securing his stake in Tianma. Speaking of which, Li Wei's video should already be filmed. Promotion is likely to begin tomorrow. We'll see how the traffic goes then. Chen Yang remains highly confident. System selected. It's definitely the right choice. The Ferrari 812 didn't go to any high-end restaurants, but instead arrived at a famous night market in Shenzhen. Guimiao New Village. This is a dining area located right at the entrance of Shenzhen University. It's basically like Shenzhen University's canteen. Jamumu really enjoyed strolling around and eating here, feeling very happy. After parking the Ferrari 812 in the parking lot, Chen Yang and Jamumu got out of the car and headed toward Guimiao Xancun. Uncle, try this, it's delicious. And this one. Brother-in-law, this one is also very delicious. Whoa whoa. Uncle, I can't eat anymore, you eat it. Brother-in-law. They said they were going to stroll through the night market together, but basically only Jamumu was doing the shopping. This kind-hearted younger sister-in-law loves to buy everything she sees and loves to eat everything she sees, but every time she buys something, she only takes a bite or two before giving it to Chen Yang. Now Chen Yang's hands are full of food. Chen Yang said helplessly, if you're going to buy something, can you at least finish it? I'm not your boyfriend, I don't have the function of eating for you. Jamumu was busy eating an ice pop. Hearing Chen Yang's words, she blushed slightly and giggled. Brother-in-law. I just want to try everything. Besides, even though you're not my boyfriend, you're my sister's husband. My sister is your girlfriend and future wife. We're sisters, so we stick together. Rounding up, that makes you half my boyfriend too. Jamumu then gave Chunyang a serious lecture on her twisted logic. Chunyang couldn't help but smile and said, so by that logic, you're also half my wife? He thought Jamumu wouldn't know how to respond to this half-joking remark. To her surprise, Jamumu nodded seriously, that's right. Then, she blinked her beautiful big eyes and imitated Jiro's voice, saying in a sweet voice, husband please help me eat it. Chunyang was just sipping his fruit tea when he heard Jamumu say that and he nearly spit it out. Wow. She imitated it pretty well. Chunyang was speechless. Jamumu, however, giggled uncontrollably, laughing so hard she could barely stand, seeming extremely delighted. This kind-hearted little sister-in-law is truly impossible to resist. Chunyang could only play the role of her half-husband for Jamumu. He finally understood why Jamumu always boasted about how she could eat anything without gaining weight. She only takes 2 bites of anything. No wonder she doesn't gain weight. In the end, Chunyang and Jamumu ended up finding a Luckin coffee to sit down at. They had been wandering around outside for a while and were pretty tired. Jamumu, however, was full of energy. She had only been sitting there for a short while before saying she wanted to go to school to look for her senior and would come back later. Chunyang didn't mind and started playing with his phone. Just then, a message came in. Coach Anan, my esteemed VIP client, no time to come in for a workout tonight? Seeing the message, Chunyang suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to go work out tonight and Chen Anan had mentioned something about a surprise. He had completely forgotten about it. There were just too many random things going on. Mu Yang, no rush, Coach Anan. I'll definitely come another day. Coach Anan, alright, I'll wait for you. After sending that message, the call with Coach Anan ended. Next came a message from Yana. Xiaonana, husband I miss you so much. Yana sent a message that was sweet and clingy, but it sounded very pleasant to the ear. It was pleasant to hear. Chunyang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, you miss me as soon as night falls? Xiaonana, yes, honey, especially before going to sleep. I really, really miss you. It feels like you're holding me and sleeping with me. The older woman truly lives up to her reputation. She can handle any line. However, recalling the sense of fulfillment he felt when holding Yana while sleeping, it was indeed quite pleasant. The two chatted for a while, and things got pretty heated. Yana then mentioned something. Xiaonana, husband, my guess was right after all. My family really wants to meet you. What should we do? Meet? Chunyang was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained his composure. This was to be expected. He gave Yana 30 million every month. That was an astronomical sum. It's no wonder Yana's family would be suspicious. Chunyang responded with a smile. Mu Yang, as I said before, if they want to meet, let them meet. There's no need to hide it. Xiaonana, but. Yana hesitated, seemingly afraid of causing trouble for Chunyang. Mu Yang, don't worry about it. If there's an opportunity, just invite them out. Xiaonana, alright, then the day after tomorrow. It's the weekend, what do you think, honey? Mu Yang, okay. Xiaonana, you're the best, honey. I love you so much. Yana was clearly very happy. Mu Yang, just saying? Xiaonana, honey, I know what you like. I've already prepared everything. Oh? What did you prepare? Chunyang was quite curious. At that moment, a video pop-up appeared. Upon seeing the video pop-up, Chunyang seemed to realize something and immediately went to a corner of the cafe, then silently accepted it. Sure enough, the scene from that day appeared. Steam filled the air. Yana was actually taking a shower. She was wrapped only in a towel, her fair skin slightly flushed, her delicate face blushing, and her entire body looked both delicate and alluring. She was enveloped in a hazy mist, exuding a beauty reminiscent of a woman half concealing herself while playing the pipa. She was holding a bath towel with one hand, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at the camera. Honey, do I look good like this? The voice that came out of Yana's mouth in this state carried a unique, alluring tone. Chapter 144, Video complete. Fortunately, Chunyang had brought headphones in advance, otherwise, everyone would have thought he was watching something inappropriate. You look good. Really good. Chunyang smiled. Come to think of it, he and Yana hadn't been inside the bathroom before. If there's ever an opportunity in the future. Yana spoke again with a smile, so, honey, do you want to see me looking even better? As she spoke, she gently loosened her grip on the bath towel. The towel slipped slightly. A streak of snow-white skin gradually came into view. Yana was indeed quite well endowed. Chunyang's smile grew even broader as he said, Xiaonana, I'm currently at Luckin Coffee. Are you sure you want to do this? Yana, however, showed no fear, giggling, husband, I trust you. No matter what happens, I'll be fine. Is that right? Husband. Yana's voice was utterly seductive, soft and alluring. That was indeed the case. Yana was Chunyang's woman, and Chunyang would never let anything happen to her. This position, this angle, even surveillance cameras couldn't capture a single thing. Meanwhile, Yao Na's smile grew even more alluring. Finally. Her hands gently let go of the bathrobe. Husband. Last time, I didn't let you unlock it. This time, I'll unlock everything. The towel slipped down. Pale and alluring. The call with Yao Na also ended. Chen Yang returned to his position and there was a third message. This time, it was finally serious business. It was sent by Zhou Man. Manager Chen, the video of Li Wei has been filmed and is currently undergoing post-production. It will be ready for upload tomorrow. Would you like to review it? Zhou Man's work efficiency was still quite high. She acted very quickly. She handled it all in just one afternoon. This is pretty normal. Influencers are different from celebrities. Celebrities require meticulous packaging. Influencers, on the other hand, can be mass-produced. Influencer videos can even be filmed in a studio, producing several in a single day. After all, a video is only a few dozen seconds, or even just a few seconds long. Spending an afternoon polishing it is already considered quite a lot. Mu Yan, alright, send it over for me to take a look. Man, sure. Soon. A video was sent over. The video wasn't particularly special, it was just a standard influencer-style video that walked the line. And it was the most controversial mother-daughter theme. The young woman was naturally played by Li Wei. The daughter was played by Zhang Ruoruo, who has a youthful face, which is why she was chosen to be Li Wei's partner. Zhang Ruoruo doesn't have much to offer, she's just an average actress playing a sexy, provocative character. Even in such a short clip, you can tell her dance skills aren't great, she doesn't move gracefully or seductively enough. Li Wei is completely different. Li Wei is naturally extremely beautiful, and she was even more stunning in the video, especially with the outfit styled by Qin Yan, a white blouse paired with blue jeans. This outfit looks very normal, even a bit old-fashioned, belonging to the retro style. However, the essence of this outfit lies in its tight fit. Extremely tight. Whether it was the white top or the blue jeans, it seemed to cling tightly to Li Wei's body. Li Wei has a curvy, sensual figure, the classic S-shaped pear-shaped beauty. Wearing such a tight outfit, her entire silhouette is perfectly outlined, hot to the extreme. With such a figure, as long as she has the right outfit and style, Li Wei doesn't need to do anything else, just standing there would likely attract countless views. However, Li Wei has an even more outstanding quality, she has diligently practiced dance. Her dance skills far surpass those of Zhang Ruoruo. Even with simple movements, she doesn't need to be overly flirtatious to showcase her graceful figure to the fullest. And the most precious aspect is that her charming face still carries a shy, hesitant expression. Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. Li Wei is undoubtedly a natural-born goddess of sensuality. No wonder she was carefully selected by the system. This is just too amazing. Chen Yang could already imagine that once this video was released, with a little more resource allocation, Li Wei would gain an enormous amount of traffic online. This time. It's a sure thing. Mu Yang, tomorrow pause all promotions for other influencers and redirect all traffic to Li Wei. I want Li Wei to become an overnight sensation. Man, got it, Chen manager. On the other side. After a long day of work, Li Wei returned home. The place she lived in was an old, run-down rental apartment, cramped, forming a stark contrast to her stunning appearance. The small rental apartment had only a living room and a bedroom. Due to the limited space, there wasn't even room for a large wardrobe, so clothes were hung everywhere in the living room. The entire living room had effectively become a giant wardrobe. There was only a small area left for resting. Even the small resting area had a yoga mat laid out, as she needed to practice dancing at night. Li Wei was very tired today. She had just returned home and laid down on the yoga mat, not wanting to move. Although it was just a short video of a few seconds, she had filmed it for 4 or 5 hours, and the movements had left her entire body aching. Maybe I shouldn't dance tonight, Li Wei thought to herself. She wanted to give herself a little break. She was trying to convince herself that the video was already finished. There was no need to be so strict anymore. Order some takeout, maybe some. It's been ages since I last had that. Li Wei couldn't help but swallow hard just thinking about it. She was different from Jamumu. She wasn't the type of woman who could eat anything and never gain weight. On the contrary, she gains weight easily because she has a pear-shaped figure, so she has to strictly control her diet. Over the years, she had rarely indulged in high-calorie foods. Even on her birthday, she dared only order a bowl of snail noodles or a bowl of Chongqing-style noodles to satisfy her craving. Cake, her favorite food, she wouldn't even touch. Now that the video is finished, she's really craving something. Li Wei took out her phone, a Xiaomi 6, which was already an old model. But she had taken good care of it, with not a single scratch, making it look brand new. She had known from the moment she bought it that she would use this phone for a long time. Li Wei opened the video on her phone. Watching the short video, which was only a few dozen seconds long, she stared blankly. She had watched this video over and over again since noon, and at first, she thought it was pretty good, really well filmed. Chapter 145, Li Wei's Self-Doubt. But soon, Li Wei fell into self-doubt and self-criticism. She began to question herself, was it really that good? Was she really suited for being on camera? Zhang Ruoro seems much prettier than her. So, she gradually felt that the video wasn't very good, believing that her own appearance was the reason for its poor quality. This wasn't entirely Li Wei's fault. She had filmed many videos before and had once felt that she looked really beautiful in many of them, believing she had a chance to go viral. But every time the videos were streamed, the response was lackluster. Li Wei began to think it was her own fault and lost all confidence. Moreover, this time, Chen Yang had asked her to try a completely different direction. In the video, she saw herself with a fiery figure and dressed like a sexy young woman. Li Wei's face flushed slightly, and she began to doubt herself. Was she really suited for this style? She didn't know. She could only wait quietly for the results. Just as Li Wei opened Meituan to order some snail noodles for herself as a treat, a message popped up. It was from her mother. Dear, if you really can't stand it in Shenzhen anymore, just come back to the town. Your father and I have arranged a marriage for you. The man is the owner of a small shop in the town. He's a nice guy, very honest, but his education is a bit lacking. He only graduated from middle school. Come back and meet him. If you get along well, you can get married by the end of the year, and let your dad and I hold our grandchild sooner. This news completely dampened Li Wei's mood, which had been fairly good earlier, as she had been planning to treat herself. She didn't respond, just silently logged out of Meituan. She sat there, gazing through the narrow window at the distant city lights and towering skyscrapers, lost in thought for a very long time. Finally, she stood up, took some vegetables and chicken breast from the cabinet beside her, and began preparing dinner in silence. Tonight's dance. Still need to practice. No matter how much I practice, I still have to practice. Jumumu is back. She came back with her senior. That was the same Lu Shu who had been quite alluring and seductive before, along with a tall, handsome guy who had been chatting with her the whole time, seemingly her admirer. Lu Shu had been chatting with him casually, her expression rather aloof. However, when Lu Shu saw Chen Yang, her aloof expression faded, replaced by a smile tinged with a touch of allure. She greeted him. Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, glanced at Lu Shu, then at the tall, handsome man beside her, and smiled. Who asked this? His name is Zhang Xing. He's one of our seniors. Jumumu quickly chimed in. Hello. Chen Yang also smiled and greeted him. Hello. Zhang Xing was quite polite as well. After exchanging greetings, Jumumu whispered in Chen Yang's ear, brother-in-law, it was actually the senior who wanted to meet you, so I brought her over. I didn't expect Zhang Xing to insist on coming along. And he seems to be her senior's suitor, always following her around and trying to impress her. Jumumu explained the whole situation. Chen Yang nodded, understanding the situation, but he didn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't his concern. Everyone took their seats. Zhang Xing began to boast. First, he mentioned how bad the economy was this year, how his family's company was struggling, and how they were earning tens of thousands less each month compared to last year. He then talked about how tough the job market was lately, advising Jumumu and Lu Shu that they should have arranged their post-graduation jobs while still in school. Finally, he mentioned which villa and which car he had his eye on. He was just trying to show off. He specifically mentioned Chen Yang in the middle, asking, Chen Yang, you've been graduated for a long time now, right? Where are you working at a big company? Chen Yang casually replied, I haven't been working much. I guess I'm a freelancer now. He wasn't lying. He wasn't actually working at the moment as a freelancer, he spent money freely and made money through the system. Freelancer. That's good. Zhang Xing didn't say much else, but the mysterious confidence he exuded seemed even stronger. When the conversation turned to cars, Zhang Xing asked Chen Yang what kind of cars he liked. Chen Yang's response was fairly casual. Any car was fine, as long as it could get him around. Zhang Xing became even more confident, assuming that the commuter car Chen Yang mentioned was probably something like a BYD. In any case, this brief gathering was mostly about Zhang Xing showing off. Jumumu and Chen Yang chatted privately, paying little attention to him. Lu Shu occasionally responded to Zhang Xing, but her peach blossom eyes were fixed on Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mysterious glow, as if lost in thought. Dinner was finished. The milk tea had also been drunk. It was time to go. Everyone stood up and left. Shu, let me drive you home. I came here by car. Zhang Xing was quite satisfied with his performance tonight and felt that he should be able to get closer to Lu Shu. Lu Shu didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor refusing. Zhang Xing continued to smile, Chen Yang, Mumu, don't take a taxi either. Let's all get in my car. I'll drive you back. My car is spacious. As he spoke, he pulled out his car keys. A nearby Audi Q7 flashed its headlights. To be honest, Zhang Xing does have some real clout. An Audi Q7 starts at 60,000, which is pretty decent for a college student. He was quite proud of himself, thinking that showing off his Audi Q7 would definitely earn him some praise from Mumu and Chen Yang. But to his surprise, Chen Yang merely smiled indifferently and said, no need. We drove here. Zhang Xing didn't insist, smiling and saying, all right. He turned to Lu Shu beside him and said, Shu, get in the car. I'll take you for a spin. Shen Yang and Jamumu had left, so he and Lu Shu could have some alone time. Lu Shu hesitated, about to speak. At that moment, suddenly, a bright red, ultra-modern supercar suddenly lit up its headlights in the distance. Pedestrians on the street all turned their gaze toward it, and upon seeing the bright red supercar, they were all amazed. Even Zhang Xing and Lu Shu looked over. Zhang Xing showed off a bit, smiling and saying, "It's a Ferrari A12, the top-of-the-line model from Ferrari, worth over 5 million. I wonder whose car it is. It's so beautiful." Just as he finished speaking, the next scene left him speechless. Chen Yang and Jamumu walked straight up to the Ferrari A12. Chapter 146, Returning Home. Without a word, Chen Yang opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, while Jamumu took the passenger seat. Under Zhang Xing's stunned gaze, the Ferrari A12 started up. As it approached them, Chen Yang smiled at him and said, "Let's go. Take your time." Before Zhang Xing could react, the Ferrari A12 had already sped off. After the Ferrari 812 departed, Zhang Xing stood there speechless, completely stunned. That Ferrari 812. It was Chen Yang's. The Chen Yang who had just been listening to him boast, actually had the money to buy such a top-of-the-line luxury car worth 5 million? At that moment, an indescribable sense of shame welled up in his heart. After all, just moments ago, he had been bragging in front of Chen Yang about his plans to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 1.5 million yuan in the future. Chen Yang had just been brushing him off, which made him think Chen Yang couldn't keep up and didn't have the financial means. Now it was clear that Chen Yang had never even bothered to take him seriously. This is way too embarrassing. Zhang Xing composed himself, forcing an awkward smile, and turned to Lu Shu beside him, saying, "Shu, they've left. Let's go too." But Lu Shu was staring at the direction the Ferrari A12 had driven off in, shook her head, and said, "No, let's not. I have something to do. I need to go back to school." Zhang Xing could only feel like crying. The Ferrari A12 quickly returned to Xiaowan community. Upon returning to the apartment, Jamumu returned to her own room. Given his younger sister's temperament, tonight was likely to be another sleepless night. Chen Yang also washed up and went to bed. Before going to sleep, he casually scrolled through his social media feed, but there wasn't much to see. He did come across a beautiful photo, though. It was just now from Lu Shu. This alluring beauty posted a photo of herself drinking alone. She is naturally delicate and charming, and paired with this atmospheric photo, she looks quite beautiful, with a certain allure. Below the photo, she added a line of text. "Wine doesn't get you drunk, you get drunk on your own." Chen Yang saw Lu Shu's post and thought it was pretty good, so he gave it a like and commented, "You're beautiful." Then he yawned and decided to go to sleep. However, not long after he liked it, suddenly, a message popped up. "Lu Shu, Gu, do you like my photo? I have many more. Could you take a look and tell me if they're pretty enough?" Immediately after, one after another, photos were sent over. Some were sexy, some were fiery, some were innocent, and some were even quite revealing. For example, swimsuit photos. In short, Lu Shu seemed determined to showcase her most perfect self. Chen Yang looked at them but didn't respond, just smiled slightly. Women, huh? How interesting. Time to sleep. New York Airport. Jiro, have you returned to the country yet? The interview at Tianma is about to begin. Hurry back and get ready. Xinlan's call came through on Jiro's phone. Jiro, dressed in her flight attendant uniform, was dragging her luggage through New York Airport, responding to Xinlan's question. "Today is my last assignment. In about 15 hours, I'll be back in the capital. It'll take a few more hours to get from the capital back to Shenzhen. I should arrive by tomorrow evening." Jerome calculated the time and continued, "Xinjie, don't worry. This time I'm serious. I'll definitely be prepared and won't make any mistakes. After this mission is over, I'll resign. I'll focus on my entertainment career." As Jiro spoke, her charming face was filled with determination. Clearly, she had made up her mind. One last push. Indeed. Jiro had the capital to do so. She was currently at the peak of her beauty and figure. All she needed was an opportunity, a good one. "I understand. I'll be waiting for you in Shenzhen tomorrow night." Xinlan hung up the phone quickly. Jiro stood there in silence for a moment before continuing on her way. Once she arrives in Shenzhen tomorrow, she'll go find Xinlan first, then arrange for her luggage and go pick up Jamumu. This troublesome younger sister had been staying at Chen Yang's place for so long and didn't even feel embarrassed. As for Chen Yang, Jiro thought about seeing Chen Yang again and felt both complicated and a little excited. She wasn't the type of woman who was love-struck or indecisive. But she still has feelings for Chen Yang. Seeing him again was bound to be a bit bittersweet. Since it's in the past, let it stay there. Jiro regained her inner calm. Although Chen Yang could give her endless warmth, that wasn't what she was seeking. She had grown up surrounded by the admiration of those around her, and she had a proud spirit. She refused to settle for an ordinary life. She wanted to fight, to really give it her all. That mundane life was not what she desired. Therefore, she wanted to change everything, and it was inevitable that she would have to part ways with Chun Yang. Being with Chun Yang would only keep her trapped in the comfort of love. Thinking of this, Jiro looked ahead, toward the passenger plane returning to her homeland. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Change begins now. Boom! The passenger plane slowly took off, heading back toward China. When she woke up, it was already early the next morning. Chen Yang stretched lazily, got out of bed, washed up, and then put on some workout clothes before heading out for his morning exercise. Morning exercise was definitely a must. This morning's workout went smoothly without any incidents, and he didn't encounter Chen Anan either, so it ended quickly. When he returned to the entrance of Xiaowan community, he spotted a familiar figure. The landlady. At that moment, she seemed to have just finished shopping and was sitting at the entrance chatting with a few other ladies. Chen Yang smiled slightly and walked over directly. As he got closer, he could hear their conversation. Shuya, you're truly beautiful. Even at 30, you still look so well preserved. You're far more radiant than those young girls in their 20s. That's true. Shuya is actually a year older than me, but I've already turned into an old hag, while Shuya is still so beautiful and radiant. Skin is secondary. Shuya's figure is truly amazing. I'm 30 and already starting to sag, but Shuya not only hasn't, she's still so firm and perky. Even as a woman, I can't help but drool over her. Shuya, you're so beautiful, we're all jealous. But your only problem is that you're too conservative. With such a great figure and such high looks, you just hide yourself away all the time. That's such a waste. Chapter 147, Late at Night. Exactly. If I were you, Shuya, I'd wear all kinds of dresses every day to drive those men wild. The young women chattered away, mostly complimenting the landlady's figure and beauty. The landlord's wife was so flattered she couldn't help but blush slightly. The landlady was about to speak. Chen Yang, standing beside her, laughed and said, I agree with that. If the landlady were to adopt a bolder fashion style, there wouldn't be a man in the world who could resist her. Everyone's gaze turned toward Chen Yang. The landlady looked over as well, and upon seeing it was Chen Yang, a blush crept into her beautiful eyes. Others might not have seen her bold side before. But Chen Yang had seen it all, and he had even taken photos of it. Saying, dirty man, and here you are. Do you want us to dress our Shuya in sexy clothes to please you? Dream on. That's right, Shu Yang is gentle and proper. She wouldn't do something like that. Do you even know what a proper lady is? Shu Yang's style is the normal one. As soon as Chen Yang arrived, the other ladies immediately shifted their focus to him. That's only natural. They were a group of women who could criticize the landlady, but Chen Yang, being a man, certainly couldn't. I guess I spoke out of turn. Chen Yang didn't get angry, he just smiled and looked at the landlady with a piercing gaze. The landlady is indeed a very kind, gentle, dignified, and elegant beauty. I was just thinking that earlier, and it was really disrespectful to the landlady. Landlady, isn't that right? The landlady's face grew increasingly flushed as she listened, unable to resist giving Chen Yang a disapproving glance before turning to the others and saying, Chen Yang and I have something to discuss. We'll be leaving now. Take your time. The landlady hurriedly left the room with Chen Yang. After they had walked away, the landlady said in a displeased tone, Am I not elegant? Chen Yang smiled and said, Of course you're dignified and elegant. Our landlady, how could you not be dignified and elegant? As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around the landlady's slender waist, pulling the voluptuous beauty into his embrace. You're really taking advantage of me. The landlady's face flushed red, and she shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance, her slender body wriggling in protest. What if someone sees us? What's there to be afraid of? The landlady isn't married, and I don't have a wife. We're both single. Chen Yang wasn't the least bit concerned. So what do you mean? Since we're both single, you can hug me, the landlady asked with a snort. You're not resisting either, are you? Chen Yang said with a smile. The landlady's face flushed red. Indeed. If she really didn't want Chen Yang to hug her, she could have resisted a little and broken free. But she didn't do that because, deep down, she thought that Chen Yang hugging her once wasn't such a big deal. After all, he had already seen her like that. The landlady said with a hint of resentment, All my weaknesses are in your hands. How dare I resist? Chen Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the landlady to say that. She was indeed a mature woman. What leverage? Landlady, I have no idea what you're talking about. A woman as beautiful, generous, dignified, and elegant as you, how could you have any leverage? Chen Yang said this, but he held the landlady even tighter. In front of others. Gentle and dignified. In front of Chen Yang. She was almost completely exposed. The landlady thought of this, her face growing even redder, and she snapped, You're getting the better of me and still acting innocent. I don't believe you didn't save any photos of me on your phone. The landlady's gaze was intense, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Heaven knows the truth. Chen Yang really hadn't done that. Mainly because he didn't have such a fetish. After all, this was the landlady's private matter. If it were on his phone, there was a risk of it being exposed if he ever had his phone repaired. That would be a serious matter for the landlady. Besides, Chen Yang had no reason to do that. Why look at photos when he could see the real person? I'm a decent person. Why would I save your photos? Chen Yang said this on the surface, but he held the landlady even tighter. Really? The landlady's beautiful eyes still held a trace of doubt. Absolutely true. Chen Yang replied earnestly. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but this was no problem. Chen Yang had assumed that the landlady was asking so insistently because she was worried he had kept her photo. But the next thing the landlady said left Chen Yang speechless. The landlady's face flushed red as she smiled and asked, "So, do you want it?" As she spoke, she leaned in close, and the fragrance from her body wafted toward him, smelling delightful. Chen Yang smiled knowingly and asked, "What would I use it for?" "What would you use it for?" "I don't know, but I think you might find it useful. Like when it's late at night." After the previous photo shoot, the landlady seemed to have let her guard down around Chen Yang, her words filled with subtle hints. Looking at the landlady's photos late at night, it did seem a bit intriguing. "Landlady, I have no idea what you're talking about." Chen Yang responded seriously, then laughed, "But, send me a copy. I'll check if the photos are okay. It's not like I'm refusing." "You rascal." The landlady cooed playfully, exuding charm. Chen Yang smiled it off and returned to the apartment with the landlady. Noon. Tianma Group. Manager Zhou, what's going on here? You actually stopped our live stream and gave it to some unknown Li Wei? Yes, Li Wei only has a few fans. Does she even have the qualifications? Manager Zhou, this is way too unfair. We know Li Wei is Manager Chen's favorite, but this is way too much. All the female influencers gathered at the department and began to voice their complaints against Chen Yang. Yesterday, Chen Yang had all the influencers' live streams shut down, intending to use them all for promoting Li Wei's new video, which naturally caused them great dissatisfaction. If it were any other big influencer, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but Li Wei was just a lowly assistant who used to fetch tea and run errands for them. What gives her the right? Facing the angry female influencers, Zhou Man smiled and said, "Everyone, don't get so upset. Chen manager must have his reasons." Before she could finish, a female influencer coldly snorted, "What reason? How long has Li Wei been promoting? She's never gained any traction. Promoting her is a waste of resources." Exactly. If you promoted any of us, we wouldn't have a problem, but promoting Li Wei is way too much. Chapter 148, in the heat of the moment. Who does Li Wei think she is? The other female influencers were still quite aggressive. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Chen Yang stood by the one-way window watching the chaotic scene outside, his expression calm, saying little. Li Wei, standing beside him, was extremely nervous, lowering her head and appearing very tense. Today, Li Wei was wearing a dress that perfectly suited her, exuding a strong mature woman vibe. After being trained by Chen Yang yesterday, Li Wei's style had completely transformed. Though she didn't like the mature woman aesthetic, she had begun experimenting with everyday outfits in that style. After all, this was Chen Yang's request. "Mr. Chen, do I really need this much traffic? Normal promotion would be sufficient. Maybe I shouldn't take resources from others." Li Wei was very insecure, her voice trembling slightly. She believed she wasn't qualified to take so many resources from the company. Chen Yang glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you don't take resources, do you think you can succeed?" Li Wei didn't know. She was afraid that even if she took the resources, she wouldn't be able to rise up. Chen Yang continued, "This kind of thing will happen often in the future. If you want to become the top performer in the company, resource allocation is inevitable. There's no need to be so afraid. These people may talk a lot, but once you become famous, they won't dare to say another word. From now on, just follow my lead. As for the others, don't bother with them. Got it?" Since Chen Yang was going to push, he couldn't just play around or take it slow. If you're going to push hard. Pushing someone to become a top-tier star is the only way to complete the system's tasks and make a name for yourself in the company. Li Wei was still nervous inside, but upon hearing Chen Yang's words, she finally bit her red lips and nodded. "Manager Chen, I understand. If I really can become famous this time. From now on, whatever you say, I'll follow. As long as it doesn't cross the line, I'll do whatever you ask." Li Wei had waited far too long for this opportunity. She didn't want to go back to that small town anymore. She didn't want to marry anyone and become the wife of some small supermarket owner. If Chen Yang could help her change her fate, she would truly feel an intense gratitude toward him. Chen Yang didn't say much. He just watched the time. When the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, it was almost time. The video could officially go live. Why 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Streaming a video takes time, and launching it at 4 p.m. ensures peak traffic around 8 p.m., the prime time slot. As soon as 4 p.m. hit, Li Wei's video went live on schedule. In the first half hour after going live, the growth curve was still very slow. After all, Li Wei is still a new account, so her traffic can only be drawn from Zhang Ruoro's account. Zhang Ruoro's fans originally came to watch her, but upon opening the video, they were amazed by the stunning Li Wei. As a result, the comments section was quickly flooded with various comments. Wow, I thought Zhang Ruoruo was already amazing, but there's someone even better? Mother-daughter style, I love it so much. Zhang Ruoruo is so sexy and cute. Compared to Goddess Ruoruo, I'm more curious about who this mom is. Her figure and looks are just too amazing. Yeah, such a stunning mature beauty like this, I've never heard of her before. And she hasn't even shown much yet. She has dressed so conservatively, yet she is already so alluring. If she just showed a little more. I'm going to follow her. Me too. Many of Rui's fans were immediately drawn to Li Wei. Li Wei's fan base grew by tens of thousands in no time. This made Zhang Ruoruo very unhappy. She already had few fans left, and they were all die-hard fans. Now that some of them had been lured away by Li Wei, her future survival would likely become even more difficult. Zhang Ruoruo began to regret making the video. But what she didn't expect was that Li Wei, with her mature and alluring style, had such strong fan-attracting abilities. If Tianma were to invest more resources, what kind of situation would that create? Soon. Zhang Ruoruo understood. Half an hour after the video was uploaded, Tianma's massive promotional resources began to kick in, pouring into Li Wei's account in video. Matrix accounts, marketing accounts, and promotional accounts all started to ramp up their efforts, fully focused on promoting Li Wei. Countless users began to come across Li Wei's videos. Regardless of gender, upon seeing the sexy and alluring young woman Li Wei in the video, people couldn't help but stop what they were doing, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, or even post a jealous, negative review, accusing Li Wei of being too flirtatious. In short, after the official promotion began, Li Wei's personal account went viral. Whether they were haters or fans, within just over an hour, she gained tens of thousands of followers, and her video views broke 5 million, continuing to rise rapidly. This video's performance has completely surpassed any previous results achieved by the company's female influencers or any short video streams. And this is just the beginning. The buzz is still growing. It hasn't even reached prime time yet. Watching the video's popularity soar and the likes skyrocket, the female influencers who had just been complaining about unfairness and accusing Li Wei of stealing their resources are now completely silent. They're not saying a word now. Li Wei's performance is truly outstanding. She has broken the company's historical records. When facing smaller influencers, they dared to strike hard, but now, facing Li Wei, they dare not utter a single word. Zhang Ruoruo had already covered her mouth, her pretty face frozen in shock. As the video gains traction, she also reaps significant benefits. Some people are drawn to Li Wei, the sexy and voluptuous mother, while others are captivated by her sweet and adorable daughter. Her follower count is steadily increasing, and the view count on her personal videos is also on the rise. At that moment, Zhang Ruoruo finally understood what Chen Yang had meant earlier. Following Li Wei and making videos might truly be her chance. The most shocked person of all was Li Wei. The results after the video started streaming were almost beyond her wildest dreams. She had originally thought that after the video started streaming, her personal account might slowly gain around 100,000 followers, which would already be quite good. But now, she gained over 10,000 followers in just 1 hour, and it wasn't even prime time. This is way too exaggerated. As she watched the videos praising her outfits and saw the video as soaring popularity, Li Wei finally began to doubt herself. Perhaps Manager Chen was right. She really isn't suited for the sweet girl style. Perhaps this edgy, mature woman style is the one that suits her best. Manager Chen. Li Wei looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes trembling, filled with gratitude. Chapter 149, Finding Li Wei. Chen Yang didn't react much, as all of this was within his expectations. As a system-rated S-class talent, as long as her style was appropriate and she had the right kind of attention, pushing her to the forefront would pose no issues at all. Moreover, Li Wei's potential was undoubtedly extremely high. At least a few million followers would be the limit. Right now, it's just the beginning. Staying in the company any longer wouldn't make much sense. After Chen Yang instructed Zhou Man on the remaining tasks, he prepared to leave. Li Wei offered to send Chen Yang off. As the two stepped out of the office, the other influencers outside all turned their gaze toward them. They had long since lost their earlier anger, their expressions now complex and mixed. Especially when they looked at Li Wei, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. They could already foresee that after today, Li Wei would surely rise to fame and become a major influencer. Li Wei felt the gazes of everyone and felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. She had been working at the company for so long and had always been an unknown face, never having been the center of attention before. All the female influencers present were once unattainable to her. But now, they were all looking at her with envy. Li Wei's mindset gradually shifted. Perhaps, as Chen Yang had said, she was truly on the verge of success. She was truly on her way to becoming a major influencer. Li Wei's gratitude toward Chen Yang grew even stronger. On the other side, Li Wei is actually so beautiful? Zhang Sheng, upon seeing Li Wei in the video, couldn't help but let a hint of admiration show in his eyes. In fact, he had always thought that Li Wei had excellent natural qualities, a great figure and high beauty standards. However, he wasn't particularly fond of her previous style. Therefore, he had always regarded her as just another ordinary female influencer. But now, with her new style, Li Wei had completely blown him away. Her mature woman's outfit was enough to stir up the most primal desires in any man. This woman wasn't just beautiful, she had a certain allure. Unfortunately, the current Li Wei has nothing to do with him anymore. Chen Yang, you really got lucky. Zhang Sheng's eyes betrayed his intense jealousy. In his eyes, Li Wei had probably already been with Chen Yang countless times. However, he only felt a hint of regret in his heart and didn't dwell on it further. Because at that moment, he had already set his sights on a new target. A target far more outstanding than Li Wei. After leaving the company, it was already evening. Chen Yang was driving his Ferrari A12 slowly along the streets of Shenzhen at night. At that moment, Li Wei's personal account had already surpassed 500,000 followers. With the support of the company's resources and platform traffic recommendations, the video's click-through rate had also surpassed 10 million. It had only been a couple of hours. Li Wei's ability to attract followers was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had successfully completed the task assigned by the system. Asset task, Rising Fame Part 1 successfully completed. Host successfully obtained rewards, 5% shares in Tianma Group. 5% of the shares are now in hand. At this moment, Chen Yang finally became the absolute largest shareholder of the entire Tianma Group. He now holds absolute power within the Tianma Group. The annual dividends are no small sum. What a delightful situation. And this wasn't the end of it. The system's second asset task was soon released. Rising Fame Part 2. Overview: to fully control Tianma Group, relying solely on Li Wei is far from enough. You need a star-studded lineup. Requirements: please sign a contract with an S rank or higher celebrity talent. Reward: 5% of Tianma Group's shares. Another task like this. An S-class or higher celebrity level talent is not easy to find. However, Chen Yang wasn't too worried. After all, the so-called celebrity audition was just around the corner. He could find someone then. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Host successfully bound to Li Wei. Name: Li Wei. Age: 23. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Body measurements: 56 waist, 99 bust, 95 hips. Relationship: subordinate. Loyalty: 45%. Influence: Rising Fame 5%. All of Li Wei's data appeared before Chen Yang. It's hard not to notice. Li Wei really does have the perfect supermodel figure, absolutely flawless. And after binding Li Wei, there is another extremely important benefit. For every 10% increase in Li Wei's influence, the host will receive a reward of 10 million. In other words, as long as Chen Yang promotes Li Wei and her influence continues to grow, Chen Yang will also receive corresponding benefits. That's actually quite good. Given the current trend, Li Wei's rise to stardom is just a matter of time, and we can sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Chen Yang felt refreshed and invigorated as he drove his Ferrari A12, gradually disappearing into the streets. Upon returning to Shaoan community, as soon as Chen Yang entered the door, he witnessed a breathtaking scene. Jamumu had already woken up at some point and was doing yoga on the balcony. Jamumu already had an incredibly graceful figure, and now, as she practiced yoga, her perfect curves were on full display, truly breathtaking. Chen Yang sat on the sofa and admired the scene for a while. Jamumu snapped back to reality, her face flushing red. She rolled up her yoga mat and walked back over. Brother-in-law, you were peeking. Jamumu pouted playfully. That's not peeking. I was looking openly. Chen Yang didn't seem embarrassed and smiled. Jamumu thought about it carefully and realized that Chen Yang hadn't really been peeking. However, she still said in a proud and stubborn tone, "It doesn't matter, you were definitely peeking." Then, she stared intently at Chen Yang, as if she had discovered something interesting, and said, "Brother-in-law, do you like me? My sister isn't here anymore, so you want me, her little sister, to take her place. Is that right?" This clever little sister-in-law really has no idea what she's thinking. Chen Yang actually didn't have much of an opinion about Jamumu. Of course. Jamumu is still very beautiful, there's no doubt about that. But Chen Yang only admires her. Stop acting so dramatic, Chen Yang said helplessly. But Jamumu was the drama queen, touching her chin like a detective and said, "My sister broke up with you, yet you left me behind. You just want to get close to me. All this time, you've been taking me out to eat and taking me out to play." Chapter 150, The Adorable Little Sister-in-Law. You just wanted to flatter me. You're my sister's husband. You made me lower my guard, and then you gradually got closer to me. Then one day, when I'm heartbroken, you'll take advantage of me and completely possess me, fulfilling your plan. That's exactly what happened. Brother-in-law, you're so wicked. Jamumu spoke with absolute certainty, convinced that her deductions were flawless. But Chen Yang's next words shattered all her conclusions. Alright. That's exactly the kind of person you're talking about. So, to prevent any future issues, you can take your computer and move out of here right now. Get away from this bad brother-in-law. Jamumu heard this and instantly forgot all her previous words. The look of disgust she had just moments ago was gone, replaced by a sweet and innocent expression. She quickly regained her charming and adorable appearance, speaking in her soft, sweet voice. Uncle, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? How could I ever say my brother-in-law is a bad guy? You're the best, the very best. I love you the most, uncle. When it comes to changing expressions, Jamumu is number one. No one dares to claim second place. This ever-changing beauty is simply impossible to dislike. If she weren't the school beauty. Shenyang tapped her on the head and said, alright, your sister will be back soon. We'll see if you're still smiling then. Jamumu snorted, so what? It's her business when she comes back. I don't care. Brother-in-law, I've decided. I'm not moving out anymore. I'm going to live with you. This statement caught Shenyang off guard. He didn't mind, but then your sister will kill you. I'm not afraid of her. Jamumu wasn't the least bit scared. She crossed her arms confidently and said, wait until she comes back. Let's see if she dares to say another word to me. She's just an old woman. You're giving her face. Jamumu finished speaking and waved her little pink fist. Shenyang was speechless. If he hadn't seen how Jamumu behaved in front of Jiro, he would have believed it. You see, Jamumu and Jiro were sisters who relied on each other for survival. Jiro acted as both an older sister and a mother, and Jamumu was completely under her thumb. When Jiro was around, Jamumu was a model daughter. She wouldn't even dare to stay up all night playing games. But when it came to matters between the sisters, Shenyang had no right to interfere. He had other things to attend to. All right. As long as your sister agrees, you can stay as long as you like. I'll change clothes and head out. You'll have to figure out dinner on your own later. Shenyang prepared to return to his room, intending to change into a workout outfit and head to the gym for a workout first. He had a date with Shintao that evening. Ha! Jamumu pouted unhappily, brother-in-law, aren't you going to eat with me? Do you need someone to accompany you to dinner? Shenyang said impatiently. It's nicer to eat together, isn't it? Jamumu's tone still had a hint of petulance, and her expression was very cute. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Shenyang didn't indulge Jamumu and rejected her without mercy. Alright, then I'll just have to stay alone in my room and eat by myself. Jamumu's tone carried a hint of resentment. Shenyang was speechless. What kind of words was she using? It sounded like Shenyang was really neglecting her. Jamumu's low spirits didn't last long. By the time Shenyang came out wearing his workout gear, she was already gone from the living room. She must have gone back to her bedroom to play video games again. This little sister-in-law is still pretty innocent at heart. Her mood comes and goes quickly. That's good. Chatting with such a cute young beauty every day does help lift my spirits. Xincheng Media College. Xingling, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Shintao had changed into a pure white high-end dress. She naturally suited white-toned outfits, and wearing this high-end dress, she exuded a youthful charm, looking both playful and adorable. However, Chen Xingling touched her chin, examined her from head to toe, and finally shook her head. No good. It's too pure. Shen Yang doesn't like this style. Chen Xingling gave her opinion. Ha! Shintao, hearing this, felt a little flustered and asked, then, Xingling's sister, how should I dress? Chen Xingling smiled slightly and said, the previous JK outfit was pretty good. Just wear the JK outfit. But Chen Yang really likes JK, you know. On this matter, Chen Xingling had plenty to say. Every time she wore the JK uniform, Chen Yang was the most enthusiastic. All right. Then I'll go change. Shintao obediently listened and hurried off to change clothes. Shintao pulled the curtain close to change, but just as she was halfway through, Chen Xingling suddenly walked in. Oh. Xingling, what are you doing? Shintao felt a bit shy. Although Chen Xingling was a woman, as a southern girl, she wasn't used to such things. Chen Xingling gave a soft laugh, revealing her small fangs. I just wanted to take a look. Is that not allowed? Look at what? Shintao's face flushed red. Of course, I want to take a good look at our little sister Shintao. Chen Xingling spoke while examining Shintao from head to toe, admiring her curvaceous, smooth, and well-developed figure, and said enviously. Tao. You're so beautiful. Your figure is truly unmatched. Shintao blushed and said, no, I'm not as good looking as you, Xingling. You're being modest. Chen Xingling was well aware of her own limitations. In reality, she couldn't compare to Shintao in either figure or look. She could only provide emotional value to Chen Yang. Chen Xingling continued to gaze intently at Shintao's perfect figure, her eyes filled with admiration. She gently caressed Shintao's smooth, white skin, as if she were touching a piece of jade. You're such a beautiful peach. Tao, you've probably never been touched by a man, have you? Of course not. Shintao hurriedly said, I've never had a boyfriend before. During her university days, Shintao had been quite conservative and reserved, especially before she met Chen Xingling. She was the epitome of a model student. After meeting Chen Xingling, however, she underwent a significant transformation. However, it wasn't Chen Xingling who corrupted her. Rather, this was Shen Tao's true nature. The previous Shen Tao had simply been holding herself back. After meeting Chen Xingling, she finally let loose a bit, learning how to unleash her charm, how to make herself more beautiful, and how to become more attractive and eye-catching. Chapter 151, Chen Ainan's Little Surprise. Shen Tao actually enjoyed this feeling as well. Every woman wants to be beautiful and radiant. Never had a boyfriend? That's so nice. Chen Xingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mischievous glow as she smiled and said, with such beauty and a flawless body, it seems like tonight belongs to Chen Yang. Shen Tao, upon hearing this, blushed and said, Xingling sister, what are you talking about? I'm just going out with Chen Yang brother to walk around the street. Nothing will happen. Xingling sister, you can come too. Chen Xingling covered her mouth and giggled, saying, I won't come. I don't want to disturb your private time. I have something to do and need to go home. Have a good time. After a pause, Chen Xingling added, pick a shorter JK outfit. Chen Yang really likes them. Xingling, you're so annoying. Shen Tao blushed with embarrassment. Chen Xingling chuckled softly and turned to leave. Shen Tao lingered in her small fitting room for a while, eventually biting her lip and choosing the shortest white JK uniform she could accept. After putting on the white JK uniform, Shen Tao's youthful sweetness was fully showcased. She looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a little nervous. Although she was a teenager, she knew that going out with Chen Yang tonight might lead to something happening. Deep down, she felt a mix of fear, conflict, and a little anticipation. It probably won't happen, right? Chen Yang is a good person, isn't he? Spartacus Gym. Chen Yang had not been here in a long time. There were still quite a few people working out in the evening, everyone was pumping iron with enthusiasm, and the atmosphere was very intense. However, as soon as Chen Yang arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. To be precise, he was the focus of all the fitness instructors. The way they looked at Chen Yang, whether intentionally or not, carried a hint of admiration, as if they were looking at a cash cow. Several female instructors wearing yoga pants and with stunning figures approached us directly, each of them speaking with great enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, would you like to work out? I can guide you. Guidance? Mr. Chen, I can provide personal service. Mr. Chen, I'm prettier than all of them. I can be your personal trainer and teach you step by step. Mr. Chen, I'm Lei De. Mr. Chen. These female coaches are as fierce as wolves. That's only natural. Chen Yang had spent tens of thousands of dollars on Chen Ainan in one go. Who wouldn't be envious? Chen Yang didn't care. After glancing at the female coaches, he found them all average. Only one of them was somewhat attractive, but she was still far from Chen Ainan's beauty. What is your name? Chen Yang smiled at the female coach with the fiery figure. The female coach immediately blushed and smiled. Mr. Chen, my name is Zhang Bing. I'm the top coach at Spartacus. Everything Chen Ainan can do, I can do too. Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, we can try it. Let us go to the private area, and I'll give you a personal lesson. The female coach was so excited she couldn't contain herself. Chen Yang had only asked casually. While the female coach was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to Chen Ainan. Just as Chen Yang was wondering where Chen Ainan had gone, a stunning figure emerged from inside the Spartan training area. Chen Yang's gaze followed, and he couldn't help but be dazzled. It was none other than Chen Ainan. What was different about Chen Ainan today was that she wasn't wearing the yoga pants outfit typically worn by fitness instructors. Instead, she was dressed in a professional dark blue office lady uniform. A tailored blazer, white shirt, pencil skirt, and black stockings accentuating her long legs. The uniform's allure, combined with Chen Ainan's perfectly toned figure from years of exercise, was utterly irresistible. Even Chen Yang couldn't help but stare for a moment. Coach Ainan is truly stunning. Dressed like a female teacher, Chen Ainan walked up to Chen Yang with a smile and said, Chen Yang, let's go. I'll take you to training. No need for further words. Chen Ainan's outfit alone was enough to outshine all the other female coaches. It really does have a hint of a female teacher making a private home visit. It was full of a certain charm. All right. Chen Yang smiled slightly and followed Chen Ainan out. The other female coaches watched Chen Ainan and Chen Yan leave, stunned into silence. They couldn't compare. We really can't compare. No wonder Chen Ainan could get Chen Yang to spend hundreds of thousands on her. That charm completely overshadows them. In the private fitness area, Chen Ainan led Chen Yang inside. Everything was already prepared inside. There were fitness meals, protein powder, various protective gear, creatine, nitric oxide supplements, and other items needed for fitness. Chen Ainan had prepared everything. Additionally, the private fitness area had been cleaned thoroughly by Chen Ainan, and the air carried a faint fragrance, completely different from the smell outside. Coach Ainan, you're dressed pretty uniquely today. Chen Yang smiled as he looked at Chen Ainan in front of him. Chen Ainan raised the corners of her mouth and said, Do you like it? This is a little surprise I prepared especially for you. It's okay. Chen Yang nodded. The allure of a female teacher's uniform is something no man can resist. But Chen Yang suddenly laughed. Ms. Chen, you're too far away. I can't appreciate your beauty. Chen Anan knew exactly what Chen Yang meant. Her face flushed slightly, though she felt a bit resistant. She still sat down beside Chen Yang. The delicate female teacher Chen Anan sat down beside him. Chen Yang naturally wrapped his arms around her A4 waist and pulled her into his embrace. Mr. Chen, you're so beautiful. Chen Yang said earnestly. Chen Anan rolled her eyes at him and said, we're here to work out, not to play dress up. A little relaxation is also necessary. Chen Yang didn't seem embarrassed. Since Chen Anan was dressed like that, Chen Yang wasn't going to let it go. Just don't get too carried away. Chen Anan could only blush and accept it. Chen Yang didn't go too far, he just let his hands roam freely on Chen Anan's black stocking-clad legs. Chen Anan, blushing, began preparing today's training plan and gathering the necessary items. This fitness area is cleaned up pretty nicely. Have you not brought any other students recently? Chen Yang asked with a hint of curiosity. I've been waiting for you all this time. I've turned down all the other trainees. Chen Anan replied. Chapter 152, Training Time. It must be said that Chen Anan's professional attitude was still very good. Currently, Chen Yang is Chen Anan's biggest client, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, so she should indeed provide excellent service. So that means I'm your biggest client right now? Chen Yang smiled broadly. What else? Otherwise, how could you be so bold? Chen Anan gave a playful hum. Chen Yang smiled. Is that even considered being so bold? It was just a casual touch, I didn't do anything else. Chen Anan was actually right. The main purpose of coming to the gym was to work out. After getting ready, Chen Anan began her warm-up. Today's warm-up had a different feel to it. Chen Anan was dressed in a female teacher's uniform, and when she helped Chen Yang warm up, it felt completely different from before. Chen Yang felt as though he had returned to school, with the female teachers he had once fantasized about appearing before him, attentively serving him. The emotional value Chen Anan provided was truly unmatched. After the warm-up was finished, training began. As usual, they started with chest exercises. The bench press was the first exercise. Let's start with 45 kilograms. Chen Anan said. Last time, Chen Yang's bench press was around 50 kilograms. So starting at 45 kilograms is quite normal. Chen Yang nodded, not saying much else. 45 kilograms. It's still decent for a warm-up. After getting ready, Chen Yang lay down on the bench, looking up from below, still able to see Chen Anan's massive pumped-up muscles, instantly feeling the intensity of the workout. After a brief pause, Chen Yang took a deep breath and started pushing. 45 kilograms. With ease. Chen Yang completed all 12 with ease. Chen Anan, who had been watching the entire time, was once again amazed by Chen Yang's strength, but she had already grown accustomed to it. Chen Yang's natural talent for fitness had left her completely speechless. This was truly remarkable. After finishing the 45 kilogram set, the workout continued. He kept adding weight. 50 kilograms, 55 kilograms, 60 kilograms, all handled with ease. All the way up to 65 kilograms before Chen Yang started to feel tired. 70 kilograms. That was Chen Yang's current physical limit. After Chen Yang finished pushing the 470 kilograms weights to his limit, Chen Anan's beautiful big eyes were filled with an extremely complex expression. 70 kilograms. This is the maximum weight that many people can only achieve after half a year, or even a year, of intense training. How long has Chen Yang been at this level? Just over a week. That's insane. He's truly a natural-born fitness prodigy. In the following training sessions, Chen Yang handled everything with ease. However, Chen Anan stepped up the intensity, training for over an hour straight until Chen Yang was completely exhausted and collapsed, marking the end of the session. Alright. That's enough for today. Chen Anan was also exhausted, with beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Chen Yang lay on the ground and laughed. Ms. Chen, it's so hot, you're wearing so much. No wonder you're sweating. Take off your jacket. Chen Anan felt a bit shy. The reason she hadn't taken off her jacket was because the white shirt she was wearing underneath didn't fit well and was a bit tight. After taking off her jacket, the white shirt looked puffy and felt awkward. Moreover, now that she was sweating, the white shirt was slightly damp, creating a faintly translucent effect. This feeling was even more embarrassing. However, since Chen Yang had said that, she could only agree. Alright. Chen Anan took off her blue jacket. Sure enough, her teacher's charm had risen several notches. Next came the final stretching session. Having Chen Anan stretch him like this must feel amazing, especially when she's close to him, her delicate fragrance and soft embrace, her breath as fragrant as orchids, it's simply wonderful. After the stretching ended, Chen Yang ate his fitness meal and drank some protein powder, finally wrapping up tonight's workout. Ms. Chen, today's training really felt great. My whole body feels so relaxed. Chen Yang and Chen Anan walked side by side toward the exit of the gym. You must be happy bullying me, Chen Anan teased without holding back. How can that be considered bullying? I'm your biggest sponsor, you should at least give me good service. Chen Yang said with a hint of stubbornness. You're rich, you can say whatever you want. Chen Ainen could only respond that way. Chen Yang smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist. Chen Ainen's face flushed red and she resisted, saying shyly, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching outside." Although Chen Ainen could play all sorts of games with Chen Yang in private, but in public, she still felt timid and shy. Chen Yang laughed and said, "What's the big deal? It's just a hug. To show how close our teacher-student relationship is. Besides, Ms. Chen, don't worry. You made me happy today, so there will be a reward eventually." "What kind of reward?" Chen Ainen blinked her eyes, looking expectant. Chen Yang smiled and walked to the front desk, taking out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card. "Buy Chen Ainen 200 private lessons for me." As Chen Yang spoke those casual words, everyone present, whether the front desk clerk, the surrounding fitness instructors, or even Chen Ainen and Chen Yang's arms, had expressions of sheer shock on their faces. Another 200 sessions? That's another 100,000 yuan. At that moment, countless people cast envious glances toward Chen Ainen. Chen Ainen's face gradually turned rosy. She suddenly felt that everything she had done tonight was worth it. Exiting Spartacus, Chen Yang returned to Shaoan Community, changed into a different outfit, and then drove to Shenzhen Media University to pick up Shin Tao. On the way, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward 200,000. Host successfully completed the fitness check-in task, physical strength attribute +1. The cashback and rewards have arrived. This cashback was relatively small. Not as much as before. It seems the system still follows the old rules. You can't keep getting rewards for the same thing repeatedly, you need to try new things. With the physical attribute points, Chen Yang's personal attributes have also seen a significant boost. A warm sensation washed over him. Chen Yang's physical strength has improved once again. However, this time, the improvement wasn't as noticeable as before. Remember that the system's strength changes ultimately rely on the body to support them. "I think I've probably reached my physical limit now," Chen Yang muttered to himself. Physical strength definitely has its limits. It's not possible to keep increasing strength indefinitely, that would be too unnatural. Chapter 153, Love Grows Over Time? Only when physical strength keeps pace can strength follow suit. That's not a big deal. Shen Yang doesn't need that much strength anyway, he's not some martial arts fantasy character who fights all the time. Having more strength, does that mean he's going to farm? As long as you're healthy. As he pondered, the Ferrari A12 had already arrived at the gates of Shenzhen Media University. Shin Tao hadn't come out yet. Chen Yang lay back in the luxurious seat of the Ferrari A12, comfortably playing with his phone, planning to wait a while. At that moment, a message came through. "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, tonight's Tao Tao is very beautiful." Chen Yang saw the message and couldn't help but smile slightly before replying. "Mu Yang, how beautiful. Lemon sauce, in short, she's absolutely stunning. Even I, as a girl, can't stop admiring her." "Mu Yang, what about you? Are you ready for tonight?" "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, I'm not going tonight either. What should I prepare?" "Mu Yang, you're not coming?" "Lemon sauce, of course not, this is your special time together. I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. Or maybe. Chen Yang, you want us sisters to join you?" "Chen Yang, you're so naughty." "Mu Yang, nonsense, I was just asking." "Lemon sauce, hee hee, it's Chen Yang who wants to think about it. I'm busy tonight." "Mu Yang, what's going on?" "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, your need for control is really strong. You have to meddle in everything?" "Mu Yang, yes, I am controlling. Just tell me." "Lemon sauce, alright, since you're such a good older brother, I have to go home tonight. There's a family gathering, and it happens every month. Everyone has to attend." "Family gathering? The kind where everyone has to attend?" Shen Yang has only seen this on TV dramas. No wonder. Shen Xingling's family must be pretty well off. No wonder she's a local from Shenzhen. This reminded Chen Yang of his mission, to learn about Chen Xingling's family background and also, "Mu Yang, you're really a rich and beautiful woman, hiding your true self pretty well." "Lemon sauce, nonsense, Chen Yang, my family isn't wealthy, we just have a lot of rules." After a pause, Chen Xingling continued her reply. "Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, did you really mean it when you said you wanted to come over to my house last time?" "Mu Yang, of course, just to get to know each other better." "Lemon sauce, alright, I'll think of an excuse." "Mu Yang, do you really need an excuse?" "Lemon sauce, of course." "Chen Yang, I'm such a good girl at home. Bringing a guy home definitely needs an excuse." "Mu Yang, alright. Lemon sauce, I'll go now, Chen Yang. Have a nice evening with Tao Tao." A while later. "Lemon sauce, oh, and Chen Yang, Tao Tao is very delicate. Don't be too rough with her." "Mu Yang, hurry up and go." "Lemon sauce, hee hee." The call ended. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. He now felt a new curiosity toward Chen Xingling, this good younger sister of his. What kind of family does Chen Xingling come from? It seems pretty interesting. I should plan a visit sometime. Just as he finished his conversation with Chen Xingling, he heard a series of knocks on the car window. Shen Yang thought it was Xin Tao, so he lowered the window, but the person outside wasn't Xin Tao. It was Xin Tao's old sycophant, Zhou Hao. The guy was staring at Chen Yang with an excited expression. Bro Chen, I spotted this Ferrari from a distance and couldn't believe it was you. What are you doing at the school? Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, picking someone up. Zhou Hao gave him a knowing look and smiled, Brother Chen, are you here to pick up Senior Qingling? Something like that. Chen Yang brushed it off casually. He couldn't very well say he was there to pick up Xin Tao, could he? If this guy really finds out, his heart will be shattered. That's great. I knew you were so amazing, Chen Gu. You'll definitely end up with Qingling's senior sister in the end. When the topic turned to this, Zhou Hao's expression grew somber as he said, Senior Qingling is still a better person. Compared to Senior Qingling, Tao Tao is just too aloof. I've been chasing Tao Tao for so long and I haven't had a single chance. Lately, she has been avoiding me all the time and we're drifting apart. This guy was acting all love-struck, as if his feelings had been rejected. Chen Yang glanced at him and said, could it be that Xin Tao never liked you from the start? Why waste your time? Aren't they always saying that time can make people fall in love? Zhou Hao sighed. Time can indeed breed affection. But first, your time. Shen Yang laughed, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Let me think about it. Zhou Hao looked dejected, then said, alright, Xingu, I've got something to do later. I'll head out first. Bye. Have a good time tonight with Qingling Sr. Zhou Hao gave Chen Yang a meaningful glance. Clearly, the phrase have a good time had a hidden meaning. Chen Yang smiled knowingly. If this guy knew that the person Shen Yang was with tonight wasn't Chen Xingling but Xin Tao, he'd probably be heartbroken. Zhou Hao left. A while later, Xin Tao finally appeared. Just as Chen Xingling had said, Xin Tao was truly stunning tonight. She had applied a flawless makeup, looking as perfect as a porcelain doll, charming and alluring. Her white JK uniform perfectly accentuated her youthful figure, and her most tempting feature, her white stocking-clad legs, were round, straight, and elegantly long. Her overall aura was simply flawless. She was undoubtedly an unbeatable beauty. As soon as Xin Tao appeared at the school gate, she immediately caught the attention of many people. Such a beautiful young woman naturally becomes the center of attention wherever she goes. However, Xin Tao didn't notice anyone else. She immediately spotted Chen Yang, who was leaning against a Ferrari 812 and smiling at her. Chen Yang, big brother. Xin Tao ran over with a joyful, girlish smile. She ran up to Chen Yang, her cute face adorned with a sweet smile, her beautiful big eyes fixed on him, looking absolutely stunning. You look stunning tonight. Chen Yang couldn't help but compliment the adorable young beauty in front of him. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Yang. Xin Tao smiled, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. Tonight's makeup was done by Chen Xingling. She had spent hours on it, all just for Chen Yang's compliment. Get in the car. Chen Yang opened the car door for Xin Tao. All right. Xin Tao responded and immediately sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812. Roar! The Ferrari 812 sped away from the entrance of Shenzhen Media University, racing toward the horizon. Chapter 154, Haunted House. The Ferrari 812 slowly made its way through the streets of Shenzhen. Xin Tao sat in the passenger seat, her face slightly flushed, dared not look at Chen Yang, and instead stared out the window, filled with the nervousness and restraint of a young girl. Chen Yang, driving the car, could still smell the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her body. It was truly pleasant. Xin Tao was indeed different from Yao Na and Chen Xingling. Xin Tao was truly a young, innocent beauty. Chen Yang glanced at the nervous and awkward Xin Tao and smiled. Tao Tao, why are you so nervous? It's not your first time sitting in the passenger seat. Xin Tao's face turned even redder. She wasn't sitting in Chen Yang's passenger seat for the first time, but previously, Chen Xingling had always been there. This was her first time going out on a date alone with Chen Yang. Xin Tao didn't know what to say. The shy demeanor of the young girl made Chen Yang feel that this date had a touch of the innocence from their school days. This feeling was quite delightful. Chen Yang noticed Xin Tao's shyness and smiled. Since you're so nervous, I'll take you to do something different first to help you get used to the pace. How about it? Ha! Xin Tao was slightly taken aback, unsure of what Chen Yang was referring to, but she obediently nodded and said, Alright, I'll do whatever Chen Yang says. Tonight, Xin Tao was truly a well-behaved JK beauty. Chen Yang smiled slightly and drove to a small park nearby. Longhu Park. In front of the haunted house. Chen Yang brought Xin Tao here. Looking at the eerie, menacing entrance of the haunted house, Xin Tao's face turned pale, and she said fearfully, Chen Yang, why are we here? Chen Yang laughed, of course we're going inside to take a look around. What? Xin Tao's face turned pale, and her voice trembled as she said, Don't. Chen Yang, this is too scary. I dare not go in. After all, Xin Tao was a beautiful young girl, and such terrifying things naturally filled her with fear. Chen Yang laughed, we're already here. How can we not give it a try? I'm here, it'll be fine. He was joking. If Xin Tao wasn't afraid, why would he bring her here in the first place? The more she was afraid, the happier Chen Yang was. Alright, fine. Although Shen Tao was still very scared inside, she dared not refuse Chen Yang's words and could only obediently comply. So the two of them headed toward the haunted house in front of them. The small haunted house was actually quite crude, with only some fixed traps and such, and no real-life NPCs. But even so, it scared the beautiful Shen Tao quite badly. As soon as she stepped inside, her delicate body trembled with fear. Chen Yang took her delicate hand and smiled. Tao Tao, don't be afraid. Though Shen Tao felt a bit shy being held by Chen Yang, she felt much calmer inside. Chen Yang led her straight into the haunted house. After walking for a short while, a mechanical zombie suddenly jumped out. Ah! Shen Tao was startled and immediately threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang instinctively wrapped his arms around her and laughed. It's just a fake zombie. Nothing to worry about. Shen Tao nodded and continued walking forward. Before long, several more traps appeared, and Shen Tao was so scared that she shrunk into Chen Yang's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. The soft, fragrant body in his arms. The young girl's tension eased considerably. Chen Yang's sense of happiness increased significantly. The two continued through the haunted house. By the latter half, Shen Tao had relaxed considerably and wasn't as afraid anymore. They were about to exit the haunted house. Chen Yang suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. He suddenly let go of Shen Tao and said, Tao Tao, something's wrong. I really need to use the restroom. I'll go first. What? Chen Yang, wait. Take me with you. Shen Tao's face turned pale again and she tried to call out to Chen Yang. But it was already too late. Chen Yang had already walked away, leaving Shen Tao alone in the pitch-black haunted house. Chen Yang, wait. Chen Yang. Shen Tao looked around at her surroundings, at the coffins, feeling a chill run through her body. She dared not move a muscle. She huddled in the corner, her delicate body trembling, tears streaming down her face. Woo woo. Woo woo Chen Yang, where are you? Chen Yang, I'm scared woo woo. Shen Tao couldn't help but burst into tears, crying so hard that her tears fell like raindrops. Shen Yang didn't let her cry for long. He turned back and appeared before her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chen Yang gently wiped away the tears from Shen Tao's eyes. Shen Tao, seeing Chen Yang again, felt as though she had found someone to lean on. With a voice still trembling from crying, she said, Chen Yang. The beautiful young woman before him, with tears streaming down her face, exuded a broken yet captivating beauty. Chen Yang looked at her and couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her red lips. Their lips met. Although Shen Tao was startled, resistant, and shy, she eventually succumbed to Chen Yang's tenderness, her body going limp as she collapsed into his arms, allowing him to kiss her. The two of them kissed passionately in the haunted house. Meanwhile, backstage, the on-duty staff monitoring the haunted house's surveillance cameras, who had been working all day, nearly exploded with anger upon witnessing the scene. Damn it! Working this crappy shift until I'm about to drop is bad enough. But now someone's feeding us dog food. This damn shift, let whoever wants it take it. I'm done. Chen Yang carried Shen Tao, who was already trembling all over, out of the haunted house. Chen Yang, let us never go into a haunted house again, okay? Shen Tao lay in Chen Yang's arms, still feeling a bit scared. Chen Yang smiled, I'll listen to you. Shen Tao's face turned red, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Chen Yang continued, how about it? Are you still nervous? Not at all. Chen Yang, you're so amazing. Shen Tao smiled sweetly. After the haunted house, Chen Yang had stolen her first kiss, but he had also completely opened her heart. She no longer felt the same distance toward Chen Yang as before. That's good. Chen Yang set Shen Tao down and smiled, let's go explore some more. Sure. Shen Tao responded cheerfully, then took Chen Yang's hand and intertwined her fingers with his. Her delicate, charming face was flushed red, looking absolutely beautiful. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, tightly holding Shen Tao's small hand. The two of them walked around the park like a couple from their school days. Shen Tao was actually the kind of clingy, sweet girl who always thought of Chen Yang first. She bought various things, always considering whether Chen Yang would like them rather than thinking about herself. Moreover, every smile and gesture of hers exuded a cute and innocent charm, incredibly soothing. Chapter 155, Movie. The emotional value provided by the young girl was truly off the charts. After strolling around the park, Chen Yang and Shen Tao sat on a bench in the corner of the park. Chen Yang was holding an ice cream cone, but it didn't taste very good, so he didn't eat much and planned to throw it away later. However, Shen Tao bit her red lips and smiled sweetly, Chen Yang, can I have some of yours? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment and laughed, but you said you didn't like it. Shen Tao said in a shy and innocent voice, that's different. I like eating what Chen Yang has eaten. After saying that, Shen Tao couldn't help but feel a bit shy. To be honest, this young girl really does have a bit of a love-struck mind. What an odd preference. Chen Yang gently ruffled Shen Tao's smooth hair, but still handed her the ice cream and smiled, go ahead and eat. Chen Yang is so kind, Shen Tao said, her lips curling into a sweet smile. She picked up the ice cream and began to eat it. There wasn't much left to begin with, so she finished it quickly. After finishing, she wiped her mouth with a tissue, then looked at Chen Yang and pointed to the corner of his mouth, saying, "Chen Yang, there's still a bit here." "Here?" Chen Yang pointed to the corner of his own mouth. "No." Shen Tao had originally planned to continue helping Chen Yang, but she quickly seemed to think of something, gave a sweet smile, and leaned in. Her cherry red lips pressed against Chen Yang's lips, like a chick pecking at grain, giving him a gentle kiss. Then, Shen Tao pulled back, her face flushing as she said, "That's enough, Chen Yang." This sudden surprise caught Chen Yang off guard. However, how could Chen Yang let this beautiful young woman escape so easily? "You think you can sneak up on me and run away?" Thus, Chen Yang curved his lips slightly, pressed down on Shen Tao's shoulders, and leaned in to kiss her cherry red lips once more. Shen Tao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, filled with endless moisture, and she succumbed once again. On the other side, Shen Chang. The Song Family Banquet. This was also one of the top 5 high-end restaurants in Shen City. Chen Qingling drove here, parked the car, and glanced at the entrance of the Song Family Banquet Hall. There stood several elegantly dressed, beautifully adorned ladies. They were gathered together, greeting the coming and going guests. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingling took a deep breath, took a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the car, put them on, then got out and headed toward Song Family Banquet. She had already changed into a different outfit. The black school uniform she had been wearing earlier had been replaced with a plain black long dress, and her previously sensual aura had undergone a significant transformation. The current Chen Qingling exuded a more elegant beauty. She no longer resembled the little witch in front of Chen Yang but more like a well-educated and refined young lady. Chen Qingling walked slowly to the entrance of the Song Family Banquet, a faint smile curving her lips. She greeted several elegant ladies with a smile. "Aunt Zhang. Aunt Li. Auntie. Third aunt. Good evening, everyone." Chen Qingling greeted them politely. Several elegant ladies, upon seeing Chen Qingling's graceful and polite demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "Oh, how lovely. It's been months since we last saw you, and Qingling has grown even more beautiful." Yes, not only has she become more beautiful, but her demeanor has also improved greatly. She is truly so well-mannered. Qingling truly lives up to being one of the more outstanding young members of the Chen family. Not only is she academically excellent, but she's also well-read, knowledgeable, and polite. She's so mature, unlike my own children. It's all thanks to the third son's good upbringing. Such a wonderful daughter, I'd even dream of having one like her. All the aunts and cousins had very high praise for Chen Qingling. Chen Qingling had grown accustomed to it and smiled modestly. "Aunties, you're too kind. I'll go in first." "Alright, go ahead. Go play with your younger siblings and give them a proper education. Let them see what a proper young lady is like." The aunts and cousins greatly admired Chen Qingling. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingling's delicate face flushed slightly. Before she met Chen Yang, she truly was a proper young lady. But after meeting Chen Yang, especially recently, when he dragged her into the small forest, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with the title of proper young lady. However, Chen Qingling remained composed on the surface and walked straight into the Song Family Banquet Hall. The park was finished. Next up was the movie-watching segment. A man and a woman going to the movies naturally chose a romantic film. This kind of fluffy romantic drama. Shen Yang wasn't very interested. Shen Tao, on the other hand, was quite interested. That's only natural. Teenage girls just love this kind of movie. But it didn't matter. Shen Yang wasn't there to watch the movie anyway. The two entered the cinema and sat in a secluded corner at the back, where a camera couldn't reach. "Shen Yang, why are we sitting so far back?" Chapter 156, Shen Qingling's Family. Shen Tao was still a bit confused. Generally speaking, you're supposed to sit in the front rows when watching a movie. Shen Yang smiled. "The back row offers a better view, and it's also quieter." Shen Tao was a bit puzzled, but she obediently sat in the back with Chen Yang. After they settled into their seats, the movie began. Not long after, Shen Tao realized why Chen Yang had chosen such a back seat. Chen Yang's mischievous look had already begun to creep up her slender waist. "Chen Yang, no one will see us here, will they? I heard that movie theaters have surveillance cameras." Shen Tao's delicate face was flushed with embarrassment. "It's okay, I've already made sure no one can see us." Chen Yang laughed. Oh. In that moment, Shen Tao actually felt that Chen Yang was quite considerate. Since the surveillance cameras couldn't see them, Shen Tao no longer felt restrained and let Chen Yang embrace her in his arms. Meanwhile, the movie's plot was unfolding. Shen Tao was completely engrossed in it. Chen Yang, however, found it quite boring and was so tired he almost fell asleep. Shen Tao noticed Chen Yang's boredom and suddenly thought of something. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. "Chen Yang. Look, the female lead in the movie looks a lot like me, doesn't she?" Chen Yang had been feeling utterly bored. Now, hearing Shen Tao say that, it was like a new world had opened up to him. The movie was a school-themed one, and the female lead was also wearing a school uniform with white stockings. She did indeed look quite similar to Shen Tao, though not as beautiful as her. Thinking about it, it was actually quite interesting. Chen Yang couldn't help but hug Shen Tao tighter and said with a smile, "What happens next?" Shen Tao blinked her beautiful big eyes full of teenage shyness and said, Chen Yang, you can think of me as the movie's female lead. After saying that, Shen Tao took Chen Yang's hand and placed it on her white stocking-clad leg. This action. The sensation was intensified. In the movie, the male lead is the female lead's devoted admirer, constantly trying to win her over but never succeeding. Now, if you imagine Shen Tao as the female lead in the movie, the feeling is truly different. In the latter half of the movie, Chen Yang seemed to have switched to a different approach, making it increasingly intriguing. By the end, he's tightly hugging Shen Tao, holding this beautiful young woman in his arms, just like he's hugging the female lead in the movie, with the immersion and emotional investment fully heightened. After the movie ended, Shen Tao's cheeks were flushed red, her white school uniform was slightly disheveled, and her heart was racing wildly. For an innocent young girl like her, such behavior in a movie theater was far too daring. However, it was indeed quite thrilling. Shen Tao tidied her clothes and snuggled into Chen Yang's arms, like a docile little kitten, leaving the cinema together with Chen Yang. Song Family Banquet Hall. Many members of the Chen family had already arrived. Chen Xingling and her parents, Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing, were also seated at a large round table on the side. This large round table was occupied by relatives who were close to Chen Xingling. The Chen family is a typical large southern clan with many members. This family gathering had already gathered over 100 people. The Chen Xingling family, however, belonged to a branch of the Chen family and held a relatively low status within the clan. At the banquet table, everyone was clinking glasses and enjoying the food and drink. As the conversation continued, the topic inevitably turned to the younger generation, including Chen Xingling. Third brother, Xingling is not only beautiful but also well-mannered and educated, and she's a student at a prestigious university. After she graduates next year, she'll probably land a job at a big company. You're really something, third brother, to raise such an outstanding daughter. We should all learn from you. One of Chen Xingling's aunts looked at the dignified and elegant Chen Xingling with a look of great affection in her eyes. Others chimed in. That's right. We haven't been as good at raising our children as third brother. My son is only in his teens, but he's always messing around with motorcycles, speeding around town, and doesn't listen to a word we say. It's enough to give me a headache. Sigh. Who can argue with that? Xingling is truly beautiful, but she is not that young anymore. Have you arranged a suitable match for her yet, old third? I have a few suitable candidates. Third brother, would you like to take a look? As the conversation continued, they started urging Chen Xingling to get married. Chen Guohua listened to everyone's praise and felt quite pleased. Upon hearing the marriage talk, he immediately turned to Chen Xingling and asked seriously, Xingling, what do you think? Chen Guohua was a lawyer. Therefore, from a young age, he had always educated Chen Xingling in a traditional and strict manner, typical of a strict patriarch. This was also why Chen Xingling was so obedient at home. Zhang Shuqing, sitting beside them, put down her chopsticks and smiled gently. Yes, Xingling, what do you think? Zhang Shuqing, on the other hand, was a teacher. While she wasn't as strict or old-fashioned as Chen Guohua, she wasn't far off. The two looked at Chen Xingling. Chen Xingling, however, remained calm and composed. She put down her chopsticks first, then wiped her lips with a tissue and smiled. Dad, Mom, Auntie, and Uncle. Chapter 157, The Little Witch Chen Xingling. I've given this matter some thought. However, I believe that I should prioritize my studies right now and not let other matters distract me. After graduation, I will reconsider this matter. Chen Xingling's response was very standard and exactly what her parents and relatives wanted to hear. Study. Academic studies must come first. Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing were both satisfied and nodded in agreement. Wow. Xingling is such a good girl. That's what a good daughter should be like. If my daughter had this kind of awareness, that would be wonderful. I really envy the third child. Various compliments followed, making Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing blush with pride, feeling a bit elated. Meanwhile, Chen Xingling, who was being praised to the skies, flashed a mischievous gleam in her beautiful eyes, and a wicked thought characteristic of a little witch emerged in her mind. She made an excuse to go to the restroom and entered the spacious bathroom at the Song family banquet. She sent a message to Chen Yang. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, are you there? Are you having fun with Tao Tao? At that moment, Chen Yang had just left the cinema with Shen Tao. Chen Yang was holding Shen Tao in his arms, sitting on a bench outside the cinema, chatting away. Upon seeing the message from Chen Xingling, Chen Yang quickly replied. Mu Yang, it's okay, what's up? Lemon sauce, nothing, I just missed Chen Yang and wanted to ask. After saying that, Chen Xingling also sent a photo. It was a selfie of herself. In the bathroom, Chen Xingling was wearing a black long dress and gold-rimmed glasses, looking both innocent and intelligent, a stark contrast to her usual image. This version of Chen Xingling was actually quite pretty. Wow, Xingling is so beautiful. Shen Tao, who was in Chen Yang's arms, couldn't help but compliment her after seeing the selfie. It's indeed nice. Chen Yang nodded. He had known Chen Xingling for so long and had never seen her look like this before. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, is she pretty? Mu Yang, you're very beautiful, but it doesn't quite match your image. Lemon sauce, huh? Why doesn't it suit you? Mu Yang, it's too pure. It doesn't suit your style, it's more like Tao Tao's style. Lemon sauce, humph, Chen Yang, you found a new love interest and now you're starting to look down on me, aren't you? Seeing this proud reply, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. He picked up his phone, aimed it at the cute and sweet Shin Tao in his arms, and took a photo. Shin Tao obediently struck a cute pose, looking adorable. The photo was sent. Lemon sauce, wow wow wow. Chen Yang, you're so mean. You're holding Tao Tao like that, it's so suggestive. You're so bad. Mu Yang, what are you talking about? She was just tired, so I was helping her relax. Lemon sauce, men's words are as good as nothing. After a moment, Chun Xingling's message came through again. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, my purity can't compare to Tao Tao's, but I have an advantage that's even better than hers. Mu Yang, Tell me more. Chen Yang's message had just been sent. A photo was sent over. This photo wasn't a selfie or a beauty shot of Chun Xingling, but a leg shot. Chen Xingling lifted her black long skirt slightly, revealing her fair, slender legs. On them, a few small words were faintly visible. Exactly. Chen Yang saw the words and didn't react at first, but he quickly realized what they meant, and a meaningful smile spread across his lips. Little witch, you're truly a little witch. The girl in his arms, Shin Tao, asked in confusion, Chen Yang, what do these words mean? She truly had no idea. You'll find out later. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, how about it? Am I better than Tao Tao? I even wrote it all down for you. Mu Yang, little devil, don't play with fire. Be careful, or I'll make you write it all down. Lemon sauce, hee hee, Chen Yang, I'm waiting. I can't stay any longer. You and Tao Tao have fun. I have to go out first. I'm a proper young lady, 1,000 gold miss, I can't disappear for too long. Mu Yang, go ahead. After playing with fire, Chen Xingling tidied up her clothes, regained her dignified and elegant demeanor in front of others, left the bathroom, and returned to the banquet hall to continue eating. After interacting with Chun Xingling, Chen Yang and Shin Tao had also rested enough. Where do you want to go next? Chen Yang looked at the sweet Shin Tao in his arms and asked with a smile. Shin Tao looked at Chen Yang, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said, Chen Yang, it's almost 10 o'clock. The school gates will close soon. Don't worry, the school closes at 11 p.m. I'll make sure to send you back on time. Chen Yang said with a smile. Oh, okay, then I want to keep browsing the night market. Chen Yang, can I? Shin Tao asked with a look of eager anticipation. Of course, let us go. Chen Yang smiled and led Shin Tao to the nearest night market. Chapter 158, Taking It Slow. After walking around the night market for a while, they didn't eat much, just strolled around and had fun. Shin Tao was indeed a very thoughtful young beauty, constantly holding Chen Yang's hand and clinging to him. A little clingy thing. However, the emotional value she provided was also very high. Shopping with her made him feel incredibly happy. However, after Chen Yang and Shin Tao finished exploring the night market, Shin Tao suddenly realized that it was already past 11 p.m. and it was now 11:30 p.m. Chen Yang, what should we do? The school is closed. Shin Tao looked a bit downcast. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly and said, we played too long. I can't help it either. You promised to take me home. Chen Yang, you're lying. Shin Tao gave a light huff, her youthful face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Alright, it's my fault. But since it's already so late, don't even think about going back to school. I'll drive you home later, and we can do something else afterward. How about it? Chen Yang said with a smile. Alright, I'll listen to you. Shin Tao felt something was off, but she nodded obediently anyway. They left the night market. Chen Yang led Shin Tao to a small tavern located on a small hill. The tavern had a nice atmosphere, where they could drink and enjoy the city lights of Shenzhen from the mountain. Shin Tao was initially quite reserved and didn't want to drink, but gradually she opened up and started drinking with Chen Yang. After a few rounds of drinks, both of them were in a slightly tipsy state. Chen Yang didn't take Shin Tao to continue drinking. He and Shin Tao left the small tavern and went to the parking lot outside. Chen Yang, you're going to take me home, right? Shin Tao said with a blushing face. Sure, I'll take you home. Chen Yang pulled out his car keys. Just as he was about to start the engine, he suddenly noticed something and pretended to be surprised, saying, no way, Tao Tao. I've had some drinks, so driving now would be drunk driving. Shin Tao's face turned slightly pale, and she bit her red lips and said, then, what should we do? Why don't we take a taxi? It's too late, and we're up in the mountains. We won't be able to get a taxi. Chen Yang said directly. What? Shin Tao widened her eyes, looking completely lost, unsure of what to do next. Chen Yang said, there is no other way. I remember there's a hotel on this mountain. Why don't we stay there for the night? Hotel? Upon hearing the word, Shin Tao's entire body heated up rapidly. Her already flushed cheeks turned even redder, and she bit her red lips, torn between decision and hesitation. Chen Yang, this isn't appropriate, is it? She was still a young girl. Although Shin Tao had already engaged in several flirtatious gestures with Chen Yang, But when it came to the final step, she still felt a mix of fear and shyness. Chen Yang laughed and said, "Don't worry, Tao Tao. I'll book 2 rooms." "All right." Xin Tao's beautiful eyes lit up. Booking 2 rooms was indeed a good idea. So Chen Yang took Xin Tao and headed toward the nearby hotel. The hotel on the mountaintop was a 5-star establishment. A very luxurious scenic hotel. Chen Yang led Xin Tao into the hotel. Chen Yang took out his ID card and handed it to the front desk clerk. Cough. "Sir, could you please book 2 rooms for me?" "Sure thing." The front desk clerk enthusiastically took the ID card, but suddenly felt that the texture didn't feel quite right. There seemed to be something underneath the ID card. Upon closer inspection, it was a $100 bill. Glancing at Chen Yang and the blushing, shy Xin Tao beside him, the front desk clerk immediately understood. "Sir, I'm sorry, I checked. We only have 1 room left." The front desk clerk replied. "That's really unfortunate." Chen Yang turned to look at Xin Tao behind him and asked, "Tao Tao, what do you think? Only 1 room left?" Xin Tao had had a few drinks and was feeling a bit dazed, her mind a blank, unsure of what to do. "It's a double bedroom, though," the front desk clerk added. Xin Tao's face turned even redder. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Why don't we do this? Tao Tao, I'll sleep on the floor tonight and you can sleep in the bed. How about that?" Although Xin Tao felt something was off, she eventually nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you, Chen Yang." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Thus, they successfully booked a room. The two entered the hotel room. Although it was a double room, it was still quite spacious for a 5-star hotel. After Chen Yang and Xin Tao entered, Chen Yang seemed quite relaxed and at ease. Xin Tao, on the other hand, was extremely nervous, tugging at the hem of her shirt, her face slightly pale, as if she was still quite afraid. She was completely different from her earlier flirtatious and intimate demeanor with Chen Yang. This was understandable. After all, she was still an innocent young girl. To ease her tension, Chen Yang simply pulled the blanket off and placed it on the ground, smiling, "It's okay. Tao Tao, I'll sleep on the floor tonight." Seeing Chen Yang's gesture, Xin Tao's tension eased considerably. Chapter 159, Don't Cross the Line. The two remained silent for a moment, the atmosphere growing tense and awkward. Chen Yang broke the awkwardness first and smiled, "I'm going to take a shower." "All right." Xin Tao's pretty face had turned as red as an apple. She had never been on a date with a man before in her life, let alone staying in a hotel with a man. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Xin Tao buried her little head under the blankets. She could even hear her heart pounding wildly. A moment later, Chen Yang finished showering. He was only wearing a towel, drying his hair, and walked out of the bathroom. Shantea Ken Yang. Chen Yang, who had just finished showering, looked even more handsome and his physique was also excellent. However, he was wearing way too little. Xin Tao blushed and said shyly, Chen Yang, why are you only wearing a towel?" Chen Yang paused, then smiled, "I'm used to it." Xin Tao buried her head even deeper, looking like a scared little rabbit. Chen Yang smiled, "Do you want to take a shower? I've been out playing around and had some drinks, so I'm pretty dirty." Chen Yang's words reminded Xin Tao that they had just gone to the night market together and had some drinks, leaving them smelling of smoke and alcohol, which felt unpleasant. Especially since Xin Tao was a girl who loved cleanliness. Now that Chen Yang had reminded her, she felt even more uncomfortable all over. But Chen Yang was still there. If she went to take a shower, wouldn't that? Xin Tao struggled internally for a long time before finally biting her lip. "Well, I'll go take a shower." Xin Tao finally got up from the bed, feeling incredibly shy, and walked toward the bathroom. Chen Yang didn't think much of it, sitting on the sofa drying his hair and playing with his phone. About half an hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Xin Tao, who had just finished showering, emerged from the bathroom looking as fresh as a lotus flower. Xin Tao was already extremely shy, and after taking a shower, her entire face was flushed, her fair skin glowing with a delicate blush, as if it could be pierced by a gentle breeze. She was only wearing a women's bathrobe. The bathrobe was quite small, and Xin Tao's figure was extremely sensual. When she wore it, her S-shaped curves were perfectly outlined, with a curvaceous figure. Beneath the robe, her snow-white skin was faintly visible, exuding an irresistible allure. Actually, Xin Tao hadn't intentionally chosen this bathrobe, she simply had nothing else to wear. Her previous clothes were dirty and smelly, so she had no choice but to wear this. Xin Tao felt Chen Yang's gaze on her, making her feel extremely shy. She closed her legs slightly, lowered her head, and tugged at the hem of her robe. The shyness of a young girl. This only intensified the already palpable tension in the air. However, Chen Yang merely smiled and said, "Tao Tao, you're so beautiful." Xin Tao was flattered by Chen Yang's compliment, feeling as though she were bathed in spring breeze, with a sweetness filling her heart. "Thank you, Chen Yang." After taking a shower, Xin Tao didn't wash her hair, so she could go to bed quickly. Chen Yang slept on the floor. Xin Tao slept on the bed. The lights were turned off. Until the moment the lights were turned off, Xin Tao was actually very nervous. Although she was inexperienced, she knew that when a man and a woman were alone in a hotel, something was bound to happen. Chen Yang should. Shen Tao was both afraid and a little excited. But now that the lights were off, Chen Yang hadn't done anything, just laid out a mattress on the floor. This made Shen Tao wonder if she was overthinking things. Chen Yang, it seems like he won't do anything after all. Shen Tao felt slightly reassured. But after a while, she heard some rustling sounds, as if Chen Yang had been tossing and turning. Shen Tao finally realized. Chen Yang is sleeping on the floor. It must be really uncomfortable. The ground was so hard. At the same time, she felt deeply guilty toward herself. She had invited Chen Yang out tonight, yet she was sleeping on such a soft bed while Chen Yang was sleeping on the floor. This bed could easily fit both of them. But, Shen Tao's face flushed. Sleeping in the same bed with a man still made her feel a bit resistant inside. However, she quickly shook her head. Tao, what are you thinking about? Chen Yang clearly hasn't done anything to you. What are you afraid of? You can't let Chen Yang feel uncomfortable just because you're afraid. So, Shen Tao gathered her courage and spoke up. Chen Yang, sleeping on the ground must be uncomfortable, right? Chen Yang's voice rang out. It's okay, it's nothing. I can handle it. Oh. Shen Tao replied. A moment passed. Shen Tao heard Chen Yang tossing and turning again. She bit her red lips and said, Chen Yang, why don't you come sleep in the bed? This bed is pretty big. There's enough room for the two of us. By the end, Shen Tao had already blushed and buried her little head under the blankets. That's not appropriate, is it? Chen Yang pretended to be torn. Shen Tao whispered softly, It's okay, Chen Yang, we can just draw a line down the middle. No one should cross the line. She's still just a girl. Her thoughts are truly innocent and adorable. Chapter 160, The Young Girl Shen Tao. All right. I'll listen to you. Chen Yang smiled and reluctantly got into bed. The two lay on opposite sides of the bed. Shen Tao clung tightly to her side, dared not move closer to Chen Yang. But even so, she could still feel Chen Yang's warm, masculine scent, which made her heart race and her nerves tingle. This ambiguous atmosphere made it impossible to sleep. After a moment, Shen Tao felt Chen Yang's hand had crossed the line. Chen Yang, you've crossed the line. Shen Tao said, her face flushing red. Is that so? This is really too small. I like it bigger when I sleep. It won't bother you, will it? Chen Yang replied. It's fine, it won't bother me. Shen Tao wasn't that strict either, it was just one hand. But gradually, Chen Yang's entire body crossed the line, forcing Shen Tao directly to one side of the bed. Chen Yang. Shen Tao wanted to say something else. But Chen Yang had already wrapped his arms around her from behind. Tao, I like to hold something when I sleep at night. Can I hold you for a bit? Shen Tao's face flushed, but she nodded and said, okay, but Chen Yang, you can only hold me for a little while. Okay, just a hug. A moment later. Chen Yang, your hand. Tao, I'll just touch it. Oh. A little while later. Chen Yang, what are you doing? It's okay, Tao, I was just. Oh. A moment passed. Chen Yang. The next morning. Sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Yang woke up from the bed, exhausted, with the beautiful woman in his arms still sleeping soundly. Tears were still visible at the corners of her eyes, giving her a weak and pitiful appearance. Chen Yang held her even tighter. To be honest, Shen Tao was different from all the women Chen Yang had known before. Shen Tao was truly a pure young girl. She was delicate and charming, gentle as water. She was so pitiful that one couldn't bear to harm her, only wanting to protect and cherish her. That was precisely why Chen Yang was taking things slowly. Although they had already engaged in some flirtatious behavior, this was still Shen Tao's first time, so he needed to take it slow and give her enough time to experience things. He also needed to ensure she had enough emotional readiness. Last night was quite good. Chen Yang held the delicate beauty in his arms, hugging her for a while longer. Shen Tao gradually woke up, her face still flushed with embarrassment, even redder than last night, as if she might blush to the point of bleeding. Chen Yang, you're so bad. Shen Tao said with a mix of playfulness and annoyance. She had calmed down now and recalled last night's events. What about the school being closed? No taxis available. In the middle of nowhere, there was a 5-star hotel. Sleeping on the floor. This must all be Chen Yang's scheme. She fell into his trap step by step and was eventually. That's too much. I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Yang smiled and pinched Shen Tao's little nose. The beautiful girl felt wronged and pouted, then suddenly bit down on Chen Yang's shoulder. However, she didn't bite hard, and Chen Yang was more than happy to accept it. After leaving a tooth mark on Chen Yang's shoulder, Shen Tao finally felt relieved and murmured, bad guy. Then, she buried her head into Chen Yang's chest. She had completely transformed into a docile, obedient little kitten. Chen Yang held her even tighter. The two of them cuddled for a while. Shen Tao said again, Chen Yang, it's all your fault. I had class today, and now I can't go. Although Chen Yang hadn't treated Xin Tao the same way he had treated Chen Xingling last night. But Xin Tao was too delicate and couldn't handle it. Today, she would probably have to rest in the hotel for the entire day. It's okay. It's college. Missing a day of class isn't a big deal. Chen Yang laughed. Xin Tao could only accept his explanation, but she still felt uneasy inside. The thought of skipping class for such a reason was deeply embarrassing. At the same time, a message came through. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, good morning. It was Chen Xingling again. She showed up right on time to wait for him. Mu Yang, good morning. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, you're really awake? I thought you'd at least wait until after midnight. Mu Yang, do you think Tao Tao is like you? Lemon sauce, what's wrong with being like me? Chen Yang, are you unhappy? To be honest, hanging out with Chen Xingling, this little witch, is actually pretty fun. But Xin Tao isn't bad either. After all, she's a delicate beauty, pure, cute, and sweet. The experience is absolutely amazing. Mu Yang, stop talking nonsense. Are you free right now? Lemon sauce, sure, I don't have class today. Chen Yang, what's up? Mu Yang, come over and help me take care of Tao Tao. Xin Tao's current condition still needs someone to take care of her. Chen Xingling is the best choice. Lemon sauce, what? Chen Yang, you're being too much. You're out there flirting with other girls, and now you want me to clean up your mess? That's so mean. Chapter 161, The Dog Like Chen Yan? Mu Yang, are you coming or not? Lemon sauce, don't be so mean, Chen Yang. You called me over, how could I not come? I'm just your little servant, after all. Hashtag so injustice hashtag. Mu Yang, come quickly, I'm waiting here for you. Chen Yang sent Chen Xingling an address. Lemon sauce, got it, Chen Yang. I'll be right over. After ending the call, Chen Yang looked back at Xin Tao in his arms. The young beauty had her eyes closed, clearly having fallen asleep again. Last night had been exhausting for her. In her sleep, Xin Tao was truly breathtakingly beautiful, with her exquisite features and delicate features, as if carved from a perfect piece of jade by heaven, truly a sight to behold. Chen Yang held Xin Tao close, intending to hold her for a while longer, waiting for Chen Xingling's arrival. Longjing Residential Area. This was a high-end apartment complex located in the heart of Shenzhen City. Chen Xingling had finished her call with Chen Yang, put down her phone, and was about to start breakfast. Zhang Shuqing sat beside her, frowning disapprovingly. Eating while playing with your phone? What kind of bad habit did you pick up? Chen Xingling finally realized she was at home and quickly smiled apologetically. Mom, it was a message from my tutor about schoolwork, so I just took a quick look. Your tutor's message? Zhang Shuqing's expression softened slightly and said, then it does need to be checked. But you must be careful not to develop such a bad habit. Don't worry, Mom, I know. Chen Xingling nodded and resumed her usual polite demeanor. Zhang Shuqing was finally slightly satisfied. This was the Chen Xingling she recognized as her daughter. Zhang Shuqing thought for a moment and suddenly said, Xingling, while it's true that you prioritize your studies, you're already a senior in college. Are there really no suitors at your university? If you come across someone outstanding, it might be worth considering. University is different from high school. In high school, dating is strictly prohibited. However, university is different, especially during senior year. During university, it is important to prioritize your emotional well-being to some extent. Otherwise, once you enter society, you won't know anything, and you might end up being deceived by a naive person, which would truly be the end of you. Chen Xingling had originally intended to deny it outright, but then she thought of using her studies as an excuse. But after thinking it over, she suddenly remembered something and smiled. Mom! There really is one. Really? Zhang Shuqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of person is he? Is he handsome? What is his family background? He is pretty handsome, and his family is well off. Chen Xingling bit her red lips and continued, he has been pursuing me relentlessly for 2 or 3 years now. Mom, do you think I should give it a try? Zhang Shuqing thought for a moment and said, since he is handsome, comes from a good family, and is deeply in love with you, it's definitely worth a try. Chen Xingling feigned distress and said, but I don't feel anything for him. He's always been my little puppy, constantly fawning over me. I just find it so boring. Zhang Shuqing, upon hearing this, was very satisfied and said, that's exactly how it should be. Xingling, you're so beautiful, smart, and well-mannered. Men will be lining up to chase after you. Most men are just waiting to be chosen by you. You don't need to rush. Take your time. In their eyes, you're a goddess, you can have them any way you want. Zhang Shuqing was quite confident in her daughter. With Chen Xingling's looks and demeanor, she was undoubtedly the center of attention and the envy of everyone at school. Men are just there for the taking. All right. Mom, I'll listen to you. Chen Xingling giggled and said, then I'll bring him home for you and Dad to meet. If you think he is suitable, I'll give him another chance. Is that okay? Sure. Zhang Shuqing was very happy. She was curious to see what kind of person her daughter's suitor was. Chen Xingling's smile grew sweeter, though it now held a hint of mischief. Chen Yang, my brother. You'd better make a good impression. Capital Airport. The plane from the United States finally landed. Jiro's final flight had finally come to an end. Ruah, goodbye. We'll meet again someday. Ruah, if you ever make it big, don't forget about us. Jia, goodbye. Former colleagues waved goodbye to Jiro one by one. After this flight, Jiro officially entered the resignation phase, marking the end of her career as a flight attendant. Once she had completed all the resignation procedures, Jerome planned to treat everyone to a meal. After that meal, that would truly be the end of the group. Jiro would also bid farewell to this industry, becoming a free agent and pursue her dreams with confidence. Jiro had been waiting for this moment for so long, she couldn't even remember how long. After saying goodbye to her colleagues one by one, Jerome plans to return to the hotel first, freshen up, change clothes, and then rush straight to the airport to catch the flight to Shenzhen. Chapter 162, Chen Qingling's Reward. Although Jiro was already very tired, her determination to return to Shenzhen was still urgent. Whether it was for her own dreams, for Jamumu, or because of Jerome bit her red lips and didn't continue thinking about it. While waiting for the car, she called to reserve a high-end restaurant in Shenzhen. Cloud and Western Restaurant. This restaurant wasn't actually considered one of Shenzhen's top-tier establishments, just relatively upscale. The average per-person cost was around 2,000. Why did she choose this restaurant? It was because Jiro had once planned with Chun Yang that one day, when they had enough money, they would go there to indulge themselves and enjoy a nice meal. However, various plans came up, and when it finally came time to go, they calculated the cost and couldn't bring themselves to spend that much. It also didn't seem that delicious. There were also cheaper alternatives nearby. It seemed like. Actually, it was just because they didn't have the money. As for why Jiro was booking this restaurant now, it's partly to thank Chen Yang for taking in Jamumu and looking after her for over half a month. Second, it's like announcing to Chen Yang that she has completely changed from her past. She is no longer the same Jiro she used to be. She must succeed at all costs. Jiro was determined, but when she finally managed to call the restaurant and heard the price for the reservation, she couldn't help but suddenly ask the restaurant staff, "Do you have any discounts or promotions going on lately? Any discounts or promotions?" At the hotel entrance. Inside the Ferrari. Chen Qingling, dressed in a black long dress, gentle and charming with an exquisite demeanor, was currently sitting in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yang, a playful smile on her lips. "Chen Yang, you're really not being yourself. Tao Tao is such a pure and adorable young beauty, and you've corrupted her. How despicable. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Yang tapped her on the head and said, "Hurry up and go take care of Tao Tao." "Oomph, you hit me and now you're telling me what to do? Chen Yang, I'm a girl too, and I'm your little sister. You're just bullying me." Chen Qingling looked all pitiful. Chen Yang sighed helplessly, "Alright, help me this once, and I'll give you a reward later." "What kind of reward?" Chen Qingling's expression changed instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "This good little sister of mine is truly a chameleon." Chen Yang smiled and asked, "What do you want?" Chen Qingling pondered for a moment before whispering, "I hope Chen Yang can help me write another character." "Is that okay? Write another character?" Chen Yang didn't understand what she meant at first. But soon, he realized what she meant. One character. It was Wubi. That meant, the little witch is just a little witch. Chen Yang instinctively glanced at Chen Qingling's skirt hem. This little vixen, she wouldn't still have those words there, would she? "Come on, Chen Yang, can't you do it?" Chen Qingling smiled coquettishly. "Alright, what's the problem?" Chen Yang smiled slightly. "Chen Yang is the best." Chen Qingling quickly kissed Chen Yang on the cheek and then laughed. "Well, Chen Yang, I'll go first." "Go ahead." Chen Yang nodded. Chen Qingling was about to leave. However, she seemed to think of something and stopped, saying, "Oh, right, Chen Yang, there's one more thing." What is it?" Chen Yang asked. "Chen Yang, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to learn more about my family situation, right? Why don't you come with me to my house sometime soon? I'll introduce you to my parents." Chen Qingling said with a smile. "Isn't this just meeting the parents?" Chen Yang's current task with Chen Qingling was to learn about her family background, and he had been eager to visit her home for some time. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he wouldn't let it slip away. "Alright, you pick a time." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Chen Qingling giggled and said, "I'll check again. Chen Yang, if you go to my house and see me in front of my family, don't be too surprised, okay? I'm leaving. Bye." Chen Qingling smiled faintly and got out of the car, leaving. Watching Chen Qingling's departing figure, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. His little sister sure knew how to have fun. I wonder what kind of tricks Chen Qingling will pull when I go to her house. Chen Yang didn't think much of it, started the Ferrari A12 and prepared to leave. It was already noon. He needed to go to the company to handle matters related to Li Wei. In the evening, naturally, it would be about Jiro. This matter is still extremely important to him. Thinking about it carefully, he hasn't seen Jiro in a long time. So much has happened during this time. Meeting again feels like a world has changed. Boom! The Ferrari 812 emitted a dazzling plume of exhaust, transforming into a beautiful red shadow that vanished into the mountain road. Chapter 163, Shin Tao's Mission. Brother-in-law, I'm dying. Save me. 555,555. Just as he arrived at the company building and the car hadn't even come to a complete stop, Chen Yang received a message from Jamumu. Chen Yang was puzzled and replied. Mu Yang, what's wrong? Heartbroken pork rib soup, I forgot today was the day my sister was coming back. I stayed up all night last night and haven't slept yet. What should I do about my brother-in-law? Mu Yang, just go to sleep now. Sad pork rib soup, what if I don't wake up in time to pick her up at the airport? I'm really screwed, brother-in-law. Mu Yang, what are you afraid of? She's just an old woman. Sad rib soup, the older the tigress, the scarier she is. I'm so tired, I don't care anymore. Brother-in-law. I'm going to sleep now. Make sure you come back and wake me up later. Mumu's life is in your hands. Don't forget. Mu Yang, alright, go to sleep. Heartbroken pork rib soup, you're the best, brother-in-law. I love you the most. The chat ended. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel exasperated. His little sister-in-law was truly relentless, always finding an excuse to stay up all night playing games. It was time to have Jiro deal with her. Soon. Jamumu sent another time and location. 7 o'clock in the evening. Xincheng Baoan Airport. Jiro asked Chen Yang to come along as well, to have dinner together, as she wanted to thank him. Chen Yang already knew about it and had made preparations. Before that, he needed to handle some company matters first. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has engaged in an intimate relationship. Binding successful. Name, Shin Tao. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 55 waist 92 bust 90 hip. Relationship, lover. Loyalty, 75%. Shin Tao's measurements are quite good. She has a very mature physique, which differs significantly from Chun Qingling's slimmer measurements. Her loyalty is also surprisingly high. A whopping 75%. After all, she's still a young girl, so she's pretty loyal to her first love. Intimate task assigned. The girl's wish. Description: every young girl has countless wishes in her heart. Fulfilling any one of them will make her very happy. Requirements: fulfill one of Shin Tao's wishes and complete a date. Reward: 2 million, 1 attribute point. Fulfill a young girl's small wish. It should be fairly straightforward. I'll complete it later when I have time. With that in mind, Chen Yang got out of the car and headed toward the company building. Upon entering the company, many colleagues passing by greeted Chen Yang. However, their greetings were different from the casual exchanges between subordinates and superiors before. Now, the colleagues looked at Chen Yang with an added touch of reverence. Clearly, yesterday's short video by Li Wei had already made Chen Yang famous throughout the company. This was exactly what Chen Yang needed. In the entertainment industry, traffic is everything. As long as he can secure traffic, turning Tianma into his asset is merely a matter of time. After entering the department, Zhou Man immediately approached him. Congratulations, Manager Chen. Yesterday's video went viral. It's already close to 20 million views and over 2 million likes. Li Wei's follower count has also reached over 500,000, surpassing the highest value of her personal account. Plus, Li Wei has been dubbed the Douyin Queen by her fans. Her influence is still spreading. Manager Chen, you really have an eye for talent. As soon as Zhou Man and Chen Yang met, Zhou Man immediately showered Chen Yang with compliments. Of course. Zhou Man wasn't just talking nonsense. Yesterday's short video went viral, setting a new record for the highest views on Tianma's first day. Moreover, Li Wei gained over 500,000 followers in a single day, which is simply unimaginable. You have to understand that even with all the resources available to Li Wei's team, it would take months of operation to gain a few 100,000 followers, and most of them would be inactive accounts. Gaining 500,000 to 600,000 followers in a single day is something we couldn't. It can be said that this short video truly showcased Chen Yang's exceptional vision. It has finally brought out the true potential of Li Wei, this piece of gold. Of course, this has little to do with Chen Yang. The real credit goes to the system. Regarding Zhou Man's praise, Chen Yang remained non-committal and instead asked, what about Li Wei? Is she at the company now? She's here, in the live streaming room. Mr. Chen, I'll take you there. Zhou Man smiled. After witnessing Chen Yang's capabilities, Zhou Man had a completely new understanding of him. Previously, she had thought Chen Yang was just a clueless newcomer. Now it was clear that Chen Yang was actually extremely capable. Let's go. Chen Yang said casually. He had come to the company this time primarily for Li Wei. Alright. Zhou Man led Chen Yang toward the live streaming studio. Chapter 164, Video Concept. They arrived at the live streaming studio. As soon as they entered, Chen Yang immediately spotted the charming and alluring Li Wei, who was standing in front of the mirror, seemingly adjusting her expression. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, she quickly turned around and respectfully said to him, "Mr. Chen." Her attitude toward Chen Yang was even more respectful now. Clearly, yesterday's success had dispelled the last of her doubts about Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, gave Li Wei a quick once-over, and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Li Wei's outfit today was still in the sweet girl style. She hadn't managed to change it yet. Although she looked pretty in this outfit, she still paled in comparison to the more mature, sophisticated style of the woman she had become. "Joe Man, step out for a moment," Chen Yang said to Joe Man. "All right." Joe Man nodded and left the live streaming room. After Joe Man left, the large live streaming room was left with only Li Wei and Chen Yang. Chen Yang stared intently at Li Wei without saying a word. Li Wei felt uncomfortable under Chen Yang's gaze, but she clenched her lips tightly and stood straight, allowing Chen Yang to scrutinize her. After a long while, Chen Yang finally spoke calmly. "Do you think you're suited to be a sweet girl?" This single sentence made Li Wei's face flush slightly, and she hurriedly explained. "No, that's not it. Mr. Chen, I just thought of an idea last night. I wanted to show it to Mr. Chen." "An idea?" Chen Yang furrowed his brows, growing more puzzled as he asked, "What kind of idea?" When the topic came up, Li Wei's face flushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind. Immediately, she gently lifted the cream-colored casual pants she was wearing today, revealing a pair of beautiful legs beneath the pants. And those legs were wrapped in mature, sexy black stockings, extremely alluring. Chen Yang was taken aback by the sight. He hadn't expected Li Wei to pull this move. Stockings inside the pants. It definitely had a different vibe. Li Wei blushed and continued, "Mr. Chen, for the next video, I want to switch between the sweet girl and the mature woman styles so the audience can see my contrast. This type of video should have more appeal. What do you think, Mr. Chen?" When Li Wei said this, she sounded a bit timid, clearly lacking confidence, but her beautiful eyes still held a hint of passion, as if she felt her idea was still quite good. Chen Yang was taken aback once more. He hadn't expected Li Wei to come up with her own video idea. She truly lived up to her reputation as an S-class talent recommended by the system. This idea was indeed quite good. Beautiful women with a single facial feature are simply too common on the internet today. Only by blending multiple styles can one truly leave a lasting impression. That's acceptable. Chen Yang nodded. Li Wei, upon hearing Chen Yang's approval, couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that Chen Yang's recognition meant a great deal to her. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected that Li Wei's fame has increased by 5%. Li Wei's current fame, rising to prominence 10%. Host has received an influence reward of 10 million. The influence from yesterday's video was still significant, directly boosting Li Wei's fame to 10%. 1 million in hand. That's pretty satisfying. Chen Yang checked Li Wei's current attributes again. Name, Li Wei. Age, 23. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body measurements, 56 waist 99 chest 95 hip. Relationship, subordinate. Loyalty, 60%. Influence, rising fame 10%. After the video went viral, Li Wei's loyalty to Chen Yang has significantly increased. It has now reached 60%. It seems that Li Wei is quite sensible and not the type to bite the hand that feeds her. Immediately afterward, another system notification sounded. Detected that one of the host's subordinates has reached 10% influence. The host has successfully obtained 2 viral video idea rewards. Viral video idea rewards? What on earth is that? Chen Yang had never seen such a reward before. However, it didn't take long. 2 ideas immediately came to mind. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The system truly lives up to its name. If these 2 ideas were turned into short videos, the traffic they would generate would be unimaginable. Thus, Chen Yang turned his gaze back to Li Wei in front of him. Chen Yang smiled slightly and continued, "Li Wei, it's just a contrast. That's still not enough. Is there something else needed?" Li Wei blinked her beautiful big eyes. Chen Yang laughed, "The video needs a real showstopper. Just black stockings aren't enough to be tempting. Then, what else do you want?" Li Wei asked curiously. Chen Yang took out a pair of high heels from the side and handed them to Li Wei. He then took out a deep V-neck mature woman's dress and handed it to Li Wei as well. "Put them on," Chen Yang said. If it had been before, Li Wei might have had some resistance, but after yesterday's video, her loyalty to Chen Yang had increased significantly. Chapter 165, The Female CEO. She had fully accepted her mature woman's style of dressing. All right. Li Wei picked up the stepmother dress and high heels and entered the fitting room to change. After changing into the mature woman's outfit, Li Wei finally felt like herself. A pure, sensual oval face, paired with a sexy, curvy figure, a mature, alluring S-shaped stepmother dress, black stockings, and a pair of tempting Valentino high heels. This outfit on Li Wei was enough to make anyone lose their composure. Even Chen Yang couldn't help but stare for a moment. However, he quickly snapped out of it and laughed. The mature woman style suits you better. Li Wei's face flushed, then she said, Mr. Chen, this outfit is indeed very nice, but if I just wear this, it's too ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Indeed. Even if Li Wei is perfectly suited for a mature woman's style, such an ordinary video would definitely not attract much traffic and wouldn't go viral. It's simple. Chen Yang smiled and directly took out a thick white women's coat from the side, one that reached the knees. Put on this coat and cover everything up, Chen Yang said. Li Wei didn't know what Chen Yang was up to, but she put on the white women's coat anyway. After putting on the white coat, Li Wei finally realized why Chen Yang had asked her to wear it. Once the white coat was on, Li Wei's sexy, curvy figure, along with her mature, voluptuous, and elegant stepmother-like silhouette, were all completely covered up. The Li Wei in the white coat no longer exuded the alluring charm of a young married woman, but instead carried a touch of the elegance of a refined young lady. However, beneath the coat, there was another layer of allure. If she were to make an appearance in the white coat and then open it to reveal the stunning figure beneath, it would undoubtedly be a major sensation. Thinking of this, Li Wei's face grew even redder, and her gaze toward Chen Yang was filled with admiration. Chen Yang! You're so amazing! However, for Chen Yang, this was still not enough. Short videos aren't just about contrast, they need a highlight. As for what the hook was, it's naturally the creative idea just provided by the system. With so many factors working in his favor, Chen Yang is confident. Li Wei's second video will definitely go viral as well. Alright. Let's arrange for Joe Man to film it later, Chen Yang said to Li Wei. Today's work is almost done. 1 hour. That's good. Li Wei nodded. However, she stood there for a moment, hesitating, before finally speaking up. Manager Chen, actually, I have one more small matter. Go ahead. Chen Yang responded. Li Wei bowed deeply to Chen Yang with a serious expression and said, Manager Chen. Thank you. Thank you for helping me out at this time. Thank you for letting me taste the sweetness of success. Mr. Chen, you are my savior, so in a few days, I'd like to treat you to a meal to properly thank you. Is that okay? Li Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled with sincerity. This woman, though inexperienced in the ways of the world, had a good character and knew how to repay kindness. Li Wei's loyalty toward her once again increased. Reached 65%. This was also a good thing for Chen Yang. The higher Li Wei's loyalty, the lower the probability of a scandal. Don't let the carefully cultivated big influencer collapse overnight, dragging you down with them. That would be disastrous. Alright, set a time. Alright. Li Wei silently noted it down. She would definitely prepare carefully for this thank you banquet. The direction for the new video shoot was set, and today's tasks were mostly wrapped up. Chen Yang checked the time. It was only a little past 2, still early. However, he still had another task to attend to shortly. Once that was completed, it would be time to head to the airport to pick up Jiro. Chen Yang had just left the live streaming studio. But he saw Joe Man rushing over and whispering, Mr. Chen, Mr. Su is looking for you. Mr. Su? Chen Yang furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, which Mr. Su? The CEO of Tianma, Suningbing, Mr. Su. Joe Man replied. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the CEO of Tianma to come looking for him personally. It was probably related to yesterday's video incident. Lead the way, Chen Yang said indifferently. Alright. Joe Man nodded. Joe Man led Chen Yang toward the president's office. They arrived at the 12th floor of Tianma Group, in front of the president's office. Joe Man knocked on the door and whispered, Mr. Su, Manager Chen is here. Come in. A cold, clear female voice followed. Joe Man nodded and opened the door to the president's office for Chen Yang. Chen Yang walked in confidently and entered the president's office. As soon as he entered the office, he immediately saw the female president of Tianma Group, Suningbing, sitting at the president's desk. She had a cold expression, a poised demeanor, and was dressed in a black suit. To be honest, Chen Yang had seen Suningbing a few times before when he was working at the company. This female president was indeed beautiful, with a poised and confident demeanor, and she had quite a reputation within the company. Chapter 166, General Manager? Unfortunately, she was probably just all bark and no bite. Tianma Group is currently in a state of chaos, with unwritten rules rampant and employees being exploited in various ways. I wonder how much responsibility the female CEO bears for this mess. Please sit down. Suningbing remained expressionless upon seeing Chen Yang and spoke in her usual calm tone. Chen Yang nodded and sat across from Suningbing. He cut straight to the point and asked, Ms. Su, may I ask why you called me here today? Suningbing smiled indifferently and said, I watched the video you planned yesterday. It was quite good. The company has been promoting Li Wei for so long but hasn't been able to make it take off, yet you achieved it with just one video. It shows you're very capable. It was indeed about yesterday's video. The traffic Li Wei had generated yesterday was indeed significant, so it was no surprise that Suningbing, the CEO, had taken notice. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. Chen Yang responded politely. The company still needs someone like you. If you ever need anything at work, feel free to come to me. I'll do my best to help. Su Ningbing gave a faint smile. This was a standard polite remark. Chen Yang, being a seasoned professional, knew that Su Ningbing hadn't called him over just to make small talk. Chen Yang cut straight to the point. Miss Su, you didn't call me here for this, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Since he had the system, he no longer cared much about company matters. If it weren't for the task, he wouldn't bother at all. Now that he had become the largest shareholder of Tianma, he didn't need to show Su Ningbing too much respect. He could say whatever he wanted without wasting time. Su Ningbing was currently unaware of his true identity, as his shares were actually controlled by a fund established by the system. Su Ningbing knows that Chen Yang is a shareholder, but she likely doesn't know the extent of his power. Su Ningbing clearly hadn't expected Chen Yang to be so direct. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll be straightforward. You know what a celebrity audition is, right?" "Of course." Chen Yang nodded. He still had tasks related to the celebrity audition. "This celebrity audition is quite important for our company, Tianma." Su Ningbing explained, in the second half of the year, Tianma has many events planned, and we need to promote some new talent to participate in these events and gain fame. The older generation of stars at Tianma have either left the industry, faced scandals, or retired, leaving few who can still represent the company's image. That's why this celebrity audition is so important. I don't want any issues to arise. I want you to become the general manager of Tianma Group and take full responsibility for this celebrity audition. Chen Yang, are you willing to accept? Su Ningbing stared intently at Chen Yang, her expression deep and complex, her thoughts unknown. Chen Yang remained silent. Taking full responsibility for the celebrity interview, he could understand. But to be appointed as the general manager of Tianma Group? This was something he couldn't wrap his head around. Chen Yang found it somewhat hard to comprehend. General manager. It's not just a department manager. In Tianma, the general manager holds significant authority, overseeing all departments. Such a position, if Chen Yang were to leverage his shareholder status, he could certainly secure it. But now, Su Ningbing is telling him to take it. What does this woman really mean? Chen Yang initially wanted to refuse, but upon further consideration, if Tianma were to become his asset in the future, he would inevitably need to manage it. Otherwise, if anything were to go wrong, he would be held accountable. To manage Tianma, power is undoubtedly necessary. Even if Su Ningbing didn't offer the position of general manager, he would use his own means to climb to the top. Regardless of what Su Ningbing is up to. Does Chen Yang need to worry? Not at all. He is now the largest shareholder of Tianma. Although Su Ningbing is the president, he can't stir up much trouble. Mr. Su, you really think highly of me. Chen Yang smiled. Mr. Chen, dare you accept? Su Ningbing crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on Chen Yang with a hint of scrutiny. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Thank you, Ms. Su. Su Ningbing didn't expect Chen Yang to be so straightforward. She paused for a moment before saying, "If you've accepted, that is fine. Before the celebrity interview, I will issue the official appointment notice. The celebrity audition is crucial for the company. I hope Mr. Chen won't take it lightly. Let's work together smoothly in the future." Su Ningbing extended her hand toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained non-committal and shook hands with Su Ningbing. Chen Yang left. Su Ningbing watched Chen Yang's departing figure in silence for a long time before finally sighing deeply. After leaving the company, Chen Yang arrived at the luxury car sales center in Shili, Shenzhen. Inside the Lamborghini flagship store. Roar! A top-of-the-line Lamborghini Urus worth 3.5 million yuan slowly drove out of the flagship store and pulled up in front of Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, all the paperwork for the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Urus you reserved is ready. You can take it now." The female saleswoman held the car keys and spoke to Chen Yang with great respect. Chen Yang nodded and took the keys. Looking at the Lamborghini Urus in front of him, he was quite satisfied. Over 3 million. Though it couldn't compare to a Ferrari A12, it had the advantage of being a 4-seater, while the A12 was only a 2-seater, which wouldn't be very convenient when picking up Giro later. Chen Yang had actually considered buying a Maybach, Bentley, or Rolls-Royce. But upon further consideration, driving such a vehicle without a driver seemed a bit odd. Chapter 167, Goodbye Giro Part 1. If you drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini, or Porsche, people will think you're a rich kid. But if you drive a Rolls-Royce, Bentley, or Maybach, people will just assume you're a driver, renting the car, or working for a wedding planning company. That's why Chen Yang chose this 4-seater Lamborghini Urus. After getting into the Lamborghini Urus, Chen Yang felt pretty comfortable. It's no wonder it's a top-tier SUV. Both the visibility and interior space comfort are far superior to low-slung supercars like the Ferrari A12. The only downside is that the driving feel is slightly inferior. But that's not a big deal. As long as it looks cool, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has successfully made an indulgent purchase, reward obtained, 7 million. The reward for buying the car wasn't small either. After deducting the 350 million spent on the car, there was still over 300 million in income. Plus the 10 million reward from Li Wei's influence. Chen Yang's savings finally broke through the 40 million mark. And this was all achieved in less than a month. It's already reached 40 million. The system is truly insane. And it's not just the deposits that have increased. Chen Yang now also has Tianma's assets, and his physical metrics have also improved. It's truly delightful. With the system, life feels like it's on easy mode. It's so exhilarating. Chen Yang thought about all this and felt full of energy. Boom! He stepped on the gas pedal. Chen Yang drove the Lamborghini Urus out of the flagship store and headed toward the horizon. Back to Xiaoan community. Chen Yang headed straight for Zhimumu's room. That damn little brat. He called her over a dozen times, but she didn't pick up. She must have passed out from sleeping. Chen Yang entered Zhimumu's room feeling a bit annoyed. However, upon entering the room and seeing Zhimumu, Chen Yang's anger dissipated by more than half. At that moment, Zhimumu was sound asleep on the soft bed. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her smooth long hair cascading over the pillow, and the faint sunlight filtering through the curtains illuminated her delicate, charming face, revealing an absolutely stunning appearance. She was wearing a cute pink nightgown, her perfect figure completely covered, her delicate shoulders slightly exposed, revealing her snow-white collarbone and straps. She held the large teddy bear she had bought herself, breathing evenly, in a classic sleeping pose of a young beauty. This scene was truly a sight to behold. This kind-hearted younger sister-in-law is truly beautiful. However, she seemed to be having a nightmare, her delicate brows furrowed, her eyelashes fluttering, and her delicate body trembling slightly, as if she were very afraid. Chen Yang walked over, sat by the bed, and gently patted Zhimumu's shoulder, calling out, "Mumu! Mumu, wake up!" Zhimumu responded softly with a nasal breath, slowly opening her eyes, her beautiful eyes still filled with confusion and helplessness. Once she recognized Chen Yang, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. "Woo-woo! Uncle Chen, sniff sniff, Uncle Chen! You came to save me. Brother-in-law. I'm really scared. I was alone in the alley, woo-woo. I felt like there were bad people all around me. Brother-in-law. Take me away, take me out of here." Zhimumu was crying so hard. It was like a pear blossom in the rain, touching the heart. She looked like a helpless little girl. Chen Yang listened to her words, initially not quite understanding what Zhimumu was saying. But soon, he realized what was going on. This was something that had happened to Zhimumu when she was a child. Zhimumu and Jiro were raised by their grandparents, relying on each other since childhood. One day, when Jiro went to pick up Zhimumu, she was a bit late. Zhimumu, being playful, went out on her own and got lost. She got lost. She didn't know where she had ended up, and she shivered in the cold until late at night. It was only after Jiro called the police that she was found and brought home. Since then, Zhimumu has had a deep-seated fear, constantly plagued by nightmares, and she dares not go to dark places at night. She developed PTSD as a result. Chen Yang held Zhimumu in his arms, gently patting her back and speaking softly. "It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Your brother-in-law is here. It's okay. Woo-woo. Uncle Chen." Zhimumu continued to sob and choke, looking pitiful. "Brother-in-law. You have no idea how brave I was last night. 3 people were chasing me, but I turned around and hit them with a 100-splitting slash, leaving them barely alive. Then I pulled them in, and by the time it was 3 o'clock, I just kept slashing away. 1 against 3, and I came out on top. My teammates could only give me 666. Brother-in-law, I'm so awesome, right?" Zhimumu, who had already applied light makeup and dressed up sweetly and cutely, walked side by side with Chen Yang toward the exit of the residential area, boasting about her glorious battle achievements to Chen Yang as they went. Chen Yang listened with a face full of exasperation. Is this really the same little sister-in-law who was clinging to him just a moment ago? Once she snapped out of it, she was like a completely different person. She wasn't even that cute anymore. Chapter 168, Farewell to Jiro Part 2. Since you're so impressive, why don't you chat with your sister later too? Chen Yang replied casually. I don't want to talk to her. What does that old woman know? His younger sister-in-law was still pretty stubborn. Chen Yang smiled. As the two of them were leaving, they happened to run into the landlady, who was carrying a small basket and returning from buying groceries. The landlady's outfit today was as conservative and dignified as ever, wearing a white housewife dress with a small jacket over it, looking very gentle and composed. Jajiro? The landlady saw Chen Yang and Zhimumu, especially Zhimumu, and her face turned slightly red with surprise. Jiro is back? Or is she Chen Yang's girlfriend? Then doesn't that mean she's kind of stealing Chen Yang away? This made the landlady feel shy, but also a strange sense of excitement. However, her concerns were quickly dispelled when Zhimumu directly said, "Landlady, I'm not Jiro. Jiro is my older sister. I'm Zhimumu." She also felt a bit annoyed inside. The landlady really has poor eyesight. How could she mistake me, this innocent, cute, and beautiful super cute girl, for that tigress? That's too much. The landlady finally realized her mistake and laughed awkwardly but politely. You two sisters do look a bit alike at first glance. But upon closer inspection, the differences are quite noticeable. Compared to her, Jamumu is indeed much more youthful and cute, while Jiro is more mature and sexy. Chunyang asked with a smile, landlady, did you just come back from buying groceries? Yes, I bought some food for dinner. The landlady smiled again, then looked at Chunyang and Jamumu and asked curiously, are you two going out? Yeah, we have something to do. Chunyang replied. The landlady didn't ask any further questions, but she looked at Chunyang and Jamumu, as if she had thought of something, and smiled. Well, you two go ahead. I'll be on my way. The landlady left. Watching the landlady's fiery, sexy figure as she walked away, Jamumu couldn't help but exclaim. Brother-in-law, did you notice? The landlady's figure is really amazing. Really? Chunyang pretended not to know and said, I haven't really noticed. Brother-in-law, you're really no good. Other men's attention is always on beautiful women. But you never pay any attention to her. You don't even notice the beautiful landlady, no wonder you're still single. Jamumu looked down on Chunyang with a touch of contempt. Your brother-in-law is a proper gentleman, he doesn't care about such things. Chunyang said casually. Who would believe that? Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue. She glanced again at the landlady's stunning silhouette and continued. But to be honest, the landlady's aura is truly remarkable. She has the elegance of a high society lady, every movement so graceful. It's truly inspiring. Chunyang remained non-committal. A noble woman? On the surface, that's exactly what she is. But behind closed doors, it's not so simple. The two of them went outside. Jamumu scanned the parking lot with a puzzled expression in her beautiful eyes and asked, brother-in-law, where's your car? It's a bit further out. Chunyang replied. Jamumu suddenly thought of something and giggled. Brother-in-law, actually, I think you could drive over in something less expensive instead of the Ferrari. Why? Chunyang asked, feeling a bit confused. Jamumu said seriously, brother-in-law, think about it. Why did your sister leave you and break up with you? Isn't it because of money? Since my sister is so materialistic, you should first use a junk car to deceive her, make her look down on you, and think you're still the same as before. Then, when she starts mocking you, you'd pull out your Ferrari. She'd be speechless. That would be so satisfying. Brother-in-law, you think so too, right? Jamumu grew increasingly excited as she spoke, seeming to take pleasure in humiliating Rong Rong and feeling quite pleased with herself. Chunyang was speechless and said, where did you learn that? How boring. That's how it's written in novels. Brother-in-law, I think it's pretty interesting. Let that old woman know what it means to have the tide turn in 30 years. Jamumu waved her little pink fists, looking full of fighting spirit. Chunyang said, enough, I don't have any such intentions. My sister and I aren't at that point yet. There's no need to do that. But I did switch to a more ordinary car. Jamumu heard Chunyang's first half and felt pretty disappointed, thinking there wouldn't be any excitement tonight. But when she heard the second half, her eyes lit up and she perked up, excitedly saying, brother-in-law, what kind of cheap car did you get? A bid? A Wuling Hongguang? A Nissan Sunny? Or something else? None of those. Chunyang smiled slightly, pulled out the car keys, and started the engine. Not far away. Chapter 169, Farewell to Jerome Part 2. The headlights of the Lamborghini Urus parked on the side suddenly lit up. The sleek orange-yellow body paired with the SUV's imposing design resembled the Bumblebee from the movies, exuding both elegance and grandeur. Jamumu saw the car and was first utterly surprised, then couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Brother-in-law, is this your new car? Yeah. Chunyang nodded and smiled, how about it? Not bad, right? It's so cool. This is the most futuristic SUV I've ever seen. Jamumu's eyes were filled with stars. As a die-hard esports enthusiast, she might not have much of a reaction to supercars, but she was absolutely captivated by this high-tech luxury vehicle. Brother-in-law, what kind of car is this? Lamborghini Urus, 350 million. Chunyang replied with a smile. 350 million. Jamumu covered her mouth with her hands, her cute face filled with astonishment. Chunyang said. Switching to a cheaper car means going from over 5 million to over 3 million? This is way too flashy. However, Jamumu didn't feel much about the money. She just felt. Brother-in-law, he really is pretty impressive, isn't he? After getting into the car, Jamumu sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. She looked at Chunyang in the driver's seat, her admiration overflowing, and said, brother-in-law, driving this car feels like piloting a mecha. So cool. Is it really that exaggerated? Chunyang smiled helplessly. While the Lamborghini Urus was undeniably sleek, most men still preferred supercars. On the other hand, women actually prefer SUVs. Of course, when we say SUV, we're talking about the Mercedes-Benz G-Class or the Porsche Cayenne. Really? I'd love to give it a try. Jumumu was eager to try. You don't even have a driver's license. What are you going to drive? Chen Yang rejected her outright. What? Jumumu pouted, sounding a bit upset. So you can't drive without a license? Playing dumb, are you? Chen Yang pretended to tap her on the head. He. Jumumu stuck out her little tongue and hummed, "Brother-in-law, I was just joking with you. You're so impatient. Just wait. When I have time, I'll go get my driver's license. I'm a master-level driver in Need for Speed. Getting a driver's license? That's a piece of cake." Jumumu spoke confidently. Chen Yang casually said, "Alright, if you can get your driver's license, I'll even give you the car." "Brother-in-law, you said it yourself. I believe you." Jumumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Yeah, I said it." Chen Yang didn't seem to care. "Yay! Brother-in-law, you're so kind." Jumumu was so excited she couldn't contain herself, already thinking about when she could start her driving lessons. Boom! Chen Yang also started the Lamborghini Urus and left the area. Evening. Xincheng Baoan International Airport. Chen Yang and Jumumu stood on the square outside the airport waiting. By the time they arrived here, Jumumu, who had been lively and adorable earlier, seemed much more reserved. She kept glancing inside the airport, as if she were looking at something terrifying. "When is your sister arriving?" Chen Yang asked. "She could show up at any moment." Jumumu looked as though she were facing a formidable enemy, her face pale with fear. "Is there really a need to be so tense? Your sister isn't some kind of tiger, is she?" Chen Yang was speechless. "She is way more formidable than a tigress." Jumumu spoke with a trembling voice. Chen Yang sighed helplessly and asked, "Did she mention anything about booking a restaurant or anything?" "She said she has already booked it. We just have to wait." Jumumu replied. "Alright then." Chen Yang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and looked toward the airport entrance. But as he turned his head, his gaze locked with a pair of cold, clear eyes. Those cold eyes stared at Chen Yang, filled with various emotions such as calmness, anticipation, indifference, and nervousness. In any case, both she and Chen Yang froze in place. Through the surging crowd at the airport, they stared at each other. The owner of those cold eyes was none other than Jumumu's older sister, Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend, Jiro. At that moment, Jiro was no longer dressed as a flight attendant. She had changed out of her uniform and was now wearing a beige coat over a white shirt, paired with a black pencil skirt. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she wore high heels. She looked like a mature, sophisticated city woman. She was incredibly eye-catching and beautiful. The current Jiro had indeed changed a lot from before. Her demeanor was more confident and sharp, and she appeared much more poised. She now exudes a sense of strength and determination. The two looked at each other, saying nothing. It was Jumumu who broke the silence. Upon seeing Jiro, Jumumu immediately transformed into a little soft-spoken girl, rushing toward Jiro and calling out in a soft, sweet voice. "Sister!" The domineering attitude she had earlier, referring to herself as an old woman, was completely gone. Now, all that remained was obedience and sweetness. Jumumu threw herself into Jiro's arms. Chapter 170, Peak. Jiro also embraced Jumumu, looked down at her, and asked with concern, "How have you been lately? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, very, very good. My brother-in-law is very kind to me." "Sister." Jumumu responded obediently. Jiro nodded, glancing at Chen Yang as he approached. Her expression gradually returned to calm as she smiled indifferently. "Thank you for taking care of my sister recently." "It's nothing. Mumu is also my friend," Chen Yang said. "In any case, I'm truly grateful." Jiro still wore a smile on her face. Her smile was beautiful, like a gentle spring breeze. Chen Yang didn't say anything else, habitually helping her carry her luggage toward the parking lot. Chen Yang walked ahead. Jumumu and Jiro, the sisters, walked behind them, leaning against each other and chatting. After a brief catch-up, Jumumu was met with a barrage of questions. "Have you been pulling all-nighters again?" Jiro's tone was icy and devoid of emotion. "No. Sister, how dare I? I've been studying hard lately and haven't even dared to play games." Jumumu said this without a hint of guilt, clearly having repeated this excuse countless times before. "Really? Do you remember adding a new game friend named Sakura-lan recently?" Although Jiro spoke calmly, her words made Jumumu's heart skip a beat. "What?" Jumumu's face turned pale in an instant, and she accused her sister. "Sister, you're so cunning. How could you do this?" "Humph." Jiro snorted coldly. "Sister, I know I was wrong. Tonight I'll kneel on the keyboard. No, kneel on a durian." Jumumu quickly hugged Jiro's arm, switching her voice to a baby-like tone and begging for mercy. "I'll deal with you later." Jiro tugged at Jumumu's ear. Jumumu escaped unscathed and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Sister, this is all just a little thing. Let me tell you something. Your brother-in-law has been really impressive lately. When the topic turned to Chen Yang, Giro neither resisted nor seemed particularly interested, simply asking calmly, "How impressive." "Well." Jamumu was about to continue, but upon second thought she giggled and said, "I won't tell you yet. You'll find out later." What's the point? Giro had no idea what Jamumu meant. She glanced at Chen Yang walking ahead, and indeed, his overall demeanor had improved significantly, and he looked much more handsome. But that wasn't really a big deal. Chen Yang had always been pretty handsome. Jamumu's words were harsh, but she didn't take them to heart. It had only been half a month. How much could have changed in that time? The three of them walked all the way from the arrival hall. Once they reached the airport exit, Giro looked at Chen Yang, who must have driven over. Back then, she and Chen Yang had also bought a car. A Xpeng. They had bought it during a sale, for around 100,000 yuan. Therefore, Giro naturally assumed that Chen Yang had also driven that car over. "Let's go. The car is over there," Chen Yang said. "All right," Jerome replied. The three were about to go over. Just then, someone shouted, "Ruoro, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages." At those words, the three of them immediately turned their gaze in that direction. It was a young man with a somewhat handsome appearance, wearing a black shirt and exuding a decent demeanor. He was standing next to a blue BMW X6, excitedly greeting Giro. Upon seeing the young man in the black shirt, the three of them recognized him immediately. His name was Gao Feng. He attended the same university as Chen Yang and Giro. He was Jerome's suitor and Chen Yang's rival. During that time, he frequently used financial means to pursue Jerome. However, in the end, Jerome chose Chen Yang, and he gradually withdrew. Now that the news of Jerome and Chen Yang breaking up has spread, it has resurfaced once again. Gao Feng also noticed Chen Yang, paused for a moment in surprise, then gave a slightly awkward smile and said, "Chen Yang, what are you doing here?" "I came to pick up Ro." Chen Yang replied calmly. "I'm here to pick up Ro too." Gao Feng smiled and said to Giro, Ro, I heard from someone today that you were returning from the capital, so I've been waiting at the airport." "I've been waiting all afternoon. You've been on a plane all day, you must be tired. Let's go. I'll drive you home." Gao Feng said this while patting the BMW X6 parked beside him, with a hint of pride. This guy was a rich second-generation heir with some money to spare, and his personality leaned toward using money to get what he wanted. However, he wasn't the kind of rich kid who lacked brains. He didn't provoke others, and his relationship with Chen Yang wasn't too bad. Giro glanced at the BMW X6 in front of her, then looked at Chen Yang, feeling a mix of emotions. Every time this happened, she always felt a bit helpless. She wasn't the type of materialistic woman, but she had always hoped for a better life and a brighter future. But whenever she was with Chen Yang, every time something like this happened, she and Chen Yang could only back down, letting others flaunt their wealth in front of them. She was a woman too, and she really wanted to show off and satisfy her own vanity. But she just couldn't do it. Now it's the same. Chapter 171, Giro's surprise. But the current Jerome wouldn't dwell on such things anymore. Giro looked up at Gao Feng with a calm smile, about to refuse him. But Chen Yang beside her spoke up, "Sorry, we drove here." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, looked at Chen Yang, and smiled, "Chen Yang, my car is more spacious and comfortable." The meaning was clear. He was implying that his car was more luxurious. That was understandable. In Gao Feng's mind, Chen Yang didn't drive anything fancy. Back when Chen Yang was with Giro, Gao Feng didn't feel qualified to compete. Now that Giro and Chen Yang had broken up. So now it's every man for himself, showing off their own skills. Giro also looked at Chen Yang, her gaze intense, wanting to see how he would respond. Jamumu beside her couldn't hold back any longer, forcing herself not to laugh, as if she might burst out laughing at any moment. Chen Yang didn't say much either. He smiled slightly, took out his car keys, and turned them on. Moments later, the Lamborghini Urus, resembling a giant yellow bee and exuding a futuristic tech aesthetic, roared to life outside the airport. The surrounding pedestrians, including Giro and Gao Feng, all had their attention drawn to the car. Upon seeing the Lamborghini Urus, both Gao Feng and Giro were completely speechless. They could hear the whispers of passers-by. "Holy crap, a Lamborghini Urus. That's so cool. I've only seen it online before. That's so awesome. It looks like a car from a sci-fi movie. I wish I could get one. Over 3 million yuan? Forget about it. Over 3 million? Forget it, my little electric scooter will have to do for now." The murmurs reached their ears. Gao Feng snapped back to reality, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief and said, Chen Yang, is that your car? Ha? Is there a problem?" Chen Yang smiled indifferently. Jamumu also jumped out at that moment, giggling, "Gao Feng, my brother-in-law's car is probably more spacious and comfortable than yours, right?" Gao Feng was completely speechless. "It's not just a little more comfortable. This is completely in a different league. A BMW X6 is worth hundreds of thousands, while a Lamborghini Urus is a solid few million. In front of the Lamborghini Urus, his BMW X6 was nothing but scrap metal. How could it possibly compete?" Gao Feng had nothing to say. All that was left was Jerome. Jerome stared at the Lamborghini Urus in front of her, completely frozen in place. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind going blank, unable to believe what she was seeing. This is Chen Yang's car? This? How could this be? Boom! A Lamborghini Urus drove out of Shenzhen Baoan International Airport. Chen Yang was driving in the front seat, while Jamumu and Jiro sat in the back, the two sisters whispering to each other. Sister, your brother-in-law is so amazing. This car is just the one your brother-in-law just bought. He has another one, a Ferrari A12. I think it costs over 5 million. I've ridden in that one before. It's a convertible. Going for a drive in it was so much fun. And there's more. My brother-in-law's wardrobe is full of designer brands Gucci, Versace, and stuff like that. I don't recognize any of them, but they all look pretty high-end. And Jamumu had been holding back for so long, and now that she finally had the chance, she blurted out a string of compliments about Chen Yang to Jiro, her voice tinged with a hint of admiration. Jiro listened to Jamumu's words, feeling as though she were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Chen Yang has a wardrobe full of designer brands? Besides the Lamborghini Urus, Chen Yang also has a Ferrari worth over 5 million? Chen Yang. Every word Jamumu spoke made Jiro feel utterly exaggerated. Is this really the Chen Yang she knew? Is this really the same Chen Yang who barely makes over 10,000 a month as a corporate drone? Jiro's worldview seemed to be completely shattered in that moment. After a day's journey, the Lamborghini Urus finally arrived at the Cloud Restaurant. Upon arriving, Chen Yang parked the Lamborghini Urus and looked at the Cloud Restaurant before him, feeling a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, he had planned this visit countless times, yet it had never materialized. Today, he had finally arrived. Unfortunately, everything had changed beyond recognition. Chen Yang no longer felt much for this Cloud Restaurant. In fact, it didn't seem as luxurious as he had imagined, just an ordinary Western-style restaurant. The three of them got out of the car and headed toward the Cloud Western Restaurant. To reach the Cloud Western Restaurant, they had to take an elevator all the way to the 66th floor. Clouds. It must be extremely high. Inside the elevator, Chen Yang and Jiro stood facing each other in silence, neither speaking, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jamumu stood beside Chen Yang and Jiro, glancing from one to the other, wanting to say something but hesitating, and ultimately saying nothing. Chapter 172, Consumption. The three of them sat in silence as the elevator ascended to the 66th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a tall, attractive female attendant immediately approached them. Sir, madam, do you have a reservation? The waitress asked with a smile. The Cloud Restaurant, after all, was a high-end establishment, typically members only, with reservations only accepted from Monday to Friday. To dine here, a reservation is required. Jiro hurriedly stepped forward and nodded in response. Yes, Miss, she made a reservation. The last 4 digits of her phone number are 9154. The female server checked the information and nodded, saying, All right, please follow me this way. The waitress led Jiro, Chen Yang, and Jamumu inside. This Cloud and Western restaurant had a pretty high-end vibe. There was a pianist in the middle playing soothing music, with various flowers decorating the place, a fragrant aroma filling the air, and a large observation deck for taking photos. This was one of the reasons why Jiro had been so insistent on coming to the Cloud Restaurant. This restaurant was a popular spot for influencers to take photos and check in, making it easy to get great shots. However, the waitress didn't take them to those areas, not even to the window side seats. Instead, she led them to a spot beside the central hall of the Cloud Restaurant. The waitress then smiled and said, Ladies and gentlemen, this is your table. Jiro looked at the seats in the hall and paused for a moment, then asked in confusion. Can we change to a window seat? Coming to the Cloud Restaurant was all about getting a window seat. If we have to sit in the main hall, then there's no point at all. The waitress smiled and replied, I'm sorry, only members of the restaurant can be seated by the window. What's the price for membership? Jiro asked again. The waitress replied, For a regular membership, it's a one-time payment of 50,000. For a gold membership, it's 100,000. For a platinum membership, it's 150,000. And finally, for a black gold membership, it's 200,000. Becoming a member allows you to enjoy various benefits at our restaurant. Miss Xia, would you like to consider it? The waitress remained polite. Jerome had been thinking that if it was just a few thousand yuan, she could grit her teeth and sign up. After all, they had come to the Cloud Restaurant just to catch a glimpse of the Cloud City view. Sitting in the main hall would really diminish the experience by half. Unfortunately, when the waitress mentioned the price, all of Jerome's thoughts were immediately dismissed. For a regular membership, you have to top up 5,000. That was already a significant amount for her. No, thank you. Jerome gave a polite yet awkward smile in response. All right. The server left immediately. There's always something left to be desired. After sitting down, Jerome gave Chen Yang a faint smile. Regret. It seemed to have become a routine part of their lives. What kind of shady place is this? $5,000 for a membership? That's way too much. I'm not eating there. Jamumu also felt unjustified. However, such words are not very reasonable. Others have clearly stated their prices, so there's not much to say. It's just complaining after submitting to reality. Similar examples include, this thing is so expensive, little cutie. Just eat it. A car is just for driving, why does it have to be so nice? A house is just for living in. In truth, these words aren't spoken from the heart, they're just expressions of helplessness in the face of reality. This kind of helplessness permeates every aspect of Chun Yang and Jiro's lives. However, for many people, such helplessness isn't really a big deal. Especially for Chun Yang at this moment. Chen Yang remained expressionless, saying nothing more, and simply called out, "Waiter." The waiter quickly returned and asked respectfully, "Sir, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Jiro and Jamumu also looked at Chen Yang, their eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what Chen Yang was planning. Chen Yang took out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and handed it to the waiter. Top up 20,000 yuan and activate a black gold membership. Then arrange a private room. The casual remark left the three present slightly startled. Recharge 200,000 yuan? Activate a black gold membership? Even the restaurant staff rarely encountered customers who would spend so much right off the bat. However, she quickly snapped back to reality, took Chen Yang's Huaxia Bank Dragon card, and excitedly turned to leave. "Alright, sir, please wait a moment." After the waitress left, all that remained were the astonished gazes of the Zhe sisters. They looked at Chen Yang, their two beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they didn't recognize him at all. Jamumu was a bit better off, she had already experienced Chen Yang's financial generosity. After a moment of shock, she snapped back to reality and giggled, "Brother-in-law is so amazing. I knew there'd be no regrets in front of him." Jiro, however, stared deeply at Chen Yang, biting her red lips, unsure of what to say. Chen Yang. He really had changed. He's changed too much. Chapter 173, Enjoy life while you can. After the Black Gold membership was processed, under the guidance of the staff, the three successfully entered a private VIP room. The private suite featured an independent viewing platform and various decorations, exuding luxury and indulgence. Even Jamumu couldn't help but exclaim upon entering. "Wow! This restaurant is amazing. The view, the decor, and this prime location, it's totally worth every penny. Amazing." Jamumu was overjoyed. She completely forgot that just a few minutes ago, she had been cursing the Cloud restaurant as a rip-off. Jamumu ran off excitedly to take photos of the scenery. Chen Yang and Jiro sat across from each other. "I was actually planning to treat you." Jiro's smile carried a hint of apology. "It's okay. After all, it was once our dream. Since we're here, let's indulge ourselves and enjoy it to the fullest." Chen Yang replied with a smile. Jiro remained silent for a moment before speaking up, "You've really changed a lot." Her words weren't just about Chen Yang becoming wealthier. It was also about the changes in his personality. The Chen Yang of the past, like her, would never have indulged in such extravagant spending even if he had money. They would have saved it, investing in a better future. People always change. Chen Yang smiled indifferently, "Isn't that so?" Jiro was also slightly startled, then responded with a charming smile. "Yes. People always change." She felt that Chen Yang had changed, and she herself had changed as well. The Jerome of the past would never have given up a stable job for her dreams and taken such a risk. The old Jerome would never have been willing to spend a fortune just to make up for so-called regrets by dining at an upscale restaurant like Yunduan. But now, everything had changed. Both she and Chen Yang had changed. After the end of a relationship that wasn't exactly a failure, they both developed new personalities, new lives, and new goals. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the sky. Rolling clouds of fiery red paint the sky, and the last rays of sunlight cast their warm glow. From the private room of the Cloud restaurant, the view was breathtakingly beautiful and flawless. Chen Yang murmured to himself. "When life is good, one should enjoy it to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup stand empty before the moon. Heaven has endowed me with talents, I must make good use of them. Even if I spend all my wealth, it will return." As he reached this point, Chen Yang stopped and did not continue. Jiro, sitting beside him, smiled and continued. "Cook lamb and slaughter cattle for merriment, we must drink 300 cups. Sun the scholar, Dan Shou the sage, let us drink wine, do not stop the cups. Let me sing you a song, please listen closely." Chen Yang looked at the stunningly beautiful Jiro before him, at this woman who had once stood by his side through countless hardships and shared many tender years with him, his former girlfriend. He smiled suddenly, then couldn't help but continue reading. "The sound of bells and drums, the feast of jade and pearls, these are not worth cherishing. I only wish to remain drunk forever and never wake. Throughout history, sages have all been lonely, only those who drink are remembered. Chen Wang once feasted at Pingle, spending 10,000 coins on a single cup of wine, reveling in joy. Why do you say there's not enough money? Just go and buy some wine to drink with me. 5 flowered horses, 1,000 gold robes, call the boy to bring them out and exchange them for fine wine, to share with you and dispel the sorrows of the ages. If one is timid and hesitant in life, how can one ever change it? Enjoy life. Live life to the fullest. Perhaps that is the true meaning. Jerome closed her eyes, seemingly lost in Li Bai's timeless verse, enjoying the atmosphere, or perhaps reminiscing about the past. Chen Yang also gazed at Jerome's breathtakingly beautiful face, his lips curving into a smile. Just as always. Jerome always managed to connect with him on a soulful level. That was also why he had been able to win her heart in the first place. Their compatibility in every aspect was exceptionally high. If they had only focused on romance, they would have been an incredibly loving couple. Unfortunately, the two of them were together. If they only talk about love, it would never be enough. Reality shattered their feelings completely. Shen Yang and Jerome locked eyes. There were still traces of affection between them, but it was nothing like before. Just then, Jamumu, the younger sister-in-law who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, spoke up. Wow! The view is truly breathtaking. Jamumu couldn't think of any good adjectives after pondering for a while, and finally blurted out. It's so beautiful. Shen Yang and Jerome couldn't help but laugh at Jamumu's cute and playful expression. The menu arrived quickly. Jerome looked at the menu, seeing all the dishes she had seen in food videos before, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The prices were way too expensive. Especially some of the trendy dishes, which were priced at over 1,000 yuan each. This is so extravagant. Let's just order something simple, shall we? Jerome turned to Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling. But Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. Since we're here to make up for a missed opportunity, why settle for less? Enjoy it to the fullest. Then, Chen Yang snapped his fingers and called over the waiter. Chapter 174, Future Plans. The menu featured various trendy dishes and high-end dishes that Jerome had always longed for, and Chen Yang ordered them all. Just ordering the dishes alone cost tens of thousands of dollars. He also opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. A meal costing 20,000 yuan was gone in an instant. Jerome had never experienced such treatment before and felt a bit out of place. She said, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Similar scenes were something Jerome had only ever encountered in her dreams. Jamumu, however, spoke in a domineering tone. Women with long hair and short sight are easily shocked. This amount of money is nothing to my brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law is so impressive. Sister, just relax and enjoy it. Why are you talking so much? Ah, it hurts. Sister, I'm sorry. As expected, Jamumu was pulled by the ear by Jerome and begged for mercy in pain. Chen Yang watched the sisters interact and felt quite happy. Whether he saw Jerome or Jamumu, it was quite soothing to him. This was a feeling that others found hard to give. Various dishes were quickly served. Jamumu had already taken out her phone, having waited eagerly for a long time. For a lively and adorable young woman like her, encountering such trendy dishes meant she had to post them on her social media first. Jerome, though much more mature than Jamumu, was still a girl, so she also took out her phone and started taking photos. After taking enough photos, the two sisters finally began to eat with satisfaction. During the meal, Chen Yang looked at Jerome and asked directly, "I heard you quit your flight attendant job?" Jerome, who was in the middle of picking up a piece of abalone to taste, was startled by the question, seemingly surprised that Chen Yang knew about it. However, she quickly regained her composure and turned to look at the mole sitting next to her. Jamumu turned her head, looked out the window, and pretended to be oblivious, muttering to herself, "The weather is really nice." It was already evening, and the outside was pitch black. Jerome sighed helplessly. "Yes, I quit my job. Today was my last flight." "Why did you quit? You were about to be promoted, weren't you?" Chen Yang continued to ask. Jerome had become a flight attendant shortly after graduating. She was beautiful and worked diligently, and in just a few years, she was almost ready to be promoted to flight attendant. Once she became a flight attendant, her salary was very high. $2,000 to $3,000. This had been Chen Yang and Jerome's shared aspiration, and it was the position Jerome had always longed for. At the time, they envisioned that once Chen Yang became a team leader and Jerome became a flight attendant, they might be able to settle down in Shenzhen. Unfortunately, they never made it to that point. Jerome smiled indifferently. "I'm done with it. Flying all over the place is too tiring, and it's not worth it." That was the truth. Being a flight attendant may sound glamorous, but it's really just being a server. Plus, you have to fly all over the world, and dealing with jet lag is incredibly grueling. And it's also a job for the young. Jerome had complained to Chen Yang about this more than once. But she never had the courage to do so. After breaking up, she finally made up her mind. "That's good. Follow your heart." Chen Yang agreed with Jerome's decision. They shouldn't be held back by the past. Jerome smiled, feeling happy, and put the abalone into her mouth, chewing it slowly. It was delicious, making her even happier. Chen Yang continued, "What are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Jerome fixed her eyes on the next piece of abalone, picking it up with her chopsticks as she spoke. "If I were to say, I want to become a star, a big star. Do you believe me?" Jerome put the abalone into her mouth again, then looked at Chen Yang with a playful expression. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "I believe you, of course. After all, you have the potential for it. Yes. The Giro of the past was just a step away from stardom. But she chose to give it up. Becoming a star requires extensive prior training, and at that time, Giro had no money and lacked the necessary resources. At that time, Jamumu, that silly girl, had just started high school and was about to enter university. She needed a lot of money. So she gave up her acting career and found a more stable job. But things are different now. Jamumu has successfully enrolled in university and receives scholarships every year, so she no longer has to worry about money. Giro can finally pursue her dreams. Upon hearing Chen Yang's response, Giro's smile grew even brighter. But Jamumu, standing beside her, muttered under her breath. You're almost 30 years old and still want to be a big star. You're not ashamed? Immediately afterward, Jamumu's delicate, pink ears were pulled again. Jamumu was punished again. Chen Yang also smiled, but his gaze fell on Giro. If Giro ever decided to pursue a career in showbiz, he now almost controlled the Tianma group. Who knows? They might even cross paths again. Chapter 175, The Gathering ends. Keep an eye on things from now on. Chen Yang was deep in thought. The dishes were gradually served. The three of them enjoyed the breathtaking night view of Shenzhen while eating and drinking. After finishing a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars, both Giro, Jamumu, and Chen Yang were in a slightly tipsy state. Chen Yang, you have no idea how funny that customer was. Her? She kept saying she lost her phone and asked us to help her find it. We really had a good time looking for it. In the end, do you know where the phone was? Giro sat beside Chen Yang, her cheeks flushed, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Chen Yang with a smile, looking absolutely stunning. They were sitting very close together, and Chen Yang could smell the delicate fragrance coming from her. A very familiar scent. Chen Yang leaned back in his chair, swirling his wine glass, and smiled at Giro, saying, Where? Before he could finish, Giro seemed to find it hard to contain her laughter, and with a charming smile, she replied, It's right on her own hand. We looked for it for so long. That's so funny. Chen Yang smiled upon hearing this. It was indeed quite amusing. As they chatted and laughed, Giro leaned closer to Chen Yang. Chen Yang saw her exquisitely beautiful face and her bright, beautiful eyes, and was momentarily speechless. Giro. She was undoubtedly very beautiful. She was also the only universally recognized campus beauty at the Communication University in recent years. Moreover, she was flawless in every aspect academically, in terms of her demeanor, and everything else truly a goddess-like figure. Jerome also felt Chen Yang's gaze. She looked at Chen Yang, staring intently into his eyes, silent and speechless. The two of them stared at each other at such close range. At that moment, Jamumu, standing beside them, blushed slightly. She glanced at Chen Yang, then at Giro, before finally speaking. Sister. Brother-in-law. I think you two are really suited for each other. Really, you two are actually meant to be together. Why did you two separate? Get back together, will you? This statement left Giro and Chen Yang even more silent. After a moment, Chen Yang hadn't spoken yet, but Giro smiled first and looked at Jamumu, half-jokingly saying, Adult matters, what business do children have meddling? Me. Jamumu was furious, crossed her arms, and said angrily, What's the child? You old woman. Say that again? Giro's expression hardened instantly, her face as cold as ice. Jamumu immediately deflated, flashing a sweet smile. Sister, you're the most beautiful and prettiest sister in the whole world. Don't be angry. I was just joking. That was a pretty quick about-face. Chen Yang simply watched the two sisters playfully banter, not saying much. Under the night sky, tonight's banquet had finally come to an end. The Lamborghini Urus slowly drove out of the hotel where the Cloud West restaurant was located. Chen Yang had had some drinks, but he didn't call for a designated driver. The one driving for him was a female waitress from the Cloud West restaurant. Chen Yang is now a Black Gold member at the Cloud West restaurant, so he does have some privileges. Chen Yang sat in the front passenger seat, while Giro and Jamumu sat in the back. Jamumu was already a bit drunk, drowsy, and leaning against Giro's shoulder. Giro's cheeks were flushed, clearly showing signs of intoxication, but she remained fully awake, sitting upright and staring straight ahead. None of them spoke, and the car fell into a quiet silence. After a while, Chen Yang finally broke the silence and asked, Where do you live now? Should I drop you off first? In Honghe Wangjiao, Baoan. I found a place to stay. Giro replied. All right. Chen Yang nodded, then thought of something else. He looked at his beautiful and adorable younger sister-in-law and asked, Where's Mumu? Are you bringing her along? Of course. Jerome nodded and said, She's just a girl. It's not good for her to keep staying at your place. That's true. Chen Yang agreed. Although his younger sister-in-law was cute and soothing, she was no longer a child. Living with Chen Yang could have a negative influence, and she did need some discipline for spending all her time playing games. The two had just finished speaking. Jamumu, who was feeling drowsy, protested angrily. No, don't. I want to live with my brother-in-law. I don't want to live with you, you old hag. I don't want to. I don't want to. However, her protests were clearly ignored by Giraud. The Lamborghini Urus continued driving on the streets of Shenzhen, eventually arriving at Bowen, in front of Honghe. Honghe was also a mid-range residential area. The environment was quite nice. Chen Yang got out of the car and dropped off Jamumu and Zhirong at the entrance of the residential area. Will you be okay? Looking at Giraud and Jamumu in front of him, Chen Yang asked with concern. We're fine. I'm still awake. Besides, you know. Giraud waved her fist and smiled slightly. Chapter 176, Farewell. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that Giraud was a black belt in Taekwondo, and he had suffered quite a few defeats at her hands in the past. Alright, I'll go first. Chen Yang smiled. Bye. Bye. Giraud waved goodbye as well. Chen Yang left and headed toward the Lamborghini Urus. Not long after, Giraud watched Chen Yang's departing figure, stood there for a moment, then suddenly clenched her teeth and called out, Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned back, smiled at Giraud, and asked, is there something else? Giraud remained silent for a moment, hesitating to speak, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. She could only smile and say, nothing. Be careful on your way back. All right. Chen Yang gave Giraud a meaningful look before turning and leaving. Giraud also turned around, supporting Jamumu, and walked toward Honghe and Wangjia. Sister. Why won't you reconcile with your brother-in-law? Jamumu, who was in her arms, opened her eyes and asked confusedly. The mirror is already broken. We want to get back together. It's not that simple. Giraud smiled indifferently. Actually, from the moment she first met Chen Yang, she had never even considered getting back together with him. She knew it. Chen Yang hadn't thought about getting back together with her either. Because Giraud was well aware that Chen Yang was the same kind of person as her. Chen Yang is now wealthy. Chen Yang has also changed. But they have truly broken up. Their relationship has truly come to an end. What happens in the future is up to fate. Jamumu didn't know if she had understood or not, but in any case, she didn't say anything else. She simply leaned against Giraud's embrace and, together with Giraud, entered Honghe Wangjia. Chen Yang returned to the Shaoan residential area. He sat back down on the sofa. His emotions were actually quite stable, with no trace of melancholy. Like Giraud, he also regarded the other as a close friend. Chen Yang sent Giraud a message. Mu Yang, did you get home safely? As expected. Chen Yang had already been removed from Giraud's blacklist. Under the cherry blossom tree, yes, I've arrived. I just took a shower. Thank you. Mu Yang, that's good. Chen Yang had intended to end the conversation there. However, another message came through. It was still from Giraud. There was also a photo. In the photo, the beautiful girl Jamumu was lying on the bed, her eyes closed slightly, sleeping elegantly, looking absolutely stunning. Under the cherry blossom tree, Mumu is so cute. Chen Yang paused for a moment, initially unsure of what Giraud meant by sending a photo of Jamumu. However, he quickly remembered. Don't let her strict exterior fool you. Giraud is actually a die-hard fan of sharing photos of her younger sister, often posting various photos of Jamumu. It's one of her little habits. Mu Yang, yes, Mumu is indeed both cute and beautiful. Giraud remained silent for a moment before sending another message. Under the cherry blossom tree, Chen Yang, this might be a bit awkward and inconvenient for you, but I still want to ask you for a favor. I can't protect Mumu all the time on my own. She's so innocent and vulnerable, and you're the only person I trust in Shenzhen, and Mumu trusts you too. So, if anything happens to her, could you please help her? She's pretty fragile. Is that okay? Chen Yang also fell silent. Actually, there was no need for Giraud to say it explicitly. He also had deep feelings for Jamumu. A lively and adorable younger sister-in-law. A beautiful young woman who earns money and can buy things and give gifts just for you. Who wouldn't like her? Mu Yang, don't worry. Chen Yang only replied with 2 words, but Giraud felt deeply satisfied inside. Under the cherry blossom tree, thank you. The call ended. Chen Yang leaned against the sofa, his head still feeling a bit dizzy. He hadn't drunk much today, but he was already feeling a bit tipsy. It truly fit the saying. It's not the wine that gets you drunk, it's the person who drinks it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 320,000. Another reward. Chen Yang's current income had already surpassed 40 million. With a few more million, he could almost afford a house. It wasn't that Chen Yang was particularly obsessed with buying a house, it was just that buying a house was definitely a surefire way to make a big profit. A luxury villa in Shenzhen would cost at least 80 million, and if Chen Yang were to buy it outright, the reward he would receive would be at least 130 to 140 million. At that point, he would truly be a billionaire. A billionaire. Something he never dared to imagine before. Now, with the system, it might only take a month or 2 to achieve that. It truly proves the saying, hard work doesn't compare to good fortune. If you're born with good fortune, you truly have everything. Even Chen Yang, who possesses a system, cannot compare to those truly fortunate individuals, the genuine second-generation wealthy, who are born with billions waiting to be inherited. There's no comparison. Chapter 177, 40 million. Chen Yang also checked his current status information. Host, Chen Yang. Age, 27. Height, 180. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 62. Stamina, 50. Mental strength, 55. Assets, 15% stake in Tianma Group. Wealth, 41,210,000. Health, 58%. All statistics have seen significant improvements. Strength, stamina, and mental resilience have all seen notable improvements. Chen Yang now truly feels refreshed and invigorated. Especially the improvement in health status has brought Chen Yang almost completely out of the sub-health state. With just a slight further improvement, once it exceeds 60%, he will truly achieve a state of complete health. Both his physical health and wealth are improving simultaneously. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chen Yang stood up from the sofa and entered the bathroom to take a shower. He needs to go to bed early. He had to go to the office tomorrow. Li Wei's short video and the celebrity interview preparations also need to be taken care of. Tianma. Chen Yang was determined to succeed. Only by securing Tianma as an asset can we establish a stronger foothold in Shenzhen in the future. The business world. That's the real big goal for the future. Keep striving. The next morning, Chen Yang felt groggy, as if he had had a strange dream. Chen Yang, why did you abandon me? Chen Yang, I miss you so much. Chen Yang, please come back to me? I can't live without you. Chen Yang, sniff. I love you so much. Yes. He dreamed of Giraud. In the dream, Giraud begged him desperately to get back together, humbling herself to the extreme. Even in the dream, Chen Yang felt utterly confused. No matter how he thought about it, Giraud shouldn't be like this in his memory. This dream was way too out there. Chen Yang quickly woke up and opened his eyes. Strangely, even after waking up, he could still hear Giraud's voice. Chen Yang, let's never, ever part, okay? Chen Yang opened his eyes wide. He looked closely. There was a delicate and beautiful face appearing before him. This beautiful face was staring at him, with a pair of sparkling eyes filled with a smile, very lively. Chen Yang recognized her immediately. It was his playful and adorable younger sister-in-law, Jimumu. It seemed like this little girl was imitating Giraud's way of speaking. Brother-in-law, are you awake? Jimumu propped her chin up with one hand, her lips curled into a sweet smile. Chen Yang, still feeling a bit dazed, asked, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? This is my home. Jimumu said discontentedly, brother-in-law, are you really going to kick your super cute little Mumu out because of that old woman? Chen Yang snapped back to his senses and reached for a cup on the nearby table to take a sip of water. Jimumu had already handed him the cup first. Brother-in-law, I've already filled it for you. Chen Yang took the cup, took a sip, and finally came to his senses, asking in confusion. Aren't you moving in with your sister? Where's the good part about her place? It's so small, not even my computer fits. Jimumu sat on Chen Yang's bedside, hugging his pillow, and said, it's better here with you, it's so big and spacious. I prefer it here. Chen Yang didn't mind either and continued, what about your sister? Did she agree for you to move in? No, my sister said that I can come back at night, and I can come over during the day. All my computer equipment is here. You can come over during the day to hang out. And during holidays, I can sneak over without my sister knowing. Jimumu said happily. So you're treating this place like an internet cafe, right? Thinking about it, it's actually a pretty good idea. Getting Jimumu, this gaming enthusiast, to quit her internet addiction is unlikely, but as long as she doesn't stay up all night, that's fine. With Giraud watching over her, it's indeed good for Jimumu. No wonder Giraud suddenly said those things to Chen Yang last night. It seems she had already anticipated it. As expected. Jimumu really can't hide anything from Giraud. Alright. Then you won't be able to cause trouble anymore. Study hard and come over in your free time. Chen Yang said. You sound just like my sister. How annoying. Jimumu rolled her eyes and then giggled. Brother-in-law, I even made breakfast for you specially. Come eat with us. But you can't cook, can you? Chen Yang remembered that. Jimumu's cooking skills were, well, let's just say they were something else. Who said that? I'm a goddess-level beauty chef. Cooking is a piece of cake. No, you try it. Jimumu was pretty confident. Are you serious? Chen Yang was skeptical. After getting up and freshening up, he went to the living room. Wow. She really did cook quite a lot of delicious dishes. There was egg custard, porridge, noodles, and even sandwiches, quite a spread. Brother-in-law, please sit down. Jimumu thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Chen Yang. Chen Yang sat down and began to taste the breakfast under Jimumu's expectant gaze. Chapter 178, Jimumu's Little Scheme. You know what? It actually tastes really, really good. It's delicious. Chen Yang ate while looking at Jimumu and asked, did you really make this? Of course it is. I wouldn't lie to my brother-in-law. Jumumu swore. Chen Yang laughed, this egg custard? Your sister has made it for me over 100 times. I remember the taste perfectly. Jamumu's face turned red, but she still insisted, we're sisters, after all. Our cooking skills are the same. It's only natural. Then, what about this one? This sandwich, if I'm not mistaken, the bacon inside is shaped like a heart, right? That's your sister's favorite shape to make. Chen Yang picked up the sandwich and opened it, and sure enough, there was a heart-shaped piece of bacon inside. Jamumu, caught off guard, blurted out, brother-in-law, why are you so particular about details? You and my sister aren't getting back together, so even if she makes it perfectly, it doesn't matter. I might as well give it to my brother-in-law myself. That way, my image in your brother-in-law's eyes will be even more perfect. She is beautiful, cute, good at video games, and can cook. In this world, is there any woman who can compare to me, Jamumu? The younger sister-in-law was bragging again. Chen Yang didn't bother to respond and simply started eating his breakfast. But Jamumu couldn't stop, chattering on, brother-in-law, I actually think your sister still has feelings for you. She is just pretending to be aloof. She always thinks she is so pretty, like some goddess, looking down on everyone else and refusing to lower herself. She is almost 30 and still doesn't realize it. Jamumu kept going on and on. Chen Yang didn't bother to respond, just listening. Jamumu continued, brother-in-law, I've got experience dealing with women like this. I've played a lot of games with similar characters. You have to bring her down from her pedestal and trample on her dignity. Make her slowly submit to you, until she's completely obedient. By then, you'll be able to manipulate her however you want. So, brother-in-law, you're just lacking courage. Jamumu transformed into a cunning advisor, offering Chen Yang strategies. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh, how am I supposed to pull your sister down from her pedestal and trample on her dignity? That's easy. Jamumu mysteriously pulled out a key, gave a mischievous smile, and said, brother-in-law, this key is to my sister's apartment. I've already marked the spot for you. My sister usually goes to bed around 11 p.m. When the time comes, just go in. With a whole night, you'll have her wrapped around your finger. What goddess? She'll be obedient by tomorrow. Chen Yang was drinking porridge and almost spit it out. Looking at the sweet and adorable Jamumu in front of him, he couldn't help but ask, who taught you all this nonsense? I'm not a child anymore. Jamumu bit her chopsticks, feeling a bit guilty. She also felt that what she had just said was a bit, well, inappropriate. Don't think about such things anymore. Chen Yang couldn't help but scold her. How can that be random thoughts? Jamumu protested, I'm just giving you advice, Uncle Chen. Brother-in-law. You and your sister haven't done that kind of thing before, have you? I'm not saying you haven't. Those words made Chen Yang's face turn red with embarrassment. Back when they were deeply in love, he and Jiro had indeed been quite intimate. At that time, Jamumu was still in high school and lived in the Shawan community, so it was inevitable that she would notice something. No matter what, you shouldn't say such things. Chen Yang tapped her head and scolded her. I know. Jamumu said unhappily, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to play games. The younger sister ran off to her room to play games. Chen Yang sighed helplessly and began to tidy up. He checked the time. It was only a little past 8. Jamumu really was early. Sure enough, even Jiro couldn't resist the allure of Jamumu, the passionate esports enthusiast. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang planned to go work out for a while. He needed to quickly boost his health points to 60%. Chen Yang changed into his workout clothes and headed out to exercise. Now that his body was in better shape, morning workouts had become much easier. 10 kilometers were a breeze. However, his health level didn't increase. He guessed he'd need to exercise a few more times. After finishing his workout, he was on his way back to the neighborhood. Chen Yang spotted a familiar figure at the bus stop near the community entrance. Curvy hips, a slim waist, and a mature charm. Who else could it be but the landlady? The landlady was standing by the bus stop, seemingly waiting for the bus. Landlady. Chen Yang ran over and greeted her. The landlady turned and saw Chen Yang. Her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise, and she smiled, good morning. Good morning. Chen Yang nodded and asked curiously, where are you going? The weather's nice today, so I was planning to go out for a walk. Maybe to the Wanxiang City area and pick up a few things while I'm there. The landlady replied with a smile. Going out for a walk? Chen Yang thought for a moment and asked, are you going alone? Chapter 179, A Stroll. Yes, I don't have many friends in Shenzhen. The landlady laughed awkwardly but politely. Chen Yang looked at the beautiful landlady in front of him and suddenly felt interested. He smiled and said, since that's the case, why don't we go together? HM? The landlady raised an eyebrow and smiled, what? Are you going to Wanxiang City too? No, I just wanted to accompany the landlady for a stroll. Is that not possible? Chen Yang smiled. Sure, why not? After all, I'm your maid, aren't I? Of course I'll listen to my master. The landlady gave Chen Yang a seductive glance, exuding charm. Chen Yang couldn't help but recall his previous interactions with the landlady in the apartment. It must be said. As a full-time housewife, the landlady's performance as a maid was something truly unmatched by others. Mrs. Landlord, wait a moment. I'll go change into something else. All right. He returned to the residential area and changed into his clothes. Chen Yang then left the house. He got into his Ferrari A12, picked up the landlady, and headed toward Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City is a relatively large shopping mall near Shaoan residential area and a popular destination for nearby residents. After parking the Ferrari A12, Chen Yang and the landlady entered Wanxiang City together. As they strolled through the vast mall of Wanxiang City, Chen Yang asked, "Landlady, what are you planning to buy?" The landlady hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "I don't know. I just came here to take a look around." In truth, her life was rather empty and lonely. She had few friends in Shenzhen, spent most of her days at home, and had little opportunity to interact with others. So, she occasionally needed to go out for a walk and get some fresh air, otherwise, she would easily become depressed. As for shopping, her desires weren't that strong. Chen Yang thought for a moment and smiled. "Why don't I take you out for a walk? What do you think?" "Sure." The landlady was very compliant. Chen Yang led the landlady into the Chanel flagship store. They arrived at the cosmetics counter. "Chen Yang, what's this?" The landlady was a bit confused. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Landlady, you should buy some cosmetics. With your figure and looks, a light makeup doesn't really suit you. A slightly heavier makeup would better highlight your beauty." Beautiful young woman, beautiful young woman. Not beautiful. How can you call her a young woman? I don't think heavy makeup suits me. The landlady still seemed a bit shy. From childhood to adulthood, the landlady had rarely worn heavy makeup, as she always felt it was too alluring and flashy, easily leading people to label her as a promiscuous woman. The landlady was like that, cautious and sensitive, always afraid of doing something wrong and upsetting others. This had the opposite effect, causing her social circle to shrink. If you don't suit heavy makeup, then no one does. Mrs. Landlord, trust me. After all, I'm the one who knows you best. Chen Yang smiled faintly, his words carrying a deeper meaning. The landlady's face flushed slightly. Indeed. Chen Yang was the person who knew her best. In every aspect, he knew her very well. Chen Yang asked the sales clerk at the counter to bring out a lipstick in a darker shade and gently applied it to the landlady's red lips. Surprisingly, the lipstick looked quite good once applied. It made the landlady's lips look vibrant and bold. Fiery red lips. This perfectly suited the landlady's beauty and elegance. The landlady looked even more stunning. Perfect. Chen Yang smiled. The landlady looked at herself in the mirror and said nervously, "Is this really beautiful?" Chen Yang remained silent, but the saleswoman beside him smiled broadly and said, "Madam, your husband has excellent taste. This lipstick is absolutely perfect for you. You look absolutely stunning with it on." The saleswoman wasn't just flattering her, she was genuinely complimenting her. The landlady really suits bold makeup. Listening to the sales clerk's compliments, the landlady felt very happy inside. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt more and more beautiful the longer she looked. A sense of confidence in her appearance gradually began to grow. After buying the lipstick, she also bought some other things, like face cream, body lotion, foundation, concealer, loose powder, eyebrow pencil, false eyelashes, contact lenses, blush, highlighter, and eyeshadow. Basically, the landlady's entire makeup collection was now complete. Chen Yang paid for everything. These items aren't expensive, buying them all together didn't even cost more than 10,000 yuan. Of course, Chen Yang helping the landlady with her expenses comes at a cost. Next time we need to take photos, the landlady can try taking them after putting on makeup. The results will definitely be a whole level up. Chen Yang said with a smile. The landlady rolled her eyes and said, "I knew you weren't thinking straight. All right. I'll put on makeup when I'm with you next time, just for you to see. Satisfied now?" The landlady's tone carried a hint of playful teasing, sounding quite charming. Chapter 180, Li Wei's video. Chen Yang obviously appreciated and accepted it. After that, Chen Yang accompanied the landlady's wife shopping at the mall for a while. Women's shopping skills are truly innate. After half an hour, Chen Yang was already tired, but the landlady was still enjoying herself. Chen Yang didn't feel like continuing to shop either, so he decided to sit outside and play with his phone while waiting. Just then, it was past 12 o'clock. Zhou Man's message came through. "Mr. Chen, Li Wei's new video is ready. Should we start streaming it now?" That was pretty efficient. The creative concept we finalized yesterday was already filmed today. Since it's done, there's no need to waste time. Let's go live directly. The current Li Wei is different from the Li Wei of the past. She already has her own following, so there's no need to wait for prime time. Just go live and start streaming. Go ahead. Chen Yang replied to Zhou Man. All right. Zhou Man responded immediately. Li Wei's latest video was officially released. Chen Yang was, of course, the first to click in. The video was still very short, less than 10 seconds long. But that was enough. The shorter the video, the easier it is to spread, and it mostly relies on Li Wei's good looks. Click on the video. Dynamic music plays. In the video, Li Wei is dressed exactly as rehearsed, wearing a black coat that covers her perfect figure completely. In this outfit, Li Wei truly resembles a sexy, mature woman, dignified, conservative, and traditional, exuding an air of elegance. Once the audience has grown accustomed to seeing Li Wei in such a traditional and dignified manner, a line of text appears at the top of the video. Tips for meeting your boyfriend. The next second. In the video, Li Wei directly opened her black coat. Beneath the coat, her perfect figure was fully revealed. A black deep V backless dress accentuated her S-shaped curves, highlighting her curves and creating a seductive silhouette. A pair of long, slender legs in black stockings were straight and full, with no excess fat, and paired with high heels, exuding a tall, seductive beauty. The most alluring part was that Li Wei was still wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This stunningly sexy outfit, paired with the intellectual elegance of the gold-rimmed glasses, created a striking contrast that was utterly captivating. There is no doubt about it. This short video, lasting less than 10 seconds, is enough to leave a lasting impression on the audience. Chen Yang knew the moment he saw the video that it was going to go viral. As expected, Li Wei's video had only been online for a short while when comments started pouring in. Within minutes, the likes had already surpassed tens of thousands, and the comment count was skyrocketing. Tips for meeting your boyfriend? This is way too intense. Wei goddess, if you wear that to meet your boyfriend, you might not even be able to walk tomorrow. Who said that? I'll be very gentle with Wei goddess. Wake him up and tell him to stop daydreaming. If the stark contrast in Li Wei's outfits before and after is the highlight of the video, then the title tips for meeting your boyfriend is the topic of the video. This topic will undoubtedly spread like wildfire across the entire internet, with people rushing to imitate and hype it up. As the creator of this topic, Li Wei will also gain massive attention and traffic. This is precisely the power of the system. Just a few words, and it's a brilliant idea that can ignite a topic on short video platforms. That's incredible. Li Wei's second video is already a surefire success. Chen Yang no longer needs to pay attention to it. He can simply go to the office later and reap the rewards. At that moment, Zhou Man's message came through again. Mr. Chen, will you be coming to the office this afternoon? I will. Chen Yang replied. He indeed needed to go to the office in the afternoon to handle some matters. Alright, the files for the celebrity interviews with the contestants are ready. I'll give them to you in person when you come to the office this afternoon. Alright. This was quite important to Chen Yang. The celebrity audition was his primary means of acquiring company shares moving forward. He also wanted to take a look at the contestants to see if any of them met his target criteria. By the way, Mr. Chen, Zhang Sheng should have received the contestants' profiles as well. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, almost forgetting about this guy. This celebrity interview is being handled jointly by Chen Manager and Zhang Sheng, so Chen Manager, you should still be a bit more careful. Zhou Man, this female subordinate, was quite capable. She actually dared to remind Chen Yang of this. Don't worry. Chen Yang replied. The conversation ended. Chen Yang, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, this celebrity audition was no longer something he was handling with Zhang Sheng. After meeting Su Ningbing that day, he had become the general manager of Tianma Group, fully responsible for this celebrity audition. Zhang Sheng was nothing more than a mere subordinate. But Chen Yang couldn't just ignore this guy. If there was a suitable candidate and this guy messed things up, it would ruin his plans. Chapter 181, Reunion with Zhou Hao. It seems he'd better find an excuse to deal with Zhang Sheng first. Such a parasite who harms the company can't be left alive. Chen Yang already had a plan in mind. His thoughts returned to the present, and Chen Yang put down his phone, glancing in the direction of the landlady. The landlady was still picking out clothes. Women. Usually, she was delicate and fragile, as soft as water. But when they go shopping, they're all tough as nails. Chen Yang had planned to keep playing with his phone for a while longer. But he saw a familiar figure walking toward him. Shan Gu. The person was waving at Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked closely. He realized it wasn't anyone else, it was Zhou Hao, Shen Tao's old sycophant. Zhou Hao ran excitedly to Chen Yang and smiled. Brother Chen, I just saw someone who looked a lot like you over there, but I was afraid I might have mistaken him. I never expected it to actually be you. Chen Yang smiled and looked at him, saying, What are you doing here? Shopping? Yes. Zhou Hao nodded and said, Brother Chen, Tao is sick. Do you know? Sick? Shen Yang was taken aback. That shouldn't be possible, should it? Yesterday, Shen Tao was still with him at the hotel, and now she's sick? And if Shen Tao really had any issues, Chen Xingling, who was taking care of her, should have told Chen Yang as well. Then that means this illness is different from what Shen Yang understands as being sick. Shen Tao's body is quite weak, and after such high-intensity activities yesterday, she probably needs some rest. She can only tell others she is sick. After figuring it out, Chen Yang laughed and said, I haven't heard anything yet. Is it serious? No, it's not that serious. It seems like she just fell and hurt herself. Just rest for a while. Zhou Hao responded. His reply only served to confirm Chen Yang's thoughts. Chen Yang smiled and continued, since there is nothing wrong, why did you go out of your way to come here to buy something? Zhou Hao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Chen Gu, you know I've been pursuing Tao Tao. Tao Tao is sick, and this is a good opportunity for me. It's not a serious illness, but I'm using this as an excuse to buy some things, visit her, and show her some care. She'll be very touched. Maybe she'll agree to our relationship. Zhou Hao was full of anticipation. Chen Yang didn't know what to say. A sycophant is a sycophant. How can you be so good at imagining things? Chen Yang didn't bother to him and laughed, well, good luck to you. Thanks, Chen Gu. I'll work hard. One day, I'll win Tao Tao over. Zhou Hao was full of confidence. Chen Yang didn't respond. He knew very well that Zhou Hao would probably only be able to dream about Chen Tao in his wildest dreams. Zhou Hao, puzzled, asked Chen Yang, Chen Gu, what about you? Why are you here at Wanxiang City? Me? Chen Yang was about to make an excuse when he saw the landlady waving at him from a distance. She said, Chen Yang, I'm going to check out the shop next door. Wait for me there. Zhou Hao's gaze also instinctively turned toward the landlady. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful landlady, he couldn't help but be utterly captivated. Wow! That figure, that beauty, she's absolutely stunning. The man she just called Chen Gu, could it be? Chen Yang could only respond helplessly, alright, take your time. I'll wait for you. The landlady headed to the next shop. Zhou Hao smiled broadly at Chen Yang and said, Chen Gu, you're something else. You actually got to go shopping with such a beautiful woman. That kind of beauty, that kind of figure, it's like a manga character. She's too beautiful. Chen Yang smiled and didn't respond. Zhou Hao whispered again, Brother Chen, don't worry. I definitely won't tell Qingling Sr. I'll keep it a secret for you. Have fun with this beauty. I'll be going now. I have to go see Tao Tao later, I can't be late. Zhou Hao bid farewell and left. Chen Yang looked at the guy and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is pretty sharp. Unfortunately, he fell for the wrong woman. If he knew that the person Chen Yang was with was also Shen Tao, he'd be devastated. But Chen Yang didn't bother to him. He had already tried before, and since he wouldn't listen, there was nothing left to do but respect others' destinies. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to check on Tao Tao. I wonder how Tao Tao is doing now. So Chen Yang sent a message to Chen Xingling. Mu Yang, how is Tao Tao feeling now? Has she recovered? Lemon sauce, humph, you jerk. Finally decided to care about Tao Tao? You were so harsh to her yesterday and just left without a care. That's way too much. Chen Xingling's reply was always swift. After all, Chen Yang was her top priority and specially cared for. Mu Yang, stop talking nonsense. Has she recovered yet? Lemon sauce, she's almost recovered. She was in pain all day yesterday and couldn't even get out of bed. You really don't know how to treat a woman. Heaven knows the truth. Chapter 182, The Little Devil Chen Xingling. Chen Yang is extremely considerate toward Shen Tao, but he probably doesn't even show her a tenth of the consideration he gives Chen Xingling. But Shen Tao is just too delicate. Even so, it still took a day to recover. Mu Yang, as long as she's recovered, let Tao Tao rest properly. I'll go visit her when I have time. Lemon sauce, only Tao Tao? What about me? Chen Yang, you're really fickle. Mu Yang, I'll come find you when I have time. It'll be a good chance to finish your reward. What's the reward? Chen Xingling naturally knew. Lemon sauce, alright, Chen Yang is the best. A while later, Chen Xingling sent another message. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, I just took a very special photo with Tao Tao. Do you want to see it? Mu Yang, huh? What kind of photo? Send it over. The photo was quickly sent back. In the photo, Chen Xingling and Shen Tao were still dressed in black and white, having put on their JK uniforms again. Chen Xingling's black JK uniform, paired with black stockings, looked sexy yet alluring. Shen Tao, on the other hand, wore a white JK uniform with white stockings, exuding a pure and innocent aura, yet still hinting at a touch of desire. The two sisters stood together. Their charming faces were all flushed with a hint of red. Their delicate white hands gently lift their pleated skirts. Beneath the pleated skirts, on their white, tender thighs, Chen Xingling still had those few characters. Shen Tao's were also marked with 2 strokes. Chen Yang saw this and immediately understood, his heart racing with excitement. Little witch. Chen Xingling is truly a little witch. She sure knows how to play. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, next time we meet, I hope you can write another one for me, and also fill in 1 character for Tao Tao. He. Chen Xingling said this and then ran off. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. It seems like next time they meet, he'll have to give this little troublemaker a proper lesson. After finishing the conversation with Chen Xingling, the landlady finally finished her shopping spree. She returned with a pile of clothes. The clothes were of all kinds: dresses, blouses, skirts, shorts, coats, trench coats, and even leather pants and tight-fitting outfits. In short, the landlady had bought one of everything she wanted to try. Chen Yang looked at the short skirt the landlady had bought. To be honest, that's way too short. It's almost like a mini skirt. Are you sure you want to wear this? This is a bit too much, isn't it? Chen Yang asked in confusion. The landlady giggled. I'll definitely wear it, but I won't wear it outside. I'm just wearing it for photos. Is that not allowed? For photos? Then isn't that just for Chen Yang to look at? Of course, the shorter, the better. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, alright, it's a nice dress. You'll look beautiful in it. You pervert. The landlady snorted lightly. The clothes and cosmetics were all purchased and packed into the trunk of the Ferrari A12. However, they hadn't left yet. The landlady wanted to watch a movie. She usually spends her days alone, so she feels a bit shy about going to the movies, but she actually loves watching films. She spends most of her days at home watching TV shows and movies. So, going out with Chen Yang today was a chance she didn't want to miss, and she brought him straight to the cinema. Chen Yang had assumed that, given the landlady's gentle and delicate personality, the movie she'd choose would be some fluffy romantic comedy. But to his surprise, the landlady chose a horror movie. Alien. This thing is both bloody and terrifying. Mrs. Landlord, aren't you scared? Chen Yang asked with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? I often watch horror movies alone. The landlady wasn't the least bit scared. That's no fun at all. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. What do you mean? Do you want me to be afraid? The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. At least you can't be completely unafraid, right? Chen Yang laughed. What else would a couple go to the movies for? Isn't that obvious? Stop thinking nonsense. There are so many people in the cinema. Just watch the movie properly. The landlady said playfully. So the landlady means that if there are fewer people. Chen Yang pressed his advantage. The landlady's face flushed slightly and she huffed, we'll see. It depends on your behavior. Chen Yang shrugged it off with a smile, took the popcorn and soda, and entered the movie theater with the landlady. On the other side. Honghua and Wangjia. Within the residential complex. Lanjia, I've already returned to Shenzhen. We can meet this afternoon or evening. Jiro was tying an apron while chopping vegetables and talking on the phone, looking like a full-time housewife. She had been living with Chen Yang for several years. In fact, she had already developed some of the qualities of a housewife, which gave her a unique charm. That's perfect. Come over tonight to meet up. I'll send you the address. Xin Lan's voice came through the phone. Chapter 183, Watching a Movie. All right. Jiro replied. Dress nicely. I'm looking forward to your performance. Xin Lan instructed. Got it, Lan Jia. Jiro hung up the phone, her heart filled with anticipation. She had finally taken that step. She was one step closer to her dream. After pondering for a moment, she called Jamumu. Come back soon. I need to talk to you. What? Sis. I've already taken tomorrow off. Today is my last day of vacation. Can't you let me enjoy one more day? Stop wasting time. Come back right away. Alright, you're the boss. Fine. You're so mean. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the landlady entered the cinema. They found seats and sat down. Since it was a weekday, the cinema was practically empty. There were only Chen Yang, the landlady, and a few scattered audience members. The seats in the cinema were very close together, and Chen Yang and the landlady were almost touching. A faint fragrance wafted into Chen Yang's nostrils. Chen Yang smiled and said, Mrs. Landlady, your perfume smells really nice. What kind of perfume are you wearing? I didn't use any perfume. The landlady replied while munching on popcorn. No perfume? Then, is that your natural body scent, Mrs. Landlord? Chen Yang smiled. Nonsense, the landlady rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said, there's no such thing as natural body scent. It's just something men use to deceive girls. Natural body scent is indeed rare. But scents definitely exist, like shampoo, body wash, face wash, body lotion, and so on. Girls love using all kinds of scented products. Even the rooms have air fresheners. Chen Yang could often smell it when he entered the landlady's room. Women of different age groups use scented products that are completely different from one another. So, young girls have their own scent, and married women have theirs. There is some truth to that. But Mrs. Landlady, you really do smell so good. Chen Yang took the opportunity to hold the landlady's white, delicate hand and gently squeezed and played with it. The landlady's face flushed red, and she whispered, there are people around. What's the big deal? Can't we even hold hands? Chen Yang looked completely unfazed. The landlady thought about it and decided that holding hands wasn't such a big deal, so she didn't resist and took his hand. The movie started soon after. The movie was indeed quite bloody and terrifying. Surprisingly, the landlady wasn't scared at all. She was completely engrossed, watching with great interest. Chen Yang found it pretty interesting too. Originally, Chen Yang had planned to interact with the landlady during the movie, maybe flirt a bit, but seeing how engrossed she was, he didn't feel like disturbing her. That's how it went. They both got so into the movie that they watched it all the way through. After leaving the theater, Chen Yang and the landlady walked side by side. How was it? Chen Yang asked with a smile. It was pretty good. The landlady was still lost in the movie and said, although there were a few minor flaws, overall it was a very good film. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. The landlady suddenly pursed her red lips and laughed. By the way, I thought you were going to take advantage of me, but you didn't. That really surprised me. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I've always been a proper gentleman. Chen Yang remained unfazed. Alright, a gentleman. I hope our Mr. Chen doesn't look around everywhere when we take photos next time. The landlady smiled. Different matters should be handled separately. Chen Yang didn't respond, but took the opportunity to wrap his arms around the landlady's waist. The landlady let out a soft moan but didn't resist, allowing Chen Yang to hold her. The two left the cinema and headed outside. The movie was over. The shopping trip with the landlady was nearing its end. Chen Yang escorted the landlady out of the shopping mall. However, as they passed by the clothing section, the landlady suddenly spoke seriously. Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the landlady. The landlady bit her red lips and said, today was so much fun. Thank you. I can't remember the last time I had such a pleasant time shopping. These were the landlady's heartfelt words. Since becoming a widow, her personal life had been very lonely. She had few friends and no one to accompany her. While others could go out shopping with their girlfriends, she could only go out alone, with no one to talk to. She didn't like this situation. In fact, Chen Yang accompanying her shopping and watching a movie today made her feel very happy. Chen Yang smiled upon hearing this. What's the big deal? If you have time in the future, you can always invite me. The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled as she laughed. You have so much free time? No, I have time, but if the landlady invites me, I'll come even if I'm busy. Chen Yang laughed. Smooth talker. The landlady muttered under her breath, but deep down she was quite pleased. At that moment, the landlady suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, since you spent the day with me and made me so happy, then I have a reward for you. Chapter 184, The Assistant. What reward? Chen Yang was curious. Just wait and see. The landlady didn't say much more. Instead, she stepped out of Chen Yang's embrace and walked toward a clothing store ahead. Chen Yang was still puzzled, unsure of what the landlady was up to. Was she planning to buy clothes again? However, Chen Yang soon figured it out. The clothing store the landlady had gone to was an adult novelty shop, selling clothes. Chen Yang smiled knowingly. He drove the landlady back to Xiaowan community. After arranging the shooting schedule for the near future, Chen Yang and the landlady parted ways. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to head to the company. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari A12 toward the headquarters of Tianma Group. Along the way, he received another message. It was from Yao Na. Xiao Nana, honey, what are you doing? I miss you again. Mu Yang, I'm just heading to the office to handle some matters. Xiao Nana, the office? Honey, aren't you supposed to be off work? Mu Yang, not working doesn't mean I don't have work to do. I still need to get some things done. Xiao Nana, alright. Mu Yang, is there something you need? Xiao Nana, honey, I mentioned to you before that my parents are very suspicious about my money, so they want to meet you. If you have time tonight, that would be great. If not, it's okay. This matter. Yao Na had indeed mentioned it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't mind and replied casually. Mu Yang, I don't have anything planned for tonight. You go ahead and arrange it. Xiao Nana, okay, you're the best, honey. I love you the most. After sending this affectionate message, Yao Na didn't say anything else. Chen Yang looked at the message, his lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. It must be said. His good sister, calling him honey every other word, really knows how to touch someone's heart. It sounded pretty pleasant. Of course Yao Na's most heartfelt husband was when. Soon. The Ferrari 812 arrived at the headquarters of Tianma Group. Chen Yang entered the Tianma Group headquarters. At that moment, almost all the employees of Tianma Group looked at him with a different expression. No trace of contempt or mockery remained, only respect. Their attitude toward Chen Yang had completely changed one after another. They flattered him and approached him enthusiastically to greet him. 2 videos. Chen Yang had completely propelled Li Wei to stardom. Currently, the popularity of Li Wei's videos had reached the level of a top-tier influencer, with her fan base nearing 1 million. The video's topic has even entered the top 10 of Douyin's trending search list, with many influencers rushing to imitate it. Such massive traffic was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Chen Yang achieved this with just 2 videos. Chen Yang's true talent has been fully proven. Meanwhile, Zhou Man, a female subordinate, had just heard about Chen Yang's success and rushed to the company. Manager Chen, you're so amazing. Just 2 videos, and you made Li Wei gain nearly 1 million followers. Compared to you, the previous company's operations team were nothing. Manager Chen, you're my idol. I admire you so much. Joe Man immediately came over to give Chen Yang some emotional support, showering him with compliments. Chen Yang glanced at her and suddenly said, Joe Man, why don't you become my assistant from now on? What? The sudden statement left Joe Man momentarily speechless. Assistant? What kind of assistant? Chen Yang was a department manager, why would he need an assistant? Moreover, Joe Man was a deputy director. Going to work as an assistant to Chen Yang, a department manager, didn't seem like a promotion at all. Mr. Chen, did I say something wrong? Joe Man thought she had upset Chen Yang. That shouldn't be the case. While brown-nosing isn't good, it shouldn't lead to a demotion, right? Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much. Joe Man followed Chen Yang nervously, entering the company premises. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Work hours. The company organized a midday meeting. All department managers were present. Chen Yang usually didn't attend such meetings, but today he had made a special effort to come. The one hosting the meeting was naturally the CEO, Su Ningbing. Once everyone had arrived and taken their seats, Su Ningbing first addressed some recent issues within the company and then discussed them for about 10 minutes. Finally, Su Ningbing turned to Chen Yang. Given the current state of the company's dwindling traffic, Chen Yang, the manager, managed to secure a significant amount of traffic for the company with just 2 videos. And launched Li Wei, a new rising super influencer. Mr. Chen's market judgment and keen grasp of traffic trends are undoubtedly exceptional. I hope everyone will learn from him. Su Ningbing delivered this statement in a formulaic manner. Everyone turned to look at Chen Yang, then began clapping enthusiastically. Except for a few people, most of them still highly recognized Chen Yang's recent achievements. Chapter 185, Celebrity Profile. Finally, Su Ningbing announced directly. Given Chen manager's outstanding performance recently, after thorough discussion by the company's senior management, it has been decided to appoint Chen Yang as the new general manager of Tianma Group. Effective immediately, Chen Yang is the new general manager of Tianma Group. He will be fully responsible for all departments of the group. Upon hearing this, the other managers present were all taken aback. What's going on? Chen Yang has been promoted to general manager? This is way too fast. Although Chen Yang's recent performance has been quite good, he's only been the department manager for a short time. Is he really being promoted to general manager just because of 2 videos? This is simply too hard to accept. Especially Zhang Shang, who turned pale several times upon hearing the news of Chen Yang's promotion, clearly deep in thought. But even if they had any objections, what good would it do? Chen Yang becoming general manager. It was Su Ningbing and the higher-ups' decision. As lower-level managers, they have no say in the matter. Moreover, the position of general manager at Tianma Group had been vacant for some time, and it was indeed time for someone to take the role. Chen Yang stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su. Please continue to support me in the future." Applause erupted once more. Among those clapping the most enthusiastically was none other than Joe Man. At that moment, Joe Man was beaming with joy, her heart overflowing with happiness. She finally understood why Chen Yang had chosen her to be his assistant. Serving as an assistant to the department manager. That was a clear demotion. But if she were to become the general manager's assistant, that would be a different story. The general manager holds significant authority within the company, and being the general manager's assistant is akin to being their right-hand person. If she does a good job, there are great opportunities for promotion in the future. So, Chen Yang has given her an incredible opportunity. How could she not be happy? The meeting concluded swiftly. Chen manager, starting today, you will be responsible for most of the company's traffic plans or influencer and celebrity-related business. Whether you want to nurture someone or boost their traffic, you'll be able to do it with ease. Su Ningbing and Chen Yang gave some instructions about company matters. Of course, if you don't want to manage it, there are vice presidents who can take over. This last statement was exactly what Chen Yang had been hoping to hear. Chen Yang didn't want to spend too much effort on company management, he just wanted to focus on talent development and completing system tasks. Su Ningbing continued, this celebrity interview is also your first project since taking office. You will have full authority to manage it. We hope you won't let us down. After saying this final sentence, Su Ningbing gave Chen Yang a meaningful look before leaving directly. Chen Yang didn't say much. The star interview was also the project he was currently focusing on. Even without Su Ningbing, he still had to do it. After Su Ningbing left, Chen Yang immediately took Joe Man into the general manager's office. Bring me the profiles of all the contestants for the celebrity audition the day after tomorrow. Chen Yang instructed directly. Got it. Joe Man responded promptly and quickly fetched the files. Joe Man had always been highly efficient, well-versed in social etiquette, and sufficiently loyal. That's why Chen Yang had made her his assistant. From now on, she would be Chen Yang's right-hand person. Chen Yang rarely bothered with the details and simply delegated most tasks to Joe Man. Chen Yang took the candidate file Joe Man handed him and flipped through it carefully. Jo Xiaro, gender, female, height 170 centimeters, weight. It must be said. Celebrity profiles are much more detailed than influencer profiles. Basically, every piece of information about the contestant was clearly listed, including their past experiences, songs they've sung, TV dramas they've acted in, and their specialties in performance. The contestants' personal qualities were also far superior to those of influencers. There are hardly any who are lacking. Everyone has some talent, and even if they don't, their looks are top-notch. However, selecting celebrities is undoubtedly much more rigorous than selecting influencers. Those without any standout features. Most are simply eliminated. Chun Yang looked at several of them but didn't find what he was looking for, so he asked, "Is this all there is? Are there any better ones? The one you mentioned earlier that has great potential to become top tier, where is it?" Chen Yang got straight to the point. This celebrity audition wasn't just about selecting second or third tier talent, it was about cultivating a top tier face for Tianma. Ordinary influencers simply don't have the qualifications for this. Here it is. Zhou Man immediately stepped forward, flipped to the middle of the pile, and pulled out the file. This is the candidate with the most potential to become a top tier talent. Manager, take a look. Chen Yang took the file. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but he glanced at the file. He was completely stunned. Because the first name on the file was Zhou. Chapter 186, Background. Inside Hong Ho Wanko. Zhou sat in front of the vanity mirror, applying makeup and styling her hair. Behind her, Jamumu, pouting and reluctant, was combing her hair. "Sister, you're already beautiful enough. You're already the most beautiful woman in the world. Why bother with all this makeup? You're already more stunning than them without makeup. Why did you call me back to torture me?" Jamumu was full of complaints. She had already planned everything for today, a good fight during the day, and maybe even score 100 or 2 points. Now, she was suddenly dragged over to help Zhou with her makeup. How could she possibly be happy? Don't say such nonsense. Zhou, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. "This matter is extremely important to me. To succeed, we must approach it with a 100% effort. There can be no mistakes. Do you understand?" I understand. I get it all." Jamumu helped Zhou comb her hair and said, "Sister, you said the same thing before." But in the end, Jamumu stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing she had said the wrong thing, and quickly corrected herself. No, sister, I was just making things up. Don't take it seriously." Zhou's expression grew slightly somber. Indeed. Jamumu was right. In fact, right after graduating from university, Zhou had already tried to sign with an entertainment agency to become a celebrity. She had even auditioned for several companies. But the results were all disappointing. Most of these companies were rife with unwritten rules, often demanding that Zhou accompany their senior executives to meals. Or they would use various underhanded tactics in the contracts, which were extremely distasteful. Zhou understood this. Ultimately, it all comes down to the fact that she has no connections. She has no background in the entertainment industry and can only be bullied by others. So, out of frustration, Zhou gave up on the entertainment industry and took a relatively stable job as a flight attendant. Now, as she prepares for another interview, she has no idea how much hope she can hold out for. "Sister, you're not angry, are you?" Seeing Zhou remain silent, Jamumu felt even more wronged. "Why would I be angry?" Zhou smiled. "You didn't say anything wrong. After all, we did fail many times before." Then, Jamumu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sister, do you have any confidence this time?" "No." Zhou shook her head. "What confidence could I have? We have no connections or background. We can only keep trying. That one work. Let us try the next one. There are so many entertainment companies, there must be a good one." Zhou's words carried a hint of helplessness. Yes. No matter how good your conditions are, it's all meaningless. If you want to succeed, there are various factors at play. For someone like her, who has nothing, the only option is to keep trying. Maybe she'll find a way out, maybe she won't, and she'll just sink into obscurity. That's reality. Alright, I believe you'll definitely succeed, sister. After all, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. Jamumu said firmly. Enough of that, Zhou said. By the way, Mumu, did you bring your clothes? I brought them. What's the matter? Jamumu replied. I just tried on a few outfits, but none of them were quite right. Bring yours out so I can try them on. Zhou smiled. What? Jamumu puckered her lips and said unhappily, You're going to wear my clothes? That is so unhygienic. Now you're looking down on your older sister? Jerome immediately scolded her. When you were little, you stole my stockings and my skirt to wear. Why didn't you think that was gross then? Jamumu stuck out her tongue and laughed. Hee, sister, I was just joking with you. Don't get so worked up. Sister is so fragrant and sweet. How could I ever be disgusted? Sister, just wait. I'll go get it for you right now. Jamumu returned to her own bedroom. Zhou looked helpless. This good little sister of hers was truly mischievous, but she was also quite cute and thoughtful. However, she didn't have high expectations for Jumumu's clothes. Because most of Jumumu's clothes were bought by her. Or they were hand-me-downs from her. There wasn't anything particularly nice about them. I guess when it comes time for the interview, she'll have to go out and buy a few more outfits. Soon. Jumumu walked in carrying a pile of her own clothes. Among the clothes were skirts, t-shirts, JK uniforms, even stockings and suspenders, and she even brought a few bags. Sis. Pick whatever you like. I have plenty of clothes. Jumumu smiled sweetly. Jiro responded, carefully examining Jumumu's clothes. The styles and designs seemed to have increased significantly, likely purchased by Jumumu herself. But something was off about these clothes. Why do they all seem to be designer brands? Especially the few bags Jumumu had brought over. Hermes, Armani, Chanel, Gucci. Chapter 187, Jiro's Potential. Each of these is a top-tier designer handbag. Any one of them costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Jiro's pupils suddenly dilated, and her delicate face couldn't help but pale slightly. She looked at Jumumu and asked directly. Mumu, where did you get all these bags? Jumumu had just taken an ice cream bar out of the fridge, stuck out her pink little tongue to lick it, and casually said, My brother-in-law gave them to me. Your brother-in-law gave them to you? Jiro was once again stunned into silence. Jumumu laughed, Yes, sister. My brother-in-law just gives me bags whenever he has nothing to do. He often stops by to buy one when he comes home. This statement left Jiro even more flustered. He just brings one over whenever he feels like it. He just stops by to buy one. My goodness, these are Hermes, Chanel, and Gucci. How many women would kill to have one, and it's so hard to get? Even Jiro herself had only bought one, and it was so precious that she rarely ever took it out. But Chen Yang keeps giving them to Jumumu as if they were cabbages. That's way too excessive. After a moment of shock, Jiro said unhappily, You just take it when someone gives it to you? Do you know how valuable these are? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Since my brother-in-law gave it to me, I'll take it. Jumumu replied with a hint of stubbornness. In truth, she knew these bags were quite valuable. She had mentioned it to Chen Yang before, but he had said that such a small amount of money meant nothing to him. He told her to take them without worry, as long as she was happy. So, in the end, Jumumu didn't think much of it. Her brother-in-law spoiled her. Isn't that great? She was quite happy. You're really impossible. Jiro sighed and didn't say much else. She looked at Jumumu's clothes again. They were all designer women's wear. LV, Versace, Valentino, Dior. As if they were free, one set after another. A rough estimate put the total value of these women's outfits at over $1 million. This was simply outrageous. Jumumu, eating an ice cream, giggled, Sister, what do you think of all these designer brands? What can I think? Jiro said with a hint of jealousy, Chen Yang really treats you well. Well, after all, he's your brother-in-law. Jumumu felt a little proud. He's not your brother-in-law anymore. Jiro corrected her. A former brother-in-law is still a brother-in-law. Jumumu snorted. Jiro was helpless against her younger sister and could only issue a direct, authoritative command. All right. From now on, your clothes and bags are confiscated. What? Sister, these are all my clothes. I lent them to you. Jumumu retorted. Jiro glared at her. Jumumu immediately deflated and said, All right. Sister is the boss. Whatever you say, sister. That's more like it. Jiro gave a smile. Jumumu, however, muttered angrily under her breath, Old woman, she's a tigress. Tianma Group. In the general manager's office. Yes, Mr. Chen. It's Jiro. Jiro is a promising newcomer we discovered a few years ago. Back when she was in university, many companies and groups came to the school to recruit her. However, for various reasons, she never managed to break into the entertainment industry. Recently, there have been rumors that she wants to make a comeback. Although her overall conditions are no longer as good as they were back then, her potential is still quite promising. With proper cultivation, she has the potential to become a top-tier star. Joe-man explained various details about Jiro to Chen Yang. Actually, there was no need for Joe-man to explain. Chen Yang was well aware of everything. He understood Jiro's conditions better than anyone else. First, her appearance and looks are absolutely top-notch, and her figure is that of a supermodel. Additionally, Jiro has a beautiful singing voice and has performed multiple times at school events. During her school days, she even took specialized acting lessons. Her qualifications are well-rounded, making her highly suitable for the entertainment industry. However, back then, Jiro had to pay for Jumumu's tuition fees, and there were also the unwritten rules of the entertainment industry. Plus, they were in the heat of their romance, and Jiro didn't want to be too far away from Chen Yang. She chose to prioritize her love. Therefore, Jiro chose not to enter the entertainment industry. Now, Jiro has resigned from her flight attendant position and is dedicated to pursuing her own dreams. She definitely has immense potential. The only question is whether Giraud meets the system's requirements to become an S-class celebrity. We'll see when the time comes. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, saying, that's good. Keep a close eye on her for me. Got it, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man replied promptly. She thought for a moment and then whispered, Mr. Chen, I'm afraid Zhang Sheng has probably noticed Jerome as well. Given Zhang Sheng's personality, I suspect. Zhang Sheng is that kind of person. Chen Yang understood all too well. He would use his power to force some ordinary people with no background to comply. Giraud back then was unable to break into the entertainment industry because of this. Chapter 188 Power. Now, the tables have turned. Chen Yang now holds power and has a background. The things he couldn't accomplish back then, the things he couldn't protect, he must now reclaim. The matter with Zhang Sheng. I'll handle it. Chen Yang said coldly. All right. Zhou Man didn't know what Chen Yang would do either. He probably just wanted to warn Zhang Sheng. This was probably the limit. After all, Zhang Sheng had Zhang Dong, one of the board members, backing him up. After discussing the matter of the celebrity audition, Chen Yang asked about other matters. The first to be mentioned, of course, was Li Wei. Where's Li Wei? Chen Yang had been at the company for half a day and hadn't seen Li Wei yet. Zhou Man replied, Li Wei has a brand event tonight, so she's probably already gone to prepare. A brand event? Chen Yang furrowed his brows and asked, what's it for? Zhou Man smiled and explained, it's just a gala organized by some brands, and they invite a lot of influencers. Attending a brand event can significantly boost one's personal visibility. It also allows the brand to get to know you better, which can lead to more endorsement deals and investments. After Zhou Man explained it, Chen Yang understood. So, it's indeed an important event. Zhou Man added, however, there will also be many high-ranking executives from entertainment companies attending the brand-sponsored events. They might even offer to pay to poach Li Wei. After all, Li Wei's breach of contract fee isn't too high. This was a timely reminder. Zhou Man really thought of everything. Chen Yang laughed, don't worry, I trust Li Wei. Chen Yang had some confidence in Li Wei's loyalty. After all, she was already in her 60s or 70s. She wouldn't be so easily poached. Besides, Li Wei isn't stupid. She knows who the key factor in her success is. Besides, even if Li Wei were to be poached, so what? With the system in hand. For Chen Yang, cultivating another Li Wei would be as easy as picking flowers. All right. Today's matters have been settled. I've been at work for over 2 hours. I'm tired. Sigh, it feels like the work hours are getting longer and longer lately. I need to be more careful in the future. Chen Yang stretched and said to Zhou Man, the remaining work, you go help me coordinate with the vice presidents. I have something else to do, so I'll head out first. All right, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man's face flushed slightly. Although she knew that working as Chen Yang's assistant would likely be much more demanding than her previous role, her authority, work experience, and professional expertise would also increase significantly. Within the department, she would need to build her seniority, at least for several years, or even decades, to become a manager. But by staying by Chen Yang's side, she only needed to do her job well and curry favor with him. She would gain better promotion opportunities. This was undoubtedly what she had always dreamed of. After handling these matters, Chen Yang left the office directly, with Zhou Man following behind him all the way out. On the way, Chen Yang encountered Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng approached him immediately, speaking with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, congratulations on your promotion. Chen Yang nodded, gave him a brief glance, and didn't say anything else before leaving with Zhou Man. Zhang Sheng was left standing aside, but he didn't seem upset. He was a smart man. He had already investigated Chen Yang's background. He was connected to the major shareholder. Even though his father was one of the board members, it wasn't wise to provoke him. Therefore, whenever he saw Chen Yang, he always treated him with the utmost respect. However, speaking of which, things are getting a bit tricky now. Chen Yang is in charge of the celebrity auditions, and if something goes wrong with Giraud, it could be a real headache. Hopefully, Chen Yang can secure Li Wei. Don't be so greedy. Boom! The Ferrari A12 emerged from the headquarters of Tianma Group. It was already evening. Chen Yang first returned to Shaoan community, intending to have dinner with Jamumu, but unfortunately, his kind-hearted younger sister-in-law was not home. Today ended pretty early. It seems that Giraud is truly Jamumu's arch-nemesis. As soon as Giraud returned, Jamumu's internet addiction had improved significantly. With Jamumu gone, Chen Yang decided not to eat either. He changed into some clothes and headed straight to find Yao Na. He had a date with Yao Na that evening. Chen Yang left again, this time not choosing the Ferrari A12 but driving the Lamborghini Urus, leaving Shaoan community and heading toward the distance. Shenzhen. Swan Wine Party. A grand banquet was being held here. Prominent figures from all walks of life came and went. Some entertainment company executives, big and small influencers, brand representatives, and others all attended the banquet. Li Wei stood at the entrance in a black evening gown, feeling a bit nervous. In similar gatherings in the past, she had always been an inconspicuous presence. She had no presence at all. This time, with her growing fan base, she wondered if things would be different. After taking a deep breath, Li Wei finally pushed open the door and walked into the banquet hall. To her surprise, as soon as she appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, someone immediately noticed her and exclaimed, "Li Wei! Li Wei is here!" Chapter 189, All Eyes on Her. A single stone sent ripples across the water. In an instant, the gazes of many present turned toward her, all fixated on Li Wei. Their expressions were a mix of curiosity, anticipation, envy, and confusion, but what stood out most was sheer awe. "She's so beautiful." Li Wei in person was truly breathtaking. After a brief moment of silence, a flurry of compliments began to pour in. "Wow! Li Wei's looks are truly unmatched. Yeah, she looks even better in person than online. She's so talented she'd be wasted as an influencer. She should pursue a career in the entertainment industry. It seems like she's definitely going to have a spot among the top influencers in the future." Countless voices were filled with praise for Li Wei. Li Wei was completely speechless. Although she knew her fame had already grown significantly, she never imagined it could reach such heights. All eyes were on her. This was simply too much. As Li Wei slowly made her way into the venue, one after another, brand representatives and entertainment agency agents approached her directly. "Miss Li, I'm the representative from Longshore. Are you considering any endorsement deals recently?" "Miss Li, I'm from PDD. Would you consider advertising with us?" "Miss Li, I'm the manager of Shenzhen Zongheng Entertainment. Would you be interested in joining our company?" She was the center of attention. This is the kind of treatment only top-tier influencers can enjoy. Li Wei turned down one brand ambassador after another and continued walking toward the inner part of the banquet. Inside, she saw many other influencers. They were all dressed up in their finest attire, but could only stand in the corners, ignored by everyone. They were all watching Li Wei, their eyes filled with both envy and jealousy. Once upon a time, Li Wei had been one of them, standing in the corner. Li Wei even spotted several big influencers she had once served as an assistant, now among the crowd. At that time, she had been groveling before them. Now, everything was completely different. This is the harsh reality. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, whoever controls the traffic holds the ultimate power. As for the losers, no one will give them a second glance. At that moment, Li Wei felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Chen Yang. If it weren't for Chen Yang, she would never have experienced this moment in her entire life. She would have spent her entire life confined to a cramped, stuffy room, possibly becoming a complete failure, returning to the countryside to marry someone, with no chance of ever improving her circumstances. It was Chen Yang who gave her all of this. Happy community. Downstairs, Chen Yang sat in the Lamborghini Urus, calling Yao Na. "We're still waiting to get ready." "How much longer? My mom's medicine is still simmering. We have to finish it first. It should take about half an hour. Honey, why don't you come up and wait? It's not good to wait down there." Chen Yang thought about it and realized she was right. He was also familiar with Yao Na's family. Going up to sit for a while was the right thing to do. So Chen Yang got out of the car and went straight upstairs toward Yao Na's apartment. He arrived at the door of Yao Na's apartment. Chen Yang knocked on the door. "Coming." Yao Na's pleasant voice immediately rang out. A moment later, the door opened. Yao Na, wearing only a loose silk robe, appeared before Chen Yang. It had been a few days since they last saw each other. Yao Na was still as beautiful as ever. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower, her skin was fair and rosy, soft and delicate, and her long, slender legs were straight and elegant, truly a sight to behold. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Yao Na's eyes lit up, and she immediately threw herself into his arms, whispering softly, "Husband, I've missed you so much." Chen Yang embraced his beloved sister's soft, delicate body and laughed. "Aren't you afraid your parents will see?" "What is there to be afraid of? My parents are in the room picking out clothes, they won't notice." Yao Na said this while kissing Chen Yang on the cheek, her words filled with love. "Besides, we're not doing anything wrong. We're doing nothing wrong. What is there to be afraid of?" Chen Yang thought about it and agreed. What's there to be afraid of? So Chen Yang casually placed his hand on Yao Na's pert behind. Yao Na's face flushed red, and she whispered with a smile, "In front of my parents, it's probably best not to be so bold. If we have a chance tonight, I'll let you." Yao Na said, then kissed Chen Yang on the lips again. The soft sensation. A faint fragrance. This good older sister of mine is really something. Chen Yang smiled and followed Yao Na into the room, sitting down on the sofa. "Nana, who's there?" The voice of Yao Na's mother, Zhang Hua, came from inside the room. "Mom, it's Chen Yang." Yao Na replied. "Chen Yang?" Zhang Hua seemed taken aback, apparently not expecting Chen Yang to show up. The room fell silent shortly after. Yao Na lay in Chen Yang's arms and laughed. "If my parents knew you gave the money, I wonder what their reaction would be." Chapter 190, Li Wei's transformation. Chen Yang laughed. "You called me here just to see their reaction when they find out the truth, didn't you? Well, it's their fault for always looking down on my husband. Yana wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, gazing into his eyes with love. Chen Yang felt quite comfortable. The emotional value this older sister could provide was truly on par with Chen Qingling. A moment passed. Creak. The front door of the room opened. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua must be coming out. Inside the swan wine party, Li Wei took her seat at the table reserved for influencers. The once inconspicuous Li Wei now sat at the main table, surrounded by influencers worth millions, each treating her with great courtesy and laughter. Those who she once looked up to are now her equals. And those who had once looked down on her were now sisterly. It was my fault before. I didn't recognize your worth. Don't hold it against me. Please give me a chance to work with you in the future. Sisterly, what about me? Take a look at me too. When can we collaborate? Sisterly. Flattery and sycophantic voices echoed all around. Back when Li Wei was an assistant, she couldn't even hold her head up in front of these influencers. Now, Li Wei's beautiful eyes gradually grew cold, and her gaze toward them became condescending. A long-suppressed emotion seemed to be released within her at that moment. Zhou Xuelin, I remember you once said that I, Li Wei, with this face, am just an ugly monster who will never amount to anything in life, right? Shuya, I remember you made me sweep the floors and mop the floors every day, even the bathroom. Now you're begging me? Is that funny? Taozi, I'm a bit thirsty now. Li Wei didn't give any of them the time of day, instead her face grew cold, completely losing the timid demeanor she had earlier. One after another, they settled the score. Those female influencers, one after another, had flushed faces and dared not speak. Indeed. Back when Li Wei was their assistant, they hadn't spared her any abuse. The status of an influencer's assistant was already quite low. Li Wei was also so beautiful, so they naturally felt resentful. They never imagined that Li Wei would one day rise to become a major influencer. Seeing the other female influencers unable to say a word, Li Wei felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She had come from a small town, worked her way up from a village girl to this international metropolis, lived in a tiny apartment, and spent years in this city serving tea and water, always meek and obedient. Wasn't this the moment she had been waiting for? This feeling of being above everyone else was what she had always desired deep down. Now, she had finally achieved it. At the same time, she was acutely aware that the opportunity she had been given was not something she had earned on her own. Chen Yang. Manager Chen. She will never forget it for the rest of her life. Therefore, she turned down all the offers from entertainment companies. She believed that as long as she stayed by Chen Yang's side, she would continue to succeed. Mr. Chen. I, Li Wei, will never betray you in this lifetime. Absolutely not. A fleeting, slightly deranged expression flashed across Li Wei's beautiful eyes. In the happy community. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua emerged from the room. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Yao Hai smiled and greeted him, Little Chen, it's been a while. Yeah, Uncle Yao, it's been a few years. You look much more energetic. Chen Yang flattered him. What do you mean I look better? I'm already old. Yao Hai replied with a wry smile. Zhang Hua interrupted their small talk and asked directly, Little Chen, did you come here today for something? Nothing much, just came to look for Nana. Chen Yang replied bluntly. Zhang Hua laughed and said, that's too bad. Nana has something to do and will be leaving soon. Oh, I know. I'll leave soon. Chen Yang replied with a smile. This left Zhang Hua a bit puzzled. What was Chen Yang up to? He had already said he had something to do, so why wasn't he leaving? Yao Hai, however, laughed and said, Little Chen is already here. It's no big deal to chat for a bit. Aren't you still boiling the medicine? There's still some time left. I'll chat with Little Chen first and catch up. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Zhang Hua, hearing this, had nothing to say and went into the kitchen to continue boiling the medicine. Yao Hai sat down directly across from Chen Yang and asked with a smile, Little Chen, what have you been up to lately? You look even more handsome and your demeanor has improved a lot. Have you struck it rich? The last sentence was just polite small talk. Made a fortune. It's not that easy to get rich, I was just asking out of curiosity. Zhang Hua, who was in the kitchen, also peeked her head out slightly, seeming curious as well. The current Chen Yang indeed seemed quite different from before. His demeanor was much better than before. He looked so polished and well-groomed. I wonder what happened. Chapter 191, Regret? When faced with Yao Hai's inquiry, Chen Yang smiled and said, it's been okay. I've actually made a bit of money recently. Oh? From the way you say it, it must be quite a lot. Yao Hai was intrigued. Just a little money. Uncle Yao, don't worry about it. Chen Yang laughed. All right. Yao Hai didn't press further, but his curiosity was piqued. Yao Hai continued, where are you working these days? You can at least tell your uncle that much. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said directly, I'm currently working as the general manager of a listed company. Become the general manager of a listed company? Yao Hai couldn't help but be startled. Even Zhang Hua in the kitchen stopped what she was doing. Working as the general manager of a listed company. That must be at least $1 million annual salary, right? After coming to his senses, Yao Hai laughed repeatedly. Impressive, Xiao Chen. You're really something. Even when you were a kid, Uncle knew you were no ordinary person. Now I see you're truly different. Yao Hai gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. Even Zhang Hua came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fruits and smiled sweetly, saying, "That's right, little Chen. Uncle and Auntie have always had high hopes for you. You've really made us proud. Come on. Have some fruit." Zhang Hua handed the fruit to Chen Yang, her attitude becoming much more enthusiastic. "Thank you." Chen Yang smiled. At the same time, Zhang Hua continued, "But Chen, this is really a pity. With your achievements, you actually had a good chance with our family's Nana. But our family's Nana already has a boyfriend. And her boyfriend is also very accomplished, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars for our family every month. It's just not meant to be." Zhang Hua's tone carried a hint of boastfulness. Of course, she was also trying to cut off any lingering hopes between Chen Yang and Yao Na. After all, Chen Yang's words were still unverified, but Yao Na's boyfriend was the real deal, beyond any doubt. "That's really a shame." Chen Yang smiled faintly. "Mom, I think Chen Yang is a good guy." Yao Na spoke directly, leaning closer to Chen Yang. Zhang Hua saw this and couldn't help but frown, clearly unhappy. However, she didn't make a scene and instead addressed Chen Yang. "Little Chen. We're about to leave. It might not be convenient to entertain you. Why don't you?" Chen Yang understood Zhang Hua's meaning and smiled, saying, "All right. I'll go ahead then." Chen Yang. Yao Na wanted to keep Chen Yang there. Chen Yang gave her a faint smile and then stood up and left directly. Chen Yang had left. Yao Hai hurriedly asked Yao Na with a smile, "Nana, was Chen Yang telling the truth? Is he really the general manager of a listed company?" "Of course. He wouldn't lie to us." Yao Na replied. "That's wonderful." Yao Hai smiled slightly, seeming to feel a sense of accomplishment. Zhang Hua then said, "Nana, no matter how outstanding Chen Yang is, don't think too much about it. You already have a boyfriend. Don't think too much about it. But I think Chen Yang is better. We've been childhood friends since we were little. Our feelings for each other are deeper." Yao Na replied. Zhang Hua continued, "No matter how good he is, he can't compare to him. He can give you hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. He's a wealthy second-generation heir. Even if Chen Yang is as outstanding as he is, he'll probably never reach his level, let alone half of it. Forget it. Just make sure you keep your boyfriend tied down." Yao Hai said unhappily, "What are you saying? You're so materialistic. At least we watched Chen Yang grow up. He's achieved something, and everyone's happy for him. Why bring this up?" Zhang Hua retorted bluntly, "So what? Chen Yang is also someone I watched grow up. When he was a kid, I used to buy him things all the time. Different strokes for different folks. He is successful, and I'm genuinely happy for him. But he's not as good as others, and that's a fact. There's no point in arguing about it." Yao Hai couldn't argue and could only say, "You're young and inexperienced." Zhang Hua ignored Yao Hai and smiled at Yao Na, asking, "Nana, when is your boyfriend arriving?" "We're already ready." Yao Na checked her phone for a moment, then smiled and said, "He's already here. He's waiting for us at the restaurant." "Oh? That's great. Let's hurry up and get ready to go," Zhang Hua said excitedly. She was curious to see who Yao Na's mysterious boyfriend was. 30,000 a month. He must be a real Prince Charming. Yao Na's smile grew even wider as she said, "Mom, if you see him later, don't regret it." "What would I regret?" "For no reason." Zhang Hua had no idea what Yao Na meant. Yao Na just smiled and didn't say anything else. Chapter 192, Tianma's Opportunity. Shen Chang. Yao Tzu Yage. This was a fairly upscale private tea house in Shenzhen. Giraud took a taxi to this location. Looking at the grand entrance of the elegant pavilion, Giraud, who had already applied her makeup and dressed beautifully, took a deep breath and walked straight inside. Under the guidance of a server, Giraud walked through the long corridors of the elegant and secluded pavilion. They continued onward. They arrived at the entrance of a high-end private tea room located deep within the elegant pavilion. "Miss Xia. This is the reserved private room," the female waitress said with a smile. "Thank you," Giraud politely replied before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Entering the private tea room. Inside, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, a slightly plump figure, and a black suit, exuding a mix of professionalism and worldliness, smiled and said, "Giraud. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages." Giraud saw the middle-aged woman and also smiled, saying, "Lan Jie. Please sit down first." Qin Lan smiled and gestured for Giraud to sit down. Giraud sat across from Qin Lan. As soon as she sat down, Qin Lan scrutinized Giraud's exquisite and beautiful face from head to toe, and exclaimed, "This face, this figure. Giraud, you're absolutely perfect. Compared to a few years ago, you've become even more beautiful. With your looks, it's a shame you didn't enter the entertainment industry." Giraud smiled and replied, "Lan Jie is joking." On the surface, she was flattering, but deep down, she was brimming with confidence. She had never doubted her own beauty her entire life. Xinlan continued, have you looked into the matter with Tianma? Not very much. Zhou replied. She had been busy with work and had little free time. She had only finished her work tasks yesterday, so she hadn't had time to learn about many things related to Tianma. Xinlan explained. Here's the situation with Tianma. Tianma's top star recently got into some trouble, her reputation was ruined, and she's now being targeted by the entire internet, effectively semi-retired from the industry. And Tianma had actually prepared a lot of activities and resources for her for the second half of the year. With this incident, everything has come to a complete halt. But the resources can't go to waste. Tianma is trying to cultivate its own second-tier talent while also seeking out promising newcomers to take a risk and aim for big gains with small investments. Joining Tianma now is the best opportunity. You could very well become Tianma's rising star and receive a significant allocation of resources. As Xinlan continued, Zhou grew increasingly tempted. She never imagined that joining Tianma could offer such an opportunity. She had assumed it was just a regular interview. However, everything comes at a price. Xinlan took a sip of tea and continued, the conditions at Tianma are extremely tempting, but the difficulty is also very high. Currently, several second and third tier celebrities have already begun working on this. They're also trying to get into Tianma. Upon hearing Xinlan's words, Zhou sensed something amiss and hurriedly said, Lan Jie, don't worry. My conditions are better than theirs. And I'm a complete newcomer. Given Tianma's current situation, they should be more in need of fresh talent. Zhou was still quite perceptive. Her guess was indeed correct. Given Tianma's current situation, pure newcomers definitely have a bigger advantage than second or third tier celebrities. After all, second and third tier celebrities have already invested resources but haven't made it big. If Tianma invests more resources in them, the results might not be any better. Therefore, Tianma would be better off investing resources in pure amateurs. Even if they only rise to the second or third tier, the returns would be far better than investing in these second or third tier celebrities. That's easier said than done. Xinlan swirled her teacup, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Zhou, after all these years, are your thoughts still so naive? This statement struck Zhou right in the heart. Her face turned pale instantly, and the faint glimmer of hope that had just appeared seemed to vanish in an instant. Yes. She was no longer the naive college graduate she had been back then. After several years of harsh experiences in the real world, she had come to understand certain rules very well. She was indeed exceptionally well qualified, excelling in every aspect. But what did that matter? Others won't even bother to compete with you openly. In private, no one can match her in subtlety. Lan Jie. I know. I have no background or connections. It's hard for me to get this opportunity. But please believe me, Lan Jie. If you give me this chance, I will definitely not let you down. If you give me this chance, I'll give it my all. Really, Lan Jie. Zhou spoke earnestly, her words filled with longing and pleading in her beautiful eyes. She truly wanted this chance. A chance to prove herself. Even if it doesn't work out. It would at least allow her to give up completely. But Xinlan spoke indifferently, Zhou, I would also like to give you this chance, but I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to do so, and I can't. Chapter 193, The Grand Hotel in Deep City. Of course. I can introduce you to someone. Xinlan took out a business card and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took the business card and looked at it. On the front of the business card were two large characters. Zhang Shang. Below that was a line of smaller text. Operations Manager of Tianma Group. Xinlan continued, this Mr. Zhang holds significant influence within Tianma Group. His father is currently one of the company's board members, Zhang Dong. If you can build a good relationship with him, getting into Tianma Group will be a piece of cake. Xinlan's meaning was already clear. Xinlan added, alright, Zhou, think it over carefully. You're not exactly young anymore. In a few more years, when you turn 30, you'll really be past your prime. You're beautiful, but beauty doesn't last forever. Think it over carefully. Alright. I won't say anymore. Xinlan picked up her handbag and walked toward the exit. I've already settled the bill here. Take your time to think it over. Xinlan left. Zhou's expression changed several times as she held the business card, her eyes flashing with humiliation and anger. It's still the same. Again. No matter how many companies she interviewed with, no matter how many times she tried, the result was always the same. These people have no bottom line at all. But after the anger subsided, Zhou instantly collapsed in despair, standing motionless and lost in thought. Could it be? Is there really no way out? Deep City Grand Hotel. One of Shenzhen's most renowned Chinese restaurants. The place is lavishly decorated, gilded and ornate, with dragon and phoenix carvings, perfectly suited to the tastes of the older generation. It is also one of the must-visit restaurants for many older generations. Back in the day, if one could dine at Xincheng Grand Hotel, they would feel incredibly proud. At that moment, a taxi pulled up in front of Tonga. Yao Na and her group got out of the taxi. Manhwa complained, Nana, your boyfriend is really something. Why didn't he come to pick us up? We dressed up so nicely and had to take a taxi here. That's embarrassing. Yao Na heard this and was also a bit upset. She said, Mom, we have food to eat, that's already good. What else are you complaining about? Besides, Shen Yang did come after all. He was just chased away by you. Yao Na muttered to herself. That's right. Yao Hai chimed in, the place where they invited us to dinner is the Shenzhen Grand Hotel, after all. That's very thoughtful of them. Yao Hai looked at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel before him, feeling a surge of excitement. Being able to eat a meal here would give him something to brag about to his old colleagues in the future. Zhang Hua also said, I was just venting a little. The three of them walked toward the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, a waiter approached them with a smile and said, 3 guests? I'm sorry. The venue has been reserved for tonight, and we are currently unable to accommodate any additional guests. We hope you understand. Private event? At this, Yao Na and the others were all taken aback. Yao Hai exclaimed in astonishment, who could possibly book out the entire Shenzhen Grand Hotel? That is so impressive. In his mind, the Shenzhen Grand Hotel was synonymous with luxury. Even having a meal there was considered a sign of status. Booking the entire place. It was something he dared not even imagine. Zhang Hua, however, was a bit upset and said, Nana, what's wrong with your boyfriend? They've even booked the entire place and invited us over. Did you get scammed? She was growing increasingly skeptical about the truth of what Yao Na had said. 30,000 yuan a month was already outrageous. Now this so-called boyfriend is doing these strange things, it really feels like he's a scammer. Yao Na also didn't quite understand what Chen Yang meant. Just as she was about to contact Chen Yang, she suddenly thought of something and cautiously said, My name is Yao Na. There's a reservation. Yao Na had only spoken up tentatively. But she didn't expect that upon hearing her say Yao Na, the waiter's face immediately lit up with a smile. Miss Yao. You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Miss Yao, please come in. The waiter made a gesture inviting them inside. For a moment, Yao Na and the other two froze again. What is going on? What did the waiter mean? They had already formed a bold idea in their minds, but dared not confirm it. The three were led by the waiter into the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. As soon as they entered the Shenzhen Grand Hotel, they immediately saw rows of fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and dignified hostesses standing on both sides. Upon seeing Yao Na, they all greeted her respectfully. Welcome, Miss Yao. Welcome, Miss Yao. Welcome, Miss Yao. Though the scene was somewhat tacky, the scale was indeed impressive. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua were both startled, completely unsure of what was happening. Only Yao Na couldn't help but smile secretly. This was indeed the kind of thing Chen Yang would do. The three were led to the most central location in the Shenzhen Grand Hotel and seated. The location was incredibly luxurious, with extremely opulent chairs and even several waiters standing by, ready to attend to their every need. Chapter 194, Jiro's Despair. It wasn't until they sat down that Zhang Hua and Yao Hai finally regained their composure. Yao Hai was so nervous he stammered, Nana, does this mean your boyfriend has rented out the entire Shenzhen Grand Hotel? I suppose so. Yao Na replied casually. This. Yao Hai was completely speechless, feeling as though he were dreaming. Zhang Hua was also utterly shocked. However, she quickly regained her smile and said, That's so impressive. He truly lives up to being our son-in-law. Yao Na snorted, whether he's your son-in-law or not is still up in the air. Don't get ahead of yourself. Nah, that's not right of you. With such a wealthy second-generation heir, if you don't work harder, you'll really be wasting your opportunity. You're already in your late 20s. What will you do in a few more years? Then you'll really have no chance. Zhang Hua pleaded earnestly. Yao Na laughed with a hint of amusement. Mom, I've already tried my best. I've done everything I can to get close to him. But no matter how hard I try, I can't stop my pig teammate. Teammate? What do you mean? Zhang Hua was confused. You'll see when he arrives. Yao Na's lips curled up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. What a good husband. You're the one who knows how to play the game. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua exchanged confused glances, completely clueless about what Yao Na was up to. But as Yao Na had said, they soon found out. Before long, all the waitstaff at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel turned their heads toward the entrance and shouted in unison. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Their attitudes were humble and respectful, as if they were welcoming some important figure. Yao Na, Yao Hai, and Zhang Hua all turned their gaze in that direction. A young man with a tall, straight posture, dressed in a white suit, walked confidently through the door under the respectful gazes of the crowd, heading toward them. This young man was handsome, dignified, and incredibly charming. Upon seeing his appearance, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua's faces suddenly turned pale. That handsome appearance and tall, straight posture. Who else could it be but Chen Yang? How could Chen Yang be here? Could it be? At that very moment, a terrifying thought crossed their minds. The person who had invited them to tonight's banquet. Could it be Chun Yong? Yao Na's mysterious boyfriend. Could it also be Chun Yong? In that instant, they froze once more. Hong Ha and Wong Kok. Jiro, don't worry. It's just an ordinary gathering. There's nothing to it. Don't overthink it. Jiro, have you thought this through? If you don't come, the opportunity will be gone. Jerome, the chance to enter Tianma is once in a lifetime. At your age, it's already extremely difficult to get into a big company for training. Jiro, do you really think you're something special? Damn it, you dare to insult me? You just wait and see. Jerome walked aimlessly through the neighborhood, her mind replaying the scene of her phone call with Zhang Shang. Sure enough. It was exactly as she had anticipated. Zhang Shang is no different from the former leaders of entertainment companies. They're all the same scum. This time, it's just another false hope. Jiro will never submit. She is a woman who values her dignity. Even if she achieves nothing in life, even if she were to die, she would never accept such a dirty unwritten rule. But, just as Qin Lan had said, she is nearly 26 or 27 years old. Really? There aren't many opportunities left. Jiro looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed deeply. She returned to her apartment. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Jamumu sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, though she was actually just staring blankly. Her eyes were glassy, and she seemed lost in thought. As soon as she saw Jiro come back, Jamumu, with her snow-white little feet bare, rushed over excitedly and asked, Sister, sister. Did you succeed? Sister, I knew you could do it. You must have succeeded. Jamumu was naturally an optimistic person, always thinking positively from the start. But when she saw Jiro's expression, the smile on her pretty face gradually faded. Sis, what's wrong? No way. Jamumu sensed something was wrong and began to feel uneasy. Jiro nodded, forcing a bitter smile. It's almost over. What? Jamumu's face instantly fell, and she bit her red lips, saying, How could this happen? Sister. You're the most beautiful woman in the world. How could you not be chosen? Jiro remained silent and sat back down on the sofa. Jamumu quickly sat down beside Jerome, curling up like an obedient little kitten and burrowing into her embrace. Sister, is it because of? About Jiro. Jamumu definitely knew. Chapter 195, The Change in Yao Hai and Zhang Hua. Jamumu was well aware that her sister had suffered numerous instances of unfair treatment over the years. There was once a competition where Jiro had already made it to the finals and had a clear advantage, but the next day, she was suddenly overturned and eliminated. That time, Jiro returned home and cried for a long time in Chen Yang's arms. It was because of that incident that Jiro completely lost hope and gave up on her dream of entering the entertainment industry. Jiro replied softly, her eyes lowered, her delicate face filled with sadness. Sister. Jamumu also felt deeply wronged, her eyes welling up with tears. She sniffled and said, Then, what should we do? Jiro looked at Jamumu's pitiful expression and couldn't help but shake her head and smile. I'm not crying, why are you crying? Jamumu choked up, her voice trembling with tears. I feel so sorry for you, sister. Why you could have had a better future, sister. Jamumu felt more and more wronged as she thought about it, and finally burst into tears. Though she hadn't experienced what Jiro had gone through, she could sense that Jiro must have been bullied and wronged. She felt powerless, able only to cling to her sister and cry. She really was useless. It's okay. We can just move to the next place. Jiro gently stroked Jamumu's smooth hair, forcing a faint smile onto her pretty face. Deep down, she was also very upset, but she couldn't show it like Jamumu could. Because Jamumu could come to her to cry. Who could she turn to? In the past, she could turn to Chen Yang, but now she could only rely on herself. As sisters who depended on each other for survival, if she didn't stay strong, she truly didn't know how she could keep going. Jamumu softly responded, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She suddenly thought of something and said, Sister, why don't we try to find our brother-in-law? He might have a solution. No. Jiro refused outright. Why? Brother-in-law is very capable now. Jamumu asked in confusion. Jiro sighed bitterly, we've already broken up. Don't bother him over this. Do you understand? All right. Jamumu could only respond with a nod. Inside the Xincheng Grand Hotel. Under the shocked gazes of Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, Chen Yang walked straight over and stood in front of them. Before Chen Yang could speak, Yana, standing beside him, rushed forward and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang! You're finally here. Yana smiled sweetly. Chen Yang gently embraced Yana, then sat across from Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, smiling and saying, Uncle Yao. Aunt Zhang. We're sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua looked at each other, completely at a loss for words. Yao Hai stammered, Little Chen, what? What's going on here? Zhang Hua also looked speechless and said, You and Nana. Chen Yang smiled slightly, hugged Yana tighter, and said with a smile, Uncle Yao, Aunt Zhang, you were right. I'm Nana's boyfriend. After Chen Yang confirmed their relationship, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua were completely stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Yang was indeed Yao Na's mysterious boyfriend. A boyfriend who spends 300,000 yuan a month. A wealthy boyfriend who could casually book the entire Deep City Grand Hotel. This was completely beyond their expectations. Zhang Hua still couldn't believe it and asked Yao Na beside her, Nana, is this really true? Of course it's true. Yao Na giggled and snuggled into Chen Yang's arms, saying, Mom, I told you before to be nicer to Chen Yang. Otherwise, you'd definitely regret it. Now, you know, don't you? Zhang Hua was completely speechless. Yes. She had told Yao Na to maintain a good relationship with him, but now she had ruined it herself. She really deserved it. Zhang Hua hurriedly forced a smile at Chen Yang and said, Little Chen, I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. Your aunt really didn't know. Please don't hold it against me. Yao Hai also apologized, saying, Uncle, I wasn't very nice earlier. When we drink later, I'll punish myself with 3 cups to make it up to you. Both of their attitudes had completely changed. This was the harsh reality. Yao Na couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, Mom, I still prefer your previous rebellious and unruly demeanor. Shut up. Zhang Hua's face turned slightly red. Chen Yang, however, didn't take it to heart. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua were indeed a bit self-serving and vain, but that was only human nature. They had helped Chen Yang many times before. There was no need to dwell on such things. To be honest, the old Chen Yang wasn't very good and didn't deserve Yao Na, but now he's completely different. Uncle Yao, Aunt Cheng. These are all minor matters, there's no need to make a big deal out of them. Chapter 196, The Past? Chen Yang snapped his fingers and smiled, Come on, let's order first. A waiter approached with the menu, moving quickly. Yao Hai took the menu, still feeling quite proud of himself. He never would have dreamed in his wildest imagination that he would be able to order a meal at the prestigious Deep City Grand Hotel. However, as soon as he saw the menu, he was immediately stunned. Even the simplest dish started at 3,000 or 4,000. Some of the more luxurious dishes even reached 6,666 or 8,888. That's way too much. A single dish could easily cost as much as his monthly salary. Old Yao, what are you doing? Why aren't you ordering? Zhang Hua saw Yao Hai hesitating and couldn't help but urge him. Just take a look yourself. Yao Hai handed the menu to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua only glanced at it and was completely stunned. Is this even edible? This must be something only gods can eat. Chen Yang noticed their thoughts and smiled, Uncle Yao, Aunt Zhang, it's okay. Go ahead and order whatever you like. Tonight's bill has already been settled. Almost everything on the menu is free. You can order as much as you want and eat as much as you like. Booking the entire Shenzhen Grand Hotel must have cost a fortune. Compared to renting out the entire Shenzhen Grand Hotel, the money spent on the dishes was nothing. Chen Yang's words left Yao Hai and Zhang Hua even more shocked. Such expensive dishes. You can eat as much as you want, order as much as you want, it's like a buffet. That's way too extravagant. After a moment, Yao Hai spoke hesitantly, Well, little Chen, Uncle will have to order then. Go ahead and order. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Yao Hai immediately began ordering with a beaming face. Zhang Hua also joined in, pointing this and that, occasionally teasing Yao Hai, which was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Yao Na snuggled up to Chen Yang and whispered with a smile. Honey, you really outdid yourself this time. Chen Yang smiled it off. He had indeed done it on purpose. Originally, he hadn't planned to do this, he just wanted to have a simple meal. But after all, money can make one arrogant. Especially when faced with Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, the two uncles and aunts who had watched him grow up since childhood. As the old saying goes, when one returns home in wealth, one should walk in the night in fine clothes. When it's time to put on a show, you have to put on a show. At least I've brought you some face. Chen Yang laughed. Yao Na felt an endless sweetness welling up in her heart. Thank you. My family hasn't felt this warm in a long time. Chen Yang smiled. 80% of the world's troubles stem from money. Without the worries of money, most people could live warmly and happily. The dishes were served one after another. After the expensive and luxurious dishes were served, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua seemed to transform into teenagers, holding their phones and starting to take videos and post them on their social media. The posts they shared were mostly videos of the food, accompanied by the caption, My future son-in-law treated me to dinner. So delicious. It was quite amusing. After finishing the videos, they began to eat. At the dinner table, Zhang Hua and Yao Hai undoubtedly asked Chen Yang various questions. Most of them were about money. Like, how did Chen Yang, being so young, manage to earn so much money? Where did all this money come from? Where did he make his fortune? Chen Yang mostly made up excuses, saying it was from investments, and since they didn't understand, he brushed them off casually. After eating and drinking for a while, only Chen Yang and Yao Na were left chatting. Why are you still living in happy community? Chen Yang's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. What's wrong with happy neighborhood? Yana smiled slightly, her eyes fixed on Chun Yang, her gaze carrying a seductive allure. She had also had a few drinks, her face flushed, making her even more intoxicating. Happy Community is too old and not safe, Chen Yang said indifferently. Happy Community was an old neighborhood with decades of history, and its facilities were all outdated. Additionally, the surrounding area had poor security. Chen Yang had given Yana 30,000 yuan, primarily to help her improve her living conditions. Seeing her still living in Happy Community now, he couldn't help but feel a bit upset. Honey, you care about me, and I know that. Yana leaned closer to Chen Yang, speaking softly as if in a dream. I've already started looking for a place. There's just too much stuff to move all at once. But don't worry, I'll move out soon. Chen Yang nodded. Yana continued, husband, actually, there's something else I want to tell you. What is it? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Yana's expression grew serious as she said, honey, do you remember a few years ago when I went on a business trip to Hong Kong and helped you investigate your background? This matter. Yana didn't mention it, but Chen Yang had indeed forgotten. Chen Yang had grown up in a county under the jurisdiction of Shenzhen City. However, according to the people who adopted him, his biological parents were actually from Hong Kong City and had gotten separated from him there. Yana was aware of this. So a few years ago, she helped Chen Yang go to Hongqing to look for them, but there was no news. Chapter 197, Crackdown. Why bring this up again now? What's going on? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Yana smiled and said, when I was searching in Hongqing before, I didn't find any leads, but I did meet some people there who are well connected. They have good information, but their asking price is quite high. I didn't have much money back then, so I never pursued it further. Now that I have money, I'll spend it to find out. They actually have some leads. If you ever go to Hong Kong City, you can look them up. Maybe you can get some leads. Chen Yang was taken aback by her words. He hadn't even considered that Yao Na had gone to such lengths. To be honest, he didn't have much attachment to his origins. He didn't even know if he had been abandoned or lost. Finding out wouldn't make much difference anyway. Chen Yang wasn't overly fixated on such matters. If he could find them, he would. If not, he wouldn't dwell on it. It was meaningless. But Yao Na's actions made him feel a warm glow in his heart. A good sister is truly a good sister. How thoughtful of her. I'll go visit her if I get the chance. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, Nah, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Yao Na gave Chen Yang a playful glance, her voice soft and seductive. I'm the one being taken care of by you. These are all things I should do. Husband. As long as you're happy. Chen Yang was also in a very good mood. The dinner party came to an end in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After the dinner party, everyone emerged from the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. Yao Hai was already a bit tipsy, clinging to Chen Yang and talking nonsense. Chen Yang had to drive, so he hadn't drunk any alcohol and was still quite sober. Zhang Hua and Yao Na followed behind, chatting with each other. The four of them arrived at the parking lot. Upon seeing Chen Yang's Lamborghini Urus, Yao Hai sobered up instantly and couldn't help but praise it endlessly. Zhang Hua, though clueless, asked about the price and then beamed with joy, looking quite pleased. The four got into the car. Roar! The Lamborghini Urus drove away from the Shenzhen Grand Hotel and headed off into the distance. Along the way, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase. Reward granted, 2 million. Another indulgent spending reward has been credited. This reward is quite high. Booking the entire Shenzhen Grand Hotel would only cost around 1 million. A reward of 1 million is not bad. At the same time, a call came in. Chen Yang slowed down the car and answered the call. The caller was none other than his assistant, Zhou Man. Mr. Chen, the documents regarding Zhang Shang have been mostly organized. Chen Yang nodded upon hearing this, good. He had already instructed Zhou Man to look for evidence of Zhang Shang using company rules to benefit himself when he left the office earlier that day. Zhou Man had worked quickly and had already finished by evening. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Zhou Man continued, Mr. Chen, actually, everyone in the company already knows about Zhang Shang's actions. But, no one has any way to deal with it. Even with concrete evidence, we still can't get him fired from the company. The meaning behind Zhou Man's words was already clear. Zhang Shang has a chairman as his father, and with that connection, it's unlikely we can get rid of him. Chen Yang, however, replied calmly, don't worry, I have a solution. The solution was simple. In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. He didn't need any excuse to get rid of Zhang Shang, it was just a matter of saying the words. The reason for gathering all this evidence is merely to make it seem legitimate. Zhang Dong? If he dares to speak up, Chen Yang kicking him out of the game wouldn't be difficult at all. I understand. Zhou Man replied. You've worked hard until so late. Go rest now. Chen Yang said with concern. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man replied. After ending the call, Chen Yang looked ahead at the road, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of sharpness. The chaos at Tianma Group over the years. It was time to clean things up properly. Previously, Chen Yang had been too indifferent to care, but now Tianmo was about to become his asset. He had no choice but to get involved. Back to Honghe Wangjia. Zhang Hua helped Yao Hai up the stairs. Chen Yang had originally planned to say goodbye to Yao Na and leave. But to his surprise, Yao Na had a dazed expression and a flush on her face as she looked at Chen Yang and said, "Husband, why don't we stay tonight?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Stay? Yao Na's parents were both at home. Is Yao Na really that bold? You know, Yao Na's apartment isn't very big, and the soundproofing is practically non-existent. Are you sure? Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile. Of course, why would I lie to my good husband? Stay here. But I'm all ready. Yao Na's eyes were brimming with tears, her gaze filled with intense passion. Looking at the fiery Yao Na before him, Chen Yang, though a man of integrity, was no Osha Hui. Chapter 198, Once Upon a Time. In this situation, how could he leave? So, after parking the car, Chen Yang wrapped his arms around Yao Na and headed straight upstairs. To Chen Yang's surprise, the place Yao Na took him to wasn't her apartment, but another apartment next to hers. This apartment, though old-fashioned on the outside, had been completely renovated inside, with brand new furniture, forming a stark contrast to Yao Na's old apartment filled with the smell of traditional Chinese medicine, exuding a warm and cozy atmosphere. Do you remember this place? After entering the apartment, Yao Na immediately took off her high heels, revealing her snow-white feet, and walked around the apartment. Chen Yang looked around and felt a mix of emotions, saying, "Of course I remember." This apartment held deep memories for him. Because this was the apartment where Chen Yang had once lived. At the time, he had been taken in by someone and had rented this apartment, living next door to Yao Na. They had also met each other back then. However, Chen Yang had moved away long ago and hadn't returned for years. He never expected that Yao Na would still remember. You rented it and redecorated it? Chen Yang looked at Yao Na, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I spent a bit of money, but it looks okay, right? Yao Na's charming face lit up with a smile. So Yao Na had spent all her money on these things. It must be said, this kind-hearted older sister really put a lot of thought into it. It's pretty good. Chen Yang nodded. He hadn't been back in ages. Coming back suddenly like this really hit him hard. Yao Na seemed to sense Chen Yang's mood. She sat down on the sofa and smiled. Do you remember? Back then, we used to play cards on the sofa. Whoever lost had to stand on the sofa, and we played all afternoon. You were the one who had to stand most of the time. We even got caught at night and got a good beating. Yao Na reminisced about those past memories. Chen Yang's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to those days, to that time when he was young and inexperienced. Yao Na walked over to the desk beside her and continued, and back then, when I helped you with your homework, we were right here at this desk. You were still so young back then. You were really clumsy. You drove me crazy. Chen Yang recalled these memories and couldn't help but laugh. You weren't much older either. But upon further reflection, he realized that such a statement wasn't entirely accurate. At that time, Yao Na, though young, had already developed quite well and was the type of older sister who matured early. Yao Na smiled and added, "We used to fight over the remote control all the time. A few times we even got into a fight, and you even tore my clothes to shreds. I remember it clearly. There was indeed such an incident." Chen Yang was deeply affected by it. "And this bed. Once when we were playing house, we got a bit carried away. You little brat, you actually pushed me onto the bed and said I was your wife." Yao Na continued talking. Chen Yang also remembered and laughed. "You didn't put up much of a fight back then, did you?" "Who said that? I just didn't have as much strength as you." Yao Na snorted lightly. Chen Yang's smile didn't fade as he listened with interest. And, after drinking, Yao Na, with her face slightly flushed, recounted one memory after another in the apartment. Chen Yang looked at her, at this beautiful and charming Yao Na, as if he had returned to the past. Back to the days when he spent every day with this older neighbor's sister. How nostalgic it was. "Chen Yang, I only found out recently. There's a small hole in the bathroom of your apartment. When I used to take showers here, were you already?" Yao Na's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile, gazing at Chen Yang with a hint of teasing. "Did I?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "I really didn't know." He wasn't lying. He truly didn't know. Although at that time, Chen Yang did indeed view Yao Na as an object of his fantasies, he had never gone so far as to climb up to the small hole to peek at her while she was bathing. "You really didn't know?" Yao Na's gaze was intense as she stepped forward and gently embraced Chen Yang's arm. A fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Looking at the beautiful woman before him. "I really don't know." Chen Yang smiled slightly, wrapping his arms around Yao Na's slender waist and said with a smile, "But that doesn't matter anymore, does it?" Yao Na's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Chen Yang and said, "Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. Now, I'm already your wife. You can do whatever you want. Anything you want?" Chen Yang moved even closer to Yao Na. Yao Na responded with a soft breath, then whispered, "Husband. Tonight I want the desk, the sofa, next to the TV, the bathroom, the coffee table. Is that okay?" Yao Na's beautiful eyes sparkled, her voice tinged with a hint of intoxication. Chen Yang heard Yao Na's words and suddenly felt that the memories of the past were overlapping with the present. The fantasies he had once had about Yao Na were now all becoming reality. Of course. Chen Yang gently picked up Yao Na and carried her to the desk. Chapter 199, The Thoughtful Yao Na. The next day. The sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed into the apartment. Chen Yang woke up groggily, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, followed by a constant sense of weakness. Last night had indeed been quite intense. Good sister, you're truly a good sister. She was so much better than Qintao, that inexperienced young girl. He was still struggling to recover. After resting for a while, Chen Yang sat up on the bed and yawned. He noticed that Yao Na was no longer in bed. She must have already woken up. Chen Yang got out of bed, washed his face, and went out to the living room, where he saw a beautiful figure busy in the kitchen. Yao Na had gotten up early and was currently preparing breakfast in the living room. She was wearing a silk ribbon nightgown, loose and flowing, with no undergarments. Her figure was fiery and sensual, with curves in all the right places. The loose nightgown revealed glimpses of her snow-white skin, which was quite alluring. She had her hair tied up, focusing intently on cooking, exuding a mature, alluring charm. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Yao Na was indeed much more resilient than Qintao. No matter how intense it was, it didn't affect her at all. She could even get up to cook for him. A mature woman truly has her advantages. Chen Yang walked into the kitchen and gently wrapped his arms around Yao Na from behind. Ya! Yao Na was startled, her pretty face flushing slightly as she scolded him playfully. What are you doing? You scared me. Chen Yang smiled and said, What are you doing? A sandwich. I want something light for breakfast. Yao Na replied. Indeed. If you eat something too greasy in the morning, you'll feel hot and irritable all day. Go wait over there. I'll be done soon. Isn't it better if I stay here with you? Chen Yang still held Yao Na close, smiling sweetly. Yao Na shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance and said, What's the point of getting so touchy-feely? Besides, don't hug me, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. By the end, Yao Na's delicate face couldn't help but flush with a hint of red. It seems that Yao Na is still having a hard time handling it. If you're not feeling well, just stop what you're doing, rest for a while, and order some takeout. Chen Yang said with concern. That's not possible, Yao Na pouted. I'm your little girlfriend, and you're my good husband. I'm supposed to be taken care of by you. If you can't even cook, what use am I to you? Just go out and wait. Yao Na was truly both considerate and completely obedient. Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much. He left the kitchen and sat back down at the dining table in the living room. Before long, Yao Na came out carrying breakfast. Yao Na sat down beside Chen Yang, leaning against him like a little woman and said, Honey, let me feed you. All right. Chen Yang definitely accepted. The emotional value Yao Na provided was extremely high. Just a simple breakfast made Chen Yang feel incredibly comfortable. However, by the end of the meal, Chen Yang noticed something was off and said, It's a bit dry. Is there any milk or drink? No, I forgot to prepare it earlier. Honey, I'm sorry. Yao Na's pretty face was filled with apology. It's okay. I'll go down and buy some. Chen Yang said that and got up to leave. However, before Chen Yang could step out, Yao Na bit her red lips, her cheeks flushing as she said, Wait, honey. What's wrong? Chen Yang turned around and looked at Yao Na in confusion. Yao Na's face was flushed with drunkenness, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she smiled sweetly. Honey. No need to buy. Actually, we have some. We have some? Chen Yang was taken aback, a bit startled, and didn't react immediately. He asked, Where? In the fridge? No, it's not in the fridge. Yao Na had already slowly stood up. Chen Yang was about to speak when he suddenly seemed to realize something, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. It seems like it might actually be there, so there's no need to go out and buy it. Half an hour later. At the apartment door. Honey. Come back often, okay? I think of you every moment. Yao Na, her face still flushed with a hint of blush, hugged Chen Yang as he was about to leave, speaking with a touch of reluctance. All right. Chen Yang nodded. Yao Na, this kind-hearted older sister, could provide such a wonderful feeling. Chen Yang, having tasted the sweetness, naturally knew he would come to visit Yao Na often in the future. However, Chen Yang also said, Nana, I've prepared another 300,000 for you. Don't spend it recklessly this time. Use it to improve your life. Got it? Chen Yang spoke in a nearly commanding tone. Yao Na was taken aback, then her beautiful eyes filled with endless emotion. She hugged Chen Yang tightly and said, Yes, husband, I understand. Thank you, husband. You're so kind. Chapter 200, Has Li Wei changed? Boom. The Ferrari 812 arrived at the entrance of Tianma Group. After leaving Happy Community, Chen Yang had already returned to Xiaowan Community, taken a shower, changed clothes, and had lunch. By the time he arrived at Tianma Group, it was already 2 p.m. Just in time. Office hours. Chen Yang directly entered the headquarters building of Tianma Group. The moment he stepped into the building, a crisp voice rang out from beside him. Mr. Chen. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that the person calling him was none other than Zhou Man. Mr. Chen, good afternoon. Zhou Man was still dressed in her usual professional office attire, wearing glasses and minimal makeup, but she was undeniably naturally beautiful. You're here pretty early. Chen Yang smiled. I've been waiting for you all along. Zhou Man replied flatteringly. Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. This Zhou Man was indeed skilled in office politics, able to attend to all aspects of the boss's needs, and quite capable, truly a talent. Chen Yang and Zhou Man walked side by side toward the department. Along the way, Zhou Man cautiously asked Mr. Chen regarding the matter with Zhang Shang, should we take it slowly, or? Chen Yang replied casually, there's no need to waste time on it. Go see Su Ningbing later. Have her call a department meeting for noon. Upon hearing this, Zhou Man was slightly taken aback and pointed at herself, saying, me? Go see Su Ningbing? This is way out of line. After all, Su Ningbing is the CEO of Tianma. She is just an assistant. Going to Su Ningbing to give the CEO orders, that's like sending a messenger to capture Tang Sang. Chen Yang glanced at her and smiled, don't worry, just tell her I sent you. She'll understand. All right. Zhou Man replied. Since Chen Yang had said that, as a subordinate, she didn't dare to say much more. The two entered the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Chen Yang took another thorough look at Zhou Man from head to toe. Zhou Man felt uncomfortable under his gaze and blushed, saying, Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with me? No. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, I just find your figure more and more attractive the more I look at you. You should really consider becoming an influencer. This wasn't a lie. Although Zhou Man wasn't wearing anything that showed off her figure, her graceful curves were still faintly visible. This woman, who usually wore glasses and looked so proper, was actually quite stunning. I don't like being an influencer. Zhou Man shook her head. However, she seemed to think of something, blinked her eyes, and smiled, Mr. Chen. If you want to see me dressed up, I can do that too, just a little makeup. Oh? Chen Yang was intrigued and smiled, then I really want to see. All right. Zhou Man nodded, her beautiful eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Yang didn't take it too seriously. In his opinion, Zhou Man might have a good figure, but she probably didn't know how to dress well. Even if she had dressed up carefully, she probably wouldn't be that attractive. Probably just an average-looking beauty, maybe an 8 out of 10. The elevator continued upward. They soon arrived at the department. Chen Yang asked directly, where is Li Wei now? She's in the live streaming studio, Zhou Man replied. Chen Yang nodded and said, you go find Su Ningbing first. I'll head to the live streaming room. After saying that, Chen Yang was about to head toward the live streaming studio. However, before he could leave, Zhou Man called him back. Mr. Chen, wait. What's the matter? Chen Yang looked at Zhou Man with a puzzled expression. Zhou Man thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chen, Li Wei seems to have changed recently. Changed? Chen Yang furrowed his brows and asked, how has she changed? She. Zhou Man hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know how to put it, but she's just not the same as before. There's more. I heard that she's been in contact with people from the Lansher group. Could it be that she's trying to? Oh? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, his expression growing colder. Live streaming studio. Li Wei was currently sitting at the vanity table, having already finished applying her makeup. A mature, sensual, and irresistibly alluring heavy makeup. This makeup suited her perfectly, accentuating her mature, alluring aura and making her look incredibly beautiful. Her outfit had also undergone a significant transformation, shedding any traces of a sweet, girly style. What remained was a tight, sexy, and fiery mature woman style, reminiscent of a stepmother's allure. What she was wearing today was a gray bodycon dress with spaghetti straps and a deep V neckline, showcasing her sexy figure without any hesitation. She no longer resists this style like she used to. Instead, she is very satisfied and confident. By her side, Zhang Ruoro stood cautiously. Li Jia, your makeup looks stunning. In the entire short video industry, there are probably few who can match you. Zhang Ruoro, in front of Li Wei, had completely lost her former arrogance, now meek and submissive, like a junior assistant. This is the harsh reality. Once you succeed, the people around you will be very friendly. Chapter 201, Li Wei's Tears. Li Wei nodded and suddenly asked, so, how do you think I compare to you? Me? How could I compare to you, sisterly? Zhang Ruoro hurriedly laughed, sisterly, I'm just a small-time influencer. I can't possibly be mentioned in the same breath as you. Zhang Ruoro had already humbled herself greatly. Because the first video she had filmed with Li Wei had already garnered tens of millions of views. Her fan base had grown by several 100,000 because of that single video. Don't underestimate those tens of thousands, they're real, active followers. Zhang Ruoro had tasted the sweetness of success and finally understood what Chen Yang had said earlier, staying by Li Wei's side would definitely be beneficial for her. Therefore, she dare not defy Li Wei's wishes now. Li Wei listened to Zhang Ruoro's words, snorted derisively, and didn't say much else. In recent days, people like Zhang Ruoruo, she encountered far too many of them. She had truly tasted the flavor of success and it was truly captivating. But at that moment, the door to the live streaming room was suddenly opened. Chen Yang, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in from outside. Li Wei. Chen Yang growled, his gaze fixed on Li Wei. On the other side, the CEO's office. Zhou Man arrived here with a nervous expression, knocking on the office door. Mr. Su, I'm Zhou Man. Mr. Chen sent me to find you. There's something I need to discuss with you. Zhou Man had already prepared herself for being turned away at the door. However, after she finished speaking, Su Ningbing's voice came from inside the office. Come in. Zhou Man hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering the office, Su Ningbing was working at her desk. Upon seeing Zhou Man enter, she put down the documents she was holding and asked. Did Mr. Chen call for me? Su Ningbing asked directly. Zhou Man gathered her thoughts and said, he wants you to organize a meeting this afternoon. He has something to announce at the meeting. As she said this, Zhou Man felt ridiculous herself. Mr. Chen, what on earth are you doing? You dare to give orders even to the president? You're really out of control. However, to Zhou Man's surprise, Su Ningbing didn't get angry at all upon hearing this. After a moment of deep thought, she nodded and replied. I understand. Go back and tell Mr. Chen I'll handle it. Could it be she actually agreed? Zhou Man was slightly taken aback, but she quickly snapped back to her senses and hurriedly said, alright, Su General Manager, I understand. Zhou Man hurriedly left the place. Watching Zhou Man's departing figure, Su Ningbing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if lost in thought. In the live streaming studio, Chen Yang walked in directly from outside. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Wei couldn't help but startle, quickly standing up from her seat. Her previous arrogant demeanor vanished instantly as she tugged at the hem of her skirt, nervously glancing at Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. You're here. Chen Yang didn't say a word, just walked coldly to the table. Mr. Chen, please sit down. Li Wei pulled out a chair and gestured for Chen Yang to sit down. Chen Yang sat down in the chair, with Li Wei standing in front of him. Zhang Ruoruo sensed the tense atmosphere and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, you two talk. I have something to do. I'll leave first. All right. Chen Yang nodded. Zhang Ruoruo left the live streaming room and closed the door. At that moment, only Chen Yang and Li Wei remained in the live streaming room. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei in front of him. Compared to before, Li Wei now looked much more beautiful, as if she had completely adapted to this mature woman's style. Mr. Chen, would you like some tea? Li Wei, seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, asked softly. No, thank you. Chen Yang said indifferently, Li Wei, I hear you've been doing quite well lately. It's all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Chen. Li Wei forced a smile. Chen Yang's gaze grew cold as he said, do you still remember that I nurtured you? I thought, you didn't even care about me anymore. By the end of his sentence, Chen Yang's voice suddenly rose sharply. Li Wei was instantly startled, her slender legs giving way, and she knelt down on the ground, saying, Mr. Chen. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I was bullied for too long. I just wanted. Li Wei's voice began to tremble, and her eyes were brimming with tears. Chen Yang looked down at her from above, saying nothing, just staring coldly. Li Wei crawled to Chen Yang's feet, sobbing, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, really, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I won't dare anymore. Woo woo. She cried so hard that her tears streamed down her face, touching the heart. However, the other influencers who witnessed this scene were likely stunned. This newly risen top female influencer in the short video industry was so humble in front of Chen Yang it was truly unexpected. Chen Yang gently lifted Li Wei's smooth, flawless chin, looking into her beautiful eyes, and said, You should know that I'm not talking about this. Chapter 202, Misunderstanding. Li Wei's demeanor changed. In truth, Chen Yang didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, Li Wei's current fame had indeed given her an air of arrogance and the means to seek revenge, as long as she didn't go too far. What truly concerned Chen Yang was the matter involving Lanshi. He had chosen Li Wei in the first place because she was indeed well qualified in every aspect, and secondly, because of her high level of loyalty. In the cutthroat entertainment industry, such loyalty is truly rare. But this woman, as soon as she achieved a little success, started contacting other companies, thinking about jumping ship. This truly frustrated Chen Yang. Such a foolish woman would eventually be exploited and destroyed in the entertainment industry. Is it not because of this? Li Wei looked completely bewildered, thought for a moment, and choked out, then what is it? She simply couldn't remember. What else had she done? Chen Yang didn't feel like playing riddles and said directly, What's going on between you and Lanshi? Lanshi? Li Wei finally realized something and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, I don't have anything going on with Lanshi. I just have a friend at Lanshi. We had a conversation. Friend? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Chen. Li Wei wiped away her tears and explained, Mr. Chen, my friend's name is Lu Yao. She's a social media influencer at Lonsure. We met at a gathering earlier and we caught up. I didn't expect Lonsure's higher-ups to show up later. They insisted on keeping me there to chat. I had no choice, I could only stay for a while. Mr. Chen, please believe me. I absolutely did not do anything to betray you. I, Li Wei, am not that kind of person. Li Wei started crying again as she spoke, saying, woo-woo. Mr. Chen, you gave me everything I have today. How could I ever betray you? Without you, I'd be nothing. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare. Li Wei wasn't exaggerating or lying, she was telling the truth. Although her mindset had indeed changed significantly after her successful turnaround, she wasn't foolish. She knew that jumping ship now would only lead to a bad outcome. Chen Yang calmed down. He didn't immediately believe Li Wei's words but first checked the various pieces of information about her. Name, Li Wei. Age, 23. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body measurements, 56 waist 99 chest 95 hip. Relationship, subordinate. Loyalty, 75%. Influence, rising fame 28%. The key focus is still on loyalty. Last time, Li Wei's loyalty was around 60. It has been steadily rising and has now reached 75%. This is already quite high. So, she wasn't lying after all. It seems Zhou Man made a mistake. But that's understandable. Li Wei just became popular, so there are naturally many jealous people who would spread rumors about her. Thinking about this, Chen Yang's attitude softened slightly and he said, "Get up." Li Wei saw that Chen Yang believed her words and a hint of joy flashed across her pretty face. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and stood to the side. She still felt helpless and wronged, trembling slightly, which contrasted sharply with her sexy, mature womanly demeanor. You should be more restrained in the future. You can have some pride, but don't be too arrogant. Don't make too many enemies. Chen Yang added a final piece of advice. Whether it's the entertainment industry or the influencer world, this is something to always keep in mind. Got it, Mr. Chen. Li Wei nodded in response, sniffed her nose, and said, Mr. Chen, the reason I went to talk to that friend alone is. There's another reason. What reason? Chen Yang asked directly. Li Wei organized her thoughts and said, my friend is actually quite talented, but her situation at Lonsure isn't much better than mine. She's also being suppressed. Currently, she only has around several 100,000 followers. But I think, given her talent, she is definitely capable of much more. You think so highly of her? Chen Yang became interested. Although Li Wei's judgment isn't great, if he's this optimistic, maybe she does have some talent after all. Really, Mr. Chen? Li Wei directly pulled out her phone, opened Douyin, and began searching. Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Her Douyin ID. Her name is Walking Shake. Walking Shake? I've never heard of that before. Chen Yang took a look at the Douyin app open on Li Wei's phone. This Lu Yao is indeed quite pretty, but she also goes for the sweet girl style. She's probably a year or two older than Li Wei. She really doesn't fit in. If she could find a style that suits her, she might have some potential. Chen Yang was thinking when Li Wei continued. Yao wasn't doing well at Lonsure, so she specifically came to me actually, she wanted to discuss switching jobs. Her contract is about to expire. I was wondering, Mr. Chen, do you still need any influencers? Even if you give her the worst treatment, as long as you give her the slightest chance, she'll still come over. Chapter 203, Xinlan's Anger. It's not about Li Wei wanting to switch jobs. Someone is trying to poach Li Wei. Chen Yang didn't jump to conclusions and said, it does look pretty good, but it's meaningless to judge from a video. We need to meet in person. Only after meeting in person can we use the system to assess her. If they're truly talented, we can certainly consider bringing them into Tianma. After all, Tianma currently has very few top-tier influencers, and we need to cultivate more. All right. I'll handle it. Li Wei's delicate face lit up with joy. As long as Chen Yang agreed, Lu Yao still had a chance. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei, who still looked as innocent and obedient as a young girl, and smiled. Li Wei, this time I misunderstood you. It's okay, Mr. Chen. It was my fault for not handling it properly. I was too careless and made it easy for others to misunderstand. Mr. Chen, please rest assured. There won't be a next time. I promise. Li Wei looked at Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with a touch of pity and helplessness. Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much more. The two chatted for a while longer. Li Wei suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, what's the theme for the next video? Have you decided yet? I actually have some ideas. What ideas? Tell me about them. Chen Yang was intrigued. What do you think of this outfit I'm wearing today? Li Wei took a step back, her face flushing slightly, and struck an extremely alluring pose, highlighting her perfect curves. Spaghetti straps, a deep V-neck, and a body-hugging skirt, every element was perfectly layered. Li Wei's fiery figure and mature, alluring aura were on full display. This bodycon skirt was indeed quite nice. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, no. Ha? Is it that bad? Li Wei had been quite confident, believing her outfit was flawless, but after Chen Yang's rejection, she began to doubt herself. Chen Yang smiled and said, the clothes aren't bad, but they're not suitable for now. If you want to become a top-tier influencer, it's not about showing more and more skin. It requires some skill. What kind of skills? Li Wei listened obediently. Chen Yang already had an idea in mind but didn't say it outright. He replied, let's not rush it. You've already posted 2 videos, and both are getting a lot of attention. There's no need to keep posting. Let it settle for a few days. Posting videos non-stop will cause viewers to get tired of them. It needs to be done gradually. All right. Li Wei responded. Chen Yang continued, the company will transfer 50,000 yuan to your account shortly. This covers the video traffic fees and the initial collaboration fees we agreed upon. Take this money and enjoy yourself. I know. You've probably worked hard these past few years. Chen Yang had reviewed Li Wei's file. He knew that Li Wei came from a very poor family. She had been living in a cramped apartment in Shenzhen, barely getting by, and had been teetering on the brink of collapse. This money wasn't actually from the company. It was given by Chen Yang. Li Wei's video had just gone live, and no deals for collaborations or product promotions had been finalized yet. She wouldn't have seen any money this quickly under normal circumstances. Li Wei's influence is now at 28%, and she's brought Chen Yang 20 million in revenue. Giving her a little reward is only fair. 50,000? Upon hearing this, Li Wei's delicate body trembled violently. 50,000. For her, it was an astronomical sum. After all, her current balance was only a little over 1,000 yuan, and she was already worried about how she would survive until the end of the month. But now, 50,000? After regaining her composure, Li Wei's slender legs grew weak once more, and she knelt down on the ground again, kneeling before Chen Yang, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Chen. Woo-woo. Thank you, really. Thank you. Chen Yang stroked her smooth, flowing hair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Honghe Wanko. Jamumu had returned to school. Only Zhiro was left alone in the apartment. She hadn't dressed up much, wearing casual pajamas, sitting on the sofa, and making a phone call. Zhiro, you're really brave. I finally created this opportunity for you. And you don't even know how to appreciate it. All you had to do was have a drink with manager Zhang, and you'd get into Tianma. You'd have access to all of Tianma's resources. Not only did you refuse, but you even dared to insult Zhang Shang. What else is that but asking for trouble? With your personality, you want to make it in the entertainment industry? Forget about it. Xin Lan on the other end of the phone unleashed a torrent of abuse. Jiroa's face darkened, and she said in a low voice, Lanjie, I did act impulsively. At least you know that. Xin Lan continued, the celebrity audition is tomorrow. You still have a chance. I'll arrange for Zhang Sheng to meet with you again. Tonight, you must apologize properly to them. Got it? But Jiro remained silent. Do you understand? Xin Lan's voice grew louder again. Jerome replied directly, Lanjie, you should know me. I won't accept any under-the-table deals. Chapter 204, the meeting begins. Xin Lan paused for a moment on the other end of the phone before speaking loudly. Jiro, back then when you said that, I could understand you. Back then, you were young and beautiful, and you did have your pride. I could understand that. But now, what's the situation? Don't you know? You're almost 30, and you don't have many years left. If you want to succeed, you have to accept these things. If you want to become famous, you can't keep putting on a show for me. Otherwise, you'll never amount to anything in your life. Jiro remained silent. Xin Lan was furious and said, Fine, I've given you chances. You don't know how to appreciate it. Listen to me. If you don't meet with manager Zhang tonight, our collaboration will come to an end. Don't think you're so special. I can find someone else to replace you anytime. Think it over carefully. Xin Lan finished speaking and hung up the phone immediately. After the call ended, Jiro stood there motionless for a very long time. 2 tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her dream, once again shattered. Tianma Group. Chen Yang and Zhou Man hurried toward the conference room. Mr. Chen, all the resources I needed have been prepared. Zhou Man carried a thick stack of documents, following closely behind Chen Yang like a loyal assistant. Good job. Chen Yang nodded and praised her. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man's pretty face lit up with a smile. But there's one thing you did poorly. Chen Yang's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhou Man. What? What is it? Zhou Man felt uneasy. Chen Yang said indifferently, you didn't investigate the matter involving Li Wei thoroughly and instead spread rumors in front of me. This matter still needed to be brought to Zhou Man's attention. Zhou Man was now his assistant, and there were many matters that Chen Yang needed to understand through her. If Zhou Man were to spread false information, the consequences would be significant. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I really didn't investigate much. Zhou Man immediately began bowing in apology. Lately, she has been too busy and hasn't paid much attention to this matter. Just be more careful in the future. Chen Yang didn't make a big deal out of it. Man was still quite capable, and such oversights were understandable. Alright, I will definitely be more careful. I won't make the same mistake again. Man sincerely admitted her mistake. The two entered the meeting room. Chen Yang had just entered. The managers sitting in the meeting room all stood up and respectfully called out, "Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen!" Each of them looked at Chen Yang with a touch of flattery in their eyes. At present, Chen Yang's status within Tianma was second only to the board members and the president. And after propelling Li Wei into a top-tier online celebrity, his capabilities were beyond question. His reputation within Tianma was now extremely high. Chen Yang scanned the room, looking at the former leaders who had once held him down, now fawning over him. He felt as though he had stepped into a different world. Money and power are indeed incredibly alluring things. Chen Yang said nothing more, walked past the crowd, and headed toward his own seat. However, when he passed by Zhang Shang, Chen Yang stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang bowed deeply, his face filled with flattery as he smiled and said, "Good morning, Mr. Chen." This guy was really putting himself in a low position. Since Chen Yang had become the general manager, he dared not provoke him, which showed he was actually quite shrewd. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing. Chen Yang patted his shoulder without saying a word, then sat down at his desk. For some reason, cold sweat trickled down Zhang Shang's forehead, and he felt a vague sense of fear. He was puzzled. Apart from the previous dispute with Chen Yang over the matter involving Li Wei, he hadn't done anything to provoke Chen Yang. When Chen Yang wanted Li Wei, he had willingly stepped aside. He had always been subservient in front of Chen Yang. Why did he feel like Chen Yang was always targeting him? Does Chen Yang just not like him, or what? Zhang Shang was completely baffled. After Chen Yang took his seat, the management team of Tianma had mostly arrived. Soon, the conference room door opened. Su Ningbing, dressed in a sharp white suit, walked in quickly from outside. "Ms. Su! Ms. Su! Ms. Su!" Everyone stood up. Su Ningbing nodded and sat down in the main seat. Once everyone was seated, Su Ningbing began speaking directly. "I've called everyone here today for a meeting. The main purpose is to discuss tomorrow's celebrity audition. I'll make the announcement first. Tomorrow's celebrity audition will be fully handled by Mr. Chen. All matters will be handled directly by him." When Su Ningbing said this, everyone was still a bit surprised. Although they all knew Chen Yang was capable, that was in the influencer sphere, and the celebrity world was quite different. Chapter 205, Anonymous Letter. The conditions for a celebrity to succeed are extremely stringent. And this celebrity audition was particularly crucial for Tianma. They had actually entrusted Chen Yang with full responsibility. Chen Yang's background once again left them speechless. Among them, the most surprised person was Zhang Shang. He had gone to great lengths to prepare for this audition, and now it had been handed over to Chen Yang. This was not favorable for him. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, his father was a board member. No matter what Chen Yang does, he should give him some face. Let us have Mr. Chen talk about the celebrity audition now. Su Ningbing looked at Chen Yang. Actually, she was still a bit confused. She didn't know why Chen Yang had suddenly called this meeting or what his purpose was. Everyone's gaze also turned to Chen Yang. A new leader always makes a splash. They wanted to see where Chen Yang would start. Chen Yang glanced at everyone, then turned to Su Ningbing and said, "Thank you, Ms. Su, for giving me this opportunity to oversee the celebrity interviews." Then, he added, "Regarding the various matters related to celebrity auditions, I'm sure everyone here knows more than I do. I won't show off here either. I only hope that everyone will work hard tomorrow and ensure that the celebrity auditions are carried out smoothly." This was a fairly professional statement. No one took it to heart. Chen Yang continued, "Additionally, for this celebrity interview, I have a new objective. What I want is fairness and impartiality. All the unwritten rules and backdoor deals are absolutely off the table here. If I find out, I won't let it slide. This is a star audition, which is crucial for the company's future development. I hope everyone will refrain from trying to be clever here." Although Mr. Chen's words were harsh, but to everyone else, it sounded like typical corporate jargon. While that's what he said, no one would dare to act on it. Unwritten rules. Backdoor deals. This is already deeply ingrained in Tianma and even the entire entertainment industry. Chen Yang is just a general manager after all. Who is the person in Tianma who hates unwritten rules the most? Zhang Shang, the son of a board member. Would Chen Yang dare to touch him? So, no one took Chen Yang's words seriously. Just as everyone thought Chen Yang was going to wrap up the meeting with some stock phrases, Chen Yang suddenly said, "I know. Many of you here may think that what I'm saying is nonsense. But I also want to tell you, I am not the kind of person who likes to use clichés. Once I've said something, I'll see it through." The crowd remained unconvinced. Chen Yang turned to Zhou Man beside him. Zhou Man understood and quickly flipped through the documents in her hands, pulling out a letter and handing it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the letter and smiled. This letter. It was anonymously handed to me yesterday. It's about the unwritten rules in the company workplace. There's also a list inside. Several of you here seem to be on the list. Everyone. Do you want to take a look? Chen Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile. At that moment, everyone present finally changed their expressions. They finally realized something was off about today's meeting. Chen Yang. He seemed serious. Even Su Ningbing was stunned. She never expected that Chen Yang, who had only recently risen to power, would dare to do such a thing. This is a bit too much, isn't it? Chen Yang didn't even bother to acknowledge the reactions of those present. He smiled and said, I've already read this letter. Everyone can take a look as well. Perhaps you'll find something surprising. Chen Yang tossed the anonymous letter onto the center of the table. Everyone looked at each other, hesitating to touch it. Go ahead and take a look. It wasn't until Su Ningbing spoke up that they finally picked up the letter and began reading it. But anyone who read the letter couldn't help but have their expression change instantly, becoming grim. They dared not speak, merely passing the letter on to the next person. Finally, the letter reached Zhang Sheng's hands. As expected, Zhang Sheng's name was prominently featured in the anonymous letter, and he was even in the center, making him the one accused the most severely. Everyone's gaze turned toward Zhang Sheng. After reading the letter, Zhang Sheng's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. Finally, he forced a smile and said, Mr. Chen. Anonymous letters like this come in every day. Don't take them seriously. Several senior managers whose names appeared on the list also chimed in. That's right, Mr. Chen. It's just rumors. I wonder who's spreading these lies. We need to investigate this thoroughly. How dare they slander us? That's despicable. These few individuals remained unfazed. After all, Zhang Sheng is there to take the heat. To deal with them, we have to deal with Zhang Sheng first. Zhang Sheng's father is a board member. Does Chen Yang dare? Chen Yang actually dares. Chen Yang laughed. I certainly wouldn't believe an anonymous letter of unknown origin. Chapter 206, The Angry Zhang Sheng. But yesterday, after doing some investigation, I found that the evidence pointing to you all isn't as simple as just an anonymous letter. Chen Yang waved his hand toward Zhou Man. Zhou Man immediately placed the stack of documents she was holding on the table. These documents. What do you all think? The senior management of Tianma, upon seeing the large number of documents Chen Yang had brought forward, also turned pale. They had already sensed something was amiss. Chen Yang, this really doesn't seem like he's just going through the motions. They hurriedly picked up the documents on the table, but after just a glance, they fell silent in shock. The contents of these documents all pointed directly at Zhang Sheng and those few senior executives. And they were all irrefutable evidence. Among them were numerous anonymous reports with irrefutable evidence. Chen Yang. This is really an attempt to destroy Zhang Sheng. This is way too bold. On his first day in office, he's already targeting the son of a board member. Everyone's attention once again turned to Zhang Sheng. Upon seeing the evidence on the table, Zhang Sheng's expression twitched involuntarily, but he forced a smile and said, Mr. Chen. There's nothing to say about these things. If you have any issues, we can discuss them privately, okay? He never expected Chen Yang to act this way. Damn it. He had already given Chen Yang enough face. Even Su Ningbing remained silent, wanting to see how Chen Yang would handle the situation next. She couldn't even get a word in. Although she was the president, her actual power was quite limited. Otherwise, she could have easily dealt with Zhang Sheng on her own and wouldn't have needed to go out of her way to curry favor with Chen Yang. She had originally planned to collaborate with Chen Yang and the shareholders behind him, taking things slowly. Step by step, she planned to find a way to get rid of Zhang Sheng. But she never expected Chen Yang was so ruthless, attacking Zhang Sheng head-on. Facing Zhang Sheng, who was smiling apologetically, Chen Yang spoke bluntly, Zhang Sheng, do you think this is a minor matter? This concerns the entire company and the future of countless signed influencers. Can you handle this privately? Chen Yang slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Zhang Sheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. As the son of a director, he had never been scolded like this in the company before. Has this Chen Yang lost his mind? Chen Yang completely ignored Zhang Sheng and turned to Su Ningbing, saying, Ms. Su. The evidence is irrefutable. I hope you will handle Zhang Sheng appropriately. Restore a clean and transparent atmosphere to Tianma. And give an explanation to the influencers who signed contracts earlier. The question was directly posed to Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing hesitated. She too wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Zhang Sheng and his group. But could she really do it? Perhaps we should investigate this matter further. Su Ningbing wanted to give Chen Yang an out. With so much evidence, what else is there to investigate? Chen Yang refused to accept it and continued to criticize Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng finally couldn't take it anymore and said directly, Mr. Chen, we have no grudges against each other, so why are you pressing so hard? There are many things we can discuss. There is no need to make things so tense. Negotiate? Chen Yang said coldly, if you leave the company right now, then I'll talk to you. You. Zhang Sheng was furious, clenching his fists. However, he soon laughed bitterly, leaned back, and said without pretense. All right. Chen Yang, you want me to leave, don't you? I don't care. Most of these matters are indeed related to me, but so what? It's just a matter of mutual consent. I've worked diligently in the company all these years. Even if I haven't achieved much, I've at least put in the effort. You want me to leave now? I'll see if you have the guts to do it. This guy has completely lost his temper. Given Chen Yang's attitude, there's really nothing more to discuss. Let him do whatever he wants. He doesn't believe Chen Yang has the ability to get him fired from the company. Everyone else was silent, afraid to say anything, lest they attract unnecessary trouble. Chen Yang, however, smiled, you've admitted it, that's good. Admitting it makes things easier. Mr. Chen. Su Ningbing wanted to say something to Chen Yang, but Chen Yang didn't even acknowledge her. Chen Yang simply made a phone call and then said, that's enough. Wait a moment. The person is on their way. At this, all the senior managers present looked at each other in confusion. What did Chen Yang mean? Was he trying to contact someone from higher up? But even if the higher-ups were powerful, they couldn't possibly outrank the board members, could they? Going up against Zhang Sheng in a power struggle? That's suicide. Nevertheless, they dared not speak, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with bated breath. Two connected individuals were clashing. Even Su Ningbing, the CEO, didn't have a chance to speak up. All they can do is wait. Zhang Sheng looked at Chen Yang, who was so confident, and though he had a bad feeling, he still didn't believe it. No matter what background Chen Yang had, he couldn't possibly match his father, the board member. Today, the one who would be forced to leave wouldn't be him. But, Chen Yang. Chapter 207, who is that person? Everyone waited for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Here they come. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sound. They all wanted to know who Chen Yang had brought with him. Soon. Under everyone's gaze, the conference room door swung open. To everyone's surprise, the one who walked in was a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man. Dressed in a neatly tailored suit, he exuded an air of distinction, with piercing eyes that betrayed his high status. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone present couldn't help but be startled. Because they recognized him. He was none other than one of the directors of Tianma. Zhang Sheng's father, Zhang Dong, the director? How could it be him? Even Su Ningbing stood up respectfully upon seeing Zhang Dong approach and addressed him with reverence, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dong merely nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before settling on Chen Yang, saying nothing. Chen Yang stared back at Zhang Dong, a mocking smile on his face, seemingly unafraid. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, who had seen Zhang Dong approach, was overjoyed. He never expected Zhang Dong to come over. He hadn't even bothered to look for Zhang Dong. However, no matter what, Zhang Dong coming over must be to stand up for him. Chen Yang. We're doomed. Everyone present shared the same opinion. The board chairman himself had come. What can you do, Chen Yang? They had originally thought that Chen Yang dared to make such a bold claim because he was truly capable. Now it seems they were overthinking it. Chen Yang is just a reckless young upstart. Zhang Sheng quickly stood up and smiled. Mr. Zhang, why did you come? This is just a minor matter, there's no need for you to come personally. Upon hearing Zhang Sheng speak, Zhang Dong's gaze shifted directly to him, his expression growing even colder as he said in a deep voice. If I hadn't come, you would have caused a scene. Immediately afterward. A scene that caught everyone off guard unfolded. Zhang Dong quickly stepped forward, walked up to Zhang Sheng, raised his hand, and slapped him across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the entire conference hall. The slap landed squarely on Zhang Sheng's cheek, leaving a red mark. Everyone present, including Su Ningbing, Zhou Man, and others, were all left speechless. What was going on? What is Zhang Dong doing? Instead of disciplining Chen Yang, he's disciplining his own son? This is way too strange. Even Zhang Sheng covered his cheeks, staring at Zhang Dong in disbelief and said, Dad. Zhang Dong, what do you mean by this? He couldn't fathom why Zhang Dong would want to take action against him. But Zhang Dong coldly snapped, you good-for-nothing scoundrel. You dared to go behind my back, using my reputation to commit all those despicable acts in the company. If it weren't for Chen Yang, the general manager, exposing you today, I would still be in the dark. You dare to act so brazenly in front of Chen Yang, Su Zong, and all these other managers? Do you really think no one in the company can hold you accountable? Zhang Dong unleashed a torrent of abuse, leaving Zhang Sheng speechless. He wasn't a pushover either. At that moment, he seemed to have realized something. Something was very wrong here. Everyone present quickly caught on and turned their gaze toward Chen Yang, their eyes filled with astonishment. They naturally wouldn't believe Zhang Dong's lies. Zhang Shang was causing trouble at the company. How could a director like him not know? The only reason Zhang Dong would react this way was because of one thing. Zhang Dong was scared. And why was Zhang Dong afraid? That's obvious, it's because Chun Yang has an unimaginable power behind him. As expected. As everyone had anticipated, after scolding Zhang Shang, Zhang Dong immediately turned to Chen Yang and said sternly, "Mr. Chen, Zhang Shang has caused so much trouble. It's my fault for failing to discipline him properly, which has affected the company. Whatever he has done, you may handle it as you see fit. I will not spare him. If there is anything I can assist with, I will certainly cooperate." Zhang Dong's words were truly righteous and resolute. It seemed as though he truly knew nothing about what Zhang Shang had done, as if he were truly putting family aside for the greater good. Chun Yang's smile grew even broader as he clapped his hands and laughed. "Good. Mr. Zhang is truly dedicated to the company. Impressive. Since that's the case, Mr. Su." Chen Yang turned to look at Su Ningbing, who was standing there in a daze. Su Ningbing snapped back to reality and realized what was happening. She took a deep breath and signaled to her assistant beside her. The president's assistant sitting beside her nodded and stood up immediately, saying, "Operations Department Manager Zhang Shang, Operations Department Director Zhou Xing, Logistics Department Deputy Director Zheng Tianhua." After listing all the names on the list, the president's assistant shouted loudly, "You few individuals have abused your power for personal gain, used the company's interests to coerce a contracted influencer into signing a contract, severely damaged the company's reputation, and crossed the moral line. After careful consideration by the company's management team, it has been decided to dismiss you from your positions. The disciplinary action will be communicated to all employees across the company as a warning to others." Chapter 208, Share Increase. As the crisp voice of the president's assistant echoed throughout the conference hall, the punishment for Zhang Shang and the others was final. Zhang Shang's pupils dilated, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. He had lost. He had truly lost. Completely and utterly defeated. Zhang Shang looked at Chen Yang, his eyes filled with even more fear. Chen Yang, however, sneered coldly, "Zhang Shang, I told you, today I'll make you leave the company. I mean what I say." At that moment, the entire crowd fell silent. No one dared to question Chen Yang's words anymore. Chen Yang's ruthless tactics had left an indelible mark on their minds. Zhang Shang was dealt with. Many of his documents were transferred to the company's legal department, and if any illegal activities were discovered, they would be reported to the authorities immediately. Zhang Shang and his associates will never be rehired. The trouble caused by Tianma Group has finally been eradicated. As for Zhang Dong, although he quickly shifted his allegiance and declared his loyalty, but it was all in vain. As long as Chun Yang completes 2 more tasks and Tianma's assets expand further, removing Zhang Dong would be a piece of cake, nothing to worry about. Today's events. It can be considered a successful conclusion. Chen Yang's status within the company had suddenly risen to a whole new level. After the meeting, Su Ningbing walked side by side with Chun Yang. "Mr. Chen, you were truly impressive today." Su Ningbing's usually cold and composed face broke into a smile for the first time. It was quite a sight. Chen Yang laughed, "Ms. Su, you're the real genius. You diverted the trouble to me, letting me deal with Zhang Dong. Using someone else's knife to kill someone, you've mastered that tactic." Su Ningbing shook her head and smiled wryly, "I just wanted to collaborate with you, Mr. Chen." Su Ningbing was well aware of Chun Yang's background and had deliberately researched his personality, knowing that Chen Yang and Zhang Shang were like oil and water. That's why she had specifically transferred Chen Yang to the position of general manager. She had originally intended to use Chen Yang's shareholder background to check Zhang Shang and his people, thereby allowing her to clean up the corrupt practices within Tianma Group. However, she never expected that Chen Yang's background was far more extensive than she had imagined. There was no need for any checks or balances, nor any special tactics. He acted swiftly and decisively, sweeping away Zhang Shang and his group like a breeze clearing away fallen leaves. It seemed as though Chen Yang could simply leverage his status as the largest shareholder. It seemed as though Chen Yang was the largest shareholder himself. This was something Su Ningbing had not anticipated. However, overall, the outcome was excellent. Zhang Shang and his gang of scum who had plagued Tianma for so long were finally eliminated. Chen Yang smiled at Su Ningbing, extended his hand, and said, "We can start working together now." Su Ningbing was taken aback for a moment, then also broke into a smile, shook hands with Chen Yang, and said, "All right. Let's toast to a successful collaboration in advance." A successful collaboration. The company matters were concluded. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 away and headed back toward Shawan residential area. On the way, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has successfully completed the side quest, reorganized Tianma Group. Host has successfully obtained the reward, 5% of Tianma Group's shares. The host currently holds a total of 20% of Tianma Group's shares. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus. The shareholding has surpassed 20%. His position within Tianma is now unshakable. And it's not just that. After the system voice ended, another system voice sounded. Detected that Li Wei's reputation has surpassed 30%, successfully entering the stage of gaining some fame. Host has received a reward, 10 million. Another 10 million in hand. Li Wei really is quite impressive. When you add it all up, Chen Yang's total assets have now surpassed 70 million. It's time to find a good opportunity to start looking at houses. He already has a luxury car and a beautiful wife. A top-tier mansion is a must-have. As Chen Yang pondered these thoughts, he felt a sense of joy driving his Ferrari A12 through the streets of Shenzhen. At that moment, it was also the twilight hour. The sun was setting in the west. A gentle evening breeze blew, bringing a sense of comfort. Chen Yang could already feel that he was gradually stepping onto the financial stage of Shenzhen. He seemed to be beginning to blend into this city of glitz and glamour, a metropolis as vibrant as a dream. Boom! The Ferrari A12 gradually disappeared into the streets of Shenzhen. Shaoan residential area. Chen Yang was lying on the sofa, making a phone call. Brother-in-law, if you have time, could you please comfort my sister? She's been in a really low mood lately. It's really hard to watch. On the other end of the line, Jamumu's soft and charming voice came through. What's wrong with her? Chen Yang asked with some confusion. Jiro was still in a good mood earlier, wasn't she? Jamumu said in a dejected tone, it's all because of the job interview. She recently applied to a company, but they turned out to be unscrupulous. They didn't even want to follow proper procedures. My sister was so angry she scolded them. Now she's almost been blacklisted and has no chance left. Chapter 209, a surprise? That's why she's so upset. Jiro had prepared for this interview for so long, even quitting her job. Now it's over before it even began. How could she not be heartbroken? Chen Yang listened to Jamumu's words and was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiro to have already made contact with the company so early on. If there were no surprises, the person she had contacted was probably Zhang Shang. That damn guy. Good thing we got rid of him. Otherwise, he would have been a real menace. Chen Yang was deep in thought, but on the other end of the phone, Jamumu was gritting her teeth and cursing, every single manager in this company is a jerk. Put. Chen Yang immediately spit out the water he had just drunk. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Jamumu asked curiously. Nothing. I'm fine. I shouldn't say that. You can't judge everyone by one person. But they were so mean. They bullied me and my sister like that. My sister is so heartbroken and I'm so upset. Wah! Uncle, what should we do? Jamumu started crying as she spoke. The two sisters had been relying on each other to survive in the city, with no one else to turn to. Facing such a situation, Jamumu couldn't help her sister, Jiro. Therefore, she naturally felt extremely guilty and useless. Chen Yang smiled and said, don't worry, your brother-in-law is here. Let him handle this. Really? Jamumu saw a glimmer of hope and asked, brother-in-law, you'll really help my sister with this? Chen Yang nodded and said, I couldn't do it back then, but I should be able to now. Trust your brother-in-law and put your mind at ease. There's no problem with this. That's great, brother-in-law. I believe you, of course. You're the most amazing person in the whole world. No. The entire universe. Jamumu was overjoyed. In her eyes, with Chen Yang handling it, everything would definitely turn out well. Chen Yang smiled slightly, but soon his expression grew serious. The regret from back then. It truly deserved to be rectified. Chen Yang definitely recognized Jiro's abilities. Tomorrow's star audition. She would have no issues whatsoever. After ending the call with Jamumu, Chen Yang tidied up and then left the house. He had a fitness session scheduled with Chen Anan and Coach Chen tonight. Mu Yang, Coach Anan, regular training is pretty boring. Do you have any surprises planned for tonight? Coach Anan, what kind of surprise do you want? Wasn't the uniform from last time surprising enough? Mu Yang, the uniform was indeed pretty nice, but seeing it too often gets boring. Coach Anan, you just like new things and get tired of old ones, right? Mu Yang, you could say that. Coach Anan, man. Mu Yang, if Coach Anan doesn't want to, I can find another female coach. They'd probably be happy to take me on. Coach Anan, alright, stop threatening me. I'm not that bad, am I? I prepared a big surprise for tonight. Come over and see. Mu Yang, alright, I'll be there soon. Chen Yang drove toward Spartacus while exchanging messages with Chen Anan. It had been several days since he last went to the gym, and he wondered what kind of big surprise Coach Anan had prepared. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, filled with anticipation. The Ferrari A12 quickly arrived at Spartacus gym. Evening. It was the peak time for workouts, and the gym was bustling with people, all busy lifting weights. However, as soon as Chen Yang entered, both the coaches who were instructing the trainees and those who were lifting weights stopped what they were doing and smiled as they greeted Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. They were all very respectful, as if Chen Yang were some important figure. Chen Yang smiled in response. He walked a little further in and finally spotted the tall and slender Coach Anan. Coach Anan was still as beautiful as ever, with a perfect figure and no excess fat. She had been working out regularly for years, with a curvaceous figure that was incredibly alluring. Chen Yang knew many women, and the most voluptuous and sensual was the landlady, but the one with the most proportionate figure was undoubtedly Coach Anan. After all, she had been working out regularly for years. However, Coach Anan didn't have any surprises today. Instead, she looked much more conservative than before. She was wearing a light blue single-breasted coat that completely covered her perfect figure, revealing only a glimpse of her legs. It wasn't even as sexy as the tank top and yoga pants she usually wore at the gym. Chen Yang. Upon seeing Chen Yang approach, Coach Anan hurried over with a smile. Coach Anan, good evening. Chen Yang smiled and casually wrapped his arm around Chen Anan. Chen Anan's face flushed red, but she didn't resist, saying, "The venue is ready. Let's go inside." "All right." Chen Yang nodded, but he couldn't help but give Chen Anan a thorough once-over before saying, "Coach Anan, the surprise you prepared for me tonight doesn't seem very big." Chen Anan didn't know why, but her face grew even redder, and she whispered, "Let's talk about it inside." The two walked toward Spartacus' private fitness area. Chapter 210, Sexually Indifferent? They entered the private gym. Chen Anan, as usual, took out various exercise gear, supplements, post-workout meals, protein powder, and other items from her bag. Every item had been carefully prepared by Chen Anan. The protective gear emitted a faint fragrance, likely because Chen Anan washed them daily to ensure Chen Yang would have no issues using them. Coach Anan is as thoughtful as ever. Chen Yang praised her with a smile, but then changed the subject and added with a laugh, "But it's a surprise." Chen Anan heard this, bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, then slowly undid the buttons on her light blue single-breasted coat. The buttons came undone gently. Chen Anan took off her heavy coat, revealing the inner layer. Chen Yang only glanced at it once before he was completely speechless. Beneath her coat was an extremely sexy silver-white bikini swimsuit. The swimsuit was made of very little fabric, and Chen Anan's figure was absolutely stunning. The combination highlighted her flawless curves and snow-white skin, leaving nothing to the imagination. Especially her imperfect abs, the visual impact was overwhelming, something no other woman could compare to. A fitness goddess with an impeccable figure wearing a bikini in front of him, the allure was undeniable. Under Chen Yang's gaze, Chen Anan clearly wasn't used to such a revealing outfit yet. Her long, slender legs were slightly crossed, exuding a hint of shy resistance. "Do you like it?" Chen Anan blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked. "Yes, you're beautiful. Coach Anan, your figure is amazing." Chen Yang praised her sincerely. When it came to figure alone, Chen Anan was undoubtedly the cream of the crop. "So, is tonight's surprise big enough?" Chen Anan seemed a bit bolder, taking a few steps forward until she stood in front of Chen Yang. A fragrant breeze swept toward him. As Chen Anan said big, Chen Yang's gaze happened to fall on her most alluring feature. It's really big." Chen Yang was quite satisfied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He directly grabbed Chen Anan's delicate white hand and pulled her into his embrace. Training. Chen Anan, held in Chen Yang's arms, had a blush on her cheeks, with a hint of resistance in her brows. But Chen Yang smiled and said, "Coach Anan, no rush. Before training, you always stretched and massaged me. Today, I'll help you." Chen Anan's face grew even redder, as vibrant as blood, but she did not resist, only letting out a soft mmh through her nose. 20 minutes later. Chen Yang finished stretching and massaging Chen Anan. "Can we start training now?" Chen Anan shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance. She had thought Chen Yang was taking advantage of her, expecting it to last only a few minutes, but it turned out to be over 20 minutes. It was just like something you'd read in an online joke. "Sing a song, big brother. Stop touching me." Chen Yang nodded, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Coach Anan's figure is truly amazing. There's nothing you can do about it. Any guy would find it irresistible. Chen Yang finished massaging Chen Anan. And then began stretching Chen Yang. Wearing a bikini swimsuit, Chen Anan gave Chen Yang a stretching massage, and the experience was quite different. It felt much more comfortable than before. But what was even more comfortable was the training that followed. Can you imagine the bliss of having a stunningly beautiful woman with an incredible figure guiding your movements in a bikini? It's an indescribable feeling of happiness. Tonight's training. Chen Yang was full of energy and feeling the pump. After training for over an hour, it finally came to an end. After the workout, Chen Anan kindly came over, wiped the sweat off Chen Yang, and brought out some protein powder for his post-workout meal, feeding him spoon by spoon. Although Chen Yang came to work out, he was enjoying treatment fit for a king. Coach Anan truly lives up to her name. She really put in the effort and thought into it. After finishing the post-workout meal, Chen Yang lay on Chen Anan's long, beautiful legs, enjoying her ear-cleaning service. "Coach Anan, you're so thoughtful and gentle. Don't any guys chase after you?" Chen Yang casually asked while receiving the service. Chen Anan continued to gently clean Chen Yang's ears while smiling softly. "Why would I need a man? I'm perfectly happy on my own. Besides, with you around, I've made so much money." Should I find a man to spend it with? After a moment's pause, Chen Anan suddenly said with utmost seriousness. Actually, Shen Yang, you might not believe me if I tell you. I'm asexual. Chen Anan said this with a straight face. Chapter 211, Health Status. Shen Yang was taken aback by Chen Anan's words, then couldn't help but laugh. Coach Anan. Are you joking with me? Are you sexually indifferent? From any angle, Chen Anan didn't seem like someone with low libido. Is that so strange? Chen Anan shrugged indifferently. I only serve female members. If it weren't for the economic downturn and the lack of female members, I wouldn't have taken on male members either. Shen Yang thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Chen Anan really didn't seem to have any male members. So I'm the exception, then? Chen Yang said with interest. Chen Anan nodded and continued to help Chen Yang clean his ears. Chen Yang looked at the focused Chen Anan, admiring her perfect figure in her bikini, and couldn't help but feel something odd about his own statement about being sexually indifferent. He smiled and said, "Why do I still feel like you're not the type?" Chen Anan thought for a moment and said, "That's because, even though I'm sexually indifferent, I love money. I'm willing to give up anything for money." Hearing this, Chen Yang could understand. Women might not like men, but no woman would ever dislike money. That's just the way it is. Chen Yang didn't say anything else, lying in Chen Anan's soft, fragrant embrace, spending the rest of the time. He left the Spartacus gym. Chen Yang returned to his car, feeling completely relaxed. Regardless of whether Chen Anan was sexually indifferent or not, the service was undoubtedly top-notch, unmatched by anyone else. Going to the gym from time to time to relax not only exercises the body, but also refreshes the mind and spirit. That's great. Detected that the host has completed their daily exercise, stamina +1. A warm wave washed over him. Chen Yang's tired body was once again restored, and he was now full of energy again. At the same time, the system's voice followed shortly after. Host's health level has surpassed 60%, entering healthy status. Host has successfully obtained a reward of 10 million. After all those days of hardship. Finally, he had escaped the constant risk of sudden death and successfully entered a healthy state. Chen Yang's current physical condition is now extremely good. No insomnia, no anxiety, no nighttime awakenings, and he feels energetic every day. His muscles have started to develop, and his overall physique is very handsome. Indeed. When a person becomes wealthy, their vitality and spirit improve as well. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari A12 back toward Shawan residential area. It was almost time to go back and rest. As Chen Yang drove slowly through the streets of Shenzhen at night, suddenly, a call came in. Chen Yang slowed down and looked at the caller ID. It was Jamumu. What could his younger sister-in-law be calling for at this hour? Chen Yang answered the call and asked, "What's wrong, Mumu? Is something wrong?" On the other end of the line, Jamumu sounded extremely panicked, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! 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 Something's wrong! Wah wah!" As she spoke, she started crying again. "What's going on?" Chen Yang's expression turned serious, and he asked directly. Jamumu hurriedly said, I can't get in touch with my sister. Woo-woo. I've called her so many times, but I can't reach her. Brother-in-law, please help me. I don't know what to do." Jamumu was crying uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Can't get in touch with Jiro? Chen Yang's heart tightened, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Did she mention anything about what she was going to do?" Jamumu's sobbing gradually subsided as she seemed to think for a moment before saying, "No, but my sister has been very upset lately because of her job interview." She wouldn't have. Jamumu had a terrifying suspicion. Impossible. Chen Yang dismissed the idea outright. Jiro was his ex-girlfriend. They had spent every day together, and no one knew her better than he did. Although her name contained the character Ro meaning gentle, Jiro had a strong and independent personality. Having raised Jamumu in a place like Shenzhen, where money and luxury were everywhere, she must have been incredibly resilient. She would never accept such a deal, not even if it meant death. Besides, Zhang Sheng had already been dismissed by Qin Yang, and many of his files had been handed over to the police. Zhang Sheng was still under investigation. He didn't have time for this. Could my sister have lost her mind? 55, my sister, my beloved sister, you can't leave me alone. Jamumu cried even harder. Chen Yang was speechless and said, "That's even less likely. You've been with your sister for so many years, and you don't know her at all. Jiro would take her own life over something like this? That's way too dramatic. Then, where did my sister go?" Jamumu's emotions calmed down slightly. Chen Yang thought carefully for a moment, then seemed to remember something and said, "I think I know." Chapter 212, The Coastal Inn. Let's not talk about it now. I'll go look for her. Don't worry, I'll let you know if I find anything. Alright, brother-in-law. With Chen Yang's words, Jamumu felt reassured. The call ended. Boom. Chen Yang stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating the Ferrari A12 toward the seaside of Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Dapeng New Village. This was a coastal tourist area in Shenzhen, known for its beautiful scenery and pleasant environment. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari A12 to this location. After getting out of the car, he headed straight for a small tavern on the beach. Binhai Xiaozhan. The name of this small tavern. As he approached, Chen Yang could hear the melodious singing coming from inside. I once had a diary I kept hidden, carefully recording everything about him. The scattered ink was the tear stains of cowardice. Unfading memories remain crystal clear when opened. The singing was incredibly beautiful, like the sound of heaven touching the soul. Chen Yang heard this beautiful melody and felt a sense of relief. Sure enough, it was here. Without giving it a second thought, he headed straight for the Seaside Inn. He pushed open the door. He entered the Seaside Inn. At that moment, the small tavern was almost completely filled. Numerous guests sat at their seats, eyes closed in bliss, seemingly lost in the enchanting music. Some guests were looking ahead, gazing at the stunning figure on the stage. The stunning figure on the stage. It was none other than Giraud. At this moment, Giraud was wearing a loose black shirt on top and a printed skirt on the bottom. She had not a trace of seductiveness or allure, only radiant beauty and elegance. At that moment, Giraud on stage truly resembled a star, capturing everyone's attention. She was singing with great emotion, fully immersed in her performance. Chen Yang smiled slightly, found a seat, ordered a cocktail, and quietly enjoyed Giraud's music. Giraud has a remarkable musical talent. She had studied it systematically during her time at the Communication University. This is one of the reasons she has always wanted to succeed and become a big star. The song came to an end. The bar erupted into enthusiastic applause. Great! That was amazing! Sing another one! No wonder she's Giraud. Even after so long, her skills are still top-notch. I feel like most celebrities can't compare to Giraud. If she enters the entertainment industry, she'll dominate everyone. Many of the patrons in the tavern were regulars, seeming very familiar with Giraud, cheering for her one after another. Chen Yang was no exception. He kept clapping. The scene before him was quite nostalgic. Back then, when he was pursuing Giraud, he had often come here. At that time, Giraud was the resident singer here. To get closer to Giraud, Chen Yang frequently came over to work as a waiter for free, washing dishes and such, just to have a few more words with her. On several occasions, when drunks tried to harass Giraud, it was Chen Yang who stepped in to protect her. Over time, their relationship grew increasingly close. They eventually started dating. Giraud would always come back here whenever she was in a bad mood. Who would have thought that even today, Giraud hasn't changed? At everyone's enthusiastic invitation, Giraud sang another song. This time, Giraud sang Once Upon a Time. Once I dreamed of traveling the world with a sword to see the splendor of the world. The heart of youth is always a bit reckless. Now you roam the world. The girl who once made you ache has now vanished without a trace. This is originally a very passionate song, but Giraud's singing style is very low and subdued. It seems completely out of place with the song. But Chen Yang heard no dissonance at all. Because he knew what Giraud was going through at that moment. The song was expressing her own emotions. Every time I feel sad, I look out at the sea alone. I always think of the friends walking beside me on the road. By the time Giraud sang this part, her emotions had plummeted to their lowest point. The people in the bar were also affected, their expressions growing complex, no longer as enthusiastic as before. Finally, the song ended. The tavern fell into silence, with many people reminiscing about their own sorrows and drinking in silence. Giraud bowed deeply to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I sang the song poorly and disturbed everyone. I'm sorry." With that, Giraud turned and walked off the stage. However, at that moment, clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause erupted. Giraud instinctively turned to look. She saw Chen Yang smiling and waving at her from the corner of the tavern. Giraud saw Chen Yang, paused for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on her pretty face, and the gloom in her heart dissipated considerably. Chapter 213, Meeting. Binhai Small Inn. At the bar counter. "Rua, you sing so beautifully. It's truly wonderful." A woman in her 30s, still radiating beauty and charm, listened to Jérôme singing and praised her sincerely. "Yes, Mrs. Boss, after all these years, Sister Ro hasn't changed a bit. She's truly amazing. Earlier, I mentioned in the group chat that Roshio was coming to perform tonight, and the bar was immediately booked solid. She's truly amazing. The only thing about Jiro is that she never made it into the entertainment industry. Back when she graduated, she was so talented and stunning. If she had entered the entertainment industry back then, who knows where she'd be now?" A few waiters nearby were also discussing the matter. But the young, beautiful woman snorted coldly, "It's all because of that Chun Yang. If Ro hadn't been so naive and foolishly believed in love, she wouldn't have ended up with that penniless, connectionless Chun Yang as her boyfriend. With Ro's looks back then, she could have easily landed a rich second-generation heir or a playboy. With their support, Ro wouldn't be a top-tier star, but at least a second-tier one. Chen Yang, you're really a menace. The young woman looked disappointed and frustrated. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Back then, when Jerome chose Chen Yang, it also made them feel that it was a very inappropriate match, and Chen Yang had gotten the better end of the deal. The young woman took a sip of her cocktail at the bar and said, "The good news is that Ro and Chen Yang have broken up. Maybe soon. Rua is really going to succeed." Just as the young woman finished speaking, she looked up and saw Jerome walking toward them. What surprised her was that Jerome was accompanied by another familiar face. It was Chen Yang. Left's sister. "Let's have 2 Long Island iced teas." Jerome walked over and smiled at the young woman. Before Zhuo Qingqing could respond, Chen Yang interjected, "No Long Island for me. I need to drive you home later. Get me a mojito, no alcohol. I thought you wanted to have a drink with me." Jero's expression carried a hint of playful reproach. Chen Yang smiled. Zhuo Qingqing snapped back to reality, looked at Jero, then at Chen Yang, and exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you two broken up?" "We did break up." Jero nodded. Chen Yang interjected with a smile, "Left sister, just because we broke up, does that mean we can't drink together?" This left Zhuo Qingqing speechless. She could only turn to the waiter and say, "Go do that." The waiter left. Zhuo Qingqing sat back in her seat, glaring at Chen Yang, muttering to herself, "Drink, drink, drink. I'll drink you to death." Chen Yang and Jero sat across from each other. Jero flicked her smooth long hair and smiled lightly at Chen Yang, asking, "Why did you come looking for me?" Chen Yang placed his phone on the table and smiled. "Mumu was frantic. She called you dozens of times, but you didn't answer. I thought you didn't want to live anymore." "Mumu?" Jero finally snapped out of it, glancing at her phone, which indeed showed dozens of missed calls. "I was so into singing just now that I completely forgot about the little girl." Jerome quickly sent a message to Jamumu, briefly explaining the situation, which calmed her down. After calming Jamumu down, Jero apologized to Chen Yang with a guilty expression. "Sorry, Chen Yang, I've caused you trouble again." "No problem, it's no trouble at all." Chen Yang smiled. Jero felt a bit more at ease and laughed. "I didn't expect you to remember that I like coming here. I thought you'd forgotten." Chen Yang leaned against the bar counter, watching the crowd drinking below, and smiled. "How could I forget? This place holds so many memories." Those words also touched Jero. Jero also looked around the bar and nodded. Yes, those moments back then were truly beautiful. During those years, Chen Yang and Jero had spent so much time together in this bar. They went to work together and came home together. They faced drunken patrons together and played and laughed together. Countless nights, Jero passed out in Chen Yang's arms, and he carried her back to the dormitory. How many nights had Chen Yang been beaten black and blue by drunks, only to be tenderly cared for by Jero? These memories feel like they were just yesterday. But they are now as fleeting as smoke, never to return. "Your drinks are ready." Zhuo Qingqing walked over with a mojito and a Long Island iced tea, her face full of disdain. "What's there to reminisce about?" Chen Yang laughed. "Left sister, you seem to have a lot of opinions about me." "Who here doesn't have much of an opinion about you?" Zhuo Qingqing said bluntly. You've been so shy and timid all this time, just serving drinks and washing dishes here every day. I never expected you to have a hidden talent and steal our Ro away. Our Ro is such a goddess. Following you, a penniless, powerless loser, she must be suffering. Chapter 214, Walking Side by Side. Zhuo Qingqing was always straightforward and blunt, with no regard for others' feelings. She started complaining right in front of Chen Yang. "Left sister, don't talk nonsense. It was my own choice back then. I don't regret it either." Before Chen Yang could say anything, Jero spoke up first. She wasn't trying to smooth things over, she was just being honest. There was nothing to regret. Over the years with Chen Yang, although they were constantly suffocated by reality, she had indeed tasted the sweetness of love, and Chen Yang had truly been very good to her. She was already very satisfied. "You don't regret it, but we outsiders are all getting anxious." Zhuo Qingqing continued. "Ruo, do you remember the waitress named Xiao Zhang from back then? She wasn't particularly attractive, but surprisingly, she ended up being pursued by a wealthy young man, and they dated for 2 years. They got married this year. You wouldn't believe the wedding. It was so grand, with all kinds of gold and silver jewelry everywhere. The scale was truly impressive. I was so jealous I could die. Ruo, you're so much better off than that little Zhang. If you hadn't ended up with Chen Yang, I can't even imagine what you could have achieved by now." Zhuo Qingqing really dares to say anything. Jero heard this but remained smiling, picking up her glass of Long Island iced tea and taking a sip. Chen Yang spoke up, smiling. "Left sister, if Ro really did what you said and married a rich second-generation heir, do you think she'd still be Jero? Would she even be different from the little Zhang you're talking about?" One sentence left Zhuo Qingqing speechless. That's right. Why is Jerome considered a goddess-level figure? It's because she has her own principles. If she really wanted to do that, she probably would have done it already. But once she chose this path, she is no different from other materialistic women, and there is no point in talking about her being a goddess anymore. In any case, you're not worthy of Ro. No money, no power, you've really wasted Ro's entire life. Zhou Qingqing, though in the wrong, still had to say it. Chen Yang and Zhou just smiled and didn't say much. The two continued to sip their cocktails and chat. They chatted for a while. The cocktails were finished. The alcohol began to take effect. Zhou's delicate face flushed with a charming blush. She suddenly suggested, Chen Yang, let's go for a walk. She pointed to the beach outside. Chen Yang finished the last sip of his mojito and smiled, sure. The two walked side by side, heading toward the outside. The beach at night was deserted. The sea breeze blew gently, the darkness was still, and the only sound was the waves crashing against the sand, echoing endlessly. Chen Yang and Zhou walked side by side on the beach, looking like a young couple deeply in love. Chen Yang. I failed again. Zhou walked alongside him, glancing at Chen Yang. The sea breeze blew, lifting her smooth, long hair, causing her jet-black locks to dance in the wind, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Zhou's words and tone were ones Chen Yang had heard many times before. Back when Zhou hadn't become a flight attendant yet, after returning from interviews, she would say this almost every time. After each time, she would throw herself into Chen Yang's arms, crying bitterly like a wronged little girl. But the Zhou of today would never do that. It wasn't because she had become stronger. It's just that after the breakup, she no longer had the right to cry in Chen Yang's arms. The interview? Chen Yang asked, knowing full well the answer. Zhou lowered her head, kicking at the small pebbles on the ground, and forced a smile. No. I didn't even get to the interview. I guess I already have no chance. Chen Yang smiled and said, you're giving up so easily. That's not like you. Back then, you would have tried even the smallest chance. Things are different now. Everything is different. Zhou shook her head and said, back then, I thought that as long as I performed well in the interview and worked hard enough, I wouldn't need all that nonsense, and I would definitely have a chance. But now I know that idea was naive and useless. After a pause, Zhou suddenly looked at Chen Yang and smiled bitterly. Just like our efforts back then. Isn't that right? Under the moonlight, Zhou's bitter smile carried a touch of sadness, but also a hint of beauty. She was truly beautiful, even in her low spirits, her pale face still hinting at a sickly beauty. Chen Yang remained silent as well. Yes. Sometimes, some efforts are simply in vain. They had worked so hard, saved every penny, all just to have a home in Shenzhen. After years of hard work, they couldn't even afford a bathroom. How ironic it all was. Zhou saw that Chen Yang wasn't speaking, so she smiled again. She didn't continue, but instead took off her shoes, revealing her snow-white, delicate feet, and gently stepped onto the sand. Chapter 215, Left Qingqing's Pride. Chen Yang remained silent for a moment before finally smiling indifferently. Even so, we're still striving, aren't we? Regardless of the outcome, the process is what truly matters. Besides, I don't think you'll fail. I think you'll succeed soon. Zhou heard this and paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Yang with a faint smile. Why do you think that? Just a hunch. Chen Yang replied calmly. Intuition? I didn't expect you to believe in that. Zhou shook her head and smiled wryly. She had once also trusted her intuition, believing that as long as she persisted, she would inevitably succeed. But the results always turned out differently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match others' deep connections. Chen Yang laughed. I didn't believe in it either, but people always need something to cling to. What if it works out? This time, I believe you can succeed. Your life could change because of this. So, please believe in me. Give it another try. Maybe it's truly the day the flowers bloom. What nonsense. Chen Yang doesn't seem like himself at all. To speak so boldly, it's only because Chen Yang has the confidence to back it up. Zhou heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment before smiling sweetly. Whether you're trying to comfort me or not. But I still feel pretty happy. All right. I'll believe you this once. Let us give it another shot, no matter the outcome, success or failure. No regrets. Enjoying the process is the most beautiful thing. Zhou's low spirits lifted considerably, and a hint of joy appeared on her pretty face. Chen Yang smiled slightly, said no more, and walked side by side with Zhou under the moonlight. Under the bright moon, the sandy beach shimmered with silver-white light, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Zhou walked barefoot on the sand, her steps calm and graceful. After chatting and strolling along the beach for a while, the two returned to the seaside inn. At that moment, inside the seaside inn, there were hardly any people left. The waitstaff were cleaning up, preparing to close for the day. Chen Yang, can you take me back? Zhou was slightly tipsy, her face flushed, as she packed her things and spoke. Sure. Chen Yang nodded. Zhou Qingqing, however, spoke bluntly, what's so good about that? It's the middle of the night, and you're alone together. You've already broken up. Who knows, Chen Yang might hold a grudge against you and do something bad. Rua, don't trust Chen Yang too much. I'll take you home. I just bought a Maserati Ghibli. It's luxurious and comfortable. Let me take you for a ride. Zhou Qingqing grabbed Zhou's arm, not wanting her to leave with Chen Yang. Before Chen Yang could speak, Jiro sighed helplessly, left sister, Chen Yang isn't the kind of person you think he is. He's been very kind to me. That's not enough. You've already made one mistake, I can't let you make another. You and Chen Yang have already broken up. Don't let these things spark anything again and end up getting back together. Zhuo Qingqing was highly suspicious of Chen Yang. This wasn't surprising. In Zhuo Qingqing's eyes, Chen Yang was just a penniless, powerless young man who didn't deserve Jiro. Now that Jiro had finally escaped that situation, naturally, she wanted to avoid repeating the same mistake. Jiro didn't know what to say, so she could only look at Chen Yang with an apologetic expression. Chen Yang knew that Zhuo Qingqing had a straightforward personality, so he didn't dwell on it and simply said, "All right. Left sister, take us around for a good look. What does your newly purchased Maserati Ghibli look like? It'll definitely blow your mind." Zhuo Qingqing was confident. Maserati is a genuine luxury brand. Although the Ghibli is one of Maserati's more entry-level models, it still costs between 800,000 and 950,000 yuan. Such a luxurious car, even if Chen Yang worked as a construction worker for 10 years, he might not be able to afford it. When Chen Yang sees it later, he'll have nothing to say. After finishing the last bit of work at the Binhaian, Zhuo Qingqing, Jiro, and Chen Yang left together, heading out into the world. Along the way, Zhuo Qingqing and Jiro chatted and laughed, while Chen Yang followed behind alone. The three arrived at the parking lot. Zhuo Qingqing directly took out the car keys and started the engine. In an instant, the parking lot was illuminated by a deep blue, streamlined Maserati Ghibli, which was quite attractive. "This is my new car. What do you think?" Zhuo Qingqing walked over, leaned against the Maserati Ghibli, and wore a smug expression on her face. Jiro walked over, carefully examining the Maserati Ghibli, and with a smile on her pretty face, she praised. "This car is stunning, both inside and out. Sister Zhuo, you have such good taste. I wonder how much it costs." Jiro's praise made Zhuo Qingqing even more proud, and she laughed. "It's not expensive, just around 900,000. Chapter 216, Past Regrets. When mentioning the price, Zhuo Qingqing deliberately glanced at Chen Yang, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. She had thought Chen Yang would be surprised by the price. But to her surprise, he merely smiled and said nothing more. What a pretentious guy. Zhuo Qingqing felt a bit annoyed. Jiro continued her praise with a smile. "It's not too expensive, nor too cheap. It offers great value for money and has a lot of prestige. Sister Zhuo, you're so amazing." Zhuo Qingqing laughed. Ro, I'm not that great. You're much better than me. Actually, if you had made the right choice back then your achievements might be even higher than mine. Unfortunately, back then, you made the wrong choice. Zhuo Qingqing's words carried a hidden meaning. Sister Zhuo, here you go again. Jiro sighed helplessly. I didn't say anything wrong. Zhuo Qingqing snorted and looked at Chen Yang, saying, "Chen Yang, give me your opinion. How is my new car?" Chen Yang stroked his chin, gave it a once-over, and said, "It's okay. Everything's in good shape." "Oof. That's all you have to say?" Zhuo Qingqing looked dissatisfied. "It's about the same." Chen Yang smiled. "Although this car is indeed good, I think it's still a bit inferior to mine." "Compared to your car?" Zhuo Qingqing was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Chen Yang, what are you talking about? Your car? Can it even compare to my Maserati Ghibli? Just tell me, so I can broaden my horizons." Zhuo Qingqing thought Chen Yang was clearly exaggerating. Chen Yang's car was at most a few 100,000 yuan. How could it compare to her Maserati Ghibli? "My car has been around for a while. It's a bit old. But compared to your Maserati Ghibli, it's still better. If you don't believe me, left sister, take a look." Chen Yang also pulled out his car keys and turned them on. The Ferrari A12 parked nearby suddenly lit up its headlights, and the tech-savvy doors opened instantly, exuding the luxurious aura of a high-end sports car. Zhuo Qingqing had initially dismissed Chen Yang's words with a sneer, believing he was merely trying to save face. She glanced over with a mocking expression. But after just one glance, she was struck speechless, completely frozen in place. This is your car?" Zhuo Qingqing stared at the beautiful, luxurious Ferrari A12, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Yes, it is. A Ferrari A12, the flagship model of Ferrari. The final price is around 5 million. I wonder if it can compare to your Maserati Ghibli, left sister?" Chen Yang walked up to the Ferrari A12 and looked at Zhuo Qingqing with great interest. Zhuo Qingqing couldn't say a word. Her mouth was wide open, as if she could fit an egg inside. Ferrari 812. The flagship of Ferrari. This isn't just on par with her Maserati Ghibli. This was a complete and utter defeat. Her mind was still in a daze, and she still couldn't believe this was Chen Yang's car. Jiro shrugged her shoulders and covered her mouth with a smile. "Left sister, I told you before, the current Chen Yang is much more powerful than before. You just don't believe it." For some reason, even though Chen Yang and she had no connection anymore, she was still quite happy that he had succeeded. There was a strange feeling of wanting her husband to succeed. Especially now, when he was humiliating Zhuo Qingqing, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Zhua Qingqing still felt like she was dreaming. After all, just a few years ago, Chen Yang was still washing dishes in her store. Now he is driving a supercar. If this car is really yours, then, let me take it for a spin. Zhua Qingqing said with a blush. Sure, left sister, go ahead and drive. Chen Yang smiled indifferently and handed the car keys to Zhua Qingqing. Although Zhua Qingqing spoke bluntly and had low emotional intelligence, she was actually a good person. When Chen Yang was working part-time, she had also taken good care of him. Therefore, Chen Yang didn't take her earlier words to heart at all. If you scratch it or damage it, I'm not responsible. If you're renting the car, you should tell me now. Don't play dumb with me. Zhua Qingqing gave Chen Yang a heads up. Chen Yang laughed, go ahead and bump it. Chen Yang wasn't worried at all. A Ferrari A12 was nothing to him. If it gets damaged, just buy another one. Besides, there's insurance. Zhua Qingqing, having obtained Chen Yang's permission, finally got into the car with a nervous heart. After asking about various operations, she started the Ferrari A12 and drove off. Watching the Ferrari A12 speed down the road, Jiro smiled gently, left sister is really happy. Chen Yang smiled without responding. A supercar, how many men and women dream of driving one? Now that she was actually behind the wheel, it was no wonder she was so happy. Chapter 217, Changing Faces. Jiro continued, Chen Yang, do you know? I suddenly had an idea just now. What idea? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Jiro looked Chen Yang up and down, then smiled and said, now that you're so successful, maybe when you have time in the future, we can get together with some of our old friends and colleagues and go out for a meal. I want to see what they'll think of you now. Jiro's tone carried a hint of mischievousness. That sounds pretty fun, Chen Yang laughed. But, it doesn't seem like it would mean much, does it? It does. How could it not be meaningful? Jiro said stubbornly. Chen Yang, you don't know how they used to talk about us. They were always talking about you behind my back, saying you're no good, this and that. I was so angry back then. I wanted to argue back, but no matter what I said, it didn't make a difference. We were just born with less. Jiro said this, and a faint sadness flashed across her pretty face. These things were also one of the reasons that led to their breakup. Jiro had heard far too many negative things about Chen Yang. At first, she tried to defend him, but in the end, she could no longer refute them. They were indeed just ordinary people. No matter how hard they tried, they could never achieve what others had been born with. Jiro looked at Chen Yang and smiled again, saying, but now, things are different. Chen Yang, you've succeeded. Even though we've broken up. But that doesn't matter. As long as you've succeeded, that's enough. I just want to see what they look like when you show up in front of them. I just want to see the look on their faces when they're proven wrong. So Chen Yang, this is meaningful. Jiro took a sip of wine, feeling slightly tipsy, her emotions running high, but the words she spoke were what she truly felt. Chen Yang's success was something that could make her happy. It also made her feel proud. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, remained silent. He hadn't considered that aspect at all. The reason he hadn't boasted was actually quite simple. It was because he didn't consider himself truly successful. He just believed he had been lucky and had been bound to the system. There was nothing worth boasting about. But now that he thought about it, how many people in this world had truly succeeded on their own? Those who once mocked them, the so-called rich second generation? Are they successful? They're just lucky. Their parents mostly rode the wave of their time's opportunities. Those who truly succeeded on their own are few and far between. They can look down on others and live their lives however they please. Why can't Chen Yang do it? After all, he achieved his success through his own efforts or luck. So, after coming to terms with it, Chen Yang smiled and said, alright, if you're free, we can meet up sometime. Boom. Jiro's charming face lit up with a beautiful smile. Boom. The Ferrari A12 returned quickly. Phew. That was amazing. After taking a spin, Zhua Qingqing was beaming with excitement, her face glowing with joy. Her gaze toward Chen Yang had completely changed. From the previous hint of disdain, it had turned into genuine admiration and envy. Chen Yang, you're really something. You've managed to drive a supercar in just a few years. That's amazing. Chen Yang smiled and said, left sister, do you think I'm worthy of Ro now? Of course you do. A perfect match, made in heaven. Zhua Qingqing praised. Ever since she found out that Chen Yang owned a Ferrari A12, she couldn't help but think he looked even more handsome. Seeing how quickly Zhua Qingqing changed her expression, Jiro couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough. This feeling. It's really quite wonderful. Boom. The Ferrari A12 was cruising through the streets of Shenzhen. Chen Yang drove carefully, taking Jiro home. Perhaps because she was too tired today, or maybe because she had had a few drinks, Jiro leaned back in her seat and fell asleep. Her head instinctively drooped downward, aiming to rest on Chen Yang's shoulder, using his shoulder as a pillow. This was actually one of Jiro's habits. Back when Jiro was working night shifts on flights, she was often too exhausted. Chen Yang would pick her up in the middle of the night, and she would rest her head on his shoulder, having grown accustomed to it. Shen Yang didn't disturb her, simply slowing down the car so that the Ferrari A12 moved at a steady pace. After exiting Dapeng New District, they entered the Ring Road Expressway. Shen Yang was driving with full concentration when he suddenly heard a noise from Jerome beside him. What do you mean by that? Am my performance really worse than theirs? Why was I eliminated in the first round? Please, give me another chance. I'll do my best. Why is this happening? You bunch of rule breakers. You're all scum. Chapter 218, Morning Video. Wu Chen Yang, they're bullying me. Jiro's voice sounded like a whisper. But Chen Yang heard every word clearly. His heart was moved, and he couldn't help but recall all the injustices Jiro had suffered in the past. Chen Yang's gaze grew increasingly cold. Jiro. Don't worry. In the past, I was unable to protect you. But this time, no one will be able to bully you. Boom. The Ferrari A12 vanished into the city highway of Shenzhen. After Chen Yang sent Jiro back to Honghe Wangjiao community, he returned alone to Xiaowan community. After finishing his hygiene routine, he went to bed, took a shower, and fell asleep in one smooth motion. Since he had gone to bed a bit late last night, when he woke up, it was already around 10 in the morning. The celebrity audition was scheduled to begin around 3 p.m. I'll prepare a bit and head over around 1 or 2 o'clock. Shen Yang received a breakfast video from Chun Xingling, who had been inactive for a while he was getting ready in the morning. Shen Yang, big brother. I haven't sent you a breakfast video in a while. Today's breakfast video is very simple. Today I'm just having a bowl of milk and oats. In the video, Chen Xingling appeared makeup-free as usual. She was naturally beautiful, and her makeup-free look added a touch of innocence. She was wearing only a thin black nightgown, loose and baggy, with nothing underneath as usual, looking incredibly alluring. Milk and oatmeal? This little vixen. I wonder what she'll come up with next. Chen Yang continued watching while brushing his teeth. Chen Xingling took a bowl of oatmeal from the oatmeal container and suddenly said in a cute, dazed voice. Chen Yang, I think I forgot to buy milk. What should we do? Chen Xingling searched around for a while before saying in the same innocent tone. Chen Yang, there really isn't any milk. If I go out to buy some now, I'll have to change clothes, which is too much trouble. What should we do? Chen Yang? Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. This little devil. She's up to something again. As expected, Chen Xingling's pretty face quickly lit up with a smile as she said. Chen Yang, I've got it. I know what to do now. Chen Yang's smile grew wider, and his gaze couldn't help but linger on Chen Xingling's most alluring feature. A moment later, the video ended. Chen Xingling sent a message. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, I'm pretty impressive, right? I even found a way to do this. Mu Yang, impressive, really impressive. You're truly a genius beauty. Chen Yang praised her. Chen Xingling's intelligence is only slightly inferior to our younger sister-in-law, Jamumu. Truly a pair of dragons and phoenixes. However, what surprised Chen Yang was that Chen Xingling, a university student, had such a large capacity. She's no one to be underestimated. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang knows best. After a pause, she sent another message. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, actually, I called you today because there's something I need to discuss. Mu Yang, what's the matter? Lemon sauce, the plan to come to my house that we talked about last time is set. Tomorrow night or tonight, is that okay, Chen Yang? Tomorrow night or tonight? Chen Yang thought for a moment. Tonight is a bit uncertain. But tomorrow night should be fine. Mu Yang, alright. Lemon sauce, alright, then Chen Yang, let me know when you're ready, and I'll make arrangements. Mu Yang, Lemon sauce, Chen Yang is as stiff as a board. Just a few words? Such an exciting thing, and you don't say more? Mu Yang, what are you talking about? You've already arranged everything. Lemon sauce, alright, Chen Yang, just show up when the time comes. Chen Yang, I'll show you a different side of Qingning. You'll be blown away. Mu Yang, we'll see. End of call. Chen Yang stretched lazily. Chatting with a beautiful girl in the morning really makes my day so much better. That's great. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Yang didn't cook either, but went straight upstairs to the apartment where the landlady lived. He had some business to discuss with her today. He arrived at the landlady's door. Chen Yang rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang inside the landlady's apartment. But there was no response. Chen Yang was puzzled and called out, Landlady, are you home? There was still no response from inside. Could she not be home? That shouldn't be right. The landlady's life was routine, with little variation. It was around 11 o'clock now, so she should have just returned from buying groceries. Why wouldn't she be home? Chen Yang pressed the doorbell again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. At that moment, the mature and gentle voice of the landlady finally came from inside the room. Coming. Her voice seemed a bit nervous and awkward, which was odd. Chen Yang waited at the door for a moment longer. Soon, the apartment door finally opened. The landlady appeared before Chen Yang. Chapter 219, High-End Residential Complex. At that moment, the landlady was still dressed in her usual conservative housewife attire, her voluptuous figure concealed beneath the modest attire, yet exuding a different kind of allure. Compared to her usual attire, the landlady now looked far more sensual. She didn't tie her long hair into a ponytail like she usually did, but let it flow freely, with a few strands falling loosely, giving her an air of casual elegance. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her legs were tightly crossed. That innocent yet seductive aura of a married woman was fully on display. Chen Yang, why are you here? The landlady seemed exhausted, her voice faintly labored as she spoke. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Yang smiled and walked straight into the landlady's apartment. He glanced at the landlady, who looked a bit flustered, and asked curiously, Landlady, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just a bit hot. The landlady tucked her smooth long hair behind her ear and gave Chen Yang a faint smile. Chen Yang nodded in response. However, looking at the landlady's expression, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Besides, it wasn't he actually that hot inside the apartment. Chen Yang didn't think much of it and sat down on the sofa. The landlady was still very kind. As soon as Chen Yang sat down, she brought over a teapot from the side, leaned slightly forward, and poured him some tea with the grace of a mature and elegant lady. Have some tea. The landlady smiled. Chen Yang also picked up his teacup. At that moment, the landlady stood up, intending to tidy her loose hair and tie it into a ponytail. Chen Yang took a sip of tea and smiled. Landlady, why tie it up? It looks pretty nice loose. It looks so unkempt like that. The landlady gave Chen Yang a disapproving look. Chen Yang sighed helplessly and said, What's so improper about it? Everyone does it. You don't understand. I'm not some girl on the street. I'm married. A married woman should behave like a married woman. The landlady argued her point firmly. She was indeed very traditional when it came to etiquette. But then again, in front of Chen Yang, she could make an exception. But if you like it this way, I won't tie it. The landlady stopped what she was doing and smiled. Chen Yang laughed. Better tie it up. It looks more like our landlady when it's tied up, and it has more charm. You always get your way. The landlady scolded him playfully before finally tying her hair back. Then, she sat down on the sofa and asked, Chen Yang, what brings you here today? They got down to business. Chen Yang replied seriously, Mrs. Landlord, you've been collecting rent for so many years. You must have come into contact with many people from the real estate industry, right? Have any of them mentioned selling high-end mansions? The landlady was taken aback by the question and replied, Are you planning to move? Yes, I'm planning to buy one. Chen Yang nodded. Oh. The landlady replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. Chen Yang smiled and said, I won't be moving out of this place either. Who cares if you move out or not? The landlady snorted lightly, still sounding a bit cute, but she was clearly happier now. She said, I do know some people who work in high-end residential complexes. But I need to know your asking price first before I can approach them. Chen Yang picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then quoted a figure. Around 8 million. This figure caused the landlady, who was sipping her tea, to freeze with the teacup still in her hand. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Yang. 8 million? The landlady couldn't believe her ears. What an astronomical figure. That's roughly the value. Chen Yang remained calm and composed. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The landlady asked again. Of course not, why would I lie to you? Chen Yang laughed. The landlady finally took a few sips of tea to calm herself down, then spoke with a complex expression. You're really something. So much money I couldn't even dare to dream of it in my entire life. Chen Yang laughed. Landlady, don't worry about it. If I ever buy it, you can move in if you like. I'll be your landlord. The landlady's face flushed slightly, and she huffed, You're dreaming. I'm a young married woman, how could I move into a single man's house? Everyone knows what your motives are. As if you're so safe at home. Chen Yang took the opportunity to sit next to the landlady and wrapped his arm around her. We're talking business. The landlady gave a playful scold and slapped Chen Yang's hand. But she didn't push him away, letting him hold her. The landlady thought for a moment and said, I do actually know someone who sells such luxury homes. When you have time, I'll help you set up a meeting. And the area he's selling in, you should also be familiar with. Deep City Bay No. 1. Chapter 220, Little Secret. Xincheng Bay No. 1? Chen Yang couldn't help but pause for a moment upon hearing the name of the real estate development. Xincheng Bay No. 1, there was no doubt about it, this was the most luxurious mansion in all of Xincheng, without a doubt. Just as Shanghai has Tangchenipin, Shenzhen has Shenzhen Bay No. 1. It is said that the current average price for Shenzhen Bay No. 1 is around 170,000. But that's the average price. Better locations are estimated to be around 200,000 yuan. There's no doubt about that. It's an astronomical figure. Even if Chen Yang currently has over 80 million in assets, it might not even be enough. However, it does indeed perfectly align with Chen Yang's needs. With the system in place, if he doesn't live in Shenzhen Bay number 1, where else would he live? That's a good point. Then could you help me make some connections? The landlady gave Chen Yang a meaningful look and smiled. If you buy Shenzhen Bay number 1, I'd really love to come visit. Such a top-tier mansion is something I could only dream of before. Come on, I'll save you a room on the top floor. Chen Yang's smile didn't fade. What will you make me pay for that? The landlady smiled brightly. Just pay the rent. A few $100,000 a month should be enough. Chen Yang laughed. But what if I can't afford the rent? The landlady continued. No money? That's easy to handle. Chen Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I knew you weren't up to any good. The landlady rolled her eyes and said, if you won't let me stay, then forget it. A golden nest or a silver nest isn't as good as my own doghouse. But I need to paint. If you have nothing else to do, just leave already. Chen Yang leaned back on the sofa, showing no hurry. It's still early. There's plenty of time to paint. I'm feeling inspired right now. You won't understand. The landlady said. Inspiration? To be honest, it wasn't until now that Chen Yang remembered the landlady's other profession as a professional artist. It seemed like she had mentioned something about drawing foreign anime before. Chen Yang became interested and smiled. Landlady, I remember your paintings were pretty good, but I've never seen your work. What are your works called? Can you tell me about them? No way. The landlady's face flushed slightly as she retorted, how could I let you see them? That would be so embarrassing. What's so embarrassing about that? Chen Yang was completely baffled. Isn't this a perfectly normal thing to do? The landlady grew even more embarrassed and continued, don't mind it. In any case, you can't see it. Chen Yang didn't understand, but he couldn't force the issue, so he said. All right. Then I won't look. The landlady thought for a moment, then smiled and said, but I can tell you a little bit. Go ahead and tell me. Chen Yang was intrigued. The landlady laughed and said, my new work features me as the main character, and you're the male lead. Chen Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder the landlady had insisted on taking so many photos of him earlier. It turns out they were actually useful. Then I'm even more interested. Chen Yang smiled. If you want to see them, that's fine. The landlady's face flushed red as she said, but you'll have to wait until next time, after you've finished taking my photos, then I'll show you. Consider it your reward. How about that? The clothes I bought last time haven't been photographed yet. All right. Then it's settled. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Deal. After making the arrangement, Chen Yang left immediately. After Chen Yang left, the landlady's face grew even redder, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. Should I really show it to Chen Yang? That's just two. Never mind. Basically, Chen Yang already knew most of her secrets. One more won't make a difference. Better get back to drawing. I got too excited while drawing just now, and it made her a little. Time passed. It was soon afternoon. Chen Yang drove to the headquarters building of Tianma Group. As soon as he entered the building, another crisp voice rang out. Mr. Chen. Chen Yang looked over. He realized that the person calling him was someone he didn't recognize. She was a tall, beautiful woman with an amazing figure, curves in all the right places, an S-shaped silhouette. She wore a white shirt paired with a black blazer on top and a tight black pencil skirt that hugged her curves, topped off with black stockings and high heels. Her face was adorned with a flawless, elegant makeup. At first glance, she was the epitome of a glamorous career woman. Chen Yang was about to ask who the woman in the uniform was, but he quickly recognized her. This tall, beautiful woman was none other than his own assistant, Zhou Man. Zhou Man? Chen Yang's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Yes, Mr. Chen. How do I look today? Do I look good? Zhou Man smiled happily at Chen Yang. Chen Yang really couldn't tell. The previous Zhou Man looked rather stiff and had a strong office vibe. Now, with a new outfit, her appearance had improved dramatically. She had gone from an 80 to around a 90. As expected. I really did think she was pretty good before. Zhou Man really has great potential. She's outstanding in every aspect. Chapter 221, Swarming In. She's even more beautiful than I imagined. Chen Yang laughed. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man was quite pleased. Chen Yang stroked his chin, examining Zhou Man from head to toe, then added, but it's missing something. What's missing? Zhou Man blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked. Chen Yang smiled and said, you look the most beautiful when you wear glasses. Zhou Man was taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. So you like this type, Mr. Chen? All right. I've been ready for this. She said. Zhou Man reached into her bag and pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, putting them on immediately. After putting on the gold-rimmed glasses, the uniform's allure was toned down slightly, but she gained a touch of sophistication, making her look even more stunning. It was just right. That's great, it suits you perfectly. Chen Yang praised her again. A smile blossomed on Zhou Man's charming face. The two of them headed toward the company together. Along the way, Chen Yang asked Joe Man, you're so beautiful. Why did you used to deliberately make yourself look ugly? You look just fine like this, she replied. Chen Yang was still quite puzzled. There probably aren't many women who don't want to look beautiful. Hiding one's beauty and deliberately making oneself look ugly, what kind of mindset is that? Joe-man shook her head and laughed. Mr. Chen, I still want to keep my job. What do you mean? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Joe-man sighed. Mr. Chen, do you think people like Zheng Shang would only target influencers? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang understood. Given Joe-man's current looks, she would definitely be targeted by people like Zheng Shang. At that point, there would only be two options. Either lose her job or submit. So, Joe-man was pretty smart. She truly understood the workplace and knew how to protect herself. Then why aren't you continuing to pretend? Chen Yang asked with interest. There's no need. Joe-man smiled. Why? Aren't you afraid of me? Chen Yang said with a smile. Mr. Chen, you're not that kind of person, and besides. Joe-man smiled sweetly. Mr. Chen, you're so handsome, rich, and generous. If you really want to seduce me, maybe I'd be the one to gain the most. Chen Yang was speechless. This Joe-man really knows how to think. Chen Yang didn't say much more to Joe-man and continued walking inside. However, before he could even pass through the lobby, he noticed that the lobby had become crowded with people. Most of them seemed to be part of teams, with 7 or 8 people gathered together, either chatting or getting ready by applying makeup or adjusting their outfits. Chen Yang looked curiously and asked, Joe-man, what are all these people doing? They're all here for the interviews. Joe-man replied. She paused for a moment before continuing. That one over there is named Li Tian. She's a third-tier actress who used to be quite famous and has worked with some big stars. She's come here this time and has prepared thoroughly. And over there, Su Yuan, a well-known female singer in Shenzhen, is quite famous in the city, but she's always been limited to local activities and hasn't been able to break out, so she's here looking for opportunities. And Joe-man introduced them one by one to Chen Yang. Chen Yang understood everything. These people coming for the audition were all different from Giraud. Most of them had their own teams. Additionally, some had agents. Someone like Giraud, a complete newcomer, was indeed very rare. No wonder Giraud's chances were so slim every time she interviewed. They all have companies and connections, the gap is just too wide. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much, instead following Joe-man toward the company elevator. As the elevator ascended, they arrived at the department. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, several people immediately approached them. Mr. Chen, I'm Li Tian's agent, Zhang Ying. Can we introduce ourselves? Mr. Chen, I'm Zhou Chuchu from Xinhua Media. Su Yuan is from our company. Let us chat privately. Mr. Chen, I. One after another, these people approached Chen Yang and introduced themselves. Chen Yang furrowed his brows. Joe-man whispered from the side, they're all agents for the artists under us. They're trying to use some tactics to secure opportunities. Chen Yang understood their intentions. He didn't bother to respond. He wasn't short of money at the moment, so why would he accept gifts from them? His top priority was to get Tianma back on track. Tianma was his asset. Only by keeping it running smoothly could he ensure a steady flow of income. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, a slightly plump woman pushed her way forward, her face plastered with a smile, and said, Mr. Chen. I'm Qin Lan from Xinhua Media, and I'm also Gao Xiaoyuan's agent. Here's my business card. Let's get to know each other. Feel free to contact me anytime you need assistance. Upon hearing the name Qin Lan, Chen Yang seemed to recall something, unconsciously stopping in his tracks and turning to look at Qin Lan. Your name is Qin Lan? Chapter 222, The Studio. Qin Lan thought Chen Yang had noticed her and excitedly said, Yes, Qin Lan. Qin from the Qin dynasty, Lan from the Orchid. I'm from Xinhua Media. She reached out to hand him her business card. But Chen Yang didn't take it, only giving her a cold glance. This Qin Lan from Xinhua Media. Chen Yang recognized her as well. Back then, she had been Giraud's agent. At that time, Qin Lan had no real influence, but she had signed the contract with Giraud because they had been in contact for a long time. Giraud had been unable to find a company, and this had a lot to do with Qin Lan. Who would have thought that she would still be around today? Interesting. Chen Yang didn't say much and quickly left the area with Joe-man. Qin Lan, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased, thinking that Chen Yang had remembered her. Within the department, the employees were already busy preparing for the event. The contestants' profiles and materials had mostly been organized. The largest studio had been cleared out, fully prepared for the celebrity interview. Chen Yang arrived at the studio. There were already quite a few people inside. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, they all greeted him respectfully. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Chen Yang nodded. Meanwhile, Joe-man, standing beside him, kindly introduced each person in turn. Mr. Chen, these 6 are the dedicated teachers assigned to this project. They are all highly professional performing arts instructors with expertise in acting and music, and they have gained some recognition within the industry. They are the first round of preliminary selections. The second round of screening will be conducted by 3 department heads from the company. Zhu Kai from the business division, Ji Yang from the operations division, and Zhou Yushu from the entertainment division. Finally, the final decision will be made by you. Have you made your decision? Of course, Mr. Chen, as the overall responsible person, you are in charge of the rules and can make changes. Zhou Man did not continue. But the meaning was already clear. To put it bluntly, in this celebrity interview, Chen Yang holds the most power. These people would be very useful if it were a formal process. But if it's about unwritten rules, they're not very useful. This isn't really Tianma's fault, it's just how the entertainment industry works. Chen Yang responded and then sat down in the middle seat. He waited for the interview to begin. However, while waiting, a phone call came in. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Jamumu's sweet, soft voice rang out from the other end of the phone. What's going on? Chen Yang asked directly. Jamumu said in a delicate voice, brother-in-law, my sister and I are at the entrance of the residential complex. We're about to go for an interview. Can you come pick us up? Just take a taxi. Chen Yang refused outright. We're at least going for an interview. Taking a taxi would be so embarrassing. Brother-in-law, please just come pick us up. Please, brother-in-law, you're the best man in the whole world, and Mumua's favorite brother-in-law. Jamumu switched her tone, using a spoiled, pleading voice that made anyone who heard it feel a tingling sensation in their heart. But Chen Yang still coldly refused. No, thanks. I really have something to do. Just come over directly. Jamumu said unhappily, humph, you jerk of a brother-in-law. I'm begging you like this, and you still refuse me? You're so mean. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Jamumu hung up the phone. Chen Yang was helpless. This little sister-in-law is really impossible to deal with. On the other side, Jamumu and Jiro were currently at the entrance of the residential complex. Bad brother-in-law, you're such a cold-hearted person. Jamumu hung up the phone, her sweet, pretty face still showing a hint of anger. Meanwhile, Jiro, who was beside her, had already applied her makeup meticulously and was wearing Jamumu's designer clothes, looking elegant and stunning. She asked directly, what did he say? Is he coming? He's not coming. My brother-in-law said he has something to do and can't make it, Jamumu said, sounding a bit disappointed. If he has something to do, then forget it. Jiro, however, didn't seem to think much of it. Jamumu continued, I know my brother-in-law well. What could he possibly have to do? I think he just doesn't want to come. Jamumu still felt a bit down. It wasn't that she was being unreasonable. It was just that the current situation felt a bit oppressive. Jiro's attempt this time would probably end in failure as well. She had originally planned to ask Chen Yang to come over to help ease the tension and comfort Jiro. But she was alone and had no idea what to do. Jiro smiled and said, he must be very busy. Stop being silly. Let's go. Let's take a taxi there. Oh. Jamumu nodded obediently. The two waited by the roadside for a moment, hailed a private car, and headed toward Tianma Group. The ride continued onward. They soon arrived at the headquarters of Tianma Group. As soon as they got out of the car, they walked toward the group's lobby, immediately drawing the attention of many people. Those two sisters are so beautiful. Are they here for an interview too? My goodness, they're so stunning. I wouldn't stand a chance against them. I wonder which company they're from. Why did they take a taxi? Don't they have a team? Complete newcomers? No way. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Among the crowd, a mocking gaze was directed at Jiro and Jamumu. The owner of that gaze was none other than Xinlan. Chapter 223, The Beginning. When Xinlan saw Jiro approaching, a mocking expression flashed across her eyes. She hadn't expected Jiro to come over. She had already made it clear to Jiro that she would no longer be responsible for any of her affairs. Was Jiro coming over now to humiliate herself? Or was it? Jiro had finally come to her senses? Xinlan thought the latter was more likely. So Xinlan walked up with a mocking expression and said, Jiro, I never thought you'd come back. Have you come to your senses? But it's too late now. I've already moved on. You have no chance now. Xinlan stood there with an air of superiority, scolding Jiro. Jiro merely glanced at her, her gaze as cold as ice, and said, I don't need you to give me a chance. I can try on my own. Jiro and Xinlan had already fallen out, so there was no need for either of them to give the other any face. They went straight for the jugular. You! Xinlan didn't expect Jiro to dare to confront her like that, and she was immediately furious, about to speak. Jamumu stepped forward and said bluntly, Shut up, old witch. You're so ugly and still causing trouble. Be careful that Fa Hai doesn't take you away. Jamumu spoke while waving her little pink fists, looking very intimidating. After finishing her words, she and Jiro hurriedly ran away, afraid that Xinlan would react. Xinlan was completely overwhelmed. She wanted to curse Jiro and Jamumu, but with so many people around, she could only force herself to hold it in. Never mind. Jiro's failure this time. It was undoubtedly predestined. She wasn't going to bother arguing with such a loser. Besides, Jiro will eventually come begging for her. Jiro is almost 30 now, and the chances are extremely slim. If she doesn't come to her senses, she'll truly fade into obscurity and bid farewell to the entertainment industry forever. She knows Jerome well and knows that she is not the type to give up easily. By then, manipulating Jiro would be a piece of cake. Jiro! Just wait. In the broadcast studio, all the equipment and props have been set up. The celebrity interview is about to begin. For this celebrity interview, I need absolute fairness and impartiality. I hope you all refrain from any underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Chen Yang spoke to the crowd in a cold tone. Mr. Chen, rest assured. We will be absolutely fair and impartial. That's right. With Mr. Chen here, we wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. There will be no issues, Mr. Chen. These people all swore solemnly, as if they truly intended to be completely impartial. However, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, harboring little trust in them. Chen Yang turned to Zhou Man and asked, how's the preparation coming along? Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Everything is under control. Zhou Man replied with a smile. Good. Chen Yang nodded. Immediately. After everyone was ready, Chen Yang announced directly, the interview can begin. The highly anticipated celebrity interview finally began. Numerous third and fourth tier celebrities were all waiting outside the studio. As the interview began, they entered the studio one after another. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Rura from Tianyin Media. I specialize in dance and music. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tian Ming. I was a third-term trainee at a celebrity training program. My specialties are. Good afternoon, everyone. I am a trainee who has been training for 2.5 years. Good afternoon, everyone. These young stars entered one after another, each showcasing their respective talents. Celebrities are indeed much stronger than influencers, with solid foundational skills. However, these individuals are far from meeting Tianma's standards. They still have a long way to go. Batch after batch of people were eliminated. Tianma's ruthless rules this time left them feeling utterly despairing. This time, Tianma is truly determined to select the face of the entire group. Chen Yang, meanwhile, was seated at the head of the table, observing the interviews. He had not spoken a word throughout the rounds, merely watching silently. The candidates who had come in during these rounds were indeed not up to par, and most of them failed the initial screening. After several rounds, finally, a truly capable candidate arrived. Good morning, everyone. My name is Li Tian. I'm a third-tier unknown actress. This time, I will be performing an imitation of a film clip for all of you. I hope you all enjoy it. Li Tian is a pretty young woman with a tall, slender figure and good looks, making her well suited for acting. The scene she performed is from a famous movie, and she did a pretty good job. After the performance, the 6 teachers all gave her 6 A's. This score was sufficient to advance to the second round. In the second round, aside from Zhu Kai, the other 2 senior executives from Tianma Group also gave passing grades. When it came to Chen Yang kept his eyes lowered, staring at Li Tian below. This star interview was not only about selecting a main star but also choosing 2 to 3 backup star resources. Therefore, if the performance was satisfactory, one could be selected. Chapter 224, Preparation Time. However, at that moment, Chen Yang heard a voice in his ear. Li Tian has decent qualifications overall, but she has a fatal flaw: her imitations are too obvious. Moreover, she has been in the industry for 5 years and has been stuck in the third tier. Even if she signs, her ceiling won't be very high. These 6A grades are a bit concerning. Chen Yang listened to the voice coming through the microphone, nodded, and then directly addressed Li Tian. I'm sorry, you don't meet our company's requirements. At that moment, the smile on Li Tian's pretty face froze instantly. The 6 teachers present all wore unpleasant expressions. One of them spoke up directly. Mr. Chen, Li Tian has excellent qualifications in all aspects. I don't know, Mr. Chen. She doesn't meet the company's requirements. Didn't you understand? Chen Yang's voice was icy. I understand. The so-called teacher shut up immediately. Li Tian was also dismissed. The atmosphere in the studio grew awkward. The so-called teachers all exchanged glances, their eyes darting around, unsure of what to think. The interview continued. A few more people who had passed were directly eliminated by Chen Yang, without giving these so-called teachers any face. However, there were 1 or 2 candidates whom these teachers had completely dismissed. Chen Yang insisted on selecting them. This left the faces of the so-called teachers looking extremely grim. Nevertheless, they forced themselves to endure it and did not react. At that moment, outside the broadcast studio, in the preparation area, Jamumu and Jiro were sitting together. Jiro remained relatively calm, not too nervous, while Jamumu was extremely tense, her heart pounding wildly, and cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She clutched Jiro's small hand and kept talking. Sister, it's almost your turn. Are you ready? Sister. Jiro was at a loss for words. She glanced at Jamumu and said, "It's my interview, not yours. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just worried about you, sister," Jamumu said, looking dejected. "You didn't see earlier so many people were rejected. They were all so talented and had teams, yet they still couldn't pass. Sister, what should we do?" Jamumu looked helpless. But Jiro had already let it go, smiling and saying, "Let things take their natural course. As long as we've tried our best, that's enough. The process is what matters most." Jamumu said unhappily, "Humph, that's just your husband's nonsense. He lied to me before too. He said he'd definitely protect you and that this interview would be no problem. Now it turns out he's just a big liar. Stop talking nonsense." Jiro tapped Jamumu on the head and said, "Chen Yang has nothing to do with us, so he has no obligation to help us. What right do you have to blame others?" Jamumu also said dejectedly, "I'm not blaming my brother-in-law. I just miss him. If only my brother-in-law were here. He must have a way. He wouldn't be able to either." Jiro sighed softly. Jamumu, however, countered, "Impossible. My brother-in-law must have a way. He's the best." Jiro paused for a moment, then said seriously, "That's a dangerous way of thinking." "What's dangerous about it? My brother-in-law is already so capable." Jamumu shrugged it off with a snort. Jiro couldn't do anything about her younger sister. At the entrance to the studio, a staff member from Tianma Group called out, "Next, Gao Xiaoyuan." As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Lan, who was sitting nearby, along with her team members, all stood up, gave various instructions, and escorted Gao Xiaoyuan inside. After Gao Xiaoyuan entered, Qin Lan cast a slightly provocative glance in Jerome's direction, her eyes brimming with disdain. Jiro. This time, I'll make you regret it completely." She had complete confidence in Gao Xiaoyuan. Gao Xiaoyuan was young and beautiful, though her acting and musical skills were lacking, making her little more than a pretty face. But their company had paid bribes, and several teachers had received some money. If the rules hadn't changed and Zhang Shang hadn't been removed, they would have already given Gao Xiaoyuan to Zhang Shang. Fortunately, that Shen Zong has taken notice of her, so it should be fine. Therefore, she is certain that Gao Xiaoyuan will definitely pass the interview. Even if she doesn't make it to the top tier, she will still be able to enter Tianma. It'll be a good opportunity for that foolish woman, Jiro, to see her true capabilities. Let's see if Jiro dares to challenge her again. Qin Lan was confident. Jiro's mood, however, was complicated. If Gao Xiaoyuan really succeeded, she would undoubtedly feel terrible as well. After all, this opportunity had originally been hers. But she didn't regret it. No matter what, she wouldn't accept the unwritten rules. Gao Xiaoyuan entered the studio. The same procedure as before. Introduction, performance all done in one go. Chapter 225, Qin Lan's Rage. To be honest, this time, even without the behind-the-scenes people saying anything, Chen Yang could already tell that Gao Xiaoyuan was just a pretty face with no real talent. However, the so-called teachers still gave her 4 A's. Only 2 gave scores, 1 A B and 1 A C. These scores were already telling enough. Gao Xiaoyuan advanced to the second round. Before the managers could speak, Chen Yang spoke up directly. "There's no need to continue. You're not suitable for the company's future development. Next candidate." Chen Yang repeated the same words. Everyone present looked displeased. It was as if Chen Yang was the sole decision-maker. Gao Xiaoyuan also paused for a moment before smiling obsequiously at Chen Yang and said, "Mr. Chen, how can you be so heartless? I think I'm still a good fit for Tianma. I have a bright future ahead of me. If you don't believe me, Mr. Chen, we can discuss this privately. Let me show you my potential. Also, Mr. Chen, my agent is Qin Lan, Miss Qin. You should know her, right? This woman really will stop at nothing." Failed. She's just trying to use the same old tricks on Chen Yang. She does have some looks. But a woman like her? Chen Yang wouldn't even bother to look at her twice. "Get out," Chen Yang said coldly. Gao Xiaoyuan was taken aback again, then said angrily, "What the hell?" With that, Gao Xiaoyuan left in a fit of anger. "Mr. Chen." A teacher tried to say something to Chen Yang. But Chen Yang coldly said, "Continue." One sentence silenced everyone. The interview continued. Outside the studio. "Wah! Qin Jia, what's going on here? Why can't I pass either?" Gao Xiaoyuan went straight to Qin Lan to cry and vent. "What? You didn't pass either?" Qin Lan was utterly surprised and hurriedly said, "Did you mention my name to Mr. Chen?" "I did. After I did, his attitude became even worse and he told me to get out." Gao Xiaoyuan choked out. How is that possible?" Qin Lan's face turned pale as well. Clearly, Chen Yang had specifically mentioned her name just moments ago. Why? However, Gao Xiaoyuan and Qin Lan's expressions looked extremely ridiculous to Jiro and Jamumu. Seeing Qin Lan humiliated, they felt a bittersweet sense of satisfaction. Jiro remained composed and did not show it. Jamumu was different. An invincible beauty wouldn't be afraid of this or that. Jamumu spoke in a sarcastic tone. "The old witch has finally met her match, hasn't she? She's been thoroughly subdued. You. Shinlan was furious and pointed at Jamumu. Jamumu, however, crossed her arms and said, "What are you pointing at? I wasn't talking about you. Don't take it personally, okay?" Jiro couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Enough, Mumu. Stop talking nonsense. She's just a bit older, a bit heavier, and a bit less attractive. How can you call her an old witch?" Jiro was also being unusually sly for once. "Oh. I understand, sister." Jamumu stuck out her tongue. Shinlan, however, was so angry she laughed, saying, "Alright, Jiro, it seems you really don't plan to give me any face at all, do you? Fine, I'll see what you've got. What tricks do you have up your sleeve for this interview? If you fail again, you'll have no chance at all. By then, at 26 or 27, let's see which company dares to hire you, or which company is willing to help you run errands and pull strings. I hope you won't end up begging me on your knees in the future." If Gao Xiaoyuan can't pass, what makes Jiro think she can? Gao Xiaoyuan can't stay at Tianma, but she can still find other companies after all, she is still young. But Jiro? She has no way out. This woman is truly foolish. My sister is the most beautiful woman in the world, forever 18. You don't know anything. Jamumu, like a little hen, fiercely defended Jiro. But Jiro remained silent, even letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, the staff outside the studio called out. "Next up, Jiro." Finally, it was her turn. Jiro's heart trembled slightly. Although she had done a lot of mental preparation beforehand, she couldn't help but feel extremely nervous at this moment. Fortunately, Jamumu was still by her side. Jamumu gently held Jiro's hand and whispered reassuringly, "Sister, you can do this." Jiro's tension eased considerably. She nodded, gave her makeup one final touch-up, and headed toward the studio. Along the way, various voices from the crowd echoed in her ears. "Wow! My goodness, there's another contestant who's so beautiful. This is a done deal, isn't it? Just in terms of looks, we can't even compare. She's so beautiful. If she doesn't win first place, who will?" Most of the voices were nothing but praise. But Jiro listened to these voices and felt not a single ounce of joy, because years ago, many people had said the same thing, and everyone had high hopes for her. Chapter 226, Escorting and Protecting. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory. Would history repeat itself today? Jerome didn't know. She was so nervous that cold sweat was trickling down her forehead as she walked. Sister Jamumu also noticed Jiro's state, her eyes welling up with tears, her heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. She didn't know how to help Jiro either. If only her brother-in-law were here, he would surely have a solution. Shinlan, however, couldn't help but sneer. "Jiro, you still think you can succeed? Dream on." She was already imagining how she would stomp on Jiro when she came out. Jiro eventually entered the studio. Upon entering the studio, Jiro hadn't yet gotten a clear look at everyone. A teacher coldly said, "Introduce yourself." Jiro immediately lowered her head and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jiro. I am a complete novice with no agency and no acting experience. If there are any issues during the process, please feel free to point them out." A complete newcomer? As soon as Jiro said this, several teachers turned to look at her. One teacher laughed, "A complete newcomer? You're the first one brave enough to try today. What will you perform?" This question, without saying a word, added more pressure to Jiro. Indeed. Others either had a team or connections. Only Jiro had nothing. Jiro bit her red lips and forced a smile. "Teachers, I plan to sing a song called Once Upon a Time. I hope you all like it." This song was something Jiro was exceptionally skilled at. She had sung it countless times at the Binhai Inn. And her unique voice and slightly altered melody made the song stand out when she sang it. This was extremely important, as first impressions carried significant weight in the interview. The teacher then spoke directly. "Good. Come on." Jiro took a deep breath and then began to sing. "I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the splendor of the world. The heart of youth is always a bit reckless, now you roam the world as your home." The first two lines were quite well crafted. They truly captured Jiro's unique style. But by the third verse, things started to go wrong. "The girl who once broke your heart is now." Jiro hadn't been through an interview like this in a long time, and she was so nervous that she forgot her lines. The sharp gazes of the 6 teachers immediately fell upon her. Jiro's palms were already drenched in cold sweat. She bowed repeatedly and said, I'm sorry. Teachers. I forgot my lines. Please give me another chance. I beg you, please give me another chance." Jerome was completely flustered. She wanted to slap herself hard. She had no connections or background, yet she had made such a serious mistake. But one teacher spoke coldly. "That's enough. There's no need to try. Next." Those words sent Jiro into a deep freeze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despite her usual strength, her eyes welled up with tears, which threatened to spill over. She felt lost and wanted to leave. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out. "Wait. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned toward the source of the voice. Jiro, who had already given up all hope, felt her heart tremble violently upon hearing the voice. Could this voice be? Impossible. Jerome couldn't believe it, but she still looked over. The scene before her eyes left her expression completely frozen. Sitting in the main seat at the center of the rear was none other than Chen Yang. Why was he here? Why was he sitting in the middle seat? Jiro felt her mind go blank, completely clueless about what was happening. However, she soon understood. Because one of the teachers, after Chen Yang spoke, respectfully asked, "Mr. Chen, is there a problem?" "Mr. Chen." Jerome's delicate body trembled violently, and the shock in her eyes grew even more intense. Chen Yang, however, looked down at Jiro and said, "If I recall correctly, each contestant has 2 attempts." "Jiro, you shouldn't be an exception either." "But Mr. Chen, our time is quite limited," the teacher said. Chen Yang replied bluntly, "If you want to go home, you can leave now." "All right. Mr. Chen is right. It's my fault." The other person dared not argue with Chen Yang and forced a smile. Chen Yang continued to look at Jiro and said, "Jiro, don't think about anything else. Just focus on your performance and give it your best." Chen Yang's words were like a warm current, seeping into Jiro's heart. She now understood. The Chen Yang who was in charge of the entire celebrity audition process was actually the same person they had been talking about. She finally understood. What Chen Yang had said about protecting her wasn't just empty promises. Chen Yang can truly make it happen. Back then, she had no connections, and Chen Yang couldn't help her. She was alone and helpless, being bullied by everyone. But today, things are different. She now has the strongest backing, protecting her and ensuring her safety. Chapter 227, S-Class Celebrity Talent. Chen Yang doesn't need to break the rules as long as the process is normal. She has confidence that she can succeed. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, I won't let you down. Jiro bit her red lips tightly, the tension in her heart completely gone. She adjusted her state of mind and spoke. "I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, to see the splendor of the world. The heart of youth is always a bit reckless now you roam the 4 seas. The girl who once made you ache with love has now vanished without a trace." This time, Jiro was truly at her best. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, her singing both beautiful and soothing. Everyone present, whether it was the teachers, the 3 managers, or even Chen Yang, were all captivated by Jiro's singing. Jiro's vocal skills were already exceptional. Now, she was performing at 100% of her ability, flawless, and more than enough to be the standout performer of this interview. Having experienced the ups and downs of life and the coldness of the world, the smile is warm and pure. As Jerome's final words fell, the scene fell into a prolonged silence. "Thank you all." Jerome bowed to everyone, her charming face flushed with a faint blush. She felt she had succeeded. This performance was the best she had ever given in all her years. There shouldn't be any issues. She glanced at Chen Yang with a smile, as if she were a little girl showing off to him, wanting his approval for what she had achieved. Chen Yang also smiled and nodded. The sound from his earpiece had already begun. Jiro has a beautiful voice, an attractive appearance, and excellent vocal skills. Although she is no longer young, such a mature contestant can adapt better to the stage and quickly get into the rhythm of Tianma. Mr. Chen, overall, our team can give her an S rating. Jerome is the best candidate. If no one better comes along, I recommend that Mr. Chen sign Jerome. The evaluation was given. It's indeed very high. Jiro is indeed very suitable for the entertainment industry. In fact, the current Jerome is even more suitable than she was a few years ago. Back then, Jerome was arrogant and self-centered, with ambitions that reached the sky, but she couldn't let go of her pride and insisted on trying to break into the top-tier entertainment companies, only to hit a wall everywhere she went. Even if she had managed to sign a contract back then, it might not have been a good thing. A person with that kind of personality is prone to trouble in the entertainment industry. But today's Jerome is different. After years of refinement, she has become very mature and is no longer a little girl. Those moments of recklessness and pride have all become part of her growth. The Jerome of today might achieve even greater success in the entertainment industry. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has discovered an S-Class celebrity talent. Name, Jiro. Rank, S. Specialty, music. Indeed, an S-Class. The system's assessment matches the behind-the-scenes evaluation exactly. Chen Yang finally felt at ease. Today, Jiro must have signed the contract. At that moment, the teachers below began to speak. The one sitting on the right clapped and said, "Excellent, excellent. Your voice is beautiful, and your singing skills are truly remarkable. Jiro, you are truly a promising talent. I give you an S." He gave her a high score directly. "Thank you." Jerome was also very excited and kept thanking him. However, another person quickly interjected, "S? Are you out of your mind? This level of performance wouldn't even qualify for an A. I can only give you a B+. Jiro heard this, and the smile on her pretty face froze instantly. She felt she had performed well enough. Wasn't that enough? What made her even more disheartened was that the teacher's words were echoed by others. Yes, Jerome's vocal skills are decent, but she's singing someone else's song. Blindly imitating others won't make her the face of Tianma. I can only give her a B. These words made Jerome feel even more bitter. She had actually written her own songs. However, her lyricism and composition skills were indeed lacking, and her songs didn't have the same impact as others. So she chose not to sing her own songs. This is quite normal. Except for a few exceptionally talented singers, most singers don't write their own songs. Plus, Jerome isn't that young anymore, and she doesn't have many years left in her prime. Her potential for growth isn't enough, so I can only give her a B. I agree with everyone else, it's a B. 5 teachers had already made their decisions, and only one could give an S. Jerome grew increasingly desperate, her fair face turning pale. Could it be? Is she really that bad? Could it be? Was she just deluding herself into thinking she was good? Jerome had begun to doubt herself. Although Chen Yang was the interviewer, Jerome didn't want him to use his influence to protect her. If he did that, it would be no different from Zhang Sheng. Jerome still believed more in her own abilities. She had originally thought she would easily pass this interview, but now. However, the last remaining teacher supported Jerome, saying, I disagree with you. Although Jerome's prime is short, she perfectly fits our needs at Tianma. Chapter 228, United Against One. I can also give her an S. 6 teachers. 4 BS, 2 SS. The gap between the top and bottom is too severe. With this score, Jerome cannot advance to the second round. Thank you, everyone. Jerome, feeling downcast, bowed again. She was already too afraid to face Chen Yang. Chen Yang had given her a chance, but she had let him down. But just then, Chen Yang spoke up. Jerome, you don't need to care about anyone's opinions. You are perfectly suited for our Tianma group. I'm signing you on behalf of the entire Tianma group. From now on, you will be one of the faces of Tianma. Boom! Chen Yang's words were like a thunderclap, exploding suddenly in the small studio. Everyone present was utterly stunned. What was going on with Chen Yang? He had bypassed 6 teachers and 3 managers, making the final decision on his own and signing Jerome? That's way too domineering. Is he really treating the interview like a one-man show? Even Jerome herself covered her mouth, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief. Chen Yang spoke up for her and stepped in to protect her. She was naturally both happy and excited inside. But at the same time, she was also extremely conflicted. What Chen Yang was doing was clearly breaking the rules completely. This was not something Jerome wanted to see either. Chen Yang. Jerome wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. Perhaps Chen Yang had his own reasons for doing this. After Chen Yang finished speaking, the long simmering tensions finally erupted. Several teachers could no longer hold back. Someone spoke up first. Mr. Chen, although you are the overall responsible person for this interview, what you've done is simply too much. That's right. The candidates we selected, you rejected them all. The ones we rejected, you insisted on selecting. Are you deliberately opposing us? You keep talking about fairness and justice, but in the end? You completely ignore the scores, completely disregard others' choices, and make decisions based solely on your own mood. Is this the fairness and justice you claim to uphold, Mr. Chen? We refuse to accept this. We demand an explanation. These few people attacked Chen Yang en masse. Not only them, but even the 2 teachers who had given high scores to Duo Rong and the 3 managers were dissatisfied with Chen Yang's actions. Chen Yang's actions were even more domineering than Zhang Sheng's previous behavior. The commotion in the studio also drew the attention of many contestants outside. They had just been eliminated and were already feeling resentful. Seeing Chen Yang being criticized by several teachers, they gathered at the door and began to accuse him as well. I knew today's interview was so strange. It turns out someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. If Tianma Group's interviews are just a one-man show, why bother bringing us here? Just pick whoever you want. Did they pick her because she's pretty? What kind of rules is Chen Yang playing? We need a fair interview. Replace Chen Yang and retest. Replace Chen Yang and retest. The candidates' emotions were running high, and they began to vent their frustration at Chen Yang. Some of them had even paid a significant amount of money, and their interviews with the teachers had already passed. In the end, they were rejected by Chen Yang. How could they not be upset? Among this group, the only one speaking up for Chen Yang was Jamumu. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Jamumu's mind went blank for a moment, unable to comprehend why Chen Yang was there. However, she quickly realized that Chen Yang was likely the person in charge of the interview. She finally understood what Chen Yang had said earlier. With her brother-in-law involved, this interview was a sure thing. This was the truth. Jamumu couldn't contain her excitement and shouted at Chen Yang, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Don't listen to what they say. You're the best. You're the god in Mumu's heart forever. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jamumu regretted it, because she sensed that the atmosphere around her was off. Brother-in-law? Everyone's eyes turned to her in shock. Jamumu knew she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. No, not brother-in-law, not brother-in-law. But no one was listening to her. Xinlan said directly, I remember now. Jiro had an ex-boyfriend named Chen Yang. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called Mr. Chen must be Chen Yang, right? This statement was like pouring oil on a fire, igniting everyone's anger. So he was the one who got his ex-girlfriend admitted on a recommendation. Fair wages? I spit on that. Tianma Group is a garbage company. Disgusting. This interview was a scam. Tianma Group should take responsibility. The crowd was in an uproar. Jiro's delicate face turned pale. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. This time, Chen Yang had indeed been too biased toward her. She had no idea what to do. Jamumu hung her head in self-reproach, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, sniff. I did it again. Chapter 229, The Praying Mantis Catches the Cicada. Xinlan's eyes were filled with a sense of satisfaction. Jiro, you still want to enter the celestial horse? Dream on. Today, you and your little boyfriend can both get out of here. Amidst the surging tide of public opinion, Chen Yang, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. Enough! Chen Yang's voice was strong and authoritative, and his loud shout instantly silenced the chaotic crowd. Everyone fell silent, staring at Chen Yang, eager to see what else he could possibly say. Chen Yang tapped the table with his right hand, glanced at the so-called teachers below, and coldly said, Zhou Zhang, Li Tianhai, Zheng Ting, Qi Lily. I was actually going to give the four of you a chance. But now it seems you truly don't know how to appreciate it. Chen Yang's gaze was icy and devoid of emotion. The four teachers below felt a sudden chill in their hearts, and their expressions changed slightly. However, they quickly regained their composure. One of them said, Mr. Chen, I don't know what you're talking about, but what you've done this time is simply too much. We just want an explanation. That's right, Mr. Chen, we need an explanation. These individuals remained unrepentant, continuing to press Chen Yang relentlessly. But Chen Yang merely sneered. You want an explanation, do you? All right. Then I'll give you an explanation. After a pause, Chen Yang said, Zhouman, let them take a good look. All right. Zhouman's lips curled slightly, revealing a charming smile. Immediately. After a few quick keystrokes on her laptop, the content on the laptop was projected onto the large screen in the studio. The scene that appeared on the central screen left everyone present stunned. On the screen, another meeting room appeared. Inside the meeting room, 6 people were seated, each with paper and pen in front of them, intently focused on the screen ahead, their expressions serious. What surprised everyone was that many of these 6 people were familiar faces. Zhouman smiled and said, This interview actually follows a double review process. We have our own teachers at Tianma for the review. Additionally, we conducted a remote review. This time, the company we partnered with for the remote review is from Magic City Century, and they are all well-known experts in the industry. Many of them are people you are probably already familiar with. After the remote review, they will provide corresponding scores, which will be combined with Mr. Chen's scores and the on-site scores to make the final decision. The scores obtained by Giro are as follows. The Fenghua Century team received 4 S's and 2 A plus S, while the Tianma team received 4 B's and 2 S's. The total score is completely uncontested. This includes the contestants who were previously eliminated or selected by Mr. Chen. There are no issues with any of them. The entire process was recorded. If you have any doubts, we can release the video. Zhouman faced the crowd below and delivered this statement without a hint of nervousness. Silence. After hearing Zhouman's words, the crowd fell into complete silence. If that's the case, there would be no room for argument. Xinlan couldn't believe she had lost her mind. In her anger, she shouted, even if there's long-range magic, that doesn't necessarily mean it's cheating. Chen Yang heard this and laughed, saying, Xinlan, are you implying that the teachers from Fenghua Century took my money to help me cheat? Upon hearing this, Xinlan realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly backtracked. No. I was just talking nonsense. These teachers from Fenghua Century were influential figures in the industry. If she dared to say such a thing, she wouldn't be able to continue working in the industry. Now, they might even remember her. Xinlan wished she could slap herself. Chen Yang no longer paid any attention to the woman and turned his gaze to the 4 so-called teachers below, asking, What about you, teachers? Any more questions? The 4 of them were already drenched in cold sweat. How dare they ask any more questions? They immediately smiled apologetically and said, No more. Mr. Chen is truly remarkable with such foresight. That's right. Mr. Chen's decision is flawless. These few people were also quick to change their tune. Chen Yang, of course, wouldn't let them off so easily. After the interview concluded, the reckoning would truly begin. After everyone had no further objections, Chen Yang stood up and declared loudly, Since that's the case, I'll make the announcement now. Jiro, sign with us as our flagship star and secure the highest contract of the day for Tianma. Everyone present, who is in favor? Who is against? Dead silence. The crowd that had been causing a commotion earlier dared not utter a word. Chen Yang's domineering tactics had completely intimidated everyone present. Jerome, watching Chen Yang stand up for her and intimidate so many people, couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Chapter 230, Zhang Dong's Little Tricks. Jerome never imagined in her wildest dreams that she would ever experience such a day. When she was being attacked by the crowd, someone protected her. At her most helpless moment, someone protected her. And the one protecting her was Chen Yang. This was more like a dream than reality. No one dared to oppose Chen Yang, and today's events had finally come to an end. Yay! Brother-in-law, you're truly the best. Jumumu cheered excitedly. The celebrity audition finally came to an end. Now it was time for some wrap-up work. For example, taking Jiro to familiarize herself with the company procedures and signing contracts, etc. Chen Yang basically handed all these tasks over to Joman. Joman is more experienced, so it's better for her to handle it. It's already evening now. Chen Yang should head home for the day. As he sat back in his Ferrari A12, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Detected that the host has successfully discovered an S-class celebrity talent. Binding the character. Binding successful. Name, Jiro. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 55 waist 89 bust 85 hip. Relationship, subordinate. Loyalty, 75%. Influence, rising fame 0%. Jerome's profile appeared before Chen Yang. All the data seemed normal, and Chen Yang had personally verified it. However, the loyalty rating was unexpectedly high. As expected. Although they had broken up, their relationship was still quite close. Immediately afterward, another system voice sounded. Detected that the host has successfully bound an S-class celebrity talent. Mission completed. Fame Soars Part 2. Host has successfully obtained 5% of the shares in Tianma Group. Another 5% of the shares. Chen Yang's absolute control over the entire Tianma Group was now within reach. At the same time, he remembered something, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Although Zhang Shang has been dealt with, there are still many corrupt elements within Tianma. It was time to clean house. Just as he was about to sleep, someone brought him a pillow. A call came in. It was from Su Ningbing. Mr. Chen, I've already investigated the background of the candidates from the interview and their connections. They're all connected to Zhang Dong's faction. Su Ningbing's tone carried a hint of coldness. Chen Yang nodded and said, go ahead and take care of them. You should be confident, right? I am confident, but the risks are high. Su Ningbing said, after yesterday, Zhang Dong has already contacted the other shareholders on the board. If they join forces, with your 20% stake backed by Tianfu Capital, it will be difficult to oust Zhang Dong. It's likely to be extremely difficult. This Zhang Dong. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't just sit around waiting for disaster. After Zhang Shang was brought down, he immediately sought out a new path. Chen Yang heard this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, what percentage of shares do they hold together? About 21%, slightly higher than Tianfu Capital, Su Ningbing replied. Currently, Su Ningbing was unaware that Chen Yang had just received an additional 5% share reward. Even if the shares were system awarded, any equity transactions would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Therefore, from Zhang Dong's perspective, the advantage still lies with them. Chen Yang, however, said calmly, there's no need to worry. Compile the list of those to be settled, and we'll handle it directly at the board meeting tomorrow morning. But Su Ningbing was deeply conflicted. Chen Yang currently does not have enough shares. If she hands over the list now, it would effectively mean severing ties with Zhang Dong. If Zhang Dong could indeed rally the shareholders, she might genuinely be ousted. Trust me. Just attend tomorrow morning's board meeting. Submit the list. From now on, the entire Tianma Group will be under your control. Chen Yang spoke calmly. Su Ningbing hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, all right, I'll submit the list. She decided to trust Chen Yang and take a chance. If she could really eliminate all these parasites like Zhang Dong and take control of the entire Tianma, then she could also fulfill her own dreams. The call ended. Chen Yang wasn't overly anxious. He trusted the system. The 5% shares would definitely be transferred tomorrow. Once the shares were in hand, that would be absolute power. Zhang Dong and his crew would have no room to resist in the face of absolute power. Thinking of this, Chen Yang exhaled deeply. Today's matters were finally coming to an end. He looked at the headquarters of Tianma Group in front of him, his mind racing for some reason. He couldn't help but light a cigarette he hadn't touched in ages. The smoke rose slowly. Chen Yang turned his head again to gaze at the setting sun in the distance. Today, he had finally completed another unfinished business from the past. Those things that had weighed heavily on his heart could finally be changed. Chapter 231, Su Ningbing's Choice. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He couldn't help but recall a poem. The past is nothing to boast about today, I roam freely with no bounds. With the spring breeze at my back, my horse gallops swiftly in a single day, I survey all the flowers of Chang'an. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile as he started his Ferrari A12 and drove slowly toward the entrance of Tianma Group. However, before he could leave the Tianma Group, he spotted a tall, slender, and beautiful figure waving at him from the intersection. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. I'm here. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Take me with you. There stood Jamumu, sweet and charming, standing at the intersection, waving at Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile at his beautiful younger sister-in-law. He turned the steering wheel and drove the Ferrari A12 over. On the other side, Tianma Group. The president's office. Su Ningbing had just finished her call with Chen Yang and looked up. Across from her sat a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a suit, sitting with his legs crossed, and was looking at her with a mocking smile. This kid is pretty confident. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Dong, one of the directors of Tianma. Su Ningbing replied coldly, Mr. Zhang, I'm sure you're aware of Chen Yang's intentions. His determination to reform the company is unwavering. Zhang Dong snorted derisively, does his determination matter? He's just a greenhorn. Doesn't he realize how much harm this will cause to others? This reckless youngster was just meant to be let loose for a while. But he actually dared to hit a brick wall. He's brainless. Zhang Dong's tone was filled with mockery. Su Ningbing remained silent, saying nothing. Zhang Dong glanced at Su Ningbing and continued, What? Are you really planning to believe what Chen Yang said and side with him? I'll consider this matter carefully. There is no need for Mr. Zhang to concern himself. Su Ningbing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong couldn't help but sneer again and said, Su Ningbing, I thought after all these years in the company, you'd have some business acumen. It seems you're still as naive as ever. Do you really think Chen Yang has any real power? He's just a pawn that Tianfu Capital has put forward. Everything he says is just nonsense, just an attempt to lure you in. Su Ningbing remained silent, saying nothing. Zhang Dong continued, Let me tell you, I've already contacted the other 4 board members. Together, we now hold enough shares to outnumber Tianfu Capital. At tomorrow's board meeting, if we board members unite and secure the support of the major shareholders behind us, we'll be able to oust Chen Yang from the company and cut off Tianfu Capital's influence. From now on, Tianfu Capital won't have any right to interfere in the company's affairs. If you think you can rely on Tianfu Capital, you're dreaming. Zhang Dong spoke with confidence, as if everything was already under his control. But Su Ningbing remained silent. Zhang Dong seemed to remember something and laughed, Oh, right. You don't really think Tianfu Capital can get shares from other shareholders, do you? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Currently, 55% of Tianfu's shares are held by the upstream Futai Group, and the remaining shares are held by us and Tianfu. Together, our combined equity stake has reached 41%. The remaining 5% are shares that will never be sold. If Tianfu wants to surpass us in terms of equity, they can only negotiate a transaction with the upstream Futai Group. And since Tianma is a reputable asset and Futai isn't facing any crises, why would they easily sell their shares? Even if Tianfu were to negotiate, it would require a significant amount of time. By then, it will already be a done deal. So, Su Ningbing, are you still daydreaming? This is why Zhang Dong is so confident. In his view, Tianfu Capital has no chance of obtaining the remaining shares. Tianfu Capital's defeat is already certain. In fact, Su Ningbing knows this too. But she still bit her red lips and said, Zhang Dong. I'll give it some serious thought. Zhang Dong was taken aback for a moment before laughing. All right, Su Ningbing, you're truly remarkable. All right. Since you're so set on this, I won't try to talk you out of it. Zhang Dong straightened his suit and smiled. When the time comes for you to be held accountable, you can come begging me. Perhaps I can give you a chance. But there's a catch. Zhang Dong's eyes betrayed a hint of greed. After all, he was Zhang Sheng's father, and they shared the same bloodline. Take your time. Su Ning said coldly. Zhang Dong laughed heartily and then left the office. After Zhang Dong left, Su Ning's eyebrows furrowed tightly as she fell into deep thought. This matter, for her, was actually too impulsive. Chapter 232, The Thoughtful Mumu. If she failed, she might really have to pack her bags and leave. But she still wanted to give it her all. Perhaps the chances of success were extremely slim. She still wanted to give it her all. After all, Tianma was the company she had built from scratch, step by step, and seeing it in this state chaotic and foul-smelling was not what she wanted to see. Chen Yang. I hope you're not really lying to me. Su Ningbing murmured to herself. Boom. A Ferrari A12 sped through the streets of Shenzhen. Jamumu, sitting in the passenger seat, had a rosy complexion. She looked at Chen Yang, who was driving, and couldn't help but smile from time to time, clearly overjoyed. What are you smiling about? Chen Yang couldn't help but say, seeing her adorable expression. Brother-in-law, you're getting more handsome the more I look at you. You're the handsomest guy in the world. Jamumu giggled. This spoiled little girl was just telling the truth. Jamumu continued with utmost sincerity, brother-in-law, today I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my sister and I wouldn't have known what to do. Chen Yang laughed, your sister has always been capable. She deserves it. Saying that doesn't help, Jamumu said with a helpless expression on her pretty face. Even though I haven't been out in the world, I know that having ability doesn't guarantee success. To achieve success, there are simply too many things required. Take today, for example. Without you, my sister probably wouldn't have even gotten this opportunity. Although Jamumu was often innocent and carefree, she was actually very mature in both body and mind. She understood many things. She also knew how to be grateful and understood Chen Yang's importance. Chen Yang heard this and his expression grew complicated. Yes. Without this connection, no matter how well Giraud performed, it would all be in vain. This is the harsh reality. His relationship with Giraud had been shattered by this very reality. Brother-in-law, speaking of which, just now, you stood up for your sister and faced everyone alone. You were so cool. You're truly the person I admire most. You're so amazing. Jamumu looked at Chen Yang with stars in her eyes. The emotional value provided by the younger sister-in-law was extremely high. Those words made Chen Yang feel much happier. Chen Yang smiled and asked, don't mention that. Where are you heading now? Hongha and Wanjia? Or back to Xiaowan, or perhaps back to school? Jamumu shook her head and smiled, brother-in-law, I took a day off to come out. I'm not going anywhere. Huh? What do you mean? Chen Yang laughed, is it too early, and you want me to take you out to play? No. Jamumu shook her head again and smiled, brother-in-law, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to accompany you. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. This. Chen Yang was taken aback, he hadn't even thought about where to go yet. Jamumu smiled, brother-in-law, you always take me here to play, there to play. Have you never thought about what you want to do yourself? No matter where you want to go, Mumu will accompany you tonight. Jamumu's words were heartfelt and thoughtful. Speaking of which, besides Giraud, Jamumu was the only woman who had ever spoken to Chen Yang like that. Indeed. Chen Yang has been spending most of his time lately shopping and eating with women. As for his own affairs, he hadn't even given them a second thought. It's not that he doesn't consider them, he simply has no desire to do them. Now that he has money, he enjoys life freely, and every day is happy. The things he wanted to accomplish while working before no longer interest him. Even now, when Jamumu asks him, Chen Yang doesn't really know what he wants to do. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, I actually do want to try something new, but I just don't know what. Jamumu's eyes lit up, and she smiled, that's easy. Brother-in-law, tonight I'll take the lead. I'll take you to experience the life of the young people. How about it? All right. Chen Yang had no objections. Great. Jamumu's heart leaped with joy. Boom. The Ferrari 812 roared through the streets of Shenzhen and disappeared into the distance. Shenzhen. Longgang District. Outside the dazzlingly lit Tianma Star Base. A Toyota Alphard limousine slowly approached from the distance and came to a stop at the entrance of the Tianma Star Base. The tall and beautiful Zhou man stepped out of the Alpha limousine, opened the back door, and smiled. Miss Xia, we're here. Sitting in the back seat was none other than Giraud. She stepped out of the SUV with her long, straight legs, gazing at the dazzlingly lit starbase before her, lost in thought. Zhou man closed the car door and explained with a smile. This is our Tianma celebrity base, covering approximately 3,000 square meters. Inside, there are makeup rooms, studios, costume rooms, prop rooms, a coffee lounge, a small bar, and more every facility you could possibly need. All daily rehearsals can be conducted inside. Chapter 233, Rising to Fame. Come with me. Zhou man led Giraud into the starbase. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the spaciousness of the place. It was very wide and open, just as Zhou man had described, with all the necessary facilities and equipment available. There were also many staff members moving around. Some young celebrities were gathered in small groups, chatting away, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After leading Giraud inside, Zhou man called out to the crowd. Everyone, listen up. Everyone in the celebrity base fell silent upon hearing this, turning their heads to look at Zhou man and Giraud. Zhou man smiled and said, let me introduce everyone. The person next to me is the artist we just signed. She then turned to Giraud and smiled, Miss Xia, please greet everyone. Giraud nodded, stepped forward, and smiled at everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Giraud. As soon as she spoke, the staff members and young celebrities present were all taken aback for a moment, then began to whisper among themselves. Giraud? The same Giraud who was just signed by 8S level agents. My goodness, she is the company's rising star. Quick, go say hello and make a good impression. Immediately afterward. Many people immediately gathered around, smiling eagerly. Hello, Jia. Hello, Ms. Xia. Hello, Sister Xia. These people were extremely respectful, completely unlike how one would treat a newcomer. That's the rule of the entertainment industry. As long as you have connections, you're the boss. Everyone must show you respect in your presence. Listening to their flattering words, Jiro felt as though a part of her heart had been touched. The thing she had once pursued seemed to have finally been obtained at this moment. What should have been hers was finally hers. The stars shone brightly. It seemed within arm's reach. At that moment, Jerome felt a great sense of fulfillment. At the same time, she also felt a sense of emptiness. After all, she had lost so much. Especially, she had lost the most important thing. Perhaps if she had succeeded back then, none of this would have happened. She had made money. Then she could have kept Shen Yang as her lover, making him her little man. It wasn't impossible. The man behind the top-tier diva is just a freeloader. That's quite interesting. Unfortunately. Jiro sighed deeply. Nevertheless, she remained resolute as she looked ahead. No matter what, since she had chosen this path, she would see it through to the end. She wouldn't let Shen Yang down. She must become a sensation. Shen Chang. Inside the East Gate pedestrian street. A bustling crowd. Jamumu and Shen Yang walk side by side. Escape room? Shen Yang couldn't help but pause, looking surprised. I played that with your sister before. It's not very interesting, just a simple puzzle game. Shen Yang was familiar with escape rooms. Back then, he and Jiro had gone there excitedly, only to find a few small rooms with some broken wooden boards and puzzles to solve. It was boring. It was also very expensive, costing $40 or $50 per person for a single experience. It was a rip-off. Jamumu licked her ice cream and smiled sweetly. It's different, uncle. The escape rooms from a few years ago are completely different from the ones now. The escape rooms now are both scary and fun. Jamumu looked very excited. Chen Yang, however, dismissed it with a scoff. How scary could that be? You'll see for yourself later. Jamumu snorted, still confident. The two of them walked through the pedestrian street and soon arrived at an escape room store. Upon entering, it didn't seem particularly special, though the decor was nicer than the escape room Chen Yang had visited before. They signed up. It was also very expensive. One person costs 300 yuan. Much more expensive than the one Chen Yang had played with Jiro before. Fortunately, Chen Yang didn't have to pay. Jamumu covered everything. My younger sister-in-law swore that she had money and would cover all the expenses for tonight. She wasn't just putting on a show, she did have some money. Her game streaming channel had a surge in traffic after Chen Yang tipped her last time, giving her streaming a boost. Now she's a small-time streamer and has made some money. After paying the bill, Chen Yang and Jamumu waited for a moment, joined a few more people, and then officially entered. What Chen Yang didn't expect was that entering this place actually required blindfolding. It felt pretty eerie. The group, with their eyes covered, linked arms, and followed the staff's instructions, forming a long line, and walked into the store. Jamumu was the last one, with her hand on Chen Yang's shoulder. She said nervously, "Brother-in-law, please protect me a little, I'm scared." "Aren't you the super-powered, fearless beauty? You claim to be afraid of nothing." Chen Yang teased her. Jamumu replied timidly, "Even super-powered girls have their weaknesses. If it weren't for accompanying you, I wouldn't have come." Chapter 234, Escape from the Secret Room. "You've never played this before?" Chen Yang asked curiously. "No, I've only watched some videos before. I didn't dare to try it." Jamumu's voice sounded a bit timid. So his little sister-in-law had such a timid side to her. Chen Yang had thought his little sister-in-law was fearless. "Don't worry. This kind of escape room isn't scary at all. Brother-in-law, this is a piece of cake," Chen Yang said confidently. You're the best, brother-in-law." Jamumu smiled and agreed. A moment later, they arrived at the location. The staff had already left without anyone noticing. A hoarse, deep voice echoed in their ears. "You can take off the blindfolds now." The group immediately removed their blindfolds. Chen Yang also removed his. He had originally thought that the scene before his eyes would be that of a very crude, makeshift room. But the scene before him left Chen Yang slightly startled. Dim lighting, green glowing instruments, old walls, and the mysterious sound of crackling electricity. What the hell? What the hell is this place? It feels so real. Brother-in-law. Jamumu, the timid one, was overcome by fear, feeling like she was about to cry, and immediately cuddled into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang forced himself to stay calm, patted her shoulder, and said, "It's okay." Jamumu finally calmed down a little. Suddenly, ahead of Chen Yang and the others, an old monitor suddenly lit up. In the scene, a small figure wearing a mask resembling the one from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre appeared. "Everyone, welcome to my game. In 5 minutes, the hunt will begin. If you can't find a safe place, you'll be waiting to be sliced into pieces by me." He 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 he. The laughter of the masked figure echoed through the room. Suddenly, the sound of a siren, beep beep, echoed through the room. The entire secret room was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. This was indeed a bit too realistic. Even the other teammates were a bit scared. Chen Yang looked around at his surroundings. They were currently inside an abandoned elevator, with an iron door leading to a pitch-black hospital corridor whose destination was unknown. Before the iron door was a combination lock, seemingly requiring a password to unlock it. Chen Yang shouted, "Let's all look for the password together." The others snapped out of their daze and hurriedly began searching for the code. After a moment, they found 4 passwords on the walls. Chen Yang entered the codes. Click. The elevator doors swung open. The dim hospital corridor appeared before everyone. The corridor was pitch black. It looked extremely eerie and terrifying. A bold individual spoke up, "I'll go ahead and try." Immediately afterward, he dashed forward alone. He kept shouting, "Oh my god, oh my god." Clearly, he had been scared by something. However, he eventually reached the end and shouted, "There's a ward over here, it should be a safe house." Everyone else relaxed and rushed over as well. Chen Yang also intended to go over. But he felt a soft, delicate body leaning against him. Chen Yang turned to look and saw Jamumu's pale face, her entire body trembling with fear. "Brother-in-law, I don't want to play anymore." Her voice trembled with tears. She was so weak and helpless. "We've already come this far. It's over 300. Don't waste it. Uncle will take you there." Chen Yang directly took hold of Jamumu's delicate little hand. Held by Chen Yang, Jamumu finally felt a sense of security, forcing herself to suppress the fear in her heart and calm down a bit. "Come on. I'll count to 3 and we'll go," Chen Yang said. "All right." Jamumu responded. 1, 2, 3. As soon as they counted to 3, Chen Yang grabbed Jamumu and sprinted forward. Before them was the pitch-black hospital corridor. As Chen Yang ran, he immediately felt that in the dark hospital, there were one after another dead bodies hanging from the ceiling, wearing white coats, staring at them with their pale, lifeless eyes. At the same time, on the beds on either side, there were several patients in hospital gowns sitting on their beds, staring intently at them. The scene was eerie and terrifying. Even Chen Yang, upon seeing this, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Then came. "Ah!" Jamumu's piercing scream echoed throughout the entire sealed room. Chen Yang immediately grabbed Jamumu and ran frantically, finally making it through the hospital corridor to the end of the corridor, where they reached the ward. "Woo woo! Brother-in-law! Woo woo!" The younger sister-in-law had been completely terrified and had thrown herself into Chen Yang's arms, crying uncontrollably. Chen Yang sighed helplessly and could only hold Jamumu tightly. The teammates nearby laughed. "Dude, your girlfriend is so beautiful and soft. Even when she cries, she is so cute. Yeah, I'm so jealous of you. Unlike my wife, who is like a tigress and even braver than me." "What did you say?" Everyone teased him playfully. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Those who didn't know the situation might have thought he had brought Jamumu there on purpose to scare her. But to be honest, Jamumu looked like a sweet, adorable little girl now, truly deserving of pity. Chapter 235, Murder Mystery Game. After passing through the hospital corridor, everyone arrived at the end of the corridor, where there was a ward. Following the task instructions, they needed to find 3 keys inside the ward and then split up to hide. The keys were found quickly. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of chainsaws echoed from behind. "The butcher is coming." The alarm sounded. Everyone scattered in all directions toward the front. They split into 3 groups. Jamumu and Chen Yang formed one group, and the 2 of them fled into a room. The room had ventilation ducts, which they could crawl through to escape. But before they could crawl through, bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone banging on the door echoed through the room. "Mumu, run!" Chen Yang wanted Jamumu to crawl through the ventilation duct. But Jamumu used her body to block the door and said, "Wah wah. I can't, brother-in-law. My legs are shaking, I can't move. You go. I'll hold him off." Chen Yang had intended to continue persuading Jamumu, but she was truly terrified. It was better for her to step back and rest early. So Chen Yang crawled into the ventilation shaft alone. Before he had been inside for long, he heard a loud bang as the door opened behind him, followed by Jamumu's screams. "Ah! Don't chase my brother-in-law. I'll fight you." Chen Yang found it quite amusing. His sister-in-law was acting like a child. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the air. Chen Yang hadn't paid much attention to it and was about to continue crawling forward, but suddenly his movements came to a halt. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." The scream just now didn't sound like Jamumu's. Inside the escape room. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Jamumu, with tears still in the corners of her eyes, kept bowing to the store clerk, looking pitiful and adorable. The store clerk in front of her had a large bump on her head and looked equally aggrieved, saying, "Be more careful next time. This is just a game." Okay, I understand." After apologizing to the store clerk, Jamumu finally turned to Chen Yang, who was smiling, stuck out her pink tongue, and her charming appearance was evident. Chen Yang smiled, secretly paid the store clerk 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, and then left with Jamumu. Once they were outside the pedestrian street, Jamumu had completely shed the terrified expression she had worn in the secret room, returning to her usual beautiful appearance. She mimicked the graceful strides of an anime character, walking confidently forward with a vibrant, youthful energy. Brother-in-law. Did you see that? Wasn't I really impressive just now? Jumumu waved her little pink fists, still a bit proud. Shenyang smiled and said, when you were crying in my arms, you were indeed crying very hard. Jumumu's face flushed red as she said, I was talking about later. When you were in danger, I risked my life for you. Don't you think you should praise me? Alright, you were indeed very brave. Shenyang praised her with a smile. That's more like it. Jumumu was satisfied. Shenyang also smiled slightly. Although there was a minor hiccup, the escape room was still quite interesting. It had a sense of immersion, was pretty thrilling, and quite enjoyable. The two of them wandered around for a while longer. Shenyang asked, where should we go next? Jumumu stroked her beautiful chin, her pretty eyes twinkling, and laughed, scripted murder mystery. Scripted murder mystery game? Shenyang was taken aback. Although he had heard of it before, his busy work schedule had never given him the chance to try it. Let's give it a try. It might be worth a shot. The price of a murder mystery game is about the same as an escape room. It's also around 200 or 300 yuan per session. Jumumu and Shenyang chose an 8-person version. It's called The Murder Case on a Snowy Night. Shenyang played a wealthy businessman, and Jumumu played his secretary. The kind of seductive and alluring secretary. To be honest, Jumumu's acting was really impressive. She seamlessly transitioned from a pure and adorable young woman to a sexy secretary without any awkwardness. During their interactions, there were also some flirtatious remarks, which she handled with ease. She can even change her voice, leaving the male audience members envious of Shenyang. This little sister-in-law is truly a treasure trove of talent. As for Shenyang's role, it's pretty standard. He's a wealthy man, with the only notable trait being his wealth, which does fit the character, but it's rather dull and uninteresting. The murder mystery game lasted over an hour. When it was time to wrap up, Jumumu hadn't yet stepped out of her role as the secretary, clinging to Shenyang's arm with a smile. Boss, where are you planning to take me tonight? It's already over. Be serious. Shenyang replied irritably. Just have some fun. Jumumu rolled her eyes at Shenyang and pouted, you're such a stickler, can't even have a little fun. Shenyang didn't argue. Scripted murder mystery games are more suited for younger people. The two headed toward the exit. Just then, two young men approached them. Beautiful lady, do you enjoy murder mystery games? We could arrange something together in the future. Chapter 236, Mumu's Little Thoughts. Yeah, we're all into script-based murder mystery games. Add me on WeChat so we can organize a game. The two had just finished playing a murder mystery game together. They were college students who had already developed feelings for Mumu. Now that they had the chance, they immediately approached her. Mumu's charm was undeniable. However, Mumu was leaning against Shenyang, smiling sweetly and said, no way. Without the boss's permission, I can't add a stranger's WeChat. She seamlessly switched to a seductive, lazy voice, exuding a strong older woman vibe. Boss? The two of them were taken aback, both utterly surprised. Weren't they just playing a role-playing game? It's already over. Where did the boss come from? Shenyang just smiled and ignored the two of them, walking forward with Jumumu. A moment later, the two college students snapped out of it. What the heck? Do they really think they're rich? They're crazy. They're addicted to cosplay. What a weirdo. Both of them looked displeased. However, what happened next left them speechless. Shenyang and Jumumu walked a short distance forward, then Shenyang suddenly pulled out a car key and turned it on. In an instant, the Ferrari A12 parked nearby suddenly lit up. Shenyang and Jumumu got into the Ferrari A12. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The Ferrari A12 sped off, leaving behind a dazzling trail of its wheels. The two college students behind them were left speechless. A Ferrari? This guy must be playing a role-playing game where he's a billionaire, and now he's a billionaire in real life too? There's no justice in this world. After the murder mystery game ended, it was already late at night, and it was time to head back. Jumumu didn't choose to return to Honghe Wangjiao but instead went back to Xiaowan community with Shenyang. After parking the Ferrari A12, Shenyang got out of the car, but Jumumu did not. Get out of the car. What are you doing? Shenyang looked at his sweet and adorable younger sister-in-law and asked curiously. Brother-in-law, I'm tired. Jumumu leaned against the seat with a playful expression, blinking her big, beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law, carry me upstairs. She spread her arms toward Shenyang, like a spoiled little girl. All right. Shenyang couldn't resist her, so he picked her up and carried her on his back. Uncle Chen is so kind. Jumumu leaned against Shenyang's back, contentedly snuggling up to him. Jumumu wasn't heavy, and Shenyang's body had been strengthened, so it wasn't much of a burden. Shenyang carried Jumumu on his back and headed toward the residential complex. Brother-in-law, I had a lot of fun tonight. Are you happy? Jumumu was on Shenyang's back, and her voice had softened considerably. Not bad. Shenyang replied. Escape rooms and murder mystery games are actually pretty fun. I know. If it's okay for boys, then it's good. As long as my brother-in-law is happy. Jamumu's smile was truly sweet and irresistible. After a pause, she suddenly said seriously, brother-in-law, isn't this a bit ambiguous? You know what flirting is? Shen Yang felt a bit helpless. He had thought Jamumu really didn't understand. Of course I know. Jamumu pressed herself against Chen Yang's back, feeling the warmth of his body, and said, but I still want to do this. Uncle Chen, do you know why? Why? Shen Yang was puzzled. Because of my sister, Jamumu whispered. She's so foolish. For money and a breakup, she's the silliest woman in the world. Shen Yang laughed, I've told you many times already, it's not just about the money. Almost, Jamumu said, her tone no longer spoiled, only serious. She continued, I actually know that too. My sister suffered a lot in the past. She also wanted to pursue her own life. But her husband. You've also sacrificed a lot for my sister. I know that too. So, when you two broke up, I was very sad. Regardless, it was my sister who was at fault first. A significant part of the reason she broke up with you was also because of me. Brother-in-law, please don't blame her, okay? Mumu will make it up to you on her sister's behalf. Shen Yang was taken aback and laughed, how are you going to make it up to me for your sister? I'll be your sister's girlfriend. Jamumu didn't even hesitate before responding directly. Shen Yang, who was carrying her on his back, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. After regaining his balance, he hurriedly said, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not joking. Brother-in-law, I'm serious. Jamumu said seriously, you've done so much for my sister. She doesn't know how to repay you. She has been so good to me, and I don't know how to repay her either. So, why don't I just compensate you directly instead? Brother-in-law, Mumu isn't bad. I'm the school flower, and I can even transform into various personas. It'll definitely make you very happy. Shen Yang rolled his eyes and said, if you keep talking like that, you'll have to walk down yourself. No way. I want my brother-in-law to carry me. Jamumu giggled. Chapter 237, A New Beginning. Study hard, don't cause trouble for your sister, play fewer games, and that's already good enough. Don't think about all that nonsense. Shen Yang admonished Jamumu. Got it, Uncle Chen. Jamumu clung tightly to Chen Yang's back, feeling warm and fuzzy inside. When they returned to the apartment, his younger sister-in-law was already asleep. She seemed truly exhausted. She was sleeping soundly, so deeply that she didn't even feel like playing games. That's understandable. The recent job interviews for Giraud must have been quite exhausting for her. Today is finally over. She finally let go of the weight on her heart. Shen Yang carried Jamumu back to her room, then freshened up and sat on the sofa, using a hairdryer to dry his hair. He glanced at his phone. But he noticed a new post in his Moments feed. The post was from Giraud. It was a photo. In the photo, Giraud was wearing a dazzling white long dress, looking like a princess, wearing a crown, standing on a stage resembling a throne, gazing ahead. The photo was taken exceptionally well, showcasing Giraud's beauty, elegance, and figure to perfection. There was also a caption accompanying the photo. A new beginning, a new journey. I hope I can reach the final destination. This must be Tianma's official portrait. Giraud's brand new life has officially begun. Shen Yang didn't say much either, he just gave it a like, and then a wave of intense fatigue swept over him. Today was about over. Time to bed. Sleep. The next morning. The sun is shining brightly, and it's already past 9 o'clock. Another beautiful day. Shen Yang woke up from bed, got up, washed up, and went to the room to take a look. Jamumu had already left, probably heading back to school. A note and breakfast were left in the living room. Brother-in-law, I have class this morning, so I'll be leaving first. I made breakfast for you. Make sure to eat on time. Shen Yang looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but smile wryly. This breakfast. He could tell at a glance that they were bought from downstairs. Probably the only thing she made herself was the slightly burnt egg. But it was his younger sister-in-law's thoughtful gesture, so Chen Yang didn't say much. As Chen Yang ate his breakfast, he didn't expect that there would be no news this early in the morning. Shen Yang couldn't help but send a message to Chen Qingling. Mu Yang, where is today's breakfast video? After a while, Chen Qingling replied. Lemon sauce, I can't, Chen Yang, I'm at home today. Mu Yang, you can't do it at home? Lemon sauce, yeah, I don't have any freedom at home. My mom could come in at any moment, and I dare not. This came as a surprise to Chen Yang. Mu Yang, you're so timid? Lemon sauce, of course. At home, I'm a good girl. I never cause any trouble. Chen Yang couldn't help but think of his own situation. If he were at Chen Qingling's house, it seemed a bit challenging. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, don't worry. Once I get back to school, I'll send you something every day, and I'll mix it up for you. How about that? Mu Yang, I'm a proper person. Lemon sauce, then I won't send them. Mu Yang, proper people like these refined things. Lemon sauce, Shen Yang, you're such a bad guy. Pause. Lemon sauce, Chen Yang, you were busy yesterday, so I told my parents we'd meet today. Do you think you can come tonight? Mu Yang, sure, I'm free tonight. Lemon sauce, great, let's do it tonight. Chen Yang, I haven't seen you in days, and I've missed you so much. Mu Yang, how much? Lemon sauce, you'll find out tonight, Chen Yang. Mu Yang, can we meet at your place? I want to come over and take a look around. Lemon sauce, your house? Chen Yang, that might not be a good idea. My place might not be very convenient. Mu Yang, why? Lemon sauce, well, if I'm at home tonight, I might not be able to go out. My parents are very strict. Mu Yang, then don't go out. Lemon sauce, if I don't go out, then. Chen Xingning didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Yang understood what she meant. After all, she's a little vixen. Mu Yang, we'll figure something out later. Chen Yang still needed to complete his mission, so he definitely couldn't choose to go outside. Lemon sauce, oh. Alright. Chen Xingling also relented. Tonight's gathering is going to be quite interesting. Chen Yang smiled. At the same time, he had already finished his breakfast. It was still early. Let's go for a morning run. The day's work is done in the morning. A good mood for the day starts with a morning run. Chen Yang changed into his workout clothes, stepped out the door, and headed to the park to start his long-awaited morning run. The park wasn't too crowded in the morning. Chen Yang ran for a while, broke a sweat, and felt great. However, before he had been running for long, he spotted a striking figure. A four-waist, peach-shaped buttocks, defined abs, yoga pants, and a perfect S-curve, not an ounce of excess fat on her entire body. It was none other than Coach Chen Anan. Chapter 238, The Choice. Chen Anan was also out for her morning run. Chen Yang saw Chen Anan coming toward him and smiled. Want to run together? Sure. Chen Anan nodded. So the two of them teamed up and went for their morning run together. They both instinctively headed toward the less crowded areas of the park. After running about 10 kilometers, they were almost done. Chen Yang and Chen Anan entered a corner of the park, a cool patch of grass. Chen Yang naturally lay down on Chen Anan's thigh. Chen Anan, holding a tissue, gently wiped the sweat off Chen Yang's forehead, her actions tender and charming. With the cool morning breeze blowing, and such a beautiful woman by his side, this morning was truly delightful. I haven't seen you come here to exercise much before. Chen Yang asked with a smile. If you want me to come in the future, I will. Chen Anan replied. No wonder you're a professional coach. Your professional demeanor is really impressive. We can schedule a run sometime. Chen Yang smiled. With Chen Anan's service, it was quite comfortable. After enjoying it for a while, Chen Yang said again, I'm used to your unconventional outfits. Now that you're dressed normally, it feels a bit odd. Isn't it pretty? Chen Anan asked seriously. Chen Yang took a careful look. The spaghetti straps, yoga pants, defined abs, and S-curve silhouette were indeed quite attractive. But it doesn't have that certain something. Chen Yang said. Compared to swimwear or professional office attire, Chen Anan's current outfit was indeed lacking something. Chen Anan thought for a moment and said, What do you want to see? My place is nearby. I can go back and change. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then I'll just go to your place. Chen Anan was taken aback and said, That's fine. I can stretch you out. After running, you need to relax your muscles. The grass here is too dirty. Let's go. Chen Yang smiled. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. It might be nice to see what special outfit Coach Anan is wearing. The two stood up and headed toward the park exit. Did you drive over? Chen Yang asked. No, my place is very close, so there's no need to drive. Chen Anan replied. Are you sure? Chen Yang smiled slightly and pulled out his car keys. Chen Anan was about to say yes, but before she could, Chen Yang had already started the Ferrari 812. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the top of the line supercar, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Are we walking back? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Little cutie. We're not walking. Chen Anan rarely showed such allure, exuding 1,000 charms. Chen Yang smiled and wrapped his arms around Chen Anan's slender waist, leading her into the Ferrari 812. Roar! The Ferrari 812 quickly drove away. Within the Tianma group, Su Ningbing had already organized all the documents in her hands. Most of these documents pertained to the corrupt elements within Tianma group. Most of them were also affiliated with Zhang Dong's faction. Today's board meeting is likely to be a life or death battle. Submitting this list would mean a complete break with Zhang Dong. It has come down to a matter of life and death. She took a deep breath and first called the manager's office. The person who answered was not Chen Yang, but Zhou Man. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Where is Chen Yang? Su Ningbing frowned and asked directly. Zhou Man smiled. Ms. Su, didn't you know? Mr. Chen usually doesn't come to work in the morning. He only comes in the afternoon and stays for about an hour or two. Su Ningbing fell silent. You call that coming to work? Zhou Man continued. Mr. Su, if you have anything to say, you can just tell me. No need. Su Ningbing hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, she fell into deep thought. She was already hesitating whether she should hand in the list or not. Chen Yang seems a bit unreliable. However, in the end, she gritted her teeth, took the list in her hand, and walked out. Su Ningbing emerged from the president's office and headed toward the conference room. Upon reaching the conference room door, she saw Zhang Dong, dressed in a sharp suit, standing at the door with a radiant expression. Upon seeing Su Ningbing arrive, Zhang Dong smiled. "Miss Su, how did you decide after a night's consideration?" Su Ningbing's face hardened, and she replied in a cold tone, "You'll find out what decision I've made shortly." "Alright, since you don't want to say, I won't force you." Zhang Dong's smile grew colder as he said, "However, Miss Su, I'll give you one last piece of advice. You'd better think it through carefully. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many. If you choose the wrong path, no one will be able to help you." Su Ningbing made no response and simply pushed open the conference room door. Inside the conference room, all the board members were already seated. As soon as Su Ningbing pushed open the door, their eyes all turned to her without exception. Chapter 239, You Die, I Live. "Good morning, everyone." Su Ningbing greeted everyone. The board members nodded in response. Su Ningbing took her seat, and Zhang Dong also entered from outside and sat down on one side. Everyone was present. The meeting officially began. The chairman of the meeting was Sunda, the chairman of Tianma Group. This Sunda was the true major shareholder of Tianma Group, selected by Futai Capital. He maintained a neutral stance, rarely intervening in company decisions and focusing solely on the interests of Futai Capital. After glancing at everyone present, he spoke slowly. "The purpose of today's board meeting is, I believe, clear to everyone. First, we will proceed with the routine report on recent company affairs. Mr. Su, please go ahead." Sunda turned to Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing is responsible for all company affairs and holds a significant position within the company. Even though the company is currently in disarray, no one dares to challenge her authority. Su Ningbing took out a thick stack of documents and said, "The company has experienced several major developments recently, and I will provide a brief overview." Su Ningbing went through all the recent events in detail. For example, Chen Yang signed Li Wei and promoted her, which significantly enhanced the company's brand value and correspondingly boosted the stock price. Chen Yang was promoted to general manager, Zhang Shang was dismissed, and the initial rounds of interviews with celebrities have been completed, with new candidates identified for cultivation. After summarizing the recent developments, Su Ningbing concluded, "That's more or less the extent of what's been happening within the company recently." Su Ningbing sat back down. Sunda listened and was quite satisfied, saying, "Not bad. The recent work has been done well. This newly appointed general manager Chen seems quite capable." Su Ningbing remained non-committal. Sunda then turned to Zhang Dong and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what about your matter?" Zhang Dong hurriedly stood up and smiled apologetically, "Chairman, regarding this matter, it is my fault for failing to raise my son properly. I have already severely disciplined Zhang Shang and instructed him to fully cooperate with the police investigation. Chairman, rest assured, we will not tolerate such behavior." Zhang Dong spoke with great conviction. Sunda merely nodded and did not press further. He couldn't be bothered with such matters. The chaos within the entertainment industry was common knowledge among insiders, and this was hardly a major issue. After exchanging a few more words, Sunda checked the time and said, "It's about time. If there's nothing else important, we can adjourn the meeting." At that moment, several directors, including Zhang Dong, turned their gaze towards Su Ningbing. Their expressions carried a hint of amusement. They wanted to see what choice Su Ningbing would make. Normally, given Su Ningbing's personality, she should back down. After all, the odds were too slim. But this time, it was completely unexpected. Su Ningbing clenched her red lips, hesitated for only a moment, and then spoke directly. "Chairman, I have another matter to discuss." "Oh?" Sunda raised an eyebrow, looked at Su Ningbing, and said, "Go ahead and tell me." Su Ningbing stood up, picked up the documents in her hand, and said, "Chairman, based on my investigations over the years, there are currently an extremely large number of issues within Tianma. There are numerous instances of abuse of power for personal gain throughout the company. And it has reached a point where it can no longer be ignored. Here is a list I have compiled. Please take a close look at it, Chairman and fellow board members." Su Ningbing placed the thick stacks of documents she was holding onto the center of the table. After she finished speaking, the entire room fell into complete silence. Several directors, including Zhang Dong, stared at her with cold eyes. Su Ningbing's words had undoubtedly sounded the trumpet call for an all-out assault. This was a complete break with Zhang Dong and the other shareholders. "Now, it's not about you dying. It's me who perishes." Chairman Sunda shook his head. "Trouble is coming. Deep City South District. Jinlin Tianhui." This was a fairly upscale apartment complex. Located in the heart of Nanshan District, it enjoys an excellent location. Chen Anan brought Chen Yang back here. Upon entering, Chen Yang surveyed the spacious, high-end apartment and smiled, "Your place is really nice." This apartment was far superior to the Shaoan community where Chen Yan lived. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the bustling cityscape of Shenzhen. The luxurious sofas and furniture were so comfortable that one could feel the comfort even without sitting down, and the spacious and bright environment truly made one feel at ease. Chen Ainen just smiled and didn't say much. Chen Yang continued, in a place like Nanshan, where every inch of land is valuable, renting such a luxurious apartment must cost a fortune, right? 8,000 a month. Chen Ainen replied. Chapter 240, Equity Transaction. 8,000. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart upon hearing the price. Without the system, such a price was simply unimaginable. Chen Ainen is indeed quite extravagant. Did that come as a surprise? Chen Ainen smiled. It's okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly and sat down on the sofa, which was indeed quite comfortable. I just moved in recently too. Chen Ainen looked around the apartment and said, it's all because of you that I can live in a place like this. So, I guess I really am your big spender. Chen Yang said with a smile. Of course, in a way, I'm no different from being your kept woman. Chen Ainen replied candidly, sitting down beside Chen Yang and smiling, Sugar Daddy, I should be obedient enough now, right? Not bad. Chen Yang lay down, resting his head on Chen Ainen's beautiful legs. The luxurious sofa combined with her stunning legs made for a very comfortable spot. Aren't you planning to save any money? Chen Yang asked again. No. I spend whatever I have. Chen Ainen used her delicate white hands to gently massage Chen Yang's head and said, life is all about enjoying yourself. You sure know how to live life. Chen Yang laughed, but you spend so much now. If you run out of money, your sugar daddy, won't keep supporting you anymore. Then what will you do? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chen Ainen seemed completely unfazed, tucking her smooth long hair behind her ear and saying, you control my finances, so you control me. What can I do? You can do whatever you want with me. Chen Ainen seemed to have a go-with-the-flow attitude. Chen Yang found it quite amusing. This beautiful coach is truly willing to sacrifice everything for money. That's not so bad. Compared to those women who take the money and then act like or prudes, she's so much better. Well, I'd like to see a different side of Coach Ainen. Is that okay? Chen Yang laughed. Of course, whatever you say. Chen Ainen stood up from the sofa and immediately headed toward the inner wardrobe room. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry and sat on the sofa waiting. Just then, a message was delivered. Tianfu Capital and Futai Capital have reached a new cooperation agreement. Futai Capital will sell 5% of Tianma Group's shares to Tianfu Capital for 20 million yuan. The share transfer agreement has been successfully signed. The equity transfer is currently in progress. It has finally begun. Interesting. Chen Yang raised the corner of his mouth and called Zhouman. Zhouman, go to the conference room and attend the board meeting for me. What? Me? The board meeting? Zhouman was completely taken aback. Tianma Group. Inside the meeting room. Sunde picked up Su Ningbing's documents from the table, flipped through 2 pages casually, and said to the other directors. This matter. What do you think? This. The other board members looked at each other in confusion. Finally, Zhang Dong spoke up. I think this matter is of great importance. We should investigate it thoroughly before making a decision. Mr. Su, it's already getting late, and everyone has their own matters to attend to. Let us not waste any more time on such a minor issue. Zhang Dong was indeed wise. Such matters could be resolved privately without being brought into the open. As long as Su Ningbing couldn't escalate the situation today, she would be a lamb led to the slaughter in the future, and they could dispose of her however they pleased. But Su Ningbing isn't a pushover. She's well aware of that. She immediately said, Chairman, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. All the relevant events and individuals involved have been listed, and the evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for further investigation. Please handle this matter with the utmost care and consideration. This matter is of utmost importance to Tianfu. It's a matter of the highest priority. Su Ningbing's words were firm and left no room for argument. For a moment, Sunde didn't know how to respond. Zhang Dong, however, continued, all right, since Ms. Su has made this request, the board has no further objections. Ms. Su, leave the documents here. You may leave. We board members will hold a private meeting to handle this matter seriously. Zhang Dong resorted to underhanded tactics again. As long as Su Ningbing leaves, how this matter is handled will be entirely up to them. Most importantly, Zhang Dong's actions left Su Ningbing with no grounds to object. She has no real power within Tianma and isn't qualified to attend the board meeting. Chairman. Su Ningbing turned to Sunde, her only hope. But Sunde also spoke in a conciliatory tone, Ms. Su, please leave first. At that moment, Su Ningbing felt her heart sink. She felt like she had boarded the wrong ship and been betrayed by Chen Yang. What was going on? Where was Chen Yang? Why hadn't he shown up yet? Chapter 241, Tianfu Capital. Just as Su Ningbing was about to leave in despair, the conference room door was pushed open. A graceful figure walked in from outside. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the beautiful figure, filled with confusion. Who are you? A director asked directly. Only Su Ningbing recognized the person. A white office lady uniform, a tall, slender figure, and a beautiful face. Wasn't this Zhou Man, Chen Yang's assistant? Chen Yang wasn't here, but his assistant was. What was going on? Zhou Man spoke directly. I am Mr. Chen's assistant, here to attend the board meeting on his behalf. Upon hearing this, the board members were taken aback, then couldn't help but find it absurd. What does that mean? Chen Yang didn't come to the board meeting himself and sent an assistant instead? No. Whether Chen Yang even has the qualifications to attend the board meeting is a question in itself. Sending an assistant instead? Is this some kind of insult to them? Not to mention them, even Su Ningbing is confused and doesn't know what Chen Yang is up to. Nonsense. Even Sunday, who was neutral, felt a bit angry and shouted loudly, What position do you hold? What qualifies you to attend the meeting? Get out. Facing Sunday's anger, Zhou Man wasn't particularly afraid. She smiled and said, Mr. Chen indeed has no qualifications to attend the meeting. As a mere assistant, I certainly have even less qualifications. But what about the other board members? What if I'm representing Tianfu Capital? Would that give me the right to attend this meeting? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Representing Tianfu Capital? That would indeed qualify them. Tianfu Capital is now the largest shareholder of the entire Tianma Group, second only to Futai Capital. However, Futai Capital does not interfere in the internal affairs of the group. Therefore, Tianfu Capital effectively holds the largest stake. Since Tianfu Capital is a new shareholder of Tianma Group, it has not yet secured a seat on the board of directors. Bringing in someone from outside to fill the position does indeed align with standard operating procedures. How do you prove you're from Tianfu Capital? Zhang Don's expression darkened, sensing something was amiss. In his mind, he had always believed that Chen Yang was merely an agent of Tianfu Capital and should have little say within the company. Therefore, he believed that Tianfu Capital would not fully support Chen Yang's collaboration with Su Ningbing. As long as there was some resistance, Tianfu Capital would likely abandon the lesser to save the greater and not get too entangled with them. But if Zhou Man was truly sent by Tianfu Capital, then the situation would be entirely different. This Chen Yang's status within Tianfu Capital is likely much higher than they had imagined. Zhou Man didn't say much, just looked at Sunde, who was seated at the main position, with a smile on his face. Sunde didn't know what Zhou Man meant, but soon, his phone rang. After glancing at the message, he answered the call. Alright, I understand. Sunde nodded, hung up the phone, and smiled at Zhou Man. Since you're from Tianfu, please take a seat. Thank you, Chairman. Zhou Man smiled and found a seat. After Zhou Man sat down, the atmosphere in the entire conference room grew even more silent. With Sunde's confirmation, Zhou Man's identity was no longer in question. Tianfu Capital's aggressive entry had disrupted the balance. Su Ningbing, who had previously held little influence, suddenly found herself with a corresponding position within the board of directors. Within Jinlin Tianhui, Chen Yang waited for a moment before the door to the apartment's walk-in closet opened. Chen Yang looked up. Chen Anan appeared before him. What puzzled Chen Yang was that Chen Anan didn't seem to have changed her outfit at all. In fact, she looked even more conservative than before. She had changed from her previous strapless yoga pants to a black tight-fitting sports top. The black top was extremely tight, perfectly outlining her upper body, with her abs clearly visible, giving her a unique allure. Her lower body was clad in a pair of red athletic shorts, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs. She had also deliberately styled her hair into a shortcut, giving her an overall sporty vibe, though not overly seductive. How do I look? Chen Anan walked out, her voice still carrying a hint of aloofness. You might as well not have changed at all. Chen Yang spoke bluntly. Chen Anan was taken aback and asked in surprise, You haven't seen that? What? Chen Yang was a bit confused. It seems you really haven't seen it. Chen Anan's face flushed slightly as she said, I was actually cosplaying a character from a Korean manhwa. Korean manga? Chen Yang had never heard of it before. He only knew about Japanese manga, which he had read quite a bit when he was in school. Later, he got busy with work and stopped reading comics altogether. This is just regular workout gear. What is there to cosplay? Chen Yang laughed. Chapter 242, Fitness Instructor. That Korean manga is pretty interesting. It's called Fitness Instructor. If you're interested, you should check it out. You might feel differently after reading it. Chen Anan's face grew redder as she spoke. She hadn't expected a man to need her to explain this to him. I'll give it a try if I get the chance. Chen Yang nodded. If you don't like it, I'll change it. Chen Anan was still very obedient. Go ahead. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Anan twisted her slender waist and turned to leave. She seemed to think of something, paused for a moment, then turned back and smiled. Even if I change it now, you'll definitely make me change it back eventually. Huh? Why? Chen Yang was puzzled. You'll see when you do. Chen Anan smiled sweetly. This piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. What kind of manga was it? Could it be that interesting? I really should take the time to look into it properly. After Joe Man entered the room, the balance of power between Su Ningbing and the other shareholders had shifted. Now that Su Ningbing had gained a voice, she finally had the leverage to engage in dialogue with the board members. Gentlemen, I assume everyone has reviewed these documents. Every detail recorded in these documents is accurate, and I have a comprehensive chain of evidence to support them. I hope we can discuss and reach a reasonable resolution. Su Ningbing spoke with a firm expression and an unwavering tone, leaving no room for compromise. This was the first time in all her years that she had been granted the right to stand on equal footing with the board members, and she certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. The evidence in her hands was something she had meticulously compiled over the years. If she couldn't deliver a fatal blow to these parasites today, then things would truly become troublesome. The other board members remained silent after hearing Su Ningbing's words. They still held the same attitude as before. If they could get by with it, they would. But Joe Man spoke up, saying, "Since we can't reach a consensus, let us not discuss it further. This matter will be handled entirely by Tianfu. If you don't want to get involved, then stay out of it." After speaking, Joe Man closed the notebook in her hands and stood up to leave. Upon hearing her words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. If Tianfu were to take full control, there would be nothing left for them to do. At that point, Su Ningbing might really cause a stir. Zhang Dong smiled and said, "Miss Shou, why the rush? We're just discussing it. Besides, this isn't a big deal. Why make such a fuss? Since Mr. Su wants an explanation, we should follow his lead. Zhou Hai and Shen Guokuan, I've warned them countless times, yet they still dared to act on their own. This time, they truly deserve to pay the price." Zhou Hai, Shen Guokuan dismissed them from their positions. Zhang Dong looked righteous, as if he had done something truly significant. But in reality, Zhou Hai and Shen Guokuan were just two vice presidents of Tianma, with little real power. He was just trying to sacrifice two minor figures to make a show of action. But Su Ningbing spoke bluntly, "If we're going to clean house, we can't start with just one or two people. The atmosphere at Tianma has deteriorated severely. We need a top-down reform. This matter absolutely cannot be handled lightly." Su Ningbing was unwavering, showing no signs of backing down. Even though this was extremely risky, for her failure would mean she'd be completely ousted. But she went ahead anyway, because she knew this opportunity wouldn't come again. If things continued this way, Tianma, the company she had poured her heart and soul into and built from the ground up, would be doomed. She had to take the plunge and give it everything she had, no matter the outcome. After Su Ningbing spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once again. Su Ningbing's attitude had already left not only Zhang Dong but also the other board members deeply dissatisfied. Reform. This will harm the interests of many people. Su Ningbing, you're courting disaster. This time, before Zhang Dong could speak, a director interjected, "Mr. Su, such a major reform cannot be decided so hastily. We need to discuss and deliberate before finalizing the plan. Your actions suggest that your motives go beyond mere reform, don't they?" "Exactly, Su Ningbing. I've seen through you all along. The list you've provided is just a smokescreen. Your true intentions lie elsewhere, don't they? Reform? What is there to reform? Tianma is currently operating smoothly. Although there have been some minor issues, they're not significant. If you rush into reforms and cause problems that affect the financial reports, how will you explain that to the shareholders?" "I oppose reform." "I don't either." All the board members completely abandoned their wait-and-see attitude and unanimously sided with Zhang Dong. Even the previous list of candidates was completely disregarded. Su Ningbing had taken a step too far, clearly opposing the entire board of directors. Zhang Dong looked at Su Ningbing with a cold smile and said, "Miss Su, I previously thought your list was fine, but now it seems I'll have to review it carefully to prevent you from taking advantage of the situation." Chapter 243, Shareholders Meeting. With the support of so many board members, Zhang Dong felt emboldened and decided to take direct action to suppress Su Ningbing completely. "You!" Su Ningbing's face turned pale with anger, and her slender body trembled. She never imagined that Zhang Dong and his group would be so shameless, even with such irrefutable evidence right in their faces. Yet they remained unconcerned. Not only that, but Zhang Dong had no intention of letting Su Ningbing off the hook. He coldly said, "Miss Su, over the years, you have dedicated yourself to the company, working tirelessly without taking much time off. I'm sure you must be exhausted by now. The company's affairs no longer require your concern. I've taken the liberty of arranging a 3-month vacation for you so you can rest and recharge. The other board members probably have no objections, right?" Zhang Dong smiled broadly as he looked around at the other board members. The true intentions were revealed. A 3-month leave of absence was more than enough time for the president of Tianma to be replaced. In the past, Zhang Dong had wanted to take down Su Ningbing, but there had been resistance within the board of directors. Now there was none. The directors remained silent, no longer voicing their opinions. Clearly, what Su Ningbing had just done had directly threatened the personal interests of the directors. Su Ningbing watched the scene unfold, her fair face growing increasingly pale. As expected, it's still not possible. Once the other party holds absolute power, they won't bother to reason with you at all. This board meeting was doomed to fail. If there are no further issues, let's conclude this board meeting. Sunday also spoke up at that moment. He didn't care about the progress of the matter, he just wanted to adjourn the meeting as soon as possible and not waste any more time. However, Joe-man spoke up at that moment, smiling. The aura of the board members is truly powerful. As a lowly employee, I almost didn't dare to speak up. Especially Director Zhang Dong, he's really impressive. Joe-man paused here, then suddenly changed the subject and said, but what you're saying is pointless. Our CEO Chen and CEO Su are working together, and they've come here with evidence to reason with you. You don't make any sense at all. Do you really think the company is just your personal fiefdom? Joe-man's words were well organized and sounded respectful, but the meaning behind them was extremely sharp. Standing before Su Ningbing on behalf of the entire Tianfu capital, she was speaking up for Su Ningbing. None of the directors took Joe-man's words seriously. Although Joe-man was currently representing Tianfu capital, in their eyes, she was just a low-level employee and posed no threat at all. Miss Zhou, there's no need to be so harsh. We're just handling company affairs, aren't we? Zhang Dong said with a smile. Alright, since Mr. Zhang has spoken, there's nothing more to discuss. Joe-man smiled and said, to be honest, our CEO Chen never intended to negotiate with you in the first place. Oh? Zhang Dong asked with interest, what does Mr. Chen mean then? Joe-man crossed her arms and continued with a smile, within the company, aside from the board meeting taking place, there is another online meeting currently underway. This meeting is being led by our Tianfu capital, the shareholders meeting. Any decisions made at today's board meeting hold little significance. The final decision-making authority lies with the shareholders meeting. So, all you board members, don't try to show off here. No matter how much you say, it won't make a difference. Joe-man glanced at them, as if looking at a group of cute little kids. All the board members, including Su Ningbing, were taken aback. Is the shareholders meeting also taking place at the same time as the board meeting? And judging by Joe-man's demeanor, she seemed quite confident in the shareholders meeting. What is this woman thinking? Even if the shareholders meeting is taking place, so what? Tianfu's shares are far inferior to theirs, so their voting power is definitely insufficient. Even Su Ningbing was surprised, wondering what Chen Yang and Zhou-man were planning. Zhang Dong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Alright. Excellent. Such a major matter does indeed require a shareholders meeting to resolve it. It'll save us from wasting our breath discussing it further here. Then we'll just wait and see. Let us see what the outcome of the shareholders meeting will be. Zhang Dong wasn't the least bit afraid, instead, he seemed to be enjoying the situation. Chen Yang organized the shareholders meeting, wasn't that helping them out? This was the perfect opportunity to kick Su Ningbing and Tianfu capital out of the picture once and for all. Joe-man smiled but said nothing. Everyone else fell silent as well. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Only Sun decided, thinking he'd have to waste more time. What a hassle. Junlin Tianhui. The large balcony. Chen Yang lay comfortably in the massage chair, basking in the sun while enjoying the soothing massage from Chen Anan. Chapter 244, Equity Transfer. Chen Anan had already changed into a different outfit, no longer wearing her previous athletic attire, but instead a sexy bikini swimsuit that perfectly showcased her figure. She was using her white, delicate hands to gently massage Chen Yang, asking as she massaged, "Do you like me wearing a swimsuit so much?" Chen Yang turned to look at her. Chen Anan in a swimsuit was simply stunning, her figure was flawless. Who wouldn't be captivated? Chen Yang laughed, with a figure like yours, it's a shame not to wear a swimsuit. That's too vulgar. Isn't it better to be a bit mysterious, like holding a peeput and covering your face? Chen Anan used her soft hands to massage Chen Yang and said, the beauty of mystery men must like that too, right? Yeah, I do like it. Chen Yang replied with a smile, but in a situation where you have such an obvious advantage, maybe being more revealing would be even better. Chen Anan was an athletic beauty. Her figure is absolutely top-notch. Wearing a swimsuit bikini is already sexy enough, no need for any frills. You're still too shallow. Next time I get the chance, I'll buy a few pieces and let you experience the allure of subtlety. How about it? Chen Anan smiled, not hesitating to show off her beauty. Talking to a mature woman is really nice. There's no need for all the unnecessary complications. I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Yang smiled. When you're having fun, don't forget to tip me a little, okay? I'm counting on you to survive. As Chen Anan said this, she gently massaged Chen Yang's hand and pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, looking very obedient and well-behaved. Chen Yang smiled. A woman like Chen Anan, who was beautiful but had an endless love for money, was indeed pleasant to be around. But the catch was, you had to have money. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, the sound of his phone rang out. Chen Yang answered the call, listened for a moment, then nodded and said, got it. After hanging up, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The transfer of shares in Tianma Group had been completed. The shareholders' meeting should be wrapping up soon. As Chen Yang was thinking about these things, suddenly the doorbell rang loudly throughout the entire apartment. Following that was a series of urgent shouts. "Anan, open the door. We need to see you." It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Chen Yang frowned upon hearing the voice and looked at Chen Anan in confusion. Chen Anan's expression changed slightly and she said, "Oh no, it's my mom." "Chen Yang, you should hide for a moment." "Why hide? We're not in any kind of improper relationship." Chen Yang didn't think much of it. "If we don't hide, it'll be trouble. My mom is really annoying. She'll think you're my boyfriend and we won't be able to explain it and she'll harass you." Chen Anan herself didn't care, but she didn't want Chen Yang to be harassed because of her. After all, Chen Yang was her big sugar daddy. Chen Yang thought about it too. It was better to avoid such trouble. So Chen Yang stood up and entered the bedroom to hide for a moment. Chen Anan quickly put on a coat, completely covering her sexy bikini-clad figure, adjusted her expression, and regained her usual cold demeanor before walking over to open the door. Chen Yang peeked through the door crack, watching Chen Anan tidy her clothes and appearance, and couldn't help but feel a bit odd. It felt like he was peeping. This is way too random. Tianma Group. In the meeting room, Su Ningbing, Zhou Man, and several directors sat across from each other in silence, all waiting for news from the shareholders' meeting. Soon, Sunda's phone rang. He smiled slightly and said, "The meeting has ended. There's a result." Oh? In an instant, both Su Ningbing and Zhou Man turned their attention to Sunda. They all wanted to know what the outcome of the shareholders' meeting was. Sunda had someone turn on the large LCD screen in the meeting hall and prepare for the projection. Zhang Dong, however, seemed confident of victory. He looked at Su Ningbing with a greedy glint in his eyes and smiled. "Ms. Su, this is your last chance. If you regret it now, it might still be in time." Su Ningbing clenched her teeth tightly, showing no sign of wavering. Even though she knew the odds were against her, she had no choice but to continue. She could only trust Chen Yang. Believed that he would never go back on his word. The large LCD screen quickly lit up, projecting a video onto it. Xu Xinghua, a member of the supervisory board of Tianma Group, appeared on the screen. He looked into the camera and spoke in a solemn tone. "Colleagues, the shareholders' meeting we have convened today is primarily to discuss two matters. The first is regarding the transfer of shares." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Equity transfer? What equity transfer? Isn't the equity of Tianma already mostly divided up? Chapter 245, Zhang Dong's Despair. How could there still be a matter of equity transfer? Only Zhang Dong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he had a bad feeling. Could it be that? Yes. Zhang Dong's guess was correct. Xu Xinghua continued. The equity transfer this time was conducted between Tianfu Capital and Futai Group. This morning, Futai Group sold 5% of its equity to Tianfu Capital for 20 million yuan, and the transfer has been successfully completed. Following the completion of this equity transfer, Tianfu Capital now holds a 25% equity stake, making it the absolute controlling shareholder of Tianma alongside Futai. The company's equity structure has undergone a fundamental change, and many future company decisions will be influenced by this. Therefore, we urge all board members to pay close attention to this equity change and adjust their future work directions accordingly. As Xu Xinghua finished speaking, the large conference room once again fell into silence. However, this time, it was not the kind of quiet silence. It was a deathly silence. All the directors in the meeting room, including Zhang Dong, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Futai Group and Tianfu Capital had completed the equity transfer? Futai Group had sold 5% of its shares to Tianfu Capital? How is this possible? Tianma Group is currently in an upward phase, and Futai Group is financially strong. There had been no previous indication of any intention to sell shares in Tianma Group. Why would they so easily sell shares in their subsidiary now? What is Futai Group trying to achieve? If this news hadn't been revealed by Xu Xinghua, they would have even thought it was definitely fake news. Now, there's no doubt about it, it's true. There's only one possibility left. Behind Tianfu Capital lies a power beyond their imagination, a force capable of influencing one of the major investment groups in Shenzhen, Futai Group. This is undoubtedly a very terrifying matter. Among them, the one with the worst expression was Zhang Dong, whose face looked as though he had eaten something disgusting. After all, the fact that Tianfu Capital has secured a 5% stake is undoubtedly a fatal blow to him. With a 25% stake, Tianfu Capital is now the absolute largest shareholder at the shareholders' meeting, second only to Futai. And the people from Futai do not interfere in the management of their subsidiaries. Therefore, Tianma is now effectively under the control of Tianfu Capital. What does this mean? He's finished. As expected, after announcing the transfer of shares, Xu Xinghua quickly announced the second matter. The second matter on the agenda for this shareholders' meeting is the list submitted by Su Ningbing, the CEO of Su Group. After reviewing the list and supporting documents submitted by Ms. Su, the representatives of several shareholders, including Tianfu Capital, were all extremely outraged. In order to ensure the normal operations of the company and to completely eliminate these parasites within the company, the shareholders meeting unanimously passed a resolution authorizing Su Ningbing to handle this matter entirely. From now on, within the company, anyone investigated by Su Ningbing, regardless of their position, must cooperate. Anyone identified by Su Ningbing, regardless of their position, will be severely punished without exception. These words were undoubtedly a thunderclap for all the directors present. No matter how high or low their position. No mercy. Even they, as board members, might not be able to escape punishment. Tianfu Capital had granted Su Ningbing absolute authority. Zhang Dong's face had turned pale as he looked at Su Ningbing, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. He had previously treated Su Ningbing so harshly and oppressed her. He could already imagine what his fate would be once Su Ningbing took control. However, upon hearing Zhu Xinghua's words, Su Ningbing was instantly plunged into a state of prolonged shock. For a moment, she even wondered if she was dreaming. To have her fully investigate this matter. Regardless of rank or position, she could dispose of anyone. Doesn't that mean her authority within the company had been fully restored? Had Chen Yang truly fulfilled his promise? The thing she had always dreamed of has been accomplished so easily? Su Ningbing couldn't believe it. Zhou Man, standing beside her, smiled and said, "Miss Su, congratulations. From now on, the entire company will be under your management. You are our Tianma, the true CEO." Those words snapped Su Ningbing back to reality. Su Ningbing forced herself to suppress her excitement, her gaze immediately shifting to Zhang Dong, who was not far away, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. "Zhang Dong. The reckoning has begun. Within Jinlin Tianhui. Anan, let me introduce you. This handsome guy is Zhou Zhe, introduced by your aunt. He works at a big company and is even a general manager, earning $1 million annual salary. He's also taken out a loan to buy a house in Shenzhen." Chen Ainan's mother, Feng Lian, smiled broadly as she spoke to Chen Ainan. Beside her stood a young man in a well-tailored suit, tall and handsome, with a striking appearance and refined demeanor. Chapter 246, The Goddess of My Dreams? This young man named Zhou Zhe, upon seeing Chen Ainan, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he approached her with great enthusiasm. "Miss Chen, hello." Zhou Zhe reached out to shake Chen Ainan's hand. However, Chen Ainan completely ignored him and instead turned to Feng Lian, saying, "Mom, didn't I tell you not to come bother me if you had nothing to do? How can you call that nothing? Arranging a marriage for you is a major matter." Feng Lian smiled and said, "Anan, Zhou Zhe is a good man, very rare. You two should get to know each other better. Get to know each other. I'll wait outside." Feng Lian said this and left immediately, leaving Chen Ainan and Zhou Zhe behind and of course, Chen Yang. Zhou Zhe looked at Chen Ainan with eyes as if he were looking at a goddess, and cautiously said, "Miss Chen, would you mind if I sit down?" Chen Ainan remained indifferent and said, "Sit down." Zhou Zhe sat down immediately as if he had received an order. Chen Ainan sat across from him but didn't look at him, instead glancing toward the bedroom from time to time. Zhou Zhe quickly tried to change the subject, smiling and saying, "Miss Chen, you're truly beautiful. You're much more attractive in person than in your photos. It's all makeup." Chen Ainan remained cold. "Miss Chen, you're joking. No woman could look this beautiful with makeup. You're naturally beautiful." Zhou Zhe was clearly trying to flatter her, already going all out. "I'm not that great. I'm just a materialistic woman," Chen Ainan said bluntly. Zhou Zhe was taken aback for a moment, but quickly laughed it off. "Well, it's okay. In this day and age, who isn't materialistic? But Miss Chen, don't worry. I have money, and I can earn money for you to spend." Chen Ainan glanced at him and said indifferently, "What if I'm sexually indifferent?" Such a direct question left Zhou Zhe speechless. Zhou Zhe paused for a moment before saying, "Well, that's also normal. Miss Chen, you're such a goddess, being a bit cold toward men is actually quite normal. Miss Chen, rest assured. I'm a warm-hearted guy. No matter how cold you are, I can melt your heart. As long as you're willing to give me time." This guy was truly shameless, going all out in his lapdog mode. Chen Ainan couldn't help but laugh indifferently. "So you're saying you can tolerate all my flaws?" "Miss Chen, rest assured, that's absolutely true. In my eyes, you have no flaws at all." Zhou Zhe was utterly resolute. Chen Ainan continued with a smile, "What if I told you that I'm not as proper as I seem, and I'm not really a prude? In fact, I'm quite the party animal. I'm a very passionate woman who loves to have fun. Once we're married, I might even make you wear a hat. Can you accept that?" "What?" Zhou Zhe was taken aback by Chen Ainan's boldness in saying such things. But this guy was also an ultimate sycophant. After a moment, he quickly regained his smile and said enthusiastically, "It's okay. Miss Chen, you're just a playful flower. The reason you're running around like this is because you're missing a safe haven. If we're together, I can give you a warm harbor as cozy as home. Then you'll definitely find your way to my heart. Miss Chen, please believe me." This guy seems to have endless enthusiasm, as if he's already convinced that Chen Ainan is his true love. But before he could finish, Chen Ainan hadn't responded yet. Cough cough. Suddenly, an eerie coughing sound came from the direction of the bedroom. What was that? Jose looked in the direction of the sound with a puzzled expression. Chen Anan remained calm and said, I have a pet. It must be having some issues. I'll go check on it. With that, Chen Anan stood up from her seat, swaying her slender waist, and walked toward the bedroom. Jose watched Chen Anan's exquisite figure, his gaze growing even more intense. That figure. That beauty. She's absolutely stunning. She's an absolute goddess. This blind date today had truly brought him face to face with the goddess of his dreams. The only downside was that Chen Anan was dressed way too conservatively. On such a hot day, she was wearing a thick coat that didn't show anything. What a shame. He could already imagine how tempting she would be if she wore something a bit more revealing. Chen Anan also entered the bedroom. Chen Yang, standing in the bedroom, smiled as he watched her. What are you smiling at? Chen Anan, upon entering the bedroom, had lost much of her goddess-like aloofness, replaced by a touch of playful teasing. The goddess has met her Prince Charming, isn't that worth celebrating? Chen Yang's smile grew wider. Just a sycophant, Chen Anan sneered with disdain, then looked at Chen Yang and smiled. Besides, what kind of goddess am I in front of you? I'm just a docile, obedient little woman who you manipulate and keep for yourself. Chen Anan said this, and her hands began to move. She gently undid the buttons of her coat. Immediately, the coat opened. Chapter 247, A Whim Strikes. The coat opened. Inside, her sexy, bikini-clad figure appeared before Chen Yang. Chen Anan's figure was truly a sight to behold. Her A4 waist, honey-shaped hips, and six-pack abs all exuded an irresistible allure. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile, then wrapped his arms around Chen Anan's slender waist and said, Others must think you're the real deal. With you looking like this, the goddess filter is probably shattered into pieces. Chen Anan smiled sweetly and said, In front of him, I'm a goddess, but in front of you, I'm. Doesn't that feel thrilling? Chen Anan's smile carried a hint of mischief, a stark contrast to her previous aloof and cold demeanor. At that moment, she seemed like nothing more than a seductive and alluring woman. Chen Yang's smile grew wider as he held Chen Anan tighter. Chen Anan's eyes sparkled with laughter as she continued, Want to try something even more thrilling? She batted her beautiful eyes. How exciting! Chen Yang was intrigued. Chen Anan didn't respond, just gave a faint smile, then called out toward the door. Jose! Come here for a moment. Jose, who was sitting upright outside the door, still feeling a bit excited, heard this and hurried over. He tried to push the door open, but Chen Anan stopped him. Don't come in. Stay outside. Jose felt a bit puzzled, unsure of what Chen Anan meant. But since the goddess had spoken, he dared not say anything more and could only stand at the door with a fawning expression. All right, Miss Chen. Did you call me over here for something? Chen Anan, inside the bedroom, covered her mouth and smiled, looking at Chen Yang and whispering, Is there anything you want to say? Chen Yang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I just heard him complimenting you. It was quite interesting. Tell him to keep talking. All right. Chen Anan obediently agreed, then turned to Jose and said, Jose, don't you like me very much? Then keep telling me how much you like me. The words you just said were quite pleasing to my ears. As soon as Chen Anan said this, Jose outside the door was as excited as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, repeatedly saying, Anan, I definitely like you very, very much. You're the goddess I've chosen, my true destined woman. I know that everything you said before about cheating and being seductive was all a lie. I can tell. Anan, you're an absolute goddess. Your cold and arrogant demeanor is like a plum blossom blooming in the harsh winter, not only captivating but also proud and breathtakingly beautiful. But I also know that your aloofness comes from your inner strength. There must be a soft spot in your heart. Anan, let me into your heart, okay? Give me this chance. It must be said that Zhou Zuan's literary talent and eloquence are quite impressive. He was able to improvise such a lengthy speech without any pauses, speaking with great fluency. Inside the bedroom, Chen Yang and Chen Anan were both smiling, and that inexplicable sense of excitement grew stronger. Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Chen Anan's waist, his hands beginning to wander. Chen Anan's face grew even redder, but she didn't resist, simply letting Chen Yang keep going. Chen Anan's voice, tinged with nervousness, drifted out from the bedroom. Jose thought it was his words that had moved Chen Anan, so he continued immediately. Anan, from the moment I first saw you, I've already. About 10 minutes later, Chen Anan finally emerged from the bedroom. At that moment, Chen Anan no longer had the cold and arrogant demeanor she had earlier. Instead, her charming face was flushed with an intoxicating blush, and her eyes were filled with a hint of moisture. She was indeed much more sensual and alluring now. Jose, seeing Chen Anan in this state, couldn't help but lose his composure slightly and asked, Anan, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Could it be? Jose felt a surge of excitement, thinking that perhaps his words had been too touching and had moved Chen Anan. But when Chen Anan saw him, she quickly regained her cold demeanor and said, It has nothing to do with you. It's about time. You should go. Jose was taken aback. He had thought he might be able to have a deeper conversation with Chen Anan, but instead he was being dismissed. None. Jose tried to say something else. Go. Chen Ainen remained as cold as ever, showing no mercy. Alright. Jose could only accept it. However, after a moment's pause, Jose continued, and then, at least add me on WeChat? We can stay in touch. Chen Ainen was about to refuse outright, but upon second thought, she replied, alright. After adding Jose on WeChat, Jose finally left satisfied. After Jose left, Chen Yang also came out of the bedroom. I didn't expect you'd let that guy add you on WeChat. What, did he really move you? Chen Yang teased half-jokingly. Chapter 248, A Heart as Bright as a Flower. If I were that easily swayed, I'd have been played for a fool long ago. Chen Ainen smiled indifferently, then she took off her coat, revealing her perfect figure to Chen Yang. Chen Yang admired Chen Ainen's stunning curves and asked with a smile, why did you add that? It's all because of you. Chen Ainen shot Chen Yang a playful glance. She walked out of the living room and approached the small swimming pool on the balcony, then dived in with a splash. Because of me? Chen Yang also walked out of the living room, sat on a chair on the balcony, and watched Chen Ainen swimming in the pool, looking like a mermaid. Chen Ainen swam for a while, then emerged from the water, looking as fresh as a lotus flower, wiped the water droplets from her face, and smiled. Yes. Keep his contact information. In case you ever feel like it. You want to do the same as today? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately understood. Coach Ainen was indeed Coach Ainen, truly thoughtful and considerate in every way. That does make sense. Chen Yang laughed. Boss, come down and swim with us. Chen Ainen floated in the water, her eyes sparkling, and smiled at Chen Yang. I can't swim. Chen Yang said. He was a complete novice at swimming and had never taken any lessons. With me here, you can't possibly fail. Come on. Boss, I'll make sure you experience the happiest swimming lessons in the world. Chen Ainen's smile grew even wider as she spread her arms in the water, inviting Chen Yang. After what had just happened, she seemed to have experienced that thrilling sensation as well, and her previously aloof demeanor had softened considerably. Since Chen Ainen had said that, Chen Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. He also entered the water and began swimming lessons with Chen Ainen. After finishing the swimming session at Jinlin Tianhui and enjoying a leisurely lunch and nap with Chen Ainen's attentive care, Chen Yang left Jinlin Tianhui feeling refreshed and invigorated. It was about time. It was time to go to the office. The shareholders' meeting should have concluded by now. Within Tianma, things have likely settled down as well. Boom! The Ferrari 812 left Jinlin Tianhui. While waiting at the traffic light, Chen Yang scrolled through his phone and suddenly saw a very unusual post on his WeChat Moments. The caption read, "My mood is as beautiful as flowers, charming and alluring." There was also a photo attached. The person in the photo was none other than the landlady. She was wearing a light green house dress, standing by the window, smelling a vase of fresh flowers on the balcony, exuding a sense of elegance. Although the landlady was only shown from the side, her figure is undeniably stunning. Even just the curve of her side is enough to be fiercely sexy. Both sexy and elegant, that's the unique charm of the landlady. Chen Yang smiled slightly, refraining from liking or commenting on the landlady's WeChat post. Instead, he found her WeChat account. Landlady, you haven't posted on your social media for so long, and suddenly you post one. Is there something else going on? The landlady's message came back instantly. What? You don't even let me post on my WeChat Moments anymore? No, it's just that you don't seem like the type to post on WeChat Moments for no reason. You guessed right. There is another meaning. What does it mean? What else could it mean? Posting on WeChat Moments to remind you of me. You're so annoying, always disappearing like a dragon, saying you'll come help me take photos, but where are you? The landlady's message had a hint of resentment. Lately, I've been pretty busy and forgot. However, Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry. Teasing the landlady was quite entertaining. Taking photos for the landlady is a big deal. No rush. Taking a photo is such a big deal? You're just trying to lure me. Don't think I don't know your tricks. I know all about men's tactics. Now that you've figured out the landlady, I guess I won't be able to catch you anymore. What if I take the bait? You're the dignified and virtuous landlady. How could you possibly take the bait? It's because I met you, you rascal. You've ruined my principles. I used to be so elegant. In my heart, you're still the same elegant landlady. Smooth talking, seducing a married woman like me, does that give you a sense of accomplishment? What do you mean seduce? That's so harsh. I'm just giving the landlady some warmth. Alright, then make time to come warm me up. I can't wait. Alright, I'll come by soon. Hurry up, I'm waiting. And if you make me happy this time, I'll tell you a very big secret about myself. A big secret? Chen Yang was taken aback. What big secret could the landlady possibly have? He really had no idea. But he didn't think much of it, he'd find out soon enough. After replying to the landlady with a wait and see, he started the Ferrari 812 again. Chapter 249, Complete Clearance. Half an hour later. The Ferrari 812 arrived at the headquarters building of Tianma Group. Chen Yang had just parked the car when he immediately felt hostile glances coming from all around. Looking around, he noticed several people staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Chen Yang was puzzled. However, at that moment, Zhou Man, a tall, attractive woman dressed in a white office uniform, walked quickly toward him from the entrance of Tianma Group. "Mr. Chen, you're here." Zhou Man approached him, her face adorned with a respectful smile. Chen Yang nodded and asked, "What's going on with these people?" "They are the people who were just purged by Mr. Su. They are all connected to Zhang Dong, and some of them have been embezzling funds through their connections. They've all been cleared out now. The company's troubles have been eliminated." Zhou Man seemed quite pleased. She had been working at Tianma since she graduated from university, and after all these years, saying she had no feelings for the company would be a lie. Seeing Tianma rise from decline and re-emerge was also something Zhou Man was very pleased to see. Chen Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Su Ningbing's methods were still quite ruthless. The internal cleanup began in the afternoon, just hours after the morning meeting ended. Clearly, Su Ningbing had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The two entered the company's headquarters. The employees within the group looked at Chen Yang with even greater respect. The blow dealt to Zhang Dong had already made Chen Yang, the general manager, a household name within the company. Chen Yang's current status within the company is likely now higher than even Su Ningbing's. Zhang Dong has also been suspended. "Mr. Chen, you're truly amazing." Zhou Man's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained non-committal and asked another question. "Where is Li Wei? Is she at the company?" "No, she hasn't been around lately. She's been busy moving." "Mr. Chen, if you want her to come over, I can contact her." Zhou Man replied. "Moving out?" Chen Yang paused for a moment. Li Wei had just received her collaboration fee, so improving her living conditions made sense. She hasn't had much to do lately either. The next video can wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to film with her. Don't let her come over yet. Chen Yang asked again. "Zhiro should be at the company, right?" "She's here." Zhou Man nodded and smiled. "Miss Zhe should be rehearsing in the studio. Her first performance is probably coming up soon." "So soon?" Chen Yang was a bit surprised. "But she just signed the contract, right? There's nothing we can do." Zhou Man sighed and said, "The company's events have actually been planned for a long time. They were originally intended for the previous artist. We didn't expect her to fall from grace. The follow-up activities have already been funded and can't be cancelled. So we have no choice but to rush things and have Zhiro step in." Chen Yang was also aware of the situation. He didn't ask any further questions and followed Zhou Man into the elevator, heading toward the studio. "Once I dreamed of wandering the world with a sword to see the splendor of the world. The heart of youth is always a bit reckless. Now you roam the world as your home." As Chen Yang approached the studio, he could already hear the familiar, moving melody in the very familiar song, along with Zhiro's unique singing style. This song was one that Chen Yang could never tire of hearing. Countless times, late at night when he was feeling down, Zhiro would sing this song. It wasn't that Zhiro couldn't sing other songs, it was just that when she sang this one, it had a very unique feel to it, leaving a lasting impression. Chen Yang walked up to the studio door and looked inside. Inside, there were already quite a few people gathered. The top vocal coaches, movement instructors, dance teachers, and costume designers from Tianma Group had all arrived. They were all watching Zhiro, completely focused. At that moment, Zhiro stood at the center of the studio, dressed in an elegant white gown, exuding an air of nobility and grace, singing the song with deep emotion, as if lost in the music. Chen Yang looked at Zhiro, who was the center of everyone's attention, and couldn't help but feel a moment of dizziness. This scene was one that he and Zhiro had secretly imagined countless times in the dead of night, lying in bed. Chen Yang often joked that once Zhiro became a big star, he would live off her, demanding tens of thousands of dollars every month. At the time, several hundred thousand seemed like an astronomical figure. Zhiro always agreed happily, saying that as long as Chen Yang promised to stay in shape and earn enough each month, she would definitely provide for him. And you know what? Despite her aloof demeanor, like a goddess who keeps everyone at arm's length, her desires were actually quite intense. Over the years they were together, Chen Yang's health deteriorated year after year. Looking back now, those memories are still quite beautiful. Chapter 250, Coconut Latte. The song ended quickly. Zhiro looked at the teachers with anticipation. The teachers first clapped their hands, then each pointed out various issues with Zhiro's performance. Zhiro bowed repeatedly, humbly accepting their feedback. "Thank you, teachers. Thank you, teachers." Zhiro expressed her gratitude to every teacher. She was already a top student, so her qualities were undoubtedly excellent. She behaved gracefully and with proper manners. At that moment, Chen Yang walked in. All the teachers also bowed respectfully toward Chen Yang and called out, "Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen!" Chen Yang merely smiled at them and looked at Zhiro in front of him, saying, "Shall we sit down together?" "Sure." Zhiro smiled brightly, her beauty captivating. Tianma Group headquarters. First floor. Within the Luckin office. Jiro and Chen Yang sat across from each other. As soon as they sat down, Jiro immediately whispered to the waiter, 2 coconut lattes. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she instinctively felt something was off and looked at Chen Yang. Are you still having coconut lattes? She was actually a fairly decisive woman. In the past, when they were together, she was the one who usually handled things like ordering food or planning trips. So, Jerome had subconsciously ordered for Chen Yang as well. Sure. Chen Yang nodded. Jiro smiled and placed the order. Just as they sat down, a look of fatigue appeared on Jiro's pretty face. Chen Yang asked with a smile, you must be pretty tired. Yes. Jiro replied, sounding a bit worn out, I've been rehearsing since this morning, and I feel like I'm about to collapse. You really saved my life. Jiro's tone carried a hint of playfulness. You've worked hard. Chen Yang smiled. It's nothing. For the sake of our dreams, and besides, you've given me such a great opportunity, I have to make the most of it. Jerome replied seriously. This opportunity was indeed extremely important to her. First, it was her lifelong dream. Second, it was because Chen Yang had succeeded. Now, whether it was in terms of status, wealth, or money, Chen Yang was far superior to her in every way. Jerome, however, was a strong-willed woman. When she was with Chen Yang before, she had always been the more outstanding one. Therefore, now that Chen Yang had succeeded, it left her with a bitter taste in her heart. It's a feeling of the growing gap between her and Chen Yang. Therefore, she is determined to succeed. She may not aim to surpass Chen Yang, but at least she wants to catch up to him. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. You really helped me out a lot this time. I will definitely repay you properly in the future. Jiro felt it from the bottom of her heart. Although she and Chen Yang had a good relationship, she knew where to draw the line. After all, they had already broken up, and Chen Yang had no obligation to help her. Chen Yang smiled and replied, it's nothing. You deserve it. The opportunity you've gotten is also a result of your own abilities. Besides, Mumu has already thanked me on your behalf. The coconut latte was served at that moment. Jiro sipped the coconut latte while asking with interest. What did she do this time? Her? Chen Yang didn't know how to respond. Mumu wants to pledge herself to him, to repay her sister's kindness by becoming his girlfriend? That was a bit abstract. Anyway, she has already expressed her gratitude. Chen Yang picked up the coconut latte on the table and took a sip. Jiro smiled, she can be a bit spoiled at times, but she truly trusts you and admires you. I hope you'll be more understanding of her in the future. Chen Yang nodded. He definitely liked the super cute girl very much. After a moment, Chen Yang asked again, didn't they give you a new song for this performance? Are you going to sing the old one again? This was something Chen Yang found rather odd. Jiro was being promoted as Tianma's act, so she should have sung an original song for her first performance. Singing someone else's old song wasn't ideal. Jiro sighed helplessly, there just wasn't enough time. With such a short time frame, it's too difficult to practice a new song. So, why not let me choose a song I perform best? At least it won't be a flop. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang finally understood. Indeed. With such a short time, having one song is already quite good. He noticed that Jiro had been fiddling with her bangs, a sign of nervousness, and immediately smiled. Are you nervous? Caught off guard by Chen Yang's observation, Jiro paused for a moment before rare blushes crept onto her cheeks. She nodded shyly and replied. Very nervous. In fact, the Zhirong of the past was very confident. During her school days, she was the undisputed goddess, attending various events where she was always the center of attention. However, in the years since graduation, the hardships of society and reality have eroded much of her confidence. This has led to the current Zhirong, who is no longer as confident as she once was. This was the reason she forgot her lines during a previous interview. Tomorrow's event is of utmost importance, so it's no wonder she's feeling nervous. Chapter 251, Su Jing. Shenyang didn't comfort Jerome either, he just smiled and said, don't worry, it's normal to be nervous the first time you're on stage. Don't worry. Even if tomorrow's performance goes badly, I'll have your back. You'll have plenty of other opportunities. Failing once or twice isn't a big deal. Chen Yang had every reason to speak so confidently. Jiro was a system-designated S-class talent, and as the current de facto leader of Tianma, Chen Yang was naturally going to prioritize investing in her. The resources she received were undoubtedly maxed out. One event isn't a big deal. This statement left Jiro completely speechless. She never expected Chen Yang to say such a thing. She had believed tomorrow's opportunity was extremely important. If she messed it up, she might be sidelined by the company. This was the sense of crisis she had always felt from living at the bottom for so many years. She dared not fail even once and could only proceed with utmost caution. But now, Chen Yang's words had given her an endless sense of security. Chen Yang had firmly chosen her and was willing to give her countless opportunities. Zhirong didn't show her emotions, but just smiled faintly and said, if you put it that way, I can't afford to fail. I can't let you look down on me. I'm Jiro, after all. Jiro's charming face once again lit up with a confident smile. I'm Jiro, after all. I am Jiro. This phrase was both familiar and unfamiliar to Chun Yang. During the early years of their relationship, when Jiro was at her most confident, she often said this. Every time they faced a crisis, she would tell Chun Yang, "It's okay, I can handle it. I'm Jiro, after all." That version of Jiro was truly beautiful and brimming with endless confidence. Unfortunately, later on, Jiro said this less and less. Many problems in real life cannot be solved with just a single sentence. That's the harsh reality of life. Then I look forward to your performance. Chun Yang smiled. All right. Jiro nodded. The two chatted for a while longer when Jiro's phone suddenly rang. Have you arrived at our company building yet? All right. Wait there, I'll come out to pick you up. Jiro hung up the phone. Is a friend coming to meet you? Chun Yang asked with a smile. Yeah, my best friend. She heard I successfully signed with Tianma, so she came over to celebrate with me. Jiro replied. That's great. Go ahead and meet her. I'll leave first. Chun Yang pretended to leave. Jiro thought for a moment before smiling and asking, Can you come with me? You're going to meet your best friend. What would I do? Chun Yang was a bit puzzled. Jiro smiled, Don't you know my best friend? She's Su Jing, my colleague. Su Jing? Upon hearing the name, Chun Yang immediately remembered her and couldn't help but frown. Chun Yang naturally knew Jiro's best friend, but he didn't have a good impression of her. She wasn't exactly the most well-mannered person, but she was definitely quite calculating. She had often urged Jiro to break up with Chun Yang, insisting that Jiro was jumping into a pit of fire by being with him. Jiro had scolded her many times, but there was nothing she could do. Eventually, Jiro stopped letting her have any contact with Chun Yang. Jiro, however, had always kept in touch with her. After all, they were colleagues and saw each other every day. Yes, it's Su Jing. That's why I wanted to go see her with you. Jiro said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen would be willing to accompany me? Chun Yang was more than willing to accompany her. Chun Yang had also given some thought to what Jiro had said last time. Indeed. If he had the time, he should meet up with these old friends. A proper reckoning would also be beneficial for mental and physical health. But today wasn't a good day. He had already promised Chun Qingling. She has already made plans with her parents, and the food is ready. If Chun Yang stands her up, that would be so rude. Let us just skip it today. You should catch up with her first and reschedule for another day. Chun Yang said with a smile. Jiro had thought Chun Yang would agree, but upon hearing this, she paused for a moment before laughing. All right. Let us reschedule. I'll go ahead then. Chun Yang smiled. All right, take your time. Jiro replied. Chun Yang stood up from his seat and headed toward the exit of Luckin Coffee. Jiro sat behind, watching Chun Yang's receding figure, feeling quite complicated inside. She had just fallen into old habits. In the past, no matter what happened, Chun Yang would always stay with her. But now, things were different. They had finally parted ways. Jiro sighed softly. After leaving Luckin, Chun Yang got straight into his Ferrari 812. By then, it was already evening. Chun Yang sent a message to Chun Qingling. Mu Yang, send me an address, I'm on my way. Lemon sauce, so early? My parents just got back from grocery shopping. Mu Yang, should we wait a bit? Lemon sauce, how about this, Chun Yang, you go change into something else first, okay? Mu Yang, huh? Why change clothes? Chapter 252, change clothes? Lemon sauce, you'll see when the time comes. Just go change first. Mu Yang, alright, what should I change into? Tell me. Lemon sauce, you need to dress more elegantly, more intellectual, more cultured. Mu Yang, I'm already pretty cultured in my everyday life. I'm so proper. Lemon sauce, you're serious? You're just a step away from. Chun Qingling didn't finish her sentence but sent another message. Lemon sauce, anyway, just dress up to look more refined and handsome. Mu Yang, okay. Chun Yang didn't care. For someone with his looks, dressing neatly and handsome was a piece of cake. Boom! The Ferrari 812 spewed a plume of exhaust and departed from Tianma Group. At the entrance of Tianma Group, Jiro had just stepped out of Luckin when she heard a clear shout from a distance. Ruah! Jiro looked in the direction of the voice. The one calling out was a tall, beautiful woman. She had a delicate face, a refined appearance, and was wearing a light yellow butterfly-shaped long dress that revealed a deep V neckline, her collarbone, and a pair of full, tender legs. She looked both beautiful and sexy. This tall beauty was none other than Su Jing. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Jiro and Jamumu, she was still around a 90 out of 100. After all, she was a flight attendant. Jiro smiled and walked toward her, saying, Jingjing, I didn't expect you to be back in the country. I thought you were still flying abroad. You're back, so how could I not come back? Su Jing smiled, holding Jiro's hand, and said excitedly, Ro, I heard you succeeded? You passed the interview at Tianma? Yes, I've officially signed the contract. Jiro replied. That's wonderful. Su Jing was overjoyed and said, Ruoro, I knew you would succeed. With your talent and looks, you'll definitely dominate the entertainment industry without any problems. Once you've made it big, don't forget to look out for your sisters. Su Jing was indeed Jiro's very close and caring best friend, genuinely happy for her. Don't make fun of me. Jiro remained humble. Su Jing continued, I'm not joking. I can't spend my whole life as a flight attendant. I'll be counting on you to pull me up someday. And there's more. Jiro, you were chosen so easily this time. Did you finally come to your senses? Did you break up with Chen Yang and find a rich playboy? Su Jing was well aware of the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Although she knew Jerome had good qualifications, she also knew that even with her qualifications, without connections, it wouldn't work. There must be some kind of arrangement. Jerome thought for a moment, her lips curling into a smile, and said, Of course, someone did help me. Really? Su Jing was surprised and asked, Who is it? Which company or boss? Do I know them? Introduce me. After a moment, she asked even more astonishedly. Jiro, you didn't accept some kind of under-the-table deal, did you? Although she knew Jiro must have used some means to get through smoothly. But hearing Jiro admit it, she felt even more astonished. After all, the Jiro of the past was a model of integrity, unyielding in the face of power and wealth. Who would have thought she would fall so easily? That's way too fast. I guess I've accepted the unwritten rules, Jerome said with a growing smile. And that person, you actually know him too. Really accepted the unwritten rules? Su Jing stared at Jerome in disbelief. She never would have imagined that the goddess-like, high and mighty Zhiruan would ever accept the unwritten rules. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the goddess-like image of Zhirong in her heart was completely shattered. More importantly, this person, she actually knew him? Who was this person with such influence? Stop teasing me. Just tell me who it is. Su Jing asked impatiently. Zhiro, however, gave a mischievous smile and said, I want to tell you. What? Wrong, how could you do this? Su Jing said with a sigh of frustration, You're teasing me too much. I'll take you to meet them later. You'll be very surprised when you see them. Jiro, after all, was Shimumu's older sister, and they shared some of the same traits. They both loved to play these kinds of games. Alright, but you have to promise to take me to meet them. Su Jing was very excited. She really wanted to see who this mysterious person was who could even get close to someone like Jiro, who was considered a goddess. I won't lie to you. Jiro smiled charmingly. Su Jing continued, No matter who it is, they must be better than Chen Yang. Jiro, I've told you before. If you had left Chen Yang earlier, you'd probably be a big star by now. Regret not listening to me, huh? Su Jing felt quite satisfied, thinking that Jiro had finally come to her senses. Leaving Chen Yang, she'd probably soar to new heights. Jiro smiled and said, What if the person who helps me is Chen Yang? Chapter 253, The Pure Chen Qingling. Stop being silly, Su Jing said bluntly. Don't I know Chen Yang well enough? If he were capable of helping you, I wouldn't be badmouthing him every day. What if it really is him? Jiro blinked. Impossible. Su Jing remained unconvinced. If he's really that capable, I'd call him Dad if you asked me to. Jiro couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, That's what you said. I said it. Su Jing wasn't afraid at all. Alright. Jiro's lips curled slightly, and her smile grew even wider. Rua, just tell me. Don't tease me anymore. Su Jing continued to press her. I want to tell you. Jiro replied playfully. Su Jing couldn't do anything about her, so she could only say, Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. We need to go eat. Let's go. Su Jing led Jerome toward the exit. As they reached the roadside, they saw a $1 million Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked by the roadside. Standing beside the Mercedes-Benz S-Class was a handsome young man, staring at Jiro and Su Jing. Ruoro, it's been a while. The handsome young man greeted Jiro. Jiro saw the handsome young man and froze for a moment before remembering who he was. She exclaimed in surprise, Young Feng? How is it you? This young man named Young Feng was someone Jiro naturally recognized. He had been her suitor in the past. At that time, she was still dating Chen Yang, and Yang Feng had been pursuing her relentlessly. She traveled all over the world, and Yang Feng followed her everywhere. This guy was wealthy and kept spending money to pursue Jiro, hoping to win her heart. Unfortunately, Jiro wasn't interested in his tactics. During her passionate phase, Jerome couldn't wait to be in Chen Yang's arms every day. So, eventually, Yang Feng gave up. Jiro hadn't seen Yang Feng much since then, so she was surprised to see him again now. Seeing Jiro so surprised, Yang Feng was also taken aback and asked, What? Jingjing didn't tell you? We're already together. No. Jerome shook her head and looked at Su Jing. She really didn't know. She only knew that Su Jing had found a wealthy boyfriend. Su Jing's face turned slightly red, and she said awkwardly, It's not that I didn't want to tell you, I just didn't know how to say it. Ru-ro, we're best friends. I took Yang Feng away from you. That's not right. Su Jing felt pretty embarrassed. She felt like she had stabbed Jerome in the back. Jerome, however, laughed it off indifferently. What are you talking about? I don't have any connection with Young Feng. How could that be called stealing him? You two are just dating normally. If you had told me earlier, I would have blessed you. Su Jing couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Ru-ro, you're so kind. Yang Feng said, alright, let's get in the car. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Jerome, aren't you in a hurry? Let's hurry over there. Yang Feng opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class and gestured for Jerome and Su Jing to get in. Jerome didn't have much time. She had to return for further training around 8 o'clock in the evening. So they needed to eat as quickly as possible. Jerome and Su Jing also got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz S gradually drove away from there. Shen Chang. The Ferrari A12 slowly drove into a high-end residential area called Yulong Bay. After arriving at Building 3 in Zone B, Chen Yang parked the car in the designated spot. He then got out of the car and glanced at himself in the rearview mirror. Dressed in a crisp white suit, with a tall, straight posture, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a handsome, refined appearance, he looked every inch the young, wealthy, and handsome gentleman. Although he had graduated several years ago, this style still suited him perfectly. Not bad, not bad. Chen Yang was quite satisfied and looked up at the apartment building. Just as Chen Yang had guessed, this little Qingling's family was quite wealthy. The luxury of this apartment was on par with Chen Ainan's Xinling Tianhui. Little Qingling is quite the little rich girl. I never would have guessed. Chen Yang didn't rush upstairs but waited downstairs for a while. After a few minutes, a graceful and charming figure appeared at the entrance of the apartment building. Xiao Qingling had arrived. At that moment, Chen Qingling wasn't dressed like she usually was in a school uniform or a short skirt. Instead, she was wearing a loose white t-shirt, blue denim shorts, white sneakers, and her hair tied up in a ponytail. Just her appearance alone was brimming with youthful energy. She was completely different from the little witch-like JK girl she had been before. Chen Yang. Chen Qingling ran toward Chen Yang with boundless enthusiasm. Chen Yang smiled slightly and spread his arms wide. The next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Chen Qingling's delicate body threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang, I've missed you so much. Chen Qingling giggled, planting several kisses on Chen Yang's cheek, her eyes brimming with love. Enough, it's only been a few days. You're making it sound like we've been apart for ages. Chen Yang said helplessly. Chen Qingling, however, was a bit upset and said, Chen Yang, you're so heartless. I've been thinking about you every day, and now you don't seem to care about me at all. Chapter 254, Xin Tao's Little Secret? Chen Yang hugged Chen Qingling tighter and laughed. How could I not miss my dear little sister? Chen Qingling said in a spoiled tone. Then, Chen Yang, what do you think about me? How do you think about me? Well. Chen Yang thought for a moment, then leaned close to Chen Qingling's ear and whispered something. Chen Qingling blushed even more as she listened, then playfully hit Chen Yang twice in his arms and said, Chen Yang, you're so naughty. Is that all you think about me? Just kidding. Chen Yang laughed it off and said, my little sister is perfect in every way. How could I only think of those things? I think of everything, okay? Once things settle down, I'll take you and Taotao shopping. Alright, deal. Chen Qingling also smiled sweetly, her cute little fangs clearly visible. Going shopping with Chen Yang was incredibly fun. Chen Yang thought for a moment and asked, by the way, where's Taotao? I haven't heard from her lately. Since the last incident, he hadn't seen Xin Tao much. Chen Qingling hummed again. You have the nerve to say that? You haven't even gone to see her once. Taotao misses you so much. I've been busy. I'll go see her when I have time. Lately, there's been a lot going on, so it's been tough. Chen Yang actually quite liked the delicate young girl Xin Tao. Chen Qingling seemed to think of something and said, Taotao has been busy lately, always looking so preoccupied. If you go see her, ask her about it. She didn't even tell you? Chen Yang was taken aback. Chen Qingling and Xin Tao had a special relationship, so if she didn't even tell Chen Qingling, it must be something serious. Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Chen Qingling was also puzzled. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll go visit her another day. Alright. Chen Qingling nodded and said happily, Chen Yang is so kind. Chen Qingling kissed Chen Yang's cheek several times. The young girl was thinking about Chen Yang so much that she was getting a bit carried away. Hurry up and go upstairs. Your parents will be worried. Chen Yang reminded her. Oh, right. Chen Qingling snapped out of it, quickly stepping back from Chen Yang, tidying herself up, and said, Chen Yang, we can't stand too close. If my parents see us, it'll be bad. So scared? Chen Yang asked with a smile. He had never seen this little witch act so nervous before. Of course. Chen Qingling blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, I'm a good girl at home. I told you before, I didn't lie to you, Chen Yang. Alright, then let me see the obedient side of our little Qingling. Chen Yang chuckled, gently tapping Chen Qingling's little butt. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Chen Qingling let out a soft yink, her face flushing red. She shot Chen Yang a playful glance before leading him upstairs. Shen Chang. Cloud and Restaurant. Jiro came here again. Why did you choose this place? Jiro was a bit surprised. She had just been here with Chun Yang not long ago. Su Jing smiled. Jiro, Yang Feng and I both know you've always been obsessed with the Cloud restaurant, so we brought you here today to experience it. Yang Feng also smiled. That's right. This restaurant is indeed quite nice. Not only is the environment and scenery great, but the food is also delicious. I come here often. But Jiro said hesitantly, this place is pretty expensive. You're spending too much on us. It's okay. Su Jing laughed. A meal isn't that expensive, especially with Yang Feng here. Don't worry, Ro. Money isn't an issue. As long as you're happy. Yang Feng said confidently. All right. Jiro could only accept it. The three of them found a spot and sat down. Of course, they didn't receive the same treatment as last time when Chen Yang came over. Instead of sitting in a private room to enjoy the view, they were now seated at ordinary tables. After sitting down, they began to order. Yang Feng wanted Jiro to order, but she said it didn't matter, so most of the orders were placed by Su Jing. Yang Feng and Su Jing were still quite affectionate, chatting while placing their orders. After the dishes were ordered, Su Jing smiled at Jiro and said, Ro, this time I'll fulfill your wish. The places Chin Yang couldn't take you to, I'll take you to. This time, I'll let you eat your fill in the clouds. Jiro just smiled and didn't say anything. The three chatted for a while, and the dishes were gradually served. The table was filled with a variety of dishes, though certainly not as lavish as what Chen Yang had ordered before. This meal would probably cost just over 10,000 yuan. Su Jing smiled happily and said, Ro, you have good taste. This restaurant is indeed quite nice. Don't just stand there. Eat quickly. Su Jing had originally thought that Jiro, who had been longing to come to this restaurant, would be very excited. But to her surprise, Jiro's attitude was quite indifferent, showing hardly any emotion. She didn't know why either. Jiro responded and began eating. The taste was not as good as last time, but it was still edible. The three of them were eating. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from nearby. Isn't that Mischa? The three of them immediately stopped what they were doing and looked over. It was none other than the restaurant manager, dressed in a black office lady uniform. Chapter 255, Family Banquet. The three of them were also slightly startled upon seeing the restaurant manager, unsure of why she had come to find them. Yang Feng and Su Jing turned to look at Jiro, their faces filled with confusion. Jiro was also a bit confused and nodded, saying, It's me. Is there something you need? The restaurant manager smiled and said, Miss Xia, why didn't you call us to let us know you were coming? You and Mr. Chen are both Black Gold members of our restaurant and are entitled to special privileges. We've arranged a private room with an excellent view for you, and we'll also send you some gifts later. We hope you'll like them. The restaurant manager was extremely respectful toward Jiro. Yang Feng and Su Jing, upon hearing this, were completely stunned. Jiro, a Black Gold member? Isn't this her first time here? What's going on here? Jiro, however, quickly snapped out of her brief shock and couldn't help but let a smile slip onto her lips. Even if Chen Yang wasn't here, the slightest thing he had left behind was more than enough to satisfy her tiny vanity. This feeling. It was truly wonderful. Yulong Bay High-End Apartments. Chen Yang and Chen Xingling pushed open the front door and walked inside. Dad! As soon as Chen Xingling entered the door, she immediately transformed into a well-behaved little girl, sweetly calling out to a middle-aged man sitting in the center of the living room. Chen Yang also looked at the middle-aged man. He had a stern expression, dressed impeccably, and exuded a traditional, authoritative demeanor, the very image of a traditional father. The middle-aged man was none other than Chen Xingling's father, Chen Guohua. Chen Guohua nodded, then immediately fixed his sharp gaze on Chen Yang. Chen Yang hurriedly smiled at Chen Guohua and said, Hello, uncle. Chen Guohua replied with a single word but said nothing more, continuing to scrutinize Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a bit like he was meeting his future father-in-law, with a touch of nervousness. Chen Xingling, standing beside him, quickly introduced, Dad, this is Chen Yang, the person I told you about earlier. He's one of my seniors. Not only is he good-looking, but he also has excellent academic performance. Upon hearing that he was academically excellent, Chen Guohua's expression softened slightly and said, Sit down. Chen Yang sat down on the sofa to one side, while Chen Xingling sat on the other side, sitting very properly, showing no trace of her previous provocative posture with her white, delicate legs crossed. Chen Guohua remained silent. The atmosphere felt a bit oppressive. Chen Yang understood what was happening. Chen Guohua was using business tactics to intimidate him and give him a taste of his authority. Chen Yang, however, didn't care at all. If you don't speak, then I won't either. Let's just wait it out. After all, he wasn't there to meet his future father-in-law. Chen Xingling couldn't help but giggle and asked, Dad, why aren't you saying anything? I'm too lazy to say anything. Chen Guohua was clearly not very pleased, and his first impression of Chen Yang was not good. In this situation, it should have been Chen Yang who took the initiative to ask questions. This guy is really out of place, like a bookworm. He'll never amount to anything. However, just then, someone broke the awkward silence. Zhang Shuqing, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming plate of fish. Dinner's ready. Zhang Shuqing called out. Immediately afterward, her gaze fell on Chen Yang and she asked in surprise, "Who's this handsome guy?" Chen Xingling hurriedly smiled and said, "Mom, this is Chen Yang, the senior I told you about earlier." "Hello, Auntie." Chen Yang also smiled and said. Zhang Shuqing smiled broadly, giving Chen Yang a thorough once-over and said, "You're quite the handsome young man, aren't you? A real catch. Come on over. You're just in time. Come sit down and have dinner with us." Zhang Shuqing gestured for them to eat, then called out to Chen Guohua, "Don't just sit there. Come and eat with us." Chen Guohua finally stood up. The four of them sat down. Zhang Shuqing served Chen Yang another bowl of rice and smiled, "Come on, don't be shy at Auntie's house. Eat more." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Yang replied politely. Zhang Shuqing smiled as well. Once all the dishes were served and the rice was served, the family dinner officially began. During the meal, Zhang Shuqing and Chen Xingling first discussed some academic issues, paying little attention to Chen Yang. Chen Guohua also didn't say much, so the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed and pleasant. However, soon, Zhang Shuqing shifted the topic to Chen Yang. "Little Chen, I heard from Qingling that your grades are excellent." Zhang Shuqing asked with a smile. "It's okay. I managed to get some scholarships every year." Chen Yang replied modestly. This wasn't a lie-backing university, his grades had indeed been quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up with someone like Zhiro, the pampered princess. "That's good," Zhang Shuqing said approvingly, continuing, "As Qingling as senior, you must have started your internship already. What kind of job did you find? How much do you make?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "I've landed an internship at a big company. The salary isn't stable yet, but it's around 5,000 yuan during the internship. After I'm officially hired, it should be between 1 and 2,000 yuan. Chapter 256, Intern? When the topic turned to income, Zhang Shuqing's smile faded slightly. 5,000 a month is a bit low. Chen Xingling interjected, "Mom, Chen Yang is still in his internship period. A lower salary is normal. He has a bright future ahead of him." Zhang Shuqing didn't respond. Chen Guohua, who had been eating quietly beside them, spoke up, "You're working, but aren't you helping out at home at all?" "No," Chen Yang shook his head and said directly, "I'm alone in Shenzhen now. There's no one left at home." This statement made the atmosphere even more somber. Without family support. For a college graduate, no matter how good their grades are, the chances of success are extremely slim. After a moment, Zhang Shuqing spoke again, "So, young Chen, what are your plans for the future? You're not planning to work a regular job for the rest of your life, are you?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course not. I plan to start my own media company and enter the entertainment industry." This was indeed what Chen Yang was currently working on. However, when he said this, both Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing were left speechless. What? An intern earning 5,000 a month? He actually plans to start his own media company and enter the entertainment industry? Is he joking? That's way too out there. This only made Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing think even less of Chen Yang. Not only was the young man lacking in ability and connections, but he also had no self-awareness. He was truly terrible. Chen Xingling, however, smiled sweetly and said, "Chen Yang's dreams are truly ambitious. If you succeed, don't forget about me, okay? I want to be a star too." "Alright, I won't forget about Qingling's sister." Chen Yang replied with a smile. Their interaction caused Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua to frown involuntarily. This foolish daughter, how could she believe everything she hears? Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua even began to doubt whether they had been too strict with Chen Xingling, making her too obedient and easily deceived. The family gathering continued. Cloud Restaurant. Private room. "You mean that Mr. Chen, when he came last time, directly topped up 20,000 yuan and spent it all?" Su Jing asked in disbelief. Zhiro nodded while eating, "Yes, that's right." Su Jing and Yang Feng exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. "That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Spending 2 or 30,000 on a single meal? Even Yang Feng wouldn't dare to do that. This Mr. Chen's wealth is truly terrifying." Su Jing immediately laughed, "Wow, Rong, you're so lucky to have found such a wealthy second-generation heir. This is your chance, don't let it slip away." Zhiro silently continued eating, neither confirming nor denying anything. Su Jing added, "They're both surnamed Chen, yet the difference is so huge?" Her meaning was clear. Zhiro just laughed. If Su Jing ever found out the truth, who knew what she would do? The three of them finished their meal quickly. After descending from the Cloud Restaurant, they arrived at the shopping mall below and decided to stroll around to aid digestion. When they reached the Hermes flagship store, Su Jing spotted a handbag and couldn't help but exclaim, "This handbag is so beautiful. Ruo, come take a look." Zhiro also looked at the handbag on the display counter. It was indeed very beautiful and indeed quite attractive. It's pretty nice, but it probably looks a bit expensive, right?" She had a clear understanding of luxury goods. Hermes. Such a world-renowned brand probably isn't cheap. How much is this bag? Su Jing asked the sales associate directly. The sales associate smiled and replied, Miss, the price for this bag is 45,680. Over 40,000. That's indeed a hefty sum. Jiro heard this and immediately felt a chill run down her spine, backing away and daring not to even consider it. But Su Jing turned to Yang Feng beside her and called out in a sweet voice, Honey. I know. Yang Feng smiled affectionately and pulled out his credit card, saying, Just swipe it. You're so kind, honey. Su Jing was utterly delighted. A handbag costing over 40,000 yuan, just like that truly shows strength. Su Jing looked at Jiro and whispered, Ro, did you see that? As long as you don't want to try, life becomes easy. When you were with Chen Yang before, you were just torturing yourself. At least you've come to your senses now. Your life from now on will be much happier than mine. Jiro just smiled faintly, unsure of how to respond. Family dinner. Chen Yang and Chen Guohua had a few sips of white wine. After drinking a little, Chen Yang seemed a bit tipsy, his face flushed as he said to Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing, Uncle and Aunt. I know that in my current state, anything I say to you is pointless. But I still want to say it. Chapter 257, A Toad? Please believe me, this temporary hardship is not my lifelong hardship. My current monthly salary is 5,000, but that doesn't mean I'll always earn 5,000. I've just graduated. I have a bright future ahead of me, and I truly, deeply love Qingling. Please rest assured, Uncle and Auntie. If I can be with Qingling, I will treat her very well. I will give her 1,000 times the warmth she deserves. Chen Yang spoke with great passion and conviction, as if he truly believed he could provide Qingqing with a wonderful life. However, Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, stopped what they were doing and stood there in shock. They weren't young anymore. They wouldn't believe a single word of it. Someone like Chen Yang, even if he was a top student, would be useless in the real world without connections. In today's highly competitive environment, a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was already the limit. Especially Chen Guohua. His impression of Chen Yang has worsened. This guy not only lacks ability but also has no self-restraint, always talking big. Such a young person naturally wouldn't catch Chen Guohua's eye, let alone be with Chen Qingling. After all, Chen Qingling is known far and wide for her kindness, intelligence, and good manners. Countless people are lining up to ask her out. Chen Qingling could choose anyone she wanted. Chen Yang is simply no match for her. The two ate in silence, but Chen Qingling couldn't help but gaze at Chen Yang with stars in her eyes, praising him. Wow, Chen Yang, you're so eloquent. This made Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing frown even more. It seemed like they needed to have a serious talk with Chen Qingling. Don't let Chen Yang trick her away. The rest of the meal wasn't as lively as before. Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing didn't initiate any conversations with Chen Yang, only responding when spoken to. Chen Yang and Chen Qingling, however, were chatting quite cheerfully. Soon, the meal was finished. Zhang Shuqing started cleaning up and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chen Yang, Chen Qingling, and Chen Guohua sat in the living room watching TV. Before long, Chen Guohua coughed twice and said, Little Chen, it's getting late. You should be going now, right? Ha? Chen Yang feigned surprise and said, Uncle, I haven't finished eating yet. I'll just rest for a bit. It's getting late. Chen Guohua repeated himself, this time with a firmer tone. But Chen Yang still pretended not to understand and smiled, Uncle, it's only 8:30. It's still early. I'll stay a little longer. Chen Guohua was truly annoyed. What kind of person was this? He had no sense of the situation at all. Chen Qingling covered her mouth and giggled, saying, Dad, why are you rushing him out after we just finished eating? Chen Yang came to find me. He must have something important to discuss. He's going to help me with my studies later. Since Chen Qingling had said that, Chen Guohua had nothing more to say. Alright, go back soon. It's not safe to be out late. Chen Guohua gave Chen Yang a disapproving look, his eyes filled with contempt. Chen Yang pretended not to notice and continued watching TV. Chen Yang, let us go. Chen Qingling blinked her beautiful big eyes at Chen Yang. Where are we going? Chen Yang responded with a puzzled expression. Let us go to my room so you can help me with my homework. Chen Qingling smiled sweetly, looking adorable. Chen Yang also smiled slightly and said, Alright. Chen Yang stood up and followed Chen Qingling into her bedroom. Chen Guohua saw the two leave, furrowed his brows, and felt a bit displeased. He wanted to stop them but couldn't think of a good reason, so he could only watch as the two entered the bedroom. Chen Guohua walked straight to the kitchen, where Zhang Shuqing was washing dishes, and asked in a stern voice. Why didn't you stop them? Stop what? Zhang Shuqing continued washing the dishes seriously, responding with a faint reply. Your precious daughter is about to be deceived, and you're not even worried? Chen Guohua grew even angrier. Zhang Shuqing placed a stack of dishes in the cabinet and smiled, Don't worry. Qingling wouldn't even notice Chen Yang. Why not? Chen Guohua was puzzled. Zhang Shuqing replied impatiently, I told you to spend more time with Qingling, but you wouldn't listen. You don't even know your own daughter? Xingling may be obedient and sensible, but she is not stupid. She can tell the difference between good and bad people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single for 4 years in college. She has very high standards. This Chen Yang isn't good enough in any way. She would never even consider him. Zhang Shuqing spoke with confidence. Hearing this, Chen Guohua calmed down. Indeed. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Qingling's standards were indeed very high. How could she possibly be interested in someone like Chen Yang? Perhaps they're overthinking it. Zhang Shuqing continued to laugh. This Chen Yang is probably just Qingling's sycophant. Qingling is just teasing him and going through the motions with us. No matter how hard he tries to impress her, it's all in vain. A worthless toad isn't even worthy of a single finger of our Qingling. Chapter 258, The Obedient Chen Qingling. Zhang Shuqing still looked down on Chen Yang. They were considered middle class in Shenzhen and had their own sense of pride. Someone like Chen Yang was someone they had always looked down on from head to toe. That is true. After hearing Zhang Shuqing's words, Chen Guohua's brows relaxed and he couldn't help but smile. Chen Qingling's bedroom. The room was adorned with delicate, pastel-colored decorations, exuding a youthful, girlish charm. As Chen Yang walked in, he immediately caught the faint scent of a young girl. It was incredibly pleasant. Before Chen Yang could take a closer look at Chen Qingling's bedroom, Chen Qingling had already spread her arms wide and thrown herself into Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang, big brother. Chen Qingling pushed Chen Yang onto the soft bed. She looked at Chen Yang, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile. Your parents are still outside. Chen Yang glanced warily toward the door. They won tea come into my bedroom, and the soundproofing in my house is excellent. Chen Yang, don't worry about them. This is our private world. Chen Qingling's love overflowed as she snuggled into Chen Yang's embrace, unable to resist leaning in to kiss his lips. Her red lips were as fiery as the flames, tender and sweet. After a moment of tenderness, they parted. Chen Yang held the lovely girl in his arms and laughed. If your parents found out we were doing this in the room, they'd probably kill me. Hee hee, as long as they don't find out. Chen Qingling giggled. The mischievous nature of the little witch was evident. If your parents knew you were like this, they'd probably beat you to death. Chen Yang said with a scowl. Although he hadn't been in Chen Qingling's home for long, he could already sense the oppressive atmosphere. Chen Qingling had been living in such an environment for years. It was indeed very oppressive. No wonder she had 2 faces. Chen Qingling snorted. Chen Yang, this is just how I act around you. In others' eyes, I'm always the good girl. Really? You don't look like it at all. Chen Yang examined Chen Qingling in his arms. Of course it's true. Chen Qingling blinked her eyes and said earnestly, Chen Yang, before I met you, I was always a good girl. If you hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't have fallen for you. Chen Yang, now you know how lucky you are, right? In front of others, I'm a well-mannered, kind, and gentle girl. Chen Qingling felt a little proud. Chen Yang hugged her tightly and smiled. You're also a gentle and kind girl in front of me. Those words made Chen Qingling feel as sweet as honey inside. Chen Yang, you're so kind. She kissed Chen Yang on the cheek. After chatting for a while, Chen Qingling took Chen Yang to tour her bedroom. Chen Qingling's family was quite well off. Her bedroom was spacious and well furnished, but what stood out most were the various study materials and books scattered everywhere. Chen Yang looked around for a while and asked curiously, why aren't there any Barbie dolls, action figures, or pillows? These should be standard items in a girl's bedroom, shouldn't they? When the topic came up, Chen Qingling's face flashed a hint of sadness as she said, what else could it be? My parents just won't buy them for me. From childhood to now, they've only ever made me study. As for the only form of entertainment, that was... Chen Qingling pointed to the side. Chen Yang looked over and saw a corner of the room filled with musical instruments like a violin, harmonica, and flute. Is that fun? Chen Yang furrowed his brows. Of course it's fun. Chen Qingling laughed. When I was a kid and bored, I used to pass the time with these. Chen Yang, wait a moment. I'll play something for you. Chen Qingling said, then happily ran out of Chen Yang's arms, went to the corner, picked up the violin, and began to play seriously. She played Liang Shanhua and Zhu Tai. The melody was melodious and very pleasant to the ear. Though not professional, it was still quite impressive. After finishing the piece, Chen Qingling looked at Chen Yang with eager anticipation and asked, Chen Yang, what do you think? That was wonderful. Chen Yang didn't hesitate to praise her. Chen Qingling smiled sweetly and burrowed into Chen Yang's arms, like a gentle little kitten. Chen Yang stroked her smooth, long hair and asked, all these years, you've been passing the time with these instruments? Yes. When the topic turned to this, Chen Qingling's mood grew a bit somber as she said, Chen Yang, actually, when I was little, I used to envy others too. They all had good food and fun things to do. But I had nothing, so I had to study all kinds of things every day. It was really tiring back then. Brother Chen Yang. When Chen Qingling spoke of these past events, her tone carried a hint of weariness. Chen Yang continued to stroke her long hair without saying a word. Chen Qingling, however, was reminded of the past and continued, after I finished high school, I was on the verge of breaking down. The pressure was just too much. Chapter 259, Stay? Shen Yang listened quietly. Chen Xingling spoke as if in a dream. I thought that going to university would be a relief, but after I started university, my family imposed an even stricter schedule on me. I had to video call back to the dorm at night, wasn't allowed to date, play games, or engage in too much meaningless socializing, especially not with bad classmates. So, when I first started college, I felt really suppressed and suffocated. During that time, I was always in a bad mood, couldn't muster the energy to do anything, didn't feel like studying, and my grades were poor. When I went home, I was scolded. As she spoke, a tear glistened in Chen Xingling's eyes, as if she had been reminded of unpleasant memories. Then she looked at Chen Yang in front of her, and a joyful smile appeared on her lips. Thank goodness. At that moment, you appeared, Chen Yang. That night, you saved me. I'm truly grateful to you. During that time, I went to find you every day to play, and even though you never grew tired of it, you still stayed with me. It was through spending time with you that I gradually started to come out of my shell. I've also been trying to break free from the rules at home, and it's been quite effective. After my junior and senior years in college, my family stopped interfering much. In any case, Chen Yang, thank you so much. Chen Xingling's face was filled with sweetness as she leaned in and kissed Chen Yang on the lips. When Chen Xingling said this, Chen Yang finally realized why Chen Xingling had been so clingy back then. She wasn't as beautiful as she was now. She was still quite slim, not very well nourished, and didn't have many friends. She was always clinging to Chen Yang, chattering non-stop, quite annoying. Later, Chen Xingling was gradually taken care of and raised properly. Now, not only does she have a great figure, but she's also very attractive. She's truly grown into a beautiful young woman. Chen Yang laughed. Now that you're all grown up, don't you want to buy yourself something nice to treat yourself? No way. Chen Xingling huffed. Chen Yang, I'm not a little girl anymore. Really? Chen Yang laughed. Really? I'm really not a little girl anymore, Chen Xingling said with an innocent expression on her pretty face. But the meaning behind her words was far from innocent. You can't just say that, we have to try it to be sure. Chen Yang said with a smile. Chen Xingling's face flushed slightly as she whispered, then, Chen Yang, are you not planning to leave tonight? I do have that plan, but what about your parents? Chen Yang felt a pang of emotion. He had come to Chen Xingling's house this time specifically to handle important matters and complete the system's task, hadn't he? Chen Xingling, however, giggled and said, Chen Yang, just stay here and relax. I'll handle it. All right. Chen Yang smiled. Chen Xingling blinked her eyes, looking adorable, then stepped out of Chen Yang's arms and left the bedroom. Once outside, Chen Xingling peeked cautiously toward the living room. Sure enough, the living room was empty. At this time, Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqin should be in the bedroom getting ready to take a shower. So, Chen Xingling quickly walked to the door, put Chen Yang's shoes in a hidden corner, then opened the front door and deliberately called out. Chen Yang, take your time. Come visit again next time. Immediately afterward, she closed the door firmly. As she closed the door, Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua had already heard the commotion and quickly came out of the room. Did Chen Yang leave? Chen Guohua asked. Yes, he's gone. Chen Xingling replied with a smile. That's good. Chen Guohua nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Zhang Shuqing walked up, grabbed Chen Xingling's arm and asked, Xingling, what do you think of Chen Yang? He's pretty good. Chen Xingling smiled. What's so good about him? Chen Guohua frowned disapprovingly. Zhang Shuqing also said, Xingling, don't be foolish. You should know what kind of person Chen Yang is. Chen Xingling saw the expressions on Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua's faces and immediately understood what they meant. She quickly changed her expression and laughed. Mom and Dad, I was just joking with you. You took it so seriously. I know exactly what kind of person Chen Yang is. Chen Xingling crossed her legs and sat down on the sofa, laughing. He has no money, no power, no connections, just a bit of good looks. Why would I ever look at him? He's just a dog licking my heels. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Chen Xingling said this while deliberately speaking louder. Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua heard this and immediately smiled approvingly. Guohua, did you see that? I told you our daughter is still very smart. Zhang Shuqing laughed happily. Yes, that's true. Chen Guohua nodded with satisfaction. Then, Zhang Shuqing turned to Chen Xingling and said, Xingling, your idea is very good. You have such good conditions, now don't let that young man deceive you easily. Chapter 260, Little Witch? You're the goddess everyone adores now. Choose carefully. Someone like Chen Yang, don't bring him back here in the future. Zhang Shuqing pleaded earnestly. I understand, Mom. Chen Xingling laughed and said, I'll go back first. With that, she ran back toward the bedroom. Watching Chen Xingling's departing figure, Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua nodded satisfactorily. This was the obedient and well-behaved daughter they had always wanted. However, they also needed to put their plans for Chen Xingling's boyfriend on the agenda. Chen Xingling wasn't a child anymore, it was time to find her a handsome, wealthy boyfriend. Chen Xingling returned to her bedroom. Just as she closed the door, a large hand pressed her against it. Chen Xingling looked up and couldn't help but blush. There stood Chen Yang, his handsome face looming above hers, giving off an air of dominance. What did you just say? Chen Yang asked in a harsh tone. I didn't say anything, Chen Yang. Chen Xingling's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Chen Yang pressed forward relentlessly. Chen Xingling looked even more delicate and said, Chen Yang, I was just lying to my parents. I'm the toad. Really? Chen Yang looked at him intently. Really, Chen Yang? Chen Xingling glanced at Chen Yang timidly. How can you prove it? Chen Yang pressed further. Chen Xingling felt embarrassed, but suddenly, she seemed to think of something and smiled mischievously. I don't want to prove it to you. Chen Yang, you're just a toad. You'll never get to eat this swan meat. Oomph. Chen Xingling broke free from Chen Yang's wall slam and ran to the soft bed, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at Chen Yang with a haughty expression. You filthy rat from the sewer, you dare to defile this goddess who stands above you? Don't even dream about it. Chen Xingling changed her demeanor, and she did indeed have a touch of the spoiled, arrogant young girl about her. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. A little witch is a little witch. She really knows how to play. Immediately, he stepped forward, grabbed Chen Xingling's delicate little hand, threw her onto the bed, and pinned her down. What did you just say? Chen Yang pressed Chen Xingling's hands down onto the bed. Let me go, you beast. You dare not defile me. Chen Xingling struggled violently, her beautiful legs kicking wildly. Oof. Well, I'll see what this goddess tastes like today. Chen Yang's interest was immediately piqued. Without another word, he leaned in and kissed Chen Xingling's lips. Ah, you, scum. Ugh. Time passed. The night ended quickly. The next morning, Zhang Shuqing and Chen Guohua got up, changed into their work clothes, ate breakfast, and were ready to leave. Why is Qingling still sleeping? Chen Guohua furrowed his brows, looking displeased. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Under normal circumstances, if Chen Xingling was at home, she should have gotten up by 8 o'clock to exercise. She was still sleeping today. Xingling. Zhang Shuqing called out to Chen Xingling's bedroom. There was no response. She walked directly to Chen Xingling's bedroom and called out again, Xingling, get up and have breakfast. At that moment, Chen Xingling's weak voice finally came from inside the bedroom. Mom, I'll skip breakfast for now. I don't have class today. I studied until late last night and am feeling a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a while. You all go ahead and eat. Chen Xingling's voice was indeed extremely tired. Zhang Shuqing heard that Chen Xingling had studied until late last night, and she was quite pleased inside, but on the surface, she remained stern and said, loving to study is certainly a good thing. But your health is the most important thing. You can't stay up so late anymore, understand? I understand, Mom. Chen Xingling replied briefly before falling silent. This child is really pushing herself too hard. Zhang Shuqing sat back down. Isn't that exactly what she should be doing? Young people should strive to achieve more. Chen Guohua seemed quite satisfied. Zhang Shuqing thought about it and agreed, so she didn't say anything else and focused on eating. While they were eating, some noise suddenly came from Chen Xingling's bedroom. What is that noise coming from Qingling's room? Chen Guohua asked in confusion. I don't know. Maybe she's dreaming. Zhang Shuqing didn't think much of it. Should we go check? Chen Guohua suggested. No, our daughter has been tired all night. She is finally getting some rest. If we go and disturb her, it'll ruin her sleep, and that won't be good. Zhang Shuqing stopped Chen Guohua. All right. Chen Guohua nodded. In Chen Xingling's bedroom. Chen Yang, you're crazy. My parents aren't even gone yet. Chen Xingling cuddled into Chen Yang's arms, glaring at him fiercely, her pretty face flushed with shyness. Chapter 261, Mission Complete. It's okay, this is a high-end apartment with good soundproofing. Chen Yang smiled. You're such a bad guy. Chen Xingling couldn't help but bite Chen Yang's hand, leaving a faint tooth mark. Chen Yang hugged her even tighter. After cuddling for a while, Chen Xingling's phone, which was lying on the bedside table, suddenly received a message. Chen Xingling extended her delicate white hand, picked up the phone, and said, it's a message from Tao Tao. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, what did she say? Last night, Chen Yang and Chen Xingling had asked Chen Tao about her recent activities during their free time, but she hadn't replied at the time. Now she must have woken up. Chen Xingling glanced at the message and said, she said she has something to do in the morning, so she'll chat later. She's going to her part-time job first. Part-time job? Chen Yang was taken aback. He hadn't heard that Chen Tao was going to take on a part-time job. Chen Xingling suddenly remembered something and said, now that you mention it, I remember. Tao Tao has been very busy lately. I heard she's working as a model at a mall. Is she short on money? Chen Yang furrowed his brows. I don't know about that. Chen Xingling couldn't help but mutter, it's all Chen Yang's fault. After what happened with Tao Tao, he just abandoned her. How heartless. I'm just busy, aren't I? Chen Yang replied casually, then asked, do you know which mall Tao Tao is working at? I know. It's at the Tianqing shopping center next to the university town. An old mall. Chen Qingling replied. All right. Chen Yang nodded and planned to go check it out later. It was about time to get up. Chen Qingling slipped on a thin white shirt, covering her delicate, curvaceous figure, then smiled at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, I'll go prepare breakfast for you. What would you like to eat? Chen Yang looked at the charming Chen Qingling as if recalling something and couldn't help but laugh. You sent me so many breakfast videos. Don't you know what you want to eat? When the topic came up, Chen Qingling's face flushed red and she said, I don't know what you're talking about, Chen Yang. You really don't know? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Chen Qingling's face flushed even redder and she playfully bit Chen Yang's cheek, saying, Enough, enough. I know. After breakfast. Chen Yang bid farewell to Chen Qingling and left the apartment. As he was heading downstairs, he happened to run into Zhang Shuqing coming up the stairs. Chen Yang saw Zhang Shuqing and was immediately taken aback. Zhang Shuqing also froze in place upon seeing Chen Yang. After a moment, Chen Yang finally snapped out of it and smiled, Auntie, good morning. Zhang Shuqing looked at Chen Yang in confusion and asked, Little Chen, what are you doing here? She was quite puzzled, as Chen Yang had left last night. Well. Chen Yang thought for a moment before saying, I left some study materials in Qingling's room last night and came back to get them today. Zhang Shuqing was half believing, half doubting, but there wasn't much else to say. Alright, then go to school quickly. Zhang Shuqing said. Chen Yang hurried downstairs, just as he was about to leave. Chen, wait a moment. Zhang Shuqing suddenly called him back. Auntie, what's wrong? Chen Yang forced a smile. Zhang Shuqing looked at Chen Yang deeply and said, Chen, I know this might sound harsh, but I advise you to give up on Qingling. You and Qingling aren't suited for each other. You two have no chance at all. Don't waste your time, okay? Zhang Shuqing spoke with a touch of sincerity. In her view, there was no possibility between Chen Yang and Chen Qingling, and it was better to make it clear early on for the sake of both parties. Chen Yang was taken aback. If it weren't for last night with Chen Qingling, he would have believed Zhang Shuqing's words. Thus, Chen Yang spoke decisively, Auntie, rest assured. I already know. I've given up. I will never bother Qingling again. Goodbye, Auntie. Chen Yang finished speaking and didn't wait for Zhang Shuqing's response before quickly heading downstairs. Zhang Shuqing watched Chen Yang's departing figure and felt utterly baffled. She had thought Chen Yang would be upset and try to hold her back for a while. But he agreed so decisively. It was really odd. But it was for the best. At least Qingling would have one less problem to deal with. Zhang Shuqing went upstairs happily. Chen Yang came downstairs, got into his Ferrari 812, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This night had been anything but peaceful. At least, the system's task had been completed in the end. Detected that the host successfully completed the intimate task with Chen Qingling. Host successfully obtained rewards, 2 million credits and 2 attribute points. The task reward was decent. 2 million isn't important anymore. The 2 attribute points are still quite crucial. Chapter 262, Xin Tao's Affairs. Chen Yang did not allocate these 2 attribute points to strength but directly added them to endurance. Chen Yang's current strength is already quite substantial, increasing it further wouldn't be very useful. Endurance. That's the most critical factor. After distributing the points, Chen Yang felt a warm current spread throughout his body, and the drained feeling from the previous night vanished instantly. Phew. Much better. Chen Yang smiled slightly. It seems that endurance is far more practical than raw strength. After adding the points, Chen Yang didn't linger. Boom. He started the Ferrari 812 and left the area. Inside the apartment. Chen Qingling was wearing a thin white shirt, her clothes disheveled, her hair messy, lying weakly on the sofa. At that moment. Creak. The sound of the door opening. Chen Qingling said wearily, why did you come back? You wouldn't be thinking of. She tried to continue. Suddenly. She sensed something off about the footsteps behind her, her expression immediately changing as she turned around. Sure enough. It wasn't Chen Yang coming toward her. It was her mother, Zhang Shuqing. Zhang Shuqing asked with a puzzled expression, Qingling, what were you just saying? Why did you come back? What were you thinking? Chen Qingling's face turned pale with surprise. She sat up straight and said, Mom, I was asking you why you went out and came back. Why didn't you go to work? I came back to get a document. Zhang Shuqing replied, then looked Chen Qingling up and down and said, why are you dressed like that? You're all disheveled, and you didn't even bother to fix your hair. What kind of state are you in? I just woke up. Chen Qingling's face flushed. Even if you just woke up, you can't look like this. A girl should have proper manners, do you understand? Zhang Shuqing, dissatisfied, pushed Chen Qingling onto the sofa and began to help her tidy her clothes and comb her hair. I know, Mom. Chen Qingling gave a mischievous smile, seeming to have gotten away with it. While helping Chen Qingling comb her hair, Zhang Shuqing asked, "By the way, did Chen Yang come by again just now?" Chen Qingling's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? How could her mother have seen Chen Yang before? But the little witch was still the little witch, she had seen it all before. Her heart raced, but she remained calm on the surface. Chen Qingling smiled faintly and said, "Yes, Chen Yang just came back. He said he came back to get something, but I think he has ulterior motives." Zhang Shuqing said bluntly, "But don't worry, I've already talked to him. He promised me he won't bother you anymore." "Really? That's great." Chen Qingling appeared joyful on the surface, but her heart was filled with displeasure. Chen Yang wasn't coming to find her. What was she supposed to do now? She would have to take the initiative to find Chen Yang. You can't always be around people like that. "I'll get in touch with your father recently, and we might arrange for some people to meet you together," Zhang Shuqing said. Chen Qingling was even more reluctant. However, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "Mom, actually, I have an even better candidate. He's as handsome as Chen Yang, rich and generous, and a really good person. He's now the boss of a company and drives a Ferrari A12. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuqing's eyes lit up. "There's such an outstanding person pursuing you? Why didn't you mention it sooner? What's his current situation? Can we arrange a meeting?" "Of course we can." Chen Qingling's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she said, "Mom, I'll arrange for you two to meet in a few days. Make sure you're respectful when you meet him. Don't scare away my Prince Charming." "What are you saying?" Zhang Shuqing declared confidently, "Mom won't let you embarrass yourself. I'll make sure he knows that our family is a high-quality family." "No problem. That's great." Chen Qingling giggled, revealing her cute little fangs. Tianjin Shopping Center. Chen Yang drove here. After parking the car, Chen Yang walked straight into the mall. This shopping mall was indeed an old one, with few people and not many shops. Chen Yang walked all the way inside from the main entrance. Soon, he spotted a crowd gathered in the center of the mall, seemingly watching some kind of performance. Chen Yang walked over to take a closer look. There was a stage in the middle, but the performance hadn't started yet. On both sides of the stage were advertising banners. In the center of the banners, Shen Tao, dressed in a beautiful hanfu outfit, stood out prominently. Shen Tao was still in the center position. This must be the place. These people were probably waiting for the performance to start. Chen Yang couldn't find Shen Tao, so he walked toward the backstage. As soon as he approached the backstage area, he heard an angry voice coming from inside. "Do you really think you can just go up there and dance around and make all this money? If you don't wear less, who's going to watch you? I'm telling you, if you don't change out of that outfit today, I won't pay you a single penny for the past few days' wages." It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Following that was Shen Tao's voice, trembling with tears. How could you do this? We agreed I'd only wear hanfu to dance. How could you make me wear this? Why, you're being too harsh." Chapter 263, Shen Tao's Trouble. Chen Yang heard the familiar voice of Shen Tao and couldn't help but grow cold. He immediately stopped what he was doing and hurried inside. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the mall, he spotted Shen Tao at once. At that moment, Shen Tao was dressed in a beautiful hanfu-style palace gown, with meticulously applied makeup, looking like a fairy from ancient times, stunningly beautiful. However, her delicate face was streaked with tears, and she looked both angry and helpless, evoking sympathy. Before her stood a middle-aged man, obese and domineering, berating her with harsh words. "Any job must adapt to market demands. What you wear to dance is also decided by the company. If you don't want to work here, you can leave. There are plenty of others who will take your place. And don't even think about getting paid for the past few days." The middle-aged man looked fierce, and Shen Tao, a delicate university student, had no chance of standing up to him. I. She was so upset she didn't know what to say, crying uncontrollably. "If you want your wages, put this on." The middle-aged man threw a set of extremely revealing traditional Chinese attire at Shen Tao, his tone still as harsh as before. But at that moment, boom! The middle-aged man felt as though someone had kicked him in the butt. He stumbled forward, losing control, and fell heavily to the ground. "Ah!" The middle-aged man rolled around several times, clutching his buttocks, and shouted angrily. Who dared to kick me?" At that moment, Chen Yang also walked out, glaring at the obese middle-aged man with a cold expression and said, "Bullying someone in broad daylight. Kicking you was the least of it." Chen Yang's tone was colder than ever before as he looked down on the middle-aged man. Shen Tao, with tears in her eyes, also saw Chen Yang. All the grievances she had been holding inside burst out in an instant, and she cried out as she rushed toward Chen Yang. "Woo Chen Yang, big brother! Wah!" Shen Tao cried uncontrollably, unable to stop herself. Chen Yang embraced the delicate Shen Tao, patting her back gently and whispering, "It's okay, I'm here." Hearing Chen Yang's words, Shen Tao finally calmed down slightly. However, the middle-aged man on the ground also got to his feet, pointing at Chen Yang and shouting angrily, "Who are you? How dare you come in here and hit someone? I'm calling the police to arrest you." The middle-aged man spoke, then reached for his phone. Chen Yang, however, replied coldly, go ahead and call. I'll kick you, and at most, I'll compensate you a few hundred or 1,000. You hired models without a contract, deceiving students into working for you part-time. You're also threatening and coercing them, withholding their wages, and forcing them to perform soft pornography. I'll see if calling the police sends me inside or sends you inside. Chen Yang's words made the middle-aged man's movements freeze instantly. Indeed. If they really investigated, his problems would be far worse than Chen Yang's. All right. You're a smart kid. But what good does that do? This is my territory. You dare come in here and start a fight. Someone, come here. Hold this kid down. Calling the police didn't scare Chen Yang, so this guy stopped pretending and called for help. 2 security guards immediately walked in, blaring at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, unfazed by the 2 security guards, casually remarked, you 2 guys, making 3 or 4,000 a month, what are you risking your lives for? Chen Yang pulled out 4 thick stacks of red bills from his small bag and continued. I have 40,000 in cash here. Just follow my instructions, and this 40,000 is all yours. The 2 security guards heard this and their eyes lit up. Their monthly salary was indeed only around 3,000, and they had just started working there not long ago. $4,000 meant 2,000 each, enough to cover half a year's wages. They wouldn't have to work for the rest of the year. Really? The lead security guard sounded skeptical. Here is 2,000 for you first. Chen Yang didn't hesitate, tossing 2 stacks of cash at them. The security guard took the thick stacks of cash, counted them carefully, and couldn't help but rejoice. Brother, it's really 2,000. That's great. The other security guard also looked overjoyed. They immediately turned to Chen Yang and said, big brother, just tell us what you want us to do. Chen Yang turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in front of him and sneered, while you were working, this guy must have bullied you quite a bit, right? Upon hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately understood. Don't worry, brother. No problem, we know what to do. The 2 security guards immediately headed toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He never expected Chen Yang to have such a move up his sleeve. $4,000. Just like that. Who is this man? He glared at the 2 security guards and shouted, what are you doing? But the 2 security guards ignored him and walked straight toward him. The middle-aged man was finally scared. His face turned pale, and he turned to look at Chen Yang, immediately cowering like a turtle, and said, brother. I was wrong. Chapter 264, Trouble Resolved. I know I was wrong. Let me go, please let me go. Chen Yang didn't even glance at him, turning instead to Xin Tao and saying, let's go. Okay. Xin Tao snuggled into Chen Yang's arms and nodded. The 2 of them left. Brother, I really know I was wrong. Damn it, you flying pig. Finally, we've found our chance. I'm not going to let you off today. Hit him. Ah! Screams echoed from behind. The middle-aged man was probably in for a beating. Chen Yang naturally left the remaining $2,000 behind. This amount of money was nothing to him. In fact, with his current abilities, dealing with those 2 security guards would have been a piece of cake. But after all, this was still a society governed by the rule of law. Violence was never a good solution. If money could resolve the issue, there was no need to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Besides, the security guards were just lowly workers. There was no need to make things difficult for them. The real culprit was that middle-aged man. However, Chen Yang 1T let this middle-aged man off easily. He'll have Tianma's legal team handle it. Such a menace to students must be dealt with properly. After leaving the mall, Chen Yang took Xin Tao and sat on a bench in the square outside. Xin Tao snuggled into Chen Yang's arms, her eyes still teary, and said nervously, Chen Yang, thank you. If you hadn't come, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Xin Tao was so delicate and fragile. Even now, her small body was still trembling slightly, still shaken by the ordeal. Her fragility was different from Chen Qingling's. Chen Qingling was a little witch. Her fragility was mostly an act to please Chen Yang, but Xin Tao was different. She had always been a soft, delicate, and innocent young woman. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around Xin Tao and asked directly, why did you go to such a place to work part-time? They offered a lot of money, saying that working 3 days would earn me 3,000 yuan. Xin Tao replied weakly. 1,000 yuan a day isn't exactly low. But that's all that guy uses to scam college students. In the end, you probably won't get much. Are you really that short on money? Chen Yang continued to ask. Yeah. Xin Tao nodded. Then why didn't you come to me? Chen Yang looked at Xin Tao's delicate and beautiful face. Xin Tao bit her red lips and whispered, I'm too shy. Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting Xin Tao to react this way. He asked again, why? I didn't know how to start. Xin Tao's face flushed slightly, then she added, and after that day, Chen Yang, you didn't speak to me anymore. I thought it was because I didn't behave well and made Chen Yang brother unhappy. Chen Yang was stunned once more. He never imagined that Xin Tao would think that way. Qingling was right. You're such a silly girl. Chen Yang stroked Shen Tao's smooth, long hair, feeling a touch of tenderness toward her. Shen Tao's innocence was something many girls lacked. So Chen Yang, you're not blaming me, are you? Shen Tao blinked, her beautiful eyes still moist with tears, her pretty face filled with earnestness. Of course not. You're so cute, how could I blame you? Shen Yang couldn't help but smile. That's great. Shen Tao stopped crying and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms again, looking very happy. Alright. Chen Yang patted her on the shoulder and asked, how much money do you need? When the topic came up, Shen Tao carefully calculated. It was roughly around 30,000. It was for school expenses and some money borrowed for software. Not too much. Chen Yang cleared it out effortlessly. This silly girl, such a small amount of money, and she still went out to work part-time. She really is a bit reckless. As for why she couldn't repay the money, it was related to her family situation. However, Shen Tao didn't want to go into details, and Chen Yang didn't press her. If something like this happens again, don't be foolish. Remember to come find me first. Chen Yang instructed. Got it, Chen Yang. Shen Tao's charming face once again broke into a beautiful smile. Then, after a moment's thought, her cheeks flushed and she hesitated before saying, thank you, Chen Yang. After speaking, she kissed Chen Yang on the cheek, quickly pulling away, just a light touch. Even so, her face turned bright red and she blushed shyly. This was the true essence of a young girl, just a single touch, and her shyness was evident. Someone like Chen Xingling, who hugged Chen Yang and kissed him passionately, was an exception among young girls. But how could Chen Yang let such a delicate beauty like Shen Tao slip away? He grabbed Shen Tao and pulled her into his arms, laughing, trying to escape? No way. Chen Yang, there are so many people. Shen Tao's face turned bright red. But the next moment, she couldn't say a word. Ugh. Shen Yang drove the Ferrari A12 to take Shen Tao back to school. When they arrived at the communication university, after the car came to a stop. We're here. Go back and rest for a while. You must be tired after all these days. Chen Yang said to Shen Tao. Chapter 265, Hanfu Shen Tao. All right. Shen Tao nodded. She looked at Chen Yang hesitantly for a moment, then said with a touch of reluctance, Chen Yang, when will you have time to come see me? I really miss you. When Shen Tao said this, she had a touch of a young girl's shyness. Chen Yang understood what she meant and smiled, soon. I'll come visit you as soon as I can. Take care of yourself first. All right. Shen Tao obediently agreed. But Shen Tao didn't get out of the car. Chen Yang looked at Shen Tao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, tugging at the hem of her shirt, her face flushed red. She suddenly said, Chen Yang, do you think I look pretty in Hanfu? Shen Yang finally took a good look at Shen Tao. It must be said that Shen Tao looked very suitable in Hanfu. She had a naturally delicate and refined appearance, exuding an air of delicate elegance. Now, dressed in Hanfu court attire, this quality was amplified to the fullest. At that moment, Shen Tao in her Hanfu attire resembled an ancient princess, absolutely stunning. You look beautiful. Chen Yang praised her. That's good. Shen Tao bit her red lips and said shyly. Chen Yang, you've been so kind to me today. I want to thank you. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, seeming to sense something, and smiled, asking, how do you plan to thank me? Shen Tao bit her red lips, her face flushing red, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind. Outside the Ferrari A12. Zhou Hao happened to be passing by at that moment. Isn't that Chen Ji's car? He recognized Chen Yang's Ferrari A12 at a glance. Chen Gu is here at school again to look for Qingling Sr.? Chen Gu is so rich, yet he's really quite pure-hearted. He's been obsessed with Qingling Sr. all this time, never giving up. I really admire him. I should learn from Chen Gu too. Tao, don't worry. I've already decided you're the one for me. Absolutely not. Zhou Hao imagined a grand scene in his mind and silently encouraged himself. He was determined to learn from Chen Yang and become a true romantic warrior. He must win Shen Tao's heart. Just as Zhou Hao was harboring these thoughts. Suddenly, the door of the Ferrari A12 opened. A stunning figure stepped out of the car. Zhou Hao looked over, expecting to see Chen Xingling, but to his surprise, it was his dream goddess Shen Tao. He was immediately filled with confusion. What's going on? Why is Tao in Chen Ji's car? Zhou Hao walked over. Just then, Shen Tao and Chen Yang were saying goodbye. The passenger door of the Ferrari A12 closed. Tao, why did you get out of Chen Ji's car? Zhou Hao asked in confusion. Zhou Hao's sudden question clearly startled Shen Tao. She instinctively swallowed hard, covered her mouth with a tissue, and whispered. Shen Yang sent me to school. Is that strange? As she spoke, Shen Tao's face flushed bright red, looking rather awkward. No. Zhou Hao scratched his head and laughed. I was just curious. I thought Chen Gu was here to find Qingling Sr. Shen Tao didn't respond to Zhou Hao and instead walked directly into the campus. Tao, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Tao, there's a really good movie coming out. Want to go together? Tao Tao. After parting ways with Shen Tao, Chen Yang headed straight to Tianma Group. Today at noon. There was also an important meeting to attend. It was regarding tonight's event. Upon arriving at the company, Zhou Man was waiting at the entrance as usual. As soon as she saw Chen Yang enter, she immediately approached him. Mr. Chen. Zhou Man smiled broadly. Chen Yang gave her a quick glance. Compared to the previous days, Zhou Man's outfit was different again today. She had changed into a more daring black office uniform paired with black stockings and a body-hugging skirt, which perfectly accentuated her flawless, mature figure. You're getting more beautiful every day. Chen Yang couldn't help but compliment her. Of course I am. Zhou Man smiled sweetly. I'm now your personal assistant, essentially your representative. If I don't dress nicely, wouldn't that make you look bad? This woman really knows how to talk. You seem to have a pretty high acceptance of your role. Chen Yang teased. Being your secretary is an honor for me. I'm thrilled. Zhou Man continued with her social niceties. Enough with the small talk. Let us get down to business. I heard that many people in the company are feeling pretty upset. Chen Yang asked seriously. When the topic turned to this, Zhou Man also grew serious and nodded directly. Yes, Mr. Chen. It's mainly an issue of order. Tonight's event is organized by several major media companies in Shenzhen. It's on a large scale, and many prominent figures from various circles in Shenzhen will be attending. The influence will undoubtedly be significant. Chapter 266, The Meeting. And for this event, our company, Tianma, managed to secure the closing slot after much effort. Many second and third tier celebrities within the company are naturally eyeing it. Everyone wants that closing spot. But now, we've suddenly signed Giraud and given her the closing spot directly, which is bound to cause some dissatisfaction among everyone. Zhou Man explained the situation in detail. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. This was indeed something that could have been anticipated. Giraud's sudden arrival was bound to upset many people in the company. Some opposition was to be expected. However, this was of no use to Chen Yang, whether from an emotional or rational perspective. Giraud was superior to everyone else in the company. After all, she was an S-class talent. These second and third tier employees weren't even worthy of comparison. The two rode the electric cart, moving upward along the path. In the meeting room, all the second and third tier employees of Tianma Group had gathered here. Why does Giraud get to take our positions the moment she joins the company? This isn't fair. Yes, this event is crucial for us at Tianma. Why should Giraud be chosen? Under no circumstances can we let Giraud, a newcomer, take the lead. Exactly. Anyone else can go, but not Giraud. This group of second and third tier employees had already banded together, planning to voice their objections as soon as Chen Yang arrived. They didn't have to wait long. Chen Yang and Zhou Man pushed open the door and entered the meeting room. As soon as Chen Yang entered, the meeting room fell silent. The second and third tier members felt Chen Yang's powerful aura and dared not speak. Chen Yang sat down, glanced at them, and said casually, "If you have anything to say, feel free to speak up." These words were like opening a floodgate. Mr. Chen. Why does Giraud get to make the grand finale appearance? We're not happy. That's right, Giraud doesn't know anything. What qualifies her? Mr. Chen. Giraud is just prettier. This event is crucial for the future of Tianma. Mr. Chen. The chatter erupted once more, all directed at Chen Yang. After listening for a moment, Chen Yang spoke in a cold tone. I understand what you're saying. I just want to ask you one thing. If Giraud doesn't go, who among you will step forward? Chen Yang's calm words left everyone in the meeting room speechless. Yes. If Giraud doesn't go, who will take the final spot? Who among them could take it? Someone spoke up directly. Fang Jia, though her fame has waned in recent years, she was once a second-tier star. She'd be perfect for it. Right, Sister Fang is a good choice. Everyone's words pointed to one person. A woman in a red cheongsam, a beautiful and elegant second-tier female singer, Lan Fangfang. Lan Fangfang didn't say a word, just looking at Chen Yang. Lan Fangfang, do you think you're suitable? Chen Yang asked. I think I'm quite suitable. Lan Fangfang stared directly at Chen Yang, showing no signs of nervousness. Chen Yang smiled and said, alright, then let's talk about you. Lan Fangfang, a classical singer, was a second-tier top star about 6 years ago. She rose to fame across the entire country with her song manhwa. At the peak of her career, she was truly outstanding, with no peers among other second-tier stars. The more Chen Yang spoke, the happier Lan Fangfang became, seeming to genuinely enjoy Chen Yang's praise. However, at this point, Chen Yang suddenly changed the subject, his smile fading as he said, but after you became famous, you didn't strive for improvement. You didn't think about how to enhance your singing skills or release more good songs. Instead, you relied on Lanhua to tour all over the country, holding concerts and making money everywhere. After a few years of going around in circles, you've sung Lanhua to death. The audience has grown tired of it, and your concerts can't even be held anymore. You went to Shenzhen and signed with our small company, Tianma. After signing, not only did you not contribute much to the company, but you started thinking you were once a second-tier artist and everyone else was inferior to you, demanding all the resources. And what happened in the end? It's almost been a year since you signed, and you haven't achieved anything. What gives you the nerve to ask me for resources now? Ha! Chun Yang spoke with growing hostility, his voice growing louder. At this, Lan Fangfang, who had been feeling quite smug moments ago, turned pale and had no idea how to respond. Chen Yang's words had completely exposed her true colors. Indeed. She was no longer the second-tier top star she once was. She had no grounds for arrogance. Seeing Lan Fangfang in this state, Chen Yang knew she couldn't say anything else. He immediately turned to the others and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete for this position?" At that moment, everyone looked at each other, none daring to step forward, clearly stunned by what Chen Yang had just said. Chapter 267, Youth Entertainment Conference. At that moment, everyone looked at each other, none daring to step forward, clearly intimidated by Chen Yang's earlier words. Even Lan Fangfang wasn't qualified, let alone these lowly individuals. But these people weren't giving up. They continued. "No matter what, Lan Ji or any of us are definitely better than Zhiro. Zhiro has no experience at all. She'll just embarrass Tianmai if she goes up there. Mr. Chen, can you guarantee that Zhiro will succeed? We still don't approve." These people still believed they were far superior to Zhirong. But Chen Yang had already conducted individual interviews with all of them, and none of them had been assigned systematic tasks, which speaks volumes. None of them are suitable. Zhirong is indeed much stronger than them. Reality is just that harsh. Talent often determines one's potential, and no amount of effort later on can change that. Moreover, they might not even work as hard as Zhirong. Chen Yang said coldly, "If you truly wanted to seize the opportunity, then you should have done so when the company gave you the chance before. You should have cherished it. Instead of complaining now that the company has gone to great lengths to find someone else." Chen Yang's words left them speechless once again. Then, Chen Yang added another sentence. "As for whether Zhirong can succeed and how successful she'll be, I can assure you of that. At least, it will be far stronger than any of you here." Having said that, Chen Yang stood up from his seat and walked straight out of the meeting room. Zhou Man hurriedly followed him out. Inside the meeting room, only a group of people who had no idea what to say remained. Meanwhile, at the celebrity base. "Thank you, everyone." Zhiro had just finished a rehearsal, bowed to the teachers, and then headed to the restroom, asking her assistant to get her a cup of coffee. She sat down at her seat, feeling extremely tired. However, what was even more mentally draining was the company matter. She was well aware of the intense competition for the headline spot. In truth, she was also plagued by self-doubt, unsure if she could perform well and live up to the company's expectations. Therefore, Zhirong was still torn inside, wondering whether she should voluntarily give up the headline spot and let someone else take the opportunity. Perhaps that was the best choice. While Zhirong was struggling with her decision, her assistant approached her with a smile and said, "Jia, Mr. Chen really cares about you. It's so envy-worthy." "Ha? What do you mean?" Zhiro was puzzled, unsure of what the young assistant meant. The assistant smiled and said, "Jia, you didn't know? Just now, Lan Jia, Zhou Jia, and Zhang Jia went to Mr. Chen to complain about your situation. They wanted to ask Mr. Chen for the closing spot. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to give them such a cold shoulder and just shut down their ideas outright. Moreover, Mr. Chen said that you, Jia, are far superior to them. You're sure to succeed. This incident has already spread throughout the company." The young assistant's words left Zhiro speechless once again. She never expected Chen Yang to do such a thing. Chen Yang actually trusted her so much. At that moment, she felt an indescribable sense of security. It was something she had never experienced before. Back when she was with Chen Yang, she had always been so dazzling that Chen Yang seemed to have no presence at all. But now, everything had changed completely. Zhiro could savor this feeling. Of course, she also knew that Chen Yang hadn't changed. He was still the same Chen Yang, just with money and power now. Zhiro was willing to admit her own vanity. She is not a little girl anymore. She truly can't abandon everything for pure love. However, what she is even more determined about is, she must succeed. She absolutely, positively couldn't let Chen Yang down. She didn't say she wanted to surpass Chen Yang, but at least she wanted to be his equal. At this thought, Zhirong's gaze grew resolute. Xincheng Convention and Exhibition Center. The annual Shenzhen Youth Entertainment Conference was taking place here. Every year, the Shenzhen Youth Entertainment Conference is co-hosted by several local media companies and government officials. Numerous prominent figures from various fields in Shenzhen gather at the event. Many brand representatives and partners also attend the conference, seeking promising young talents for brand collaborations and long-term partnerships. Therefore, this event is an excellent opportunity for newcomers to enhance their visibility. However, participating in the Shenzhen Youth Entertainment Conference does have its requirements. Generally, only artists signed by the major media companies in Shenzhen are eligible to participate, which is the resource advantage these companies can offer. At 8 p.m. The entrance to the Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center is already filled with luxury cars, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Porsches, Maybachs, Lamborghinis, and more, all of them present. Although Shenzhen may not match Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou in terms of cultural heritage or influence. But when it comes to wealth, they are truly incredibly wealthy. Chapter 268, Attending the Conference. Even Chen Yang's Ferrari 812 didn't stand out here. Prominent figures from all walks of life were present, all dressed in their finest attire, exuding confidence and elegance in every gesture. Chen Yang also stepped out of his Ferrari 812. Dressed in a top-notch white suit, he was naturally elegant and dashing. In the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812, a pair of beautiful legs emerged, dressed in a red evening gown and high heels, tall and slender, with a face and stunning beauty. It was Joman getting out of the Ferrari 812. Her makeup had changed again, and she had styled her hair into loose golden curls, no longer wearing her glasses. She exudes a confident, mature aura. It's rare to see someone so versatile. Mr. Chen, this car is really nice. It's so comfortable. Joman couldn't help but linger her gaze on the Ferrari 812. Sitting in such a top-of-the-line supercar, whether it was comfort, attention, or vanity, everything was at its peak. This experience was completely new to her. You're not bad either. Tonight, you'll probably outshine a lot of young celebrities. Chen Yang teased with a smile. Well, Joman felt a touch of pride and said, after all, I'm Mr. Chen's personal assistant. Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much, heading straight toward the convention center. Joman followed closely behind and asked, by the way, Mr. Chen, as your personal assistant, shouldn't I fulfill my duties? What responsibilities? Chen Yang glanced at her. Of course. Joman smiled and said, of course, it's to drive you, Mr. Chen. You must have a lot of luxury cars, right? You won't have to drive anymore. I'll be your driver. Joman was eager to try. Chen Yang really should hire a driver. But looking at Joman like this, she didn't seem like a driver at all. A blonde with big curls going to drive? It would be pretty novel, though. However, Chen Yang shook his head and said, I do need a driver, but you can't be it. You should help me handle company matters instead. Just focus on your duties as my assistant. Joman thought about it and realized she was now effectively filling in for Chen Yang as the general manager, even though there were several deputy managers below her. Still, her daily tasks were indeed quite busy. All right. Well, Mr. Chen, if you ever need a personal assistant in the future, be sure to come find me. Compared to an administrative secretary, I prefer a personal assistant. Chen Yang looked at her again and smiled. The tasks of a personal assistant and an administrative assistant are quite different. Are you sure you want to be a personal assistant? Administrative secretaries handle tasks. Many of them are even men. As for personal assistants, well, that's a whole different ballgame. Joman flipped her long curls and batted her eyelashes, speaking with a hint of seduction. Mr. Chen, it's just a matter of your word. To be honest, Joman, without her glasses, did have a certain allure. She was just too seductive and alluring. We'll talk about it later. Chen Yang didn't bother to think about such things. Currently, Joman's primary task was to help her handle company affairs. Other matters weren't crucial. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the convention center. The receptionist immediately recognized Chen Yang and Joman and ushered them inside. Once inside the convention center, the atmosphere was even more upscale. Tonight's event was a formal dinner. A large hall featured an array of dishes and pastries at the center, with waitstaff moving back and forth carrying glasses of champagne and red wine. Prominent figures from various fields gathered in small groups, chatting and mingling, creating a lively atmosphere. Once inside the venue, Joman began her duties as Chen Yang's administrative assistant, helping him handle various matters related to the upcoming performance by Tianma Group. Chen Yang, on the other hand, had little to do. As the newly appointed general manager of Tianma Group, he was not well known in the industry and had few acquaintances. Therefore, no one approached him to strike up a conversation. Chen Yang didn't mind being alone, was actually quite peaceful. He found a corner seat, took out his phone, and decided to check it. As soon as he opened WeChat, a string of messages came in. Brother-in-law, what should I do? I have something to do tonight and can't attend my sister's party. 55, I want to be able to see my sister's big moment. I'm so upset. Brother-in-law, you have to record it. I want to see it. Jamumu's messages kept coming in one after another. Chen Yang just smiled. He hadn't planned to invite Jamumu over tonight anyway. After all, it wasn't a major event, it was just an internal activity for an entertainment company. Jamumu wasn't even part of the entertainment company, so it didn't matter whether she came or not. I'll take a photo and send it to her later. After exchanging a few simple messages with Jamumu, Chen Yang suddenly received a video. It was actually sent by Li Wei. Upon opening the video was filmed in a spacious living room. Li Wei, wearing a purple silk nightgown, looked mature and sexy. She was currently overjoyed, holding her phone and walking around the living room. Chapter 269, Su Jing is here again? Mr. Chen. Take a look. This is my new home in Shenzhen. The balcony is pretty big, isn't it? The natural light is great during the day. The living room is also very spacious, and the sofa is so soft. And there's more a walk-in closet. This is amazing. I never even dared to dream of something like this before. You can also see the night view of Shenzhen from here. Li Wei was filming the scenes inside the apartment for Chen Yang, as excited as a little girl, sharing her joy. Moving out of that cramped, dark place was Li Wei's ultimate dream. Today, it had finally come true. At the end of the video, Li Wei lay on the soft, comfortable bed and said to Chen Yang, "Mr. Chen, I can't thank you enough. I don't know how to repay you. From now on, please rest assured, Mr. Chen. I will follow your every word with all my heart. You've given me a second chance at life. I will always remember this." The video ends here. Li Wei, who had once been such a sensitive and fragile girl, had transformed into the person she is now, and Chen Yang was quite pleased with that. But then again, after finishing up with Jiro's matters, Li Wei should be ready to start filming new videos soon. I really need to go see her tomorrow. There's still one video idea left that hasn't been used yet. As Chen Yang was thinking about these things, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Chen Yang?" Chen Yang heard this and paused for a moment before turning to look. It was none other than Jiro's best friend, Su Jing. Su Jing had also dressed up for the event, wearing a white evening gown that highlighted her tall, elegant figure. Beside her stood a handsome young man, none other than Su Jing's boyfriend, Yang Feng. Su Jing? Chen Yang stared at the other person for a moment before finally remembering. Su Jing was utterly surprised and asked, "It's really you? How did you end up here?" Clearly, she was very puzzled. The requirements for this event were extremely high. Su Jing was only able to participate because of Yang Feng's connections. How had Chen Yang, who had no connections whatsoever, managed to get in? "Can't I join?" Chen Yang's smile carried a hint of mockery. Not exactly. Su Jing didn't know how to respond. Yang Feng, standing nearby, chuckled. "It's probably because of Jiro's connections. That's not unusual." Su Jing nodded. That was the only reasonable explanation. Yang Feng smiled again and said, "Chen Yang, we don't have a seat either. Why don't we sit together? You don't mind, do you?" Yang Feng considered himself a former rival of Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, had never given him a second thought, even back when Yang Feng was indeed wealthy and pursued Jiro with great intensity. But Chen Yang had always believed in Jiro and would never like Yang Feng, let alone consider him a rival. "Sit down," Chen Yang said indifferently. Yang Feng and Su Jing sat down, and the two of them only chatted briefly with Chen Yang before going back to their own conversations. Chen Yang was just playing with his phone. After a while, it seemed like someone Yang Feng knew had arrived. Yang Feng held a glass of champagne and approached the person to strike up a conversation, his elite demeanor evident at that moment. "Chen Yang." While Chen Yang was engrossed in his phone, Su Jing's voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Chen Yang turned to look at her, confused, and asked, "Huh? What's wrong? Do you know where the gap between you and Ro lies?" Su Jing looked at Chen Yang seriously. Chen Yang was puzzled and replied, "I don't know." Su Jing continued, "Tonight's event will be attended by prominent figures from all walks of life. Look around, every person here represents countless opportunities if you get to know them. Yet you choose to stay here playing with your phone instead of trying to network. You really leave me speechless." Su Jing's tone was tinged with frustration, as if she felt disappointed in Chen Yang. Chen Yang thought she was talking about something else and laughed. "There are plenty of people sitting around playing with their phones. What's so special about that?" Indeed. There were many people in the venue sitting and playing with their phones, but their status was different. They were all big shots, they didn't need to engage in such pointless socializing. Could Chen Yang be the same? "You still don't get it, Chen Yang." Su Jing didn't want to say too much, lest she be accused of meddling in others' affairs. Chen Yang leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Is there a possibility that, in your eyes, this is an endless opportunity, but in my eyes, it's nothing at all?" Su Jing had nothing to say and spread her hands. "All right. You win. I have nothing to say." She was completely at a loss now. She had once thought Chen Yang was pretty ambitious, but now even his only virtue was gone. Meanwhile, Su Jing looked at her boyfriend Yang Feng, who was chatting and laughing with all the big shots, and felt even more impressed by him. Compared to him, Yang Feng was so much better than Chen Yang. This time, her judgment was truly spot on. Soon, Yang Feng gathered a few friends and sat down at Chen Yang's table. Chapter 270, Tianma Strength. All right. The only moment of peace was gone. Yang Feng, Su Jing, and their friends chatted and laughed, paying no attention to Chen Yang. Soon, tonight's event officially began. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the spotlight focused on the stage. A man and a woman, two elegantly dressed hosts, walked onto the central stage. "Thank you all for joining us tonight at our annual Shenzhen Youth Entertainment Conference." After all, it was a relatively formal platform. The host spoke for a few minutes, then invited some officials to the stage to deliver their opening remarks. Only then did the event officially begin. The first performance of the evening is an original independent song by Ms. Zhang Huayu. Please give her a warm round of applause. Loud applause erupted. A tall, beautiful woman dressed in a black evening gown walked onto the stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Huayu from Launcher Media, and tonight I'll be performing my original independent songyu. I hope you all enjoy it. After Zhang Huayu finished speaking, the lights in the hall gradually softened and the background music began to play. Zhang Huayu began to sing with deep emotion. It must be said that Zhang Huayu's vocal skills are truly impressive. Singing an original independent song, her voice was beautiful and moving, making it a wonderful start to tonight's event. The song came to an end. Applause erupted once more. Yang Feng's friends, who were sitting at the same table as Chen Yang, were already buzzing with discussion. Zhang Huayu was still performing consistently well. This opening act will probably boost her popularity even more. She'll likely secure more brand endorsements and collaborations in the future. After all, she's the face of Launcher. I heard that Launcher plans to promote Zhang Huayu to the first tier this year. I wonder if they'll succeed. We'll have to wait and see. If Launcher really manages to produce a top-tier artist, their market value might see a significant boost. These people had some insider knowledge of the Shenzhen entertainment industry and were chatting freely. Chen Yang didn't interrupt and continued to enjoy the performance on stage. After Launcher's performance, next up were the other entertainment companies. Tianhua, Bonghai, Zhozhou, Jinqing. The four entertainment companies took turns performing, each with their own lineup of singers, and the performances were all quite impressive. Among them, Tianhua's singer stood out exceptionally, and negotiations with the collaborating party began on the spot. Finally, it was Tianma's turn. The first performer from Tianma was Lan Fangfang. Lan Fangfang wore a light green cheongsam, with an impeccable figure and a striking appearance. She walked onto the stage and smiled at the crowd, saying, "Hello everyone. I am Lan Fangfang, and I'm sure you've all heard my name before. I recently signed with Tianma just a few months ago. This is my first time performing at such an event. The song I'm about to sing is Autumn, which I composed in my personal studio. I hope you'll all support me." Lan Fangfang was quite composed and confident, showing no signs of nervousness. The song she sang this time wasn't the same one she'd sung a million times before, Lanyue. Unfortunately, it wasn't very effective. The effect of Autumn was even worse than Lanyue. The rhythm was flat throughout the song, and no matter how much effort Lan Fangfang put into it, it had no impact. It seems that she's been singing Lanyue all along, and it's not because she's giving up. Still, it could be considered a pass, albeit a barely passing one. At least there were no mistakes. After Lan Fangfang's performance, the audience still applauded enthusiastically. However, the crowd on Chen Yang's side began to discuss it. Is this really the top performer from Tianma? She's so mediocre. Yeah, compared to the major media companies before, it's way too far behind. Tianma is really on the decline. If even the top performer is like this, there's no point in even thinking about the others. Lan Fangfang's performance was the worst among these companies. However, upon hearing everyone's comments, Su Jing spoke up, Tianma will have better performances. Everyone can look forward to it later. Really? Usually, the first-time performers are just window dressing. Or they're saved for the grand finale. But with Tianma's current strength, they probably can't even be the finale, right? Tianma probably doesn't have any good contestants left. Some people still expressed doubt. Su Jing didn't know what to say. Tianma didn't schedule Zhiro for the first match, which means she's still not as good as Lan Fangfang. So, Zhiro might really not be as good as others. But Su Jing didn't know how to respond. Chen Yang, standing beside her, said calmly, "There are indeed better ones, better than all the previous ones." "How do you know?" Only then did anyone notice Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't say anything, but Yang Feng already laughed and said, "He's Chen Yang, a friend of mine who currently works at Tianma Group." The fact that Chen Yang worked at Tianma Group was already known to many people. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding and laughed. Alright, then we'll look forward to it. Let's see what kind of person is better than the previous contestants. Does Tianma really have such a person? I'm not very convinced. Chapter 271, Taking the Stage? Let us keep watching. Everyone was also half believing, half doubting what Chen Yang had said. Chen Yang didn't bother to continue the conversation with them. The performance on stage continued. Several major media companies brought out more performers, but the results were all pretty lackluster. People didn't even pay much attention anymore, treating it as background music while chatting about their own affairs. These mid-tier contestants were mostly just there to fill in the gaps. The performances continued round after round, and it was clear that the end was near. "The talented contestant you mentioned, Tianma, hasn't appeared yet, has he?" Yang Feng's friend said with a hint of mockery. Yang Feng furrowed his brows, unsure of the situation. Logically speaking, Zhiro should have appeared earlier. Didn't she get the chance? Su Jing looked at Chen Yang with concern and asked, "Chen Yang, aren't you an insider? Why hasn't Rong appeared yet?" "Don't worry, she hasn't come out yet," Chen Yang said casually. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Su Jing didn't feel reassured. Instead, she grew even more anxious and said, "Chen Yang, are you really in the know? Does Shiro actually have the qualifications to perform today? Is she being targeted again?" Su Jing was well aware of Ro's past experiences. It doesn't matter. In the entertainment industry, you hit walls everywhere, and anything can happen. Chen Yang smiled indifferently. With me here, who could target her? This statement left Yang Feng and Su Jing both speechless. What nonsense was Chen Yang talking about? With him around, Shiro wouldn't be targeted at Tianma? That's ridiculous. Chen Yang, just an ordinary office worker, could protect Shiro? And he's saying it with such confidence. He's making it sound like it's the truth. He hasn't changed a bit. Su Jing rolled her eyes and didn't continue the conversation with Chen Yang. A while later, suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wow, look over here. That woman is so beautiful." Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, a sexy woman wearing high heels, a red evening gown, and golden curly hair walked toward them from the front. She's indeed very beautiful, even more so than the ones on stage. Yeah, she seems to be coming this way. Be bold and invite her over for a drink. I'll give it a try. Yang Feng's friends straightened their suits, held their champagne glasses, and waited for the woman in the red evening gown to approach so they could strike up a conversation. Moments later, the woman in the red evening gown indeed walked over to their side. "Miss, would you like to have a drink?" The most handsome-looking one stood up and extended the invitation. However, the woman in the red evening gown simply smiled and declined. "I'm sorry, I'm busy. I'm here to find someone." Looking for someone? Everyone was a bit surprised. There was only their table in the corner. Who could the beauty be looking for? However, they soon understood. The woman in the red evening gown walked up to Chen Yang and called out, "Mr. Chen, I need to talk to you." Chen Yang was leaning back in his chair playing with his phone when he heard her and looked up. The woman in the red evening gown was none other than Zhou Man. He asked directly, "What's the matter?" Zhou Man said, "After Miss Xia finishes her performance, the organizers would like to invite you to come up on stage." Go on stage? Chen Yang furrowed his brows, not expecting such a thing. However, he didn't mind. Taking this opportunity to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry of Shenzhen was also a good choice. Got it. Chen Yang nodded. I'll go handle some things then. Bye. Zhou Man seemed to notice the astonished glances from those around her. She deliberately blew Chen Yang a kiss, then swayed her slender waist and walked away gracefully. To be honest, Zhou Man in her red high heels, with her blonde curly hair, and giving a flying kiss, did have a certain European-style sexy goddess vibe. She was quite alluring. Meanwhile, the others at the table, Yang Feng, Su Jing, and their friends were all stunned into silence. They never expected that the blonde with the big curls was actually there for Chen Yang. And this blonde bombshell and Chen Yang seemed pretty close. Actually, in their eyes, Chen Yang had been pretty unremarkable until now. Now they were finally re-evaluating him. Chen Yang wasn't as simple as he seemed. The most surprised among them were Su Jing and Yang Feng. They both know Chen Yang inside out, and the fact that he's here is already enough to surprise them. Now that Chen Yang actually knows such a fiery beauty, it's somewhat overturning their perception of him. The beautiful woman just now, was she called Chen Yang, the CEO? Su Jing whispered to Yang Feng in disbelief. Yes, although the music was a bit loud just now, I think I heard it too. Yang Feng nodded in agreement. Could Chen Yang really have succeeded? Su Jing couldn't believe it. If Chen Yang really succeeded, she would be completely humiliated. After all, over the years, she hadn't hesitated to speak ill of Chen Yang in front of Shiro and had even urged Shiro to break up with him. Chapter 272, The Final Singer. Now, Shiro and Chen Yang had really broken up. If Chen Yang managed to make a comeback, she would be the laughingstock in front of both Chen Yang and Shiro. That can't be. You must have heard wrong. It can't be that easy to succeed. Yang Feng didn't believe it either and tried to comfort her. Su Jing thought about it too. In today's society, without money, power, or connections, how could an ordinary office worker possibly succeed? It must be wishful thinking. After the brief interruption, everyone's attention returned to the stage. A few more rounds passed. It was almost over. The host on stage announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's performance has reached its final stage and is now entering the climax. Next up is our grand finale act. This is a mysterious singer whom you may have never seen before. But tonight, she will captivate everyone with her voice." As the host finished speaking, the crowd below couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. The headliner singer? We've never seen her before? How is that possible? Yeah, the headliner is usually from one of the major media companies, right? How could we not have seen her before? Now that I think about it, all the well-known contestants from the major media companies seem to have already performed. There's no one left. Then tonight's finale might be interesting. Who could it be? Everyone's gaze turned toward the stage, filled with anticipation. It seems like the contestants you were talking about really want to be performing. Yang Feng's friend said with a smile. It's already the finale, and they still haven't come on stage. That means they definitely won't get a chance. Su Jing was already getting anxious. This time, Jiro was probably really in trouble. She looked at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, didn't you say that as long as you're here, Rong Rong wouldn't be targeted? What about now? She can't even get on stage? She dared not even think about Jiro being the finale act. After all, Jiro was just a newcomer. But Chen Yang smiled and said, don't worry, it's just. Is she here yet? Chen Yang's gaze turned toward the stage. Su Jing heard this and froze for a moment as if she had realized something. Her expression changed slightly. Could it be, really? She also instantly looked toward the stage, her eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, boom! The spotlights on the stage went out. All the lights in the venue went out at that moment. The entire scene fell into complete silence, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for the final singer to appear. On one side of the stage, Jerome, already dressed in a stunning blue diamond princess gown, crowned with a crown, exuding a powerful aura and exceptional elegance, stood at the spot where she was about to take the stage. She looked down at the darkness below, but it seemed as though she could see countless pairs of eyes. She closed her eyes, and words echoed in her mind. What good is beauty? The lower class will always remain the lower class, it can never change. You're just a beggar with nothing but your looks. What are you trying to pull here? If you don't stay with me, you'll never amount to anything in your life. Jerome, why are you so stubborn? Choosing Shenyang isn't true love, it's just wasting your life and your future. Jiro, your dreams are too far-fetched. They're impossible to achieve. These are dreams that ordinary people like us can never attain. Give up. Jiro. After the last words fell, Jiro suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with nothing but determination. An unprecedented resolve. In that moment, all her tension seemed to vanish completely. At that moment, she had only one belief. She must succeed at all costs. Jerome must fulfill her dream. With this thought in mind, Jiro quickly walked onto the stage and stood before the microphone. In the silent darkness, a melodious voice began to sing. I haven't had a chance to truly feel it. The climate where snowflakes bloom. Trembling together, we'll understand more. What is tenderness? This time, Jiro's performance was even more profound, with even more emotion poured into it. And they also switched to a more familiar song, Red Bean. Just the first few lines of this heavenly voice were enough to stir the emotions of everyone present. Everyone was completely immersed in the song. It felt as though they could truly sense the years of frustration and despair that Jiro had endured. Immediately afterward, the stage lights came on, and the spotlight shone alone on Jiro. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, innate elegance, nearly perfect figure, and elegant attire instantly left everyone in the audience completely speechless. Setting aside her singing skills for now, Jiro's beauty alone was enough to outshine everyone who had come before her. All eyes were fixed on Jiro. She sang her solo piece with deep emotion. We haven't held hands yet. Walking through barren sand dunes. Maybe from now on. Learn to cherish eternal love. Jerome delivered a stunning performance, starting strong and ending even stronger. A perfect opening, gradually building up to a climax, with the voice becoming more moving and the emotions more intense as it goes on, making it even more emotionally resonant. Chapter 273, Chen Yan? Mr. Chen. Everyone was completely captivated by Jiro's music. In a daze, the song had already reached its conclusion. Until the scenery is all seen. Perhaps you'll stay by my side as the water flows gently. As the final two lines fell, the entire venue fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone seemed to be completely captivated by the song, unable to tear themselves away. Even Jiro herself, in a moment of daze, said, Hello, everyone. I am Jiro, the newly signed singer of Tianma Media. This is my first stage performance, so there may be many mistakes. I hope you will forgive me. Jiro bowed to the crowd. She also looked down at everyone present. She felt nervous, unsure of how she would sing. The complete silence in the hall only made her tension spread throughout her body once again. However, she spotted Chen Yang sitting in the corner, and an indescribable sense of security instantly enveloped her. At that moment, Chen Yang also gave Jiro a warm smile and waved his hands. Snap! Snap! Clap! Chen Yang was the first to clap his hands. The applause echoed throughout the entire hall. The next second, everyone seemed to snap out of it, coming back to their senses and beginning to clap. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of clapping continued to echo. Soon, cheers followed. Wow, wow, wow. That was perfect. This is the best song I've heard all night. That was incredible. Both the rhythm and melody completely outshone everyone else. And the most terrifying part is that this Shamis isn't just about her voice, her looks are also super high. She is truly a goddess-level beauty. My goodness, I thought Tianma had already declined, but I never expected them to have such a powerful newcomer hiding in the shadows. I can already see a Jiro's name will echo throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Countless praises poured in like a tidal wave. Jiro's debut performance was nothing short of explosive. After enduring a night of mediocre singers, the crowd was treated to this game-changing performance. How could they not go wild? Listening to the cheers below and feeling the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the heavy weight that had been pressing down on Jerome's heart finally lifted. A sense of unprecedented joy surged through her entire body. She had succeeded. She had truly succeeded. Chen Yang. Did you see that? I didn't let you down. I really did it. At that moment, even the incredibly strong Jerome nearly burst into tears on stage. The years of pent-up grievances she had been holding back, she wanted to vent them all out. But she couldn't do that. She knew that from this moment onward, she was no longer an individual. Everything she did was now tied to the Tenma group. She had to maintain her public image and could no longer act on impulse. Her life was finally about to undergo a complete transformation. Below, Su Jing, Yang Feng, and the others, seeing Zhiro, who was the center of everyone's attention, were naturally thrilled beyond words. No wonder she is called Rong Rong, she is so strong. I really didn't misjudge you. Su Jing was on the verge of tears. She's truly a goddess-level figure. Yang Feng stared at Zhiro, completely mesmerized. Although he was now fully committed to Su Jing, he still felt a deep sense of regret. To be honest, Zhiro was far superior to Su Jing. Alas, the king of Xiang had his dreams, but the goddess was indifferent. At that moment, he looked at Chen Yang, his eyes filled with intense jealousy. Chen Yang was just an ordinary guy, a bit good-looking, but how could he be with Zhiro, this goddess? It's just not fair. Even Su Jing looked at Jerome on stage with admiration and said, Chen Yang, did you see that? After breaking up with you, Ro has finally found the right path in life. Chen Yang, the gap between you and Ro will only grow wider. I'm not looking down on you, nor am I mocking you. It's just the truth. Su Jing spoke in a condescending tone, as if she had already decided Chen Yang's life limit. Oh? Is that so? Chen Yang merely smiled indifferently, refusing to argue. Because he no longer needed to. At that moment, the host walked onto the stage and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all witnessed the extraordinary charm of Miss Xia. And the reason Miss Xu is able to stand on this stage today is because she overcame numerous challenges, and naturally, there are those who have supported her behind the scenes. The person standing behind Miss Xia is also the young star of this entertainment youth conference. The newly appointed general manager of Tianma Group. Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. The hostess' loud shout echoed throughout the venue. Many people didn't know who Chen Yang was and began to whisper among themselves. Yang Feng and Su Jing, however, were so shocked they couldn't utter a word. Chen Yang? Mr. Chen? Could the host be referring to? They couldn't believe it. Chapter 274, the conference ends. But whether they believed it or not, the facts were unfolding before their eyes. The spotlight swept across the crowd in the hall. Finally, they landed on Chen Yang. Everyone's gaze turned toward Chen Yang, all eyes on him. Facing the stares of the crowd, Chen Yang remained utterly composed. He stood up from his seat and walked straight toward the stage. Zhiro watched Chen Yang approach her, standing together under the spotlight. In that moment, she felt as though she were in a dream. Something she had never dared to imagine had actually come true. She and Chen Yang had truly reached this point. What followed was mostly routine. After Chen Yang delivered a speech on stage and made an appearance before the crowd, he stepped down. Tonight, most of the attention was still focused on Zhiro. One after another, brand companies and partners approached Zhiro, seeking to establish direct partnerships with her. Chen Yang returned to his original seat, glanced at Yang Feng and Su Jing, and sat down. These few were still in a state of shock. Especially Su Jing and Yang Feng, who couldn't utter a single word, staring at Chen Yang as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Weren't we just having a good time? Why aren't you talking anymore? Chen Yang took a slice of watermelon, ate it while watching them with interest. Chen Yang's words left Su Jing and Yang Feng feeling utterly embarrassed. Thinking back to the things they had mocked Chen Yang about earlier, their faces flushed red, as if they had been slapped in the face. So, does that mean Ro was talking about being taken advantage of? So that's what she meant. Su Jing also realized what he meant. It turned out that Zhiro had been talking about Chen Yang all along. No wonder she suddenly agreed to those unwritten rules. Su Jing had thought Zhiro had really changed. Probably. Chen Yang didn't know how Zhiro had explained it to Su Jing, what unwritten rules, all that nonsense. Yang Feng was also shocked and said, "Did you also take Ro to the cloud? You guys know about that too?" Chen Yang smiled. His response effectively confirmed everything. The Mr. Chen mentioned by Zhiro was none other than Chen Yang. At that moment, Yang Feng and Su Qing looked at each other, completely at a loss for words. At the same time, many others gathered around. "Mr. Chen, I didn't notice you earlier. I really underestimated you. Yes, Mr. Chen is so handsome. Let's have a drink. Mr. Chen, achieving so much at such a young age is truly inspiring. Mr. Chen." Flattering remarks echoed all around. After tonight, not only will Zhiro become famous in Shenzhen, but Chen Yang's name will also make waves in the Shenzhen entertainment. Su Jing and Yang Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After the program ended, the evening event gradually came to a close. Everyone left one after another. Jiro went to remove her makeup. Chen Yang waited outside for a moment. He was going to send Jiro home. While waiting, Jo Man, with her blonde curly hair, wearing a red evening gown and red high heels, emerged from the venue. I'm so tired, so tired. Mr. Chen, I thought I was here to attend a banquet, but it turns out I'm just here to work like a horse. I should have known better than to wear high heels. Jo Man was complaining non-stop. Chen Yang wasn't handling any matters related to Tianma Group inside the venue. Most of the tasks had been delegated to Jo Man. As a result, Jo Man was running around all night, working tirelessly, and the blonde with the big curls was completely exhausted, with no time to rest at all. You've worked hard. Chen Yang gave her a warm smile. You must be exhausted. Jo Man's pretty face was filled with exhaustion, but she smiled and said, only the passenger seat of your Ferrari A12 can relieve my fatigue. Chen Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. Not tonight. What? Jo Man looked disappointed, but she still smiled and said, that's okay, I'll take a taxi home. Jo Man had been brought there by Chen Yang. Most of the company cars had already left, so she had no choice but to take a taxi. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, no need. I've arranged a car for you. What kind of car? Jo Man blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. You'll see when you get there. Chen Yang handed Jo Man a set of keys. Jo Man took the keys and turned them. In an instant, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked by the roadside lit up its headlights. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class? Jo Man covered her mouth, her pretty face filled with astonishment. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class is a genuine luxury car, with a base price of over $1 million. Was this the car Chen Yang had prepared? Mr. Chen, are you really letting me drive? She still couldn't believe it. Chen Yang smiled, yes, it's a company-provided car. You're my administrative assistant, aren't you? You also represent my image. You can't be taking taxis for business trips, can you? Chapter 275, it's finally done. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Jo Man's joy reached its peak. She never would have dreamed that, as an ordinary office worker, she would one day get to ride in such a top-of-the-line luxury car. It was like a dream come true, utterly unbelievable. After a moment of surprise, Jo Man came to her senses and looked at Chen Yang. Thank you, Mr. Chen. She couldn't help but embrace Chen Yang. Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting Jo Man to do such a thing, but he didn't mind. He gently embraced her slender waist. Mr. Chen, rest assured. I will work hard from now on. The once tired Jo Man was now brimming with determination. Her golden curly hair added to her elegant demeanor, giving her a touch of Western charm. However, after speaking, Jo Man quickly stepped out of Chen Yang's embrace. She swayed her hips, clicked her red high heels, and smiled at Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, I'll be going now. See you later, bye. Bye. The blonde with the big curls left behind a beautiful silhouette. The two parted ways. Jo Man got into the Mercedes-Benz S-Class and drove away gradually. Chen Yang didn't linger either, walking toward the exit. When he reached the intersection outside the convention center, a woman in a blue diamond pattern princess dress, wearing a golden crown, with an exquisite face and impeccable manners, stood by a limousine on the side of the road. She had been smiling and chatting with the staff inside the limousine. But when she turned her head and saw Chen Yang approaching, she paused for a moment, then her emotions seemed to stir. She lifted the hem of her long dress and hurried over. Chen Yang. Jerome, wearing a blue diamond princess dress, held the hem of her skirt as she ran toward him. She looked as though she were wearing a wedding dress, rushing toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang was momentarily dazed. Jiro seemed to want to throw herself into Chen Yang's arms as she had once done, but when she reached him, her feet stopped involuntarily. She bit her red lips, gazing at Chen Yang. The usually unyielding woman now had tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Clearly, she had restrained herself. She knew she couldn't be like she used to be. But she couldn't suppress the joy and excitement in her heart. Looking at Chen Yang, she said, Chen Yang. I finally did it. I haven't let you down. I didn't waste your opportunity either. I did it. Really. I did it. As Jiro spoke these words, tears finally began to flow uncontrollably. Two clear tears slowly trickled down the corners of her eyes, making her stunningly beautiful face, bathed in moonlight, radiate in exquisite, shattered beauty. She had waited for this moment for far too long. She had dreamed countless times of standing on stage, bathed in the spotlight of thousands. But it had always been just a dream. And now, she had finally achieved it. All the years of dreams and all the years of hardship were finally released in that moment. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you crying? Looking at the stunningly beautiful Jiro before him, Chen Yang was also moved. He smiled and reached out his hand. Isn't it great that you did it? Why are you crying? He gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Jirone's eyes. Jerome didn't know what to say. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and eventually she couldn't hold back any longer, throwing herself into Chun Yang's arms. I'm so happy. Woo woo. I'm really so happy. Jiro clung tightly to Chen Yang, crying so hard her tears fell like rain, looking pitiful and helpless. Chen Yang was startled and instinctively reached out to embrace Jiro. The familiar sensation returned. It was deeply moving. It's okay, this is just the beginning. The stage that belongs to you will be much bigger in the future. Chen Yang patted Jiro's back and spoke softly. Jiro responded, but she continued to cry unceasingly. Jiro and Jamumu were, after all, biological sisters. Though Jiro appeared much stronger on the surface, she was still a woman made of water, and when she cried, it was like a dam breaking, impossible to stop. However, this vulnerable side of Jiro was far more endearing than her usual self. Inside the Ferrari 812. Jiro had already changed into a simple casual outfit, wearing a blue sweater on top and short shorts underneath, with her snow-white legs peeking out from beneath the sweater. In this outfit, Jiro exudes the essence of a modern urban woman. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Jiro had calmed down from her excitement, her face slightly flushed, and she spoke with a touch of apology. It wasn't that bad. It was nice. After all these years, we've finally made it this far. It's definitely worth celebrating. Chen Yang said with a smile. Yes, it's definitely worth celebrating, but this is just the beginning. When the topic turned to this, Jiro's beautiful eyes grew slightly somber as she said, I wonder how far we'll ultimately be able to go. The entertainment industry is just too complicated. Chapter 276, Reunion of Best Friends. Whether it was Chen Yang or Jiro, they were both just getting started. The path ahead remains uncertain. Chen Yang, however, didn't give it a second thought, smiling indifferently and saying, what's the big deal? As long as we work hard, we'll succeed eventually. That's nonsense. The reason Chen Yang was so confident. Of course, it's because he had the system. In the face of the system, the entertainment industry was nothing but child's play. You've really changed a lot since before, Jiro couldn't help but laugh. You never believed in any of this before. That was then. Chen Yang smiled without responding. With the right skills and effort, success comes easily. You've changed a lot too. The Jiro of the past was much more confident than you are now. Jiro paused for a moment before forcing a bitter smile. What good is confidence? Without you, I'd still be nothing. But I'm here now, aren't I? Chen Yang replied directly. Jiro heard this, her lips curled upward, and she couldn't help but smile. That's right. Without Chen Yang, she, Jiro, might have found it extremely difficult to succeed. But now, Chen Yang is here, isn't he? Perhaps she could truly carve out her own path in the entertainment industry. A Ferrari 812 was slowly making its way through the streets of Shenzhen. After driving for a while, Jiro suddenly seemed to see something and pointed ahead, smiling, Chen Yang, drive over there. Why? Chen Yang was a bit confused. He followed Jiro's gaze. Upon seeing it, he finally understood what Jiro meant, as there was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked on the road ahead. Beside the G-Class stood two people. One was the tall and slender Su Jing, and the other was young Feng, who was smoking. Best friends reunited, you can't take me over there to check it out? Jiro said with a smile. Chen Yang knew Jiro's little thoughts and laughed. Alright, let's go take a look. Boom! The Ferrari 812 drove toward where Su Jing and young Feng were standing. Young Feng was leaning against the car, smoking, feeling a bit down. Jingjing, what's the deal with this Chen Yang? How did he suddenly become so powerful? He couldn't figure it out. Who knows? Su Jing shook her head and said, I also think it's too exaggerated. Compared to before, it's like he's become a completely different person. Young Feng took a drag on his cigarette and said, losing to him before was no accident. What do you mean by that? Still thinking about Ro? Su Jing glared at him. No, I was just venting my feelings. Young Feng hurriedly backtracked. Just kidding. Jiro, a goddess-level beauty, how could he possibly let her go so easily? But Jiro simply didn't think much of him. Su Jing, however, snorted and said, speaking of which, you're not bad either. Chen Yang might have risen to prominence because of certain circumstances. But wealth and background definitely can't compare to yours. Su Jing comforted Yang Feng for a moment. Yang Feng thought about it and realized she had a point. He was a second-generation wealthy individual after all, with substantial family assets. Chen Yang had no background, catching up to him would be extremely difficult. That makes sense. Yang Feng smiled broadly, feeling much happier. Just then, a bright red top-of-the-line sports car drove up from the distance. Wow, that sports car is so cool. It's way cooler than your big G, Young Feng. Although Su Jing's words made Young Feng feel a bit uncomfortable, it was true that this Ferrari, both in terms of appearance and value, was far superior to Yang Feng's G-Class. Why is it heading toward us? Young Feng furrowed his brows. Su Jing was also puzzled. The two watched as the Ferrari 812 drove up to them. Moments later, the window of the Ferrari 812 lowered. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before them. Jingjing, what are you doing? Jerome smiled as she looked at Su Jing. Upon seeing that the person in the Ferrari A12 was actually Jiro, Su Jing and Yang Feng were both taken aback and froze in place. After a moment, Su Jing finally said in surprise, Ro, how is it you? This car. It's Chen Yang's car. I'm just hitching a ride. Jiro's smile grew wider, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Chen Yang's car. Su Jing's expression grew even more complicated as she looked toward the driver's seat. Sure enough. Chen Yang was smiling at her. Hi. Su Jing couldn't say a word, and Yang Feng beside her also looked uncomfortable. Chen Yang's success seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. What are you guys doing? Is the car broken? Jiro asked with a smile. No, just a minor issue. We're stopping to check it out. Yang Feng replied. Oh. I see. Jiro replied, then blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, what a pity, Jingjing. If it were possible, I'd love to have Chen Yang give you a ride, but there's no way the sports car only has 2 seats. How unfortunate. Jiro's tone had a hint of green tea, as if she were showing off. Chapter 277, Drinking. Su Jing, of course, could tell right away and snapped angrily, get lost. You're just showing off. Jiro giggled and said, then I'll go. Bye. She waved at Su Jing. The windows of the Ferrari A12 slowly closed. Boom. The Ferrari A12 sliced through the night, drawing a perfect arc as it grew increasingly distant. The two stood there in silence for a while. Yang Feng finally managed to smile. It's getting late, and the car is almost ready. Let's go. All right. Su Jing replied. She turned her head to look at Yang Feng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over $1 million, then thought of Chen Yang's Ferrari A12. The huge disparity made her feel a bit envious. She used to really like Yang Feng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but now she didn't seem to like it as much anymore. Hongho Wanko. Chen Yang dropped Jiro back here. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Chen Yang smiled and said, we're here. Jiro nodded, then suddenly looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light, and asked with a smile, want to come up for a while? Sit down? Chen Yang hesitated. Jiro, however, pretended to be nonchalant and smiled, don't overthink it. I just think we succeeded today, and I'm really happy. Let's celebrate together. It'd be nice. What do you think? Jiro said this, and Chen Yang found himself in agreement. After all these years, their wish had finally come true. Celebrating a bit was only natural. Alright, let us sit down. Chen Yang smiled. Let us go. Having obtained Chen Yang's permission, Jerome was clearly very happy. After parking the Ferrari A12, the two got out of the car and headed toward the apartment upstairs. Upon entering the building, Chen Yang entered Jiro's apartment in Hongho Wangjiao. As soon as he entered the door, a familiar fragrance greeted him. It was pleasant and very familiar. It was Jiro's favorite fragrance. At the same time, the environment inside Hongho Wangjiao was also very tidy, with a layout similar to Shaowan Community. When Chen Yang entered, he felt a bit dazed, as if he had returned to Shaowan Community. Please make yourself comfortable. Jerome smiled at Chen Yang, then changed into a set of casual clothes and entered the kitchen, seemingly preparing something. Chen Yang sat in the center of the living room, looking at the familiar surroundings and Jerome bustling in the kitchen, feeling as though he had been transported back in time, reminiscent of the days when they were deeply in love and living together. This feeling was quite warm and cozy. After a moment, Jiro emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 or 3 plates of food. 1 plate of soybeans, 1 plate of snails, and 1 plate of boneless duck feet, all cold dishes to accompany the wine. Jiro also brought out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. You prepared so thoroughly? Chen Yang was slightly surprised. Of course, Jerome smiled. I've been thinking about it all along. If we succeed tonight, I'll definitely invite you over for a drink, and these dishes are all your favorites. Clink. Jerome spoke while opening the red wine, pouring a glass for Chen Yang and herself. You've already had a lot to drink tonight. Are you sure you want to keep drinking? Chen Yang laughed. Jerome's alcohol tolerance was actually average, but she always drank in moderation, knowing her limits. So she rarely got drunk. But when she was drunk, she was quite different from her usual self. What's there to be afraid of? Jerome shrugged it off and said, we're just at home. Are you afraid? Jerome spoke with interest, her tone tinged with a hint of provocation. There's nothing I'm afraid of. Chen Yang accepted it calmly. Jerome smiled happily, then raised her red wine glass and smiled at Chen Yang. Come on. Let's have a drink first. Cheers. Jerome and Chen Yang clinked their glasses. Both of them drank it all in one gulp. After a glass of red wine, both Chen Yang and Jerome felt a bit tipsy. Jerome, with a slightly flushed face, looked at Chen Yang and said earnestly, Chen Yang, first and foremost, I want to thank you for giving me such tremendous help. Without you, I wouldn't have known if I could have made it this far in my life. These words came straight from Jiro's heart. Having experienced countless setbacks in the past, she knew that her success had little to do with her own efforts. Without Chen Yang's connections, she might never have gotten this opportunity in her entire life. Let's help each other succeed. Chen Yang smiled indifferently. Jerome has the talent, and Tianma needs a prominent singer. This is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. In any case, thank you. Here's to you. Jerome smiled and raised his glass toward Chen Yang. The two clinked glasses again. After 2 glasses of red wine, though the alcohol content wasn't high, the effects were starting to kick in. Chen Yang took a bite of his food and made a move to light a cigarette. Since obtaining the system, he had largely quit smoking, but in this atmosphere, he still felt like having one. However, Zhirong extended her delicate finger and gently pressed it against Chen Yang's lips, preventing him from lighting the cigarette. Don't smoke. It's bad for your health. Zhirong, slightly tipsy, had a faint blush on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with moisture, and she looked incredibly alluring, a far cry from her previous cold and aloof goddess-like appearance. Chapter 278, May we live long. I don't smoke much anymore, but I feel like having one now. Chen Yang laughed. All right. Zhirong withdrew her delicate fingers, as if giving up, and playfully tugged at her smooth long hair before taking a cigarette from Chen Yang's pack. If you're smoking, I will too. Zhirong said, snatching the lighter from Chen Yang, lighting it, and taking a deep drag as if in defiance. Immediately afterward. Cough cough cough. Zhirong seemed to have been choked, coughing violently. Chen Yang quickly took the cigarette out of Zhirong's mouth and said, forget it, let's not smoke. Let's quit. Zhirong finally smiled, revealing a very happy expression. After drinking another cup, Zhirong asked softly. By the way, Chen Yang. Tonight, Zhou Man and I met with many brand representatives and business partners from Shenzhen. The terms they offered seemed quite favorable. What should we do next? Should I focus on participating in more local events, or? This is a fairly professional question. Participating in more local events, gradually building up your reputation and strength, and waiting for the right opportunity to break through. That's the typical path for a celebrity. But Chen Yang put down his glass and shook his head, saying, no, that is too slow. Too slow? Zhirong was taken aback. Isn't that exactly how it works if you want to become famous? So what do you mean? Chen Yang said indifferently, this is the internet age. The old ways no longer work. If you want to go, take a bolder route. A bolder approach? Zhirong clearly had no idea what Chen Yang was referring to. Chen Yang laughed, like a social media influencer used the internet to become an overnight sensation. This approach, Zhirong could understand. But? Zhirong hesitated and said, achieving success online must be extremely difficult, right? Celebrities are different from internet celebrities. Influencers can just come up with some creative ideas or post a provocative video and become famous, but celebrities need so much more. Achieving overnight fame is extremely difficult. You don't need to worry about that. Chen Yang smiled. He was already confident. And the reason he was confident was because, during the drinking session, the system had activated something. Just like Li Wei's, the system had granted Chen Yang a special reward. A song. A song that had never before existed in this world. May we stay together forever. A song with a system reward was sure to make Zhirong an overnight sensation. Zhirong heard Chen Yang's words and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll follow your lead. The Zhirong of the past was very independent, but now she was becoming increasingly obedient to Chen Yang. The reason was simple, the current Chen Yang was far stronger than before. The two ate and drank for a while longer. Zhirong's face was already flushed red, like a ripe peach. Her eyes were dreamy as she stared at Chen Yang's face and suddenly murmured, Chen Yang, you're so handsome. The unexpected words left Chen Yang speechless for a moment, but he quickly realized what was happening and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. It's over. Zhirong was drunk. As expected. After saying that, Zhirong propped up her beautiful chin with one hand and spoke as if utterly captivated. Chen Yang, no matter what, your looks. I approve of them. And, you seem even more handsome now than before, and you've even gained some muscle. After a moment, she said with a drunken slur. Why are you so far away from me? Come sit next to me. She was truly completely drunk. Chen Yang said, you're drunk. Let me help you rest. No. Zhirong resisted, I know I'm drunk, but so what? Being drunk is good. When you're drunk, you dare to say things you wouldn't normally say and do things you wouldn't normally do. Even though she was drunk, Zhirong seemed to still have a clear sense of awareness. Clear awareness while drunk? That's pretty strange. Chen Yang, come sit here. Do you look down on me? Why? You used to call me wife. You don't love me anymore. You look down on me. Zhirong actually burst into tears, as if she had been deeply wronged. This was Zhirong's second form. Zhirong after drinking is like a plus-sized version of Zhamumu, crying, throwing tantrums, and clinging to people. No wonder they're sisters. Alright, I'm coming. Chen Yang had no choice but to sit down next to Zhirong. As soon as he sat down, Zhirong immediately hugged Chen Yang's arm, her entire body clinging to him like a sensual little kitten. Chen Yang, you're so kind. I really like you, I really do. All the previous grievances were gone, leaving only a dazed smile on her face. The scent of alcohol mingled with the fragrance in the air. After drinking, Giraud looked even more beautiful. Her exquisite and flawless face was stunningly attractive, with a classic oval shape and no imperfections. Her almond-shaped eyes, which she usually kept composed, had not yet revealed their inherent allure. Chapter 279, Confession. After drinking, Giraud's almond-shaped eyes were filled with seductive charm. Just one glance was enough to make one feel completely captivated. As for her figure, there was no need to mention it. She was second only to the landlady's figure, with perfect proportions and the body of a supermodel. In this state, Giraud was truly breathtakingly beautiful, stunningly so. Even Chen Yang, upon seeing her in this state, couldn't help but lose himself in thought for a moment. From any angle, Giraud was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Only Jimumu could compare. "You're really drunk," Chen Yang said to Giraud again. I know. Giraud didn't seem to care at all. She laughed drunkenly, then sat directly on Chen Yang's lap, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and pressing her head against his chest. "Chen Yang, hold me." Chen Yang could only hold Giraud in his arms. "Chen Yang, do you like me?" Giraud looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "Why are you asking that?" Chen Yang didn't respond. I just want to know." "Poof. Answer me," Giraud said with a mix of pride and petulance. "What if I don't answer?" Chen Yang was a bit tipsy, staring at Giraud's exquisitely beautiful face with a hint of amusement. "No, you can't not answer me." Giraud's pride grew even stronger. "Why?" Chen Yang pressed further. "I just won't. I just want you to answer me. If you don't, then I'll cry in front of you." Giraud didn't know what she was thinking, but she felt deeply wronged and clung tightly to Chen Yang's embrace. "No. Wah, you have to answer me, wah. Giraud actually started crying, sobbing with such heartbreak and injustice. All right. Chen Yang held Giraud tightly and whispered, "Of course I love you. You're our most beautiful Rong, the most beautiful girl in the world." Hearing Chen Yang's words, Giraud's emotions finally stabilized. She blinked her big, watery eyes and asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Chen Yang replied earnestly. Giraud couldn't help but smile through her tears, leaning in to kiss Chen Yang on the cheek. "Chen Yang, you're so kind." She perked up again and continued. "But Chen Yang, you're the one who's getting the better end of the deal. I'm so beautiful and have such a great figure. Back then I was the school beauty, so many people pursued me, but I still chose you without hesitation. Tell me, aren't you the one who got the better deal?" Giraud acted like a mischievous little girl, constantly asking Chen Yang. Chen Yang laughed and said, "Then why did our school beauty queen choose me back then?" Giraud was stumped by the question. That's right. If, in her eyes, Chen Yang seemed to be the best of everyone, then why did she choose him? In the end, Giraud hugged Chen Yang tightly and said softly, "Because I like you. No matter how good they are, I don't like them." "Chen Yang, no matter what, I like you, really." Giraud buried her little head even deeper. Chen Yang stroked her smooth, long hair, smiling. The words Giraud had spoken still made him feel warm and sweet. However, just as he was about to speak, Giraud suddenly started crying for no apparent reason. "What's wrong now?" Chen Yang asked, feeling puzzled. Sniff. "Chen Yang, we've broken up." Giraud looked at Chen Yang with tears streaming down her face. Chen Yang fell silent as well. Yeah. Regardless, they had broken up. "Chen Yang, do you think I'm a jerk? I'm just a gold digger who only cares about money. Woo. Do you think I've changed?" Giraud, with tear-filled eyes, continued to ask insistently. Everyone has the right to pursue the life they want. It's normal. In truth, Chen Yang had never blamed Giraud from the start. At that time, he truly didn't have the ability to provide her with a better life. Giraud's departure hadn't done anything wrong. It was simply a choice. I know I was too much. I shouldn't have done that. But. Giraud grew increasingly heartbroken as she spoke, her voice choking with emotion. But at that time, I really couldn't see any hope. "Chen Yang, do you know? Before we broke up, I didn't tell you that I went to the class reunion on my own. Every one of them is doing so well." Woo at the reunion, they were all talking about their businesses, exchanging contacts, and casually mentioning how they made hundreds of thousands or even millions with just a few words. That kind of money, back then, we might not have been able to save up in decades, or even a lifetime. But they just did it so effortlessly. I felt so out of place, I could only listen to them talk. It wasn't like this before, Chen Yang. Chapter 280, Personality Change. I'm Giraud. I don't want to be a nobody. Chen Yang, do you understand that feeling? Giraud had finally opened up completely, revealing what had happened back then. Chen Yang stroked her smooth hair and couldn't help but sigh softly. How could he not understand? When he was with Giraud, he rarely attended her gatherings. Because whenever he went, he was either just a background figure or the subject of gossip. Chen Yang had his own pride, he didn't want that either. But At that time, there was truly no other option. Without money or connections, in a place like Shenzhen, where countless talented people from all over the country gather, wanting to make a comeback and succeed. How could that be possible? At that stage, Chen Yang and Zhiro were simply not suited for each other. Chen Yang said with a smile, "The money they're making now is nothing compared to what I could earn with just a flick of my fingers." That statement was a bit arrogant. Without the system, Chen Yang would likely not have succeeded. But then again, those who make millions or even tens of millions right after graduation, is it really because of their abilities? To a greater or lesser extent, it's all about family and relationships. What's the difference between that and the system? You're really amazing now. Zhirue snuggled into Chen Yang's embrace, as gentle as a kitten. After a while, she whispered, "Chen Yang, I also want to succeed. Do you think I can keep going? I'm so scared." Zhiro was still uncertain about her future. The entertainment industry was moving too slowly. She didn't know how far she could ultimately go. "You will succeed, I promise you." Chen Yang spoke with confidence. With Zhiro's talent and potential, even if she doesn't become a superstar, making it to the first tier is definitely within reach. "Alright, then. I'll try my best. I won't let you down." Zhiro kissed Chen Yang on the cheek and said, "Chen Yang, you've already gone so far. I feel like I'm no longer worthy of you. I'll catch up to you. Wait until I become a top-tier star, wait until I become the most popular actress. By then, I'll be the center of everyone's attention, the goddess of countless people in Longwa." "Chen Yang, do you like this version of Ro?" Jerome looked at Chen Yang in front of her, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. "Of course I do. If you can make it that far, I'll be very happy for you," Chen Yang said with a smile. "That's good." Jerome murmured as if in a dream, "Then I'll become a big star, with millions of fans, adored by countless people, the goddess of everyone. Then we'll be like this again." "Chen Yang, holding a national goddess in your arms must be so happy, right?" Jerome, drunk, really could say anything. That's pretty straightforward. It reminded me a bit of Jamumu. It does seem pretty nice." Chen Yang smiled. Back then, big celebrities could only be seen on TV and in movies. Real big stars, I've never even seen them in person, let alone hugged them. "As long as you're happy." Jiro gave a sweet smile, then said with a hint of fatigue, "Chen Yang, I'm tired. So tired." "If you're tired, just go to sleep," Chen Yang said with a smile. I don't want to sleep when I wake up, I'll be sober, and then I won't dare to say or do anything." Jiro's eyes welled up again as she said, "Sniff. Chen Yang, am I really that cowardly? I'm such a cowardly mushroom." Cowardly mushroom. It's a plant from Plants vs. Zombies. Chen Yang used to play Plants vs. Zombies with Jiro often, so he liked to say that too. Chen Yang sighed softly upon hearing Jiro say this. After regaining her composure, Jiro was indeed more rational and wise, and naturally wouldn't act so out of control now. Jiro's personality wasn't that of a timid woman. Only when drunk could she fully unleash her feminine, emotional side. One must always stay sober. Chen Yang murmured. Jiro said nothing more, only quietly sobbing. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Chen Yang, I'm so dirty right now. I want to take a shower." "Go ahead," Chen Yang said. It had been a busy day, and she did indeed need a bath. Zhirong didn't move, her face flushed red, biting her lips as she looked at Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, should we go together?" Chen Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiro to say that. That's not really appropriate. After all, they had already broken up. What's so bad about it? We know each other well enough. Don't act like this in front of me. Let's go. Jiro gave Chen Yang a seductive glance. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Let's go." So, he embraced Jiro and headed toward the bathroom. The next morning, the apartment door opened. "Sister, I'm back." Jamumu, dressed in a pink outfit and full of energy, appeared at the apartment door riding her luggage case. She had finished her school classes and had a short break. Chapter 281, Caught Off Guard. After calling out, she received no response, which made her feel a bit odd. Is my sister not home? She shouldn't be out. Where could she have gone? Jamumu was puzzled. She had given up her precious gaming time just to come back and celebrate with Jiro. Jamumu glanced at the shoes by the door and noticed a pair of men's leather shoes. Her face turned pale instantly, and she had a bad feeling. How could there be a man? Sister, could she be cheating? Jamumu thought of this and couldn't help but feel angry. Good for you. You deserve it, Jiro. Being materialistic is one thing, but cheating? Your brother-in-law just helped you so much, and you turn around and betray him? You're despicable. Today, let this righteous beauty, Mumu, give you a proper punishment. Jamumu immediately picked up a pillow from the bedside, sat on her luggage, and without saying a word, headed toward the bedroom. She opened the bedroom door. Sure enough, there were two people on the bed. A man and a woman. The woman was naturally Jiro, and as for the man, who cares who he is? Ah! You two dogs. This is too much. Jamumu, furious, grabbed the pillow and was about to smash it on the man's head. However, when she got closer, she realized that the man on the bed was none other than her own brother-in-law, Chenyang. Jamumu's hands froze in mid-air, and she stood there in shock. How could it be her brother-in-law? Her brother-in-law and her sister were in bed. And they were hugging each other, seemingly not wearing much clothing. This. Aren't they already broken up? Jamumu's brain couldn't process it all. However, Jiro had already woken up. She could feel herself being held by Chenyang, and her face flushed red. Why did you come back? Jiro didn't leave Chenyang's embrace but looked at Jamumu and asked. I don't have class anymore. Jamumu was still a bit dazed. Even if you don't have class, you should still study. Go out and study. The gentle beauty in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a cool detachment. She spoke to Jamumu without any hesitation. But Jamumu tried to say something else. No buts. Get out. Jiro spoke coldly once more. All right. Although Jamumu was filled with confusion, she dared not disobey her older sister's orders and eventually left the bedroom. After Jamumu left, Jiro's fair face grew even redder. She could feel that she wasn't wearing much, and Chenyang wasn't wearing much either. Chenyang was holding her tightly, and she was snuggled up in his arms. This made her feel a little awkward. After all, technically speaking, she and Chenyang were no longer in a relationship. She didn't remember much about last night. All she could recall was that she had taken a shower with Chenyang. Jiro felt increasingly ashamed as she thought about it. She didn't even know what she was doing. She had originally planned to wake Chenyang up, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. This feeling was actually quite nice, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Jiro curled up in Chenyang's arms, resting against his warm chest, and fell into a deep sleep once more. Jamumu waited idly in the living room for an hour. Chenyang and Jiro finally emerged from the bedroom. Watching Jiro and Chenyang go about their morning routine as if nothing had happened, Jamumu was stunned for an entire year. It wasn't until Chenyang and Jiro were both seated at the dining table. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister, brother-in-law, what is going on here? Did you get back together? This looks exactly like getting back together." However, upon hearing this, Chenyang and Jiro exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison, no. If not, then what's going on? Jamumu was still a bit confused. We drank too much last night, Jiro said, her face turning slightly red. Chenyang also laughed. I drank too much too, so I stayed. I couldn't drive home drunk. This excuse sounded pretty flimsy. But Jamumu couldn't say anything either, so she just huffed, you two are so sneaky. What did you say? Jiro's face turned cold instantly as she glared at Jamumu. I'm sorry. Jamumu instinctively hugged her head and said adorably, it's the divine couple, the golden boy and the jade girl, a perfect match, made for each other. Chenyang and Jiro saw Jamumu's adorable expression and couldn't help but smile. After a simple breakfast. Jiro had had too much to drink, plus she hadn't slept well the previous night and was still tired, so she went back to rest. Chenyang was about to leave. Jamumu volunteered to send Chenyang back. After going downstairs, Chenyang looked at Jamumu, who was dressed in a pink outfit and looked very sweet, and asked directly. What? Want to come back to Shawan with me to play games? After all, she is his younger sister-in-law. Chenyang understood her little thoughts perfectly. However, this time Chenyang was wrong. No way. Jamumu crossed her arms behind her back, tapped her foot, and huffed, brother-in-law, is that how you see Mumu? A gaming addict? You really are. Chenyang laughed.